In a world on the brink of apocalypse, the protagonist, Liang, hoards supplies with a blend of cunning and audacity. In the year 2023, the island nation's plan to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean officially commenced. By 2038, 15 years had elapsed since the initiation of a nuclear wastewater discharge, when a sudden crisis erupted. Liang was reborn 3 months prior to the outbreak of this crisis, endowed with the ability to access infinite space and replicate resources. Now, nothing and no one could hinder Liang if food was scarce. He would replicate 100,000 portions if weapons were needed. He would duplicate enough firearms and ammunition to assemble an entire army if he feared that his refuge might be overrun by monsters. He would invest in constructing a safe house capable of withstanding an atomic bomb blast. Thus, even when the apocalypse arrived, with everyone starving and fearing for their lives, Liang need not concern himself. He could simply recline in his secure dwelling, savoring hot pot and singing merrily, living a life of comfort. Chapter 1. Am I reborn? Do not lick there. Be gentle with your bites, not there. Pain, excruciating and relentless, tormented Liang's body. He was kicked down outside an iron door, the stench of decay wafting around him as grotesque monsters, soulless and zombie-like, relentlessly gnawed at his flesh. From his limbs to his torso, his skin and bones were marked by pools of repulsive slime. Quick, shut the door, shut the door. Liang has been bitten. Damn it, if you don't close the door, do you wish to die? Liang gazed at the tightly shut iron door of the apartment building, overwhelmed by despair. On the other side were the people he had trusted most in his life, those who had often lent a helping hand, yet they cruelly barred him from entry. He still held supplies he had gathered for his brothers and sisters beyond the door. It was absurd that merely dropping a can had drawn the attention of all nearby monsters. When the people behind the iron door saw the wounds covering Liang and the monsters closing in behind him, their cruel nature was revealed. They mercilessly shut the door, crushing his last shred of hope for survival. In the instant the door slammed shut, he faintly heard the voice of the beautiful Su Yujia, whom he had long admired, shouting, "Close the door! Close the door! Don't let them in!" He felt like a dog, ruthlessly kicked aside by her. In that moment, in Su Yujia's heart, Liang was no different from the gruesome monsters outside, oozing dark green slime. His friend Zhou Hai, who usually displayed a facade of righteousness, was no exception. Yet just moments ago, Liang had seen him block a man attempting to stop the door from closing, only to tell him, "Don't go out, wait until the monsters leave before we retrieve the supplies." The man who wanted to stop the door from closing was merely trying to prevent the waste of Liang's resources. Filled with revulsion and regret, Liang glared at the slowly closing iron door. He lamented how he had fallen to such depths, surrendering everything he had done since the crisis began to these shameless ingrates. It turns out that in this world, the only person you can truly rely on is yourself. If I could start over, I would ensure that you all meet a miserable end. Liang shot a fierce glance at the tightly closed door before his consciousness began to fade, and he soon lost all vitality. Just as he was losing consciousness, Liang suddenly opened his eyes again, sitting up with his arms wrapped around himself, the pain forcing a cry from his lips. Liang was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his hands trembling ceaselessly. The terrifying reality of what had just transpired haunted him. He never wished to experience that excruciating pain again. What happened? Wasn't I just surrounded and devoured by monsters? As he gradually regained his senses, he looked around and was astonished to find himself in his own bedroom. The warmth of familiarity puzzled him. He had just been locked outside by those he trusted most, and the sensation of being torn apart by monstrous fangs still lingered. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself here. Furrowing his brow, Liang glanced at the electronic calendar his parents had gifted him. It was July 13th, 2038, a full 3 months before the onset of the global crisis. In his recollection, the roots of this global crisis could be traced back to 15 years prior, to August 24th, 2023, when the island government officially announced the commencement of a nuclear wastewater discharge plan. During the initial phase of the plan's implementation, countless citizens worldwide protested vehemently, and numerous governments condemned it, yet none could prevent its successful execution. The island government publicly claimed that the nuclear wastewater involved in the discharge plan had been purified to a level safe for drinking. This seemingly feeble justification surprisingly garnered support from numerous extremists, allowing the plan to proceed uninterrupted until. Initially, the plan was projected to last 30 years, but humanity could not foresee that civilization would encounter insurmountable crises before the discharge concluded. The first to be affected was the island nation itself. Countless deep-sea fish, infected by radiation from the wastewater, and mutant octopuses surged ashore, wreaking havoc on humanity and destroying cities essential for human survival. Humans injured by these aberrant species transformed into monsters driven solely by primal instincts and bloodlust. The military was utterly powerless to stop the vast and proliferating horde of monsters. In just a month, the island was completely overrun, leaving devastation in its wake. Meanwhile, similar tragedies unfolded globally as hordes of deep-sea aberrations rampaged across human territories, slaughtering indiscriminately, infecting flora and fauna, and contaminating freshwater resources. In an instant, the survival of all life on Earth faced immense peril, leading to the mass extinction of countless species. Even humanity, which prided itself as the pinnacle of evolution, saw over 90% wiped out, leaving only a fortunate few and those with military strength to survive. Liang retrieved a bottle of mineral water and some food from the fridge, indulging in a feast. "Wow, this is delicious," he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face and soaking his elegant loafers. In the apocalypse, water was scarce and food exceedingly rare. In his previous life, Liang and his companions had managed to survive for so long thanks to a water dispenser factory downstairs, which retained a dwindling supply of potable water. Thus, faced with such delectable food and water, he could not help but relish the moment. After satisfying his hunger, Liang gradually accepted the reality of his rebirth and felt fortunate for this occurrence. The pain of his time during the apocalypse was too great, he wished to forget all memories of it. He needed to sever his emotions in the coming days and prepare thoroughly during the 3 months before the apocalypse to ensure his safety and make those who had harmed him in his previous life pay dearly. "Damn it, Su Yujia, Kaingjia, I will ensure you meet a miserable end." First and foremost was the issue of self-preservation. Ample food and clean water were essential, but above all, a sufficiently secure dwelling was paramount. Liang did not believe that the apartment building he currently resided in could withstand a monster's attack. Even if unnoticed by monsters, it would be challenging to fend off those with ill intentions while possessing ample food. Liang's living conditions were decent, although he could not compare to the wealthy second-generation elites among his peers. He was still relatively comfortable. Over the years, he had saved a considerable sum of money, along with an inheritance left by his parents after their passing, amounting to around 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. However, this amount alone was insufficient to secure a safe dwelling post-crisis, let alone prepare food and water. After all, Liang sought not merely survival in the apocalypse, but a life of comfort and ease. Only then would he have the capacity to confront those heartless beasts who had shown no mercy in his previous life. Chapter 2. Infinite Duplication. Yet there was one problem Liang could not solve. Even if he hoarded thousands upon thousands of food and water supplies, he could not guarantee that they would not spoil. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the lack of medical supplies made food poisoning from spoiled provisions a serious threat. Liang did not wish to rely on rotten food to survive months later. Liang lit a cigarette, leaning back on the sofa, fiddling with the lighter in his hand while pondering the solution to this dilemma. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and the lighter in his hand seemed to sink slowly into his palm, followed by the appearance of 2 identical lighters resting quietly on the table. What was happening? Liang reached out to examine the 2 lighters closely, discovering that they were indeed identical in brand and design, even replicating a dent he had accidentally made on one. Is this superpower? Without further contemplation, Liang grabbed a pack of Marlboro cigarettes beside him, reverently placed it in his palm, and held his breath, watching as the pack seemingly vanished into his hand like a magic trick. In an instant of white light, 2 identical packs of Marlboro cigarettes materialized on the table before him. Wow, it actually works. Joy surged within him as he excitedly opened the 2 packs, finding the number of cigarettes inside to be perfectly identical. Subsequently, to validate his theory, Liang performed replication experiments on various household items, ranging from food and mineral water to pots and pans, and even large appliances like televisions, refrigerators, and air conditioners. The replication ability did not falter with the size of the items. Instead, he gradually mastered the technique of releasing this ability through continuous experimentation. With time, this power became increasingly second nature to him, allowing him to replicate almost effortlessly with a mere thought. It seems that the replicas are identical to the originals and do not transform into entirely new items after the duplication process. After replicating an old electric bicycle, Song Liang examined the identical, where between the original and its copy, concluding that this unusual superpower was likely a gift from his rebirth. He felt truly favored by fate. This ability was akin to a cheat in the looming apocalypse. I wonder where the limit of this replication ability lies. SNG Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this replication capability proved limitless, he could become the creator of the apocalypse. However, despite its power, this ability seems unable to solve the issue of food spoilage. After the initial thrill, SNG Ling recognized the limitations of infinite replication. Even if he could replicate countless resources from the apocalypse, food and water would inevitably spoil when that time came. What he replicated would also be tainted and inedible. SNG Ling gazed at the room piled high with items resulting from his relentless experiments with replication and sighed. How wonderful it would be to have a space to store items that would not be subject to the constraints of time. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than SNG Ling felt a blur before his eyes, a strange golden light enveloping his consciousness, gradually transforming into a golden rift that floated in the void. Puzzled, SNG Ling could not help but reach out to touch the rift. In an instant, his vision blurred, and the next moment, he found himself in a peculiar space. Within this space, an expanse of emptiness stretched infinitely, with no discernible boundaries, shrouded in layers of thin mist that drifted slowly, imparting an ethereal feeling akin to an otherworldly paradise. Could it be that such a Yi Kong Jian truly exists? Did I save the galaxy in my past life? It seems that heaven truly favors the downtrodden. SNG Ling was overjoyed, nearly laughing his teeth out with this boundless Yi Kong Jian. He could replicate as many resources as he wished without concern. However, there was still a crucial matter that SNG Ling needed to verify. He first exited the Yi Kong Jian in his mind, then heated the leftover chicken leg in a microwave as steam rose from it. He tossed it into the Yi Kong Jian. Afterward, SNG Ling paid no further heed to the chicken leg in the Yi Kong Jian and returned to his room for a comforting hot shower. It had been months since he had experienced the pleasure of a warm bath. Since the onset of the apocalypse, resources like water and electricity had become precious commodities, and finding clean drinking water was a challenge, let alone taking a shower. As the warm water cascaded over SNG Ling's skin, soaking his hair and penetrating every pore, he felt that this was the happiest moment of his life. Half an hour later, he re-entered the Yi Kong Jian in his mind to retrieve the chicken leg he had previously placed inside. The chicken leg remained steaming hot. This Yi Kong Jian truly lacks the concept of time. SNG Ling was profoundly astonished by the existence of this magical space with no notion of time. He need not worry about the items stored within spoiling or decaying, perfectly resolving his greatest dilemma. Haha, it seems heaven is assisting me. The arrival of the apocalypse marks the moment of my invincibility. Witnessing his challenges being seamlessly addressed by this seemingly superhuman replication ability in Yi Kong Jian, SNG Ling felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He reached into his wallet to touch his bank card and scoffed the 40 to 50,000 within had been his lifeline in his previous life. But in the face of the apocalypse, money would become little more than worthless paper. Since I've been granted a second life, I must not be restrained by these worldly possessions. Before the apocalypse arrives, I must seize the moment to enjoy the pleasures of modern human civilization. Otherwise, I shall have no opportunity. However, relying solely on this 40 to 50,000 yuan would be insufficient for either enjoying pleasures or preparing resources for the impending crisis. Thus, having ample funds and depleting them entirely became the most pressing matter at hand. The ability to replicate resources could not extend to cash after all. If the serial numbers were discovered, trouble would ensue, and he certainly did not wish to spend the 3 months leading up to the apocalypse in prison. SNG Ling's mind whirred as he resolved to find a way to amass a significant amount of cash in a short time without breaking the law. The answer was obvious: loans. Chapter 3. Borrowing and Consumption. Song Liang casually tidied himself before stepping out of his home. The world outside mirrored his memories of life before the impending apocalypse. The sun shone brightly, birds chirped melodiously, and the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and contentment. At the community's senior activity center, numerous parents engaged in playful antics with their children, capturing the affectionate gaze of the elderly residents, as laughter and joy permeated the space. However, for Song Liang, who had just returned from a hellish existence in a post-apocalyptic world, this beauty felt ephemeral. Lurking behind every semblance of happiness was a shadow of darkness. He had just caught a glimpse of Grandma Wang downstairs, holding her little grandson with one hand while playfully shaking a rattle with the other, eliciting delightful giggles from child. Little did anyone know that before the world fell apart, this seemingly gentle grandmother had resorted to unspeakable horrors to survive, even cooking her beloved grandson in a desperate bid for life. In his previous life, Song Liang had come to understand the depths of human cruelty, so he chose not to linger, hastily exiting the community. The first step in his survival plan was to acquire sufficient funds, and he intended to prioritize this before addressing other concerns. He first visited the bank to apply for a loan. Despite the bank recognizing his stable employment, they were unable to extend a significant amount of cash to him. However, this posed no real obstacle for Song Liang. With a decisive gesture, he pledged both his house and car as collateral, securing a loan of up to $2 million. Given the substantial sum, the bank treated him as a valued client and promptly transferred the funds to his account. With the apocalypse looming just 3 months away, material possessions like cars and houses became inconsequential. Moreover, the $2 million was crucial for Song Liang's immediate plans. Coupled with the $500,000 he already possessed, he had a total of $2,500,000 in cash. Allocating 1/5 for essential supplies like food and water, he found that the remaining $2 million intended for constructing a safe house and acquiring weapons and ammunition seemed woefully inadequate. Feeling somewhat troubled, Song Liang sat on the steps outside the bank, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he pondered alternative, lawful methods to amass quick funds. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He had nearly forgotten about the option of high-interest loans. His line of work often brought him into contact with individuals on the fringes of society, including several loan sharks. A quick phone call would resolve his predicament. After a thorough search through his contacts, he finally identified a certain Brother Huang, a known figure in the loan shark business with a substantial operation likely capable of meeting his needs. A wry smile crept across his face as he thought, well, it's your misfortune to be in this line of work. He clicked on the name and dialed. The call was answered almost immediately. Hello, who is this? On the other end of the line came a rugged voice. Hello, Brother Huang, this is Song Liang. How have you been lately? Song Liang? Who are you? I don't recognize you. Oh, come now, you truly are a person of distinction who forgets easily. We have had business dealings in the past. Song Liang endeavored to adopt an air of supplication, as such moneylenders were particularly susceptible to this demeanor. Oh, is that so? What brings you to call? Of course. Brother Huang, I am familiar with your company's operations, and I find myself in a rather desperate situation. Thus, I hope you might assist me with some financial circulation. Oh, and how much are you seeking? A faint smile flickered at the corners of Song Liang's mouth. The bait had been taken. Conservatively speaking, around $5 million. Hiss. Upon hearing the substantial sum, Boss Huang on the other end of the line instantly perked up. Well, since you're a business partner, let us drop the formalities and avoid the repetitive Brother Huang. Allow me to provide you with an address. Please come to our company for a detailed discussion, shall we? Absolutely. Song Liang affirmed and hung up the phone. About 5 minutes later, Song Liang received a text message containing the address. First floor, Shamao Building, Shachar Road, Jiangxing City. Following the navigation on his phone, Song Liang eventually arrived at a secluded corner where he spotted the sign of their lending company. The so-called Shamao Building was merely a 3-story office building. Before even entering the company, Song Liang noticed several vigilant eyes watching him from the shadows of the alley. However, he paid little mind, as such unregulated companies often established numerous informants nearby. Should they sense any movement from law enforcement, they would promptly pack up and flee. Upon entering the establishment, Song Liang introduced himself to the attractive receptionist clad in black stockings. Under her flirtatious guidance, he was led into the office of the company's owner. Seated in the boss's chair was a bald, rugged-looking man whose brow bore a hint of malice. He was dressed in a suit that was ill-fitting, and his protruding belly strained against the fabric. This man was Huang Bo, the owner of the lending company. Despite his imposing appearance, he possessed a sharp intellect, making him a difficult person to deceive. As soon as he saw Song Liang and the secretary enter, he rose to his feet, feigning humility as he gestured for Song Liang to take a seat on the sofa, while he adjusted his suit and sat down opposite him. You were the one who called earlier, correct? Song Liang nodded. A faint smile appeared on Huang Bo's face as he waved his hand, signaling the secretary to leave. Speak. Mr. Song, how much do you wish to borrow? His inquiry was remarkably straightforward, Yet this direct approach was precisely what Song Liang preferred. 5 million. Song Liang extended 5 fingers. Huang Bo's smile deepened. To be candid, the amount is not insignificant, yet our company is capable of providing it. However, I must caution you that while our loan disbursement is remarkably swift, it is accompanied by a slightly higher interest rate compared to other institutions. I wonder if you would be amenable to this? Song Liang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A slightly higher interest rate? Was it truly just a slight increase? Those who engage in usury truly deserve condemnation. Nonetheless, he managed to conceal his disdain, feigning hesitation for a moment before reluctantly stating, "It's fine. A slightly higher interest rate is acceptable, as long as the funds are disbursed promptly. I merely require it for temporary financial turnover, and I assure you that I will repay within 3 months." Huang Bo appeared increasingly exhilarated, his eyes glimmering with an exuberance akin to a multitude of little dancers. Song Liang maintained his stoic expression, fixating on Huang Bo's corpulent visage. In that moment, both men locked gazes, revealing the scheming corners of their minds. Chapter 4. The Mercedes-Benz. Nevertheless, I must request that Mr. Song leave something as collateral. Otherwise, our company cannot extend sufficient trust to you. Huang Bo flashed a wide grin, revealing 2 gleaming gold teeth. No problem. Song Liang retrieved the property deed he had recently pledged at the bank and placed it before Huang Bo. This property, situated in a bustling downtown area, is valued at no less than 3 million and possesses significant appreciation potential. Along with my BMW parked downstairs, should I fail to repay, you may seize both. Huang Bo was taken aback by Song Liang's forthrightness. He reached for the property deed resting on the table, examined it, and upon confirming its validity, returned it. Indeed, as Song Liang had asserted, the property's future value would undoubtedly exceed 3 million. The property is sound. It is my first encounter with such an accommodating client. Therefore, I shall apply for a loan of 5,500,000 as a gesture of friendship. Song Liang's eyes brightened at the mention of 5,500,000. He hadn't anticipated an unexpected windfall of 50,000. Yet, Huang Bo was undeniably unscrupulous. The more he borrowed now, the greater the repayment would be later. That additional 50,000 would accrue interest, potentially escalating to 80,000 by the time of repayment. Fortunately, recent policy changes meant that bank collateral no longer required a stamp on the property deed. Otherwise, he would not have had such a significant loophole to exploit. Huang Bo was indeed a reckless man. He could easily verify the ownership of the property deed online, which would expose Song Liang's deceit. Yet, he remained audacious, likely due to substantial backing. Consequently, regardless of the methods employed, there would be pressure to ensure repayment of the loan. "Deal," Huang Bo declared, displaying his straightforward nature. Song Liang relished befriending individuals like Huang Bo. Song Liang pretended to ponder for a moment, then added, "However, I hope the funds can be transferred to my account today." Huang Bo left cartili, naturally. He then pulled a stack of loan contracts from his desk drawer and placed them before Song Liang. Naturally, Song Liang had no intention of scrutinizing the contents of the contracts. Not only were there too many to read in their entirety, but even a thorough review wouldn't alter the inevitable outcome. The money would vanish without a trace, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. As Song Liang emerged from Huang Bo's lending company, the afternoon was drawing near. Although this high-interest loan was far from commendable, the efficiency of disbursement was truly remarkable. Within less than an hour of signing the contract, 5,500,000 had been transferred to Song Liang's account. With this substantial sum, his total now amounted to 8 million. Thanks to the existence of his replication ability, expenditures on consumables would be significantly reduced. Thus, Song Liang planned to allocate the remainder of his funds towards crafting survival tools for the apocalypse and indulging in life's pleasures. He first drove to a Michelin 5-star French restaurant, ordering an extravagant feast that included a 1982 Lafite, bouillabaisse, caviar, white truffle, and quiche Lorraine, among countless other delicacies. Given the exorbitant prices and meager portions, Song Liang would never have considered dining here in the past. However, this time was different. With wealth in hand, he held his head high. Unaccustomed to the cutlery of a Western dining establishment, he had brought his own pair of chopsticks, eagerly devouring the caviar and white truffle as if they were mere buns, provoking disdainful glances from the other patrons. Song Liang paid little heed to their judgments. After all, he was disinclined to engage with these seemingly sophisticated individuals. who would likely shed their FA aids and sell their souls for a bag of stale bread once the apocalypse struck. In that eventuality, all semblance of civilization would dissipate, rendering the distinction between man and beast negligible. Once he had satiated his hunger and thirst, Song Liang settled the bill and departed the French restaurant under the attentive gaze of the front desk staff, making his way to the largest Mercedes-Benz dealership in Jiangxing. His intention was to allocate $2 million to purchase a Mercedes-Benz SUV. Despite its current status as a social media sensation, its illustrious heritage could not be overlooked. The Mercedes-Benz models were initially designed for military use, boasting exceptional performance. The military variant of Mercedes-Benz SUV is equipped with a turbocharged diesel engine, remaining a staple in the German armed forces to this day. In China, acquiring a legitimate military-grade off-road vehicle is no simple feat. So Song Liang resolved to first acquire a common model of the Mercedes-Benz SUV, which, with minor modifications to enhance its defensive capabilities and the addition of a mount for a machine gun or rocket launcher on the roof, would allow him to venture forth even in the face of impending doom. In his previous life, Song Liang had confined himself to his home for months, nearly suffocating from the isolation. When he finally ventured outside, he was betrayed by those he trusted, meeting a gruesome end. Thus, in this life, he was determined to be prepared to step out and seek solace whenever the end times approached. Upon arriving at the Mercedes-Benz dealership, Song Liang conveyed his intentions to the attractive receptionist. After registering his information, he was introduced to a well-groomed man in a suit and tie, approximately 30 years of age, who would guide him through the showroom to admire the displayed models. As Song Liang eagerly explored the various Mercedes-Benz models on display, a trio consisting of one man and two women suddenly appeared at the entrance of the sales center. One of the women, adorned with flowing hair and striking makeup, wore a Hermes blouse paired with a Givenchy miniskirt, her attire flamboyant and eye-catching. On her right shoulder, she carried a dark orange classic handbag, entwining her arm around the man beside her, swaying her hips as she entered. If Song Liang were to glance back at that moment, he would easily recognize her as Su Yujia, the woman who had once vehemently demanded the door be closed in a past life. The man accompanying her was Caucasian, possessing the quintessential features of classical European descent, fair skin and pale blue eyes, which gazed around with an air of contempt. The other woman, of average appearance, trailed behind Su Yujia and the man, occasionally stealing glances at him, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable allure. This woman was Kai Yingjia, a close friend of Su Yujia. "Henry, are you really going to buy me a Mercedes?" Su Yujia asked, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she gently swayed the man's arm. Her gaze filled with an enchanting affection, reminiscent of a yearning creature. Observing this, Kai Yingjia chimed in, "Indeed, Yujia, you spent the entire night with him, and after such a performance, he wouldn't dare to withhold a mere car, would he?" The Caucasian man chuckled, recalling the previous night's events where Su Yujia had eagerly sought his favor, and nodded with pleasure, responding in broken Chinese, "Oh yes, any model of Mercedes you fancy." Su Yujia's heart swelled with joy as she tiptoed to plant a gentle kiss on the man's cheek, exuding the exuberance of a well-fed sparrow. Chapter 5. An encounter with an adversary. Is that not Song Liang? Su Yujia exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. How could he possibly afford to be in Mercedes sales center? Just as Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia were preparing to peruse the sales center, contemplating which vehicle matched their status, Kai Yingjia's keen eyes spotted Song Liang, who was attentively listening to a sales representative explain the car models. It truly was him. This country bumpkin likely didn't even recognize the Mercedes emblem. Yet here he was, browsing cars. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Yujia's expression in her eyes. This man, who had ardently pursued her for a year, had always been rather miserly. Yet, the car he was considering was a Mercedes, a model that would cost no less than $1.5 million. Kai Yingjia gasped, covering her mouth, then cast a complex glance at Su Yujia. Yujia, could it be that Song Liang is one of those hidden wealthy heirs from a drama series, pretending to be poor just to experience life? You are indeed fortunate to have been pursued by such a man for over a year. Kai Yingjia's tone dripped with envy, but Su Yujia remained oblivious. Her gaze firmly fixated on Song Liang, unable to divert her attention even slightly. Impossible. Perhaps he is merely here to show off, pretending to be affluent for social media. Su Yujia reassured herself, clinging to a flicker of hope. What are you two looking at? Henry, the foreigner beside them, noticed Su Yujia and Kai Ingjia's focus had drifted away from him and curiously inquired. At this moment, Su Yujia had long ceased to concern herself with Henry's inquiries. She observed Song Liang taking the keys to the magnificent Mercedes-Benz in front of him, settling into the car with an air of readiness to test drive it. Could it be that I misjudged him? Song Liang truly is a wealthy heir. Damn it. All my efforts last night serving that foreigner have only yielded this mere vehicle worth hundreds of thousands. The more she pondered, the more she felt she had suffered a great loss, intensifying her curiosity about Song Liang while completely disregarding Henry's calls. In her heart, Song Liang had always been merely a devoted follower, one she could summon and dismiss at will. Now, with just a hint of charm, she was certain she could win him over, and that luxurious Mercedes would soon be at her disposal. Henry encountered an acquaintance, Kai Ingjia explained, recognizing the depth of Song Liang's feelings for Su Yujia, realizing she would find it difficult to intrude. However, Henry was different. Not only was he handsome and affluent, but he also held foreign nationality. Though he might not compare to Song Liang, he was still more than adequate for her. Kai Ingjia perceived a chance to entice Henry in the way Su Yujia gazed at Song Liang, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Henry, Ingjia and I will go greet our acquaintance. Feel free to explore the booth here. We shall return shortly. Su Yujia tugged at Kai Ingjia's sleeve, forcibly drawing her away from Henry. Though she was materialistic, she possessed a sharp mind, no matter how exceptional Song Liang was or how easily he could be won over. She could not afford to let go of such a prime catch as Henry. Henry, bewildered, muttered unintelligible Chinese phrases as he watched Su Yujia and Kai Ingjia depart towards the opposite side. Song Liang surveyed the impeccable Mercedes before him, nodding in satisfaction. The vehicle's chassis was already elevated. Soon it would only require the addition of reinforced bulletproof armor and a 762mm heavy machine gun mounted on the roof to transform it into an unparalleled military-grade Jeep for the apocalyptic world. Just as Song Liang prepared to test drive the car with the sales representative from the Mercedes dealership, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted him. What a coincidence, Song Liang, to run into you here. He turned to see Su Yujia and Kai Ingjia, who had just abandoned Henry. Su Yujia's face beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with allure as she casually played with her silky hair, revealing her smooth, fair skin. Her top hung precariously, exuding an air of provocative warmth. Song Liang's expression turned icy. The sight of Su Yujia in such a seductive pose ignited his anger. In his previous life, he had been like a loyal dog, unable to move forward when faced with Su Yujia, giving her the little food and water he had left while enduring hunger for several days, always protecting her during the apocalypse and considering her needs above his own. However, what he received in return was betrayal. Song Liang could never forget the ugly countenance of Su Yujia, who, in a previous life, had howled loudly to her followers to shut the door just as he was about to enter. Upon encountering this sworn enemy from his past life once more, Song Liang felt an overwhelming urge to flay her alive, a desire that could not be quenched. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his teeth grinding audibly, Song Liang's gaze towards Su Yujia was now rife with unmasked murderous intent. That vile woman! Su Yujia was taken aback, realizing that the tenderness and longing in Song Liang's eyes had vanished, replaced instead by an icy coldness that sent her retreating 2 steps, colliding with the astonished Kai Ingjia behind her, prompting a startled cry from her. Customers and employees at the Mercedes-Benz sales center turned their heads in confusion towards the commotion. Song Liang, what is wrong with you? Su Yujia's voice trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang quickly reined in his murderous thoughts. He did not wish to expose his animosity towards Su Yujia in front of so many witnesses. It's nothing, just you all, he feigned nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively before turning to admire his Mercedes again. Observing Su Yujia's startled demeanor, a more sinister thought crept into Song Liang's mind. Allowing this wretched woman to perish without witnessing the despair of the apocalypse would be far too kind. He intended to make Su Yujia confront the harsh realities of the end times, to suffer in a state of desperation where survival was impossible, yet death eluded her. After all, in 3 months, he would be the ruler of this new world, and by then, he would possess ample means to make her atone for her past transgressions. As Su Yujia noticed that Song Liang no longer exuded the chilling malice from before, she gradually began to relax, though she found his attitude towards her somewhat peculiar. Just moments ago, he could hardly contain himself in her presence, as if he were desperate to pin her down. How could he now be so indifferent? Perhaps he had simply used too little perfume today? Or maybe that foreigner had seen their earlier exchange. Su Yujia was not angered by Song Liang's change in demeanor. Rather, it only solidified her belief that he was a concealed, rich heir. After all, the wealthy often feigned aloofness and sophistication, but once she stood before him without her clothes, he would surely come rushing to engage in the sordid affairs of procreation. Men, after all, are creatures who think with their lower halves. They are all the same. Chapter 6. Two-Faced and Deceitful Hay. Song Liang, are you here to test drive? Kai Yingjia exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Clearly oblivious to the subtle shift in the atmosphere between Su Yujia and Song Liang, she regarded him merely as a lackey to her friend, Su Yujia. Furrowing his brow, Song Liang cast a glare at Kai Yingjia, remaining silent. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that? The girl who had once joined in the chorus of shutting the door was standing right there. Both she and Su Yujia were no paragons of virtue. However, Su Yujia had inflicted far greater harm upon Song Liang, which made him harbor less resentment towards her. Song Liang turned his head away, no longer paying attention to the two women. The commotion had extinguished his desire to test drive the car. He merely wished to complete his payment and distance himself from these two wretches, lest he succumb to the temptation of imprinting the soles of his size 42 shoes upon their 39 faces. At that moment, a tall Caucasian man approached Su Yujia from behind, gently caressing her slender waist and leaning in to encircle her. What are you doing? Are you being a lecher? Su Yujia instinctively broke free, and with a scream, she swatted away the man's arm that had reached for her waist. Turning around, she glared at Henry with an ashen expression, while furtively glancing at Song Liang for his reaction. Her scream startled everyone in the Mercedes-Benz sales center. Henry's expression darkened. He could not fathom what he had done to elicit such a swift change in the demeanor of Su Yujia, who had recently been so submissive. Hey, what are you doing? Is it daylight robbery? Bullying girls, even in our country? You filthy foreigner, get out. At that moment, a crowd began to gather, as the act of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was a cherished traditional virtue. Henry's face turned a shade more ghastly than if he had consumed something vile. He cast a desperate glance at Kai Yingjia, who stood next to Su Yujia. Kai Yingjia appeared equally perplexed, yet, observing the overwhelming support for Su Yujia, she feigned ignorance of Henry. You despicable foreigner, who gave you the audacity to touch my friend. Leave now, or we will call the police. Kai Yingjia exclaimed, rummaging through her bag for her phone. Witnessing Kai Yingjia's sudden shift in demeanor and her alignment against him, Henry felt a wave of despair wash over him. As the crowd grew more agitated, displaying a palpable desire to take action, Henry wished to explain himself, but his limited command of Chinese rendered that difficult. He muttered a curse at Su Yujia and fled the scene in haste. Song Liang observed the unfolding drama with considerable interest. From the expressions of the Caucasian man and Kai Yingjia, it was evident they were acquainted, yet Su Yujia's indignation seemed genuine. What could be the reason? The only plausible explanation was that upon seeing his intent to purchase a Mercedes, Su Yujia perceived him as a potential target for her own schemes, thus staging this entire performance for his benefit. That wretched woman possesses quite the cunning, Song Liang thought, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As Henry made his escape and the onlookers began to disperse, Su Yujia hastily adjusted her blouse, revealing her snowy shoulder, biting her lip in a feigned display of vulnerability as she turned back to Song Liang. Song Liang, I am so frightened. That foreigner just touched me. To be frank, had Song Liang not endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world and witnessed the depths of this woman's depravity, he might have been swayed by the seductive scene before him. Yet, the man he had become was far removed from that, were it not for his desire to subject her to the torments of a world devoid of humanity. He would have relished the opportunity to end her existence then and there. Oh, what a splendid performance by the clown. Su Yujia, I sincerely thank you. I never anticipated that purchasing a car would come with such complimentary offerings. Song Liang scoffed, a hint of derision lacing his tone. How can you say that, Song Liang? Yujia has been wronged. Do you not harbor feelings for her? Have you lost your sense of manhood? Kai Yingjia, known for her fiery temperament, was unable to tolerate Song Liang's provocations, even though she and Su Yujia shared a fade of friendship. Yingjia, do not speak so harshly. Song Liang surely has his reasons for acting this way. Su Yujia's eyes brimmed with tears. Song Liang wished he could bestow the Oscar for Best Actress upon Su Yujia for her dramatic display. However, he had no desire to engage with these two nuisances any longer. It was time to focus on more pressing matters. Xiao Wu. Song Liang called to the car salesperson who had been following him, gesturing towards the luxurious Mercedes-Benz before him. I'll take this one. Retain the color and model. I will purchase it outright. Ensure it is delivered to my home by noon tomorrow. You're not going to test drive it? Xiao Wu inquired, taken aback. Song Liang shook his head. No, I lack the inclination. He then strode towards the sales center's exit, completely ignoring the tearful Su Yujia. Upon seeing Song Liang depart, Su Yujia, feeling a pang of discontent, quickly wiped her tears and urged Kai Yingjia to follow him. As soon as they exited the sales center, Song Liang felt a breath of fresh air, but was soon met with the loathsome call of Su Yujia from behind. Where are you headed, Song Liang? She asked, playfully twirling a strand of hair and flashing a charming smile. This display repulsed Song Liang, almost causing him to regurgitate the exquisite meal he had just consumed. Home, he replied curtly, not pausing in his stride towards the vehicle parked by the roadside. He had initially intended to avoid any association with these two calamities before the impending end of the world. Yet fate had conspired to intertwine their paths through this car purchase, making it increasingly difficult to rid himself of these persistent attachments. What a coincidence! We are also heading home. Would you kind of give us a ride? Su Yujia's eyes lit up as she playfully swayed her hips. Song Liang raised an eyebrow, a mischievous thought creeping into his mind. Why not come directly to my house? He said, his expression earnest, nearly inscribing the words, I need you upon his face. Su Yujia was initially taken aback, but soon flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Is that appropriate? We are not frivolous girls. Internally, Song Liang sneered, yet his face maintained a gentle smile. Where did your mind wander? I merely wish to invite you both to my home. Su Yujia, placing a hand over her heart. Feigned relief. Oh, I see. Well, if you insist. Song Liang, where did you park your car? Oh, please don't laugh, but I didn't drive today. Kai Yingjia exclaimed in surprise. You didn't drive? That's not right. I recall you owning a Toyota Camry worth $200,000 to $300,000. Why has it not been brought out? Song Liang scratched his head, replying, that car is currently undergoing maintenance. It has been quite troublesome due to its age. So I was contemplating acquiring a new one. Kai Yingjia was about to probe further when she noticed Su Yujia giving her a knowing glance, prompting her to remain silent. Brother Song Liang, how shall we reach your home? Su Yujia inched closer to Song Liang, the cheap perfume she were causing him to feel slightly lightheaded. He could sense the softness of Su Yujia's figure pressing against his arm, prompting him to step back awkwardly, feigning embarrassment. I find it uncomfortable to ride in someone else's vehicle. Initially, if you weren't going, I planned to hail an electric tricycle to return home. However, since you both are going as well, Electric tricycle? Kai Yingjia exclaimed, interrupting Song Liang. Are you joking? You just purchased a Mercedes outright. And an electric tricycle hardly suits our status. A fleeting look of disdain crossed Su Yujia's face before quickly fading. Indeed, brother Song Liang, with our delicate constitutions, how could we endure the bumps of an electric tricycle? A trace of disappointment crossed Song Liang's face. Well, if that is the case, I suppose I shall have to enjoy my bottle of 1990 Romanée-Conti all by myself. What? Kai Yingjia gasped. Romanée-Conti? From 1990? That could be valued at around $200,000 to $300,000, not cheaper than your car. Song Liang, who would have thought you were indeed a wealthy heir? Keeping it well concealed, a hint of hesitation flickered across Su Yujia's face as well. Song Liang smiled silently, patiently awaiting the agreement of the two ladies. Brother Song Liang, we shall heed your suggestion and take the electric tricycle, but you must ensure we return without you getting inebriated, Su Yujia said with a charming smile. Unaware that this pleased Song Liang immensely. Please wait here. I will find a more comfortable electric tricycle. Song Liang departed from Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia, eventually locating a recycling station where he spent $500 to have the elderly proprietor ride over on his usual electric tricycle. What do you think? This is it. Song Liang jumped down from the tricycle, pointing at the grimy vehicle. Both ladies were incredulous. Is this even a vehicle? How is this different from tossing us into a garbage heap? Hey, Song Liang, are you jesting with us? Kai Yingjia felt humiliated. Su Yujia quickly grasped Kai Yingjia's arm, preventing her from continuing, and then looked at Song Liang with a feigned expression of pity. Brother Song Liang, you cannot be serious. How can we possibly fit in that? Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. Do you look down upon this vehicle? I spent 500 to summon it. It would be quite disrespectful if you choose not to ride. 500? Are you out of your mind? Kai Yingjia's words were once again interrupted by Su Yujia. Xu Yujia was deeply conflicted. She had cultivated an image as a good girl, yet the vehicle before her was hardly suited for a person of her standing. To refuse would seem to belittle the labor of the impoverished, especially after Song Liang had squandered 500 yuan in vain. Observing signs of agitation from Song Liang, she clenched her teeth and steeled herself. For the sake of a prosperous future, what was one more sacrifice? Resolutely, she decided to board the vehicle. With a slight furrow in her brow, Su Yujia suppressed her disgust and, with great effort, pulled Kai Yingjia onto the garbage-laden electric tricycle. Initially, Kai Yingjia exhibited noticeable reluctance. But upon reflection, she found solace in the notion that perhaps this was merely a peculiar indulgence of the wealthy, an opportunity to test their resilience and potential for marrying into affluence. How intriguing. She was charmed by the notion. Song Liang had orchestrated everything meticulously and addressed the elderly driver. Sir, could you kindly take these two ladies to number 26 Neon Street? I appreciate your assistance. Neon Street? I recall your residence is not there, Su Yujia remarked, sensing something amiss. That is my newly acquired villa. We're going there for a visit, Song Liang replied, betraying no emotion, as if he had rehearsed this deception. Oh villa. Su Yujia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Aren't you coming along? Not this time. The space is too limited for all of us. You may proceed first, and I shall follow shortly. When you arrive, simply state that you are guests of young Master Song, and feel free to explore the villa. I will join you soon. Su Yujia nodded, her remaining doubts dissipating, as she began to anticipate the evening's unfolding events at the villa. As Song Liang watched the electric tricycle recede into the distance until it vanished at the end of the road, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Reveling in his cunning, his family possessed no luxurious villa on Neon Street, nor any extravagant possessions. These fabrications were solely intended to ensnare the two materialistic women. The thought of the trials they were soon to face filled him with an inexplicable satisfaction, marking it as one of the most amusing experiences since his rebirth. Whistling, Song Liang slid into his blue Toyota Camry, reclining comfortably against the seat as he ignited the engine. The next concern was the security issues that would arise in the event of an apocalypse. Meanwhile, the luxurious electric tricycle bore Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia onward. The foul odor emanating from the vehicle compelled both women to cover their noses, and though the discomfort was palpable, the allure of a lavish villa and a 300,000 yuan luxury vehicle continued to entice them, fortifying Su Yujia's resolve. After nearly 2 hours of jarring travel, the two women watched in disbelief as they were transported from the bustling city to a desolate outskirts, where even the dimmest intellect would recognize something was amiss. Yujia, have you heard of the Neon Street Song Liang mentioned? How could it possibly be in such a desolate location? Kai Yingjia whispered conspiratorially in Su Yujia's ear. Su Yujia shook her head, yet a glimmer of hope lingered within her. After all, villas are typically situated away from bustling urban areas. But the desolate surroundings left her feeling somewhat disheartened. She pointed at the elderly driver, gesturing for Kai Yingjia to inquire with him. Kai Yingjia nodded, sidling up to the front of the vehicle and patted the old man's shoulder. Excuse me, sir, how far is Neon Street from here? The old man turned around, revealing a hearty smile, his speech thick with a Shaanxi accent. Neon Street? I haven't heard of it. Aren't the ladies heading to Shaowang Village? It should take about an hour. Shaowang Village? Did that young man not just say he was going to Neon Street? Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia's hearts sank, unwilling to accept that Song Liang had deceived them. Instead, they began to suspect the seemingly honest old man of harboring ulterior motives. The thought of the news reports about the bodies of women found in desolate mountains, murdered by criminals who extracted their organs for profit, sent chills down Su Yujia's spine. Chapter 8. Long Outhian Security Company Neon Street. You say? That young man must have sent you to Shaowang Village. Otherwise, how could he charge $5? The old man's words struck Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia like a thunderclap, shattering their cherished illusions. Old man, don't joke around, Su Yujia began, but was interrupted by Kai Yingjia. Yujia, stop being foolish. We've been deceived by that scoundrel Song Liang. There are no villas, no romantic conclave, and certainly no aristocracy. Wake up. As she spoke, Her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. Stop the vehicle. Stop. How could I fall for this trick? The electric tricycle gradually came to a halt, and the old man, seemingly anticipating their reaction, swiftly donned an impatient expression. Yes, you may get off now. Look at the two of you, so cowardly. If you scream for help, I'll 1T let you ride again. Get lost. Su Yujie and Kai Yingjia were left bewildered by the old man's mix of Shaanxi and Guangzhou dialects, and by some strange compulsion, they disembarked. Even Kai Yingjia swallowed the foul words that had been on the tip of her tongue. Before they could react, the old man twisted the throttle and sped off, leaving Su Yujie and Kai Yingjia standing in disarray against the backdrop of the vast wilderness, their spirits plummeting. Song Liang, you scoundrel. I vow I will make you pay dearly. Achoo. Song Liang felt a chill as he realized the air conditioning in his car was too cold. Giving him a slight cold, he rubbed his nose, opened the car door, and stepped outside, lifting his gaze to the immense warehouse-like structure before him, its pinnacle adorned with gilded characters. Long Outyin Security Company. Song Liang had heard of this renowned company in his previous life. Known for providing sanctuaries for wealthy patrons who valued their lives, boasting an exceptionally high safety rating and occupying a top-tier position in the industry. After the advent of the apocalypse, it was the ordinary families who were the first to be attacked by monsters, while the wealthy, ensconced in their shelters, remained largely unscathed, living lives of utmost luxury and elegance. This was the lifestyle that Song Liang aspired to in this lifetime, which prompted his arrival here. Upon entering the impenetrable iron box, he found himself within the company, only to be taken aback by the opulent decor inside, predominantly adorned in white, with the air heavy with the scent of rust, evoking a sense of stepping into another realm. Song Liang, akin to Lu Lao, wandering through the Grandview Garden, explored his surroundings. Soon capturing the attention of the front desk staff, he conveyed his intentions, and the staff, noticing his dignified demeanor, promptly bowed and escorted him to the lounge, offering him tea and refreshments. After a brief wait of approximately 5 minutes, a man entered, exuding refinement in a tailored suit. His face bore a subtle smile, framed by silver-rimmed glasses, and his comportment was poised and polished, indicative of a seasoned professional. Good day, Mr. Song Liang. I am the manager of the business department. Surnamed Sunday. You may call me Xiao Sunday. May I inquire about your needs for today? He stated directly, without unnecessary preamble. Song Liang took a sip of the tea before him, his expression serene as he regarded Xiao Sun, not particularly curious about how this individual knew his identity. In his previous life, he had heard that Long Outyin Security Company had devoted considerable effort to client information management, rendering 90% of individuals in the same city virtually transparent under their scrutiny, thereby enabling them to accurately pinpoint client needs and cater to diverse requirements. Though familiar with the company's methods, witnessing them firsthand was indeed enlightening. Xiao Sun was keenly aware of the implications of Song Liang's words, yet he maintained a composed silence. I require your esteemed company to retrofit a military vehicle for me and to construct a safe house capable of withstanding missile bombardments. Xiao Sun's gaze faltered momentarily, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. A safe house fortified against missile attacks? Such requests were typically made by the exceedingly wealthy, driven by a fear of mortality. For Long Outyin Security Company, each project represented a significant venture. Mr. Song Liang, our security technologies are of world-class caliber, and we shall endeavor to meet your demands, Xiao Sun replied, though a hint of hesitation flickered across his features. Understanding his concerns, Song Liang refrained from pressing further, patiently allowing him to articulate his thoughts. However, Mr. Song Liang, our company's investigations reveal that your current position is merely that of a company employee, and it is unlikely you possess the assets required to construct a safe house of such magnitude. Like the questions swirling in Song Liang's mind, he realized that since Long Outyin Security Company had already uncovered his identity, details of his employment would have inevitably come to light as well. For an ordinary company employee, it is likely impossible to accumulate enough wealth over a lifetime to modify a military vehicle, let alone construct a secure shelter. Rest assured, I am able to make this request because I possess the necessary confidence. After all, your company's information collection is not entirely flawless. Song Liang had already devised a strategy to respond adeptly. With Mr. Such-and-Such's assurance, I felt reassured. However, in accordance with our company's policies, We will require a certain deposit based on your construction intentions, and I hope you are prepared for this in advance. The smile on Xiao Sun's face never wavered, and Song Liang couldn't help but admire his professionalism. That is certainly not an issue, Song Liang replied decisively, as he now found himself in possession of a substantial sum of 8 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sun's smile blossomed even brighter. He retrieved a tablet from his carry-on and handed it to Song Liang. Please, Mr. Song Liang, propose your design ideas on this tablet. We encourage you to be bold in your designs. In our company, there is nothing we cannot accomplish if you can envision it. Song Liang was familiar with this process, having undergone it when he first acquired his vehicle. He took the tablet from Xiao Sun and began to browse the various materials involved in constructing a defense system, planning and designing as he went. It must be said that the services provided by a professional company are indeed exceptional. Not only do they accurately pinpoint client needs, but the variety of services they offer is also extensive. After a thorough review of the tablet's contents, Song Liang found himself engrossed, daydreaming about the day the safe house would be completed. Chapter 9. Architectural Design. The types of secure shelters offered by the Liang Tian Security Company can be broadly categorized into 3 types: above-ground construction, underground construction, and underwater construction. Each category presents varying degrees of difficulty, which correspond to different pricing standards. Firstly, above-ground construction can either reinforce existing structures with special materials for enhanced security or create an entirely new safe house. This method is the simplest to execute and also the most economical. Secondly, underground construction necessitates consideration of the load-bearing issues of subterranean structures, necessitating excavation work, which renders it somewhat more expensive than the first option. The third option, the most costly of all, is the establishment of underwater structures. Pricing is determined based on the depth of the water. The deeper the construction, the higher the cost, yet it also offers the highest safety factor. However, should the water be excessively deep, the materials required for construction become prohibitively expensive. As of 2038, manned submersibles have evolved to depths exceeding 10,000 meters, their reach almost encompassing the entirety of the Earth's oceanic depths. Evidently, Liang Tian Security Company has also mastered certain materials capable of withstanding the extreme pressures of the deep ocean, astonishingly enabling the construction of safe houses at depths of up to 5,000 meters, something Song Liang had never even dared to contemplate. However, while this deep-sea sanctuary appears to be the epitome of safety, it is evidently unsuitable for Song Liang, as he is acutely aware that the impending apocalypse stems from a biological incursion within the ocean. In July 2038, with merely 3 months remaining until the first incident of mutated marine life surged onto land, the seabed is likely on the brink of chaos. The notion of constructing a sanctuary beneath the waves is, without a doubt, a futile endeavor at this juncture. After careful deliberation, Song Liang resolved to amalgamate the second and first proposals. He envisioned reinforcing the walls of his terrestrial abode, augmenting the floors and ceilings, and subsequently excavating a space adjacent to the apartment building, connected by a tunnel. This decision was born of necessity, as he currently resides in an apartment, lacking a standalone house, rendering any alteration to the external structure an impractical fantasy. Furthermore, residing on the ground floor afforded him the opportunity to clandestinely excavate a refuge in the vacant land beside the building, creating a sanctuary unbeknownst to the other residents. This was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Lastly, there lay a personal motive within Song Liang. In his previous life, he had heard tales of affluent individuals who preemptively constructed sanctuaries, which were not only stocked with ample provisions and water, but also equipped with amenities such as computer rooms, yoga studios, gyms, and even golf courses. In stark contrast, although he had managed to survive for a time, he spent those days frantically seeking sustenance and hydration, with little opportunity to savor life. For Song Liang in this lifetime, mere survival was insufficient. Thus, constructing an underground sanctuary would not only ensure safety amidst the apocalypse, but also allow for a semblance of enjoyment, alleviating the dread of prolonged confinement in a dim, windowless room. The Liang Tian Security Company, lauded as a premier security firm, was capable of bringing to life Song Liang's seemingly whimsical concept through the use of a tablet. With the overarching design established, Song Liang began to sift through finer details. Firstly, the above-ground dwelling required comprehensive reinforcement, embedding titanium alloy within the internal walls. Initially, he had considered graphene for its strength, yet its exorbitant cost and scarcity posed a significant hurdle, with a Liang security company possessing merely 50 grams in reserve. Conversely, titanium alloy presented no such issues. Historically utilized in the aerospace sector, it boasts lightness, high tensile strength, and commendable resistance to corrosion and heat, making it the ideal choice for fortifying the structure. For the subterranean walls, he drew inspiration from the world's most formidable underground fortresses, notably the Cheyenne Mountain Military Complex in Colorado Springs, USA, which employs 5-meter-thick granite for its outer walls. The innermost layer would be shielded with 20-centimeter-thick titanium alloy plates, instilling confidence in Liang that, barring a nuclear explosion, no man-made weapon could breach such formidable defenses. The next consideration involved the ventilation system for the underground sanctuary and the above-ground rooms, necessitating the installation of the most advanced air filtration technology, including the renowned Stevio air purifiers from the UK, to ensure pristine air quality throughout the sanctuary. This dual insurance system effectively mitigates the dangers posed by toxic gases, ensuring that Liang can live comfortably and healthily within. In addition to the surface rooms, the underground bunker necessitates the excavation of a mechanical door, facilitating the use of a modified military-grade Mercedes-Benz for future excursions. Both the main door and the garage door adhere to the specifications of the World Bank's vault doors, crafted from a special concrete reinforced with steel, and are equipped with an alarm system to promptly notify Liang in the event of an attack on the entrance. Furthermore, all glass in the surface dwelling is to be replaced with 150 rated bulletproof glass infused with polycarbonate, guaranteeing exceptional ballistic performance regardless of external conditions, even in extreme low temperatures. The final touch involves the establishment of a comprehensive surveillance system, allowing Liang to observe the outside world from within this shell-like fortress. The monitoring footage will ensure high definition without shadows, providing thorough, all-encompassing coverage of both the interior and exterior of the surface residence. Once the design was finalized, Liang smacked his lips in satisfaction and returned the tablet to Xiao Sun, who sat opposite him. Upon receiving the tablet and briefly reviewing the proposal, Xiao Sun's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had not anticipated Mr. Song's profound knowledge of the military fortress construction industry, as he had selected only the finest building materials available globally. Waving his hand dismissively, Liang explained that his extensive knowledge stemmed from fear. In his previous life, he had witnessed horrific scenes where monstrous entities breached security doors to assault individuals. If he did not devise effective strategies for survival in this life, how could he face the impending apocalypse in 3 months with any sense of security? Curiously contemplating the total deposit required for this undertaking, Liang lit a cigarette. Xiao Sun, engrossed in the tablet, meticulously compiled the design proposal and ultimately calculated the total cost. The overall sum would amount to 50 million, necessitating a 5 million deposit in accordance with company policy. Liang nodded. This figure was within his expectations. After all, the materials selected for construction were of the highest caliber, and given that the Liang security company was a private entity, requiring only 1/10 of the total as a deposit for such a substantial contract demonstrated considerable goodwill. Oh, by the way, is there a service within your company to enhance a civilian Mercedes-Benz defenses to military levels? Chapter 10. Procurement of supplies. Xiao Sun appeared momentarily perplexed, but quickly regained his composure, jokingly remarking, "Our company indeed offers this service. However, Mr. Song, your preparations seem rather elaborate. Are you truly preparing for the apocalypse?" The smile on Liang's face remained undiminished, despite Xiao Sun's seemingly innocuous jest revealing an underlying truth. "If I were to say yes, would you believe me?" Xiao Sun's gaze remained fixed intently on Liang's eyes, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. "Ha!" Liang stood and patted Xiao Sun on the shoulder. "I am merely being prudent. Besides, if such an event were to occur, the government would surely provide advance notice." Xiao Sun's smile appeared rather forced. He had just discerned sincerity in the eyes of the man before him, as if the end of days were indeed imminent. However, he had neither the time nor the inclination to dwell on apocalyptic musings. As an ordinary worker, entangled in the ceaseless demands of family and labor, he felt utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to fret over existential concerns. "Very well. I shall leave the construction of the safe house to you. Please ensure that this matter is arranged with utmost urgency. Rest assured, Mr. Song, came the reply. Although the design you proposed may seem intricate, our company possesses the requisite expertise and can complete the construction within 3 months. As for the modified vehicle, it can be ready in a week. Song Liang furrowed his brow. 3 months? That was longer than he had anticipated. This was the final deadline before the apocalypse, and time was indeed pressing. Yet, recalling memories from his past life, he remembered that due to government lockdowns, reports of mutated marine life invading various regions only began surfacing 3 months later. These reports were approximately 3 days apart from the fall of the city where he resided. Thus, all things considered, Song Liang had a relatively ample time frame to prepare. Once everything had been confirmed, Song Liang and Xiao Sun agreed that the new vehicle would be delivered directly to Liang Security Company upon its release in 2 days. Subsequently, both parties signed the contract documents. Given that a budget of 50 million was a significant project for Liang Security Company, they included additional complimentary services in the contract to please their esteemed client. They not only committed to the construction and decoration of the entire underground fortress, but also promised to refurbish each room to the highest standards found in entertainment venues, providing all necessary furniture, appliances, and recreational facilities. Song Liang felt a surge of delight at this arrangement and generously paid a 5 million deposit. As for the remaining 45 million, he had no intention of paying it, knowing that 3 months hence, they would likely be too preoccupied with their own survival to pursue him for payment. Securing a deal worth 50 million for a mere 5 million thrilled Song Liang to no end. So much so that upon exiting the security company and settling back in his car, he could not suppress a hearty laugh. Indeed, this was the joy of getting something for nothing. After a brief spell of exuberance, Song Liang regained his composure and began to analyze the situation he faced. With 8 million in hand, after deducting the 1.8 million spent on the vehicle and the 5 million deposit paid to the security company, he was left with 1.2 million. The issues of transportation and accommodation within the impending apocalypse had been resolved, but now he needed to address the pressing concerns of food and weaponry. Water was not a worry, as he possessed the ability to replicate endlessly. He could easily create thousands of barrels of unopened drinking water to store within his consciousness. Food was also manageable, as he had already devised a plan. The only challenge that remained was the issue of weaponry. According to the memories of Song Liang from his previous life, both the mutated marine creatures and the infected humans during the apocalypse share a common characteristic. They're swift in their attacks and possess tough, resilient flesh, rendering conventional weapons largely ineffective against them. Firstly, cold weapons are of little use. Even the sharpest knives, swords, and spears are only suitable for one-on-one combat. However, in a world filled with monsters, the disadvantages of cold weapons become glaringly apparent when faced with overwhelming numbers. Secondly, there are hot weapons, firearms, explosives, and rocket launchers, which can evidently compensate for the shortcomings of cold weapons in scenarios involving fewer attackers against many adversaries. The dilemma lies in the fact that civilians are prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition in the country, let alone other forms of mass destruction weaponry. Thus, acquiring such arms before the onset of the apocalypse proves to be an arduous task. After pondering for a considerable time, Song Liang could not devise a method to procure hot weapons. Reluctantly, he set this matter aside and turned his attention to his plan for gathering supplies for the impending apocalypse. He first visited a nearby department store, rich in an assortment of goods, including daily necessities, medical supplies, and convenient food options. Song Liang was eager to scour every shelf in the store, though he resolved to take only one of each item, never more. After all, he possessed the ability to replicate infinitely, which could indeed save him a significant amount of money during his stockpiling efforts. Next, he needed to prepare for the most vital aspect of his apocalypse enjoyment plan, culinary delights. This issue was easily resolved, as it appeared that his awareness space had the unique characteristic of timelessness, preserving both time and warmth. Therefore, he intended to purchase prepared meals from restaurants outside and store them within this alternate space, planning to replicate hundreds or thousands of portions just before consumption. When the apocalypse arrived, he would undoubtedly live quite comfortably. Without a doubt, the most renowned 5-star restaurant in the city was Tan Tu fashionable cuisine. This establishment not only boasted visually appealing and aromatic dishes, but also offered a rich variety that perfectly fused exceptional Eastern and Western culinary techniques, presenting countless modern European dishes and inventive Chinese cuisine. Song Liang first called the restaurant and ordered one of every item on the menu for delivery to his home. The receptionist at Tantu Fashionable Cuisine, upon hearing Song Liang's request, could scarcely believe her ears and briefly suspected a prank. Yet, all doubts vanished the moment Song Liang confidently made his payment. This restaurant, the most luxurious five-star establishment in the city, featured a menu with over 100 items. Even ordering one of each could yield over 100,000 in revenue for the restaurant. Although their daily earnings hovered around $1 million, such an individual order was unprecedented for the staff, who adhered to the principle of exceptional service. Naturally, this incident also caught the attention of the restaurant's owner. Mr. Song, I understand your request. However, this situation is rather unique. You have ordered many lesser-known dishes from the menu, and we may not have sufficient stock available today. It is likely that your order will have to be delivered tomorrow. No worries, as long as the quality of the dishes is assured. I will certainly place any substantial orders at your establishment in the future. Song Liang replied politely. He was indifferent to whether the exquisite delicacies arrived today or tomorrow. However, expressing such a sentiment invariably prompts them to pay greater attention to the demands of a long-term client like him, and perhaps even result in complementary products. Chapter 11. Not worth feeding to dogs. Upon hearing that Song Liang would engage in a long-term collaboration, the restaurant owner beamed with delight and promptly instructed the staff to commence preparations. We have indeed encountered a major client. Everyone must adopt the most responsible mindset and employ the highest standards of service. The restaurant will close early this afternoon, and we will work overtime to prepare the dishes, ensuring that the guests are completely satisfied. Outstanding performance may lead to promotions and raises. Following that, Song Liang made a call to the most luxurious five-star hotel in the city, the Intercontinental Hotel, requesting them to prepare a banquet of the highest specifications for home delivery. As the name suggests, the Intercontinental Hotel is a symbol of international luxury, with opulence evident from the lowest-tier staff to the lavish decor throughout. The pinnacle of their banquet offerings costs an astonishing 999 yuan, encompassing renowned international delicacies such as braised sea cucumber with shark fin and baked Boston lobster, alongside distinctive Chinese dishes like jiangnan's 8 delicacies and matsutake, stewed old duck. These dishes were once beyond Song Liang's reach, but now he could order an entire feast and pay without a second thought, viewing it as an opportunity bestowed upon him by the impending apocalypse. Once Song Liang had completed his orders, dusk began to settle. He reclined on his bed, releasing a sigh of relief as his previously anxious heart gradually found peace. The total expenditure for these 2 orders amounted to 190,000 yuan, coupled with purchases from a department store that brought the total to 200,000 yuan, leaving him with just 1 million yuan. Reflecting on his earlier visit to the Western restaurant when he possessed 8 million, he realized that by evening, his funds had dwindled to a mere million. In this society, money truly holds little value. Yet, upon further contemplation, he recognized that in 3 months, the apocalypse would arrive, threatening to dismantle the civilization that humanity had painstakingly built over millennia. At that point, this currency would merely become worthless paper, less valuable than a piece of expired bread or a used cigarette butt. However, none of this was for Song Liang to confront. Armed with the memories of his past life and an unexpected superpower, he existed in this world like a celestial being. Not only did he intend to thrive, but he also sought vengeance against those who had wronged him in his previous life. A glimmer of determination flickered in Song Liang's eyes, and then, lulled by the gentle breeze outside, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, Song Liang was awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he discovered that the takeout he had ordered the previous day had arrived. A long queue of delivery vehicles lined up at his doorstep. Your premium banquet has arrived. Please sign for it. Please let it in. Your braised sea cucumber with shark fin and Boston lobster has arrived. Please sign for it. Once they finish unloading, you may leave. The quantity of dishes ordered from the 2 restaurants for delivery was staggering, contracted through the belle delivery service, arriving simultaneously. Song Liang observed the delivery personnel clad in golden yellow uniforms transporting boxes of exquisite delicacies into his home, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. In this post-apocalyptic world, He would no longer be confined to surviving on instant noodles and expired food. A beautiful life was now within reach. The residents on the first floor, hearing the commotion outside, curiously opened their doors for a glimpse, their expressions turning to astonishment. Was Song Liang out of his mind, purchasing such an overwhelming quantity? One might think the world was on the verge of destruction. I told you, Song Liang is a rich second generation. You didn't believe me. If I had known, I would have cultivated a better relationship with him instead of relying on takeout every day. Enough of your nonsense. Even if you had a good relationship with him, he might not share his food with you. Among the onlookers was the elderly Wang, who had once resorted to extreme measures in the apocalypse, even resorting to cooking her own grandson. She hurried over from the community garden, her grandson Xiaolong in tow. As the chairwoman of the community committee, she often took advantage of her position to benefit from her neighbors, which led them to generally ignore her, though they hesitated to speak against her due to her status. Song Liang had a vivid impression of this old woman. Her advocacy for abandoning him in his past life had contributed to his struggles. Wang, noticing the commotion Song Liang had caused, appeared puzzled. "What on earth have you bought, Song Liang?" "Nothing much, just some food," he replied curtly, wishing to avoid further entanglement with her. Wang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is there some joyous occasion at your home? Why so many packages of food?" As she spoke, she moved closer, attempting to grasp a box from the delivery man's hands. In her eagerness, she inadvertently caused the delivery man to stumble, and a container fell to the ground. Coincidentally, this container housed a vividly red steamed Australian lobster, which tumbled out, its formidable claws frightening Wang's grandson Xiaolong, who burst into tears. "Is that a steamed Australian lobster? Goodness, it's enormous. Indeed, I reckon it weighs at least 4 or 5 pounds. 4 or 5 pounds. That must cost 3 or 4,000 yuan. Where did Song Liang acquire such wealth? You're unaware? I've heard he is a deeply hidden rich second generation, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Ah, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought Song Liang was so low-key? Living in an apartment building despite his wealth. What do you know? This is what we call discreet visits." In an instant, the neighbors, drawn by curiosity, began to speculate, their gazes towards Song Liang resembling that of visitors at a zoo observing a panda, intense yet reverent. Song Liang frowned, not out of concern for the fallen lobster or fear of misunderstanding from his neighbors, but rather due to his awareness of Wang's relentless pursuit of advantage. This unexpected incident unveiled an Australian lobster before her eyes, frightening her beloved grandson to tears, leaving her to wonder what further troubles might arise. As anticipated by Song Liang, upon seeing the lobster tumble out, Wang Po's eyes brightened. She swiftly scooped up her sobbing grandson, feigning sympathy as she wiped away his tears. "Oh, my dear grandson, don't cry. That's just a lobster. We need not fear." Turning to Song Liang, she chided, "Look at you, young Song. Why on earth did you buy an Australian lobster? You frightened my grandson." Song Liang remained silent, intrigued to discern the true intentions behind this elderly woman's fade. Mistaking his silence for intimidation, Wang Po, with a self-satisfied grin, rubbed her hands together, her chin nearly touching the sky. "It's nothing too serious. I simply fear my precious grandson might be traumatized. You see, that lobster on the ground is unfit for consumption. Why not just give it to me? Let us feed little Long a bit, and we can pretend nothing ever happened." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes, confident that her position as a community leader, coupled with the watchful eyes of neighbors, would compel Song Liang to comply. Even if he considered defiance, the neighbors would undoubtedly rally to her side, drowning him in a tide of verbal reproach, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Wang Po glanced at the lobster on the ground, smacking her lips as she envisioned the succulent meat melting in her mouth. Song Liang chuckled, his smile radiant as the warm sun on a winter's day. Approaching, he picked up the steamed Australian lobster and waved it enticingly before Wang Po and little Long, expecting him to hand it over. Wang Po eagerly extended her hands, only to be taken aback in the next moment. "Wan Gai, come here," Song Liang shouted to the crowd. A large, golden-furred dog bounded forth, its mouth agape, pink tongue dangling from its jaw. Upon spotting the lobster in Song Liang's grasp, its eyes gleamed with excitement as it dashed about. With a swift motion, Song Liang flung the lobster into the air, where it traced a perfect arc before landing right in front of the eager dog, Wang Kai. Feeding this lobster to a dog is out of the question. Chapter 12. The disturbance, although this old woman named Wang was quite bothersome. She held the position of chairperson of the residence committee. Should she decide to make Song Liang's life difficult in front of the property management staff, he could find himself in quite a predicament. Moreover, this Wang matron had a son entrenched in the underworld, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, frequently mingling with unsavory characters. This was why the residents were hesitant to provoke her. However, to everyone's surprise, Song Liang exhibited remarkable courage, though he was a wealthy heir. Even the strongest dragon does not oppress the local snake, and he was merely a second-generation dragon, often bullied by ruffians. Wang Pa stood dumbfounded as she watched Wang Kai relish the lobster, then turned to see Song Liang's indifferent expression, scarcely believing her eyes as her outstretched hands gradually retreated. She initially believed that Song Liang would merely offer some excuses to reclaim the Australian lobster, hoping to rally the support of the masses to regain this small advantage. However, she was utterly taken aback when he fed such a top-tier delicacy, one she had never tasted in her lifetime, to the dog, all while she reached out to accept it. Was this truly feeding a dog? It was nothing short of an affront. This elderly woman had grown accustomed to being domineering and arrogant throughout her life. Even if she disregarded her status as the committee chairwoman, she still held a modicum of respect for her son in that realm and had never witnessed anyone daring to act in such a manner before her. Did Song Liang fear her? Not in the slightest. With the apocalypse looming, who would willingly become a punching bag, especially someone like Song Liang, who had his own plans. Song Liang, you wretched creature, how dare you treat me this way? The more Wang Pa thought about it, the more humiliated she felt, and in a fit of rage, she plopped herself down on the ground to accuse Song Liang. Neighbors, come and judge. That scoundrel Song Liang, I offered him my good advice, and he treated me like a fool. Is this not taking advantage of an old woman whose husband passed away early, leaving her without support? Tears streamed down her face, and she appeared utterly pitiful, resembling a homeless, mistreated elderly lady. The surrounding neighbors exchanged glances, unwilling to embroil themselves in the matter, and showed no inclination to assist. You all, the old woman shouted in frustration when she saw no one speaking on her behalf. Song Liang remained silent, instead watching her with interest, his gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a beggar. This look evidently further enraged elderly Wang. She gritted her teeth and stood up, poised to rush over and grasp Song Liang by the throat. Yet in that moment of preparation, she seemed to recognize that she might not be a match for him and took a step back, muttering profanities while rummaging through her pocket for her phone. Song Liang, you little brat, you think you can bully me because I'm alone? Just wait. Moments later, she retrieved her phone, casting a fierce glare at Song Liang before dialing her son's number. This is it. Elderly Wang is calling her gangster son back. Things are about to escalate. Indeed, she recalled the last time a man in the community had crossed this old woman. Her son had beaten him to a pulp, leaving him hospitalized and severely injured. Young Song, how impulsive. One should avoid offending the petty, adhering to the principle of better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. Does he not understand this? The neighbors began to murmur again, and growing irritated, Song Liang turned to head inside, only to be grabbed by the sleeve by elderly Wang. Trying to run? My son and his crew are just outside the community, and they'll be in shortly. You wretched creature, you'll have plenty to cry about soon. Wang Pa, this matter ultimately does not rest on my shoulders. The lobster fell because you touched it, and the child is crying because of the lobster. What does that have to do with me? Song Liang displayed a visage of mock despair. You little brat, I distinctly heard you say you fed that lobster to the dog. Elderly Wang felt a flush of embarrassment at her own words, stifling what was on the tip of her tongue. What did you say? The lobster I purchased is no longer to my liking. I might as well feed it to the dog. You scoundrel, just wait until my son arrives. We shall see how deftly you can wield your tongue. Upon hearing this, old lady Wang, unable to match wits with Song Liang, ground her teeth and glared at him fiercely. Who dares to bully my mother? Seeking death, are we? Moments latte. A frivolous voice emerged from behind the crowd. Subsequently, a group of 7 or 8 young men with dyed yellow hair surrounded a man in his 30s with a buzz cut, parting the throng to stand before old lady Wang. Song Liang had only heard of Wang's son upon seeing him. He noted the stark contrast in their physiques. The son was robust and burly, a far cry from the petite old lady Wang, which led Song Liang to momentarily question whether he was indeed her biological offspring. As the onlookers witnessed their aggressive approach, they promptly fell silent, and took a few steps back, fearing unnecessary trouble. "Is it you, brat? Who seeks trouble?" The buzz-cut man confronted Song Liang, jabbing a finger at his nose with an intimidating demeanor. Before Song Liang could respond, the yellow-haired men closed in, brandishing steel pipes that clashed ominously, as if they intended to consume him whole. "Bullying my mother and making my son cry. Speak up. How much are you prepared to compensate?" The buzz-cut man caressed the golden ring on his thumb, offering Song Liang no opportunity for explanation. Old Lady Wang, sensing the gravity of the situation, stood behind her son, saying nothing but managing a grim smile. She believed that Song Liang was in deep trouble. Her son was well aware that this matter would likely require a hefty hush payment, and perhaps he could even procure some delicacy from the deliveries Song Liang had received. Observing the buzz-cut man's certainty, Song Liang's gaze grew increasingly frosty. Before the apocalypse, he had no desire to escalate matters. But given the aggressiveness displayed by Wang and her son, he felt no need to hold back any longer. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The buzz-cut man, confident, did not attempt to intervene. He recognized most of the notable figures around him, both thugs and underworld associates, and doubted that Song Liang could summon any formidable allies. "Hello, is this Xiao's son?" "Yes, it is I, Mr. Song. How many personnel did your company dispatch today?" "Let me check. The primary task today is a field assessment. Over 20 individuals from the operations department have already departed 10 minutes ago. The rest no need to worry. Mr. Song, they should arrive within 5 minutes. I'm not in a rush. It's just that we have a disturbance here, and I'm uncertain if your operations department will intervene." "Of course, Mr. Song. We are a professional security firm. The personnel dispatched from the operations department are not only exceptionally skilled, but also highly trained in handling such situations. As a valued client, your personal safety is included in our service agreement. I will inform them immediately, and upon their arrival, you may direct them as you see fit." "Very well." Song Liang nodded and ended the call. As he had imagined, this Dragon Outyin security company not only offered the construction of safe houses and modifications of vehicle models, but also provided the essential security services for the personal safety of its clients. After all, he was a significant client worth 50 million. Chapter 13, The Backstage. "Hey, you little rascal, you still know how to call for help? I am eager to see who dares to intervene in this matter today." The man with a buzz cut took a seat on the steps, striking his baseball bat against the ground twice, producing a clinking sound. The other young men with bleached hair continued to surround Song Liang, their expressions fixed in a menacing "you're doomed today" glare. Song Liang, however, remained unfazed, directing the delivery staff of the takeout service to continue their work. He then parted the circle formed by the young men and sat beside the buzzcut man, waiting alongside him. "Kid, I see you are truly fearless. Do you know who I am?" Song Liang shook his head. "Have you heard of Liang from Tianning City?" The bleached-haired youth behind him shouted with arrogance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Liang shook his head again. The buzzcut man wore an expression as if he had eaten something unpleasant, but upon realizing that his menacing demeanor had failed to intimidate Song Liang, he begrudgingly began to explain. "Let me put it this way. Regardless of whether the person you call is from the underworld or the legitimate world, as long as he comes to Tianning City, he must show me some respect." Song Liang suddenly understood. "Ah, so you are quite powerful. However, the people who will come are neither from the underworld nor the legitimate world. They resemble a special organization." He recalled the rare construction materials used by Dragon Outyin Security Company, which were not something an ordinary company could procure. Their backing must be formidable, indeed of an international caliber. "Come off it, kid." In Tianning City, aside from Dragon Outyin Security Company, there is no one else with any real influence who isn't from the underworld or legitimate circles. The company operates based on consumption amounts. I've sacrificed many of my brothers, and even to join their operations department as a thug is impossible for me. You, a mere employee of a small company, earning a few thousand a month? How could you possibly have any connection with them? Upon hearing this, Song Liang gave him a meaningful look. Perhaps not. The buzzcut man suddenly burst into laughter, and the bleached-haired youths behind him seemed to recognize the weight of Dragon Outyin Security Company, finding Song Liang's confidence utterly foolish, and thus joined in his laughter. However, their smiles quickly froze. They saw 4 Land Rover Range Rovers appear in their line of sight, the standard vehicles used by Dragon Outyin Security Company during their operations. As the doors swung open simultaneously, more than 20 young men dressed in suits and sunglasses emerged, each bearing a serious expression, devoid of humor. They stood in a neat row, their postures erect, resembling a well-trained military unit. Had it not been for their appearance resembling that of suited thugs, one might have mistaken them for representatives of military. At the forefront was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s, standing around 185 meters tall, his hair meticulously styled. A striking scar marred his brow, partially obscured by his sunglasses, and his robust physique was barely concealed by his tailored suit, which could not hide his imposing muscles. He held a cigar in his mouth, the blue smoke curling upwards as the tobacco burned. The surrounding neighbors, sensing the commotion, discreetly retreated from the corridor, granting passage to the line of suited men outside. Liang did not recognize these individuals, but he surmised they were from the awakens security company. Upon seeing the leading man in a suit step out of the vehicle, the crew-cut man stood up abruptly, his expression one of terror, his complexion pale, and his lips quivering slightly, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. Veuillez. The middle-aged man clearly heard the crew-cut man's whispered murmur. Casually tossing aside his cigar and turning his sharp gaze, obscured by sunglasses, towards him. Isn't this Liang? Long time no see. Back to stir up trouble again? Upon hearing the middle-aged man refer to him as Liang, the crew-cut man hurriedly advanced a step or two, simultaneously retrieving a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from his pocket. Oh, Wu, you flatter me. Truly, I am unworthy. It's been a while. Please have a cigarette. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, indicating the still smoldering cigar on the ground. Liang was uncertain, but the crew-cut man understood well that this man was Wu Huainan, the operations manager of awakens security company. Although typically jovial and humorous, he was resolute and ruthless at critical moments, managing hundreds of well-trained personnel in the operations department. Previously, he had sought to recruit the yellow-haired man behind him into the security company, only to be rebuffed by Wu Huainan. The fact that Wu Huainan was now refusing his cigarette suggested trouble ahead, yet he was reluctant to believe that Liang, a mere company clerk, possessed such formidable backing. He forced a smile, pocketing the cigarette and inquiring, "What brings you here, Wu?" Wu Huainan grinned broadly, ignoring him, and turned to face Liang, asking, "Are you Mr. Song?" Liang nodded in affirmation. What transpired next left everyone astounded. Wu Huainan removed his sunglasses and placed them against his chest, bowing at a 90-degree angle towards Liang. Simultaneously, the neatly arranged suited thugs behind him also bent forward in a bow towards Liang. In that moment, Liang felt as if he had transcended to the era of feudal emperors, witnessing the entire court bowing humbly before him. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. "Mr. Song, Wu Huainan from awakens security company is at your service." Liang was momentarily bewildered, despite having endured the trials of the apocalypse in a past life. The display before him felt surreal. The neighbors around them began to murmur once again. Did you hear what he said? Awakens security company? Isn't that the place where the wealthy hire bodyguards and construct safe houses? Indeed, I have heard that the expenses within are particularly exorbitant, and the bodyguards are exceptionally well trained. I never anticipated that Liang would maintain such connections with them. I surmised he must be a second-generation wealthy heir. Judging by the lavish expenditures at the security company, his status appears quite elevated. It is astonishing how a mere office employee can metamorphose into a prominent figure in Tianning. Surely, this does not resemble a scene from a film. Liang was uncertain whether he should approach and assist Wu Huainan, addressing him as my lord, or remain aloof, preserving an air of mystery befitting his elevated position. In the midst of contemplating these dilemmas, Wu Huainan had already straightened his posture and readjusted his sunglasses. "Mr. Song, we receive a call from Xiao's son in the business department, stating that there's a disturbance here. Is it them?" He gestured towards the flustered man with a buzz cut standing beside him. The buzz-cut man was tall, yet beside Wu Huainan, he resembled a wrong child, his face alternating between shades of blue and white. Indeed, they attempted to engage me physically, to seize my belongings, to take advantage of me, and even demanded compensation. Liang did not hold back, feigning a pitiful demeanor as he recounted the events that had transpired. As he spoke, the buzz-cut man's expression grew increasingly grim. He had never anticipated that his mother could provoke such a formidable presence, one that even Wu Huainan, whom he deeply respected, treated with such courtesy. Wu Huainan smiled, spreading his hands as he turned his gaze towards the buzz-cut man, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Brother Wu, Brother Song, I was blind to the true nature of this matter. It is indeed a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Chapter 14. A tidy affair after dismissing Wang Pe and her son. And once the crowd had dispersed, Song Liang invited Wu Huainan and the others into his home. Upon entering, Wu Huainan glanced around at the multitude of takeout boxes and felt a twinge of confusion. However, having previously contracted to create secure residences for various affluent individuals, he had witnessed such scenes frequently and chose not to inquire further. This, in fact, left a favorable impression on Song Liang. Had Wu Huainan been overly inquisitive, it would have been challenging to explain the accumulation of such supplies, potentially revealing his true intentions. The next task was to arrange for the overall reinforcement of the walls and the excavation and renovation of the underground space. Wu Huainan, being the operations manager of a professional company, organized the work meticulously, ensuring every detail adhered to Song Liang's specifications. Observing the substantial stack of construction plans Wu Huainan had prepared, Song Liang felt his previously anxious heart gradually settle. The construction plans were set to commence the following morning, granting Song Liang an entire evening to organize the supplies he had procured that day into his consciousness space. Once everything was arranged, the sky had grown dim. Noticing Wu Huainan and the young employees from the operations department toiling diligently, Song Liang decided to treat the 20 or so individuals to a meal. This dinner was not solely a gesture of appreciation for those who had labored diligently over the next 3 months. He also had an important matter he wished to discuss with Wu Huainan. The location was set at a nearby, authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant. Today, the vast array of delectable cuisines and fine wines from around the globe resides within Song Liang's consciousness, boundless and ever available. However, these genuine and rare hot pot bases are not easily acquired. Thus this meal, while not exceptionally lavish, serves as a means for Song Liang to indulge his culinary cravings one last time. Wu Huainan and the young men under his command were clearly taken aback by Song Liang's invitation to dine, having predominantly mingled in society's rougher circles. A few drinks in, they became utterly oblivious. Wu Huainan, in particular, began to address Song Liang as a brother. Brother Song Liang, it's evident that you possess true character. My companions and I, despite having served the wealthiest of tycoons, have never once enjoyed a meal on their tab. Wu Huainan's complexion flushed, his grin wide. One arm draped over Song Liang's shoulder, while the other incessantly raised a cup of liquor to his lips. You know, the wealthier a person becomes, the more miserly they tend to be. Today, in celebration, I shall treat you all. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content. Wu Huainan then waggled his index finger before Song Liang. Brother, you speak the truth. The richer they are, the stingier they become. They'd rather spend exorbitantly on a ridiculous survival bunker than treat us, the working class, to a meal. Exactly, the young men surrounding them chimed in, rallying around the sentiment. I see you are different from them. You are one of us. Wu Huainan raised his right thumb in approval, declaring, I acknowledge you as my brother. Song Liang smiled as he observed Wu Huainan reveling in his inebriation, feeling the increasing weight of his hefty hand on his shoulder. He pondered that the moment for his request was drawing near. Huainan, my brother. Song Liang gently lifted Wu Huainan's heavy hand from his shoulder and grasped it. I have a rather unconventional request. I wonder if you might have any connections? Wu Huainan slumped in his seat, stifling a yawn, and retrieved 2 cigars from his jacket pocket, handing one to Song Liang while igniting the other for himself. Brother Song, if there is something you need, feel free to speak. There are no outsiders here. Whatever I can assist you with, I will certainly make it happen. Surveying the surroundings, Song Liang noted that the hot pot restaurant was sparsely populated this evening, with their group occupying the nearby tables, ensuring no ears lurked beyond the walls. You see, the reason I reside within an impenetrable iron box is simply for self-preservation. However, constantly hiding is not a sustainable solution. I wish to inquire, Huainan, if you have any means to procure some reliable weaponry. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, I would prefer not to be left defenseless. Weapons? Wu Huainan's gaze grew hazy, his yawns persistent. I thought it was something of great significance. It's a minor issue. Our company has an abundance of weapons. Nepalese knives, Japanese katanas. Choose whatever you like. I mean, Song Liang lowered his voice deliberately. Firearms, a full set, perhaps a shotgun or something similar. Wu Huainan's brow furrowed, his mind instantly sharpening. a mixture of 7 parts confusion and 3 parts concern flickering in his eyes as he regarded Song Liang. Brother, what kind of serious matter have you gotten yourself into? You express your thoughts, and I shall assist you in finding a solution, entirely in private, without charging you a dime. Song Liang was taken aback by Wu Huainan's words, despite his past experiences that made it difficult to easily trust this man. He still felt a flicker of intrigue at Wu Huainan's proposition. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to keep the impending apocalyptic secret locked within his heart. After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Once this secret becomes public knowledge, it will undoubtedly bring him countless woes. He aimed to avoid significant upheaval and instead focus on building his strength and achieving greater glory. Are you planning to rob a bank? You seem to lack for nothing. Do not engage in foolishness, my brother Song Liang. No. I merely wish to gain some experience. Possessing a firearm brings a sense of security. Wu Huainan bowed his head in thought. Although he had a jovial disposition and enjoyed jesting, it did not imply he was a fool. On the contrary, he was more astute than most individuals in this line of work. Otherwise, how could he manage to rise to the position of operations manager within the formidable Liang security company, filled with exceptional talent? He could discern that Song Liang harbored unspoken concerns and was hesitant to fully trust him. However, he could not help but feel a sense of camaraderie with this young man. If he found him agreeable, he would forge a friendship. Such was Wu Huainan's nature. Brother Song Liang. Wu Huainan's tone was calm, his voice low, leading one to question whether he was truly intoxicated. As for the fortune you seek, I fear I cannot be of assistance. However, if you wish to handle a handgun, I may have some connections. Song Liang's spirits lifted. He had previously contemplated acquiring a realistic air gun for target practice if he could not find a genuine weapon. Yet now, the prospect of a handgun, albeit the least formidable among firearms, was far preferable to those ineffective replicas. I have a friend who previously engaged in arms trading abroad. Although he has since retired from such dealings, I have heard he plans to bring a batch of handguns back to the country soon. He will be available for contact when needed. Is the source reliable? Quite reliable. These firearms will ultimately flow into the black market, and no respectable citizen would be interested in them. Rest assured. And what are the price? According to black market rates, it should be around 500,000. But given my connections, I believe I can negotiate a lower price. How can I reach your friend? Wu Huainan raised a glass of white liquor and downed it in one gulp. Leave that to me. Chapter 15. Inventory assessment a few days later, with Wu Huainan's assistance. Song Liang successfully acquired a 9mm handgun manufactured in Italy at the close of the 20th century, along with over 50 rounds of ammunition. Although the handgun was quite dated, its large production volume at the time made it one of the most accessible firearms of this era. This entire endeavor cost Song Liang over 400,000. While the price was not insignificant, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Under the influence of the infinite ability to replicate, Song Liang possesses an inexhaustible supply of ammunition and the capability to mass-produce 9mm handguns, granting him a greater assurance of survival in the apocalypse. Once he acquired the handgun, Song Liang was enamored with it, frequently engaging in shooting practice at the shooting range in Tianning alongside Wu Huainan. With the guidance of his seasoned mentor, Song Liang quickly adapted to the feel of the 9mm handgun, his shooting skills advancing rapidly. While he may not yet achieve perfect accuracy, he undeniably enhanced his self-defense capabilities in this dire world. As for Wu Huainan, Song Liang held a favorable impression of him. After spending several days together, he deemed him a friend worth cultivating a deeper bond. Although absolute trust was still elusive, he sought opportunities to subtly suggest that Wu Huainan stockpile supplies during this time. As a gesture of their burgeoning friendship, when Song Liang relayed this information, Wu Huainan's response was somewhat ambiguous. He seemed indifferent to the possibility of waking up the next day in a world still intact. In his words, only the wealthy will survive when the sky falls. What can we ordinary folks do? Working tirelessly for a meager salary while caring for our families is exhausting enough. Worrying about the fate of the earth is simply not worth it. To this, Song Liang found himself at a loss for words. After all, one cannot advise others on virtue without having endured their hardships. Being a solitary individual, self-sufficient and free from worry, he felt he lacked the authority to counsel Wu Huainan, especially considering his own ample resources and secure shelter, which were not possessions of the average person. A few days later, The modified Mercedes-Benz from the Liang security company was delivered to Song Liang. Upon seeing the modified vehicle, even he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, it is the pinnacle of security companies in the country." The car, approximately 5 meters in length, boasted a camouflage military green exterior, heavily armored. Equipped with bulletproof glass and tires, and featuring a specially designed chassis for amphibious operation, housing the latest turbocharged engine. The roof was modular, allowing for removal during operations, with space allocated for mounting machine guns or grenade launchers. The interior could accommodate more than 6 passengers, and the roar of the engine was enough to captivate any man. Wu Huainan, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, was explaining the vehicle's features while patting the hood. This beast can reach a top speed of 140 kilometers per hour, surpassing many military vehicles. "I wonder what you intend to do with such a car." Song Liang observed that although Wu Huainan appeared indifferent, his eyes were filled with envy, prompting a suppressed smile from Song Liang. Indeed, flaunting wealth was merely the norm for those like them. How could it be otherwise? Just imagine driving this green armored turtle down the street. Not only the ladies, but even those old men would steal a glance. Listening to Wu Huainan's envious remarks, Song Liang felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Possessing this vehicle as a means of transportation in the impending apocalypse, even amidst missile assaults, renders it remarkably resilient. It is, without a doubt, an essential artifact for survival in the face of adversity and for leveling up in this new world. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months have elapsed. During this period, Song Liang's life has been rather leisurely. Aside from cruising in his modified Mercedes-Benz to indulge in extravagant dining at luxurious restaurants and engaging in shooting practice at the range, he has been savoring the last vestiges of modern civilization, spending the remainder of his time cocooned in his hotel room, sleeping and playing video games. He had long since resigned from his position as a company clerk, and despite his efforts, he had yet to procure more suitable firearms. Most supplies have been amassed, leaving only the anticipation of news regarding the completion of the safe house from Wu Huainan. Unexpectedly, his former goddess, Su Yujia, sought him out during this time. Contrary to Song Liang's expectations, she did not seem angered by his previous flirtations. Rather, she appeared even more eager to pursue him. Initially, Song Liang found her behavior perplexing. However, upon reflection, he realized that he was no longer the same man. Now, he traversed the city in a lavishly modified Mercedes, frequented opulent venues, and exhibited a lavish demeanor, an undeniable allure for a materialistic woman. This revelation eased his concern somewhat, as he recognized that, like in his past life, he would feel little remorse when he eventually tormented Su Yujia once the apocalypse unfolded. Reclining on the hotel bed, Song Liang narrowed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to enter an alternate realm. He needed to meticulously reassess his supplies to prevent any unforeseen complications when the end times arrived. Once within this mental space, he conducted a general inventory of the diverse array of resources at his disposal. First and foremost was drinking water. Previously, he had procured a barrel of water from the store downstairs for 20 yuan, which he had since duplicated into 500 barrels, now stacked in a corner of his space. Conservatively estimated, this quantity would likely last him a decade. In terms of water for daily use, the security company had installed a reservoir in his safe house capable of sustaining a week's worth of water, complete with a self-sufficient hot water system. When the supply ran low, all that was required was for Song Liang to place clean water into the reservoir, eliminating concerns about contamination. Next were the provisions. Previously, he had ordered exquisite dishes from 2 five-star restaurants, each delicacy replicated into 1,000 servings, now stored within his space. These items, safely ensconced in his mental realm, would not spoil, allowing him to indulge at will, with their caloric content preserved indefinitely. Thirdly, he had prepared an essential stockpile of medical supplies for the impending chaos, assembling over 100 first aid kits containing an extensive array of medications for various ailments, surgical supplies, and other necessities, ensuring he could navigate any emergencies with ease. Lastly, concerning everyday items, since his last foray into looting a department store, Song Liang had developed a habit of noting potential necessities for the apocalypse, purchasing and duplicating around 100 of each item to stockpile in his mental space for future contingencies. However, in terms of weaponry, his arsenal remained somewhat lacking. Only a few military knives and a 9mm pistol procured from Wu Huainan remain in his possession. Although firearms and ammunition can be infinitely replicated, A pistol ultimately remains just a pistol. 100 pistols may not outmatch a single heavy machine gun capable of sustained fire. This is the foremost concern that has weighed heavily on Song Liang's mind thus far. Chapter 16. The Ultimate Safe House on September 28, 2038. With merely 7 days remaining until the crisis officially erupts in Tianning City, and only 2 days before the city descends into chaos, Song Liang found himself still immersed in dreams, embracing a beautiful woman. Just as he was about to unveil his desires, he received a phone call from Wu Huainan. The safe house is completed. Though his reverie was abruptly shattered, the news ignited an undeniable excitement within Song Liang. He hastily departed from the hotel where he had resided for some time, driving his eye-catching modified Mercedes-Benz toward home with fervor. Passers-by and vehicles alike turned their heads to admire Song Liang's fortress-like vehicle. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention, exhilarated by the roar of the engine as he pressed the accelerator, feeling the rush of air enveloping the car. Upon returning to his neighborhood, Song Liang observed that there were no conspicuous changes nearby. However, as he followed Wu Huainan into the room, he was taken aback. The Liang security company not only excelled in the quality of their vehicle modifications, but also demonstrated unparalleled skill in constructing this doomsday safe house. The walls, floors, and ceilings of the ground-level room were embedded with 20mm thick titanium alloy steel plates, crafted precisely to Song Liang's specifications, appearing unchanged from the outside. The windows had been replaced with high-strength bulletproof glass, boasting exceptional transparency that allowed for unobstructed views of the outside, while being impervious to external threats. The doors, engineered from the most robust materials used in bank vaults, could withstand a force of 10 tons of explosives. Additionally, the heating and ventilation systems for both the ground and underground sections have been entirely updated, allowing Song Liang to adjust temperature and humidity at will, enabling him to experience the distinct climates of all 4 seasons within his home. As for surveillance, a state-of-the-art monitoring system had been installed, with pinhole cameras covering the entire building and the street outside, ensuring that even if he spent every day underground, he would remain informed of all external happenings. Upon hearing this, Song Liang felt as though he had squandered the past 20 years of his life, unable to resist pausing to absorb the marvels in every corner of the room. Ultimately, he could only lament the stark contrast between the quality of life and experiences of the wealthy and the ordinary. The fortitude of this ground-level room was such that even if hundreds were to bombard the building with explosives, his room would remain standing unyielded. Indeed, it was truly remarkable. Song Liang applauded, thoroughly satisfied with the ground-level construction. With eager anticipation, he followed Wu Huainan to the critical heart of the safe house, the underground fortress. The ground level and underground segment of the safe house are connected by a mechanical elevator that spans 2 stories. Upon pressing the red button beside Song Liang's bed, a titanium alloy door opens from the floor, revealing an elevator capable of accommodating 2 individuals, which ascends from within. Wu Huainan guides Song Liang into the elevator, and before he can marvel at the substantial weight of the internal metal components, a dull thud signals the elevator's descent. As the doors of the elevator open, Song Liang can scarcely believe his eyes. Despite having proposed the design for this underground sanctuary, its tangible presence before him renders the reality almost surreal. If one were to describe the scene before Song Liang in 2 words, they would be opulence, stunning opulence. The elevator descends to the very center of the underground refuge, revealing a spacious living area of over 100 square meters. The overall decoration embodies a quintessential modern style, dominated by a cool white palette, with furnishings in shades of silver gray. Under the warm glow of the lighting, the ambience exudes both understated elegance and luxury, unmistakably crafted from high-end materials. In one corner of the living room stands an elegantly designed European-style bar cabinet, replete with an array of alcoholic beverages. Behind the bar, 3 refrigerators house an impressive collection of drinks. In the northeast corner, a real fireplace casts a soft crimson glow, enveloping the entire living space in a serene and cozy atmosphere. Most astonishingly, to the south of the living room, an orderly arrangement of various rooms, an estimated 20 or more, encircles the living area. Wu Huainan leads Song Liang through these rooms, each adorned with decor that rivals the grandeur of the living room, presenting a lavishly relaxed aesthetic, clearly intended for the owner's leisure. Among them is a game room equipped with the most comprehensive library of video games in the world, a private cinema boasting an extensive collection of films, a game room for mahjong and board games, and even a quietly sophisticated wardrobe and a wine cellar capable of housing thousands of bottles of fine wine and champagne. Song Liang wanders through each room, practically drooling in anticipation, already envisioning the indulgent days he might spend here. Surely blissful. Like unboxing a mystery gift, he explores each chamber. Each door he opens revealing unexpected delights. Under the meticulous construction of a professional security firm, this expansive underground refuge has transformed into a veritable treasure trove, brimming with diverse offerings. Among the rooms, Song Liang finds particular joy in a toy room, conveniently located adjacent to the game room. This space is entirely enveloped by transparent glass display cases, filled from floor to ceiling with extraordinarily rare collectibles, figures from Gundam, Naruto, Demon Slayer, and a plethora of other beloved anime characters. Yet, the most outrageous room he encounters features a striking red color scheme, furnished with a waterbed and an array of inflatable toys designed for adult entertainment. At first, Song Liang was perplexed, finding the decor of the red little house quite innovative. However, upon feeling a lifelike silicone doll's torso beneath the covers, he blushed and hurriedly exited. Wu Huainan, wearing a mischievous grin, looked at Song Liang with a teasing expression, suggesting that every man understands such matters, and jestingly inquired, "What is the matter, Xiao Song? Are you still a novice? Look at your unfortunate demeanor. What business is it of yours?" Song Liang retorted, feeling flustered as his thoughts were laid bare. Although he had not experienced intimate relations, it did not warrant discrimination. Rather, he deserved respect. After all, rarity adds value, and in this era, young men in their 20s who remain single from birth are increasingly scarce. Wu Huainan laughed heartily, casually opening the door to a room beside the themed space. "I knew you were still a singleton without a girlfriend, so I specifically prepared this for you." He shot Song Liang a suggestive glance. Bewildered, Song Liang entered the room that Wu Huainan had opened, propelled by curiosity. As the lights flickered on, the room was instantly illuminated, and upon a quick survey, Song Liang's nose began to bleed. Chapter 17. The end is nigh. The room was astonishingly adorned with soft carpeting. Encircling the walls were exquisitely crafted silicone dolls, their alluring figures on full display. Some were stark naked, while others were partially draped, each exuding a captivating allure. Some appeared with a dignified elegance, their bright eyes and radiant smiles enchanting, while others were petite and adorably youthful, their high-end material giving the impression of skin so tender it seemed like a gentle touch would bring forth moisture. Despite their artificial nature, the ethereal charm of these figures stirred an overwhelming surge of blood in Song Liang, nearly causing him to lose the modesty he had preserved for over 20 years. What is the meaning of this? Song Liang retreated from the room, feeling both embarrassed and angry, yet unable to express his frustration without appearing naive. "This is all for your benefit." Wu Huainan clapped Song Liang's shoulder firmly. "If, as you claim, the heavens do not deliver a favorable outcome and our territory is destroyed, you definitely cannot bring any outsiders here. Besides, since you have no girlfriend, I prepared these for you to make do with." "Damn it," Song Liang muttered. "By the way, come take a look at this. It took us considerable effort to create this space." Wu Huainan retrieved a small remote control from his pocket, pressing the red button. A series of mechanical sounds echoed as a heavy door on the northern wall of the living room opened from the bottom upwards. And a humid atmosphere suddenly filled the air, with droplets of water inexplicably forming on Song Liang's skin. Behind the door lay a tranquil pool, spanned by a grand marble arch bridge that connected both sides. Wu Huainan led Song Liang onto the bridge, pointing at the crystal-clear waters beneath. "Do not underestimate this pool of water. It is an indispensable component of your turtle shell purification system. If you find yourself with idle time, you may occupy yourself by cultivating fish within it." Song Liang, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. The water feature beneath his feet had not been part of his original design, likely a creation of Wu Huainan's own imagination. Beyond the arched bridge lay another door, through which the two men entered in single file as Wu Huainan illuminated the space. To Song Liang's astonishment, he discovered that this was the underground garage he had long envisioned. The garage was designed with simplicity in mind. It began as a flat expanse that gradually sloped at an angle into the encroaching darkness, the end of the slope meticulously sealed, seemingly leading to the outside world. Although compact, it was equipped with an array of automotive parts, repair tools, spray paint booths, and more. The entire structure was constructed to his specifications using 5 meters of thick yellow granite, ensuring that even an east wind missile would struggle to breach its defenses. Wu Huainan yawned, appearing somewhat disinterested in the tour. Song Liang, licking his lips, was filled with anticipation for the impending apocalyptic lifestyle. What do you think, Xiao Song? Quite impressive, isn't it? Wu Huainan remarked, one hand digging into his nostril while the other gestured toward the end of the slope. There stood a mechanical door, crafted from pure alloy, operable by remote control. He suggested that the remote system could be installed within Song Liang's little green turtle shell. Not just impressive, it's absolutely perfect, Song Liang exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for the completed safety haven, particularly the garage. He could hardly wait to drive the modified vehicle parked outside into this splendid space. He envisioned the grand scene of the mechanical door opening, its weightiness undoubtedly exuding an air of prestige. Honestly, I cannot fathom why you wealthy individuals engage in such fanciful pursuits regarding the apocalypse, Wu Huainan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Song Liang as he retrieved a document from his briefcase. The tour is nearly over. Here, Xiao Song, sign the contract. Settle the remaining payment with the company within 7 days, and this turtle shell will be yours. Without hesitation, Song Liang took the contract and signed his name in bold letters at the designated spot. He had no intention of disclosing to Wu Huainan that in 3 days, news of the coastal city's downfall, long kept under wraps, would erupt into the open. In that moment, Tianning City would witness the collapse of all rules, and civilization would be obliterated overnight. His attempts to caution Wu Huainan to stockpile supplies and prepare for the crisis had been in vain. As for the final payment, it might take a lifetime to settle. As Wu Huainan departed, Song Liang once again broached the subject of stockpiling supplies. Yet, Wu Huainan remained noncommittal, maintaining his typical carefree demeanor. With a dismissive remark about relying on Chairman Yao to weather any storm, he left without a backward glance. Resigned, Song Liang could only silently pray for Wu Huainan's well-being amidst the impending chaos. Later that afternoon, Song Liang received a phone call. He is not only his brother from a past life, but also one of the culprits responsible for his demise. Zhou Hai's call. Liangzi, it's been months since we last connected. Where have you been living it up lately? This familiar opening line compelled Song Liang's thoughts to drift back to the time before his rebirth. In his previous life, just 2 days before the great upheaval in Tianning City, his university classmate Zhou Hai had come to stay at Song Liang's home for a few days. Naturally, Song Liang welcomed this long-lost friend with open arms, offering the finest food and drink from his household, and together they indulged in a period of hedonistic revelry. Little did they know, the very next day, Tianning City would be engulfed in a massive riot, with the populace rampaging through the streets, seizing resources with reckless abandon. At that time, Song Liang and Zhou Hai were nursing a hangover and failed to react promptly. By the time they awoke, it was far too late. The streets lay in utter disarray, and the nearby supermarkets had been stripped bare as if ravaged by a catastrophic storm. Transportation had come to a standstill, and the entire city was paralyzed. Days later, as the apocalypse descended, the two had to rely on the scraps and remnants they scavenged from the roadside to survive, barely sustaining themselves, yet forming a bond akin to that of sworn brothers. Eventually, the survivors from the same apartment building banded together, managing to endure for a while. It was during this time that Song Liang often allocated his rations to Su Yujia, believing that such gestures would win her affection. Yet, he was naively mistaken. Without a source of resupply in the building, their provisions soon dwindled. This led to the tragic scene of Song Liang venturing out in search of supplies, only to be betrayed by those he trusted and torn apart by monsters. While he bore no ill will towards the cold-heartedness of others, the indifference and even complicity of Zhou Hai and Su Yujia in his demise filled him with a seething rage. Even now, he would awaken in a cold sweat, haunted by dreams of those harrowing moments. Now, the events of his past life were once again unfolding before him, but this time he was not the same. Chapter 18. The Ride Hello? I'm planning to stay at your place for a couple of days, starting tomorrow. It's been ages since we last met, and I've recently come across some fantastic film from over a decade ago. Crystal clear, utterly delightful. Zhou Hai's words abruptly yanked Song Liang back to the present. Let us postpone that for a few days. I'll be on a business trip and want to be home. In regard to this once close brother, Song Liang struggled to conceive a better course of action. Although his death in the previous life was intricately linked to Zhou Hai, thus far in this life, he had not committed any heinous acts. Therefore, allowing him to fend for himself seemed the wisest option in Song Liang's mind. Oh, I see. Never mind then. I heard they're locking down the city tomorrow night. Something must be amiss. I was thinking of coming over, but since it's inconvenient, let us catch up next time. Zhou Hai into the call. Lockdown? A chill raced through Song Liang's heart. Zhou Hai resided in Tianhai City, adjacent to Tianning City, suggesting that the upper echelons had caught wind of the situation and could no longer remain idle. Pity the ordinary citizens, who remain oblivious in the final week before the apocalypse, unaware of their impending demise. If the problem could be solved merely by a simple lockdown, the end of days would not be aptly named. Song Liang sighed, setting down his phone before diving into the pleasure chamber prepared for him by Wu Huainan. The bed there was soft and warm, the room adorned with muted tones, far superior to the one he had previously occupied. With the lights turned off, it was perfect for slumber, indeed, solely for the purpose of sleeping. In this deep sleep, Song Liang succumbed to a profound exhaustion. The anxieties of the past 3 months melting away. Only after the safe house was officially established did the tension within him finally ease. Awakening. He found it was already midday the following day. He drove his parked Mercedes into the newly constructed underground garage. The community was nearly deserted, thus attracting little attention. A heavy air of desolation lingered, intertwined with the briny scent of the sea. Although it was midday, not a single vehicle traversed the streets. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Song Liang understood that such a state of affairs would not endure for long. Upon returning home, he opened a can of Budweiser and settled into the plush embrace of his sofa, while the television broadcasted the day's news. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, most coastal cities in our nation had instituted lockdown measures. In response to the government's directive, Tianning would enforce its lockdown at noon the following day, urging citizens to remain calm and stay indoors to avoid venturing outside. At this point, the government was still suppressing the flow of information, prompting a derisive chuckle from Song Liang. He tilted his head back, gulping down a generous swig of beer. Had the government not been so intent on silencing the truth, countless coastal residents would not be caught unprepared in the face of impending catastrophe. However, following the script of the previous life, it would not be long before someone disclosed the unfolding events online. At that moment, the streets would once again come alive with activity. Leaning back on the sofa, Song Liang scrolled through news feeds on his phone, awaiting the impending turmoil. As anticipated, just as Song Liang had experienced in his former life, 2 hours later, a resident of Tianhai City posted a photograph on a social platform, accompanied by a hasty caption, "There's a monster, run." The image was familiar to Song Liang. It depicted a 4-legged fish sprawled on the ground, voraciously feasting on the corpse of a middle-aged man. Within less than 5 minutes, the platform removed the photograph, but the brief exposure was sufficient to ignite a frenzy online. In an instant, everyone began to associate this bizarre creature with the recent spate of lockdowns. Yet, rather than panic, skepticism arose concerning the authenticity of the image, prompting widespread discussion across the internet. After all, despite its peculiar appearance, it was merely a fish, and the notion of it devouring a human was indeed exaggerated. Humanity's inherent pride, as the apex of creation, led them to believe that no matter how formidable a species might be, it could not rival the advanced weaponry of mankind. Song Liang slumped his head against the back of the sofa, his feet resting on the armrest, as he expressionlessly scrolled through the news. Before long, a second whistleblower emerged, an influential figure on a social media platform residing in Tianhai City, boasting hundreds of thousands of followers. He posted another photograph on his account. The lighting was dim and the clarity significantly diminished, yet one could vaguely discern the horrors concealed within the shadows. A woman, grotesquely bloated and bearing a ravaged visage, was bound by her hands and feet to the leg of a table. Her tattered clothing and disheveled hair contrasting sharply with the lifeless gaze of her eyes, which had turned entirely white. Her fangs protruded grotesquely, devoid of vitality, resembling a living corpse. The accompanying text read, "This is my girlfriend. She was injured by those strange fish from outside yesterday, and now she has turned into this. This morning, she bit me, and I feel increasingly dizzy. I fear my days are numbered. Fellow netizens, this is a virus, a plague. Do not be deceived." Flee before the city is sealed off. Run. Upon the release of this chilling message, the online discourse erupted in a frenzy. Countless netizens took to their keyboards, unearthing a trove of evidence regarding the recent suppression of Tianhai City by the government. The citizens of nearby Tianning City could no longer remain passive. At the onset of the chaos, only a small fraction of the populace dared to defy the lockdown to procure essential supplies. And the government officials enforcing the lockdown managed to maintain some semblance of control. However, as the situation escalated, numerous small groups of citizens began to coalesce, their strength growing formidable, resulting in rampant looting that rendered the streets impassable. Traffic ground to a halt, and those seeking to escape the turmoil found themselves ensnared in a tide of humanity, unable to advance even a step. Meanwhile, the darker aspects of human nature began to surface. A segment of the populace refused to purchase supplies, resorting instead to brazen theft and robbery, some brandishing weapons to hold up those who had managed to gather even a modest amount of resources. An elderly man, clutching a few buckets of instant noodles, was brutally assaulted by a group of young men with dyed yellow hair, who, wielding baseball bats, battered him until he was bloodied and near death. As his life faded, he gradually relinquished his meager possessions, while the assailant's pride opened his lifeless form to seize the supplies and departed without a second thought. Such acts of violence and bloodshed proliferated, inundating the once peaceful streets of Tianning City. The societal structure, painstakingly built over millennia, crumbled within mere hours. Although rational individuals still sought to procure necessities, anyone exposed to the predatory eyes of the malicious risked the fate of being robbed. Liang, observing through the extensive surveillance cameras scattered throughout the neighborhood, gazed indifferently at the unfolding chaos. This was no unfamiliar sight in his past life. He had witnessed too many such events, having been one of the oppressed, trampled, and beaten. Yet this life was different, armed with the preparations for the impending apocalypse. He was destined to ascend as the ruler of the world. Chapter 19. The fairy's plea. As dusk descended, Liang felt no urgency to retire for the night. Knowing he would not have to return to work again, time was abundant for rest. He adjusted the air conditioning to the most comfortable setting and settled in front of the surveillance monitors, savoring barbecued meat from his mental space while sipping on beer. Observing the world outside with a godlike detachment, finding great contentment in his solitude. Through the monitors, he noticed numerous residents of the community lingering nearby, markedly more composed than the frenzied individuals on the streets. It seemed they were aware that even with supplies in hand, the threat of theft loomed large. Yet, lacking the courage to act, they stood helplessly, contemplating the chaos surrounding them. However, Liang understood that this was merely a fade. When the true crisis of the apocalypse arrived, even the meek and kind-hearted would resort to self-serving actions to survive. Such was the reality of human nature. He stifled a yawn, deciding not to continue his watch. He opened the soundproof panels in his room, and the cacophony from outside vanished instantly, replaced by the melodic strains of classical piano emanating from the built-in Crown sound system. Returning to his plush bed, he cocooned himself in a velvet blanket, contentedly closing his eyes. On a summer night, with the air conditioning running and wrapped in a blanket, there was no greater comfort to be found. Outside, a crowd clashed violently over supplies, while inside, tranquility reigned supreme. As Beethoven's Piano Sonata No. 14 filled the air with its enchanting melody, Liang felt as if he were adrift on a delicate boat, gliding across a moonlit lake, soon surrendering to slumber. The following morning, Liang awoke early, not by chance but by the insistent ringing of his phone. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the little fairy, Su Yujia, whom he had previously outsmarted. In his past life, it was she who had called him the day after the great upheaval, lamenting that she and Kai Yingjia had failed to secure supplies and sought his assistance in borrowing some for emergencies. Without much thought, he had invited them over, sharing what little food he had left and even hosting them for a meal. Su Yujia, dissatisfied with the meager provisions, had complained bitterly, a memory that lingered with Liang to this day. Unexpectedly, the monstrous entities had appeared without warning on the streets, prompting Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia to take refuge with him. As he stared at Su Yujia's name flashing on his phone, he couldn't help but wonder if his prior trickery had altered the course of events from his past life. He answered the call without greeting. On the other end, Su Yujia's voice was laced with urgency. Song Liang, have you heard? Something has happened. Song Liang remained noncommittal, sensing his frosty demeanor. Su Yujia hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. The internet says there are no living people left in the neighboring Tianhai city. You're aware of this, aren't you? I know. Song Liang spoke succinctly, unwilling to entangle himself further with her. That's good, that's good. Do you have any food at home? The supermarket downstairs was looted last night, and Jia is still with me. We only have a few buckets of instant noodles left, and we are quite hungry. Su Yujia's tone trembled, as if she were bearing some immense anguish. A hint of mockery flickered across Song Liang's lips. Everything that had transpired thus far mirrored his past life exactly. There is food, but not much left. Su Yujia's voice on the other end brimmed with surprise. Really? There is still some? That's wonderful, Song Liang. We're coming to find you. Can you spare us some food? Oh, for you? What will I eat? Su Yujia stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts after a prolonged silence. She still could not fathom why the Song Liang, who once would have risked everything for her, had now become so unrecognizable. Moreover, if there is no food at home, why didn't you leave Tianning City last night? Song Liang's tone was sharp, leaving Su Yujia speechless. A cacophony of sounds erupted from the other end, and soon, Kainjia's slightly acerbic voice cut through the static. Yujia, this is all for you. We were ready to escape together, but when you thought of Song Liang still staying in Tianning City, you resolutely chose to remain. Who would have thought that you, Song Liang, would still make such callous remarks? Song Liang raised his eyebrows slightly, although he had expected Kainjia to be shameless. Her audacity surprised him. According to his memories, the transportation in Tianning City had been completely paralyzed the previous day, with military barricades outside. It was impossible for anyone to have escaped last night. Since Yujia cares for me so much, then do come quickly. I have prepared food for you. Song Liang hung up the phone, a cold smirk appearing on his face as a ruthless idea took root in his mind. Meanwhile, at Su Yujia's home, Kainjia was animatedly gesturing, repeatedly giving Su Yujia a thumbs up. Yujia, you're amazing. Our future looks promising now. Song Liang bought a luxury Mercedes last time. He must have plenty of delicacies at home. We are in for a treat. Su Yujia, feeling pleased, set down her phone and wore an expression that conveyed, of course. My sister is the best. Although he was the scion of a wealthy family, ultimately he was just a fish in her pond, a rather foolish one at that. Once they arrived at his home, if she gave him a taste of sweetness, he would likely become a devoted laborer for them in the future. Holding a lipstick, Su Yujia painted her lips with a satisfying curve, the sensation leaving her feeling elated. Do you think he might try to trick us again, like last time? Kainjia expressed her concern. Last time, we wandered for over an hour in the wilderness before finally catching a ride back to the city, and my feet were blistered. He wouldn't dare. Just look at how infatuated he sounded on the phone. Once I visit and say a few kind words, he will surely comply. Indeed. With Su Yujia present, Kainjia felt a significant sense of relief. Song Liang, that fool, was so easily deceived by the notion that she would abandon her departure from Tianning City for him. He deserved to remain a mere sycophant for all eternity. Kainjia harbored envy towards Su Yujia for possessing such a loyal admirer. Yet she found solace in the fact that she could bask in the reflected glory. Leaving her satisfied, Su Yujia, brimming with enthusiasm, changed her attire in preparation for an outing with Kainjia. Her household seldom stocked up on provisions, and the few boxes of instant noodles that remained were relics from years past, rendered inedible by time. Even if they were consumable, Su Yujia believed that her lofty, celestial status precluded her from subsisting on mere instant noodles. Only a banquet of exquisite delicacies would suffice, albeit barely. Let us reclaim everything from his house. It would be splendid if he starved alone, freeing us from his entanglement. Indeed, let him perish. I've grown weary of his repugnant presence. Once he serves his purpose, he becomes utterly useless. Perhaps once he is gone, we could even move into his residence. Being the abode of a wealthy heir, it must be quite splendid. The two young enchantresses busied themselves with their travel essentials while dreaming of future bliss. Chapter 20. A fiery retort to the enchantress Song Liang retrieved a steaming, fragrant tomahawk steak from his consciousness, serving as his breakfast for the day. This steak, sourced from the frigid terrains of Siberia, boasted tender, exquisite meat, perfectly suitable for breakfast. As he savored the steak, he relished the accompanying aroma of romantic candy, wholly indifferent to the chaos that had enveloped the outside world. The television broadcasted the morning news, reporting on a recent violent looting incident that had erupted citywide, with preliminary statistics indicating 213 fatalities and countless injuries. Citizens were urged to trust the government and refrain from believing unfounded online rumors, remaining safely at home to prevent such occurrences from transpiring again. The peace and stability of Tianning City relied on the proactive cooperation of its citizens. Song Liang shook his head in disappointment. The escalating situation had revealed the authorities' deliberate concealment of the truth. He glanced at the clock, which neared 10 o'clock. According to his memories from a past life, less than an hour remained until the torrential rain that heralded the true onset of the apocalypse. The widespread chaos had largely subsided, leaving only a scattered few who had failed to secure sufficient supplies wandering the streets. Most individuals had returned to their abodes, locking their doors tightly in anticipation of the unknown terror. During this interlude, Song Liang opened the homeowner chat group on his phone, discovering that the elderly Wang, with whom he had clashed days prior, was incessantly attempting to indoctrinate the other homeowners. We must all trust the government and the officials. This calamity will soon pass. If we unite and heed the community committee's directives, we will undoubtedly overcome this adversity. Song Liang let out a cold laugh. The elderly woman is still capable of uttering such grandiloquent words. However, in a few days, she will be the first to lose her humanity. Song Liang vividly recalls that night in her home, when he fished a pale, boiled child's arm out of the pressure cooker. Even now, the memory sent a chilling wave throughout his body. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated. Song Liang switched the television back to surveillance mode, and there stood the flamboyantly dressed Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia outside his door. Song Liang, it's Yujia. We're here. Su Yujia called out, her voice affected, expressing disdain as she knocked, while Kai Yingjia wore a smirk of triumph beside her. They clearly did not anticipate that the pinhole camera was capturing every moment for Song Liang's eyes. Oh, what brings you here? Song Liang remained motionless, showing no intention of opening the door. Did you not invite us? You mentioned you had food for us, Su Yujia responded, feigning gentleness despite the change in her demeanor. Song Liang, with a forkful of succulent beef in his mouth, mumbled, I'm afraid I just finished all the food I had. Su Yujia's expression shifted, but she maintained her composure, saying, Song Liang, please don't joke with us. Didn't you promise to treat us to a meal? Could you let us in? I'm really quite hungry. Indeed, but I couldn't resist finishing it all just now. It's unfortunate, Song Liang replied, a teasing smile playing on his lips. You're clearly still eating. Stop playing around and open the door. Yujia is eager to see you, Kai Yingjia chimed in. Yes, that was the last bit I had. It's all gone now. Damn it, Song Liang, are you toying with us? Kai Yingjia could no longer contain her anger, shouting through the door. You call yourself a wealthy heir, a man of refinement? You're nothing but a pretender. Having been spoiled since childhood, her temperament was already volatile, and after being humiliated by Song Liang twice, she could not swallow her pride any longer. Is that so? Then you too should roll as far away as you can. I wouldn't want my filth to taint you, Song Liang replied, sipping red wine, while simultaneously snapping a selfie with his wine and steak, sending it to Su Yujia's WeChat. Just as Kai Yingjia was about to retort, a sudden ringtone erupted from Su Yujia's bag. Ding, ding, ding. Su Yujia picked up her phone and was instantly struck dumb by the reality on the screen. It was a picture of Song Liang, comfortably savoring steak and red wine. Didn't you say there was no food? You were deceiving us all along. Moreover, Su Yujia could discern that the steak in Song Liang's hand was tender and juicy, exuding rich flavors, clearly the finest and most authentic cut. The bottle of red wine behind him was undoubtedly genuine Romani Conti, its hue and purity unmistakable. Su Yujia was on the verge of drooling, her stomach audibly protesting in hunger. Kai Yingjia leaned closer for a glance, feeling a surge of irritation swell within her, her breath quickening as she kicked the door of Song Liang's residence in frustration. You heartless scoundrel! Her foot seemed to strike a solid steel barrier, causing a sharp pain that made her curl up, cradling her foot and sweating profusely. Goodness, is this door made of iron? It hurts like hell. Su Zhu, disregarding her friend's plight, found it difficult to comprehend the drastic shift in Song Liang's attitude towards her. Song Liang, I am your beloved Yujia. What has happened to you recently? What's going on? Although she was hungry and yearned to indulge in a sumptuous steak paired with fine wine, Su Yujia held onto her dignity, unwilling to appear cheap. She did not believe that Song Liang had any means of knowing about her conversation with Kai Yingjia. Seated on the sofa, Song Liang lit a cigarette, enjoying the swirling smoke. Ladies, your presence in my home is quite unbecoming of your stature. If you desire steak, you should procure it yourselves. Su Yujia's expression froze. Wasn't that an obvious statement? Where could one find food outside? It was already a feat to avoid scavenging. A girl as delicate as her could never truly resort to rummaging for food. That would be utterly humiliating. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Song Liang, you are well aware of the situation outside. Are you not a man? You refuse to seize this opportunity to show your worth? Song Liang chuckled, thinking to himself that this girl had clearly mastered the art of manipulation, skillfully playing the game of pursuit and retreat. Did she still believe she was the reckless admirer from past? Such opportunities were unnecessary. He advised them to mind their own affairs and depart promptly, lest they find themselves in a time crunch. Turning his gaze to the window, he instinctively tightened the fabric of his robe. Through the thick, bulletproof glass, he could see the rain beginning to fall. Chapter 21. The crimson day, scarlet rain cascaded from the heavens, initially a mere drizzle, but soon transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain danced through the city, swiftly forming crimson rivulets that spread across the streets. The howling winds drove the raindrops against the glass, producing a rhythmic patter that soon stained the windows red. Outside, the sounds of thunder and rain mingled with distant cries and the blaring of car horns, creating a scene of tragic chaos. Song Liang understood that this was a reign of calamity sweeping across the globe, tainted seawater carried by atmospheric currents, spreading bloodshed across the land. What do you mean we can't leave? Su Yujia turned to Kai Yingjia, her expression one of astonishment. Kai Yingjia gazed intently out the window, her expression one of sheer horror, covering her mouth in terror as she peered into the corridor. Her fingers turned pale from gripping tightly, trembling incessantly. Was it merely rain? What was all the fuss about? Su Yujia, puzzled by Kai Yingjia's reaction, turned to look outside as well. Upon doing so, she too was struck dumb by the horrific scene unfolding beyond the glass, her mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Unbeknownst to them, what fell from the heavens was no longer rain, but grotesque, decaying fish-like creatures, their bodies drenched in a crimson liquid. Thud, 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 they plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground, splintering and bleeding profusely. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they would rise again, dragging their mangled forms, their gaping maws filled with blood, rushing into nearby buildings, leaving a trail of scarlet that was soon washed away by the remnants of the rain. Some were flung through the windows of higher floors, accompanied by the shattering of glass, as anguished cries echoed throughout the community. Song Liang raised his 9mm pistol, his expression grave as he fixated on the shark-like monstrosity outside. Despite the presence of advanced ventilation systems within the room, he could almost detect the pungent stench of decay permeating the air. Just as in his previous life, the creature's abdomen was split open, sprouting forth barbed legs resembling razor-sharp blades, its fangs bared, while slender tendrils emerged from its maw, dripping with fetid saliva. The beast relentlessly slammed its head against Song Liang's floor-to-ceiling window, producing a series of loud thuds, its lifeless, fish-like eyes fixated on him, as if intent on devouring him whole. A wave of anxiety washed over Song Liang. He began to worry whether the bulletproof glass, crafted from high-density materials, could withstand the creature's assault. Recalling memories from his past life, he remembered that only one such monster had attacked his residence at the onset of the apocalypse. And with the help of Zhou Hai and Su Yujia, he had barely escaped. Now, he found himself alone. A one-on-one confrontation was not a fair match against the creature. Should the ground-level room succumb, he would be condemned to an existence in eternal darkness underground, a life unfathomable. Only the 9mm pistol in his hand offered him a semblance of courage. However, the bulletproof glass, seemingly forged by the esteemed Liang Security Company, proved sturdier than anticipated. The creature outside continued to batter against the window, its attempts leading to dizziness and staggering, yet inflicted no substantial damage. This realization provided Song Liang with considerable reassurance. Bang, bang, bang. Song Liang, open the door. There is a monster outside. It's terrifying. Let us in. Song Liang, I beg you, please let us in. Hurry. The anguished cries of Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia suddenly pierced the air outside. Song Liang, expressionless as he monitored the scene through the surveillance equipment, observed the two women, disheveled and frantic, pounding desperately on his iron door, their demeanor suggesting they were on the verge of begging for mercy. He chose to ignore their pleas, resolute in his decision not to let them in. The mere thought of their monstrous visages from a past life makes Song Liang feel a wave of nausea. Moreover, orchestrating their departure from home at this juncture, severing the protective confines of their room, is indeed part of Song Liang's design. In the early days of the apocalypse, most aquatic monstrosities refrained from assaulting dwellings, merely lingering in the corridors of the apartment complex. Thus, remaining indoors offers a slender thread of survival. As for the two women, Song Liang harbors no desire for their peaceful demise. Rather, exposing them to the initial wave of terror that accompanies the end of days is the first step toward their psychological obliteration. May you suffer a wretched fate. Even as a ghost, I shall not let you off. They curse, vowing vengeance against him for their demise. The tone of the two women outside has undergone a complete transformation as they hurl invectives at Song Liang's ancestors. Finding their clamor unbearable, Song Liang activates the soundproofing feature of the room, enveloping the space, including the floor-to-ceiling windows, in 6 layers of rock wool panels. This material is among the best for sound insulation. Once engaged, even the roar of a rocket launch outside becomes but a distant murmur. Reclining on the sofa, Song Liang yawns as he observes the two women disintegrating emotionally through the surveillance feed. At this rate, it won't be long before the nearby monsters are lured by the anguished screams of these two deranged women, at which point their escape from death will be a mere fantasy. Just then, an unexpected sight catches his eye on the silent monitor. A robust arm emerges from the shadows, seizing Su Yujia and dragging her into a blind spot, rendering her invisible. Kai Yingjia, clearly startled, lets out a scream, but soon regains her composure. With a venomous glare cast at Song Liang's door, she vanishes from the spot where Su Yujia was taken. Song Liang's expression remains unchanged. This unfolds precisely as he anticipated. The rotund neighbor, Zhou Qingwei, has indeed rescued both Su Yujia and her companion back to his abode. In their previous life, during the frantic scramble for resources among the apartment's residents, he had made his affections for Su Yujia abundantly clear. Although she showed no interest in his corpulent frame or demeanor, he nevertheless became an unwitting pawn in her defense against external threats. The perilous ventures Song Liang undertook in the past to scavenge for supplies were significantly influenced by Zhou's encouragement. However, he had foreseen this development. After all, he presently resides within an impregnable sanctuary, impervious to threats. Even if these three harbor animosity toward him, it holds little significance. As for Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia, Song Liang secretly wishes for them not to meet an easy end. They must endure the tortures of the apocalypse, succumbing in utter despair, their minds and bodies battered and bruised. As they themselves have proclaimed, such a demise is the only fitting conclusion for two celestial beings of their stature. As Song Liang yawns again, he cannot fathom the reason for his overwhelming fatigue since morning. Perhaps it is the absence of any pressing concerns. Suddenly, his phone illuminates with a notification, a mention from the elderly Wang in the residence group chat, directed solely at him. Song Liang, prior to the outbreak of this calamity, you stockpiled a considerable amount of provisions. Were you aware of this event long before it transpired? Confess honestly. Otherwise, I shall report you to the authorities. Chapter 22. The zombie crisis. With a derisive smirk, Song Liang perceived the ulterior motives of the old crone. It seemed the last encounter, where she failed to gain the upper hand, still gnawed at her. How dare she, in such dire circumstances, cast blame upon him? Fortunately, the residents were preoccupied with their own survival. Otherwise, the old woman's words might have turned public opinion against him. Regrettably, in this morally decayed apocalypse, neither the higher-ups nor the community members held any real power. Song Liang was indifferent to their judgment. He disregarded the chatter within the residence group, languidly reclining on the sofa while observing the surveillance feeds through yawns. Outside, the bizarre rain had persisted for over 3 hours, heralding the arrival of countless mutated creatures alongside the eerie crimson downpour. Accompanying them was an indescribable virus that transformed afflicted humans into irrational, ravenous beings akin to zombies, exhibiting aggression towards all living entities. Furrowing his brow, Song Liang intently scrutinized the footage. Outside the community, A woman who had ventured out to gather vegetable scraps during the rain lay disheveled in a pool of blood. A gaping wound marred her neck, with only a scant remnant of flesh clinging to her body, continuously oozing bright red blood, while her limbs bore the marks of savage claw slashes. Physiologically, she had long since succumbed to death. Yet, her body trembled violently, bones cracking with an unsettling sound, accompanied by a low, beast-like growl. Suddenly, her eyes, devoid of color, widened in terror as she rose in an unnatural, arched posture, her hair disheveled by the downpour, occasionally twitching in a mechanical manner. Beneath her pallid skin, purplish veins were discernible, and her crimson lips parted abruptly, as her head, hanging loosely from her neck, swayed as if a newborn, curiously surveying her surroundings. Before long, the zombie appeared to have found its target, plunging into the adjacent community, disappearing from sight. Through the surveillance screen, a chill gripped Song Liang's heart. Although he had encountered this phenomenon in his previous life, witnessing the entire transformation process so vividly was profoundly unsettling. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, allowing the chill within to gradually dissipate. With the knowledge gleaned from his past experiences, he understood that these infected zombies were far more formidable than their creators. They possessed a faint ability to sense the presence of the living, enabling them to track their general location. For the moment, it was manageable, with only one or two zombies to contend with. However, as their numbers swelled, the safety of those hiding within their homes would become increasingly precarious. The only chance of survival lay in constructing iron gates capable of withstanding the onslaught of a zombie horde, akin to those from his former existence. However, these matters are of no concern to Song Liang in the present time. In a world where everyone's existence hangs by a thread, where life itself is precarious, he finds solace in indulging daily in delicacies such as abalone and lobster, sipping on fine beverages, and when boredom sets in, retreating to the basement game room to engage in play or watch films, all without a care for his safety. The television has ceased to broadcast anything of interest. The screen now merely a canvas of static. Even the news channel that once delivered hopeful tidings has halted its transmission. Thus far, the city's power supply remains intact. Yet Song Liang is acutely aware that this state of affairs cannot endure for much longer. In a matter of days, the infrastructure providing electricity and water will falter, and the very essence of modern human existence will fade into oblivion. Yet, Song Liang remains unfazed. He has substituted his water supply with pristine mineral water from his own mental sanctuary, clean and sanitary. The power can be sustained by the high-performance diesel generators housed in the basement, as fuel is an inexhaustible resource for him in this desolate reality. Out of sheer boredom, after confirming that no threats lurked nearby, Song Liang descended into the subterranean fortress via the mechanical lift. At the bar, he prepared a fine margarita before plunging into the gaming room. Wu Huainan, an adept shelter designer, had equipped this treasure trove of a game room with everything Song Liang could possibly desire. Cutting-edge devices like the latest gaming console and a high-performance, all-in-one computer with a water cooling system were at his disposal. In essence, this haven was stocked with every high-end gaming equipment imaginable. Song Liang set up the newest gaming console on the expansive smart television that adorned the wall of the game room, relishing the rich aroma of his drink as he immersed himself in gaming without a single worry. The console boasted an extensive library, encompassing virtually all notable titles available in the market. From grand epics like Final Fantasy VII and Elden Ring 2 to charming indie puzzles such as Pixel Wars and Hungry Planet, he found an abundance of choices to pass the time. Furthermore, the console included time-consuming games like Civilization VIII, Zoo Tycoon, and Cities: Skylines, ensuring that he would never run out of engaging content. In this apocalyptic scenario devoid of work and study, social interactions and future endeavors were rendered irrelevant. Deep beneath the earth, in this uncharted refuge, Song Liang felt a sense of comfort that surpassed his life before the apocalypse. With wide eyes, he enthusiastically played for 2 or 3 hours until fatigue began to wash over him. Although the game is quite engaging, the mere thought of being confined to this dark underground space, devoid of any companion for conversation, dampens my spirits and evokes an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Humans are inherently social creatures. Prolonged solitude can lead to the erosion of our natural instincts. Leaning against the sofa in front of the screen, Song Liang placed the controller aside, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at the ceiling, contemplating his future. He had initially intended to remain within this safe haven once it was established, but it seemed that such a course was unsustainable. It appeared that he would need to seek opportunities to venture outside in the future. Resolutely, Song Liang made up his mind, for he possessed the abilities of conscious space and infinite replication, ensuring that he could thrive anywhere. However, that time was not now. The outside world remained perilous, and survival was paramount. Embracing a cushion, he found that this determination restored a semblance of enjoyment in the game. He retrieved the glasses equipped with the Unreal Engine 7 from the cabinet and donned the wearable device. He had heard from Old Wu that the virtual girlfriends here were remarkably realistic, capable of physical interactions. How intriguing it would be to immerse himself in this experience. A faint smile graced Song Liang's lips as he fully surrendered to the realm of his virtual girlfriend. Chapter 23. The unabashed elderly woman Song Liang was roused by an insistent and jarring notification sound, regretting not having silenced his phone the previous night. He had spent hours engaged in heartfelt conversation with his virtual girlfriend, exchanging various skills until they reluctantly succumbed to slumber in the early hours. As he casually reached for his phone, he discovered yet another notification from the homeowners group. However, this time it was not a solitary message, but rather a lengthy series. Spearheaded by that old woman, Wang. Song Liang, the monsters outside have vacated the building, and we have nothing to eat. Since you hoarded so many supplies, you must share with us, or we will all starve. Song Liang furrowed his brow. This elderly woman had a way of demanding like a tyrant, even when begging. Many voices chimed in beneath her message, likely those homeowners who had managed to alleviate their immediate crisis, now seeking a share of the bounty they believed he had hoarded. Indeed, Song Liang, we are all neighbors in this building. Given the gravity of the situation, you cannot be so selfish. Absolutely, Song Liang, we have always helped one another. Out of both reason and sentiment, you should distribute some food to us, remember? I even helped you take out the trash. Song Liang had anticipated such a scenario. Otherwise, he would not have been so meticulous in securing his supplies. The incident involving Wang's outburst was purely coincidental. He had little affection for the neighbors in this building, having endured their bullying and torment in his previous life, which ultimately led to his demise. Having harbored resentment towards them, he found it ironic that, while he refrained from seeking them out, they now sought to impose their demands upon him. A fierce glint flashed in Song Liang's eyes. However, Song Liang was not overly impulsive. He understood that the root cause of this situation lay in the instigation of that old woman, Granny Wang, and not in the actions of others. Furthermore, many members of the homeowners group remained silent, possibly biding their time to observe the unfolding conflict. Yet, directly confronting everyone would be detrimental to Song Liang's future plans. Granny Wang, did you not repeatedly assure us that the organization would not abandon us and would swiftly find a solution to this matter? Why is there not a word from you now? Are you deceiving us into believing we would be rescued, thereby preventing us from stockpiling supplies? How do you intend to explain this? As for the food, it is not that I, Song Liang, am unwilling to share. Rather, my own stock is nearly depleted. Under the astute leadership of Granny Wang, we now face a dire shortage of both food and supplies. Wang, what exactly are your intentions? This shift in discourse instantly garnered the agreement of several other homeowners. Xiao Song is right, Granny Wang. Your actions have been rather unfair. Everyone witnessed what Xiao Song purchased that day. It has been quite some time. Even if it was not fully consumed, it has surely spoiled. How can you still expect others to retrieve and distribute it to us? Another chimed in. Indeed, Granny Wang. You were the one who advised us to remain indoors and avoid wandering about. Yet now, with so many monsters outside and no food to sustain us, as the chairperson of the residence committee, you must take responsibility. This reversal of public sentiment quickly incited Granny Wang's ire. You ungrateful wretches. What I said was for your own good. Yet instead of expressing gratitude, you align yourselves with Song Liang. She continued her tirade. That day, he hoarded so much food. I refuse to believe he consumed it all alone. Besides, there might still be frozen products among them that have not spoiled. After her lengthy explanation, she once again directed her ire at Song Liang. Song Liang, as a chairperson of the Resident Subordinate Committee, I command you to set an example and distribute your surplus food to us. In this critical moment, if you remain obstinate and selfish, once the organization resolves this incident, you shall pay the price. Moreover, anyone who dares to oppose me will be seen as opposing the entire organization. A betrayal that I will ensure the organization addresses without mercy. Granny Wang's invocation of her higher authority had an immediate effect. The homeowners who had previously supported Song Liang fell silent, filled with anger, yet unable to voice it. In these early days of the apocalypse, a lingering hope remained in everyone's hearts that the organization's forces would soon arrive to rescue them. Despite the seemingly minor title of the Residence Committee chairperson, there is a saying, the words of a mayor or county chief may be disregarded by the common folk, but the village chief's commands must be heeded. After all, the power they wield is closely tied to the well-being of the community's residents. At this juncture, it would be unwise to sever ties with those in positions of authority. Under the grandiose intimidation of Old Lady Wang, the crowd fell into a profound silence, none daring to be the first to take the plunge. Although there were some among them who scoffed at her actions, they still opted to remain in the shadows, fearful that their own interests might be jeopardized. Song Liang understood well that these homeowners were a group that cowered before the strong while oppressing the weak. It was sufficient for them to divert their ire away from himself. As for Old Lady Wang, it seemed that a demonstration of strength was necessary to put her in her place. Upon meticulously reviewing the previous conversations in the homeowners chat group, Song Liang discerned that Old Lady Wang's behavior was indeed aimed solely at him, with no mentions of others present in the chat logs. An idea struck him, a clever way to divert everyone's attention. Old Ma'am Wang, I must say I find your arguments quite valid. However, I have indeed consumed all my food and cannot present anything to share with everyone. But perhaps you have overlooked a matter. Didn't that gentleman from the 8th floor order several tables of banquet dishes the other day? You cannot single me out. Considering the timeline, wouldn't it be more fitting for his provisions to be shared among us? Perhaps you simply forgot? Oh, it's truly no issue. We all understand that your actions are for the greater good. As soon as he spoke, the homeowners group fell into a momentary hush before erupting into a flurry of discussions. Indeed, I recalled on the night prior, Zhao Haoqiang ordered numerous banquet tables delivered to his residence. Yes, I remember. The large and small platters blocked up the hallway, far more extravagant than Song's takeout that day. It's possible he had guests over and consumed it all already. Impossible. The banquets arrived that night, and the following day such an incident occurred. He surely could not have consumed all of that alone. Those dishes must still be stockpiled at his home. The crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, showing overwhelming support for Song Liang's suggestion. Shoo, stop talking. Do you not wish for peace? At that moment, a homeowner sent a silence emoji, and the chat group instantly fell silent, as if a switch had been flipped. Chapter 24. The bully of the week. Everyone in the community was aware of the individual Song Liang referenced, Zhao Haoqiang, one of the notorious gang leaders in Tianning City. Having toiled for over 20 years in the chaotic milieu of Tianning, he thrived through real estate ventures, establishing himself as a prominent figure within the city. His entourage was said to be countless, a stark contrast to Old Lady Wang's ineffectual son. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he swiftly ascended to leadership within their unit, having been the one to expel Song Liang beyond the Iron Gates. Old Lady Wang, fully cognizant of Zhao's recent antics, deliberately chose to remain silent about them, instead casting blame upon Song Liang for stockpiling supplies months prior, an unmistakable display of her propensity to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Her reluctance to seek out Zhao Haoqiang stemmed from her lack of courage. Even if she did approach him, he would likely disregard her. If Song Liang's impression in the mind of the Old Lady Wang was akin to that of Zhao Haoqiang, she would not have taken the initiative to stir up trouble today. Observing the shift in sentiment within the owners group, influenced by Song Liang's few terse remarks, the old lady felt her dignity compromised and became increasingly agitated. I'm doing all of this for everyone's benefit. Song Liang, if you lack resources, just admit it. I would not make things difficult for you. However, your persistent manipulation of everyone's actions is quite inappropriate. Since there are no resources to distribute, we should brainstorm alternative solutions, rather than engaging in actions that undermine our unity. Moreover, I indeed forgot that incident from the day before yesterday. Yet, after our lengthy discussion, his lack of response likely indicates that he has no resources to share with us. Do not presume that everyone shares the same low level of awareness as some individuals. And do not insinuate that I am showing favoritism. Maligning a good chairman will surely bring retribution. Her words, ironically, seemed to backfire, as she realized she was not in the right and resorted to making vague statements about retribution, which only served to amuse others. Song Liang brushed off the old lady's remarks, paying them no heed. However, an amusing idea began to form in his mind, one that would allow him to thoroughly mock this detestable old woman while simultaneously confronting Zhao Haoqiang, who had dealt him a grievous blow in a previous life. Aunt Wang. Nowadays, young people often mute group messages. He may not have seen our communications. Why not tag Zhao Haoqiang directly? Or would you like me to assist you? Song Liang boldly named him in the group chat, showing no regard for anyone's feelings. He felt no need for discretion, nor did he intend to exercise it. The old lady tightened at his forthrightness. Previously, she could have obfuscated her intentions, but now that Song Liang had laid bare the truth, any further attempt to sidestep the topic would undermine her authority. While losing a bit of prestige might be acceptable if the owners ceased to heed her words, that would pose a significant problem. Reluctantly, she complied with his suggestion. Yet, the old woman's mind was quite agile. Instead of directly tagging Zhao Haoqiang, she sent a message that read, "A rose given brings lingering fragrance. In times of crisis, we must help one another. I kindly ask all owners to check their homes for any leftover food to share with our neighbors who have been by our side." Upon seeing this message, Song Liang nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He had encountered cowards before, but never had he seen such shamelessness taken to extreme levels. Truly, the world is filled with wonders. However, as he pondered, a new scheme began to take shape in his mind. He chuckled softly and immediately sent another message after Old Lady Wang, Zhao Haoqiang. Old Lady Wang stared at her phone, her expression shifting dramatically. She did not expect Song Liang to pull such a stunt. This action undoubtedly placed all three individuals at the center of attention. Shortly thereafter, the obscure Chen Haoqiang sent a voice message in the homeowners group. "What the hell does this mean, old lady? Everyone is in need right now. And you want to take my supplies? Are you looking for trouble? And you, are you Song Liang? Why are you tagging me?" Though his words were harsh, Song Liang paid them no heed, for this individual was already marked for elimination in his plans. There was no need to engage in debate with someone whose fate was sealed. However, Old Lady Wang clearly felt her position as chairperson of the Residence Committee was being challenged like never before, particularly as the once lively chat had fallen into an eerie silence. She could almost envision the glee on the faces of other residents witnessing her being confronted. Despite her inner fear, she had to uphold her image as a leader. "Mr. Chun, regardless of the situation, you are part of this community. Now that we face difficulties, we kindly ask you to shoulder some responsibility. We will be very grateful." "Grateful? Grateful for what? You want my supplies while I starve? Get lost, you old hag. If you disturb me again, I swear I'll come down and deal with you." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Wang fell silent, terrified. Her anger was not directed at Zhao Haoqiang, but rather at Song Liang. If he hadn't mentioned this person in the group and tagged him, things would not have escalated to this point. She sent a private voice message to Song Liang, indignantly questioning, "Song Liang, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? I'm doing this for the good of all the residents. As a leader of our residence committee, do you not consider the consequences of your actions?" Upon reading the message, Song Liang scoffed. He had no time to play the nice guy before her. Since the opportunity had presented itself, there was no need to spare her any dignity. "Stop pretending in front of me. I know exactly what you are. You simply want to scrounge for benefits because your family has nothing to eat. How shameless can you be? If you want food, grab a stick and go door to door begging. Why go through all this trouble? I have no time for you, so get lost. If you come to me again, I guarantee I can do what Zhao Haoqiang can do." Old Lady Wang, upon reading these messages, felt her anger nearly overwhelm her. Yet, recalling Zhao Haoqiang's threatening words, she dare not argue further with Song Liang. With such circumstances, her son absent, and only her obedient grandson by her side, she feared the consequences of provoking someone like Song Liang or Zhao Haoqiang. That damned Song Liang, when the government eventually takes over the management of the community, I will ensure you face the consequences. Old Lady Wang secretly vowed within her heart, convinced that the organization would eventually resolve the issues of the apocalypse and take charge of the community affairs. When that time came, as a minor leader of the neighborhood committee, she would undoubtedly acquire some power, making it much easier to settle personal scores. She could already envision the delight of making things difficult for Song Liang, relishing the thought of giving him a hard time. Such a sensation would be exceedingly gratifying. Chapter 25. revenge, just as Song Liang had managed to send away the pestilential old lady Wang. He found himself confronted by yet another troublesome matter. Zhao Haoqiang, perhaps feeling aggrieved by Song Liang's actions that had thrust him into the spotlight, decided to call him directly via WeChat. Unlike old lady Wang, who preyed on the weak, Song Liang was not intimidated. In fact, Zhao's call was entirely within his expectations. Upon answering, Zhao Haoqiang's arrogant and venomous voice erupted through the receiver. Song Liang, are you tired of living? How dare you use me as a pawn in the group? Do you even know who I am? If you truly wish for your demise, I possess countless methods to ensure it is anything but graceful. Zhao Haoqiang was indeed a notable figure in the underworld of Tianing City, far superior to old lady Wang's ineffectual son. It was said that he had a thriving real estate business, numerous underlings, and could even rival the Long Outyin Security Company. Even the presence of Wu Huainan would not deter his intentions towards Song Liang, accustomed to wielding power in the community. He was incensed to encounter such a minor character as Song Liang stirring up trouble in the owner's group. However, regardless of his influence, Song Liang remained unfazed. Oh, how terrifying. Why don't you come and try? I'll break your legs, just so you know, the Black Boss ISNT pretending. It's the grandson who is. With that, Song Liang promptly hung up and blocked him. He saw no need to waste his breath on someone like Zhao, which would only dampen his spirits. Regardless of whether Zhao Haoqiang could successfully reach his doorstep, even if he did, he would never be granted an audience. For the one responsible for his demise in a past life, Song Liang had prepared an array of delightful surprises. On the other end of the line, Zhao Haoqiang was taken aback by Song Liang's audacity to retort. After a moment of stunned silence, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses when the dial tone of disconnection filled his ears. Infuriated, he felt as if his teeth might shatter from clenching. And when he attempted to send a message, he was met with a few red exclamation marks, igniting a fury within him. As thoughts of devouring Song Liang whole flooded his mind, having confronted old lady Wang, and now imagining Zhao Haoqiang's face turning a shade of furious liver, Song Liang felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. He descended to the ground floor via the elevator, turned on the television, and began monitoring the surveillance feed. The pinhole cameras installed by Wu Huainan not only captured the exterior of the building, but also covered every floor within, including the elevator and stairwell. This meant that Song Liang could comfortably recline in his home while keeping a vigilant eye on all that transpired within the building. He activated the pinhole camera located in the corridor of the 8th floor, which conveniently provided a view of the situation in front of all the residence doors. At this moment, the monstrous entities in the building had largely been eradicated, leaving only one wandering aimlessly on the 10th floor balcony, seemingly unable to find a way out. Soon, a door on the 8th floor creaked open slightly, revealing a head that cautiously emerged to survey the surroundings. After a brief moment, reassured by the absence of nearby threats, the figure stepped out from the shadows and proceeded to the elevator, pressing the button for the 1st floor. The surveillance equipment in Song Liang's home was equipped with night vision, and he quickly recognized the individual as Zhao Haoqiang, the very person he had just fiercely confronted. Zhao appeared menacing, clad in a collared floral shirt, his scarred face and crew cut accentuating his intimidating presence, with a dragon tattoo faintly visible on his chest. What caught Song Liang's attention the most was the ominous object in Zhao's hand, which resembled a pistol. This revelation was somewhat unexpected for Song Liang, who had invested considerable effort to procure a firearm from the executives of a security company. The fact that Zhao Haoqiang also possessed one, and appeared to be far from new, was alarming. What had happened to the promised gun control laws? Alas, in this era, it seemed that with enough wealth, all rules and regulations were rendered meaningless. Song Liang's gaze sharpened. It appeared that this bloodthirsty rogue had indeed harbored murderous intent towards him. However, he felt little concern that such a small handgun could inflict harm, especially since he was securely ensconced within a fortress impervious to even tons of explosives. His only regret was the lack of a rifle or submachine gun in Zhao's possession. Such weaponry could have greatly expanded his own arsenal. The elevator soon reached the 1st floor, and Zhao Haoqiang emerged with a fierce expression, swiftly making his way to Song Liang's door, guided by the number displayed. Each member of the residence group had their apartment number noted, so he was confident he would not err in his approach. Zhao, being astute, understood that if he recklessly knocked on the door, Song Liang would undoubtedly not answer and might even take precautions. Additionally, It was uncertain whether the lurking creatures outside might be attracted by the sound of knocking. Thus, he stealthily approached Song Liang's door, stretching his legs in preparation to burst in and catch him off guard. However, to Song Liang, this scene appeared somewhat ludicrous. A nearly 6'5" tattooed giant, mimicking a Tyrannosaurus Rex on the hunt, tiptoed to the door, poised to unleash a flurry of blows. Little did he know that the door he was about to confront was a fortified alloy security door, impervious to even explosives. Song Liang did not rush to prepare. Instead, he watched with keen interest as Zhao Haoqiang appeared on the monitor, eagerly anticipating the next act. In an instant, a scream akin to that of slaughtered pig echoed throughout the building. Zhao Haoqiang clutched his right leg, contorting in agony on the ground, his firearm slipping from his grasp, his brow furrowed, lips quivering, and tears of unexpected joy escaping the corners of his eyes. Song Liang collapsed on the sofa, nearly succumbing to laughter at the folly of this self-satisfied imbecile, truly epitomizing the adage that while heaven's transgressions may be forgiven, those of man are unforgivable. Zhao Haoqiang took a moment to regain his composure before picking up his pistol and rising to his feet once more. Gazing at the unscathed door before him, he felt an overwhelming surge of rage, wishing to rend Song Liang into 1,000 pieces. Damn it, Song Liang, you son of a bitch. If you have the guts, come out. I swear I will beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. As he cursed furiously, he furiously struck the door of Song Liang's residence with the butt of his gun, leaving several unsightly dents on the previously sturdy security door. Song Liang's expression darkened. This fool truly had no sense of decorum. He retrieved his 9mm pistol from his pocket, aiming the barrel at the shooting hole in the inner security door, preparing to eliminate this vandal who marred the aesthetic of his home. However, the deep, resonant growls emanating from outside the residential building soon compelled him to reconsider. Clearly, Zhao Haoqiang's earlier antics had attracted the attention of the monsters lurking beyond, drawing them closer with each passing moment. A sardonic smile flickered across Song Liang's lips. He intended to make this perpetrator, who had caused him immense suffering in a past life, plead for survival and wish for death. Chapter 26. Confrontation through the aperture of the security door. Song Liang observed the fearsome Zhao Haoqiang outside and aimed his pistol at the lower half of his body. Bang! The sharp report echoed suddenly as the 9mm bullet pierced through the opening, striking Zhao Haoqiang in the leg. Although the 9mm round lacked formidable power, its proximity rendered it effective. Without the benefit of prolonged aim, it nonetheless penetrated Zhao Haoqiang's right leg, leaving a considerable pool of blood on the ground. Zhao Haoqiang screamed in agony, instinctively clutching his calf as he toppled backward, landing on the ground and howling in despair. In a world ravaged by scarcity of medicine and fraught with peril, such an injury could easily lead to infection, resulting in a fate worse than death. More critically, the monsters outside, drawn by the scent of blood, were closing in. Particularly, the mutated sharks appeared to possess an enhanced sensitivity to the aroma of blood, far surpassing their previous instincts. In his past life, Song Liang had witnessed numerous instances where injured individuals were relentlessly pursued and ultimately devoured by these mutated creatures. As Zhao Haoqiang writhed in pain on the ground, blood gushed from his wounded calf, revealing glimpses of exposed bone beneath the torn flesh. It dawned on him that he had underestimated Song Liang. He had approached seeking vengeance, fully prepared, yet had found himself in a situation where his efforts had backfired spectacularly. However, individuals like him do not cower in fear when injured. Rather, they perceive it as a badge of honor in battle. What terrified him was that he had yet to even lay eyes on Song Liang. Yet here he was suffering a grievous blow, standing against such a ruthless adversary. One misstep could very well cost him his life. Zhao Haoqiang is indeed no ordinary individual. Even when gravely wounded, he instinctively sensed the looming peril surrounding him and promptly reacted. Without hesitation, he abandoned the chaos behind and sprinted towards the elevator, aiming to escape the first floor before the monstrous entities outside could ascertain his whereabouts. At that moment, a creature resembling a shark with 4 legs burst forth from the corridor at an alarming speed, crashing violently into the closed elevator doors. With a creaking sound, the doors swung open, and the creature, unable to halt its momentum, plummeted into the dark abyss of the elevator shaft. having narrowly escaped death. Zhao Haoqiang leaned against the elevator wall, trembling from the loss of blood. He glanced down at the wound on his calf, where a 9mm bullet had nearly grazed his bone, just shy of shattering it. No, this cannot be. I need help. I require a doctor. His hands quivered as he fumbled for his phone, attempting to dial the emergency number, but each effort met with a busy signal, leaving him utterly unable to connect. In an instant, despair washed over him. Being struck by a handgun bullet at such close range was no trivial matter, although the injury was confined to his calf. The subsequent complications could prove dire, and a moment's negligence could cost him his life. With the hospital unreachable, the only recourse was to staunch the bleeding himself. Fortuitously, the bullet had penetrated cleanly through his leg, alleviating the concern of extracting it. However, he had no medical supplies, no gauze, no antiseptic, no tourniquet. The pressing question was how to control the bleeding. Limping back home, he barely had time to catch his breath before the pain in his calf served as a relentless reminder. If he did not stem the blood flow, he would surely perish. Zhao Haoqiang had no time to waste. He first procured a small knife to tear his clothing into strips, then used scissors to cut away the fabric of his pants at the site of the injury. Next, he rummaged through his home for a bottle of strong liquor, pouring it directly onto the gaping wound, which had been mangled by the bullet. The excruciating pain caused him to wince, his gaze becoming unfocused. Yet this resolute man remained conscious, refusing to succumb to the agony. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of igniting the liquor-soaked wound, not out of medical knowledge, but rather the grim realization that such an act could hasten his demise. In the end, Zhao Haoqiang fashioned a rudimentary bandage from the torn fabric, managing to stanch the flow of blood, though the leg was undoubtedly compromised. Once he had addressed the immediate crisis, he collapsed breathlessly beneath the sofa, a surge of murderous intent igniting within his eyes. That wretched scoundrel! I shall not forgive you easily. Song Liang's treachery had left him severely injured. Zhao Haoqiang had initially ventured out with a firearm merely for self-defense, intending to intimidate that young rogue. Yet, in this moment, a true desire for vengeance against Song Liang began to take root in his heart. He resolved to devise a meticulous and elaborate plan to ensure that Song Liang would pay dearly for his actions, leaving him with no place to hide. Meanwhile, Song Liang, having witnessed Zhao Haoqiang's frantic escape on the surveillance footage, felt a twinge of regret. The speed of those monsters was rather sluggish, allowing Zhao Haoqiang, who had injured his calf, to escape. He had initially anticipated witnessing a grand feast of doom. Just as he was about to turn off the surveillance, Song Liang's attention was abruptly captured by a dark object at the spot where Zhao Haoqiang had fallen. This fellow, escaping without taking anything with him? Song Liang suddenly realized he had overestimated Zhao Haoqiang. He was merely an impulsive and mindless brute, unworthy of such exertion on his part. Creak! At that moment, the door next door was gently opened. Song Liang furrowed his brow, sensing impending trouble. Just as he was about to grab his pistol and approach the door with the same old trick, it was already too late. A portly man with a round face and ears peered out from the adjacent door, swiftly snatching the fallen handgun before promptly closing the door again. Trouble was brewing. This rotund man had taken his gun, ensuring that Su Yujia and the others would be well protected. He would need to be vigilant when exiting, constantly wary of lurking dangers. Song Liang sighed, his mind clouded with concern for his plans of vengeance. Beep, beep, beep. The ringtone of his phone interrupted his thoughts. He casually picked it up, only to find a message in the homeowners group chat, sent by none other than Zhao Haoqiang. Perhaps due to Song Liang's decision to block him, Zhao Haoqiang resorted to this ostentatious method of public communication. Song Liang, you better wait for me. If I don't kill you, I've wasted all these years in Tianning. The homeowners, unaware of the unfolding drama, were puzzled by the recent firecracker noise outside, wondering who would be setting off firecrackers at such an hour. Upon seeing Zhao Haoqiang's message, they couldn't help but feel anxious for Song Liang, as individuals like Zhao Haoqiang were typically avoided by the common folk. Most chose to be mere spectators in the feud between Song Liang and Zhao Haoqiang, except for a certain woman named Wang. Upon reading Zhao Haoqiang's message, she mistakenly thought he was seeking retribution against Song Liang and couldn't help but feel a sense of glee. Wonderful. A dog-eat-dog scenario. Let them tear each other apart, and I shall swoop in for the kill. Let us see who dares to defy me thereafter. Meanwhile, Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia, residing next door at Zhou Qinghui's home. also caught wind of the message through the homeowners group. Knowing Zhao Haoqiang's reputation for his ferocity and penchant for revenge, they were delighted. Feeling that the grievances they had previously endured at Song Liang's door had significantly diminished. They fervently hoped Zhao Haoqiang would thoroughly discipline Song Liang, fulfilling all their fantasies. Upon reading the message, Song Liang's gaze momentarily froze, followed by a hearty laugh. He had not anticipated Zhao Haoqiang to be so foolish. Had he chosen silence, no one would have known, which would have served him well. However, now that Zhao Haoqiang was barking like a vicious dog, seeking retribution, he could not blame Song Liang for being unyielding. Chapter 27. Embracing opportunity in response to Zhao Haoqiang's message, Song Liang promptly replied with a voice message. Zhao Haoqiang, you shameless scoundrel. Even with a crippled leg, you dare to challenge me. Should you dare to provoke me again, I will not hesitate to break your other leg. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar within the homeowners group. They could hardly fathom that the notorious and unreasonable underworld boss, Zhao Haoqiang, had suffered at the hands of Song Liang today, and according to the voice message, he had even lost a leg. This was an inconceivable situation for everyone involved. With gritted teeth, Zhao Haoqiang glared at his phone, nearly crushing it in his grip after listening to Song Liang's message. Damn it, Song Liang, just wait. I assure you, you will regret this. Unfazed by the threats, Song Liang found the situation amusing, as he was currently in a safe house, free from any concerns regarding his personal safety. You old dog, still pretending here? You might as well perish. Should you dare to stir up trouble again, we will see who truly cannot escape the consequences. Seeing Song Liang maintain his defiance, Zhao Haoqiang's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Over the years, few had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Although Song Liang possessed a firearm, it was hardly a novelty for those like him who dwelled in the underworld. The intense pain in his leg tormented Zhao Haoqiang, and venting his anger in the homeowners group would yield little satisfaction. The only way to truly retaliate was to teach Song Liang a severe lesson. However, given the current dangers outside, summoning his lackeys for support was unrealistic. The only potential threats to Song Liang were the neighboring residents and the merciless monsters lurking outside. Taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Haoqiang forced himself to calm down. After years of establishing himself as a prominent figure in Tianjin City, he had not done so without merit. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This matter required careful deliberation. In contrast, Song Liang felt considerably more relaxed. After unleashing a tirade in the homeowners group, he now felt a sense of liberation. In this life, he feared nothing more than offending others, for he was the sole individual in the building with the capital and the standing to speak thus. He had completely forgotten about the 3 small-time thugs who had picked up the gun. In truth, he was not indifferent. His ability to thrive in this apocalyptic world was attributed not only to his 2 lifetimes, but, more importantly, to his extraordinary power of infinite replication and consciousness space. Having resolved the conflict with Zhao Haoqiang, Song Liang indulged in a warm bath and reclined on his soft mattress. Although he anticipated that Zhao Haoqiang would not let this matter rest, any ill intentions would first require proximity to him. For now, as long as Song Liang remained in the safe house, he could dismiss any threats, fortified by the unwavering confidence provided by the solid walls and sturdy doors. The residents in the group seemed to have fallen into a silence, each ensnared in their own struggle to endure this arduous confinement. Song Liang spent several hours immersed in games, satisfying his hunger with steak, shark fin, and caviar, quenching his thirst with the 82 lawfight, treating it like mere water. Life, he thought, should be as carefree as possible. Yet, after a week of such indulgence, he abruptly realized that this existence had become rather monotonous. With no one to engage with and no disputes to resolve, an overwhelming sense of solitude began to engulf him. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to venture outside. Remaining cooped up would surely lead to despair. Resolutely, Song Liang decided to seek a chance to explore the world beyond his confines. Reassured by the presence of a modified Mercedes in his garage, which he believed could withstand any threat from the deep-sea creatures or zombies. As he switched on the television to pass the time, he found that only a few national channels were still broadcasting, primarily airing news segments that encouraged disaster victims to remain resilient. The messages urged people not to panic, to stockpile food, and to seek weapons to defend against anyone attempting to breach their homes. The situation in the country was dire. Yet the government was diligently planning a series of rescue operations, assuring citizens to hold their ground and await assistance. Reports indicated that the United States, in a bid to escape the monstrous assault from the deep sea, had invested billions in constructing maritime fortresses, only to be besieged on the very day of their launch, resulting in catastrophic losses. Song Liang sighed deeply. Drawing from his past experiences, he recalled that 3 months after such calamities, no effective measures were ever implemented, and the number of zombies only multiplied while human strength dwindled. Fortunately, for now, most regions still had electricity, and households could barely manage their water supplies. However, the potential consequences of a complete loss of power and water were unimaginable. When Song Liang first faced such disasters, he too felt utterly helpless, and he surmised that those outside shared his fate, awaiting the moment when humanity's civilization would abandon them. Meanwhile, Old Lady Wang had resumed her efforts in the residence group, extolling the virtues of cultural education with eloquent words and sincere tone. Yet, compared to before, replies had dwindled, and everyone's patience was wearing thin. The day of collapse, when it inevitably arrived, would herald the true end of days. With nothing but ennui to occupy him, Song Liang lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. The short videos were rife with images of destruction from various regions. Some were live broadcasts from brave souls risking their lives, while others shared anecdotes from the safety of their homes. Even the alluring figures he once adored had become scarce. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. It was a message from Su Yujia. Song Liang, how have you been these past few days? Song Liang's face remained impassive. Given how he had once deceived her so thoroughly, he was not surprised by her current demeanor. He knew well her intentions. What do you want? I heard you had a conflict with a local gang leader recently, and I'm a bit concerned for your safety. Song Liang scoffed. You needn't worry about me. Though I am uncertain of your circumstances, I find myself in dire need of sustenance, as my companions and I are on the brink of starvation. I am aware you possess provisions. Might you spare us some? No, came Song Liang's terse response. Song Liang, I am genuinely famished. Zhou Qinghui's pig consumes an excessive amount of food daily, and the sight of him makes me feel nauseous. He even desires to sleep with me, and I am truly terrified. I implore you to assist me. A faint, cold smile played at the corners of Song Liang's mouth. Did he not rescue you once? Do not mention it. He desires only my body, that wretched creature. Just take me in. I am willing to do anything, even don black stockings or a camisole dress. I beg you. Chapter 28. A turn of events next door. Song Liang rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Damn it. All my preferences are being exploited by you. It is quite humiliating. I am truly sorry, but there is nothing left to eat at home. Su Yujia clearly disbelieved Song Liang's assertion. That cannot be true. You bought so much last time. Surely you must have instant noodles. Just a few packs would suffice. I am on the verge of starvation. This is a matter of trust. I genuinely have no food left. Look, this is all I can eat daily. Song Liang casually snapped a photograph and sent it to Su Yujia, showcasing his breakfast of Alba white truffles paired with French foie gras. He even adjusted the angle to include the 1982 Lafite red wine positioned nearby. Su Yujia's eyes widened in envy. This was not her first time receiving such images from Song Liang. Previously, it had been steak accompanied by Romantica, and now it was white truffles and foie gras with 1982 Lafite. All this served as evidence that Song Liang was indeed deceiving her. His home was undoubtedly stocked with an abundance of gourmet food. Su Yujia's cheeks flushed with anger as she showed the photo to Kaiying Jia was equally taken aback by Song Liang's antics, unable to fathom how someone could indulge in such culinary delights while everyone else struggled for food. This is utterly unfair, Su Yujia exclaimed in anger, tossing her phone aside. After glancing outside to ensure no one was watching, she lowered her voice to Kaiying Jia, saying, This Song Liang is truly despicable. I once thought he was a good man. Kaiying Jia had grown weary of their current situation, yet she chimed in, Indeed. A selfish person like him should remain single for all eternity. After venting their frustrations about Song Liang, the two women settled down to contemplate their future. Kaiying Jia picked up a mirror and observed her increasingly gaunt cheeks, growing increasingly impatient. Seizing a moment when Su Yujia was distracted, she secretly sent a message to Song Liang. Brother Liang, I wish to discuss something. Zhou Qinghui possesses a handgun. I can help you acquire it if you agree to treat me to a hearty meal. What do you say? Upon reading the message, Song Liang chuckled derisively. Oh, however, I am not in need of a handgun. Your offer appears rather unappealing. Allow me to bind you Jia for you, and you may do as you wish. Have you not always had an affection for her? Once you have had your fill, discarding her will incur no loss. Song Liang nearly spat his wine in astonishment. These two sisters feigned harmony, while secretly betraying one another without a flicker of hesitation. Such duplicitous individuals. It is no wonder they have become inseparable confidants, akin to a den of serpents and rodents. Kaingjia, just moments ago, Su Yujia revealed to me that if I were to take her out for a meal, she would gladly betray you, serving me like a loyal beast of burden. Surely, you must be aware of this? What? Kai Ingjia's heart jolted violently. She had not anticipated being the second to betray. The revelation was difficult to fathom. Fear not. You may cling to that rotund pig named Zhou. It seems you can barely scrape by. I wish you three a harmonious existence. With that, Song Liang cast his phone aside, ignoring them entirely. Kai Ingjia's expression was one of utter dismay, as though she had consumed excrement. She had initially intended to leverage weaponry and beauty to compel Song Liang to yield. Yet, the situation had devolved into this. A glance at Su Yujia, who was slumped against the wall, emaciated and drained from hunger, ignited a flicker of malice in her eyes. She nudged Su Yujia. Yujia, why not acquiesce to that Zhou fellow? Let him venture out for sustenance. We cannot continue this way. Su Yujia's countenance shifted dramatically. No way. I could never share a bed with that grotesque pig. Just the sight of him repulses me. Kai Ingjia furrowed her brow. If we do not resort to this, we shall all perish from starvation. You could feign compliance, providing him with motivation to seek food. Once he returns with provisions, we can sever ties. Su Yujia paused, contemplating. What do you mean by severing ties? Fool. When he departs, we shall set traps in the room. Upon his return with supplies, we can ensnare him. That gluttonous pig, consuming so much, if we allow him to remain, we shall never know fullness. Su Yujia's face brightened, as if she had found a solution to their predicament. Just as she was about to elaborate, an enraged shout interrupted her. Damn it, you two harlots. Are you trying to betray me? The two women turned to see Zhou Qingwei, having appeared at the doorway, his fury palpable, glaring at them as if he intended to flay them alive. Kai Ingjiao reacted swiftly, rushing to close the door. However, Zhou Qingwei, being a man, easily shoved her to the ground, relentlessly trampling her face with his foot. Kai Ingjia lay on the floor, struggling to shield herself with her arms. But Zhou Qinghui's strength was formidable, and soon her arms were left aching from his blows. Yujia, help me! Kai Ingjia's agonized cry roused the dazed Su Yujia. Realizing the urgency, she sprinted forth, wrapping her arms around Zhou Qinghui's neck and tugging him aside. Zhou, calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Curse be it. I extended my kindness to rescue you both, merely requesting your company for a single night, and you dare to conspire against me. Witness as I do not bring your lives to an end here today. As he spoke, Zhou Qingwei turned around, breaking free from his restraints. A resounding slap sent Su Yujia reeling, momentarily disoriented, followed by a relentless barrage of punches raining down upon her. Stop hitting me, please. Su Yujia, desperately shielding her face with all her might, flinching and wailing in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Ingjia managed to rise, contemplating how she might assist, but unsure of where to begin. She scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a pair of gleaming scissors on the table. Recently utilized by Su Yujia for nail trimming. Originally intended for pruning potted plants, they've been repurposed due to the trio's nail clippers being either broken or lost. Hearing Su Yujia's anguished cries, Kai Ingjia's heart raced, and she hurriedly approached to grasp the scissors, charging toward the furious Zhou Qingwei. In his rage, Zhou Qingwei had cornered Su Yujia, one hand grasping her throat while the other mercilessly struck her face. He did not intend to kill Su Yujia. Rather, he sought to inflict sufficient harm before proceeding with his malevolent intentions. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, swiftly followed by a wave of excruciating pain. He looked down to see the sharp end of the scissors protruding from his abdomen, stained with crimson blood. Zhou Qinghui's eyes widened in disbelief as he loosened his grip, turning to face Kai Ingjia, who maintained her poised stance with the weapon. He opened his mouth in astonishment, yet no words escaped as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 29. Water and Power Outage. Kai Ingjia stared blankly at Zhou Qinghui's lifeless body as it fell, before weakly sinking to the ground, struggling to catch her breath. Su Yujia's once delicate face was marred with bruises, her eye sockets swollen, preventing her from opening her eyes. Hearing the silence envelop the room, she painfully sat up, covering her face. Yingjia? Cough, cough, what happened? Kai Yingjia's hands trembled slightly, still stained with vivid blood, her mind momentarily vacant, neglecting Su Yujia's inquiry. Su Yujia, enduring the pain, forced her eyes open and immediately beheld Zhou Qingwei, motionless on the ground with scissors embedded in his back. Ah! A shrill scream shattered Kai Yingjia's stupor. You Yingjia, what have you done? Did you kill him? Kai Yingjia took a deep breath, rising from the ground to look down at Zhou Qingwei's corpse. If I had not killed him, we would have perished. I had no other choice. But you have committed a crime. Su Yujia protested, bracing herself against the ground as she retreated a few steps. In that moment, Kai Yingjia appeared strangely unfamiliar to her. Turning to Su Yujia, Kai Yingjia forced a chilling smile. This is a secret only you and I shall share. No one else need know, correct? A flicker of panic crossed Su Yujia's eyes as she discerned a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent on Kai Yingjia's face. She leaned against the wall, ever vigilant of the familiar figure of her once closest friend. Kai Yingjia seemed to perceive Su Yujia's trepidation. She swallowed hard and beckoned to her. We must dispose of the body, otherwise it will begin to smell in a few days. Su Yujia remained motionless. Yujia, if we do not eliminate him, we will surely perish. You saw the murderous intent in his eyes. Do you think I am the wrong? I'm doing this to save both of us. Su Yujia's gaze wavered, her inner turmoil evident. After a moment, she shakily rose to her feet, maintaining a cautious distance from Kai Yingjia. Come on, lend me a hand. We still have to stay here for a few days. Meanwhile, in the safety of their refuge, Song Liang remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding next door. He was engrossed in a book titled Complete Compendium of Folk Medicine, initially seeking to enhance his professional skills out of boredom. He soon regretted his choice of this medical text. The acupuncture section presented a bewildering array of human acupoints, each more peculiar than the last. The sheer number, reaching into the hundreds, left Song Liang, an amateur in the field, feeling utterly overwhelmed and self-deprecating. Although this book might prove useful in the future, it was challenging for someone of his limited aptitude for learning to comprehend. Resigned, Song Liang decided to retire early to bed, hoping to soothe his troubled spirit. The following morning, he awoke early, brewing himself a delightful cup of oatmeal milk, quietly anticipating the unfolding drama. Around 8:30 a.m., the owner's group chat suddenly buzzed with activity. Upon checking his phone, Song Liang realized that events were mirroring those of his previous life. After enduring a week of intermittent water and electricity in Tianing City, everything had come to a halt, ceasing to function entirely. This left those in the community who had clung to false hopes in a state of panic. As discussions erupted in the owner's group, the water and electricity have stopped? Yes, mine too. How are we supposed to live without power? It's over. It seems the government won't resolve the situation with those monsters outside anytime soon. We're doomed. The discourse rapidly escalated, and within minutes, someone suggested forming a group for collective self-destruction. Song Liang sighed, deeply saddened by their plight. He glanced at the two generators working diligently in his home, tears of sorrow welling in his eyes. While living without power was manageable, what would they do without water? They had some drinking water left. But what about bathing and sanitation? Indeed, we only have 2 barrels of drinking water left. When will this situation end? Song Liang took a sip of the freshly brewed West Lake Longjing tea, reclining on the sofa, feeling an inexplicable mix of emotions. Although he ought to feel despondent, he found himself unable to suppress a smile. At this moment, members of the homeowners group began to mention the elderly woman, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, are you not the leader of our community? Have you received any messages from the higher authorities? Indeed, Aunt Wang, they must have initiated the aid program by now. Please provide us with some assurance so that we may find solace. Aunt Wang, last time you urged us to trust in the higher-ups and our leaders. Surely that was not mere fabrication? Faced with the overwhelming tide of skepticism from the homeowners group, Aunt Wang felt an immense anxiety within her. Since the onset of the disaster, she had not received any notifications from the organization, nor even words of comfort or encouragement. It was hard not to suspect that the higher authorities had abandoned them, or worse, that they too had succumbed entirely to the calamity. Dear neighbors, I understand your impatience. But the only information I currently possess is to hold our ground and protect ourselves from harm. This disaster is unprecedented and far-reaching, with devastation occurring globally. Governments around the world are grappling with how to navigate this crisis. Therefore, our immediate task is to remain indoors, refrain from venturing outside, and ensure the supply of drinking water and food. After this situation resolves, I will collect supplies from each household in the name of the neighborhood committee and distribute them equally among everyone, ensuring our building can endure longer. Liang furrowed his brow slightly. This old woman was still preoccupied with hoarding supplies. Indeed, apart from Liang, many others in the homeowners group voiced their dissent. Collect our supplies? On what grounds? Exactly. After all our efforts to stockpile, you intend to take them? What will we eat? Let those without supplies perish. Who told them to lack foresight? Such remarks swiftly incited opposition from many homeowners facing scarcity. Why should it be that way? Who could have foreseen this calamity? Do those without supplies deserve to die? Indeed, is there no humanity left? Equal distribution is the most appropriate approach. Aunt Wang is right. We should heed her. Listen to your uncle. Be gone, fool. If you want to eat, go beg for it. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you want me to come over and deal with you? Come on then, I'm terrified of you. You might starve to death before you even reach me. Liang disdainfully scoffed. Indeed, it was true that people do not fear scarcity, but rather inequity, which aptly described the current predicament. Chapter 30, Deception and Confusion Enough. Stop your bickering. Let me tell you the truth. The power outage is nationwide, but the water supply disruption is unique to our community. The neighborhood committee has already dispatched specialized personnel for repairs. This disaster is not as terrifying as our lack of unity. All right, I will soon go door to door to collect supplies. Each household must contribute something, even if only a little. Otherwise, once this situation passes, I will certainly report to the higher authorities on your behalf. At that time, your actions may disturb the morale of the troops and disrupt the relief efforts. And I fear you will spend the rest of your lives in prison. The words of the old lady Wang were harsh, but she was genuinely compelled to devise such desperate measures. She and her grandson, Long, found themselves trapped in their room, struggling to survive. With their food supplies nearly exhausted, they could not reach her son and daughter-in-law and had no knowledge of their survival. Their only priority was to ensure that the grandmother and grandson were adequately fed and cared for. "Grandma, I am hungry." Listening to her grandson's weak moans from the small bed, her heart felt as though it were pierced by numerous sharp blades. The residents in the owner-s group, upon seeing old lady Wang's message, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. The disaster had only recently struck, and many still harbored a glimmer of hope, anticipating that the relevant authorities would swiftly address the calamity and restore prosperity to society. Even though old lady Wang's message contained elements of manipulation, the others chose to remain silent, some even believing her. Liang glanced at his phone, familiar with old lady Wang's tactics. He recalled that in his previous life, she had successfully deceived many residents to procure substantial supplies using similar methods. However, he had no intention of exposing her in front of everyone, as the lives of those in the apartment building were of no concern to him. Although they were officially experiencing a water and power outage, it was likely, as old lady Wang suggested, that the organization was diligently working to restore these services. Thus, in most parts of Tianning City, there were a few hours each day when electricity and water were available. While larger appliances could not operate, charging a phone posed no issue. This was not the opportunity Liang sought. He merely needed to comfortably remain in his safe room, awaiting the collapse of external order. At that moment, he would emerge as the most authoritative ruler of the apartment building. While Liang idly played games, despair engulfed the entire building, particularly affecting Zhao Haoqiang on the 8th floor, who had suffered a gunshot wound. He lay on the bed, barely clinging to life, with his right leg nearly numb from pain and the bandaged area seeping a large pool of blood, accompanied by a faint odor of decay. Clearly, his wound had become infected. Without professional medical treatment, mere amateur bandaging was insufficient to heal such a penetrating injury. He had attempted to contact his former subordinates, but they were either unreachable or in circumstances similar to his own, unable to venture outside. Their suggestions to him were limited to borrowing medicine from neighbors or resorting to amputation. However, Zhao Haoqiang had a notorious reputation within the apartment building, making it difficult to procure any medication, and with his gun lost, the threat approach was no longer viable. As for amputation, Zhao Haoqiang vehemently berated the subordinate for the suggestion. Without medical treatment for his injury, the prospect of amputation would only exacerbate the risk of further infection. In the present moment, Zhao Haoqiang finds himself in a state of utter despair, finally recognizing the folly of provoking the calamity that is Song Liang. Meanwhile, Song Liang indulges in sumptuous delicacies while engrossed in his video games, seemingly impervious to the turmoil surrounding him. Suddenly, his phone illuminates, revealing a message from the elderly Wang, addressing all members of their community. Dear neighbors, the dangers outside have largely been alleviated. I shall commence a thorough search for provisions, starting from the first floor, and once completed, I will distribute the supplies evenly among everyone. Please prepare yourselves. Official notification indicates that signs of control over this disaster have emerged, so there is no need for panic. Let us adhere to the arrangements made by the organization, enduring as long as necessary while we await rescue. With a sardonic chuckle, Song Liang muses on the elderly woman's tactics, which mirror the deceitful strategies of a bygone era. Such glaring flaws in her ruse would be readily perceived by any rational individual who took a moment to reflect. After all, the television news broadcasts have ceased entirely, leaving only a scant few radio programs still operational. With most organizational bodies at a complete standstill, who would still believe in the far-fetched notion that the calamity would soon pass? Nevertheless, the residents of the apartment building drift through their days in a haze, making them susceptible to manipulation, a fortunate circumstance for the elderly woman. Song Liang remains silent, observing the reactions within the residents' group chat. Wang's initiative to gather supplies has, predictably, sparked discontent among a small faction of the more discerning individuals, particularly those who have stockpiled provisions in their homes. One such individual is Wang Ernie from the third floor, who used to work at a department store and would often pilfer items to bring home. The elderly woman's approach to requisitioning supplies is bound to inflict significant losses on her household, a situation she is unwilling to accept. Aunt Wang, this is where you err. We have painstakingly managed to stockpile some food, and if you take it all for distribution, what will we have left to eat? Her outburst resonates with several other residents, who quickly echo her sentiments. Indeed, we contribute more than we receive. Ultimately, we bear the brunt of this loss. Who would willingly engage in such a perilous trade-off concerning their very survival? The elderly woman grits her teeth in frustration, detesting those with strong opinions, for their presence complicates her plans. Enough of this chatter. This is an edict from the organization. Besides, have you considered how many of our neighbors are without food? Are you truly so selfish? She insists, in these extraordinary times, we must resort to extraordinary measures. Otherwise, how can we hope to endure until help arrives? Can you not think of your fellow neighbors with whom you share this space? With a faint smile, Song Liang reflects on the unfolding disaster. The very existence of some households with supplies implies that others are lacking. The most effective strategy for the opposing sides is undoubtedly to forge an alliance with one another. Madame Wang's words were a blend of soft persuasion and firm insistence, and her assent to the role of community committee chairperson was certainly justified. Indeed, her statement was met with immediate approval from several homeowners. I found her sentiment quite commendable. Since the calamity was soon to pass, we ought to unite. This directive comes from higher authorities, and we must adhere strictly to it. Otherwise, during the rescue efforts, will anyone be inclined to assist us? Can you bear the weight of that responsibility? Two opposing factions erupted in conflict within the homeowners group. As Song Liang observed the flurry of messages, a sense of confusion washed over him. Logically, the household next door, bearing the surname Zhou, should have exhausted their supplies by now, making this the opportune moment to procure resources for the three of them. Yet, since the onset of the disaster, those three had remained conspicuously absent, voiceless. Where could they be? Chapter 31. The true apocalypse. Just as Song Liang's doubts lingered, Madame Wang sent him a message. Little Song, I must apologize for my previous behavior. It has been quite some time since you've spoken in the homeowners group. Surely, you must have a fair amount of food left. Given the dire situation, I urge you to share some. The neighbors will remember your kindness. With a cold chuckle, Song Liang thought to himself how shameless this old woman was. If he were to comply, everything would surely end up in her pockets. For the sake of survival, engaging in such a degrading act was utterly contemptible. Madame Wang, it is not that I am unwilling. It is merely that my supplies are on the brink of depletion. By the way, aren't you seeking to gather resources from the other homeowners? Perhaps you could spare a little for me as well, so I might endure a bit longer. Oh, and particularly from Zhao Haoqiang. His supplies must be substantial. Madame Wang, upon reading this, was infuriated. Her initial plan was to establish her authority within the homeowners group, instilling a sense of psychological pressure before taking them down one by one. She had not anticipated that the first to confront her would be so audacious. Clearly, he had remained hidden for far too long, undoubtedly living more comfortably than any resident in the building. From the moment Liang last spoke to her, she had fully resolved that his household was a veritable treasure trove of resources. If only she could convince him to relinquish his supplies, even if the others held back, it would suffice for her and her granddaughter to survive for quite some time. Thus, she shamelessly called Liang, her voice dripping with feigned concern. Little Song, I am not trying to force you, but your stockpiling of resources before this incident has inevitably led to suspicions regarding your prior knowledge. The residents in our building are struggling. You truly ought to extend a helping hand and assist us, as this is an order from the organization. Nonchalantly, Liang held his phone while picking his teeth with a toothpick. The steak he had prepared was a bit overdone, leaving remnants lodged between his teeth. Madame Wang, I assure you, we have nothing left. We are so impoverished that we are down to our last pair of undergarments. In light of Aunt Wang's determination to gather resources from everyone, she proposed to Liang that if he could spare a little more, she would, after the disaster subsided, create a banner in his honor, extolling his leadership. However, seeing that Liang was impervious to her persuasion, she reluctantly decided to abandon the attempt, but not without issuing a veiled threat. Fine, Liang. If you refuse to part with your belongings, that's your choice. However, do not expect to receive anything from me. Once this ordeal is over, I will report your actions to my superiors, and you shall face the consequences. Liang was amused by Aunt Wang's ineffectual threats. Are you out of your mind, old woman? You might not even live to see that day. Take care of yourself first. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Such women thrive on drama and confrontation. The more reason he provided, the more she relished the exchange. It was far more satisfying to insult her and then retreat, leaving him feeling liberated. This behavior of his could very well provoke Aunt Wang to leap from her fourth-floor abode in a fit of rage. From the onset of this impending disaster, Liang had consistently opposed her, showing no regard for her position as a community manager, which greatly embarrassed her. Yet, Aunt Wang found herself powerless against Liang, for her frail age rendered her incapable of confronting the robust young man physically. She had contemplated rallying the residents to condemn him, but realized that if they learned of his defiance, they might also refuse to surrender their supplies, which would pose a significant dilemma. Moreover, Liang's audacious demeanor only fueled her suspicion that he harbored some dark secret. Resolute, Aunt Wang clenched her teeth, secretly vowing to dismantle Liang's defiance and seize his resources to revel in familial bliss. Her immediate priority was to swiftly execute her plan to deceive others into relinquishing their supplies, ensuring her own survival and that of her grandson. In the ensuing days, Liang continued to live a life devoid of worry. He engaged in a repetitive cycle of gaming, sleeping, exercising, reading, and dining. Occasionally, a pang of loneliness would strike, prompting him to seek conversation, resulting in an increase in his visits to establishments catering to his desires. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang embarked on her duplicitous venture. Unfortunately for her, the homeowners with stock supplies were quite vigilant and did not readily trust her. Some even reacted with hostility, berating her vehemently before dismissing her without mercy. As for those like Zhao Haoqiang, she lacked the courage to approach them, having been humiliated in her last attempt to procure supplies. To return and ask again would likely jeopardize her very safety. These circumstances had led to her acquiring very little food in recent days, most of which was past its expiration date. However, even a meager existence is preferable to none. Although the provisions had long expired, they were still barely edible. With these meager supplies, old Lady Wang and her grandson managed to scrape by. All of this transpired under the watchful eye of Liang, who neither had the inclination nor the desire to intervene. After all, these individuals could be charitably termed as neighbors, but less charitably, they were the very ones who had caused his demise in a previous life. As days passed, just as Liang had anticipated, the community's water and electricity were completely cut off, and the majority of the residents' stored food had been nearly exhausted. This dire situation cast a pall over everyone. And amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a latent inclination towards violence began to fester. The first to succumb to this impulse were the residents who had been duped by Old Lady Wang into surrendering their food. They began to hurl insults at her and the homeowners group, denouncing her false promises of equitable food distribution. Although the food they had relinquished was largely of inferior quality, it could have sustained them for several more meals. Now it was all in the hands of Old Lady Wang, and they could hardly swallow their indignation. Yet, Old Lady Wang seemed to have vanished, no longer appearing in the homeowners group. Liang had anticipated all of this. The homeowners who had willingly surrendered their provisions were indeed foolish. In such extraordinary times, they still exhibited a misguided sense of compassion. His assessment of such individuals could be succinctly summarized. They deserved their fate. Moreover, Liang's preoccupation with their plight stemmed from the emergence of a more pressing situation outside, one that warranted his attention. From the break of dawn, he observed a drastic reduction in the number of deep-sea monsters prowling the streets, and his community, replaced instead by small groups of zombies. He realized that the true apocalypse was finally commencing. Chapter 32. The turmoil in the corridor. In this cataclysmic world, humans afflicted by the deep-sea monsters would become bloodthirsty, mindless corpses due to infection. This phenomenon spread rapidly, and on this day, it erupted in full force. Hundreds of zombies surged into the apartment building, drawn by sounds and the scent of blood in search of prey. The first to succumb was the first floor, where zombies broke down doors and ruthlessly tore apart the residents trapped within. Except for Liang's home and that of his neighbor Zhou Qingwei, the entirety of the first floor was instantly transformed into a veritable sea of blood. Liang found this perplexing. Could it be that the 3 occupants had already perished? The second and third floors fell swiftly to the same grim fate, ultimately suffering the same destiny as those on the first floor. Through the surveillance cameras, Liang gazed outside. He had never made a concerted effort to suppress the sounds emanating from his television or computer, and now, the entrance to his abode was swarming with zombies. However, with the presence of safe room, he felt no concern that these creatures would breach his sanctuary and end his life. Instead, it afforded him a valuable opportunity to observe and study the behaviors of the undead. After hours of relentless observation, he discerned that these zombies possessed an exceptionally heightened sense of hearing and smell. Even the faintest sound emanating from behind a door would incite them to swarm in aggression. However, their visual acuity proved to be rather lackluster, a fact that Liang had already come to understand from his previous life. Furthermore, these zombies appear to struggle with ascending to higher floors. After they had overrun the third floor, they began to meander aimlessly through the corridors. This revelation was of paramount importance to Liang. In his past life, prior to the onset of the zombie crisis, their apartment building had already established a set of protocols devised by Zhao Haoqiang, which allowed them to promptly barricade the zombies' advance with iron doors. This time, however, the weaknesses of the zombies were laid bare before Liang, significantly aiding him in his future excursions. Meanwhile, the homeowners group chat on Liang's phone had erupted with panic. "There are zombies! Oh my god, there are actually zombies outside. Help me. The zombies are in my home. I beg you, I'm on the 3rd floor, room 312. Mr. Wang, you old coot, you never mentioned such creatures existed. Give us back our food. What they said online was true. We're doomed. We're finished." At that moment, Old Lady Wang was hiding at the dimly lit end of the 5th floor corridor, cradling her barely breathing grandson, furtively wiping her tears in utter despair. She had been living on the 3rd floor of the building when the chaos erupted, preparing instant noodles for her grandson. "Xiaolong, my dear grandson, soon you'll have something to eat." "Grandma, I'm so hungry. I want to eat 2 bowls today." "All right then, my precious grandson. Today Grandma will cook 3 packets. Eat as much as you like." Old Lady Wang gazed lovingly at her grandson Xiaolong, feeling that as long as they could preserve their lives, it would be worth offending anyone. "Grandma, can we not eat instant noodles? I want to eat meat." Old Lady Wang's heart ached with compassion as she stroked Xiaolong's head. "Silly child, when your parents return, Grandma will cook meat for you. Be good." Suddenly, a cacophony of scuffles erupted at the door, intermingled with bizarre howls and anguished screams. Taken aback, Old Lady Wang thought to herself that such sounds had not been heard in a long time. Was there a fight, or had someone encountered those monstrous beings? Her naturally sensitive disposition triggered an immediate sense of alertness, and she resolved to venture outside for a glimpse. After ensuring her grandson was settled, old lady Wang mustered her courage to step out of her home, the screams and roars intensifying around her. The sounds seemed to emanate from the staircase leading from the second to the third floor, where flickering flames intermittently illuminated the scene. Old lady Wang swallowed hard and stealthily navigated the dark, elongated corridor until she reached the staircase. Peering down, she was instantly struck with terror. There, amidst the flames, 5 or 6 bloodied individuals were locked in a fierce struggle, 3 or 4 of them frantically lunging at the other 2, baring their menacing fangs in a savage attempt to tear at the neck of the person beneath them. She had occasionally surfed the internet in the past and had naturally come across the monstrous photographs shared on social media before the disaster. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she immediately recognized it. This was indeed a monster. Startled, old lady Wang screamed and fled. Her cry instantly attracted the zombies surrounding her, who began to charge up the staircase after her. Old lady Wang, being astute, quickly retreated home without deluding herself, promptly shutting the door behind her. She could discern that those who had been torn apart by the zombies were dragged from their homes while still alive. Thus, she dashed back inside, grabbing her phone with remarkable speed, scooped up her grandson Xiaolong, and sought refuge on a higher floor. The 6th floor of the building housed another apartment she had prepared for her son and daughter-in-law, which had remained vacant since their divorce. With her son absent and the 3rd floor uninhabitable, the apartment was now of utmost necessity. In her frantic escape, old lady Wang was so panicked that she failed to notice her grandson's head striking the stair railing with a harsh thud, causing him to lose consciousness with a faint gasp. She managed to reach the 4th floor, and remarkably, the zombies that had been closely pursuing her ceased their chase once she ascended. They allowed her and her grandson to escape. This unexpected reprieve brought her a moment of relief, yet, in the interest of caution, she continued to the 5th floor before halting. Fearing confrontation with the aggrieved homeowners, she deliberately selected a dark corner to hide. However, before she could catch her breath, she sensed something amiss with her grandson in her arms. Looking down, she was horrified to discover that the area around his neck was unnaturally limp, with the vertebrae protruding through the skin, clearly indicating that he was beyond saving. "Xiaolong, my dear grandson, please wake up," she cried, weeping uncontrollably over his lifeless body. The boy's spine had completely fractured, and he had perished in his grandmother's embrace, leaving no chance of revival. In her despair, old lady Wang frantically sought help in the homeowners group chat, overwhelmed by hopelessness. Yet, her pleas were met with ridicule rather than concern. "Your grandson is dead? Is this for real, or are you attempting to deceive us again? Serves you right for your misdeeds. This is your own doing. Conveniently, you can help us draw the zombies away. Just make sure they don't come upstairs." Old lady Wang, in agony, sent a message. "Dear neighbors, I sincerely apologize for deceiving you. It was my fault, but the child is innocent. I beg you, please save my grandson." The homeowners group fell silent, as none wished to venture out or involve themselves with old lady Wang, whom they viewed as a burden. "Old Ma Wang, bring the child to the 6th floor. I will see what I can do." Suddenly a girl named Lin Yue messaged. Chapter 33, A High Price for Acquisition. Lin Yue? Song Liang was deeply impressed by the girl. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled, framed by elegantly arched brows, while her long eyelashes fluttered gently. Her fair, flawless skin carried a subtle blush, and her delicate lips resembled the soft petals of a rose, yearning to be touched. She was a doctor at a nearby hospital, selflessly healing the residents of the apartment building during the apocalyptic trials of their previous lives, embodying an angelic presence that offered warmth to those around her. In his former existence, Song Liang had been moved by her deeds, recognizing her as one of the rare good souls amidst the impending doom. Eventually, she caught the eye of Zhao Haoqiang, who sought to possess her, and when she resisted, she met a tragic fate. Typically, she seldom spoke in the residence group, but upon learning of the grave injuries suffered by old lady Wang's grandson, she finally broke her silence. Old lady Wang, upon receiving Lin Yue's message, felt as though she had grasped a lifeline and hurriedly sent the child to her. However, Song Liang, having observed everything, realized it was too late for treatment. Little Long was likely beyond salvation. What transpired afterward remained unknown to Song Liang. After old lady Wang entered Lin Yue's room with her grandson, she did not emerge again. Indifferent to these happenings, Song Liang found himself intrigued by Lin Yue. With the safe house fully equipped, What it lacked was a comforting woman to share the warmth of a bed. Lin Yue's admirable character aligned well with his desires. Yet, he would certainly not seek her out to assist him, for he feared being labeled a pervert. Moreover, while her displayed kindness was indeed rare, Song Liang remained uncertain whether it was a genuine trait or merely a fade. The true nature beneath the mask was unpredictable, and he had no desire to invite danger into his life, lest he repeat the mistakes of his past. Days passed, and the residents of the apartment had entirely lost interest in conversing in their group. News could no longer be contained, spreading throughout the entire network. An unprecedented catastrophe had befallen humanity. Due to the contamination of nuclear wastewater, marine life mutated and subsequently infected humans. The affected areas spanned 95% of the globe, with suffering individuals constituting 90% of the entire human population, a figure that continued to rise. The societal order established by humanity was on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, such concerns were not Song Liang's to bear. Recently, he had made a remarkable culinary discovery. Combining steak with cheese produced a sandwich-like delight, which he deemed the greatest revelation of post-human history. Among the unaffected residents, thoughts began to shift. After exhausting all means of survival as their food supplies dwindled, they faced failure at every turn. It was at this juncture that a single mother from the 7th floor suddenly sent a message in the residents' group. "Neighbors, I implore you to assist me. My child has gone 3 days without a meal and is on the brink of death. Is there anyone who could provide him with a hearty meal? I am willing to pay a premium for it." Upon the dissemination of this message, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of all. Indeed, if one is without sustenance, one may turn to their neighbors for purchase. The highest bidder shall prevail. Eventually, the calamity will pass, and one party shall feast while the other profits. A truly symbiotic arrangement. Before long, someone responded, "I still have a few sausages and some loaves of bread at home. If you wish to purchase them, I can provide, but a sausage will cost you 500, and a loaf of bread 1,000. Otherwise, I am not interested." 500? 1,000? Such exorbitant prices for food would be scorned in any era. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, no one dared to question the rationale behind such costs. Song Liang was quick to take note of this unfolding situation, curious about the trajectory it would take. The single mother appeared hesitant, failing to respond immediately. In that moment of indecision, another individual named Su Chun abruptly interjected. "Forget about her. I will pay 1,500 for each item. Whatever you have, I will buy." Song Liang furrowed his brow. He was not particularly familiar with Su Chun, a quintessential second-generation, wealthy individual residing on the 7th floor of the building. Typically reticent in the owner-esque group, his sudden display of extravagance suggested that his family-esque supplies were dwindling. This was precisely the scenario Song Liang had anticipated. For if he intended to implement a plan to control all residents, individuals like Su Chun and Zhao Hongqi would prove to be the most difficult to manage. They must endure some hardships. 1,500 for a sausage? Good grief, Su Chun, is your family's wealth blowing in with the wind? The group was taken aback by Su Chun's lavish offer, as most families were working class, with few possessing a nonchalant attitude towards money. To procure sausages at prices several thousand times above market value was utterly nonsensical. "I have money, and I am willing to spend it. It is none of your concern." "Very well. However, some of my sausages are past their expiration date. Do you still want them?" "Yes, I'll take them all, expired or not. They are still 1,500 each." "It's settled then. I am in apartment 703 on the 7th floor. Please deliver them promptly." "Oh, and by the way," Su Chin added, "if anyone else has supplies to part with, including food and daily necessities, please reach out to me. I will pay handsomely." "Absolutely, Su. You are indeed impressive. I will send them up shortly." "Su, I also have some instant noodles. Would you like those?" "I have some as well," Song Liang frowned. These individuals were far too reckless in the face of the apocalypse, displaying a lack of prudence that bordered on foolishness. While the duration of this calamity remained uncertain, they were willing to relinquish essential food for mere scraps of worthless paper. Unlike Su Chun, who undoubtedly embodies the acumen characteristic of a wealthy heir, he has demonstrated a keen economic insight. His decision to pay a premium for food and supplies from other residents clearly indicates his understanding that this calamity will not dissipate easily. In these times, currency has become mere scraps of paper. The true treasures lie in these seemingly inexpensive consumables, which are invaluable in the face of an apocalyptic scenario. The single mother, witnessing the other homeowners fawning over Su-chun, was on the verge of tears. How can you all be like this? I buy food for my child. If you purchase everything, what will happen to him? He is so young, he could starve. Su-chun, indifferent to the plight of others, curtly replied, I don't care if your child lives or dies. If you have the ability, raise your offer. I'm in this to win. Seeing that she could not sway Su-chun, the single mother turned to her neighbors. Neighbors, you cannot turn a blind eye to this. My family cannot afford too much, but please, sell to me at a reasonable price. My child truly needs saving. Chapter 34. Sudden assault. The homeowner group fell silent, everyone ignoring the desperate pleas of the single mother. They seemed to treat this situation as an auction, where the highest bidder prevails. After all, what was being sold were merely a few bags of bread, some sausages, and a few packets of instant noodles. By this point, numerous homeowners had begun to privately message Su-chun, each reluctant to pass up the opportunity to profit in this dire world. The greed of human nature was vividly displayed in this moment. Soon, leveraging his affluent background, Su-chun began to amass a considerable stockpile of supplies within the homeowner group. While it would not suffice for a year or two, it would allow him to live comfortably for a month or two alone. Liang chuckled resignedly. Perhaps this is the last role that money can play in these times. Eventually, those who had exchanged food for cash would deeply regret their decisions, for in this apocalyptic reality, money is but an ethereal concept. Only ample supplies can pave the way to survival. It must be said, Su-chun's actions left an indelible mark in the minds of the homeowners. Previously, they would exchange food with neighbors out of goodwill, assisting one another. However, now that they had begun to equate these supplies with more conspicuous wealth, the prospect of charitable acts became increasingly difficult. It has now been 12 days since the onset of this global catastrophe. At this moment, in the home adjacent to Liang, the household of Zhou Qinghui is depicted. Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia huddle in the corners of their room, hunger and fatigue weighing heavily upon them, their faces gaunt and dark circles prominent beneath their eyes. Although they had united to eliminate Zhou Qinghui, a subtle friction had developed between them, rendering them unable to maintain the closeness they once shared. They had not consumed any food for 2 days. The meager rations remaining in Zhou Qinghui's home barely sustained the two women during these harrowing days, a grim irony stemming from the very act of his demise at their hands. The scant provisions, sufficient for a single day, had somehow allowed them to endure for 3 or 4. Now, the pantry lay bare. Even the remnants of instant noodles and bread had been devoured, leaving not a morsel to quell their hunger. They had contemplated seeking assistance, yet with Zhou Qinghui's death, they found themselves unable to unlock his phone and reach out to anyone. The perils lurking beyond their door rendered them too fearful to venture out, forcing them to remain confined within, desperately brainstorming solutions. Yujia, have you made your decision? In the oppressive darkness, Kai Yingjia's voice emerged, weak yet resolute, uttering a seemingly disjointed query. Su Yujia shook her head, her heart unable to overcome the chasm of indecision. If you believe it cannot be done, I must take this step. My hunger is overwhelming. I feel I am on the brink of death, Kai Yingjia said, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling. Is this truly the path we must tread? We shall incur divine retribution. Su Yujia quivered, perceiving Kai Yingjia's words as the whispered temptations of a dark force. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yingjia rose to her feet, determination igniting within her. It must be done. While I still possess strength, I must seize this chance. Su Yujia, engulfed in despair, closed her eyes, while Kai Yingjia grasped the prepared kitchen knife from the table and stepped into Zhou Qinghui's room. Bang! The piercing sound reverberated throughout the entire building in the dead of night. Liang was jolted awake from his dreams, having forgotten to lower the soundproofing panel. In recent days, the outside horde of zombies had remained eerily quiet, yet this deafening noise stirred them into a restless agitation. Furrowing his brow, Liang mused that the sound resembled a gunshot, and it had emanated from within his own building. Could it be that Su Yujia and her companion had made an appearance? He hastily activated the building's surveillance system, first adjusting the view to the first floor, where everything appeared normal. A few zombies swayed together, seemingly unaffected by the noise. Gradually, he navigated through the layers of surveillance footage, and at each level, all seemed well until he reached the footage from the 7th floor. His heart skipped a beat. Before a door near the center of the 7th floor stood Zhao Haoqiang, who had been absent until now, limping on one leg, brandishing a dark handgun. Wisps of gray smoke curled from the muzzle, revealing that the earlier explosion had indeed originated from this weapon. He was still alive? Song Liang squinted, perplexed. By all accounts, Zhao Haoqiang's prior injuries should have rendered him incapacitated. A close-range 9mm bullet had pierced his calf, a wound that typically defied the capabilities of standard medical treatment. Yet, he not only survived but appeared largely unaffected, his only misfortune being the loss of a leg. Song Liang's mind swirled with questions, but his attention was soon drawn back to the surveillance, which revealed a chilling scene. The door to that residence stood ajar, and through the limited perspective of the pinhole camera, it became evident that a woman lay lifeless at Zhao Haoqiang's feet. The woman lay on the ground, her hair disheveled, utterly motionless, appearing to have succumbed to death. Song Liang recalled that she was the single mother who had recently pleaded for food in the community group. During her desperate entreaties, a couple of compassionate residents had shared their meager supplies with her, to which she had expressed her gratitude in the group. This, perhaps, was the catalyst for Zhao Haoqiang's violent actions. The harsh environment and prolonged hunger had driven this predatory wolf to turn against the residents of the community. Subsequently, Zhao Haoqiang entered the room alone, emerging with small bundles of food tucked into his pockets. He approached the adjacent room and knocked on the door. "Who is it? Damn it. Can't a person get any sleep at this hour?" A man's voice quickly responded from within. Song Liang recognized it. It was Su Chun's voice, whom he had heard in the group. How foolish. Did he not hear the gunfire next door? "Mr. Su, I am here to sell supplies." Zhao Haoqiang's eyes lit up, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. "Oh, selling supplies, is it? Damn, coming at this hour, just wait a moment." Approximately 3 minutes later, the door creaked open. Almost instantaneously, as the door swung wide, Zhao Haoqiang raised his handgun without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots reverberated throughout the entire building. A man clad in a pink home pajama lay bloodied at Zhao Haoqiang's feet. Su Chun, the wealthy heir, had met his end in that instant. The exorbitantly procured supplies now belonged entirely to Zhao Haoqiang, a grim fate for another. Disdainfully, Zhao Haoqiang kicked Su Chen's lifeless body, muttering a curse, before stepping inside to ransack the place. Song Liang exhaled a heavy sigh. This marked the first murder scene he had witnessed in this life. Though he had seen many in his past existence, the shock remained indescribable. Chapter 35. Threats and Resistance. Beep. Beep. Just as Song Liang was lost in thought, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen to find a message from Zhao Haoqiang, tagging all members of the community group, accompanied by a voice note. "From now on, I'm the boss of this building. Each of you must heed my command. Follow me, and you shall have the opportunity to dine luxuriously. However, should any of you harbor thoughts of resistance, you will meet the same fate as them." He then attached 2 photographs, one depicting him holding a gun with a bloodied man sprawled on the floor, and the other showing a woman in a similarly gruesome state. The stark contrast between the 2 images was chilling. The residents were horrified by the sight. Having lived in a civilized society for so long, none had ever witnessed such brutality, leaving them momentarily speechless. Observing Zhao Haoqiang extend his hand toward the nearby neighbors, utterly disregarding human life, Song Liang could not help but shake his head in dismay. Zhao Haoqiang is indeed no ordinary individual. Song Liang has driven his situation to the precipice, yet he still manages to rise from the ashes. Initially, he showcases his prowess before everyone, then extends an olive branch to tempt the neighboring residents into submitting to him. This method proves to be remarkably effective. After all, resorting to overt threats of violence is clearly inadvisable. No matter how formidable he may be, he is but one man, and the residents of the apartment complex could easily overwhelm him with their collective disdain. Thus, he adopts this strategy, reminiscent of his previous life where he employed similar tactics. Most individuals tend to curry favor with the powerful, driven both by the fear of being crushed and the prospect of gaining advantages by adhering to his will. Undoubtedly, if they were to follow his every command, the residents would become Zhao Haoqiang's formidable allies. Song Liang switched off his phone. The events unfolding outside held no relevance to him and posed no threat. After all, with the existence of his safe house and a series of protective measures, even a multitude of adversaries would merely constitute a horde of insignificant minions, easily vanquished by a single, well-executed attack. He harbored no desire to rescue those deceived residents, for it was their own choice to heed Zhao Haoqiang's proclamations as gospel, seeking benefits as a testament to their survival instincts. As Song Liang pondered these thoughts, his phone suddenly erupted with notifications. Typically, his social media apps remained muted, only stirring to life when he was directly mentioned or when messages were sent to all members. With a puzzled expression, he opened his phone to discover he had been added to a new group chat, intentionally avoiding Zhao Haoqiang's social media presence. The chat, though not numerous, boasted a solid dozen or so participants, representing a significant force amidst the chaos. Curious about their intentions, Song Liang chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting their discourse. Clearly, these individuals were silently opposing Zhao Haoqiang. Upon entering the chat, they could no longer contain their frustrations and began to voice their grievances. Damn it, does this Zhao intend to establish a dictatorship? He expects us to comply with him. Who does he think he is? Who gave him such audacity? Surely it's the weapons he possesses. What era are we living in that he still wields such power? Just the sight of it makes me tremble. Indeed, he has resorted to violence. I just saw the photos. Weren't those two the rich second generation from the 7th floor and the single mother? I can't fathom what has become of the child. It's utterly tragic. As the complaints flowed, one of the more impassioned members proclaimed, "We cannot indulge him. He seeks to seize power amidst the nation's turmoil and crown himself as a tyrant. We must rise in defiance." This statement resonated well, garnering enthusiastic agreement. Exactly. With so many of us, how could we fear him alone? I concur. If we unite and confront him, we can undoubtedly subdue him. Imagination is a splendid thing. Yet reality is invariably harsh. Soon, a new group of individuals emerged, shattering their beautiful illusions. Have you not considered that the man, surnamed Zhao, possesses a firearm? Indeed, who would dare confront him directly when faced with a pistol? Such an encounter would yield no favorable outcome. Precisely, we must deliberate carefully. The previous group believed that their words merely elevated other spirits while diminishing their own authority, sparking a cacophony of voices, resulting in a state of disarray. Enough. It seems you're simply too timid to resist. Indeed, what is there to fear from a solitary man wielding a handgun? How can you be so certain that he possesses but one gun? Perhaps he has submachine guns, automatic rifles. What will we do if he brandishes them? Such weapons do not intimidate me. As long as I remain vigilant, and he does not launch a surprise attack, I am confident I can subdue him. True, he now has but one leg left. What do we have to fear? In this moment, as each person vied for dominance, what was once a promising organization dedicated to strategizing resistance devolved into a contest of bravado. Everyone exerted themselves to appear more formidable, seeking to earn the trust of their peers. Meanwhile, Song Liang observed the spectacle with amusement, finding it far more entertaining than certain television dramas or films. At this juncture, a message surfaced that struck Song Liang as particularly astute. After all that has been said, let us agree upon a time to take action. If we delay any longer, I fear the man surnamed Zhao may commit further heinous acts. Upon utterance of this sentiment, the previously lively chat fell into an abrupt silence, leaving all participants speechless. Song Liang let out a cold chuckle. Boasting requires no accountability and inflicts no harm. Yet when it comes to genuine action, hesitation ensues, a reflection of humanity's ugliness. This matter is of great significance. I believe we ought to deliberate further. Indeed, I concur. Although the man, surnamed Zhao, is currently incapacitated, he still wields a firearm, and none of us wish to be the ones who perish. I also concur. We must rely on our intellect rather than sheer numbers. For a reckless approach could lead to unnecessary casualties, complicating matters further. Precisely. Moreover, our numbers may not be as great as we think. Many potential allies remain outside the group, and if the man surnamed Zhao gathers more of his loyal followers, victory may not be assured. Indeed, Song Liang shook his head. As he suspected, these cowardly individuals could never amount to anything significant. Had they truly possessed the courage to act, they would have attempted it long ago, rather than suffer under the tyranny of the man, surnamed Zhao, or endure such a wretched existence. At that moment, a middle-aged man named Chun and spoke up in the group. We cannot merely talk without taking action. We must seize the time to act, lest we suffer when the man surnamed Zhao exhausts his resources. Song Liang's interest peaked. He had little recollection of this individual. Yet his willingness to step forward at this moment commanded Song Liang's respect. Chapter 36. The selfish nature of humanity. Even if I were not to be killed by that man, surnamed Zhao, I would inevitably succumb to hunger or thirst if things continue as they are. Thus, if anyone requires a person to take the first step, I believe I am well suited for that role. This middle-aged man, named Chunin, in his 50s, is honest and spirited, though he does not frequently make an appearance. He proves to be quite reliable in critical moments. He often assists neighbors in distress within the community, earning him a favorable reputation among us. Now, with Zhao Haoqiang wielding a gun and committing these heinous acts, Chunin's heart is already ablaze with righteous anger. Given this opportunity, he certainly will not let it slip away easily. His words quickly garnered the support of many in the group chat. I believe Uncle Chun is correct. We cannot allow that Zhao character to act with impunity. I stand with you. Indeed, count me in if action is to be taken. I can provide weaponry support. I live on the 3rd floor, and the outside is crawling with zombies, so I cannot venture out. However, Uncle, I stand behind you with my moral support. Once you make a decision, we will back you up. Zhao is severely injured. This is the perfect chance to strike while he is down. The group showered Uncle Chun with praise, each offering various opinions in hopes of assisting him. Despite this enthusiasm, no one dared to assert their participation in the action, merely echoing similar sentiments. You go ahead, I'll watch from a distance. Not interfering is my way of helping. Song Liang saw through the group's facade and felt a twinge of pity for Uncle Chun. I am genuinely touched by everyone's enthusiasm, but I still hope that some younger fellows can lend this old man a hand. That Zhao character has a gun. I fear I would not stand a chance alone against him. To subdue him, we must unite and support one another. Rest assured, I will look after you. Upon hearing these words, those with young men at home fell silent. In contrast, the women, whose households lacked such young men, spoke with sharpness, stirring the emotions of all present. Uncle Chin is right. This is a task for you men. We women shall provide the logistical support. Indeed, we are too frail to participate in such violent affairs. As long as you succeed, we shall reward you well. This sentiment left the men, thrust into the limelight, feeling discontented. Most of them were solitary young men, yet to experience the bittersweet journey of life, with brighter futures awaiting them. Now, standing unarmed against a gun-wielding assailant, it was difficult for all to accept. Please, there is no need to incite emotions like this. We men have already allowed you enough leeway in our daily lives. Now that danger looms, you expect us to take the brunt of it? That is too inhumane. Indeed, are you not the ones who continuously advocate for the notion of ladies first, proclaiming that women's rights surpass all else? Now presents a prime opportunity to substantiate your claims. Do not let it slip away. Admittedly, such assertions may seem rather dubious. It is only fair that either everyone refrains from participating or that all contribute to this matter, lest it be deemed exceedingly unjust. Upon witnessing the shift in rhetoric from the men, the women swiftly united to denounce them. Are you not men? It is a fundamental duty of men to protect women. How can you suggest we women join in? How dare you utter such words? Indeed, how shameless. Am I, a celestial being, at your beck and call? What if, in the heat of the moment, you take advantage of me? Who will I turn to for redress? In an instant, the group chat, initially formed to confront Zhao Haoqiang, devolved into a battleground of gender conflict. Song Liang sighed at these messages, finding the behavior of this group utterly authentic. Initially, in a bid for self-preservation, they hastily pushed someone to the forefront, only to become embroiled in trivial disputes. It is evident that such minor characters cannot shape significant outcomes. He recalled that in his previous life, after Zhao Haoqiang ascended to leadership within the residential unit, he pursued his selfish desires, forcibly seizing women and appropriating residences, while relentlessly exploiting the resources of fellow residents. Yet, throughout it all, no one ever organized a meaningful resistance. Most were internally dismantled, snuffed out before they could flourish. This is the selfish facet of human nature, a scenario with which Song Liang was all too familiar. Uncle Chun, and upon witnessing the increasingly outrageous content in the group chat, including challenges to duels, felt an urgent impatience. Enough. Let us refrain from further comments. We are neighbors. Let us converse amicably. Since we are all in this group chat, it signifies a certain fate, given that we all share a common goal. Why engage in infighting? His words ignited yet another wave of discontent among the female residents. Among them was a girl named Zhang Wei, residing on the 6th floor. A graduate student at the finest university in Tianjin, reputed for her exceptional academic performance and soon to seize an opportunity for studying abroad. Zhang Wei harbored unique insights regarding gender conflict, positioning her as a key figure among the feminists. When provoked, she would spare no one, ensuring that any detrimental issue was brought to light. At that moment, while fervently berating others in the group, she chanced upon Uncle Chunan's message and unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him. Were you pretending to be a paragon of virtue? You are no different from those cowardly men, all talk and no action. If you have the guts, go and deal with that Zhao fellow directly. A bunch of cowards. You are so eager to speak up, yet we women are the marginalized group. Merely voicing our opinions feels like stepping on a dog's tail. And you leap up in outrage? Are you not afraid of falling? Originally, I had no intention of reprimanding you. After all, I possess a master's degree, and to scold you would be an affront to my dignity. Yet, your audacity knows no bounds, as if you hold some significant status. Such foolishness. The few blows dealt have left the men in the group dazed, and those oblivious to the situation might mistakenly believe they share a vendetta with this little fairy. However, among the men are those of sound mind. They have likely honed their skills as keyboard warriors online, typing furiously, and within moments, they have drowned out Zhang Wei's words in a sea of chatter. How shameful it is to have a scoundrel like you among women. A master's degree? Nowadays, anyone can claim to possess one. You came here seeking condemnation. Retreat to where is cooler and cease seeking validation here. Being unattractive is not your fault, but your presence, repulsive as it is, crosses a line. To expect us to risk our lives for someone like you is utterly absurd. As long as you draw breath, I shall do nothing for you. Chapter 37. Cannibalism? The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Uncle Chun-en, who had been unjustly berated by Zhang Wei, wore a bewildered expression. He could not fathom why his well-meaning attempt to unite everyone against an external threat had turned him into a villain of the utmost degree. Typically reserved and lacking in social skills, he felt compelled to remain silent, allowing the furious crowd to unleash their wrath upon him. Song Liang observed the unfolding drama with amusement, unwilling to intervene. After all, this was a situation destined to backfire on whoever dared to take the lead. Moreover, it was these vitriolic individuals who now faced a crisis, not him. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with such trivial matters, finding far more entertainment in this spectacle than in the farcical variety shows that preceded the impending apocalypse. His assessment of those involved was succinct. They deserved their fate. The two factions within the group chat clashed vehemently, their argument persisting for 2 or 3 hours without any sign of abating. The insults escalated from the outset, as if they were diligently revisiting every derogatory term ever coined by their ancestors. Song Liang gradually realized that they had completely forgotten the original purpose of creating this chat group, discarding the paramount issue of resisting Zhao Haoqiang's oppression. Naturally, he could not endure the farce for much longer. After about 10 minutes of their quarrel, he tossed his phone aside in the living room and retreated to the kitchen. From his consciousness space, he retrieved an assortment of ingredients, including tomatoes, eggs, and pumpkin. Without the constraints of time within that space, these ingredients remained remarkably fresh, even improving in flavor. Tired of the extravagant delicacies he had grown weary of, he deemed it necessary to cook for himself, reminiscing about the simpler pleasures of the past. He prepared a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a pot of pumpkin porridge, indulging in his meal with great delight. A life like his, devoid of the anxiety of what tomorrow may bring, coupled with the daily enjoyment of free talent showcases, was far more pleasurable than life before the apocalypse. After finishing his meal, Song Liang, in a state of boredom, played video games for several hours as darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Another day had passed, and the ominous night, which struck fear into the hearts of many outside, had once again descended. By mid-October, the persistent rain had set in, and the air grew increasingly cold, filled with a damp chill. For the residents of the apartment building facing water and power outages, this posed an insurmountable dilemma. As winter approached, what would they do? Despite Tianning's proximity to the sea, it was undeniably a northern temperate continental climate, with winter temperatures plunging to around minus 20 degrees Celsius. The lack of water and electricity meant the complete failure of air conditioning and underfloor heating. as the temperature dropped. Everyone would be forced to wrap themselves in blankets at home, with no means of relief. However, this was not a concern for Song Liang. His underground safe house was equipped with the most advanced heating systems in the world, and the above-ground rooms boasted fireplaces and numerous electric heaters. With such amenities at his disposal, the cold could not touch him in the slightest. His only worry was to avoid overheating. Suffering from heat stroke would be quite unfortunate. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Song Liang habitually checked the surveillance cameras before bed. This had always been his practice, a precautionary measure to identify any potential dangers and devise the best response. He began his inspection from the first floor, ascending through the building. But when he activated the camera on the 8th floor, he was taken aback. The footage revealed Zhao Haoqiang dragging his injured right leg as he struggled to transport the corpse of the woman from the 7th floor back to his home. A small child was perched on the woman's body, its head moving erratically, seemingly still alive. What could he possibly want with that single mother-esque corpse? A wave of disturbing thoughts surged through Song Liang's mind. He initially suspected that Zhao Haoqiang harbored some peculiar fetish, driven by the sight of the corpse to commit unspeakable acts. Yet, upon reflection, such a possibility seemed exceedingly unlikely, given his current status and abundant resources. It would be a simple matter to invite a woman over. Moreover, the corpse bore the marks of violence, with its head bloodied and bruised. It was implausible that such a scenario could be the case. Just as Song Liang's confusion deepened, Zhao Haoqiang emerged from his apartment once more, returning to the 7th floor to retrieve Su Chen's body as well. A sense of dread gripped Song Liang as a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Was he intending to stockpile these bodies as a source of sustenance? The moment that thought surfaced, the more he pondered, the more convinced he became that it was indeed true. After all, Zhao Haoqiang, robust man, subsisting daily on instant noodles and ham bought by Su Chen, could not endure this for long. The mere thought of not having meat to eat was utterly distressing. This notion was infinitely more horrifying than his previous considerations. The act of cannibalism, though seldom witnessed even in Song Liang's past life, was now unfolding before his very eyes. Instantly, Song Liang felt a tumult in his stomach, nearly retching up the tomatoes scrambled with eggs and pumpkin porridge he had consumed at noon. Instances of cannibalism are not rare in history. During times of widespread famine in ancient times, such occurrences were commonplace. The esteemed writer Mr. Zhou has also expounded upon the authenticity of these events in his works. Yet, after so many years in a civilized society, who has witnessed such atrocities? Who could fathom that just a few floors away, such a ghastly event could transpire? While he understood that humans are indeed animals, and in the face of life-threatening peril, they do not ponder the lofty ideals of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and harmony. The reality of this scene still sent shivers down his spine. Song Liang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He was not only confronting an apocalyptic scenario, but also the terrifying depths of human nature. If he could not accept the sight of Zhao indulging in cannibalism, how could he hope to survive in this dreadful world? How could he realize his aspiration of safely entering and exiting the sanctuary? Thus, he had to compel himself to possess a higher threshold of acceptance than others. With his eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent flickered within them. He now regretted not having dealt with Zhao directly from the outset. This man was undeniably formidable, ruthless in his actions and heedless of consequences, a truly formidable adversary. As long as he remained at large, Song Liang's plans to organize the residents of the entire building would be indefinitely postponed. Chapter 38. Evil begets evil. Following the incident involving Zhao Haoqiang's murderous rampage, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire apartment building. Residents gradually began to realize that the true terror in this apocalypse did not lie with the monsters or zombies outside, but within the hearts of men. As for Zhao Haoqiang, after Song Liang uncovered his horrifying intent to resort to cannibalism through surveillance footage, he had remained hidden in his home, no longer appearing on camera. However, it was evident that he had no intention of living in peace. Seemingly aware of the shift in the residents' attitudes towards him, he began to wield both threats and allure, recruiting those of wavering resolve to become his followers. "I'm not the heartless monster you envision. They struck first, and I was left with no choice but to retaliate. As you know, the situation is dire. Who in their right mind would willingly provoke others and commit murder? that would only invite calamity upon themselves. At present, I possess a considerable stockpile of provisions and weaponry. Should anyone express a desire to join my ranks, they shall undoubtedly find themselves indulging in a bountiful and spicy feast. His words have indeed ensnared many simple-minded individuals who gradually let down their guard. Furthermore, a significant number of young men have declared their willingness to align themselves with him, eager to toil in exchange for sustenance to ensure their survival. Despite the grim circumstances, a lingering sense of hope persists among the populace, as they entertain the notion that perhaps Zhao Haoqiang's actions were merely a desperate measure for self-preservation, justifying the demise of the two individuals. Moreover, Zhao Haoqiang's enticing offerings of supplies serve to elucidate why many have begun to lean favorably towards him. As long as one provides sustenance and fills their bellies, their moral character becomes inconsequential, a silent confession shared by those eager to curry favor with Zhao Haoqiang. Song Liang, however, remains an aloof observer, watching them perform like a troupe of foolish clowns, never once contemplating participation or the disruption of their perilous alliances. Yet he is not naive. He has mentally cataloged them as potential threats. Zhao Haoqiang's coalition with so many homeowners merely seeks to establish dominion within the building, ensuring a more comfortable existence. It is evident that Song Liang, who had previously humiliated him, stands as the first obstacle to be reckoned with. Song Liang is not particularly concerned about the possibility of them attacking him and causing his demise. After all, he possesses an impenetrable safe house and an arsenal of weapons at his disposal. Nevertheless, in this apocalyptic world, uncertainty reigns supreme, and vigilance is always prudent. Most importantly, Song Liang is reluctant to allow Zhao Haoqiang's burgeoning power to impede his future endeavors. The next opportunity that arises, he muses, "I shall eliminate you." A sinister smile graces Song Liang's lips, suggesting that since the advent of the apocalypse, his psyche has gradually become tainted by the brutal realities surrounding him, fostering a taste for bloodshed. Days later, Zhao Haoqiang's proclamations within the homeowners group reverberated widely, drawing dozens of vigorous young men to his cause, engaging in nefarious activities. They first plundered the unoccupied residences above the third floor, yet their efforts yielded meager results, as the supplies seemed utterly depleted. Undeterred, Zhao Haoqiang instructed a few of his followers to barricade the stairwells on the third and fourth floors with iron doors, effectively abandoning all residents below the third floor. This course of action aligns quite well with Song Liang's sentiments. In a previous life, Zhao Haoqiang had executed a similar strategy, securing the iron doors in the first floor corridor while the zombies were lured away by survivors from a neighboring unit. Consequently, even if they sought to trouble Song Liang, they would need to tread carefully. Having accomplished this, those who joined Zhao Haoqiang's faction began to feel invincible, convinced they had established themselves as the rulers of the building. Driven by bloodlust, they seized anything they desired, whether it be supplies or women. This situation has led Zhao Haoqiang to vent incessantly in the group chat, with many homeowners seeking assistance. Despite Uncle Chen's righteous indignation, the majority of others remain passive observers, leaving him with no choice but to temporarily abandon his plans to confront Zhao Haoqiang. One morning, Song Liang awoke to find his phone screen illuminated. Upon picking it up, he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that a girl named Zhang Wei, residing on the 6th floor, had caught Zhao Haoqiang's attention. He had informed her that he would visit her home that morning, requesting her company for a grown-up game. Zhang Wei, a strikingly beautiful girl who always presented herself impeccably, with delicate skin and an admirable figure, was certainly a target for Zhao Haoqiang. However, she had always held herself in high regard as an exceptional student, and it was inconceivable for her to lower herself to someone like him. Zhao Haoqiang, intent on provoking her, had deliberately notified her of his visit, hinting at his intentions. Initially, Zhang Wei contemplated seeking help, but the thought of a self-proclaimed fairy like herself having to grovel before those foul men repulsed her, leading her to abandon the idea. In a moment of desperation, she devised a poor plan to block the door with her wardrobe, believing it might thwart Zhao Haoqiang's intentions. However, she underestimated his determination. Upon discovering that Zhang Wei had barricaded herself, he summoned several henchmen to assist in forcing the door open, promising them shared rewards once they succeeded. This revelation sent Zhang Wei into a state of sheer panic. She hid in the corner of her bedroom, frantically sending distress messages in the group chat, weeping inconsolably. "Help! Neighbors, I beg you to save me. Zhao is outside, and there are many of them. They wish to humiliate me. Is anyone willing to rescue me? Uncle Chun, are you there? Please help me. I implore you. Neighbors, you cannot stand idly by. We must unite against Zhao's tyranny. Song Liang, witnessing her drastic change in demeanor, could only shake his head in disbelief. Just a couple of days ago, she had been berating others in the chat, and now she was a picture of desperation. How ironic. Uncle Chun was no fool. He wouldn't be swayed by Zhang Wei's pleas. Little Wei, there are too many of them, and I am but an old man. I wouldn't stand a chance alone. Look around for anything you can use for self-defense. You must rely on yourself now. Zhang Wei, upon reading Uncle Chin's response, fell into despair. You cannot just stand by and watch. Don't you understand that if he ruins me, you will be next? You spineless cowards. You are not worth your salt. When I plead for a vulnerable girl's rescue, you refuse. What kind of men are you? Her words reignited the resentment of those she had previously clashed with. Chapter 39. The storm approaches, you wretched fool. Even when facing doom, you still dare to speak defiantly. Just wait until Zhao Haoqiang teaches you a lesson you one T forget. You deserve it, you shameless wretch, encountering trouble and cursing us. A certain group of individuals refrained from overtly insulting her, yet their veiled remarks dripped with sarcasm. Are you not a fairy? Why not wield your magical powers to send them away? Let us observe how a fairy casts her spells. Indeed, are you not the seasoned master of the restroom? Isn't boxing your forte? Those mere minions at the entrance hardly pose a challenge for you. Zhao Haoqiang's estimation is quite substantial. Bear with it for now. Besides, if everyone joins in, you might even come to relish that sensation. Ha ha ha, how cruel. The group chat erupted in a cacophony of laughter, brimming with a jovial atmosphere. Aside from Song Liang, who remained indifferent, and Uncle Chunin, who felt anxious yet powerless, all the men in the chat wished for Zhang Wei to suffer dire consequences. The other women remained silent. In their hearts, they believed that Zhang Wei being targeted by Zhao Haoqiang might at least prevent him from causing further trouble in the near future. In a short span, they felt relatively safer. In light of their own security, they deemed Zhang Wei's sacrifice worthwhile. Only a few comrades who had previously stood in solidarity with Zhang Wei offered her some words of consolation, but their efforts were, well, less than effective. One girl remarked, I heard that when several are involved, it hurts initially, but later it becomes quite pleasurable. Wei, don't fear. It's not as terrifying as you imagine. Another woman chimed in, exactly, I've tried it with 3 people, and it was indeed very enjoyable. Really? You experienced 3 at once? I've always wanted to try, but I'm afraid they might be too rough and hurt me. Ah, sister, this is where you misunderstand. Let me elaborate. In an instant, everyone began to chatter amongst themselves, the topic shifting entirely, with no one genuinely caring about the imminent humiliation awaiting Zhang Wei. You are utterly excessive. I shall haunt you even in death. Zhang Wei clutched her phone, trembling with rage, poised to utter some venomous curses when suddenly the door burst open, and the wardrobe blocking the entrance collapsed with a thunderous crash. A dozen robust men surged in, surrounding Zhao Haoqiang. The anguished scream of Zhang Wei echoed throughout the apartment building. Song Liang leaned back on the sofa, his expression one of amusement as he fixated on the surveillance screen. The fate of Zhang Wei remained uncertain, even for Song Liang, who only witnessed her being dragged by the hair into Zhao Haoqiang's residence, missing the live spectacle entirely. However, one could easily imagine that a girl like Zhang Wei, strikingly beautiful with an enviable figure, despite her sharp tongue, had few significant flaws. Such a person, falling into the clutches of a pack of ravenous wolves like Zhao Haoqiang, could only expect to endure humiliation. As for how long she could withstand it, that remained a mystery to all. While the participants in the group chat felt relieved that the victim was not themselves, the incident undoubtedly cast a shadow over their hearts. As Zhang Wei remarked, if Zhao Haoqiang is allowed to run rampant within the apartment building, engaging in heinous acts without restraint, it is only a matter of time before his malevolence befalls someone among them. During the following days, Song Liang continued to languish at home, immersed in video games and films. Outside, the horde of zombies remained eerily quiet, yet the interior of the building had begun to succumb to gruesome atrocities. One night, as Song Liang stretched lazily on the balcony, a chilling scream pierced the air and a shadow plummeted past the glass, crashing onto the cement floor below. Upon closer inspection, Song Liang realized it was a resident of the same building, now a mangled mass of flesh, with brains splattered everywhere. In such a catastrophic scenario, the most unpredictable element is the suspicion inherent in human nature. As supplies dwindled, many chose to forsake their humanity, extending their malevolent grasp toward once friendly neighbors. During this time, Zhao Haoqiang's small organization flourished, their ambitions swelling as they relentlessly pillaged the homes of those nearby. The compliant families managed to survive, albeit precariously, while those who dared to resist faced Zhao Haoqiang's ruthless decree, kill on sight. Initially, most of those who joined the organization hesitated to commit acts of violence. But after tasting the sweetness of power, they became unabashed, slaying and looting without a flicker of remorse. Amidst all this chaos, an unexpected event unfolded that caught Song Liang off guard. A couple from the fourth floor of a neighboring building fled down the fire escape, bursting onto the street. Their commotion attracted countless zombies from the surrounding buildings, who all converged in pursuit of the fleeing pair. Consequently, every zombie in Song Liang's building departed, leaving it devoid of the undead. Zhao Haoqiang, ever the astute strategist, swiftly dispatched his subordinates to dismantle the iron gate originally situated between the third and fourth floors, relocating it to the first floor hallway. This maneuver significantly expanded their territory for malevolence. Zhao Haoqiang's decisiveness stemmed primarily from the lingering pain of his right leg, which Song Liang had incapacitated, leaving him with a burning desire for vengeance. Previously, zombies had roamed below the third floor, and he had refrained from recklessness due to the uncertainty of their numbers and locations. However, with the thorough extermination of the undead below the third floor, it was time to settle old scores. Zhao Haoqiang, clad only in his skin, reclined on the sofa, smoking a cigarette while embracing a naked woman, his gaze deep and lustrous. The injury to his right leg still throbbed faintly, and he owed his survival entirely to Lin Yue, the girl from the sixth floor. He had noticed her when she instructed Wang Laotai to send her severely injured grandson to him, dragging his injured body in search of medical assistance. Zhao Haoqiang was fortunate to find that Dr. Lin Yue's home was well equipped with medical supplies, thereby saving his life. However, his right leg was rendered completely useless. The more Zhao Haoqiang pondered, the angrier he became. He forcefully pushed aside the sleeping woman in his arms, donned his clothes, and stood up. "Damn it, Song Liang. I will make you pay for this." Zhao Haoqiang had witnessed the formidable strength of Song Liang's door, which appeared sturdier than the iron gates meant to fend off zombies. It was that very door that had caused him immense suffering last time, so he vowed not to act recklessly again. Yet, what strategy should he employ? After deep contemplation, two potentially effective plans emerged in his mind. A sinister smile crept across Zhao Haoqiang's face as he declared, "This time, even if you possess 9 lives, you will still kneel before me." Chapter 40. A treat of teppanyaki. The organization, founded by Zhao Haoqiang, was growing significantly, amassing much of the elite talent from the surrounding apartment buildings. Among his subordinates, he recalled a man named Gong Fan, who was reputed to have once been a locksmith. Unfortunately, his unscrupulous ways had led him to prison, but he was also one of Zhao Haoqiang's most capable aides in securing iron doors. It was said that Gong Fan possessed exceptional lock-picking skills, having once opened an entire community's locks using merely a single noodle. According to him, any lock commonly found on the market would yield to him without exception. Such talent had caught Zhao Haoqiang's attention only a few times while Gong Fan was assisting with the iron doors, primarily because he found Gong's frail appearance unthreatening and easily dismissed him. However, recalling Gong Fan now, Zhao Haoqiang smacked his forehead in realization. There was indeed a solution to unlock Song Liang's door. Without delay, he gathered a dozen of his subordinates, bundled them in thick clothing, and stealthily approached Song Liang's doorstep. Coincidentally, Song Liang was leisurely watching surveillance footage when he noticed a ragtag group of individuals sneaking around his front door, piquing his curiosity. Could it be that Zhao Haoqiang had come seeking vengeance? Why were they all dressed as if they were agents of 007? Upon reaching Song Liang's door, a small, slender figure emerged from the group, his eyes glinting with mischief. It was none other than the locksmith extraordinaire, Gong Fan. Brimming with confidence, he approached the door. Retrieving a small toolbox from his pocket and meticulously examining the lock, occasionally rising to scrutinize the lock's mechanism. Song Liang, amused, watched them. He was not concerned about his door being easily breached, but the secretive and fervent demeanor of this group was indeed comical. Zhao Haoqiang frowned, recalling the significant loss he had suffered at the hands of that door last time, which nearly cost him his life. He placed a reassuring hand on Gong Fan's shoulder. "Hey, how's it going? Can you open this lock?" Gong Fan chuckled heartily, thumping his chest in assurance. "Brother Chong, rest assured. There isn't a lock in the world that the king of locks from Jiangnan cannot open." As he spoke, he retrieved a gleaming metallic tool from his toolbox and deftly inserted it into the lock of the door. He then leaned closer, intently listening to the sounds emanating from within the lock. After a minute or two of manipulation, a decisive click resounded, and the lock yielded. Inside the room, Song Liang remained composed, betraying no hint of panic despite the door being forced open. Zhao Haoqiang and Gong Fan, unable to contain their excitement, promptly yanked the door outward, only to be met with a bewildering sight. Behind the security door lay yet another iron door, seemingly more robust and immovable than the first. What was this? Had Song Liang installed 2 doors in his home? Was he out his mind? Zhao Haoqiang, stunned, felt a surge of frustration. The hope he had glimpsed had once again been dashed, leaving him infuriated. "Damn it, Gong Fan, can you break through this inner door?" he demanded. Gong Fan nodded eagerly, hastily bringing his treasured toolbox closer for another examination. However, he had grossly underestimated the complexity of the second lock, which was crafted from materials personally selected by Wu Huainan and designed by the world's most renowned locksmith. The first door had been accessible because its original security mechanism remained intact, albeit reinforced. The lock itself had not been replaced. If Gong Fan could breach this second door as easily as the first, then the Long Outyin Security Company would be better off closing its doors for good, lest it cause further harm. Moreover, Wu Huainan's exceptional expertise had afforded him foresight regarding potential lockpicking scenarios, leading him to implement a formidable defensive measure within the second iron door. With a light chuckle, Song Liang pressed a small button he had been clutching in his palm. Simultaneously, a crackling sound emanated from within the iron door, accompanied by a bone-chilling vibration. As Gong Fan attempted to insert his metallic unlocking tool into the keyhole, he felt an involuntary tremor coursing through him, a surge of electricity enveloping his entire being. "Ah!" Gong Fan let out a shriek, as wisps of faint gray smoke began to rise from his body. The hand that had made contact with the metal tool was instantly charred black, releasing an acrid odor. His eyes widened in shock, yet there was no flicker of life. His body remained poised in the act of inserting the tool. But he had clearly succumbed to the overwhelming current. In an instant, he was flung several feet away, his skin completely scorched, curling lifelessly in a dark corner of the first-floor hallway. "By heavens!" Zhao Haoqiang gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stumbled backward, followed by the stunned expressions of his subordinates, who instinctively retreated, a sense of trepidation washing over them. Song Liang proved to be far more formidable than they had anticipated. Should he continue to confront such demons, it was likely that those present would not suffice as his victims. With a cold snort, his voice resonated through the crevice of the door. "Esteemed guests, welcome to my abode. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality and invite you to enjoy a feast of teppanyaki. Please indulge yourselves." Upon hearing these words, the lackeys surrounding Zhao Haoqiang were seized with terror. Song Liang was the very embodiment of a devil, able to transform a man into such a state without so much as a flicker of emotion, all while maintaining his usual jovial demeanor. Although Zhao Haoqiang, as the leader, was astonished, he felt more acutely that his authority was being challenged. Enraged, he seized a metal rod from one of his subordinates and struck it against Song Liang's door with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. He struck several times, yet the iron door remained immovable, showing not a single mark. Instead, the impact left Zhao Haoqiang's hand aching. "Damn it, Song. If you're a man, stop hiding like a coward and come out for a fair duel." Song Liang, however, was far too wise to be easily provoked. He remained seated on the sofa, observing Zhao Haoqiang's desperate demeanor through the surveillance monitor. "Come out, or I shall make you regret it." Song Liang chuckled mockingly. Was this fool truly so dim-witted that he refused to flee despite his futile attempts against the door? It seemed he had overestimated Zhao's capabilities. "Since you choose not to leave, then you shall all remain here," A cruel smile flickered across Song Liang's lips. He had resolved to unleash a massacre. Chapter 41. The onslaught through the narrow gap of the iron door. Song Liang surveyed the hostile crowd outside, his 9mm pistol gripped firmly in hand. Let's see what waves this rabble can stir. With unwavering intent, he unlocked the safety and aimed the firearm at the gang of ruffians outside, executing the motions with precision. Through the iron door, he could even discern the distinct sounds of their breathing. Encircled by his subordinates, Zhao Haoqiang remained still, aware that Song Liang possessed a firearm, yet his lackeys, oblivious to the danger, eagerly shielded their leader in a display of bravado. Song Liang smiled softly. This was advantageous. If they were to cower in fear, clustered together, it would only hinder his performance. Listen, Song, we offer you one last chance. If you do not come out and humbly admit your wrongs, you will undoubtedly perish when we break in. Hurry up. Our leader is here. We are neighbors. Let's not make this difficult for one another. Several voices in the crowd bellowed, as if the loudest among them could claim second-in-command status within their disorganized ranks. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that they had been targeted by a bloodthirsty specter. A sharp gunshot pierced the night sky, accompanied by a cacophony of whistling air. The man standing at the forefront clutched his chest and collapsed in response. His companions, taken aback, cast a horrified glance at the wounded individual, their scalps prickling with dread. Before them lay a gaping wound in his chest, blood soaking through the fabric of his shirt, oozing forth relentlessly. He has a gun, run! Someone suddenly screamed in a frenzy. The circle surrounding Zhao Haoqiang disintegrated in an instant as everyone scrambled towards the stairwell, fearful that even a moment's delay would invite the specter's deadly bullet. Among the fleeing crowd, the most conspicuous figure was undoubtedly the impeccably dressed Zhao Haoqiang, who had been ensconced in the midst of the throng, unable to discern the unfolding chaos outside. A gunshot rang out, and before he could react, he was jostled to the rear by several individuals. At that moment, he was the second closest person to the iron gate, next to Song Liang. With a sinister grin, Song Liang thought to himself that fortune favored him without effort. He adjusted his aim and, targeting Zhao Haoqiang's nape, pulled the trigger. The deafening sound reverberated. Instantly, blood gushed from Zhao Haoqiang's right shoulder, cruelly pierced by the bullet. A cry of anguish escaped his lips, perhaps driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival. He summoned an astonishing burst of strength, shoving aside the two individuals before him and forcing his way into the stairwell. Song Liang smirked, lamenting the missed opportunity to eliminate Zhao Haoqiang. It was not that his marksmanship was lacking. Rather, at the moment he fired, Zhao Haoqiang had been unintentionally pushed, causing his head to veer aside. Consequently, the fatal bullet struck his shoulder instead. However, allowing Zhao Haoqiang to live was not of great concern. Incapacitating one of his legs and an arm would likely render him immobile for the foreseeable future. Song Liang holstered his weapon, initially contemplating dousing them with bullets from his handgun, but ultimately reconsidered. His shooting was currently inconsistent. Although he had an ample supply of ammunition, he decided to practice shooting at these moving targets for precision. Mastering his marksmanship would serve him well for any future opportunities with submachine guns or automatic weapons. While Song Liang remained unscathed, Zhao Haoqiang and his entourage were not so fortunate, particularly Zhao Haoqiang himself. Most of the others suffered only minor injuries, merely bruises and scrapes that would heal swiftly. However, Zhao Haoqiang's situation was dire. He had taken a bullet squarely in his shoulder. Although the distance from the firing point mitigated the severity compared to the previous injury to his right leg, the location of the wound, near the shoulder and chest, posed a grave risk of excessive blood loss if not promptly treated. His loyal followers hoisted the unconscious Zhao Haoqiang, staggering as they made their way to Dr. Lin Yue's residence on the 7th floor. Dr. Lin, please take a look. Our elder brother is injured. Yes, Dr. Lin. He has lost a considerable amount of blood. Have mercy and save him. Zhao Haoqiang's gang shows loyalty to their leader. Most of them had forged bonds with him before the calamity struck. Given the gravity of the assault on Song Liang's household, Zhao Haoqiang was reluctant to involve those newly inducted into the organization, fearing betrayal. Dr. Lin, with dark circles under her eyes, opened the door, her complexion dull and her cheeks slightly sunken, revealing her own hardships. Upon seeing Zhao Haoqiang unconscious before her, her brows knitted in concern. It was late at night, and a group of men knocking on a young woman's door was already disconcerting. Seeing Zhao Haokong seeking help only intensified her discomfort. After all, the misdeeds Zhao Haokong had committed within the apartment complex were the talk of the town. Aiding him would be tantamount to complicity in his crimes. What injury? Doctor. Lin's words were terse and authoritative, a reflection of her unwavering professional ethics. Gunshot, replied one of his nervous underlings, who had rarely encountered such a situation in his life. Another gunshot wound? Lin Yue's voice was calm, yet gentle, exuding a maturity that belied her appearance. Who did this? Song Liang on the first floor. That man is ruthless. Lin Yue rolled her eyes, contemplating why Song Liang didn't simply kill Zhao, thereby relieving her of this moral quandary. To assist would mean enabling evil, and she harbored a wish for Zhao Haokong's demise 1,000-fold. Yet, to refrain from helping contradicted her fundamental principles as a physician, which mandated the healing of the sick. After much internal conflict, she sighed and relented. Very well, bring him in, but be careful not to stain my floor with blood. The underling's eyes brightened, and he hastily signaled his comrades to carry the unconscious Zhao Haokong into the room and lay him on the living room sofa. Doctor. Lin retrieved the last first aid kit from her bedroom, extracting scissors and gauze as she approached the unconscious Zhao Haokong. Half an hour later, she rose, beads of perspiration dotting her delicate face. Grabbing a towel, she wiped her brow and exhaled softly. That's all I can do. The bullet has been removed, and the bleeding has stopped. However, without medication, his fate now rests in his own hands. The underling, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately expressed profound gratitude, treating Dr. Lin as if she were a benefactor akin to a parent, almost ready to kneel in thanks. Chapter 42. Secrets Revealed Neighbors. Does anyone have disinfectants or medicines to prevent infection? I will pay a handsome price. I have plenty of instant noodles and bread. If anyone has medicine, I can trade all of this. Zhao Haokong awoke from a nightmare, feeling the pain in his shoulder wound. He understood that this situation was markedly different from the last. If the injuries to his torso truly lacked medicinal assistance, he would undoubtedly perish. In desperation, he turned to the neighborhood group for help. Yet, not a single response emerged from the members of the group. It was not that they believed Zhao Haoqiang deserved his fate, suffering from infection as a consequence of his own misdeeds. After all, the allure of sustenance in this apocalyptic era outweighed all else. No one was willing to gamble with their future. The stark reality was that none possessed any medicine capable of treating gunshot wounds. Such injuries were exceedingly rare, far removed from the concerns of those accustomed to the comforts of a peaceful urban existence. Song Liang held his phone, having seen Zhao Haoqiang's plea for medication in the group chat. This unforeseen development left him taken aback in his understanding. Failing to strike a fatal blow meant a failure to kill. And as for what followed, Zhao Haoqiang had miraculously survived before, so he presumed this time would not be much different. However, it was evident that this injury bore a more significant impact than the last. For someone like Zhao Haoqiang to shamelessly solicit help in the group indicated that he was indeed facing a dire predicament, one that potentially threatened his life. I shall observe who will come to your aid this time, Song Liang thought, a glint of coldness in his eyes. As Zhao Haoqiang noted the prolonged silence in the group, coupled with the urgency instilled by his injuries, doubt began to creep in. Do they refuse to help me? Fine. Let us do this. Whoever informs me where I can find medicine will receive 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 loaves of bread. Yet, silence persisted, with only a few scattered messages supporting Zhao Haoqiang. My brother's word is his bond. Neighbors, feel free to speak up. Whatever happens, we will bear the burden. Indeed, those who save my brother's life would become his benefactors, wielding authority in this building, one step above all others. However, these rallying cries failed to stir any compassion within the group. It remained eerily quiet. Just as Zhao Haoqiang's desperation reached a fever pitch, an unexpected message appeared in the chat. I know where there is medicine, and it is guaranteed to be in abundance. The message bore the signature of Zhou Qingwei. A wave of foreboding washed over Song Liang. He sensed that trouble was brewing. This Zhou, alongside Su Yujie and Kaingjia, had been lurking next door, silent for so long that he had assumed they had perished from hunger. Yet, it appeared they were very much alive and seemingly thriving. Is that so? Brother Zhou, do share. I assure you, I will not go back on my word. Zhao Haoqiang promptly responded, anxious not to miss this fleeting opportunity for survival. The replies came slowly. It remained unclear whether they were deliberating the veracity of the information or harboring mistrust toward Zhao Haoqiang's character. Ultimately, after a considerable pause, a response was finally dispatched. I am Su Yujia, one of the inhabitants who arrived at this apartment building before the disaster struck. Zhou Qingwei has perished. Yet we are aware that there exists an individual who, regardless of whether it be Western cuisine, Chinese dishes, beverages, or emergency medical supplies, possesses an abundance of all. Zhou Qingwei is dead? A peculiar sensation surged within Song Liang as he began to vaguely discern the reason behind Su Yujia's survival amidst the apocalypse without any backup resources. In this light, it appears that Kaiyingjia may also have met her demise. Doubts began to arise in Song Liang's mind. Who could it be? An anxious glimmer flickered in Zhao Haoqiang's eyes. When Song Liang's words echoed through the entire residence group, it was as if a thunderclap had reverberated among them. To my knowledge, he not only survived the apocalypse, but thrived remarkably. It seemed as though he possessed foresight of the impending doom, preparing an inexhaustible supply of resources in advance. While we all languished in hunger and cold, scurrying about to satiate our hunger, this individual disregarded the bonds of neighborly friendship, indulging in a life of luxury, relishing sumptuous meals and fine drinks within the confines of his home. Su Yujia appeared eager to voice all the grievances she had recently endured to every member of the residence group. With righteous indignation, she recounted numerous matters concerning Song Liang, inciting envy among all the participants in the discussion. However, some managed to maintain their composure, striving to remain rational in an environment where death loomed at any moment. Your words sound pleasant, yet they represent only your perspective. How can we trust you? Su Yujia seemed to have anticipated this line of questioning, promptly sharing the boastful photographs that Song Liang had previously sent her into the group. In those two images, Song Liang wore a smug expression, his face brimming with pride. Behind him lay a table overflowing with delicacies, complemented by an array of colorful wines, all illuminated by the soft, enchanting glow of electric lights, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that left onlookers utterly mesmerized. Is it truly the case? What she claims is indeed factual. There is electricity, there are provisions, and there are beverages. I yearn for such a life. Cursed be it, while I toil day in and day out for a mere morsel. He revels in steak and red wine at home. It's utterly infuriating. Why does he have the right to savor such a lifestyle? This is a life I ought to enjoy. In an instant, the residence group was ablaze with fervor, with a significant portion of the individuals unable to restrain their vitriol aimed at Song Liang. Song Liang maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the irate crowd, feeling neither angered nor embarrassed. Rather, he found a certain satisfaction in it. He had no reason to fear that this angry mob could breach his fortress of safety, and instead, he relished the rare attention he garnered amidst the apocalypse. But wait, he resides on the first floor, and he flaunts his lights so ostentatiously every day. Why have no monsters attacked him? Could these photographs be fabricated? Soon, another wave of residents emerged, questioning the authenticity of the images. Their rationale was clear. Could those creatures outside perhaps be relatives of Song Liang? Every day, they linger before him, yet fail to eliminate him. As far as I know, Song Liang has fortified the entire room, constructing a safe house that even the monsters cannot penetrate. Su Zuzi et Lai. What a boast. Those monsters outside, with their bared teeth, how could they possibly be easily deterred? Indeed, the effort expended on that iron gate has consumed countless resources. How could he alone reinforce the room? A safe house? Perhaps he has watched too many movies. From a photograph, it appears to be a fabrication, an attempt to deceive Zhao Haoqiang for food. It is conceivable that Song Liang has long since been devoured by the monsters. Absolutely. Unless he sends a message in the group right now, I shall never believe it. Song Liang raised an eyebrow, promptly replying to the man with a simple punctuation mark. Chapter 43. Brazen face, what the hell? Song Liang is still alive. He is indeed alive. What that woman Su said is true. What the hell? Someone is living such a life while I beg for food daily. How unfair can the heavens be? The crowd was astounded, their faces sour as they witnessed Song Liang living a better life than theirs. Zhao Haoqiang and his minions, however, were not preoccupied with such matters. Upon hearing that Song Liang possessed medicine, They were instantly filled with excitement. Despite facing Song Liang, this might be their only opportunity for survival, and Zhao Haoqiang was not inclined to let this rare chance slip away. "Hey, you there, Su Yujie?" Zhao Haoqiang continued. "Is it true that the man named Song on the first floor has medicine?" Su Yujie quickly responded to his inquiry. "Absolutely true. I can confirm that Song Liang's home is certainly related to the apocalypse and that he hoarded numerous supplies before the end, allowing him to navigate the apocalypse with ease." One of Zhao Haoqiang's subordinates, somewhat apprehensive, asked, "You mustn't act on mere hearsay. The current Song Liang is no longer as easily bullied as he was before the apocalypse." However, they swiftly captured everyone's attention. After all, the one possessing medicine was not just anyone, but a subordinate of Zhao Haoqiang who had gained power. "Brother Chong, we just went to his place to borrow food, and without a doubt, we failed. Now we seek to borrow medicine? Are we just idly wasting time?" Zhao Haoqiang disapproved of his subordinate's myopic thinking, believing that true wisdom evolves, cannot be easily revealed, and must not allow the opponent to grasp one's core. "Enough nonsense. Do you have any other methods?" "We shall proceed as he suggested." Zhao Haoqiang felt increasingly uncomfortable. The injury in his chest gradually spread throughout his body. He clutched his wound in pain, trembling as he firmly responded to his subordinate's inquiries. "Indeed, I feel as though I am truly dying." Zhao Haoqiang gasped, needing all capable individuals to understand that this world was far from simple. "We are merely borrowing items. We will return them and have no intention of seizing them. What is there to fear?" Beside Zhao Haoqiang, his loyal subordinate joyfully responded, affirming that Brother Chong was indeed correct. They had decided earlier that after breaching the door, they would leave behind some provisions, never intending to eradicate their adversary entirely. Another subordinate chimed in, echoing the sentiment that in this apocalyptic struggle, it was merely a case of the innocent suffering due to the possession of wealth, since he chose not to share with others. He should not be surprised by their attempts to undermine him. Notions of justice and evil held no relevance here. Lin Yue stood to the side, simultaneously monitoring Zhao Haoqiang's chest wound while listening to the shameless ramblings of the ruffians. Their perspective was truly astonishing, leaving one's worldview shattered on this extraordinary night. Ultimately, they arrived at an unreliable conclusion. Everyone envied the resources in Song Liang's household, driven solely by the primal instinct for survival, rendering any discussion of right or wrong moot. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall squarely upon Song Liang for his selfishness, depriving the majority of the opportunity to enjoy a life of regal privilege akin to his own. After all, it is not the scarcity of resources that troubles humanity, but the inequality of their distribution. Why should Song Liang be afforded conditions that others are denied? Zhao Haoqiang entrusted the matter of procuring medication to Su Yujie, who resided next door to Song Liang. In his view, Su Yujie had once been the object of Song Liang's affection, thus she would surely command some respect from him. Moreover, the pivotal role of the guide in this unfolding scenario would naturally fall to Su Yujie, as few understood Song Liang as well as she did. Hence, she was the only suitable candidate for this role. When Su Yujie initially learned that Zhao Haoqiang had thrust her into the limelight, she was exceedingly reluctant. After all, her intention had merely been to provide Zhao Haoqiang with some leads to sever the ties between him and Song Liang. Yet now she found herself a puppet in their relational dynamics. On one hand, Song Liang had previously insulted her numerous times and was no longer the brainless sycophant he once was. On the other hand, even with a thousand-fold courage, she would not dare openly defy Zhao Haoqiang's commands, lest she desire to lose her head. The two factions soon converged, and, through the surveillance footage within the apartment building, Song Liang became aware of the entire situation. The man he had shot with a handgun while protecting Zhao Haoqiang was the first individual he had ever killed in his life. Surprisingly, he did not find it as difficult to accept as he had anticipated. Instead, an inexplicable exhilaration welled up within him, akin to the thrill of vengeance achieved. An indescribable feeling. He adhered to his usual routine, surveying the surveillance for various floors of the building. To his astonishment, Kai Yingjia had survived. Although she had become gaunt and taciturn, she remained largely unchanged otherwise. The trio was merely missing the cowardly Zhou Qingwei, with whom Song Liang was not well acquainted and thus had no inclination to ponder further. Suddenly, the ringtone of his mobile phone pierced the silence. This is the notification sound for a voice call on the social platform. Song Liang picked up the phone and was surprised to find that it was Su Yujie calling. He answered the call. Hello. I'm truly delighted to hear your voice once more. I feel incredibly fortunate that you are still alive. Su Yujie seemed uncertain about the meaning behind Song Liang's words, pausing for a moment. Are you saying you have been waiting for me? Haha, certainly not. I merely believe it would be too easy for you to die alone. I have yet to torment you enough. Su Yujie gritted her teeth, seemingly making a resolute decision. Song Liang, I represent Mr. Zhao Haoqiang in negotiations with you. He has been severely injured by your gun and is in urgent need of medical treatment. As a member of this building, you should share the emergency medical supplies you possess and provide a more suitable residence for the injured. Su Yujie's words were delivered with righteous indignation, and Song Liang could hardly believe his ears, astonished at how she could make such unreasonable demands. A member of this building? Share my medical supplies? Furthermore, relinquish my home for the recovery of the injured? Are these even human words? Instead of being angry, Song Liang chuckled, truly appreciating the audacity of both Su Yujie and Zhao Haoqiang. Damn it, two shameless individuals together, and they somehow achieve a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. Quite impressive. Chapter 44. Unforgettable You Song Liang. I advise you to act wisely. Zhao Haoqiang's injuries are a result of your actions. If you refuse to participate in his treatment, it could lead to death. Song Liang was unconcerned, shrugging his shoulders. If he dies, so be it. Life is inherently mortal. It is merely a question of when one dies. Besides, what does it matter to me whether this guy lives or dies? This is a crime. Do you not understand? Crime? Song Liang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most absurd joke of the century. Do you honestly believe you will survive in the aftermath of this apocalypse? Besides, if you die, who would care who killed Zhao Haoqiang? His words sent chills down Su Yujie's spine, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Quickly, she adjusted her strategy, shifting from coercion to a more gentle approach. Through tears, she pleaded over the phone, Song Liang, we were wrong before, failing to recognize your worth. We sincerely apologize. Can you find it in your heart to forgive us? Song Liang's expression remained unchanged. Forgiving you? That is the task of a deity. My duty is to send you to meet him. Seeing that her usual gentle tactics had failed, Su Yujie was momentarily at a loss, attempting to communicate subtly with Song Liang over the phone. Meanwhile, Zhao Haoqiang, observing the situation, snatched the phone away. Song, I advise you for the last time, either obediently hand over the medication or prepare for the day I will raise your house to the ground. Song Liang raised an eyebrow. He had initially been impervious to both coercion and persuasion, yet the softer approach was at least somewhat palatable, if only for the comfort it provided to his ears. However, this bluntness sparked no interest in him whatsoever. You shameless bastard, Zhao Haoqiang. Can you guess why I chose to strike your shoulder instead of your head? There's a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Because you missed? The hell with your excuse of missing. It's because I wanted you to experience the sensation of being rendered useless, the feeling of an infection impacting your very existence. Zhao Haoqiang fell silent, seemingly listening intently, awaiting Song Liang's reprimand. What do you think all my actions were for? Was it not to ensure your demise would be a more agonizing spectacle? And now you come seeking my medication. What does that say? Without hesitation, Song Liang unleashed a torrent of expletives upon Zhao Haoqiang, leaving him utterly speechless. Both Zhao Haoqiang and Su Yujie were not devoid of intelligence. They understood the weight of Song Liang's words. Yet, for Zhao Haoqiang, the medication from Song Liang's household represented his sole hope for survival. Meanwhile, for Su Yujie, the threat posed by Zhao Haoqiang was one aspect, but her primary motivation lay in coveting the seemingly luxurious abode of Song Liang. She had witnessed firsthand the treasures within that residence: generators, an abundance of food and beverages, and various rooms dedicated to entertainment. If she could somehow secure a place within Song Liang's sanctuary, the apocalypse would no longer be a harbinger of doom, but rather a day of fortune. Song Liang, if you agree to give us the infection-preventing medication, I, Zhao Haoqiang, promise you that I will cease to trouble you from that moment on. What do you say? Before Zhao Haoqiang could finish, Su Yujie chimed in eagerly from the side. Indeed, Song Liang, in the face of such an apocalyptic world, none of us can be entirely certain of our survival. It would be wiser to unite, to set aside past grievances, and find a way to endure together. Before their duet could conclude, Song Liang forcefully interrupted their exchange. Stop wasting my time with your drivel. If you want medication and food, come to my house. I'm always available to entertain you. Upon hearing this, Su Yujia and Zhao Haoqiang found themselves at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless. Hey, Dr. Lin, you should persuade Song Liang. If you can truly heal my injuries, I will treat both of you like brothers. Through the phone, Song Liang discerned Zhao Haoqiang attempting to enlist Dr. Lin Yue to convince him to provide the medication for his injuries. Soon, Lin Yue took the phone from Zhao Haoqiang, her delicate, youthful voice resonating through the receiver. Hello, is this Song Liang? In an instant, the favorable impression Song Liang had of this woman was significantly tarnished. Originally, Song Liang believed that this remarkably opinionated and strong-willed woman would remain steadfast. However, she ultimately succumbed to the oppressive influence of Zhao Haoqiang. With merely a few casual remarks from others, she eagerly answered the phone, taking on the role of a negotiator. You're Lin Yue? I presume you're also sent by Zhao Haoqiang to persuade me to surrender the medication. The woman on the other end chuckled softly, her voice melodious and captivating. No, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. Your willingness to provide the medication holds no significance either. Song Liang was taken aback. Oh, then what is the purpose of your call? Purpose? Naturally, it is to scold you. Song Liang was perplexed. When you eliminate a threat, you must eradicate it completely. Did your parents not teach you this in your youth? It is entirely your fault that Zhao Haoqiang is in such a dire state, and I am burdened with the task of rescuing him repeatedly. A thought stirred within Song Liang, ready to articulate his response, when he was interrupted by a cacophony from the other side. Dr. Lin, I asked you to persuade him. What on earth are you saying? I said, what does my opinion matter to you? Hand me the phone. I haven't finished speaking. Damn it. You're being quite impudent. Following this, the sound of a phone clattering echoed, and Su Yujia's voice returned. Brother Song Liang, you really can't stand by and do nothing, can you? You once held affection for me, and surely your stance shouldn't shift so decisively now. What have I done wrong? Song Liang raised an eyebrow, utterly bewildered by the unfolding theatrical performance. Resolutely, a wicked thought crossed his mind. He was aware that Su Yujia was certainly not alone. Zhao Haoqiang and his gang of lackeys were present as well. Thus, he deliberately raised his voice. Yujia, you're absolutely right. I still harbor profound feelings for you. After all, I have adored you for so many years. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Su Yujia. Does Song Liang still love me? Really? Then my days of fortune are about to arrive. She promptly sent a message to Song Liang, her excitement palpable in her words. Brother Song Liang, I knew it. You could never truly abandon Yujia. A smirk of derision flitted across Song Liang's lips. You are correct. I have never forgotten you. Chapter 45. The truth behind the feigned suffering. Brother Song Liang, I know you cannot forget me. How about this? Take me home and provide Zhao Haoqiang with some preventative medication. Would you? Seeing Song Liang express such longing for her, Su Yujia could not contain her elation. This was far more exhilarating than winning the lottery. I can agree to everything you mentioned, including taking you back to my home and showering you with wealth and luxury. However, one condition remains, providing that Zhao fellow with medication. That is a foolish dream, utterly impossible. Zhao Haoqiang frowned, realizing that Su Yujia had inadvertently elevated herself to the role of the boss's wife, while casting him aside as merely a subordinate. Su Yujia, caught in the moment, swiftly replied to Song Liang's message before Zhao Haoqiang could gather his thoughts. No problem, Brother Song Liang. As long as you can take me home, I will agree to anything. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haoqiang felt a surge of anxiety. He turned to see Lin Yue beside him, making exaggerated gestures and signaling him with her eyes. Not one to be easily fooled, Zhao Haoqiang quickly grasped the situation. This was a ploy to elicit sympathy. One was willing to strike, and the other to take a beating. With Su Yujia now stepping into the fray, he, as the willing recipient of the blows, could not falter. Acknowledging the cleverness of the scheme, he nodded to himself, feeling as though he had seen through the entire ruse with crystal clarity. He secretly gave Su Yujia a thumbs up, intending to commend her quick thinking and the brilliance of her strategy, which he believed would yield unexpected results. However, Su Yujia remained oblivious to his silent praise. Her mind was solely focused on one ambition, to become Song Liang's woman, to marry into wealth, and to live a life devoid of financial worries. She had little concern for the fates of Zhao Haoqiang, Kai Yingjia, and others. On the phone, Song Liang continued, Yujia, If you wish to come with me, you may, but my love is narrow. It can only accommodate you alone, so please keep those unworthy individuals at a distance. Su Yujia nodded without hesitation. Kai Yingjia, simple-minded and lacking the cunning of Zhao Haoqiang, noticed Su Yujia's reaction and her expression changed. Su Yujia rolled her eyes and pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with the others eavesdropping on her conversation. She then turned off the speakerphone feature and began chatting with Song Liang in front of everyone. No problem, brother Song Liang. As long as it makes you happy and you can take me to your home, I am willing to do anything. Even wear a black silk-made outfit every day. At that moment, everyone could only hear Su Yujia's enthusiastic affirmations, while the specifics of their conversation remained inaudible. During this exchange, Kai Yingjia attempted to urge Zhao Haoqiang to rein in Su Yujia's behavior, but he angrily pulled her aside and admonished her, suggesting she study the art of war more closely. All right, brother Song Liang, I'll pack my things and come over right away. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, Su Yujia reluctantly ended the call. Her cheeks flushed. She realized she had finally encountered an opportunity to change her circumstances. Song Liang, the man she once disregarded, had now become her ideal. After hanging up, she began to gather her belongings without uttering a word to anyone in the room. Striding confidently towards the exit, Zhao Haoqiang's subordinates, who had been simmering with frustration, quickly positioned themselves at the door to prevent Su Yujia's departure. What are you doing? Move aside, or I'll have my boyfriend take care of you. Su Yujia exclaimed, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. Boyfriend? Indeed, I have consented to allow Song Liang to become my boyfriend. Do you still dare to obstruct me? Once he emerges, I shall be the first to eliminate you. Just as Su Yujia concluded her words, a thug forcefully shoved her back a few steps, nearly causing her to stumble. Lin Yue stood nearby, observing the scene with a detached demeanor, as though she had anticipated the unfolding events. Yuji, are you all right? Kai Yingjia inquired, hastily supporting Su Yujia, feigning concern. They had previously quarreled, and the discord had remained unresolved. Yet, at this moment, she cast aside any pretense of dignity. Su Yujia had ascended to new heights, and it was essential to ingratiate herself. Su Yujia shook off Kai Yingjia's grasp, her voice laced with fury as she retorted, Stay away from me. Do I need your false compassion? Kai Yingjia, taken aback, questioned, Are you planning to visit Song Liang without me? Su Yujia sneered, Bring you? Who do you think you are? Brother Song only permits me to go alone. You all are unworthy to accompany me. How can you treat us this way? Su Yujia? Boss, you must intercede and manage her. Yes, boss, look at this Su. When given the opportunity to assist the organization in earning merit, she selfishly seeks her own gain, completely disregarding us. At that moment, Zhao Haoqiang's underlings continually nudged him to make a choice, to trust Su Yujia as a potential undercover operative infiltrating the enemy's ranks, or to heed the well-meaning words of his comrades surrounding him. With furrowed brows, Zhao Haoqiang confessed his uncertainty about whom to trust. He covertly glanced at Dr. Lin Yue, who wore a smile as she scrutinized Su Yujia, seemingly contemplating something. A flicker of intuition stirred within him, leading him to suspect that there was more to the situation than met the eye. Indeed, this was a genuine ruse. Do not impede her. Let her go, Zhao Haoqiang commanded. Su Yujia turned in astonishment to gaze at Zhao Haoqiang, unable to fathom that such a person would willingly allow her to depart. It was utterly unbelievable. Overcome with emotion, she performed a respectful gesture towards Zhao Haoqiang, silently expressing her gratitude for his acquiescence. Zhao Haoqiang's heart raced. Something felt amiss. Su Yujia's bow resembled not the gesture of a noble assassin, but rather the desperate farewell of a doomed soul. He sensed that her departure was likely a one-way journey. Upon glancing back, he saw Dr. Lin Yue standing there, clapping her hands, her smile widening. Zhao Haoqiang, naturally suspicious, ultimately could not shake off his apprehensions. He ordered his subordinates to detain the potentially treacherous Su Yujia in a separate room, allowing her to ponder her choices while she fasted. As for Lin Yue, Zhao Haoqiang dared not lay a finger on her, for he still relied on Dr. Lin for his healing. Helplessly, he could only set this matter aside. Chapter 46. Deep Sisterhood. Su Yujia, you have gone too far. Today, either you take me with you, or neither of us shall leave. You ungrateful wretch. The boss offered you an opportunity to join the organization, yet instead of expressing gratitude, you wish to escape? How naive of you. Kai Yingjia and Zhao Haoqiang's underlings blocked the doorway, arrogantly shouting. Zhao Haoqiang now felt overwhelmed. torn between his desire to erupt in anger and his reluctance to drive Su Yujia away completely. After all, it seems Su Yujia possessed some skills. She might be his only hope of procuring the necessary medication from Song Liang. Su Yujia glared, gritting her teeth as she addressed them. Step aside. My decision to leave is none of your concern. If you have the capability, go plead with Song Liang yourselves. Kai Yingjia's face twisted into a malevolent expression. I don't care. You must take me with you today. Otherwise, you shan't go anywhere. Having been close friends for many years. Su Yujia could tell that Kai Yingjia was resolute. She then turned her gaze to Zhao Haoqiang's underlings blocking the exit. After all, Kai Yingjia alone lacked the strength to prevent Su Yujia from departing. It was primarily these lackeys of Zhao Haoqiang who posed the real obstruction. The group of men, noticing Su Yujia's stare, scoffed in unison. You can leave if you wish, but only on the condition that you procure the medication our boss requires from Song Liang. Otherwise, any discussion is futile. Su Yujia frowned, feeling quite helpless as she spoke over the phone to Song Liang. Brother Song, you heard them. They want tea, let me go. Could you please show them some pity and grant them a bit of medication, just for my sake? Moreover, we need additional provisions and supplies, or else there's nothing to discuss, interjected the underlings shamelessly. Song Liang lounged on the sofa, casually smoking as he watched the unfolding drama on his phone. Su Yujia's words piqued his interest. He feigned hesitation and replied, Yujia, it's not that I don't want to help them, but sending out supplies necessitates opening the door, which carries the risk of an attack. I can't see outside from my home. How can I be sure they aren't deceiving me? He deliberately concealed the fact that cameras were installed in his house, which allowed him to maneuver with ease. Su Yujia's expression shifted, but when you brought me in, you had to open the door. Song Liang smiled slightly. It's all right. I trust you. After all, everything in this house is prepared for the two of us. If it were to be taken by others, our lives would become quite difficult. Moreover, my greatest fear is that they would use you to coerce me into providing them with more supplies, which I have wholeheartedly prepared for you. I wouldn't want these irrelevant individuals to benefit from it. Su Yujia felt a surge of emotion, her delicate teeth gently biting her lower lip. Earlier, in her effort to ensure everyone comprehended Song Liang's intentions, she had reactivated the speakerphone on her mobile device. Thus, Song Liang's sentimental declarations reached the ears of all present. Yujia, you mustn't trust him. Have you forgotten how he deceived us twice in succession? This sentiment resonated with everyone in attendance, perceived as benevolent, yet it fell upon Su Yujia's ears like the most jarring discord. What do you understand? You are merely envious of me, you wretched creature. Su Yujia clenched her teeth and retorted harshly at Kai Yingjia. Immediately thereafter, her demeanor shifted dramatically as she addressed Song Liang on the other end of the line. Brother Song Liang, you are so kind to me. I truly love you. Rest assured, I will heed your words. Our belongings are irreplaceable. Su Yujia, have you lost your mind? Do you not recall how we spent those days at Zhou Qinghui's house? He, Song Liang, knew you were right next door, yet he never came to find you or take you away. Now he suddenly appears. Do you not find that suspicious? Through Su Yujia's phone, Song Liang clearly heard Kai Yingjia's words. It must be said that her points were well-founded, compelling even Song Liang to entertain belief. However, Su Yujia disregarded Kai Yingjia's remarks entirely, her fury igniting upon hearing the mention of their time at Zhou Qinghui's residence. With eyes ablaze, she charged forth like a frenzied calf. You vile woman, why do you utter such nonsense? Get away from me. It is impossible. You must take me with you today, where you shall not leave even a single step. Kai Yingjia, equally resolute, glared at the advancing Su Yujia, showing no intention of retreat. The two women soon tumbled to the ground, embroiled in a fierce struggle. Both sides, unwilling to concede an inch for their future happiness, clashed with fervor. Su Yujia was genuinely enraged. She could not fathom why her longtime confidant would obstruct her path to a better life. Surely, a simple blessing would suffice without her interference. Furthermore, to voice such inflammatory remarks during her conversation with Song Liang was utterly intolerable. What if her Song Liang became incensed by these words and subsequently refused to take her to his room? Years of camaraderie transformed into a tempest of rage and hatred, driving Su Yujia's actions as she attacked Kai Yingjia without a trace of rationality, pulling hair and biting necks with no mercy. Kai Yingjia had originally intended to engage in a playful scuffle with Su Yujia, primarily to prevent her from leaving. However, she was taken aback by the ferocity of Su Yujia's assault, suffering several blows herself. In that moment, her anger shattered the barriers of reason, and she retaliated with reckless abandon. The two women rolled on the ground for several minutes, faces smeared with dirt and hair disheveled, resembling two irrational lunatics. Zhao Haoqiang observed the altercation with simmering fury, awaiting the outcome. At this moment, the two combatants demonstrated equal strength, unable to determine a victor for an extended period. With a grand gesture, several subordinates swiftly encircled them, exerting considerable effort to separate Su Yujie and Kai Yingjia from their fierce struggle. Su Yujie found herself pinned to the ground, fervently struggling and screaming hoarsely, "Damn it, you bunch of worthless scoundrels. Let go of me. If you wish to die, do so on your own. Do not drag me down with you." Zhao Haoqiang frowned, recognizing that her words were detrimental to the unity of their organization. He suppressed the pain in his chest and slowly approached Su Yujie. Once close enough, he swung his unscathed arm with force. A sharp crack resonated as 5 swollen handprints abruptly appeared on Su Yujie's face. With a piercing scream, she was left dazed, her rage significantly diminished by the blow. Chapter 47. The scheme to insight. Zhao Haoqiang gazed at the weeping Su Yujie on the ground, letting out a cold snort. "I have given you ample chances, yet you remain ungrateful. If you wish to leave now, I assure you, there will be no further opportunities." He planted a foot on Su Yujie's head, pressing her face firmly against the ground. This act was a profound humiliation. The sole reason he spared her life was the pharmaceuticals belonging to Song Liang. Zhao Haoqiang picked up Su Yujie's phone and dialed Song Liang's number. "Hello, Song Liang. You truly possess remarkable abilities. However, I must inform you that Su Yujie is in my custody. If you do not want her to meet her demise, prepare the necessary supplies and infection prevention medication without delay. Otherwise, prepare to collect her remains." Song Liang nearly burst into laughter at Zhao Haoqiang's words. Yet he feigned a tone of regret. "Alas, how could you act in such a manner? As the saying goes, better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Now look at this. Our star-crossed lovers cannot meet. It is utterly outrageous. However, I must confess my fear that you might take advantage of my opening the door to harm me. That would be exceedingly perilous. Yujie, it is not that I do not wish to rescue you, but the enemy is far too formidable. I cannot recklessly risk everything to save you. Hold on, and I shall protect all that we have." Song Liang deliberately spoke loudly enough for Su Yujie to hear, his tone sincere yet resolute, evoking tears from listeners and sorrow from the herd. As these words fell upon Su Yujie's ears, her dazed state transformed into a surge of fury. She glared fiercely at Zhao Haoqiang and his subordinates, her eyes radiating a desire to flay them alive. Once Song Liang concluded his statement, he decisively hung up. Su Yujie, upon realizing the silence on the other end, felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, the hard-won opportunity for a happy life vanishing before her eyes. You wretched individuals, I shall not rest until I have exacted my vengeance upon you." Song Liang chuckled, fully aware that he could not predict Su Yujie's subsequent reaction. Yet he could make an educated guess. The cruelest of all torments lies in presenting a glimmer of hope to another in their darkest hour, only to extinguish that flicker when they are most fervently clinging to it. His suggestion for Su Yujie to come to his abode and share a life together was nothing more than a ruse. Song Liang's initial intention was merely to observe how Zhao Haoqiang's associates would respond to such an olive branch, whether they would embrace it or scorn it. Clearly, Su Yujie deprived them of that choice, resolutely choosing to believe without a shadow of doubt. What began as a mere amusement swiftly transformed into a masterclass in sowing discord. On Zhao Haoqiang's side, Su Yujie wept inconsolably for over an hour before gradually regaining her composure, though she still appeared utterly despondent. She held no resentment towards Song Liang for ultimately abandoning her rescue. For Su Yujie, if he truly relinquished everything to save her, it would signify a complete misdirection. After all, her interest lay in Song Liang's resources, not in the man himself. Su Yujie deemed Zhao Haoqiang and Kai Yingjia excessively cruel for unabashedly thwarting her pursuit of happiness. She mused that had it not been for the nefarious interference of Kai Yingjia and Zhao Haoqiang, she would now be lounging on a comfortable sofa, savoring a steak and sipping red wine, nestled in Song Liang's embrace while watching a film. How could she possibly endure such indignities now? With this line of thought, Su Yujia's mental state deteriorated further. As long as she could not break through the barriers erected by Zhao Haoqiang and his ilk, she would never enjoy the fruits she sought from Song Liang. Zhao Haoqiang regarded Su Yujia with a disdainful expression. He found himself at a loss for words regarding this woman. The final words spoken by Song Liang indicated that her significance in his heart was not particularly elevated. Yet the ambiguity of his sentiments left Zhao Haoqiang in a state of turmoil. Should he eliminate her, allowing her to depart, or should he provide for her lavishly? Kai Yingjia, filled with exasperation at her friend's romantic naivety, regarded Su Yujia with a mixture of disappointment and disbelief, unsure of how to address her fickleness. After a prolonged silence, Su Yujia remained unresponsive, as if her very soul had departed, crouched on the ground. Zhao Haoqiang sighed deeply and addressed Kai Yingjia earnestly. "You're Kai Yingjia, correct? Do you see? Su Yujia has not placed you in her thoughts at all. If you wish to join us, keep a close watch on her. Do not let her wander, especially not to seek out Song Liang." Upon hearing Zhao Haoqiang extend this olive branch, Kai Yingjia's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded in affirmation. "Of course, Brother Zhao, I will ensure she is well looked after." Turning back to Su Yujia, her gaze began to shift, reflecting a change in her demeanor. This wretched woman thinks she can cast me aside. It won't be that simple. If she intends to leave, I will not allow her to enjoy herself alone. During this time, Dr. Lin Yue had nearly finished bandaging the various injuries of Zhao Haoqiang and his entourage. Throughout the process, her expression remained unchanged. As she prepared to depart, Zhao Haoqiang seized her arm. "Dr. Lin, why are you in such a hurry? Just look at the likelihood of infection from my injuries. What if I were to contract one?" Dr. Lin Yue rolled her eyes. She genuinely did not wish to engage in conversation with Zhao Haoqiang. Yet she found it impossible to refuse this man who wielded both charm and intimidation. In this dire situation, devoid of electricity and water, the risk of infection was alarmingly high. Should an infection occur, the chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. Your only hope now is to swiftly procure medication to prevent infection. Otherwise, the probability of your demise is at least 70%. Zhao Haoqiang nodded, his brow furrowing deeply, as this was indeed the most pressing concern weighing upon him. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a flash of inspiration, conjuring a method to deal with Song Liang. He opened his phone and sent several messages in the owner's group. "I can confirm that Song Liang lives this sort of life. While we struggle daily for survival, he indulges in a lifestyle far superior to ours. He refuses to share even a morsel of food or supplies with those in the same building. What purpose does his existence serve? Would you agree? Let's consider the fairness of this situation." Prior to his messages, the owner's group had already been abuzz with discussions sparked by Su Yujia's 2 photographs of Song Liang in his home. What is going on here? How can his home be stocked with so much food? We toil outside daily just to secure a scrap of food, while he dines on steak and drinks fine wine at home. This is utterly unjust. Didn't we lose power and water? Where did all these supplies come from? Surely the power company does not exclusively serve as residents? It was unfathomable for everyone to comprehend that just beyond their own suffering lay a man living in comfort, feasting on luxurious meals. This was simply too incredulous in the face of the apocalypse. I, Zhao Haoqiang, can assure you that the photos sent by Su Yujia are entirely authentic. To say that Song Liang's home is akin to paradise would not be an exaggeration. Zhao Haoqiang's assertion was echoed by Kai Yingjia, who chimed in, "I can also attest to this. Both Yujia and I have witnessed Song Liang hoarding supplies at his home. He even invited us to stay with him previously." Kai Yingjia quickly supported Zhao Haoqiang in the owner's group, leading many owners to reluctantly accept the authenticity of the photographs. Indeed, do you remember when he bought a plethora of food? He even quarreled with Aunt Wong when the delivery arrived. And it took a group of men in black to resolve the situation. Indeed, I recall the incident vividly. That group of individuals clad in black seemed to possess considerable influence. I remember how terrified Aunt Wong's son was. What was his name again? Someone in the Dragon AO Tian Security Company's owner group chimed in. Yes, it was indeed the Dragon AO Tian Security Company. I recall that this firm wields significant power, primarily tasked with fortifying residences and constructing safe houses. Safe houses? No wonder Zhao Haoqiang was unable to enter. It turns out that Song Liang's home was under the aegis of the Dragon AO Tian Security Company. This revelation has convinced me. Song Liang's behavior is utterly outrageous. With so many resources at his disposal, he remains oblivious to the notion of sharing with us. Indeed, we are all his neighbors, with whom he interacts daily. How could he be so unfeeling? The members of the owner group began to express their opinions vehemently, making it seem as if Song Liang owed them money, portraying him as the principal architect of this calamity. Soon, some eager individuals within the group began to respond fervently. I believe Song Liang should take responsibility for us. He ought to support us. After all, we are all neighbors. I wholeheartedly concur. He is not lacking in food or clothing, and helping us to live, well, should be a matter of course. He must share his steaks and lamb with us. I am absolutely craving them. Everyone's envy was palpable as they observed Song Liang's comfortable lifestyle. To them, enduring hardship together was acceptable. But the thought of someone secretly reveling in comfort while they suffered was utterly intolerable. Before long, the notifications on Song Liang's social media swelled to an outrageous volume. Thousands of messages flooded into his account in a short span, leaving the bewildered Song Liang to believe his phone might explode. Upon picking up his device, he was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of notifications. Among these messages, aside from a few self-important threats, the majority were laced with pleas. Brother Liang, it's me. Xiao Lu. Forgive my ignorance. I became Zhao Haoqiang's subordinate, but now I wish to pledge my allegiance to you. Please accept me. Xiao Song, it's your neighbor, and Zhao. I haven't eaten in days. Do you remember when I helped you carry water? It's time for you to show your gratitude. I don't ask for much. Just 2 or 3 meals will suffice. Brother Liang, I'm your upstairs neighbor, Xiao Minmin. I've admired you for a long time. You must feel lonely at home. Allow me to keep you company. I can be of service in any way you desire. Song Liang, it's your good buddy, Chong. I've been training hard lately and have developed quite the physique. Let me come to your home to protect you. The world is perilous, and danger could strike at any moment. In that moment, whether familiar with Song Liang or not, whether they had met him or not, it seemed as though everyone in the apartment building had suddenly become old acquaintances of his. Almost all residents of the building were united in purpose, ready to take action. Everyone has never been so united, driven by a common purpose, to either compel Song Liang to divulge something or to have him accommodate them in his home. Song Liang pressed his forehead, reflecting that his reluctance to expose his assets stemmed primarily from a desire to avoid complications. Yet, despite the multitude of troublesome individuals who have now appeared, the situation has grown increasingly overwhelming. Notifications from social media have incessantly flooded in, private messages, group chats, tags, an unending barrage. Song Liang, lacking any morbid curiosity to respond, found himself intrigued by how many would reach out with their bizarre justifications, adding a modicum of amusement to the otherwise dreary end-of-days existence. As time passed, the crowd frustration mounted upon realizing Song Liang had yet to reply. Song Liang, are you even human? We are neighbors who share daily lives. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to our plight. They exclaimed. Indeed, isn't it your duty to assist your neighbors? You are making it seem as if we are shameless beggars, as if we owe you something. Damn it. Cold-hearted Song Liang. Had I known, I wouldn't have helped carry water for your family, hauling it from the first-floor corridor. It was exhausting. I should have let you suffer, you little brat. Song Liang was at a loss. He couldn't comprehend why, despite having not uttered a single word. The tone of the conversation had shifted so drastically. What are you all about? Why should I be obliged to share anything with you? In his previous life, Song Liang had been ruthlessly harmed by this very group, and in this life his aim was vengeance. Watching them starve and turn on one another was a sight he could not bear to disrupt by offering his resources. His response instantly captured everyone's attention. Hurry up. This beast has replied. Is what you're saying even human? On what grounds? They retorted, on the grounds that we are your close neighbors. Indeed, I once carried you as a child, and now you speak this way? You are truly a heartless ingrate. Song Liang, your words are utterly immoral. Why did you stockpile so many supplies in advance, if not for knowing that disaster was imminent? Are you harboring ill intentions? At this moment, another individual with a peculiar perspective emerged to accuse Song Liang. His assertions resonated with the crowd, leading them to launch further accusations against him. Chapter 49. Lin Yue's plea for help. How did I not realize it? This fellow suddenly amassed an abundance of supplies before the apocalypse, yet never divulged the reason. He simply wished to observe us struggle. Wow, how sinister. Song Liang is utterly inhumane. Yet, how did he come to know about the impending doom? Amidst the chaos, a few individuals remained level-headed. However, their rational voices were quickly drowned out by the cacophony of misguided accusations. He is the scion of a wealthy family, undoubtedly possessing knowledge far beyond ours. Consider this. If he were not certain that these events would unfold, would he have stockpiled such an abundance of supplies in advance and engaged a security firm to construct a safe house for himself? Indeed, I harbor suspicions that this apocalypse may very well be orchestrated by him, driven by a desire to witness our pitiable demise. Such a person possesses a heart as dark as night. Upon hearing your words, I must admit they carry a ring of truth. Perhaps this cataclysm is indeed his doing. Song Liang, you must atone for your actions. In a brief span, the focus of the crowd's discussion shifted thrice, transforming Song Liang from a potential savior into the very architect of their impending doom. The sudden alteration in his identity left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet he regarded it with a sense of amusement. Have you finished your tirade? After all this talk, what use is it? I still refuse to assist you, he declared. The moment he spoke, the impatient homeowners erupted once more, casting insults and vitriol in his direction. Nonetheless, a number of female homeowners sent him provocative and alluring private photos, some even being married women, all in hopes of winning his favor and ascending to a life of comfort and ease. Song Liang, however, felt no interest in these advances, particularly from married women. Their attempts repulsed him. Thus, he began to block them one by one, eventually exhausting himself before he could clear his messages entirely. In frustration, he cast his phone aside, choosing to ignore it for the time being. He retrieved a small cream cake from his consciousness and sampled it. He found himself enamored with the sweet flavor, which instilled a sense of satisfaction within him. It had been over half a month since the global disaster had struck Tianning City, during which countless souls had met untimely fates, suffering in distant lands, never to find peace. Yet he, Song Liang, was different. As a reborn chosen one, his mission in this life was to live freely and fully. Since that day when a couple's escape had drawn the attention of the zombies, the surrounding monsters had diminished significantly. Song Liang felt that soon he would be able to drive the modified Mercedes from the underground parking lot down the endless highway, a thought that filled him with excitement. After a prolonged series of vibrations, his phone finally fell silent. He sighed, opened the device, and prepared to delete the messages one by one. Suddenly, amidst the multitude of images and videos, a brief message caught his eye. Mr. Song, my name is Lin Yue, and I am a doctor. I previously worked at the Tianning City Hospital. My supplies and food have nearly run out, and I humbly request your assistance. In exchange, I can offer you medical aid. I am the chief physician at the hospital, and my skills and ethics are beyond reproach. The moment these words were uttered, they immediately captured Song Liang's attention. In this crisis-ridden apocalypse, if one were to ponder what is paramount beyond sustenance and essential living supplies, it would undoubtedly be medicine and a skilled physician proficient in various advanced medical techniques. This aspect was sufficient to pique Song Liang's interest. However, if one were to consider additional captivating attributes, it would certainly be her seemingly harmless and pure appearance. She always bore the visage of a girl next door, embodying the idealized fantasy of many reclusive men like Song Liang. Most notably, this woman possessed an enviable physique, characterized by an almost childlike face coupled with ample bosom, evoking tantalizing thoughts each time he laid eyes on her. Truly, as a doctor, her eloquence reflected the caliber of a high-level intellectual. She did not simply implore me for assistance, but rather understood the essence of mutual benefit. Quite commendable. Song Liang felt a sense of satisfaction. She was the first individual he considered engaging in conversation with. Indeed, the moment Lin Yue's image surfaced in his mind, he had already resolved to interact with her. Nevertheless, Song Liang held a deep admiration for her demeanor. In this desolate world, only those with intellect and wisdom deserve to survive and could become 1S supporters. He firmly believed in the veracity of Lin Yue's assertions. Previously, during an illness, he had encountered her at Tianning City Hospital. That visage, that scene, was something Song Liang would never forget in his lifetime. As for her medical expertise, he held considerable trust. After all, only truly capable doctors had the opportunity to practice in Tianning City Hospital. Moreover, Zhao Haoqiang had sustained an injury to his calf due to Song Liang's actions, and it was Lin Yue's timely intervention that spared him from a fatal outcome. The severity of such an injury treated under such dire medical conditions with a scarcity of medication, was a testament to Lin Yue's extraordinary skills. What Song Liang yearned for most was to find a woman, someone who could provide a panacea for all ailments. In this regard, Lin Yue perfectly fulfilled Song Liang's desires, presenting a serendipitous opportunity. There was another reason for Song Liang's unwavering trust in Lin Yue. In a past life, she had selflessly relinquished all her food to save a dying child, ultimately leading to her own plight of destitution, where no one tended to her needs, leaving her to seek help from those hoarding supplies, culminating in a humiliating demise. This incident clearly illustrated that not only was she a gifted healer, but her humanity was also profound. Being in her company would not provoke any treacherous thoughts. He would not have to worry excessively about the risk of betrayal. With his leg crossed casually, Song Liang pondered. Currently, his own situation was relatively stable. Yet his younger brother's life was undeniably arduous. Perhaps he should assist in finding him a companion. As he stroked his chin, a tumult of thoughts stirred within him. At just over 20, he was in the prime of his desires, staying in this dimly lit room day after day, devoid of any communication or interaction with others. The only solace comes from the occasional use of the peculiar chamber within the underground safe house. Yet, no matter how lifelike the artificial may seem, it can never truly compare to the genuine. Song Liang is unreserved about this matter, feeling that in this apocalyptic world, possessing resources is paramount. Ultimately, everyone must yield to those who hold the means to survive. Chapter 50. Repeated Curses. He finds himself somewhat stirred, uncertain of what to do. As thoughts of Lin Yue cross his mind, a thrill courses through him. Deep down, however, Song Liang harbors some trepidation. In this era of despair, trust is a rare commodity, as each individual seems to don a mask, concealing their true selves. In his past life, Song Liang lacked the wisdom to be cautious, blindly placing his faith in others, which led to a tragic demise. He resolutely vows that such a fate shall not befall him again. He muses to himself, contemplating whether she possesses any qualities that might entice him. If so, perhaps he would consider taking her as a wife. The more he thinks about it, the more elated he becomes, his legs shaking with excitement as he reclines on the sofa, unable to suppress a smile. Yet, he remains composed, fully aware that his youthful exuberance had once been the cause of his downfall. He replies to Lin Yue, expressing his pleasure at her willingness to share her thoughts. However, he reassures her of his good health and ample supplies, indicating that he will not require medical assistance in the immediate future. He encourages her not to lose heart and to contemplate other possible contributions she might offer. He remains open to facilitating an exchange. Song Liang's message conveys a clear sentiment. Regardless of who she may be, if she proves to be of no utility in his struggle for survival, she should keep her distance. After sending the message, he waits in silence, unsure of her thoughts. Eventually, a response arrives. "I apologize, Mr. Song, but the only assistance I can currently provide is medical aid. However, I urgently require your help. I cannot, in good conscience, continue to treat Zhao Haoqiang for food." Lin Yue's tone carries a hint of desperation, yet it remains measured. After a moment of contemplation, Song Liang replies, "Here's the deal. Since you're close to Zhao Haoqiang, you must easily know the movements of all the residents in the building, correct?" She replies affirmatively, inquiring further. He continues, "I need you to follow my instructions completely. When those deranged neighbors harbor ill intentions towards me, inform me of their plans." Song Liang's request stems not from fear of his fortified dwelling being breached, nor concern for his personal safety. Whether he was aware of their plans was of little consequence. In any case, they would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the sanctity of his safe haven. Even if they attempted to act, their efforts would be swiftly thwarted by the surveillance he had meticulously installed throughout the entire building, nipping any threat in the bud. His remarks were, in truth, a mere pretext to invite this woman into his abode, while simultaneously testing her humanity. Should she, as requested by Song Liang, assist him in dealing with the troublesome neighbors and demonstrate unwavering loyalty, he might indeed contemplate the prospect of sharing his life with her. The solitude of a solitary existence weighed heavily upon him. This sentiment was conveyed unchanged to Lin Yue. After much deliberation, Lin Yue reluctantly acquiesced. Her hesitation stemmed largely from a lingering fear that Song Liang might compel her to engage in morally reprehensible acts. After all, She had witnessed him injure Zhao Haoqiang on 2 occasions and even take a life, thus placing him firmly on her list of dangers. In seeking assistance, she harbored a hope that Song Liang, like Zhao Haoqiang, would frequently find himself injured or ill, desperately in need of a physician's aid. However, the reality seemed starkly different. In her eyes, Song Liang's self-preservation efforts appeared far more palatable than Zhao Haoqiang's self-serving harm to others. Ultimately, Song Liang had never engaged in acts that harmed others. The injuries inflicted on Zhao Haoqiang and the killing were responses to provocation, acts of necessity. Weighing the circumstances, Lin Yue resolved to aid Song Liang in monitoring those with nefarious intentions, not solely for his sake, but for her own as well. Very well, Mr. Song Liang. I shall follow your instructions, and I trust you will honor your word. As a woman, Lin Yue possessed both emotional depth and rationality in equal measure. She understood the principle that one does not receive without giving. Thus, she must be of assistance to Song Liang, proving her worth to earn his recognition. Upon reading her judicious words, Song Liang felt a profound sense of comfort. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a woman of such wisdom. Rest assured, I shall not engage in any actions that would harm both you and myself. If you fulfill my requests, I will certainly provide you with everything you require. He assured her. Their conversation reached a natural conclusion, both acutely aware of each other's needs without the necessity for verbose discourse. Such an abrupt cessation felt most fitting. Song Liang closed the chat window with Lin Yue and glanced into the homeowners group, where a torrent of vitriol aimed at him continued to flood the conversation. Voices clamored to attack his home, to drag him out and display him for all to see, a sentiment that garnered widespread agreement. Some went so far as to insult his deceased parents and relatives, as if such cruelty could grant them a semblance of significance. Encountering these messages ignited a furious blaze within Song Liang. Regardless of who outside may cast aspersions upon him, it matters little. However, when such slander ascends to include parents and kin, it verily becomes an affront akin to disturbing the very foundations of one's existence. Silence, you fools! My person and possessions reside within my abode. If you possess the audacity and courage, come and claim them. Merely wielding your words will not satiate your hunger. After that, Song Liang ceased to engage with the messages in the group. Yet his final retort evidently struck a nerve with many, rendering those who hide behind masks in the crowd merely spouting words, utterly exposed and consumed by shame. Damn it, Song Liang. Just wait. I will flay you alive. In an instant, a torrent of insults and malice descended upon him. Yet Song Liang had already set his phone aside, retreating to play games. Much later, those who had been most vociferous in their vitriol found Song Liang unresponsive, inciting a mixture of embarrassment and fury. That scoundrel Song Liang has forced our hand. Neighbors, let us unite and drag him from his home. Thereafter, we shall no longer fret over provisions. Indeed, I support this alliance. Let us confront him at his residence. We are many, and we shall see what he has to say. Whatever transpires next will be his burden. We are left with no choice but to act. Who among us is willing to step forward and vote? Chapter 51. Storm clouds gather in the owner's group. The cacophony of insults directed at Song Liang gradually diminished, leaving only sporadic messages to punctuate the silence. Song Liang could surmise without doubt that this assembly, much like before, would form smaller clandestine groups to deliberate on their schemes against him. He harbored no apprehension. He had seen through their charade previously, recognizing that these individuals possessed naught but empty bravado and no spirit of action. He had already committed grievous acts, and his fearsome reputation within the building rivaled that of Zhao Haoqiang, perhaps even eclipsing it. These individuals would undoubtedly weigh their options, for none desired to be the first to face the onslaught for the sake of those behind them. Unless an exhilarating notion surged within Song Liang, unless a figure of greater authority than the venerable Chun and were to emerge among them. He had no doubt that within his adversaries lay such a person, Zhao Haoqiang. Now, on the brink of desperation, he would spare no effort to rally the masses against Song Liang, for this was his singular chance at survival. Yet, Song Liang remained unfazed. Even if the owners of the building were to unite under Zhao Haoqiang, they would be incapable of forming a cohesive force. A disjointed assembly of individuals lacking loyalty would pose no threat to his fortress-like home. Furthermore, a peculiar thrill coursed through him, as if he had discovered a means to assert his dominance before all. Not only that, but he also saw a definitive opportunity to exact vengeance upon those who had wronged him in a past life. In Song Liang's eyes burned a fierce flame, a fire ignited by vengeance. He summoned all available implements from his mental arsenal, javelins, darts, air guns, and Molotov cocktails, laying them out upon the table. Simultaneously, he loaded his handgun, remaining vigilant to the movements captured on the surveillance footage from other floors. Come forth, come forth. I can hardly wait to annihilate you all. A faint smile crossed his lips, marking the most exhilarating moment he had experienced since the apocalypse began. As a seasoned observer, Song Liang had developed a keen understanding of the habits of the other residents within the apartment complex. Just as he anticipated, the reason they ceased their vitriolic tirades in the Owner S group was that a few radicals had drawn them into a smaller faction. Most of these radicals were underlings of Zhao Haoqiang, who, after recruiting members, fervently propagated tales of Song Liang's wealth, brainwashing everyone into believing that if they could breach his home, they would subsequently live in untrammeled luxury and comfort. Moreover, they touted Song Liang's safe house as a bastion, assuring everyone that it would perfectly shield them from the dangers lurking outside, alleviating any maternal fears of zombie bites. After a thorough indoctrination, these individuals would inevitably compare Zhao Haoqiang and Song Liang, leading to an inevitable exaltation of Zhao. The narrative was simple. Zhao Haoqiang was portrayed as benevolent, willing to share even his own sustenance with his subordinates, always ready to shield them from peril. In contrast, Song Liang was depicted as selfish, hoarding supplies while others struggled in the apocalypse, living in relative ease. This comparison fostered a growing sentiment among the residents, rendering Zhao Haoqiang far more appealing than Song Liang, and soon a fervor enveloped the group. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhao Haoqiang suddenly appeared in the group chat, initiating his consolidation plan. We are in grave danger. Our immediate priority is to unite and bring down that little wretch, Song Liang. Only then can we aspire to a better quality of life. You need not fear any hidden cards he may possess. I have had dealings with him 2 or 3 times and have discerned his strategies. Thus, I shall dispatch my most elite subordinates to assist in assaulting Song Liang's quarters. Once we succeed, we shall divide his possessions among ourselves, with merit determining the distribution. Zhao Haoqiang understood well that Song Liang's abode was defensible yet difficult to breach. Though injured and thereby excused from direct involvement, he knew he must still project authority by sending some of his subordinates forth. These underlings, in a harsh light, were merely cannon fodder among the residents of the complex. Should they succeed, elation would abound, but failure would incur no significant loss for Zhao Haoqiang. Furthermore, he could use Song Liang to eliminate dissenters while simultaneously depleting the resources of Song Liang's arsenal. His cunning scheme echoed through the building, palpable even from several floors away. However, the homeowners seemed to hold a different opinion. They believed that Zhao Haoqiang had been excessively kind to them. Despite having the power to coerce them into attacking Song Liang's residence, he still insisted on sharing the spoils after their success. Even while severely injured, his concern for all the residents in the building was truly moving to everyone. Under the collaboration of Zhao Haoqiang and Kaiying Jia, all members in the group chat were swayed by their insidious words. Initially, they had been envious of the comfortable life Song Liang led, but now, incited by malicious intent, they quickly lost their rationality and sense of self. They longed to eliminate Song Liang and seize all his possessions, believing that doing so would liberate them from hunger and suffering. Enough is enough. We cannot tolerate him any longer. This man is utterly selfish. Let us make him pay for his egotism, brothers. Arm yourselves and follow me. Let us gather on the 2nd floor. Strength lies in numbers. In an instant, the group chat erupted with fervent discussions, filled with angry outbursts, as if they were ready to flay Song Liang alive. Among them, however, a few remained silent. One was the elder Chenin, and the other was Dr. Lin Yue. Dr. Lin understood Song Liang well. To him, such veiled threats were trivial, especially since they had already struck a private deal and could not betray one another. As for Elder Chenin, he had grown utterly disillusioned with the homeowners who merely shouted slogans and felt that Song Liang, who had stayed home and committed no wrongdoing, had done nothing amiss. Thus, he naturally refrained from inciting the crowd. A few others also chose not to support Zhao Haoqiang. They were either families who had been bullied by him or those who had witnessed Song Liang's prowess firsthand. These individuals had already felt a palpable malice at Song Liang's doorstep. Their instincts warned them that if they persisted in their intentions, they might very well lose their lives. Chapter 52. When soldiers come, block them. Song Liang sat on the sofa, idly toying with a handgun, while 3 boxes of ammunition lay on the table before him. He was meticulously loading each bullet into the magazine, having over 100 rounds of 9mm steel core ammunition, all produced through his replication ability. He had also duplicated 5 magazines for the 9mm pistol, allowing for a more efficient reloading process during shooting. Gazing at the ammunition and magazines, Song Liang felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even if all the residents in the building were to band together, they would likely be unable to withstand the relentless barrage of my handgun. Just then, his phone began to buzz incessantly. Upon checking, he saw a message from Dr. Lin Yue. They're preparing to act. It seems there are about 30 to 40 of them. Are you all right? Song Liang replied with a reassuring message, urging her to stay safe and to inform him immediately of any changes. As Lin Yue read his words, an unusual sensation stirred within her. Her delicate legs dangled over the edge of the sofa, and a sense of confusion enveloped her, leaving her at a loss for words. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had never experienced such feelings towards another person. Are you truly all right? There are so many of them, armed with knives. And Zhao Haoqiang has given his gun to someone else. It seems he possesses more than one weapon. Please exercise caution. Lin Yue felt that Song Liang should not be so reckless, as he had unwittingly antagonized an entire building of residents. With so many individuals, they could easily dismantle the entire structure, let alone target just him. Raising an eyebrow, Song Liang smirked slightly. Are you worried about me? Of course not, she replied. I simply wish for your survival. Otherwise, our agreement becomes void, and I will have no one to trade with. Song Liang chuckled heartily, reminding her to take care of herself and to avoid involving herself in the matter. No matter what transpires, prioritize your safety. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yue could only respond with a couple of affirmations. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought for quite some time. She simply could not fathom how Song Liang intended to confront the residents of the entire building. It required not only extraordinary courage, but also an unwavering confidence to withstand all attacks. For Song Liang, once the situation unfolded, there would be no turning back. Regardless of the consequences, he would have to face them alone. Even if he were to be torn apart by those people, there would be no means of resistance. She couldn't help but question the wisdom of her choice in aligning with Song Liang. What if he truly perished in this endeavor, leaving her to seek another path? The homeowners, intent on seizing Song Liang's supplies, armed themselves with pots, pans, and anything that could serve as a weapon, marching menacingly toward his residence. Lin Yue, adhering to Song Liang's advice, refrained from joining the throng seeking confrontation and instead hid away in her room, doing her utmost to remain unnoticed. Song Liang, yawning and reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, had prepared a chair facing the door, patiently awaiting the arrival of those soon to come. Suddenly, his phone vibrated again. Upon checking, he discovered a message from the elderly gentleman, Chunin, who had reached out previously. Little Song, I've noticed many people heading toward your home. You should flee. They only heed Zhao Haoqiang's orders and will kill without hesitation. If they break down your door, you will be in grave danger. As he read the message, a warm feeling blossomed in Song Liang's heart. It had been a long time since he had felt such concern from another. The heart whispered that he had indeed not misjudged the old gentleman, Chunin. Despite being over 50 years old in this post-apocalyptic world, he remained steadfast and principled, embodying the essence of a man with humanity and courage. Song Liang comforted him, saying, Old Chun, take good care of your health. Do not worry about me. I am quite capable, just you wait and see. After a moment of hesitation, the venerable Chun continued, Young Song, if you are determined to resist their tyranny, I, with my frail old bones, might be able to assist you, provided you do not disdain my age. Song Liang felt a slight moisture welling in his eyes, touched by the old man's words. Old sir, just focus on looking after yourself. Your concern is more than enough. Once this is all over, I shall express my gratitude in person. Song Liang declined Chun-En's kind offer, not out of disdain for the old man's age or perceived lack of combat prowess, but rather due to the overwhelming numbers against him. He could not simply open the door to allow the old man entry. Should the elder reveal his stance outside, it would only lead to a brutal demise, rendering any effort futile. Better for him not to come at all. After exchanging a few more pleasantries regarding supplies and the weapons of their adversaries, the conversation concluded. Shortly thereafter, the surveillance footage from Song Liang's ground floor revealed the silhouettes of more than 30 individuals. Their demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the previous visitors. There was no stealth, only an overwhelming aura of aggression. Finally, they had arrived. A faint smile tugged at Song Liang's lips. The formidable procession of doom stood ready at his doorstep, poised to surge forth at any moment. Among the throng were several familiar faces, men from the second floor, with whom he once bonded over games and camaraderie. Yet now, their eyes were filled with insatiable greed, fixated on Song Liang's door, utterly disregarding their former friendship. Upon learning that Song Liang's current circumstances were the most favorable in the entire building, any notions of brotherhood had vanished, replaced by boundless envy. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway as the 30-odd individuals crowded the narrow space, blocking it entirely. Weapons clashed, iron rods and crowbars striking one another, producing a cacophony that heralded impending violence. Soon, a leader emerged from the throng, unable to contain himself. He pushed through the crowd and began to pound relentlessly on Song Liang's door. Bang, bang, bang. Song Liang, either come out or hand over your supplies. If we break down this door, you shall meet a most unfortunate end. Damn you, Song Liang, come out and face us. Chapter 53. Collision. Song Liang scanned the crowd through the surveillance camera, yet he could not locate Zhao Haoqiang or the group of lackeys who had accompanied him last time. Moreover, the incessant rapping on the door by the small fry outside suggests that Zhao Haoqiang and his associates have not divulged the true circumstances of his household. This includes the electrified iron door and the bullets that pierce through the gaps. Song Liang surmises that these individuals are merely cannon fodder sent by Zhao Haoqiang to sacrifice themselves. He understands that relying solely on them is utterly insufficient to breach the defenses of his home. Perhaps he could exploit their presence to uncover vulnerabilities, and when the moment is ripe, unleash a devastating force to consign Song Liang to the depths of despair. Upon entertaining this notion, Song Liang exhibited no signs of concern. After all, it was these misguided souls whose lives were at stake, not his own. His 3 generators were yearning for an outlet to unleash excess energy, and he was more than willing to vent his frustration upon these intruders. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the electric switch. In an instant, anguished cries erupted from beyond his door, accompanied by a pungent odor of charred flesh. The first wave of individuals to confront Song Liang's door crumpled in agony, their hands struck by the ferocious current, their skin turning blackened and grotesque, revealing the tender flesh beneath. The foremost among them was ensnared by the throngs pressing in from behind, and thus it was no surprise that the current coursed through the crowd, leaving a multitude writhing in pain. Damn it, it's that wretched Song Liang. He electrified his door. Get away from that threshold. Those in the rear suffered less severe injuries but were still jolted upright, struggling to regain their composure. They were the first to comprehend the gravity of the situation and hastily distanced themselves from the electrified individuals. The space behind them suddenly expanded. With newfound footing, the encircled individuals surged forward, fleeing towards the staircase in a desperate attempt to escape the source of the electricity. Before long, those minimally affected formed a perimeter around Song Liang's door. Within this circle lay not only his door, but also several young men who had maintained their futile assault on the iron barrier. They were beyond saving, charred and lifeless. The points of contact between their hands and the door had resulted in gruesome separations of flesh. A mere tug would cause the semi-cooked skin to rupture. The onlookers, filled with dread, gazed at the young men who had perished before them. Mere moments ago, they had been vibrant beings, and now they were irrevocably lost. As Song Liang disengaged the electric current, 3 bodies collapsed onto the ground, exuding the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Many in the vicinity could not suppress their nausea and bowed their heads to vomit, transforming the corridor into a stench-laden nightmare. Song Liang noted that his display of power had instilled fear. Many of those with weaker constitutions had quietly begun to retreat from the crowd, making their way back down the corridor. This has become their most prudent choice, allowing them to preserve their dignity while avoiding a direct confrontation with Song Liang, which could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Zhao Haoqiang's voice arose inappropriately among the crowd. Neighbors, do not falter. Look at Song Liang. He is not only ostentatious, but also ruthless, taking lives without a second thought. What justification can there be for such a person to exist in this world, enjoying a life of luxury? We must unite, muster our courage, and seize his home. Let us strive to become the landlords ourselves. Reflect on the lives we have endured these past few days. Do you wish to return to that suffering? Let's take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Upon hearing Zhao Haoqiang's words, numerous individuals in the crowd responded immediately, while Song Liang remained uncertain whether they were merely his pawns. Consequently, many were indeed swayed, feeling that since they had come this far, it would be remiss not to take something back with them. During this time, these homeowners were genuinely famished. They had consumed all that was edible apart from their own kind, yet still could not escape the clutches of starvation. Zhao Haoqiang's remarks struck a chord, tightening the strings of their resolve. In an instant, some of the crowd conceived a plan. They managed to procure a thick wooden stake, and with great effort, they lifted it up, then exerted all their strength to ram it against Song Liang's door. Neighbors, delicious food and abundant resources lie just beyond this door. Let us give it our all. This is our moment of triumph or failure. Bang, bang, bang. The tremendous impact caused the plaster above the door to loosen slightly and fall away. As the crowd witnessed this, hope ignited within them, and their spirits surged as they became invigorated by the prospect of success. However, their excitement was short-lived. To their dismay, despite the relentless battering from the stout stake, Song Liang's door remained utterly unyielding, standing firm without even a mark to show for their efforts. What kind of door is this? Is it even a door? It is harder than a tortoise shell. Song, are you part tortoise? Get out here, stop hiding like a coward. It is disgraceful. At this rate, will we ever breach this door? The crowd fell into a state of utter despair, feeling utterly powerless against Song Liang. Most had not tasted a full meal in a long while, and some had not eaten at all, enduring prolonged hunger and fatigue. They found themselves too exhausted to continue striking the door with such a heavy wooden stake. They collapsed onto the ground in defeat, no longer wishing to contemplate the iron barrier that was Song Liang's door. Being too close posed the risk of electric shock, and with no means to break through, they felt utterly helpless. Just as the spirits of the crowd began to wane, Song Liang could no longer wait. He approached the door with a stoic expression, extending the muzzle of his handgun through the narrow aperture designed for shooting. This time, Song Liang could not be bothered to aim. After all, there were plenty of people outside, and whoever got hit would simply be unfortunate. His own interests were assuredly secure. With this resolve, Song Liang unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, mercilessly firing multiple rounds in quick succession. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets surged forth through the slender crack of the door, ricocheting chaotically in the corridor outside. Simultaneously, anguished cries erupted as those struck by bullets clutched their wounds and fell. Chapter 54. Black on black for several seconds. It took most of the group to comprehend the brutality of the indiscriminate assault they had just endured. The individuals standing closest to the exit were the first to react, witnessing their comrades fall injured beside them. Run! There's a gun! Everyone hurry! Song Liang has a gun! Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the terrified crowd dispersed in frantic flight, oblivious to the fact that they had initially come together to confront Song Liang. Unfortunately, the narrowness of the corridor hindered their escape. Despite their urgency, they could not squeeze through. 30 or so individuals had arrived in a boisterous and menacing throng, yet when it came time to flee, chaos ensued. They rushed up the stairs, only to collide with those in front of them or trip on the steps beneath them. The urgency of survival eclipsed any concern for those who had fallen, as they trampled over their fellow escapees, slipping and sliding, resulting in a harrowing stampede. Several individuals, once regarded as companions, were crushed underfoot, blood spilling from their mouths as they lay with exposed, fractured bones, their injuries grave and their survival uncertain. Inside his room, Song Liang observed as one after another of his assailants fell, some dead and others grievously wounded, yet his heart remained unperturbed. He continued to unleash a relentless barrage of bullets through the crevice of the iron door, each shot echoing like a harbinger of death. The wailing crowd retreated, hastily ascending the stairs, leaving behind a grim tableau of injured, dying individuals and a few lifeless bodies, blood pooling around them. Noticing that most had fled into the corridor, a blind spot for him where he could not directly target them, Song Liang decided to cease firing. He surveyed the disarray outside and burst into laughter, retrieving a cold bottle of beer from the fridge and downing half of it in one go. What a delightful sensation, the thrill of vengeance. As Song Liang savored the sensory pleasure brought forth by the icy beverage. He monitored the unfolding chaos through the surveillance footage. Most had escaped up to the second floor, a place where they would be beyond his lethal reach, allowing them to exhale in relief as they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a limping figure descended slowly from the corridor connecting the third and second floors, moving with a gait that suggested he bore no ill intent towards others. However, Song Liang instantly recognized him as Zhao Haoqiang, who had been conspicuously absent from the gathering. In his hand, he clutched a dark handgun, making his way down the staircase step by step. The light from behind him cast a shadow, obscuring the expressions of those below. "Who sent you up here?" Zhao Haoqiang's voice echoed ominously in the hollow corridor. "Brother Chong, that Song Liang has a gun. He has killed many of us." Zhao Haoqiang paused momentarily before responding. "Is that so? And what of it? Many are dead, Brother Chong. We almost didn't make it back. I ask you again, who sent you up here?" Zhao Haoqiang's tone was devoid of emotion as he slowly raised his handgun. "Go back and open the door to Song Liang's house." His command was straightforward and left no room for dissent. "Brother Chong, you must be jesting. The door to Song Liang's house is too sturdy. We truly cannot open it. He could easily kill us from inside." "Zhao Haoqiang, are you mad? You didn't say this when you sent us here. Why are you forcing us to return? Try it, and I swear I will peel your skin off." A woman in her 30s screamed from the crowd, having merely sought food and nearly losing her life at Song Liang's doorstep. Now, having narrowly escaped danger, Zhao Haoqiang's sudden appearance demanding their return felt utterly absurd. Zhao Haoqiang remained silent, his hand trembling slightly. The first bullet erupted from his firearm, ruthlessly piercing the head of the 30-something woman. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhao Haoqiang's figure, now resembling a deity, feeling the warmth of life rapidly ebbing away. Unsteady on her feet, she fell backward breathless. The crowd was momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend that Zhao Haoqiang would go to such lengths to coerce them into opposing Song Liang. He had brazenly committed murder in front of them. The women in the crowd shrank in fear, their mouths uttering cries of anguish. The men, filled with rage, glared at Zhao Haoqiang, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, ready to confront him. Yet, the majority hesitated, daunted by the gun in Zhao Haoqiang's hand, uncertain of what it might feel like to be struck by a bullet. No one knew, nor did anyone wish to find out. Just like before, no one was willing to be the one to step forward. Song Liang watched the unfolding scene with keen interest through the surveillance footage, pondering the motives behind Zhao Haoqiang's actions. Perhaps only he alone knew that within the darkened corridor behind Zhao Haoqiang, a considerable number of underlings, armed with handguns, were lying in wait, poised to spring into action and eliminate anyone daring to cause a disturbance. Song Liang, however, was not particularly troubled by the obedience of these men to Zhao Haoqiang. Nonetheless, he was profoundly astonished by the sheer number of firearms at play. It is worth noting that since the enforcement of the gun prohibition law, even in cities plagued by frequent riots, large-scale appearances of firearms and ammunition have been rare. Yet, here in the small city of Tianning, it was astonishing to discover that some households possessed enough weaponry to arm a small squad, an utterly remarkable situation. As tensions mounted between the two factions, an individual suddenly stepped forth from the crowd, loudly proclaiming to the neighbors not to panic, assuring them that he had devised a method to enter Song Liang's residence. The crowd paused, their gazes converging upon him. Even Zhao Haoqiang, positioned above, cast a look of curiosity. Upon reflection, it was clear that the door to Song Liang's home was indeed formidable. Ordinary methods would prove ineffective. However, there were other avenues to consider. Were they perhaps suggesting the walls of his home? Among the crowd, there remained those with keen intellect willing to ponder. Indeed, the man chuckled heartily. No matter how thick the walls, they're still constructed of bricks. If we cannot breach the iron door, I refuse to believe we cannot break through the walls. Chapter 55. Breaking the walls. This proposal, once articulated, swiftly garnered widespread agreement from the crowd, with many stepping forward to endorse the feasibility of the plan. I concur with his assessment. While the door to Song Liang's home is undoubtedly sturdy, the walls may not be. We can indeed make our approach through the surrounding walls. Precisely. Song Liang would never anticipate that we could devise such a clever solution. Haha. However, Prior to any action, numerous dissenting voices emerged. The outside is teeming with zombies and monsters. If we commence drilling in the corridor, Song Liang could easily shoot at us. This plan seems rather impractical. Indeed, unless we were to excavate directly from above the second floor of Song Liang's home. But such noise would surely attract the wandering monsters outside. The initial proponent of the idea waved his hand, urging the crowd to remain calm. Have you forgotten? Zhou Qingwei lives next door to Song Liang. We could tunnel through his home, advancing along the adjacent wall to infiltrate. This way, we would not be obstructed by Song Liang, nor would our noise draw the attention of the monsters outside. You're right. How do we not think of that? Wow, this guy is quite clever. His IQ must be at least 250. What a brilliant idea. Let's proceed with it. Just as the atmosphere grew jovial and plans were set to unfold, an incongruous female voice pierced through the crowd. No, you cannot do this. The crowd turned to discover it was Kai Yingjia, the close friend of Su Yujia. She appeared in a rather unsettling state, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with a layer of gray filth, and her wide, bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on everyone present. The fiery redness of her gaze seemed to target the individual who had just suggested breaking through the walls of Zhou Qinghui's residence, as if they had struck a nerve deep within her. Why? This question lingered in the minds of all. Curiosity compelled the onlookers to scrutinize Kai Yingjia's grimy visage, yearning for answers from her lips. Yet, it seemed as if her emotions had suddenly collapsed. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. No, for no reason. But you truly cannot enter that room, she cried hoarsely, her hands flailing desperately. The women nearby, witnessing her distress, rushed to restrain her. Kai Yingjia continued to sob, struggling against their hold like a wild creature, but soon succumbed to her long-standing hunger and exhaustion, slipping into a deep unconsciousness. What transpired? Zhao Haoqiang stood on a higher step, unable to discern the turmoil unfolding among the crowd below, merely observing as they swarmed around Kai Yingjia. Brother Chong, I don't know. She suddenly seems to have lost her mind, he heard someone say. Zhao Haoqiang furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Why did she appear so unwilling to allow anyone into Zhou Qinghui's chamber? Song Liang sat on the sofa, intently watching the events unfold on the surveillance footage before him. The day's occurrences were far more thrilling than any crime drama. He felt fortunate that he had instructed Wu Huainan to install a pinhole camera alongside a listening system. Otherwise, he would have missed this captivating performance. Did Zhou Qinghui's abode conceal some unspeakable secret shared between the two women? As he munched on sunflower seeds, he pondered this notion. Simultaneously, a similar thought crossed Zhao Haoqiang's mind. An unspeakable secret? Perhaps the two women had hidden provisions inside that they did not want them to discover. Zhao Haoqiang's mind raced, swiftly dismissing various possibilities. Indeed, something was undoubtedly concealed. Damn it, there were provisions hidden away, compelling me to foot the bill to support them. These two shameless women. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. With determination, he addressed the crowd. Do not hesitate any longer, everyone. I suspect that Zhou Qinghui's home harbor supplies hidden by those two wretched women, Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia. That's why she reacted so vehemently when we suggested breaking in. Listen to me. We shall forcefully breach Zhou Qinghui's door and thoroughly search for whatever lies within. We will distribute whatever we find among ourselves. Zhao Haoqiang extended his offer, suggesting that shares would be allocated based on heads. Whoever had a head would receive a portion, while those desiring more could simply let others fall. However, the famished crowd paid little heed to the intricacies of his proposal. Upon hearing that Zhou Qinghui's residence might contain provisions hoarded by Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia, their eyes gleamed with avarice. Before Zhao Haoqiang could finish his statement, they were already eager to spring into action. Returning to the first floor along the original path, I observed the direction of Song Liang's door, noting that there was no unusual activity. Stealthily, I approached the neighboring unit of Song Liang. Naturally, this did not escape Song Liang's attention. However, he had no intention of thwarting their intrusion. In fact, he felt a twinge of curiosity about what significant items Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia had hidden in Zhou Qinghui's residence. The group displayed a certain familiarity with their task, having previously attempted it at Song Liang's door. Moreover, Zhou Qinghui's door was merely a standard security door, and with their collective effort, they soon succeeded in forcing it open. With a resounding crack, the door swung ajar, sending a cloud of dust into the air, which caused the first few individuals to enter to cough violently. Damn it! How long has it been since anyone cleaned this place? It's filthy. Indeed, dust was thickly layered, and it was hard to fathom how Su Yujia and her companions had managed to reside in such disarray for so long. The group began to clear away the debris cluttering the corridor, searching for a place to set foot. Suddenly, one person wrinkled his nose and frowned. What does that smell? It's horrendous. Can you all smell it? Prompted by his words, several in the group lifted their noses to sniff, but they seemed to detect no unusual odor. Old 3, are you so hungry that your senses are failing you? Even your once proud sense of smell is letting you down. The others chuckled at the man referred to as Old 3, none of them believing his assertion. Growing anxious, Old 3's brow furrowed deeper as he shook his head vigorously, inhaling the surrounding air. No, there really is a smell, a strong one. Can you not smell it? His complexion shifted, becoming somewhat pale. Seeing Old 3's serious expression, the group ceased their laughter and began to scrutinize the items scattered throughout the room, attempting to locate the source of the odor. After a thorough inspection, they found nothing that could possibly emit such a foul scent. "I figured it out," Old 3 declared with newfound intensity, pointing towards the bedroom door of Zhou Qinghui's unit. "I'm certain the stench is emanating from there." Chapter 56. Despair. The man known as Old 3 trembled as he pointed to the bedroom door, his lips pale and his thoughts unreadable. The group united to push the door open, and they were immediately assailed by an overwhelming stench of decay, causing them all to gasp in shock at the sight before them. A man lay face down on the bed frame in the corner, his once robust body now emaciated, revealing stark white bones. Blood pooled from his abdomen, congealing into a dark, solid mass, while his flesh had been savagely severed by some sharp instrument, the gashes appearing rough, as though forcibly torn away. "Is this Zhou Qinghui?" The crowd's lips twitched in disbelief as the figure before them bore no resemblance to the chubby boy they once knew. Instead, he appeared to be a tragic soul, tormented to death, with his flesh cruelly flayed. The third man swallowed hard, gesturing towards a small basin beside the corpse. There lay a putrid piece of fat, surrounded by a swarm of flies, with a fleshy growth dangling grotesquely from it, accompanied by a tangle of disordered body hair. How depraved is this? Is this his? The third man, filled with disdain, nodded slightly. What kind of twisted individual would go so far as to sever such a thing from a deceased person and place it in a basin? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and remarked that it was not the work of a pervert, but rather that of famished spirits, 2 starving ghosts. "Ah, you mean?" Meanwhile, Song Liang savored a chicken leg, sipping whiskey as the black vinyl player spun the soothing strains of Bach's Brandenburg Concerto, calming his restless heart. He felt no concern over the group outside plotting against his home. After 3 arduous months constructing a safe house, it would be utterly humiliating if this band of petty thieves were to breach it with ease. Soon enough, the walls of Song Liang's home trembled rhythmically, shaking loose several irregular patches of plaster. Those intent on breaking through came equipped with a full array of tools, axes and hammers, as if they were a professional demolition crew. Each individual exerted their utmost strength, swinging their heavy instruments against the wall, heedless of whether they were striking a load-bearing structure. The wall quickly cracked, large chunks of gray and white plaster cascading down, revealing several dark voids within. The sight ignited a fervor among the onlookers, as if a bounty of life-saving supplies beckoned them, waiting to be claimed. With a thirst for discovery, their desire to breach the wall intensified, their efforts becoming more vigorous. Bang, 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 gulang. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed from the hollow. Unlike the impact of metal hitting concrete, it resembled the clash of 2 metallic entities. At that moment, a young man wielding a heavy hammer let out a blood-curdling scream, the hammer falling from his grasp, his hands trembling and bleeding profusely, suggesting he had sustained a serious injury. The crowd paused, rushing forward to investigate. Before them, where the young man had struck, lay a patch of dark material, glimmering with a metallic sheen. "What is this?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, eagerly reaching out to touch the metallic surface, discovering that it bore a striking resemblance to the material of Song Liang's door. The metal resembles the materials used in his family's door to an uncanny degree. How excessively cautious can one be? Not only has this Song individual replaced his door with an alloy security door, but he has also embedded alloy within the walls. Who could possibly fathom that someone would install such metal within the very walls of their home? Several individuals, upon realizing this, sank into despair, convinced that there was no feasible way to breach such fortified walls. Both the security door and the walls themselves were impervious. A few others, their eyes reddened with urgency, were overwhelmed with anxiety. Many of them had not had a proper meal in quite some time. Now, in pursuit of a brighter future, they engaged in this strenuous endeavor without any provisions or wages from their leaders. The futility of their efforts was disheartening. Gritting their teeth, they raised their tools and struck the walls with frenzied desperation. After an extended period, they despaired at the realization that Song Liang's home was entirely encased in impenetrable barriers, with not a single avenue for air to escape. Inside, Song Liang listened to the diminishing sounds of their futile assault, shaking his head in disdain. He had long anticipated that upon discovering the resources he possessed, these individuals would resort to any means necessary to acquire them. The act of breaking down walls was already a civil approach. Should they resort to explosives and place them beneath the walls of the previous house, there would be no chance of thwarting such an intrusion. Thus, when designing his safe house, he had embedded 3-inch alloy steel plates within the walls, present not only in the surrounding walls, but also in the ceiling and the floor. Should one strip away the walls of the room, outsiders would be astounded to discover that Song Liang's residence was, in fact, an airtight iron cage, devoid of any opportunity for intrusion. Reclining on his sofa, he listened to the symphonies emanating from the vinyl player on his bedside table. The sounds of their hammering persisted, albeit slightly diminished, causing him a sense of physical discomfort. He once again lowered the soundproof panels that enveloped the room, providing him with a modicum of relief. The cacophony continued for approximately 20 minutes. The wall adjoining Zhou Qinghui's home had been nearly completely demolished, with no remnants of plaster or brick left. The crowd stood in stunned silence before the grim, metallic gleam of the alloy wall, rendered speechless. This wall exuded a cold, grayish light, creating an insurmountable chasm in their hearts, mercilessly barring access to vital resources and sustenance. Why would anyone go to such lengths as to encase their walls in metal? How could they possibly gain entry to his home and procure supplies? The crowd descended into despair, their cries echoing in hopelessness. Countless eyes, bloodshot with desperation, gazed upon the formidable wall, as if trying to see through it. They trembled, consumed by despair, as the specter of death loomed, rendering them restless and uneasy. Breaking into Song Liang's residence was their sole hope for survival. Yet, confronted with such formidable walls and security doors, even those who might transport explosives could find themselves unable to breach them, as seen steeped in despair. Amidst the crowd stood the third brother, appearing considerably more at ease than those around him, who were engulfed in hopelessness. He cast a furtive glance at the mangled corpse of Zhou Qinghui in the corner, sensing a reflection of the fate that awaited him. Chapter 57. The eruption after despair. Song Liang must have known, long before this calamity struck, that such a disaster was imminent. The state of his residence was a testament to his instinct for survival. Suddenly, someone shouted, causing the crowd to gasp in shock, gradually shifting their perception of Song Liang. How could there be individuals who possess the gift of foresight? Those capable of predicting the future, are they even normal? Such questions burgeoned in the hearts of the onlookers. In this moment, Song Liang transformed in their minds. He was no longer merely a cold-blooded killer, selfish and indifferent to others, but rather a mysterious figure imbued with an aura of the miraculous. Zhao Haoqiang, throughout this ordeal, had kept his pistol drawn, following closely behind the crowd, and he too had witnessed the astonishing wall. He furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the complexity of the situation. Nonetheless, his desire for Song Liang's home intensified. In his heart, it mattered not if he took nothing from the residence, but the house itself was a prize he was determined to claim. It offered an unparalleled sense of security. The crowd continued to murmur amongst themselves. Growing weary of their chatter, Zhao Haoqiang barked, "Enough of this nonsense. Keep chiseling. We must breach this ironclad barrier today, come what may." "Brother Chong, this material seems almost supernatural. I've never encountered walls made from such unyielding substance," remarked a man from the crowd, a former construction worker, his face betraying his uncertainty regarding the daunting iron wall. Zhao Haoqiang scoffed, "You lot are utterly useless. The walls are embedded with iron plates. But have you considered the ceiling? Surely, it cannot be reinforced with iron as well. Ah, why didn't I think of that? The man's countenance brightened, as though he had stumbled upon a glimmer of hope. Seated on the sofa, Song Liang eagerly listened to the debates echoing from the surveillance feed. Fully aware of Zhao Haoqiang's suggestions. What a clever fellow, albeit far too dismissive of others. Do I appear a fool? A faint smile curled at the corners of Song Liang's lips as he turned his attention back to the monitor, poised for the unfolding drama. Following Zhao Haoqiang's directive, the crowd ascended to the second floor of Song Liang's abode, forcefully breaking down the door, channeling all their strength into the ceiling above. They exhausted every method they deemed useful in their desperate attempt to penetrate the ceiling. Just mere centimeters separated them from the sanctuary of survival. Should they succeed, they would no longer face the specter of hunger or the perils posed by external monstrosities. However, once failure occurs, it signifies a complete downfall. Not only will survival in the apocalyptic world become exceedingly difficult, but they are also likely to meet their demise at the hands of Zhao Haoqiang, who has been persistently monitoring them. In any case, death is inevitable. This time, armed with the experience of their previous wall demolition, the group's actions became markedly more adept. They exerted every last ounce of strength within them, all for the sake of reaching the paradise of the apocalypse, which lay merely a meter away. Yet, the swiftness of their excavation was matched by their swift regret. Upon completing the removal of the cement and bricks from the ceiling, they despaired to discover that beneath the concrete lay a layer of dark iron structure, identical to the walls they had just breached. This alloy was unfamiliar to them all, save for Song Liang, who understood that it was a patented product of Long Outyin Security Corporation, an alloy material that was at the forefront of global advancements. Over 20,000 times harder than ordinary iron, with an astonishing density. In times of peace, such a material could withstand various forms of weaponry and excavation, let alone in this apocalyptic era. The people were ravenously hungry, their mental and physical faculties severely depleted, and resources were critically scarce, leaving them utterly incapable of attempting a breach. Thus, it can be said that no one knew how, nor had the means to destroy it from the outside in order to gain access. This was an endeavor bordering on the impossible. After laboring tirelessly, many collapsed from sheer exhaustion, finding it difficult to maintain even the most basic will to survive. Their hunger had reached a point where they felt as though they might perish, yet they bore it with resignation, for the meager supplies at home had long been depleted. After such prolonged consumption, nothing remained to replenish their energy. Unintentionally, their eyes wandered towards their neighbors, who had stripped down to work. The emaciated figures before them were reminiscent of the very sustenance they had been yearning for, whether stewed or roasted, seasoned with salt and pepper. Such fare would be a rare delicacy. Those who entertained such thoughts soon found themselves unable to restrain their desires, perceiving everyone as a mobile food station. Lao San was no exception. He covertly observed a neighboring woman, who seemed untouched by the ravages of hunger and suffering that plagued the apocalypse. Rather, her form was alluring, with curves that beckoned. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, desires arise. Lao San had never believed this adage more fervently. Only a full stomach could lead to such thoughts, yet he could barely satiate his hunger. The sight of her pale flesh ignited not lust within him, but rather a ravenous growl from his stomach. He craved sustenance, regardless of what it might be. Unable to contain himself, he lost all semblance of control and lunged at her, sinking his teeth into the soft rise and fall of her chest. The woman, startled, dropped the tool she had been holding. In an instant, she was violently thrust to the ground by the third man. She yearned to resist, yet she was merely an ordinary individual, having gone days without sustenance. Though she faced a man who had long been deprived, she found herself utterly powerless. Trembling, she cast desperate glances at those around her, but the onlookers remained listless, numbly observing her plight. Fear enveloped her. She sensed that their gazes were not filled with pity or outrage, but rather envy and restraint, as if they too might pounce upon her like ravenous wolves at any moment. With tears glistening in her eyes, she steeled her resolve and surrendered to the third man's advances, allowing his teeth to roam over her body. Yet, it soon became evident that something was amiss. His bite was forceful, causing her intense pain, as if he were about to tear her flesh apart. This was not merely a violation driven by lust. Rather, It felt as though he intended to consume her. A horrifying thought surged into her mind. He wants to devour me. As her mind frantically scrambled to regain composure, she summoned her last reserves of strength and screamed hoarsely, "Help! Pull him away! He is biting me! He wants to kill me!" Chapter 58. A dangerous gamble. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, yet still showed no intention of aiding the woman. They stood there, apathetically watching her endure humiliation and struggle beneath the filthy body of the third man. Witnessing such a scene seemed to ignite a flicker of hope within them. Perhaps there was an alternative path to pursue. Everyone understood the grim reality of this brutal apocalypse. In a world where food was scarce for all, the phenomenon of cannibalism would inevitably arise. It was possible that the gruesome sight of Zhou Qinghui's mangled corpse had inspired the third man, prompting such actions to unfold so swiftly. He wanted to test the waters, to sample the flavor, contemplating whether to replicate the act in the future. Each heart harbored similar thoughts. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, shattering the air around them. The back of the third man's head exploded in response. Crimson blood and brain matter splattering across the woman's face and those of the onlookers nearby. The shooter was Zhao Haoqiang, who had been trailing behind the crowd. Initially, he had no desire to intervene, but upon witnessing everyone abandon their tools and succumb to apathy, he, as the leader, could not permit such disruptions to the progress of their endeavors. Moreover, Zhao Haoqiang harbored a personal interest, the woman beneath the third man. Despite her unhealthy appearance and sallow skin, possessed a striking figure that hinted at her beauty prior to the apocalypse. It would be a terrible waste to allow someone like her to be consumed alive. Upon laying eyes on her, thoughts of grilling and roasting surged within him, envisioning her pale, succulent legs dripping with fat over a barbecue grill. The taste? Oh, how exquisite it is! Such fine ingredients should never be savored by someone as insignificant as the third brother. He maintained his stance, the gun's muzzle faintly emitting wisps of smoke. The crowd was rendered speechless and startled by Zhao Haoqiang's sudden shot, their eyes fixated on the handgun in his grasp, too intimidated to utter a single word. The woman, still frozen in the position of being pinned down by the third brother, took several minutes to realize she had escaped the jaws of danger. Gasping for breath, she pushed the lifeless body aside and trembled as she stood up. Zhao Haoqiang cast a sidelong glance at the woman, now disheveled and smeared with filth, and let out a cold snort before addressing the onlookers. From this day forth, should anyone dare to disturb my neighbors or friends under my very nose, they shall face my wrath without mercy. We find ourselves in peril. Unity and cooperation are of utmost importance. Should I discover anyone sowing discord or unsettling the hearts of our group, they will meet but one fate. He kicked the lifeless form of the third brother with disdain, spitting on the corpse with a look that made his contempt clear. The crowd swallowed hard, the nefarious thoughts that had begun to surface swiftly extinguished by his display. The woman, still in disarray, gazed vacantly at Zhao Haoqiang, seemingly unable to shake the shadows of her recent trauma. Observing her distress, Zhao Haoqiang removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. "Are you all right? Come to my place to rest. Room 803 on the 8th floor has some food. Eat, and then you may sleep." Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. In that moment, she realized Zhao Haoqiang was not the villain she had thought. Instead, he revealed an unexpected kindness. Not only had he slain her tormentor, but he also offered her comfort and a place to recuperate. Enough with the gratitude. Just go. I have matters to attend to here. Zhao Haoqiang gently ushered her towards the door. Though touched, she dared not defy his wishes, nodding silently as tears streamed down her cheeks while she ascended the stairs. Zhao Haoqiang watched her retreating figure, a flicker of mockery dancing in his eyes. It was pitiable that the woman, having barely escaped one peril, was now unwittingly stepping into another. After ensuring her safety, he turned to face the crowd. "So, what do you think? Can we break through the ceiling?" The crowd shook their heads in despair, unable to conceive a feasible way to access Song Liang's residence. Zhao Haoqiang stroked his chin, feeling a headache brewing. If they could not find a means to enter Song Liang's home and acquire medical supplies, death would indeed be looming closer. Suddenly, another person from the crowd stepped forward, looking toward Zhao Haoqiang. "Brother Chong, I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility." Zhao Haoqiang furrowed his brow and instinctively raised his hand to strike, but he halted midway, his palms suspended in the air. "Damn it, stop keeping secrets, just spit out." I'm in a hurry. The man stepped back 2 paces, realizing that Zhao Haoqiang seemed to have abandoned the thought of slapping him, and straightened his posture once more. Brother Chong, I was wondering if we could perhaps find an opportunity through the window of his house. Wouldn't our chances of getting him be greater? A window? Zhao Haoqiang's mind conjured the basic structure of the first floor of the apartment building. Song Liang's residence was situated on the first floor, close to the entrance of the community, and indeed had a large window that was usually open to the outdoors. However, since it was on the ground level, iron bars had been installed to prevent intrusions. Furthermore, attempting to break the window from outside would entail facing a significant risk: the throngs of zombies and monsters lurking outside. Though their vision was poor and their sense of smell was dulled, they were highly responsive to sound. Even the slightest noise could draw their attention. Currently, the only reason the group could act with such audacity within this building was due to the iron gate at the entrance. Once they stepped outside, the unknown awaited, and no one had witnessed the true combat capabilities of those creatures, or what had become of those who had. Brother Chong must be considering the iron bars. You need not worry. I am quite strong. Just give me a bit of food, and I can break the bars by myself. The man continued to whisper fervently in Zhao Haoqiang's ear. A thought struck Zhao Haoqiang. Indeed, why should he concern himself with dangers when he held such invaluable resources? Simply offering a portion of his supplies could incite these individuals to brave any peril. A smile crept across his face. What about those monsters outside? The man paused, evidently having not contemplated that aspect before. He racked his brain for a solution, ultimately swallowing hard and forcing a strained smile. Brother Chong, as long as you can provide me with some food, I'm willing to venture out, no matter how dangerous it is outside. Besides, those monsters have weaknesses. As long as we remain silent, we could even dance in front of them without being noticed. What do you think, Brother Chong? The man's eyes sparkled with desperation, clearly starved to the point of madness. Chapter 59. The tragedy. Very well. Your words are enough to reassure me. You can go, and I will assign 2 helpers to accompany you. Should you succeed, I will reward you handsomely with food sufficient for a week, Zhao Haoqiang replied with a smile. He then turned to the crowd, his voice rising sharply. Who among you is willing to take the risk alongside this brave soul and attempt to breach Song Liang's defenses through the window? I promise a week's worth of food as a reward. The crowd looked on in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning behind Zhao Haoqiang's words. However, soon enough, a clever individual began to grasp the situation, yet no one dared to speak up. After all, stepping outside posed the ever-present threat of a fatal attack by the monsters. Remaining within the apartment, though they might suffer from hunger, at least offered a chance to survive. What purpose does a supply sufficient for merely 7 days serve? Even if success is achieved, one would still face hunger and fear after that brief respite. Most crucially, Zhao Haoqiang wields a firearm and possesses resources. He is the true landlord. When landlords negotiate with peasants, their treachery and malice are evident. Who among the common folk could easily place their trust in such a duplicitous figure? Nevertheless, where there is ample reward, there will be courageous souls. A few individuals were indeed swayed by Zhao Haoqiang's words, yet they hesitated. For a mere week's worth of provisions is woefully inadequate. Brother Chong, should you be willing to increase the reward, I would be inclined to give it a try, declared a tall man who stepped forward. His robust physique emanated an aura of strength, even after enduring prolonged hunger. One could surmise that he was once a figure of prominence in the realm of fitness. His name was Zhou Fei, and he had indeed been involved in the fitness industry. But now, with supplies dwindling at home, his large frame necessitated sustenance to maintain itself, leading him to endure hunger for far too long. Indeed, Brother Chong, the reward is insufficient. If you're willing to enhance it, I, Zhao Hui, would also be willing to participate. Another man emerged from the crowd. In contrast, this individual appeared significantly more frail, standing around 1.7 meters tall, yet he exuded a streetwise demeanor, clearly a local figure before the apocalypse. Zhao Haoqiang felt a surge of elation within and promptly arranged for the 3 men to stand beside him. No problem, brothers. As long as you can infiltrate Song Liang's residence, I am prepared to share half of the resources you acquire with the 3 of you. The trio eagerly agreed in unison. On the other side of a glass pane, merely a few centimeters thick, the 3 outside endured the dim light, their expressions contorting as they desperately pounded against the glass. Meanwhile, Song Liang reclined nonchalantly on his sofa, savoring delectable food as he observed them through the window. The stark contrast incited envy that twisted the features of the three outside. Song Liang, just wait. I will end you soon, they shouted, their voices hoarse and eyes ablaze. You have little time left to be arrogant. Your end is nigh. All those delicious and useful items in your home will soon belong to us. In response, Song Liang mockingly raised the stake in his hand towards them. Please continue. It just so happens that I feel rather insecure. You must assist me in testing the durability of this window. Soon, the three outside began to tire. After all, they were exposed to the chill of the night air, and the ever-present danger caused their resolve to wane swiftly. They were compelled to take breaks after merely a few minutes of exertion. Yet, despite the passage of time, all that had appeared on the glass of Song Liang's abode were a few minor scratches. Their hearts grew increasingly despondent. Yet, separated by a transparent barrier, they beheld Song Liang's comfortable existence within, and jealousy compelled them to cling to hope. Even after a considerable passage of time, their efforts persisted relentlessly. Within his abode, Song Liang observed Zhao Hui and the others toiling diligently. Clearly, in such trying times, one could not afford to remain idle. Feeling that the moment had arrived, he rose from his reclining chair and ambled to the cabinet, retrieving an unusual glass vial. The exterior of the glass was obscured, and the three men initially remained unaware of what Song Liang had procured, presuming he was about to showcase yet another novelty. However, in the next instant, they witnessed him produce a match, striking it gently before igniting something. Suddenly, a switch appeared above them, and a blazing object was hurled out by Song Liang. His room, meticulously designed, allowed for every nook to function as a trap without the worry of intruders. The flaming vial soared through the air, descending to the ground amidst their astonished gazes. With a cacophony of peculiar sounds, a roaring flame erupted in response. This was Song Liang's homemade incendiary device. Even in extreme cold, gasoline ignited fervently, releasing heat. The gasoline within the vial splattered everywhere, igniting into a fierce blaze. The balcony, already confined, became engulfed in flames as the gasoline clung to the down jackets and thermal pants of the dozen or so individuals present. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Song Liang's lips as he lit another incendiary device and hurled it outside. Good heavens, it's on fire. Quick, extinguish it. The three men huddled together, having devoted all their strength to one spot, leaving no room for escape. Realizing their impending doom, they felt the searing heat enveloping them entirely. Song Liang watched as they transformed into tormented figures ablaze. The trio attempted to roll on the ground to extinguish the flames, yet their efforts proved futile, as the gasoline-fueled fire refused to relent, even upon contact with the surface. One desperate soul attempted to crawl back through the iron gate, but in his haste, he lost his footing and collapsed. Song Liang laughed. Perish, perish, let them all perish. Suddenly, a grotesque visage pressed against the glass, lips moving in silent pleas. Eyes fixed on Song Liang. Save me, there's fire. I beg you, please save me. In extreme agony, he cried out for help. Song Liang raised the stake in his hand and nodded at him, recognizing that this man was the tallest among the trio. The anguished cry of a man engulfed by flames echoed through the air, his desperate voice swallowed by the inferno. Witnessing the harrowing scene from the second floor, the onlookers were rendered pale with fear. The man, ablaze and seeking escape, realized too late that his flight was futile. In that moment, a grotesque creature appeared beside him, silencing his existence before he could even utter a scream. Chapter 60, Ruthlessness. Zhao Hui struggled in agony for what felt like an eternity, ultimately succumbing to despair as he collapsed to the ground, joining his two brothers in a tragic fate. The air was instantly saturated with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Without exception, all three men met their demise. Some, though initially only lightly scorched, attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by the ravenous creatures, who would not relinquish their free feast. Others, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, chose to end their suffering by hurling themselves against the walls. The body's oils, a potent fuel, fed the roaring flames that blazed so fiercely one could hardly bear to look. After burning for over 20 minutes, the fire finally subsided. The spectators on the second floor gazed down at the charred remains, their hearts gripped by terror. This attempt to breach Song Liang's home had already cost them several lives, leaving the remaining group utterly exhausted. Despite their myriad strategies to force entry, they faced nothing but failure, casting a shadow of despair over them all. Suddenly, a famished young man among the crowd inhaled sharply, his senses ignited by the peculiar aroma of roasted human flesh. It was a scent reminiscent of succulent lamb, and he found himself greedily eyeing the charred corpses below. Unbidden, he swallowed hard. It dawned on him that something was amiss as he observed the others, equally captivated by the sight of the remains. Astonished, he noticed the gaunt, numbed faces around him, where more than one person exhibited a ravenous desire for the macabre feast. Yet, the sheer number of witnesses and the remnants of their moral compass restrained them from acting on their impulses. Had they been alone, they might have succumbed to their base instincts. At that moment, a woman of notable beauty burst into tears, exclaiming, "I can no longer endure this. You continue to devise plans, but I am ready to surrender." Nearly 40 individuals within the apartment complex had toiled throughout the day, believing that breaching Song Liang's door and seizing the supplies inside would be a simple task. However, the brutal reality they faced was far more harrowing. Countless lives had been lost without inflicting even the slightest damage to Song Liang's walls or windows, a result incomprehensible to any reasonable person after such effort. In a sudden rush of defiance, she disregarded the risks and dashed beyond the iron gate, positioning herself outside Song Liang's window. Song Liang initially thought another group of individuals intent on self-destruction would come to shatter the glass and intrude. Suddenly, she knelt silently before the balcony. "Song Liang, I am truly on the brink of starvation. I can no longer endure this plight. I implore you, show me mercy and save me. I promise to obey you and will no longer harbor any inappropriate thoughts. You are my deity in this world." It was not just her. One by one, others came forth, prostrating themselves before Song Liang, desperately beseeching her for a morsel of food. Most of those bowing their heads in repentance, seeking sympathy, were women who perhaps sensed Song Liang's vulnerability in living alone, attempting to exploit this weakness. The mournful cries from outside were relentless. Dozens of them bowed their heads until they bled, a scene of utter despair. With a sigh, Song Liang approached the window and said, "Please do not act this way. It pains my heart to witness your suffering." As she spoke, she raised a steaming chicken leg in her hand. "When I feel a pang of sorrow, I crave food intensely, devouring it until I can eat no more." As Song Liang savored the meat, the neighbors outside, weeping profusely, could only watch in envy as they swallowed hard, yearning for a taste. Upon hearing her words, their cries intensified, and their bowing became more fervent. "Song Liang, we were wrong. Please do not be so cruel. We merely wish to survive. It is but a small request. I beg you, show us your compassion and grant us some food. If so, I would be willing to serve you like a dog for the rest of my life, never to leave your side. Indeed, Brother Liang, if you could provide me with just a bite to eat, I would obey your every command, no matter how demeaning." Song Liang secretly chuckled to herself, but chose to ignore them, continuing to feast on the chicken leg in her hand. To eat heartily in front of so many starving souls is indeed a profound joy. After consuming an entire chicken leg, she casually placed the remaining bones at the window's edge. Just a pane of glass separated them. They could see the succulent, oily remnants of meat clinging to the bones. They were powerless to reach them, let alone taste a morsel. Each person resembled a dog, pressing their faces against the glass, as if that would allow them to savor the last bits of meat. "Since you are so earnest," she declared, "if any of you can bring me Zhao Haoqiang's head within a few days, I will provide you with chicken legs for an entire week, along with a multitude of exquisite delicacies, ensuring you eat until you are utterly sated." Song Liang, of course, felt no genuine pity for these individuals. She had her own motives. Their constant attempts to break through her walls and windows were quite irksome, and she certainly could not engage the soundproofing mode of her home every day. After all, she still desired to occasionally gaze outside, to soothe her spirit. Since that is the case, it would be better to let them engage in a brutal struggle among themselves, allowing chaos to ensue where both parties suffer significant losses, leaving them powerless against one another. This, indeed, is the most intriguing outcome that Song Liang envisions, for although Zhao Haoqiang wielded a firearm, the residents of the apartment building outnumber him, making a direct confrontation feasible. Should a significant altercation arise, it would provide some amusement for Song Liang, who remains a mere observer, yet a clandestine orchestrator of events. After all, the solitary existence in a post-apocalyptic world can be dreadfully monotonous. As Song Liang contemplated this notion, he paused for a moment before dispatching a message to the residence group, conveying this information to everyone in the building. Upon hearing his words, the crowd gathered outside, previously pleading in vain, displayed expressions of uncertainty. In their eyes, Zhao Haoqiang, armed as he was, stood as the most formidable individual in the building, second only to Song Liang. Moreover, he was accompanied by a loyal cadre of subordinates, each equipped with varying degrees of weaponry. Thus, a straightforward confrontation would prove exceedingly challenging, even with numerical superiority. If they aspired to present Zhao's severed head to Song Liang, their own lives would likely be the first to be forfeited. However, upon further reflection, while they regarded confronting Zhao Haoqiang as daunting, what of contending with Song Liang, the foremost malevolent figure? Was that not an even greater challenge? The three ghastly corpses outside were starkly displayed before Song Liang's window. Chapter 61. The Weathercock. Thus, the pros and cons of this situation require little deliberation, for the answer is evident. Dealing with the formidable Song Liang is far more intricate than confronting the so-called Zhao Haoqiang. Meanwhile, Zhao Haoqiang, observing the unfolding events from the balcony on the second floor, refrained from taking immediate action, instead patiently watching the developments. He remained oblivious to what Song Liang had uttered and to the rampant discussions within the residence group. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to breach Song Liang's threshold. He could acutely sense that time was slipping away, as the old injury to his calf and the fresh wound on his shoulder constantly reminded him of his precarious situation. If he did not devise a viable strategy soon, he would be faced with death. The repercussions of this incident weighed heavily upon him. Zhao Hui and the others, his trusted confidants, had perished. Individuals who would have followed him into the depths of peril for a mere taste of reward. Their loss left Zhao Haoqiang's heart aching with an unrelenting pang. He meticulously calculated that if he wished to maintain absolute control over the apartment building's 100 or so residents, it was imperative to replenish his ranks with new subordinates in the short term. After all, the residents were leaderless, devoid of effective weaponry, and could only rely on their numerical advantage. If he could leverage his abilities to neutralize this slight numerical advantage, armed with his weapon and exceptional leadership skills, Zhao Haoqiang was convinced that as long as Song Liang remained ensconced within his shell, no one in the entire building could rival him. While immersed in contemplation, Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as a prickling sensation coursed down his spine, an ominous feeling that sent chills throughout his body. He abruptly turned around, reaching for the pistol at his waist, only to find a group of over 10 individuals behind him, their gazes directed toward him with an inexplicable strangeness. Zhao was certain that the disquieting feeling he had just experienced emanated from them. He raised his firearm, swallowing hard. "What do you intend to do? Looking at me with such eyes? Are you contemplating rebellion?" Several individuals stationed behind Zhao recoiled slightly upon seeing his gun, a flicker of apprehension crossing their expressions as they begrudgingly took 2 steps back. "Get away from me immediately. Keep your distance." The sense of crisis that surged within Zhao ignited a mix of anger and humiliation. He found himself facing these thoughtless individuals, who could be swayed with mere flattery. Yet he was gripped by an irrational fear. The group remained motionless, their peculiar stares fixed on him, a blend of avarice lurking within their eyes, sending a shudder down Zhao's spine. They were not gazing at a man, but rather at a corpse. Zhao felt a tightening in his core, thinking to himself, "Am I not capable of evading this? You wretched lot, now is not the opportune moment to act. Once I, Zhao, have recuperated, I shall deal with you." Clenching his fists, he endured their invasive scrutiny and hurriedly retreated from the second floor with a few loyal subordinates trailing behind him. "Wait, Brother Chong, what shall we do about Song Liang's family?" Suddenly, a man among his followers spoke up, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zhao's heart sank. He had initially intended to remain silent and resolve matters swiftly. However, this question compelled him to maintain composure. Revealing any hint of weakness could become fodder for mockery. If he were to be slain by this ravenous mob, it would be an utter disaster. He snorted derisively, unable to suppress his anger as he retorted, "Are you foolish enough to ask such a question? We cannot enter now. What do you propose we do? We will think of a solution later. Follow me." With that, he cursed and stormed off. Outside Song Liang's window, the groups that had been begging for mercy and attempting to break the window, fearful of the unknown dangers lurking behind them, gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Song Liang lay comfortably in his warm abode, awaiting the unfolding drama. Indeed, though the building had only suffered the loss of 3 individuals, the psychological impact on everyone was profoundly significant. Almost everyone participated in the invasion of his home, resulting in immense physical exhaustion. This dire situation rendered resources increasingly scarce, and the conflicts among individuals grew terrifyingly fierce. Soon after, Song Liang received numerous messages on his phone. Following this turmoil, the neighbors from the apartment complex fully grasped the terrifying nature of Song Liang. Their meager stamina was completely depleted by this endeavor, leaving them unable to launch a large-scale assault on his residence. Faced with Song Liang's impeccable defenses, they found themselves powerless and resigned to despair. Consequently, many began to plead, kneeling before him in desperation, or proposing some distasteful exchanges for their survival. Among them was Jia, whom Song Liang had always regarded with disdain. In her effort to curry favor with him, she resorted to any means necessary. Upon learning of the incident where Song Liang had burned 3 individuals, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of urgency, realizing that if she did not act, she might very well be the next to meet a tragic end. Typically, she adorned herself in vibrant attire, aspiring to match her friend Su Yujia, and often displayed a dismissive attitude towards Song Liang, even boasting in his presence. However, her affiliation with Zhao Haoqiang had clearly become untenable. He now appeared on the brink of death, unlikely to survive for much longer. In her desperation for sustenance and sufficient supplies, she would have sold herself if necessary, regarding any price as inconsequential as long as she could eat. However, it was evident that Jia had overestimated her own worth. Her appearance was lackluster, and her physique had deteriorated due to her habitual laziness, rendering her unworthy even of serving Su Yujia. Relying on a plethora of cheap cosmetics, she sought to elevate her self-image, harboring an inflated sense of self-importance. Such a woman would not have garnered a second glance from Song Liang, even prior to the apocalypse. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the end of the world seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, subjecting Su Yujia to unimaginable torment while simultaneously rekindling Yingjia's long-lost arrogance. In this state, Yingjia shamelessly approached Song Liang, attempting to employ the age-old tactic of offering her body in hopes of winning his favor. Song Liang, glancing at the explicit photos she sent, was left speechless by their audacity. What a brazen woman she was! With a disdainful smirk, he turned off his phone, blocking her without hesitation. Chapter 62. Song Liang's dark humor for a woman like Yingjia. There was absolutely no chance that Song Liang would allow her into his home. Even if she underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming as stunning as a beauty from legends, he would still refuse her entry. The last time she and Su Yujia sought out Song Liang, she had already betrayed Su by suggesting that she could deliver her to him. Such a woman, devoid of any moral compass or ethical constraints, might one day, in a fit of displeasure, decide to poison the food she prepares for Song Liang. In that case, everything in this household would belong solely to her. The act of wrongdoing can occur once or countless times. Once the threshold is crossed, it becomes increasingly difficult to believe that her next blade will not be poised at another's throat. After Song Liang blocked and deleted Yingjia, he felt a significant sense of relief, fearing that continued exposure to her might lead him to an emotional abyss. He casually glanced at the messages from those who had reached out to him, most of whom implored him to share some resources. Others were keen to denounce Zhao Haoqiang, accusing him of being inhumane and indifferent to the neighbors who had once shared their hardships together. Armed with a mere broken gun, he pretended to be an official of the North Korean government, his actions growing increasingly outrageous, reaching a level of sheer absurdity. It was said that most members of the homeowners group could no longer tolerate him. As for Zhao Haoqiang, even without a bounty on his head issued by Song Liang, his days were numbered. With a sigh, Song Liang reflected on how, when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. These individuals were almost universally opportunistic, aligning themselves with those who wield power and wealth, only to abandon them when misfortune strikes, becoming distant relatives. His decision to issue a bounty for the homeowners to actively seek out a dog-eat-dog confrontation with Zhao Haoqiang, while partly stemming from a desire for amusement, was predominantly an act of indifference. After all, Song Liang was not foolish. Without medical intervention, Zhao Haoqiang's life was nearly an end, rendering any bounty a futile endeavor, akin to the absurdity of pulling down one's trousers to relieve oneself. While checking information, Song Liang stumbled upon a long-forgotten name, Su Yujia. Initially, he had assumed that she, like Kai Yingjia, would stop at nothing to gain access to his room, yet this time, it was clear he had misjudged her intentions. "Brother Song Liang, I miss you so much," her message read. Song Liang furrowed his brow. Su Yujia seemed to have taken his previous words to heart, fantasizing that she was the fabled lady of the stronghold. She longed to see him, to warm his bed and bear his children. But her previous words had been overheard by Zhao's group, leading to her confinement and denial of freedom. Moreover, she mentioned Kai Yingjia, the wretched woman envious of her affection for him, who had insulted him and even fought with her. However, she reassured him, "Don't worry, brother, I'm unhurt. When will you come to rescue me?" 3 distinct lines of distress appeared on Song Liang's forehead. Su Yujia's messages induced a physical discomfort that was even more nauseating than Kai Yingjia's explicit photographs. Nevertheless, the performance must go on. It is the fundamental decorum of a jester to see the act through to its conclusion. "My dear Yujia, you must take care of yourself. But I must first attend to some pressing matters before I can come for you. It may take some time." Su Yujia replied promptly, "Brother, I will wait for you no matter how long it takes, but I'm terribly hungry lately and there is nothing to eat." "Brother, you must act quickly for Yujia." Song Liang scoffed, finding it audacious for her to urge him. "Yujia, how about this? If you truly cannot endure any longer, sneak out to my house. I will open the door for you." "Really? That sounds great, brother. I will think of a way." "Rest assured, Song Liang, Yujia will undoubtedly find an opportunity to escape and be by your side soon." Song Liang curled his lip, deleted the chat history, and chose to ignore her. The sight of such messages irked him. He continued to scroll through the numerous texts sent by neighbors, overwhelmed by the sheer volume, making it impossible to read them all in a short span. After more than 10 minutes, amidst the sea of varied messages, Song Liang discovered a few that genuinely warmed his heart. Among them was a message of condolence from Elder Chun, congratulating him on successfully repelling the 3 subordinates of Zhao Haoqiang, while also inquiring about his well-being. Song Liang had already held a favorable impression of this elder. Such kindness solidified his intention to cultivate a relationship with him. Furthermore, Lin Yue appeared to have undergone a notable shift in her attitude towards Song Liang. Her usual polite demeanor now infused with an inexplicable gentleness. This perplexed Song Liang, who was accustomed to straightforward women. There remained numerous unread messages, but he attributed this sudden change in Lin Yue's behavior to the incident involving the 3 he had set ablaze, speculating that she might have been frightened or found him excessively brutal, prompting her to treat him with more courtesy. Aside from these messages of sympathy and pleas, Song Liang perused the remaining texts. It was not that he enjoyed this. Rather, he was simply bored, spending his days gaming, indulging in gourmet food, and exercising in the pleasure rooms, all of which felt monotonously dreary. Perhaps a thorough examination would reveal something amusing, like the scandalous photos sent by Kai Yingjia, though that was certainly not the primary motive. His main desire remained unchanged, to seek amusement. Much of Song Liang's attention was drawn to the messages filled with vitriol directed at him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these individuals were either envious of his seemingly blissful life, driven to desperation, or had discovered that their wives had sent him messages offering themselves in exchange for mere sustenance. Song Liang understood this sentiment well. After all, no one will be pleased to wear the proverbial green hat. Thus, a wicked amusement bubbled to the surface of his mind once again. He directly shared his chat records with several married beauties in the owner's group, accompanied by a caption claiming, "These ladies possess considerable charm. If you can persuade your husbands to draft a non-liability agreement for me, allowing me to review it, you may enter the selection process. Ultimately, the winner will earn the privilege of dining with me at my home for an entire week, where I shall ensure you are well fed each night. After all, I indulge in delightful culinary experiences daily and have long been deprived of intimate encounters. Unlike your current partners, who may very well have lost their vigor. Should you seek physical satisfaction, consider participating in this limited opportunity. First come, first served." Chapter 63. A gesture of gratitude without a doubt. Such remarks invited a torrent of scorn upon him. Yet what of it? The indignation merely confirmed that his words struck a nerve. These men, perpetually hungry and inadequately clad, had little time to care for their women. If they lacked the capability, they should relinquish their claims and leave them to Song Liang, who believed he could manage the situation adeptly. Through this approach, Song Liang continued to seek amusement, quickly garnering a considerable response from the public. Although most reviled him with vehement disdain, he remained unfazed. Strangely, a few even agreed to his proposal, perceiving him as a benevolent figure, marveling at such an opportunity. Within 20 minutes, one individual had even drafted a non-liability agreement, signing it with flourish. Upon review, Song Liang noted that these beauties were indeed of commendable quality, both in physique and appearance. However, being the sole judge of the selection process, he retained the power of veto. Thus, regardless of how far he took this, the final authority rested with him. Having found his amusement, Song Liang tossed his phone aside, allowing the owners to chatter incessantly in the group. Stretching his limbs, he picked up a cup of fragrant Blue Mountain coffee and moved to the window, seeking a moment of relaxation. Prolonged exposure to the electronic screen had left his eyes feeling strained. He had no desire to become blind while the future looked so promising. By now, it was nearing 8 in the evening, and in October, the days were brief and nights long. The sky had grown dark. The faint light from Song Liang's home illuminated a small patch of ground outside his window. Suddenly, shadows emerged from the darkness, creeping along the wall until they reached his window. Song Liang was taken aback. His first thought was of their audacity, given that the charred remains of 3 bodies still lay outside during the day. He prepared to arm himself, intending to teach these bold intruders a lesson. However, the leader of the group raised a hand, his face betraying fear and hesitation, and whispered, "Song Liang, we are not here to trouble you. Please, do not act hastily." Song Liang raised an eyebrow and glanced back, noticing that approximately 5 or 6 individuals had followed him. Given his prior knowledge of Song Liang's capabilities, it was evident that such a small number of people posed an inadequate threat. "What brings you here?" The man at the forefront pressed his cracked lips together, seeming to ponder for a moment before responding. "We are simply famished and came out to seek some food." "Food? Where could one possibly find food at this hour? Furthermore, one wouldn't venture to my window at this time merely for a meal." Song Liang's smile faltered as he cast a glance at the 3 charred corpses sprawled outside his window, seemingly realizing the true intent of these unwelcome guests. "Surely you cannot mean what I think you mean. Weren't they your closest friends? Your dear neighbors?" A look of embarrassment flickered across the man's face, and he stubbornly retorted, "What absurd thoughts are you having? We merely wish to find a proper place to bury them. Leaving their bodies to rot in the wilderness is hardly appropriate." Moreover, the man stuttered, as if grappling with the words he found difficult to articulate. "Moreover what?" Song Liang inquired with raised eyebrows. "Moreover, having their bodies lying outside your window would surely dampen your spirits," he added with an awkward smile, scratching his head, projecting an image of earnestness. Song Liang curled his lip, thinking to himself whether he should be grateful for their efforts. He then waved his hand dismissively. "Take them away. Take them away." The group of men, as if granted a reprieve, quickly assisted one another in removing the charred remains, departing the scene. Song Liang watched them leave with a complex expression, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had once been among their ranks, though he had not fallen to such depths. He had come perilously close, had it not been for the divine intervention granting him a second chance at life. It was likely that his own corpse would have met a fate akin to that of the 3 burnt bodies. Early the following morning, Song Liang was jolted awake by a cacophony of gunfire. Without a doubt, he knew it was instigated by Zhao Haoqiang. It seemed the events of the previous day had already borne fruit. In a world ravaged by scarcity, it took merely a hint of reward to elicit unexpected reactions from those driven by hunger, as he had conveyed to the group of owners the day before. For the majority, satiating their hunger was paramount. Who cared if one possessed a weapon or had subordinates? Rising from his bed, Song Liang activated the surveillance cameras, eagerly searching for the scene of the incident. Soon enough, he found the answer within the footage from the 8th floor. Outside Zhao Haoqiang's door stood a blood-soaked man, panting heavily with a shovel in hand, glaring furiously at Zhao Haoqiang. Beneath his feet lay 2 individuals, shot in the abdomen, their blood pooling onto the floor, rendering them lifeless. Zhao Haoqiang stood across from a man, gripping his handgun tightly, his teeth clenched in a fierce determination as if he wished to rend the man asunder. The flesh on his face quivered as he unhesitatingly fired another shot in the man's direction. Bang! The bullet struck true, and the man collapsed to the ground, his shovel falling from his grasp before it could even be wielded. Having dispatched the last adversary, Zhao Haoqiang's legs weakened, and he slid down the wall, clutching his arm as he sank to the floor. Song Liang noted that Zhao appeared to have sustained an injury, likely from the sharp edge of the shovel that had lacerated his arm, blood seeping steadily from the wound. Fortunately, the injury did not seem grievous. Under normal circumstances, such a minor wound could be treated with simple bandaging and would heal swiftly. However, the present circumstances were dire. Not only were they in an apocalyptic world with abysmal medical resources, but Zhao Haoqiang also bore pre-existing injuries, with an old wound yet to heal. The addition of a new injury was a grave misfortune in this desolate environment. There was a high likelihood that Zhao, before the gunshot wound on his shoulder could become infected, would succumb to excessive blood loss from this seemingly insignificant injury, an outcome he utterly dreaded. Breathing heavily, Zhao Haoqiang had intended to visit Lin Yue's home to inquire about potential treatments for his shoulder injury. Yet upon stepping outside, a shovel had swung perilously close to his head. Fortunately, his reflexes had served him well, allowing him to evade the blow, albeit at the cost of his arm. He had retaliated swiftly, eliminating 3 assailants before the situation could spiral into chaos. Chapter 64. Entrapment among wolves. After concluding his affairs yesterday, Zhao Haoqiang returned home to discover a bounty announcement from Song Liang in the homeowners group. This revelation filled him with profound humiliation. Initially, he had been the one to take the offensive, the residents of the building heeding his commands, while Song Liang had been relegated to a defensive role. Now, however, the roles had entirely reversed. Those who had once only sought to preserve their lives were easily swayed by Song Liang's words, leaving him in the most precarious position. Despite this, he retained confidence in his ability to survive the onslaught of the mob, his firearm serving as his greatest assurance. This very confidence was why he had refrained from assigning a few trusted subordinates to provide round-the-clock protection. Yet, he harbored concerns. What if those so-called loyal subordinates, upon seeing the news propagated by Song Liang, were to be swayed and betray him? While facing a group of defenseless homeowners posed little threat. A betrayal from within could prove disastrous. Upon returning home, Zhao Haoqiang tended to his arm with the remaining bandages he had previously acquired from Lin Yue. The state of his body could only be described as ghastly, and plans he had made were now forced to be postponed. A long-lost sense of crisis surged within Zhao Haoqiang, igniting a simmering anger that bordered on madness. How dare they betray me after all I have done for them? Merely at the behest of that wretched song? They wish to cast me into the abyss. They truly have no sense of decency. Just wait. I shall impose order and settle accounts with each and every one of these ingrates. Through his phone, Zhao Haoqiang reached out to a few loyal subordinates, summoning them forth. Among the throngs of his former lackeys, these few remained trustworthy, sparing him from the fear of internal strife. He commanded them to transport the corpse at the entrance back to his residence, a desperate measure indeed. The supplies pilfered from the homeowners in the apartment building had nearly run dry, and sustaining such a group had brought him to the brink of depletion. In an unexpected turn, the body of Zhou Qingwei sparked a revelation within Zhao Haoqiang. If others could perform such deeds, why could he not? After all, it was a matter of survival, and there was no shame in that. Once a series of tasks were completed, Zhao Haoqiang discovered that the wound on his arm appeared to be more severe than he had initially perceived. The bandages he used had become thoroughly soaked with blood, and an irritating itch plagued him, growing increasingly intolerable. He instructed his subordinates to ascend to the 7th floor and summoned Dr. Lin Yue, requesting that she bring additional bandages and alcohol. The subordinates acknowledged his command and departed, but not before Zhao Haoqiang cautioned them to exercise caution, wary of the lurking homeowners who might strike like wolves in the shadows. Having already suffered such a setback, he was determined not to lose any more trusted allies. He could scarcely afford it. After a considerable time, Dr. Lin Yue arrived on the 8th floor bearing a medical kit, accompanied by Zhao Haoqiang's dispatch subordinate. Upon sighting the injured Zhao Haoqiang sprawled upon the sofa, ire flared within her. This murderer, who not only trampled upon lives, but also employed others to commit unspeakable atrocities, was far more revolting than the monsters lurking outside in this apocalyptic world. Were it not for her medical ethics and the necessity of survival along with the meager provisions, she would have never consented to tend to this fiend. His continued existence was an egregious injustice to those who had suffered and perished at his hands. A sheen of sweat glistened on Zhao Haoqiang's forehead, his voice frail. "Dr. Lin, you finally arrived. Please assess my injuries and bandage them properly. I am no expert." The wound I attempted to dress has reopened. Dr. Lin Yue's expression was one of disdain, her demeanor icy. "Let me make it clear, I will not provide you with free medical services." Zhao Haoqiang understood her implication. Their relationship had long been defined by a mutual exchange of interests. Dr. Lin treated him, and in return, he provided her with sustenance. This arrangement had remained unchanged throughout their dealings. Zhao Haoqiang chuckled softly. "Of course, there is no issue. When the time comes, the remuneration for Dr. Lin will undoubtedly satisfy you." As he spoke, he gestured towards his kitchen. "Moreover, Dr. Lin has arrived at an opportune moment. We are just about to indulge in a feast today, with ample meat to satisfy our hunger." A grim smile twisted at the corners of Zhao Haoqiang's mouth. Lin Yue furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her thoughts. Given the apocalypse has persisted for so long, how could there still be meat in Zhao Haoqiang's household, and in such abundance? This struck her as exceedingly peculiar. As a savvy, professional woman, Lin Yue's sixth sense kicked in, instantly alerting her to something amiss. She inhaled deeply, detecting a faint metallic scent in the air, and noticed remnants of blood on the floor that had not been entirely cleaned. A jolt of fear surged through Lin Yue as a horrifying thought emerged in her mind. Just moments ago, she had heard 3 loud bangs on the 7th floor. Could it be that this Zhao fellow had shot someone? What about the body? Could it possibly be in the kitchen? As this realization dawned on her, she felt a tumult in her stomach, quickly turning away to suppress the urge to vomit. Zhao Haoqiang laughed heartily. "It seems Dr. Lin has already guessed what it is. In that case, would you care to sample it?" Lin Yue's gaze returned to Zhao Haoqiang. Now tinged with fear, her apprehension towards this man grew increasingly profound. To engage in such heinous acts at this juncture left her wondering what further madness he might unleash in the future. Swallowing hard, Lin Yue fought to keep her nausea at bay, her lips trembling as she replied, "No, I'm not hungry." "Not hungry?" Zhao Haoqiang laughed boisterously. "After such a long period without food, can you truly not feel hunger? Rest assured it's worth a taste. I've tried it, and it's quite similar to pork, with the broth being even richer." Lin Yue quickly shook her head, unable to fathom how one could descend to such depths of depravity to utter such chilling words with a straight face. At this dire time, why would Dr. Lin feign modesty? In this era, what wouldn't one do to survive? Did she intend to starve? Suppressing her fear and steadying her trembling body, she endeavored to speak with a semblance of calm. "No, I would rather perish than consume such a thing." Chapter 65. Retribution. Seeing Lin Yue as bravado, Zhao Haoqiang scoffed. "Haha, Dr. Lin, you are a treasure to me. Do not speak of death so lightly. Even if everyone else in this building perished, I would never allow you to die." It must be said, despite the inherent conflict between their personalities, Lin Yue had indeed treated his prior injuries. Without her, he would likely have met his demise long ago. In this apocalyptic world, compared to the abundance of supplies, what mattered more to Zhao Haoqiang was having a skilled and aesthetically pleasing doctor like Lin Yue by his side. He licked his lips, greedily eyeing her curvaceous figure. To speak candidly, it would be impossible for him not to feel temptation. He had long desired to conquer the enchanting beauty before him through force. Yet he was acutely aware of her fiery temperament. Should she feel humiliated and resort to self-destruction, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Haoqiang viewed himself as a person destined to achieve great things. He could not allow trivial gains to tarnish the reputation of a healer. Subsequently, the two fell into a silence, as if they had tacitly agreed upon it. Lin Yue sat beside Zhao Haoqiang, wordlessly tending to his wounds. The injury was indeed more severe than he had anticipated. The sharp edge of the shovel had nearly shredded the flesh of his arm, grazing the bone in the process. Fortunately, the gunshot wound on his shoulder was of greater concern. With no effective medication at hand, Lin Yue could only manage to disinfect and bandage the injury as best as she could. Rising to her feet, she uttered not a single word, grabbing the medical kit and striding towards the door. She could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might vomit all over Zhao Haoqiang. Zhao Haoqiang did not attempt to dissuade her, now that his injuries were largely under control. There was no need to press the woman further. He reasoned that when the time was ripe and she found herself in dire need, she would naturally return to his side. At that moment, a mere morsel of food would suffice. She would readily accept any request, be it tending to her wounds or comforting his younger brother. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Haoqiang could not help but burst into laughter, though the force of his mirth inadvertently tugged at his injury, eliciting a pained cry from him. After Lin Yue departed, Zhao Haoqiang and his subordinates deliberated on how to deal with Song Liang moving forward. They felt somewhat beleaguered. Song Liang remained ensconced in his home, refusing to venture outside. Yet the entire building's residents were driven to madness by the abundance of resources he possessed. Zhao Haoqiang felt a sense of helplessness regarding the situation. His own supplies were woefully insufficient to meet even his basic needs, let alone share with others. They had contemplated positioning themselves closer to Song Liang, hoping that if he were to emerge, they could seize him and subsequently access his hoarded supplies. However, this notion was swiftly quashed by Zhao Haoqiang. He understood that the crisis within the building was no less daunting than facing the outside world unarmed. In fact, it might even be more perilous. The creatures lurking outside appeared largely devoid of intelligence, driven solely by instinct. In comparison to the residents within the building, individuals capable of thought and tool use, the disparity was stark. Ultimately, the sheer number of residents vastly outnumbered his own group, compelling him to seriously weigh the potential consequences of their actions. Should the time come when one ventures outside and inadvertently attracts the gaze of those ravenous homeowners, falling into a carefully laid trap, it would be akin to invoking the heavens in vain and the earth offering no solace. Thus, this discussion concluded in a state of resigned brevity. Unbeknownst to Song Liang, he was presently engaged in conquering the final level of the game Elder Ring 3. This particular stage was marked by an extraordinary amount of health points and unpredictable maneuvers, rendering it nearly impossible to withstand. After 2 long hours of effort, his highest achievement had merely reduced the adversary's health by 1/3, leaving him far from complete victory. This challenge stood as one of the few dilemmas he faced in the apocalyptic world, slightly preferable to the absence of companionship, yet still less favorable than the inability to breathe the fresh air of the outside world. While all were oblivious, a silent upheaval was unfolding within several households of the apartment building. Following Zhao Haoqiang's coercive actions, the 30 or so residents who had previously attempted to assault Song Liang's door had suffered varying degrees of injury, with 2 succumbing to Song Liang's electric shock and gunfire. Unlike Zhao Haoqiang, these individuals lacked the leverage to compel Lin Yue to tend to their wounds. Having been implicated in this malevolent incident, they were subsequently blacklisted by Dr. Lin. With no recourse, they resorted to hastily bandaging their injuries with the scant supplies remaining in their homes. However, misfortune had now befallen these individuals. By chance, they discovered that their bandaged wounds had become festering, sprouting purplish hairs and emitting a foul stench, clearly indicating severe infection. This outcome was in truth inevitable. Typically, minor abrasions could be treated with a dab of iodine or alcohol before being wrapped. Yet, the injuries they sustained were not trivial. They had engaged in repeated encounters with the rusted railings of the corridor. Some even bore penetrating wounds. And amidst their hunger, having scarcely eaten a fulfilling meal in over half a month, combined with inadequate treatment, a dire lack of medication, stagnant air within their homes, and external pollution, all these factors converged to create a perfect storm of complications. Consider the thoughts of a living person confronted with festering wounds that reek of decay. A group of burly men surrounds their kin, weeping in despair, cursing Zhao Haoqiang for coercing them into perilous endeavors, and lamenting the injustice of fate for allowing such minor injuries to escalate into severe infections. After all, while Zhao Haoqiang had consistently exhibited initial symptoms of infection, they were never severe enough to pose an immediate threat to life. It's over, I'm going to die. I don't want to die yet. I have children. Oh heavens, please save me. A group of people wept and wailed within their home, filling the entire apartment building with anguished cries that evoked memories of slaughterhouse in the world before its end. Chapter 66. A new conspiracy for an extended period thereafter. Song Liang continued to live comfortably at home, unburdened by any concerns. He had become indifferent to desires. As long as he could ensure opportunities to wander outside in the future, nothing else mattered. As for Zhao Haoqiang, after a period of contemplation, he concluded that Song Liang's presence posed a significant threat to him. Moreover, his deteriorating health made it increasingly untenable to remain at home, enjoying the fruits of others' labor. He knew he had to take action. Zhao Haoqiang resolved to execute his previous plan, dispatching several henchmen to clear out everything from Zhou Qinghui's residence, even removing and disposing of the putrid, decaying corpse. Subsequently, seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he and his gang moved in next door to Song Liang's home. In his mind, he was convinced that Song Liang would not remain sheltered indefinitely. A normal person could hardly endure the solitude of being confined at home day after day. Their new residence was in close proximity to Song Liang's, providing ample opportunity to ambush him the moment he stepped outside. At that time, not only would Zhao Haoqiang's injuries have a chance of healing, but they would also acquire a lifetime supply of resources. Naturally, Song Liang was aware of this development. Even though he hadn't noticed the surveillance footage of Zhao Haoqiang's move-in process, he began to hear incessant noises from next door starting from a certain day. This persistent commotion eventually irritated him enough to check the surveillance, where he spotted Zhao Haoqiang and his crew coming and going. However, Song Liang was not overly concerned that these individuals could create any significant upheaval. After all, even when over 30 people had previously attempted to breach his safe house, they had failed to find any vulnerabilities. Moreover, with only a dozen or so individuals now, it would be nearly impossible for them to discover any weaknesses in a sanctuary. Nevertheless, the constant noise from next door was becoming increasingly bothersome. With his days consumed by gaming, he lacked the inclination to deal with the intruders outside. Even if he had the time, he preferred to wait for them to come to him. In exasperation, Song Liang had no choice but to set the soundproofing system in his room to a continuous operation mode. While this effectively eliminated auditory disturbances, it also deprived him of the ability to gauge the outside situation through the balcony window. The only means left to monitor the external activity was the network of pinhole cameras scattered throughout the apartment building. Fortunately, these surveillance cameras proved remarkably effective, allowing him to stay informed about the movements of the group next door without stepping outside, minimizing the risk of a sudden attack. For several consecutive days, Song Liang remained ensconced on the sofa, engrossed in his games. He had honed his skills to the point where he could whittle away 3/4 of his opponent's health, yet the remaining quarter remained elusive, as if just out of reach. As for Zhao Haoqiang, his recent days have been fraught with torment. Not only does he spend his time pondering how to uncover the vulnerabilities of Song Liang's household, but he must also remain perpetually vigilant against those homeowners who would seek his life at any moment. Such an existence is nothing short of excruciating. Gradually, the situation escalated, and Zhao Haoqiang found himself plagued by sleepless nights and inadequate warmth, struggling even to secure the most basic sustenance, which led to a significant deterioration of his mental state. He began to harbor suspicions toward everyone around him, including his trusted subordinates who had once stood by him through thick and thin. He even resorted to sleeping with a handgun in hand, prepared for any unforeseen circumstance. To outsiders, it might appear as though Zhao Haoqiang were gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. This state of affairs persisted for an extended period until a moment of serendipitous clarity transformed it. One day, as was his custom, Song Liang opened the surveillance feed to check on the residents of the building. Since Zhao Haoqiang had vacated, many homeowners had been unable to locate him in his former residence, leading them to believe he had abandoned the building in search of an escape. After enduring despair, the residents found it difficult to accept whether Zhao Haoqiang's departure indicated safety or concealed turmoil. Consequently, most inhabitants refrained from leaving their homes, and the absence of a bounty meant they were resigned to languish indoors, without exception. When Song Liang scrutinized the first floor, he unexpectedly noticed some commotion in the apartment temporarily occupied by Zhao Haoqiang. Zhou Qinghui's residence had suddenly become bustling with activity, as dozens of young men entered and exited, seemingly engaged in some sordid dealings or conspiratorial schemes with Zhao Haoqiang. Among these men, only a few appeared familiar, likely the trusted allies Zhao Haoqiang had retained. However, the majority were faces Song Liang had not encountered before, though they seemed somewhat recognizable. He could not recall where he had seen them. Through observing the comings and goings of these young men, Song Liang discerned that Zhao Haoqiang's ranks had swelled to over 20 individuals. While he had no need to worry about safety, his curiosity compelled him to unravel the mystery behind this development. Continuous surveillance soon illuminated the truth, culminating in the shocking moment when he witnessed the homeowner of apartment 301 being dragged into Zhao Haoqiang's residence, bloodied and battered. Song Liang surmised that Zhao Haoqiang could no longer contain himself and had begun to target the very neighbors with whom he once shared close quarters. Most of these 20 individuals were young, possessing a strong capacity for adaptation, and under Zhao Haoqiang's tutelage, they had become utterly ruthless. Driven by extreme hunger, they, like Zhao Haoqiang, had forsaken all vestiges of human kindness. They commenced their grim operations, systematically searching each unit on the first floor, and upon discovering any living souls, they unleashed a ruthless massacre, dragging the bodies back to their lair. Song Liang could easily surmise that the recently deceased would inevitably become sustenance for Zhao Haoqiang and his depraved followers, satisfying their insatiable appetites. Cannibalism, in this apocalyptic world, seemingly emerged as an inescapable sin. The mere thought of those individuals being cooked and consumed by their own kind, including former companions, filled him with an overwhelming urge to retch. In this lifetime, he had ceased to withhold his hand from taking lives in self-defense. Yet even in such dire circumstances, he could never bring himself to commit such heinous acts. The malevolence represented by Zhao Haoqiang's faction had reached its zenith. Nevertheless, Song Liang held no trepidation towards Zhao's power. This was not born of arrogance. Rather, the safety of his refuge provided him with unparalleled confidence. Moreover, the second and most crucial point was that the residential complex, once home to hundreds of families, had dwindled to merely 70 or 80 households after enduring several calamities. Excluding those who had been lured into Zhao Haoqiang's ranks, the number was even fewer. Chapter 67. The trial for Lin Yue. While Zhao Haoqiang's recruitment of so many individuals could bolster his influence in the short term, it would undoubtedly lead to greater internal strife and resource depletion. This scenario was unavoidable. In other words, they would inevitably face shortages of food and supplies. And even if his organization expanded to 30 or 40 individuals, they would still succumb to infighting over unequal distributions. There would be no need for Song Liang to intervene, nor for other audacious instigators to conspire. Zhao Haoqiang would ultimately be undone by his own people. Song Liang scoffed at such behavior. Although he was not presently concerned for his safety, there were still those outside his door whom he worried about. He first reached out to inquire about the well-being of the elderly Chunin, learning that the old man was in good health, and although his food supplies were dwindling, they would last for several more days. Most critically, Chunin resided on a higher floor. Given Zhao Haoqiang's modus operandi, it was clear that his personal safety would not be threatened in the immediate future. With a sigh of relief, Song Liang then messaged Dr. Lin Yue. His motivation was not solely driven by any personal affection for her. Rather, it stemmed from recognizing her as a rare asset in this dystopian world, precisely the kind of person he needed. She was not only beautiful and fit, but also possessed invaluable medical skills. Coupled with the surplus of medical supplies at his disposal, Song Liang perceived that if he could secure her allegiance, their future would be far less encumbered by want. However, Lin Yue's mental state appeared to be quite poor, even more so than that of the elderly Chunin. Since her harrowing experience treating Zhao Haoqiang's injuries, she had been living in constant fear, terrified that she might share the grim fate of her neighbors, becoming a victim of Zhao Haoqiang's depravity, ultimately reduced to a mere pot of stew. When Song Liang reached out to her, she appeared utterly distraught. Song Liang, you promised you would find a way to save me, didn't you? Zhao Haoqiang and his ilk have truly lost their minds. They not only indulge in relentless slaughter, but also resort to boiling the corpses for soup. I am genuinely terrified. This is the nature of humanity. Under immense survival pressure, most individuals choose to stray from the righteous path, especially someone as vile as Zhao Haoqiang. Lin Yue understood this truth, yet witnessing such a hellish reality was still difficult for her to bear. I fear I might become like them, a mere corpse to be devoured. Ever since I rejected them last time, they have not approached me again, and the food at home has nearly been depleted. I haven't had a proper meal in several days. After the devilish Zhao Haoqiang made his move, many survivors gradually banded together. They were no longer fragmented, but began to confront one another, resulting in casualties on both sides. I refuse to starve. I am left with only two choices. Either follow you into darkness or join that band of survivors. However, I know this is not a sustainable solution, as the resources left by those survivors are dwindling. Messages came in, and Song Liang read them one by one, contemplating his strategy. Deep down, he genuinely did not wish for a capable doctor like Lin Yue to perish in vain. Yet, he was unable to venture outside, with Zhao Haoqiang's menacing gun barrel looming at the door, leaving him to seek refuge in the safe house for self-preservation. The prolonged silence from Song Liang had made Lin Yue somewhat anxious. After a while, she continued, Song Liang, can you really save me? Do you still think I am of any use? A flicker of astonishment crossed Song Liang's eyes. For the first time, he sensed utter despair emanating from Lin Yue. This emotion permeated her words. Perhaps her hopes for him had gradually faded with the passage of time. After all, in the mind of a rational person, amidst such apocalyptic circumstances, who would not act out of self-preservation? To abruptly demand that another pull one from the brink of catastrophe seemed rather excessive. If she were in his position, she might not be able to resolve herself so quickly. However, Song Liang was different. He was the most capable and likely individual to rescue Lin Yue in this dire world. If he desired it, a solution would surely present itself. In an instant, Song Liang made up his mind. He had to save Lin Yue, and swiftly, but before that, she needed to pledge her allegiance. Otherwise, he could not establish absolute trust in her. I will save you, but first, I need your assistance with a task. Once it is accomplished, I will bring you to my home. Song Liang's words were succinct, yet they instilled in Lin Yue an unprecedented sense of hope. She hurriedly inquired, what is it? Speak freely. I cannot guarantee that I will succeed, but I will make every effort. Song Liang took a deep breath. Regarding Lin Yue, he felt a profound admiration. In this chaotic world, she had survived due to her exceptional qualities, demonstrating that there was little she could not achieve. Moreover, during their previous conversations, Song Liang had sensed a remarkable lack of personal ambition in her. It could be said that she operated with meticulous precision. This trait endowed her with the potential to become an invaluable ally to Song Liang. Based solely on this, he could almost ascertain that Lin Yue, despite her seemingly delicate exterior, possessed a resolute spirit. She could reject all malevolent thoughts for the sake of her inherent goodwill, ensuring that she would never betray Song Liang at a critical moment. Furthermore, her decisiveness and fierce disdain for evil, coupled with her rationality, indicated that she would not allow her compassion to lead to irreparable consequences during tumultuous times. All of this was why Song Liang was inclined to offer her a chance at redemption. However, this was not sufficient. He had yet to fully comprehend her. Since she sought to align herself with him, she must first demonstrate not only her mental maturity, but also her capacity for decisive action. Even the most virtuous team must eliminate any individual who might falter at crucial junctures. Indecisiveness could plunge everyone into an abyss from which there would be no return, including Song Liang himself. For various reasons, Song Liang devised a test for Lin Yue. If Dr. Lin could navigate through it unscathed, he would undoubtedly find a way to bring her into his home, to live and enjoy life together. However, should she fail, he would not hesitate to abandon her. For in this world, a capable, accomplished, and highly skilled female physician was certainly not unique. If she were to falter, he could easily seek another, unwilling to place himself in jeopardy for her rarity. Chapter 68. A self-inflicted trial. Song Liang succinctly outlined the requirements of the test. Lin Yue, however, did not respond immediately, clearly still contemplating the implications. Song Liang appreciated her tendency to consider matters with meticulous care, ensuring that no detail was overlooked, as this prevented impulsive risks. Moreover, he was not in a hurry. He had ample time to spend with everyone. Nevertheless, Lin Yue's situation was different. With no surplus supplies at home and the looming threat posed by Zhao Haoqiang, it was evident that her time for deliberation was running short. In the subsequent days, Song Liang's life settled into a tranquil rhythm, devoid of any noteworthy events. He spent his days engrossed in video games, watching films, and occasionally perusing the books in the underground bunker, which provided him with a sense of intellectual fulfillment. One morning, he casually ate a sandwich accompanied by a cup of hot milk and contemplated exercising in the gym downstairs. This has been Song Liang's routine since the onset of the apocalypse. Each morning, he dedicates half an hour to aerobic exercise, followed by another half hour of anaerobic workouts. This regimen not only ensures that his body remains in a state of health, but also alleviates the profound sense of emptiness that solitary living often brings, thus serving a dual purpose. After completing his hour-long training session, Liang indulged in a refreshing cold shower. The invigorating effects of a morning cold shower greatly enhance one's mental state for the day ahead, aiding not only in maintaining alertness, but also in preparing for unforeseen events in the outside world. Emerging from the bathroom, Liang was clad only in a towel. His long-standing commitment to fitness had sculpted his physique into one of impressive strength, with beautifully defined muscles complementing his robust limbs, all accentuated by his tall stature of 6 feet 1 inch and striking features. Such an appearance, even before the world descended into chaos, would have made him a desirable figure among the masses. Suddenly, a commotion outside caught Liang's attention. It sounded as if someone was forcefully banging on his door, and the noise was alarmingly close. Turning off the bathroom light, he approached the door and soon realized that there indeed was someone causing a ruckus outside. He activated the peephole camera and recognized the instigator, a man named Yin Fei, who had previously associated with Zhao Haoqiang. Yin Fei had participated in the attack on Liang's home and had been shot in the thigh by him, an injury that had now become infected, leaving him in a dire state both mentally and physically. Driven to madness by the torment of his afflictions, he shouted, "Damn it, you cowardly Liang, come out. Hiding away like a turtle every day, what kind of man are you? Show yourself and face me." With a hefty iron rod in hand, he relentlessly pounded on Liang's door, each thud echoing loudly and causing Liang to furrow his brow in irritation. The noise was unbearable. Recently, Zhao Haoqiang had been unusually quiet next door, leading Liang to turn off his soundproofing device, unaware that today he would encounter such a noisy adversary. "Get lost. Do you have a death wish?" Liang's voice boomed, deliberately loud to ensure that Zhao Haoqiang could also hear. "You think you could just waltz in here? Since you've come, I'm not letting you leave. Aren't you so tough? Come out and let me break your legs. Then come inside." Liang taunted with a smile. Feeling secure in his current situation, free from worry or need to venture outside into danger. However, the man outside was in a vastly different predicament. Limping noticeably, it was clear that his injuries were severe, and he likely had little time left. A wicked sense of amusement stirred within Liang. "Hey, Yin Fei, is your leg infected? I can empathize with the sensation of infection. It feels like 1,000 ants crawling over the wound, occasionally taking a bite. Once, it appeared that my neighbor was afflicted by a similar predicament as yours. Would you like me to facilitate a connection between you two so that you may exchange insights regarding your ailments?" As he spoke, he intentionally positioned himself near the wall by the door, raising his voice deliberately, hoping to ensure that Zhao Haoqiang next door could overhear. Upon hearing Liang's words, Yin Fei felt a surge of frustration rising in his throat, yet he found himself utterly unable to express it. It seemed, just as Liang had suggested, that his wound not only burned incessantly, but also itched intolerably, akin to countless ants crawling and biting upon it, rendering him in a state of unbearable discomfort. Although he had prepared himself adequately before arriving, anticipating Liang's approach, he had not expected that Liang would engage in verbal sparring. Nor did he foresee that he would be outmatched in this exchange. This was an excruciating experience for him. Even though he was aware that Liang's words were somewhat exaggerated, the lingering pain emanating from his thigh continued to torment both his body and mind. The agony intensified, fueling his rage as he relentlessly pounded on the door of Liang's residence, disregarding all else. Meanwhile, in the adjacent dwelling of Zhou Qingwei, Zhao Haoqiang held a firearm, pressing himself against the door with several of his subordinates, listening intently to the commotion outside. "Damn it, this Liang truly overstepped his bounds. He knows I am here, yet chooses to utter such repugnant words." Zhao Haoqiang ground his teeth in fury, his hatred for Liang reaching an unparalleled peak. He was certain that from this moment forth, they were bound to a fate of mutual destruction. And what of this Yin Fei? Is he a fool? After so many failed attempts to breach Liang's stronghold, does he believe he can single-handedly dismantle the iron door with nothing but a flimsy stick? One of his subordinates, eyes gleaming with malice, made a slashing motion across his throat. "Boss, should we not eliminate him? It has been days since our brothers have feasted on anything but putrid flesh." Zhao Haoqiang shot him a glare and snapped, "Get lost. Do you not hear that this fool outside is practically rotting? You dare suggest we consume such tainted meat? The group exchanged glances, no one daring to retort. As they remained poised at the door, alert to the unfolding events outside, Yin Fei poured every ounce of his strength into his futile assault on Song Liang's door. Yet his efforts yielded no visible damage. Soon, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed in despair at the threshold, gasping for breath. Through the surveillance, Song Liang observed his defeated demeanor, shaking his head in resignation. Hey, enough already. Don't die on my doorstep. It brings bad luck. Song Liang's words rendered Yin Fei momentarily vacant, yet he made no move to respond. Chapter 69. Absolute Malevolence. Song Liang furrowed his brow. While the stench of Yin Fei's demise would permeate the home, he consoled himself with the thought that the air purifier would mitigate the foulness. However, each time he opened the surveillance feed, he was met with the dismal sight of a corpse lingering at the door. Anyone would feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Whether the deceased was alive or not was of little consequence, but the impact on one's mood was undeniably significant. Song Liang felt a twinge of confusion. Why had Zhao Haoqiang from next door not stepped forward to resolve this matter? A fresh corpse lay before them. Could it be that he had chosen to adopt a vegetarian lifestyle? Yet, even a vegetarian requires sustenance. And where could one find enough plant-based nourishment to feed over 20 people in this apocalyptic world? After pondering for a moment, an answer began to form in Song Liang's mind. He approached the door and called out loudly, "Hey Zhao, I know you can hear me. Are you concerned that this unfortunate soul at the entrance may carry some infection, hence your reluctance to address him? Look at you and your band of ruffians. You clearly lack knowledge on this matter. Allow me to enlighten you. The bacteria responsible for tetanus cannot be absorbed by the human stomach. In simpler terms, as long as you cook the flesh thoroughly and tenderly, there is absolutely no need to fear poisoning." Zhao Haoqiang, from the neighboring Zhou Qingwei household, felt a flicker of realization upon hearing Song Liang's words. He turned to one of his associates, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, whose attire suggested he was an intellectual of questionable morals. This man was the only university student among Zhao's motley crew, coerced into this life under duress, with a gun to his head. Yet after a few hearty meals, he discovered that this lifestyle, while somewhat inhumane, was preferable to starvation and being devoured by others. Thus, he resigned himself to following Zhao Haoqiang into a life of petty crimes and sordid acts. "Is that true?" Zhao Haoqiang asked in a low voice. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Actually, I was just about to mention that, but damn it, cut the nonsense. You should have said it sooner. Now I'm stuck listening to this ruckus out front, and it's driving me mad." Yin Fei shivered at the mention of Zhao Haoqiang's name. A chilling realization washed over him. Next door resided a ruthless demon capable of taking his life at any moment. Furthermore, tales of Zhao Haoqiang's cannibalistic tendencies had circulated, instilling fear in the hearts of everyone in the building. A spontaneous group had even formed to oppose him, and here he was foolishly challenging Song Liang, believing that Song would not dare confront him. But Zhao Haoqiang was different. By coming here, he was essentially delivering provisions to others. The moment Yin Fei recognized the gravity of the situation, panic surged within him. Struggling to rise from the ground, he dragged his numb legs toward the staircase. At that moment, no matter how resolute he had been before, faced with the specter of death, the instinct to survive could not be suppressed. Yet, it was painfully clear that it was all too late. As Yin Fei, limping on his injured leg, struggled to rise, a steel knife was already pressed against his throat. "Damn it! Why are you making such a noise? I had no intention of killing you. You brought this upon yourself." Zhao Haoqiang barked, his tone fierce and commanding. With a sudden resolve, he thrust the knife deep into Yin Fei's body, piercing both blade and tip. "Brother Chong, I..." Poor Yin Fei could barely utter a complete sentence before his trachea was severed, blood gushing from the wound in an instant. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed lifelessly backward. A subordinate emerged from behind Zhao Haoqiang, swiftly grasping a plastic basin to catch the blood spurting from Yin Fei's neck. Satisfied, Zhao Haoqiang nodded approvingly. "Good, this amount of blood is enough for several bowls of blood tofu. It's a shame to waste resources. Those corpses from a couple of days ago bled dry." He commanded the others to drag Yin Fei's corpse into the room, then cast a malicious glance at the door of Song Liang's home. "Humph. You, Song, wait and see. One day, you'll meet the same fate." He turned away, slamming the door behind him, denying Song Liang any chance to retort. Instead of being angered, Song Liang merely chuckled at Zhao Haoqiang's cowardly retreat, dismissing it entirely. After all, he never believed in stooping to the level of the dead. What did it matter if Zhao had a few choice words? He was already teetering on the edge of death himself. In the afternoon, while Song Liang was engrossed in a game, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find it was Dr. Lin Yue calling. Without hesitation, he answered. "Hello, Song Liang." Lin Yue's voice trembled slightly, whether from hunger or fear. He couldn't tell. Song Liang's heart remained unaffected. "Is the matter we discussed still valid?" "Absolutely, as long as you're willing to agree. The terms remain unchanged, and we can proceed at any time." A surge of joy filled Song Liang. Lin Yue was indeed no ordinary person. The challenge he had proposed previously was not something just anyone could confidently decide upon, given its inherent danger. "I understand you are testing my suitability as your apocalypse partner, and I fully comprehend your intentions. However, I hope I have not chosen the wrong person." Do you still have a choice?" "All right." Lin Yue paused for a moment before continuing. "I agree, but I hope you will keep your promise. As long as you come to take me to live with you. I am indifferent to everything else." Song Liang chuckled lightly. This meant they could finally attempt to execute their plans fully. "Rest assured, once the task is accomplished, I will honor my promise to bring you home. But let me make this clear. If you fail, do not blame me for turning my back on you." Lin Yue gently bit her red lips and nodded. "All right, if I fail, I will have no reason to live. I hope that you can survive and do more good deeds, unlike Zhao Haoqiang, who has provoked the wrath of many." With that, Song Liang hung up the phone and lay on his bed, quietly awaiting the moment his plan would come to fruition. In truth, the challenge he presented to Lin Yue was rather simple, comprising a single directive akin to the previous bounty, to dismantle Zhao Haoqiang's influence. However, Song Liang still harbored a degree of goodwill towards Lin Yue. Whether she succeeded in completely eliminating Zhao Haoqiang was of little consequence. As long as she could significantly weaken his power, he trusted that Lin Yue, being an astute woman, would have her own methods. Thus he felt no need to guide her. Chapter 70. The test begins in the stillness of the night at Zhou Qinghui's home. Zhao Haoqiang and his companions sat together, deliberating strategies against Song Liang. The rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, where the body of Yin Fei, who had caused trouble that morning, leaned against the wall. His head lay discarded on the ground, while his limbs had vanished, leaving only a grotesquely exposed torso. This was a customary method for Zhao Haoqiang and his men. They would first sever the limbs, preserving the torso for last. Zhao Haoqiang, having been fond of gnawing on chicken feet in his youth, insisted that the hands undergo a lengthy marination before being placed in the pot for cooking. As the hours dragged on into the evening, a cluster of men sat together, their stomachs growling, eagerly awaiting their late-night meal. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door interrupted their engrossed conversation. Zhao Haoqiang swiftly drew his handgun from his pocket, signaling to his subordinate behind him. The young man nodded, swallowing hard as he stealthily picked up a metallic hollow tube glistening in silver gray, and crept towards the door. Peering through the peephole, he sighed in relief and turned back to the group, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance. "Boss, it's Dr. Lin." "Oh." Zhao Haoqiang's brow eased, and his tense demeanor relaxed slightly. He clicked the safety off his gun and tucked it back into his jacket pocket, pondering aloud. What could she want at this hour? "Boss, should we ask her?" The man at the door suggested quietly. Zhao Haoqiang nodded, deeming caution prudent. The man approached the door and called out, "Dr. Lin, what brings you here so late?" Lin Yue appeared somewhat anxious at the threshold, her voice trembling as she replied, "I'm looking for your boss, Zhao Haoqiang." Zhao Haoqiang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Dr. Lin, what is the matter? Changge, could you spare me some food? I have nothing left at home, and I had no choice but to come to you." Lin Yue's voice carried a note of desperation, her frail tone drawing the attention of every man present. Zhao Haoqiang felt a rush of excitement, his senses tingling as a smile spread across his face. The thought crossed her mind that this girl could no longer restrain herself. Just a short while ago, she had pretended to be virtuous, yet now, after enduring a few days of hunger, she seemed to have forgotten her own name. "Open the door and let her in." Zhao Haoqiang beckoned to the man standing at the door. The man nodded, opened the door, and allowed Lin Yue to enter. The moment Lin Yue stepped into the room, she captivated all the men present. She wore a simple yet elegant camisole dress that accentuated her intriguing décolletage, and the sight of her snow-white thighs peeking from beneath the hem dazzled everyone in the room. A cascade of lustrous hair danced lightly, her slender eyebrows framing a pair of alluring eyes, complemented by a delicate nose and slightly flushed cheeks. Her luscious lips, vibrant and inviting, and her complexion, as pure as snow, added to her enchanting presence, though she appeared somewhat emaciated from prolonged hunger. Her petite figure exuded a gentle allure that stirred the imaginations of the young men who had not encountered a woman in quite some time. Zhao Haoqiang licked his lips, a glint of desire igniting within him. "Ah, Dr. Lin, it is an honor to have you here. Forgive my lack of proper reception." Lin Yue felt the predatory gazes of the men surrounding her, and a flush of embarrassment washed over her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Zhao Haoqiang's eyes darted mischievously as he chuckled. "Well, it seems that Dr. Lin has come to her senses and is ready to partake in our little feast. However, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I trust you understand this concept." A shiver ran through Lin Yue as tears welled in her eyes, and she silently nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Haoqiang laughed heartily, patting the seat beside him. "Come, Dr. Lin, sit next to me." Lin Yue subtly expressed a hint of disdain, which quickly vanished. She inhaled the aromatic scent of meat wafting through the air and couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so delicious." Zhao Haoqiang chuckled in response. "Of course, the chef I hired is the best in the entire building." Lin Yue took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing a wave of nausea, and smiled at Zhao Haoqiang. "May I take a look at the meat? I am truly famished and could lend a hand, which would allow me to eat sooner." Zhao Haoqiang smiled knowingly, believing that Lin Yue was simply eager to satiate her hunger. After all, after so many days without food, even the strongest will could be shattered in the face of humanity's instinct for survival. "Of course, go ahead. If it's ready, you may sample it first. I certainly do not wish for you to starve, especially since you are quite the prized possession in my hands." Lin Yue nodded at his words, lingering at the door for a moment before shakily making her way into the kitchen. Zhao Haoqiang and the others assumed she was merely weak from hunger. After all, a normal person would need to prepare themselves psychologically before consuming such fare. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Yue's eyes immediately fell upon the lifeless body of Yin Fei, slumped in the corner. The overwhelming stench of blood nearly compelled her to flee, but for the sake of Song Liang's test, she held herself back. The young cook noticed Lin Yue's entrance, and his expression subtly shifted for a moment, but he quickly reverted to his usual indifference. He was merely a chef serving his boss, and encountering such a provocatively dressed beauty stirred only a fleeting thought within him. He dared not entertain any improper notions. Moreover, the inhumane tasks he performed daily had long since rendered him emotionally numb. He gestured toward the condiments arrayed on the table, his gaze devoid of any sentiment. "Select the seasonings. You will be responsible for stirring shortly." Lin Yue nodded, following his instructions to set aside the pepper and chili flakes on the table. The young cook retrieved a bottle of salt from the cupboard, carelessly sprinkling a handful into the pot without regard for measurement, then added the pepper and chili in a calculated manner. Such a culinary technique made it hard to believe that this man was the finest cook in the building. "Is there no one else in our building?" Lin Yue pondered. Afterward, standing before the iron pot, the young cook fetched a metal ladle from the rack above the cutting board and handed it to Lin Yue. "Stir continuously for 10 minutes, and we'll be ready." He then allowed her to enter, taking a plastic stool beside the dismembered body and pulling out a few cloves of garlic from beneath the cabinet. Lowering his head to peel them, Lin Yue's gaze flickered from outside. The muffled voices of Zhao Haoqiang and other thugs discussing matters drifted in as the lad continued his task of peeling garlic. She understood that her opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 71. The last stand. Lin Yue kept her peripheral vision trained on the garlic-peeling young man while continuously glancing toward the kitchen's exit, acutely aware that she had but one chance. Should she fail this time, there would be no further opportunity to remain close to Song Liang. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead from anxiety, her hands trembling slightly. To be candid, Lin Yue possessed remarkable psychological fortitude, which was why she had ascended to the position of attending physician at Tianjin City Hospital. Yet, despite her resilience, the gravity of her first endeavor in such perilous circumstances, especially under the watchful eye of the formidable Zhao Haoqiang, rendered her undeniably tense. With deliberate slowness, she withdrew a small bag containing a white powder from her pocket. Seizing the moment when the garlic-peeling young man momentarily lowered his head, she swiftly poured the powder into the simmering broth. Once accomplished, she quickly returned the bag to her pocket, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, Lin Yue seized the ladle and stirred vigorously, ensuring that the powder floating atop the broth was thoroughly submerged. The substance she had prepared was a banned medication from the hospital pharmacy, dissolving in water and entirely colorless and tasteless. It was intended for emergency injections for those near death, with strict dosage controls for each use. Furthermore, this medication was not meant for oral ingestion. If consumed in sufficient quantity, it would transform into a lethal poison, unleashing its effects within a short time. This was Lin Yue's ace in the hole, a secret she had kept at home all along. Lin Yue gasped for breath, her vision slightly blurred. As she reached up to wipe her forehead, she realized that beads of perspiration had gathered, dampening her eyelids. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, akin to intoxication, her heart racing wildly. Yet, after completing the task at hand, a sigh of relief washed over her. The entire ordeal had been perilously intense, but fortunately, no errors had occurred. Upon the return of the garlic-peeling assistant, he acknowledged Lin Yue's commendable performance. Although he did not sample the dish first, he permitted her to take a rest. "You may step outside. I will keep an eye on things. The meal will be ready shortly." Lin Yue swallowed hard, nodding in response. The assistant, mistaking her gesture for extreme hunger, waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of her hunger, the meat required several more minutes of cooking, and besides, Boss Xiao had yet to eat. Returning to Zhao Haoqiang's side, Lin Yue remained disoriented, exhibiting signs of unease. Observing her anxious demeanor, Zhao Haoqiang assumed her nervousness stemmed from encountering these elements for the first time, and thus he allowed her to sit by herself, waiting for dinner to be served. As midnight approached, the garlic-peeling assistant finally brought a large pot of meat stew into the living room. The ravenous young men's eyes lit up at the sight. The fresh meat had been a long-forgotten luxury, and tonight they finally had the chance to satiate their tortured stomachs. They eagerly ladled the stew into bowls, devouring it with unrestrained zeal. Zhao Haoqiang, too, harbored no suspicions. He was simply too hungry to care, and he did not believe a woman like Lin Yue could influence him in any significant way. He then joined the others in their voracious feast. A man who had been astute throughout his life, yet foolish in this moment. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lin Yue also filled a bowl with the stew, taking a seat nearby. As she watched these brutish creatures gnawing on bones and sipping their soup with unrestrained delight, a wave of nausea surged within her. Yet her sense of guilt diminished considerably. Zhao Haoqiang soon polished off his bowl, turning abruptly to find that Lin Yue had not touched hers at all. "Dr. Lin, have you not yet resolved to eat?" he inquired, puzzled. "Look at how hungry you are." As he spoke, he reached to encircle her slender waist, leaning in closer. The saying goes, when one is well fed, desires awaken, and this sentiment rang true for Zhao Haoqiang at that moment. With a bit of sustenance in his belly, his thoughts turned to how he might seduce the captivating beauty before him that evening. Lin Yue instinctively recoiled, retreating a couple of steps away from Zhao Haoqiang, narrowly evading his grasp. Naturally arrogant and self-assured, Zhao Haoqiang felt a surge of humiliation at her evasive actions, rising to his feet and pressing his body toward her. Lin Yue's eyes glistened with tears. With each step she retreated, Zhao Haoqiang's form advanced closer. The surrounding lackeys had nearly finished their meal, their faces adorned with lewd smiles as they observed the two, reveling in their misfortune. Suddenly, Zhao Haoqiang furrowed his brow, a searing pain radiating from his heart. This sensation caused his legs to weaken momentarily, and before he could regain his balance, he collapsed back onto the sofa. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the smiles of the nearby lackeys had vanished, replaced by expressions of intense agony. Zhao Haoqiang's eyes widened as he fixed his stare on Lin Yue, who held a bowl of untouched meat soup in her hands, and in an instant, he grasped the gravity of the situation. "You, damn it, you wretched bitch. Cough, cough. How dare you poison me?" Zhao Haoqiang clutched his chest, gasping for breath, feeling as though countless blades were slicing through him. Every inch of his being in torment, particularly his heart, which felt as though it might leap from his chest, a harbinger of imminent demise. Meanwhile, Lin Yue appeared to exhale a sigh of relief. Her expression not only reflected the triumph of having successfully poisoned him without detection, but also a glimmer of exhilaration at having survived a perilous encounter. Zhao Haoqiang's gaze flickered. In recalling the bounty issued by Song Liang some time ago, he swiftly deduced Lin Yue's motives for her actions. Lin, you damn it, cough cough. You are actually working for that little brat Song Liang. I will not let you escape today. Summoning all his strength, Zhao Haoqiang rose to his feet and lunged at Lin Yue, his rough hands swiftly encircling her slender, pale neck. Lin Yue screamed and struggled. But this man seemed intent on taking her life, and as a mere woman, she found herself unable to resist in such a brief moment. Zhao Haoqiang's grip tightened around her neck as he exerted force, squeezing with all his might. Lin Yue fell beneath him, her mouth attempting to emit cries for help. But the pressure on her trachea rendered her voice a mere whimper. Her hair lay scattered on the ground, her once fair complexion now flushed from the asphyxiation, her eyes wide with terror, laced with crimson veins, as if they might burst forth at any moment. Chapter 72. The decapitation. Zhao Haoqiang's breath became erratic, the toxins within him relentlessly devouring his body. After enduring the trials of the apocalypse for so long, his physique had already become frail. Coupled with the debilitating effects of the heart-targeting poison Lin Yue had prepared, he was nearing his limits. Almost within mere seconds of clutching Lin Yue's neck, his strength began to wane, and he gradually succumbed, his body leaning toward the lifeless Lin Yue, sprawled on the ground. Lin Yue struggled to crawl out from beneath Zhao Haoqiang's lifeless body, the intense sensation of suffocation causing her to cough violently. Her head spun, and a thick fog seemed to envelop her, obscuring her view of the surroundings. After a considerable time, she gradually emerged from the choking feeling. Terrified, she gazed upon the room, where a dozen corpses lay sprawled in disarray, trembling in place, unsure of what to do. As a professional physician, a mere glance at their pallor was enough for Lin Yue to ascertain that these individuals were beyond salvation, irretrievably deceased, although they were undoubtedly deserving of their fates. This was Lin Yue's first experience with taking a life. The psychological fortitude she had previously cultivated now lay in ruins. She stared at the bodies for what felt like an eternity, tears streaming down her cheeks, tracing paths over her pale face before dripping onto the floor. After a while, she regained her composure, wiped her tear-stained eyes, held her breath, and extracted her phone from her pocket to send a message to Song Liang. I succeeded. They're all dead. Does this mean I have completed the trial? Song Liang, having been aware of Lin Yue's intentions toward Zhao Haoqiang and the others, had been vigilantly awaiting her message. Upon receiving her text, he quickly read its content. Well done, but this is merely the first step of the trial. His succinct response struck Lin Yue like a bolt from the blue. No, no, no. I cannot kill again. I beg you, do not make me take another life. While they deserve their fate, I truly cannot bring myself to do it again. I understand that you cannot easily trust me, but I have already eliminated Zhao Haoqiang for you. What more do you want from me? Lin Yue's emotions began to fracture. Though she held no resentment towards Song Liang and comprehended his motives, the act of killing was undeniably too cruel for someone of her nature. No, I shall not compel you to kill again. However, you must assist me with one final task, after which I will personally welcome you into my home. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue resolved that as long as it did not involve further bloodshed, she could negotiate on other matters. She could no longer bear the sight of vibrant lives extinguished before her. All right, what do you need? There's a kitchen next door, correct? Yes, there's a kitchen. Are there any knives? I did not see a knife when I left the kitchen, but there's a cleaver on the cutting board. Lin Yue replied honestly, unable to fathom the nature of the task Song Liang would assign her. A cleaver is even better. Huh? A chill ran down Lin Yue's spine, an ominous premonition lingering in her mind. Song Liang gripped his phone, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Take that knife and sever Zhao Haoqiang's head. Be sure to capture a photograph with your phone. Once the deed is done, I will open the door and let you in. Song Liang's message was chillingly devoid of emotion. This is indeed an unavoidable reality, a necessity in these chaotic times. Each of them finds themselves in a world of turmoil, where having a companion who cannot act decisively in moments of peril is utterly unacceptable. Even if one must take a life, one cannot afford to feel remorse or lack the will to fight. In Song Liang's perspective, Lin Yue embodies this very hesitation, and thus compelling her to behead Zhao Haoqiang serves not only to fortify her mental resilience, but also as the sole pathway into Song Liang's domain. Lin Yue could scarcely believe her eyes. To sever Zhao Haoqiang's head? Was such an act conceivable for a human being? Impossible. How could this be? Did you not witness my resolve? I have truly killed him. Do you not believe me? Trembling, Lin Yue was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread that rendered her breathless. She acknowledged that her desire to align herself with Song Liang stemmed not merely from a will to survive, but also from the admiration she harbored since he had decisively dealt with Zhao Haoqiang. Yet, even with such feelings, the idea of beheading Zhao Haoqiang was an insurmountable challenge for her at that moment. I do not doubt you. I have my own considerations, Song Liang sighed, aware that such a demand was indeed cruel for a girl like Lin Yue. However, he recognized the necessity of this act to enhance their chances of survival in the apocalypse. Can we not devise an alternative test? I truly cannot bring myself to do it. That is not an option. Song Liang's reply was unequivocal. After a considerable silence, Lin Yue remained unresponsive, caught in a web of hesitation and inner turmoil. Song Liang understood it was time to stoke the flames of her indecision. You must proceed, as there is no room for choice. We have arrived at this juncture, and I am willing to assist you. You must comply with my instructions to prove yourself a trustworthy ally. Reflect carefully. You have completed the first step. Surely you do not wish to falter at the final hurdle? His message bore fruit swiftly. After 20 minutes of silence from Lin Yue, she finally replied, "All right, Song Liang, I have done it." Accompanying her message was a photograph depicting a man clad in a deep blue nightgown, sprawled on the ground beside a gruesome, severed head. Song Liang instantly recognized it as Zhao Haoqiang's decapitated head. Well done. I appreciate your effort. Please come to my doorstep now. I'm on my way. Song Liang set down his phone, exhaling gently as he made his way to the entrance of his home. He extended his hand to grasp the heavy doorknob. After nearly 2 months, he was about to experience the outside world once again, with a firearm in hand. He glanced at the surveillance footage displaying Lin Yue outside his door, though her expression bore the marks of exhaustion, as if tormented beyond human endurance. A glimmer of joy could not be concealed in her gaze. Satisfied that she posed no threat and that no one lurked behind her, he prepared to embrace the reality that awaited him. Song Liang opened the alloy door before him. With a resounding clang, the heavy metal collision echoed as the lock clicked open. He stepped back a few paces, fixating on the doorway, his firearm poised and ready for action. Chapter 73. The initial entry into Song Liang's home. After a period of rigorous training, Song Liang had nearly perfected the seamless integration of unlocking the safety, aiming, and firing into a single, fluid motion. He softly instructed from within, "Please push the door open and come in." Outside, Lin Yue, who had been patiently waiting, swallowed nervously upon hearing Song Liang's voice. She stepped forward, attempting to push the alloy door ajar. The material of this alloy door was remarkably lightweight, significantly lighter than any other metal or alloy door of equal hardness and volume. Nevertheless, Lin Yue found herself exerting considerable effort to budge it. As she managed to pry open a narrow gap, a blinding beam of light flooded her face, enveloping her in a warm, comforting glow. It was the light from an electric lamp, and for a moment, Lin Yue felt as if she had been transported to another realm. In the nearly 2 months that had elapsed, the electric light had seemed a distant memory, with only the faint flicker of a fire as the meager source of hope amid the long, dark nights. She felt a wave of contentment wash over her, momentarily forgetting the discomfort from her earlier actions. With renewed determination, she pushed the alloy door wide open and stepped inside. The brilliant illumination instantly enveloped her, and the pristine white walls, coupled with the soft and inviting furnishings, made her feel as though she had entered a paradise. Squinting to adjust to the dazzling brightness, she opened her eyes to find Song Liang standing before her, a handgun firmly gripped in his hand, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The dark muzzle of the gun loomed like an abyss, seemingly intent on dragging her into the depths of despair. Lin Yue was momentarily oblivious to Song Liang's gun, greedily inhaling the fragrant air provided by the home's air purifier. In that fleeting instant, she envisioned a sea of flowers swaying gently in the breeze, exuding their sweet aroma while peacefully residing in the fields, awaiting the arrival of a kindred spirit. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yue experienced a sensation unlike any she had felt before. The happiness bestowed by human technology was overwhelmingly profound. Tears streamed down her cheeks, as a deep sense of joy enveloped her, a stark contrast to the prolonged absence of such feelings of happiness and security. Clearing his throat, Song Liang observed the young woman before him, acutely aware of her thoughts, yet he did not lower his weapon. "Please close the door behind you." As his words lingered in the air, Lin Yue emerged from her reverie, recalling that Song Liang, a living presence, stood before her. She bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes, and nodded resolutely, turning to shut the iron door and secure the bolt. She turned around, gazing at Song Liang with tear-streaked cheeks, and in that moment, despite the gun he held, she felt an undeniable sense of safety emanating from him. Song Liang nodded affirmatively and continued, "You have done exceedingly well. There is no need for remorse or regret. Zhao Haoqiang and his ilk are nothing but malevolent, and their existence is ultimately a curse upon this world. If they're allowed to live, more innocent lives will be lost because of them, so your actions can be seen as a service to the public." His voice was gentle, a tone he often adopted, which gradually eased Lin Yue's defenses. Her hands fell to her sides, revealing the alluring slip dress she wore. A glint of something unusual flickered in Song Liang's eyes as he coldly remarked, "Nevertheless, I must conduct a search to ensure you have concealed nothing that could pose a threat to me." Lin Yue bit her lip, forcing a semblance of smile. "You are quite cautious, given my attire. Do you still harbor concerns about this matter?" Song Liang chuckled icily. "The wiles of seduction hold no power over me." With that, he brandished the gun in his hand, the dark muzzle following Lin Yue's head with unwavering focus. Should she exhibit any peculiar behavior, he was confident he could bring her down in mere seconds. "Raise your hands above your head. There are handcuffs on the cabinet to your left. Please secure yourself." His gaze was impassive as he issued the command. Lin Yue turned her head towards the cabinet, where a pair of leather handcuffs adorned with lace lay in wait. A look of confusion crossed her face as she picked them up and glanced at Song Liang. "Is this what you meant?" "But this is—" She struggled to articulate her thoughts, the origin of such an item being somewhat embarrassing. Song Liang's expression conveyed a sense of inevitability. "If I instruct you to wear them, then you shall wear them. Options are limited, and this is all that remains. Do you wish to stay here or not?" A shiver ran down Lin Yue's spine. Being a clever woman, she discerned that Song Liang was not jesting. If she refused to comply, he might indeed expel her. She looked at the lace-trimmed handcuffs in her hands, and, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, nodded slightly. "I understand." She then clasped the cuffs around her wrists, raised her arms above her head, and pressed her back against the door, remaining utterly still. Song Liang observed the flush on Lin Yue's cheeks, and couldn't help but smile wryly. These handcuffs had been a playful addition from Wu Huainan, secretly placed in the cabinet of the pleasure room, accidentally discovered by Song Liang, who had no particular interest in such pursuits. He kept them nearby, finding their quality acceptable for potential use. Now, the moment had arrived when they would serve their purpose with Lin Yue. As he approached her, he conducted a thorough search from head to toe, finding no suspicious items, which greatly alleviated his concerns. "How does it look? This should suffice, yes?" Lin Yue timidly inquired, recalling how Song Liang's warm hands had traversed her body, enveloping her in a comforting warmth that evoked no feelings of repulsion. Instead, she found it quite pleasant. Song Liang responded with a non-committal sound, turning to retrieve a key from the circular table in the living room. He returned and deftly unlocked the handcuffs that had restrained Lin Yue. She exhaled in relief, rubbing her wrists, slightly reddened from the cuffs, as she regarded Song Liang with a hint of unusual affection. Song Liang, feeling somewhat flustered under her gaze, was accustomed to interacting with lifeless mannequins, and the sudden presence of a living woman left him bewildered. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and gently patted Lin Yue on the shoulder. "You should take a shower and change your clothes," he suggested. Only then did Lin Yue realize that her dress was stained with blood, further compounded by the fact that she had not bathed in over a month. The odor, which had been inconsequential outside, now felt out of place in Song Liang's home. Chapter 74. A conversation over tea with a flushed face. Lin Yue hurried into the bathroom under Song Liang's guidance. Meanwhile, Song Liang rummaged through his belongings and selected a white shirt and athletic shorts, placing them at the bathroom door. This choice was not motivated by any particular reason. Rather, It was simply because he owned no women's clothing. Being a perennial bachelor, no woman had ever stayed at his home. He did contemplate retrieving some attire from the playroom downstairs meant for dolls, but deemed those garments far too unconventional. He feared that if Lin Yue were to wear them, he might lose his composure. Although he held a considerable degree of trust in Lin Yue, it did not extend to complete confidence. Song Liang placed the clothes on a shelf outside the bathroom and gently knocked on the door. I picked out 2 outfits for you. Please try them on and let me know if they fit. If they don't, inform me, and I'll fetch something else. While he was uncertain about the fit, he was confident that Lin Yue would find them comfortable, considering that his clothing, tailored for a man standing at 6 feet tall, would undoubtedly be too large, yet suitable for her petite frame. Inside the bathroom, Lin Yue acknowledged his voice with a soft hum before falling silent. Song Liang shook his head, occasionally unsure whether allowing a girl like Lin Yue into his home would lead to unforeseen consequences. Nevertheless, he had no regrets. Lin Yue was a good girl, at least as far as he could tell. Moreover, her medical expertise was precisely what Song Liang needed at this moment, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lin Yue had arrived at his home with nothing but her mobile phone. Bored and restless, Song Liang settled onto the sofa in front of the monitor, patiently awaiting Lin Yue's emergence from the shower, ready to engage in further conversation. Before long, the sound of flowing water filled the air, accompanied by the subtle rustling of shower gel gliding over skin, stirring a tumult of emotions within Song Liang. Approximately 10 minutes later, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Lin Yue clad in Song Liang's oversized shirt and athletic shorts. The sheer enormity of the clothing created a striking contrast against Lin Yue's delicate frame, rendering her appearance irresistibly captivating as glimpses of her porcelain skin peeked through the loose fabric. Song Liang averted his gaze, having secured his firearm in a safe location. Although it was imperative to remain vigilant around Lin Yue, a girl who appeared harmless, excessive caution might prove counterproductive. Why are you finished so quickly? Aren't you going to take a longer shower? Lin Yue, drying her hair with the towel Song Liang had prepared, swayed slightly, her bosom drawing the attention of any man who beheld it. Water is a precious resource nowadays, but rest assured, I bathed swiftly and one tea wasted. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and in the presence of an unfamiliar man, dressed as she was, freshly emerged from the shower, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Song Liang recognized her apprehension, but chose not to elaborate, instead adjusting his demeanor and gesturing toward the sofa before him. Please take a seat. Observing Song Liang's softened attitude, Lin Yue hesitated for a moment before putting away the firearm she had held since entering, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to his unexpected gentleness. Do not overthink it. I simply wish to discuss a few matters with you, Song Liang clarified. Lin Yue bit her lip, ceasing her movements and delicately settling onto the sofa across from him, stealing furtive glances at his expression. Song Liang raised an eyebrow and began. Let us be direct and straightforward. To preface my words, the reason I invited you to stay in my home is not for any trivial reasons. Rather, it is because I perceive you as someone of great value, a trustworthy companion. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with unspoken words, as Song Liang's initial statement positioned her as an equal, a notion she had not anticipated. Prior to her arrival, she had assumed she would merely serve as a subordinate. I will treat you sincerely. You need not worry about food or clothing. I possess an abundance of resources for your use, including the water you just bathed with. It is limitless. Lin Yue pressed her lips together, taken aback by the astonishing implication of his words. Unlimited resources? In this era of scarcity? Song Liang's audacity to assert such a claim led her to ponder whether he was boasting or if he truly harbored a hidden depth. It appeared that Lin Yue was inclined to believe the latter, and she began to feel fortunate for having chosen to align herself with Song Liang. However, he continued, I hope you can demonstrate your own worth, be it through medical skills, culinary expertise, or any other capabilities traditionally associated with women. I will require your assistance in these matters. Lin Yue nodded. Such demands were not unreasonable. She had contemplated this before her arrival, acknowledging that even if Song Liang desired her, she would not refuse, as she was living under someone else's roof, and she harbored a certain fondness for him. If you fail to meet these expectations, I may expel you at any moment. Furthermore, should I discover any ill intentions towards me, you will not even have the chance to leave, Song Liang stated bluntly. His words were straightforward and reasonable, yet their directness instilled a sense of distrust in her. leaving her feeling somewhat hurt. After all, she had assisted Song Liang in eliminating Zhao Haoqiang and his associates. Her efforts, though not rewarded, were certainly not without merit. Nevertheless, she would not pursue the matter further. Song Liang's treatment of her thus far was, in her view, more than generous. With basic needs met and danger at bay, what more could she possibly complain about? Song Liang gestured toward a room deep within the living area and glanced back at Lin Yue. You will reside in that room from now on. You may freely enter the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, but under no circumstances are you to enter the room opposite. That is where I reside. Moreover, this house is equipped with hidden cameras, and your every move will be under my surveillance. When I feel assured of your intentions, I shall remove them. Lin Yue swallowed hard, her eyes flickering with understanding. She realized the implications of this arrangement, knowing her future existence would lack any semblance of privacy, rendering her almost exposed before Song Liang. However, this was within her realm of acceptance, as she was an outsider. She must unconditionally comply with the host's demands, lest she regret her choices at the moment of expulsion. Chapter 75. Two Secrets. Song Liang's decision was not without rationale. He had no intention of revealing the existence of the underground fortress to Lin Yue just yet, especially since its entrance lay within his own room. Thus, keeping her at a distance from his quarters was the wisest course of action. Holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee, he continued, "This is the most prudent arrangement I could conceive for both of us. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. However, let me make it clear that if I find your concerns unwarranted, I will still expel you." His gaze bore a chill that caused Lin Yue to shudder. She understood that Song Liang was not deceiving her. Thus, she dared not express any dissatisfaction and nodded vigorously. "No problem. I can accept everything you said." Upon hearing her response, the coldness in Song Liang's eyes vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. It was not that his demeanor shifted as swiftly as shedding garments. Rather, Lin Yue was indeed exceptional. In her, Song Liang perceived rationality, intelligence, and a keen awareness of circumstances, qualities that greatly pleased him. If it were an ordinary girl, like Su Yujia or Kai Yingjia, who lacked discernment, she would likely respond to Song Liang's demands with tears, tantrums, and perhaps even self-harm. At the very least, she would resort to some form of coquetry. The mere thought of Su Yujia and Kai Yingjia pouting at him sent a chill down Song Liang's spine. It was no wonder that I chose this girl. She is astute, and I am thoroughly impressed. Song Liang crossed his legs, gazing at Lin Yue before him. I believe you understand that in this apocalyptic environment, your only option is to remain by my side. Do you wish to return to the outside world? Lin Yue shook her head vehemently, repeating, I do not wish to. I do not wish to. Song Liang nodded with a smile. Indeed, that kind of environment is unfit for living. Only here can you truly experience life. Lin Yue smiled back, her expression unadulterated and sincere, as if all the beauty of the world could be encapsulated within her smile. Her laughter was so natural and sweet that it seemed to warm the very air around them. As Song Liang beheld her radiant face, he felt an unprecedented warmth. Realizing the feeling of having a girl at home was indeed profound. Moreover, I wish to share two significant matters with you, secrets that I have kept buried deep within, unknown to anyone else. Song Liang's gaze was intense as he focused on Lin Yue, articulating each word with care, observing the gravity of his demeanor. Lin Yue instinctively adjusted her posture, sitting up straight, ready to listen attentively. Let me clarify beforehand. Sharing these secrets does not equate to my complete trust in you. It is merely to help you recognize reality, assess your own worth, and to ensure you feel secure remaining by my side. Furthermore, since I have confided in you, it implies I am unafraid of others learning my secrets. However, in my view, disclosing my secrets without my consent would be tantamount to betrayal, and you should be well aware of the fate that befalls traitors. Song Liang's expression remained indifferent as he regarded Lin Yue. Lin Yue nodded in understanding, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, seemingly unfazed by Song Liang's veiled threat, instead displaying keen interest. Song Liang exhaled softly, commencing his narrative. You must be curious as to why. Despite the apocalypse having persisted for so long, people outside are resorting to violence and competing for resources for survival, while I remain safe and sound at home. Lin Yue's gaze reflected her bewilderment. Indeed, Song Liang's words echoed a question she had long pondered, one shared by everyone in the entire building. Firstly, You must have heard that I stockpiled a considerable amount of resources before the apocalypse. Do you know the reason behind this? Without hesitation, Lin Yue replied. Because you knew the apocalypse was coming. She had pondered this question long ago. Upon learning that Song Liang hoarded supplies before the apocalypse, she racked her brain and ultimately arrived at this conclusion. Song Liang smiled and nodded. What you say is not far from the truth, yet there are discrepancies. Lin Yue's confusion deepened. She could not fathom what reason would compel Song Liang to stockpile supplies without justification before the end of the world. Observing Lin Yue, Song Liang surmised that she could never dream of the underlying reason. He then took a cigarette from the pack on the table, lit it, and said leisurely, "Because I'm a reincarnate." A reincarnate? Lin Yue's pupils widened in astonishment, as this notion had never crossed her mind. Indeed, I have experienced such an apocalypse once. To be precise, I faced this calamity in my previous life. Regrettably, I lost my life, betrayed by Zhao Haoqiang and his ilk. For reasons unknown, I have been reborn before the apocalypse, which is why I began preparing for it long ago. Lin Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that she struggled to articulate a response. The scenario Song Liang described was akin to a science fiction tale, its likelihood almost non-existent. Yet, considering the cataclysm that even the government had not fully comprehended, why had Song Liang begun stockpiling supplies so early? If he truly was a reincarnate, everything would fall into place. Furthermore, Song Liang claimed he was betrayed and killed by Zhao Haoqiang, which conveniently explained his deep-seated animosity toward him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue attempted to embrace this astonishing reality. Soon, her brows knitted in concern, realizing something was amiss. She inquired, "I recall you stockpiling food a month before the disaster struck. Yet nearly 2 months have passed since the apocalypse began. How is it that you still have so many supplies at home?" Song Liang smiled faintly. "You are indeed clever. This matter pertains to the second secret I wish to share with you." Lin Yue's eyes sparkled. The first secret was already astonishing, making her eager to uncover the second one, which promised even greater intrigue. Song Liang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and extended his right hand before Lin Yue. "Watch closely and do not blink." Lin Yue, captivated, fixed her gaze on Song Liang's hand, unwilling to blink even as her eyes grew dry and teary. With a hearty laugh, Song Liang swiftly flipped his right hand downward, but in the next moment, it returned to its original position. To her astonishment, he now held a piece of light yellow cheese, its surface cloaked in a layer of white mold, exuding a rich, creamy aroma. Lin Yue recognized it instantly. It was undeniably a piece of French Albrecht cheese. Chapter 76. A magical trick? What is this? Lin Yue's eyes widened, feeling parched and utterly bewildered. This seemingly magical act of conjuring food from thin air appears even more astonishing than the notion of rebirth in a post-apocalyptic world. A faint smile graced Song Liang's lips as he flipped his palm, causing the cheese to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Ignoring Lin Yue's astonished gaze, he continued, "What do you think? With this skill, can you place your trust in me?" Still immersed in the wonder of this newfound phenomenon, Lin Yue was momentarily at a loss for words. Song Liang elaborated, "As for why this occurs, I cannot say for certain. I can only surmise that my rebirth has brought about some transformation in my body, resulting in such occurrences." He had no intention of revealing the entirety of his abilities related to the alternate space and infinite duplication to Lin Yue. It was not merely a matter of inconvenience, but rather a belief that one must always remain vigilant against potential threats. If all his secrets were laid bare to this girl at their first encounter, she would only perceive him as an extraordinary individual with capabilities. However, if these talents were gradually unveiled over time, she would experience delight and subsequently follow him with unwavering loyalty. You should be able to discern that everything within this house has been constructed through my unique skill, all resting upon the foundation of my existence. Should I perish, all of this would cease to exist, and this house would, like those outside, become a mere victim of disaster, devoid of any special distinction. And you, too, would be compelled to return to that frigid world outside, where you would struggle for warmth and sustenance, ever wary of treachery from villains and ambushes from monsters. With a glint in his eye, Song Liang retrieved a steaming bowl of zhajiangmian from the alternate space and placed it upon the table. Lin Yue's expression transformed as she beheld the bowl of noodles. Gradually emerging from her shock, her gaze now imbued with a hint of trust. Can everything truly change? She inquired softly, her skepticism evident. Song Liang responded with a mysterious smile. As long as you can conceive of it, I am willing to manifest it. My goodness, this is utterly extraordinary. No wonder you thrive so well in such a dire environment. Lin Yue's eyes remained fixated on the fragrant, steaming bowl of zhajiangmian, her throat tightening as she answered Song Liang with a tone that lacked seriousness. This was indeed authentic zhajiangmian, seemingly as fresh as if just prepared. Having not had a satisfying meal in days, Lin Yue had been subsisting on instant noodles and bread for the past 2 months, struggling merely to survive. Although her circumstances were somewhat better than those of other occupants in the building, the nutrition was sorely lacking. Gazing at her own gaunt reflection, the once self-proclaimed beauty found her spirits sinking day by day. Yet now, before her lay a bowl of genuine sustenance. Who wouldn't be exhilarated? Song Liang, perceptive to Lin Yue's thoughts, smiled warmly and nudged the bowl of zhajiangmian closer to her. Please eat. This was specially prepared for you. If it's not enough, just let me know. Here, as long as you behave well, you can have whatever you desire. Lin Yue's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Unable to withstand the gnawing hunger any longer after hearing Song Liang's words, she dove into the bowl of noodles, devouring them ravenously. The glistening noodles, emitting a soft glow, filled her stomach, and Lin Yue felt a happiness she had never before experienced. It had been ages since she had tasted such delicious noodles. She didn't even bother with etiquette, foregoing chopsticks to plunge her hands directly into the bowl, shoveling the food into her mouth. Watching her eat so unceremoniously, Song Liang felt a twinge of compassion. In his past life, only this innocent girl and Uncle Chun from upstairs had offered him help. The first hearty meal he had in the post-apocalyptic world was provided by this very girl, a box of tonkatsu ramen instant noodles. Song Liang still vividly recalled how delectable that bowl of ramen was, even more so than the exquisite delicacies he now enjoyed in his otherworldly realm. He reached into his consciousness space, retrieved a bottle of cola, opened it, and placed it in front of Lin Yue, gently advising, eat slowly, you might choke. With her cheeks puffed out like 2 small balloons, Lin Yue nodded earnestly, grasping the cola and gulping down several mouthfuls, finally breaking into a joyful smile. Her lips formed 2 faint dimples, and her eyes squinted into crescent shapes. Observing her, Song Liang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for his previous actions. He should have brought her back to stay sooner to spare her from enduring so much hardship outside. Sighing, he averted his gaze and, while Lin Yue continued to eat, began discussing his plans. As I mentioned before, you may roam freely in any area except my room. However, I do have a request. You must assist with tidying up and cooking, among other household chores. While we are companions, there remains a distinction in our roles. The provisions I offer you are not meant to encourage complacency. You should also maintain your physical fitness and be prepared for adventures alongside me. I certainly do not wish to carry a burden with me in the future. Do you understand? After swallowing the last mouthful of noodles and licking her lips, Lin Yue nodded sincerely. I understand. Song Liang reclined against the sofa, crossing his legs. Moreover, although we are not master and servant, all decisions ultimately rest with me, and you must comply unconditionally. This will provide you with a greater opportunity to reside here. Otherwise, I may have to ask you to leave at any moment. Lin Yue gazed at Song Liang with her large, pitiful eyes, gently biting her rosy lip, and nodded softly. Song Liang smiled, pleased with her reaction. Since their previous life, he had recognized Lin Yue as a good girl, someone worthy of trust in the trials of the apocalypse. Expressing these thoughts carries no particular intention. It is merely a desire to thoroughly dissuade her from the notion of betraying Song Liang. By fostering an egalitarian bond, I hope to provide her with a sense of security in this place, alleviating any unnecessary discomfort. Just then, Lin Yue's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, appearing to harbor some unspoken concerns. Song Liang raised an eyebrow, redirecting his gaze to Lin Yue. What is it? You may speak candidly. I feel as though I haven't had enough to eat. May I have another bowl? Lin Yue pouted slightly, her face lifted, gazing at Song Liang with misty eyes, revealing a hint of bashful amusement. Chapter 77. A colorful life. Song Liang found himself somewhat at a loss, taken aback by Lin Yue's expression. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s, and the sight of a stunning beauty before him, appearing so vulnerable, was indeed overwhelming. He averted his gaze, gestured with his hands, and conjured 2 plates of exquisite medium-rare steak from thin air, one for himself and the other placed before Lin Yue. Just so happens I haven't eaten either. Let us indulge in something delightful today, foregoing the fried noodle dish for now. Upon seeing the steak, Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with the fervor of a famished wolf spotting a lamb. Without waiting for Song Liang to say another word, she lunged for the plate, eagerly slicing into the succulent beef and hastily feeding herself. The flavor of the meat awakened her palate in a way she had never experienced, for this was the finest steak she had ever tasted. Song Liang smiled softly, reaching into the air to retrieve a bottle of 1982 Lafite red wine and 2 elegant glasses, pouring a glass for each of them and placing one before Lin Yue. Enjoy this. Steak pairs beautifully with red wine. Lin Yue nodded, offering no further words, and within mere minutes, she had polished off the steak and wine before her. She licked her lips and looked up at Song Liang again, her clear eyes brimming with profound gratitude and longing. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had never felt such warm and genuine care. Once resigned to the fate of starving at home, she never imagined she would one day savor steak and sip wine, all thanks to the handsome young man before her. Song Liang locked eyes with Lin Yue, sensing the indescribable affection emanating from her gaze. Her crystalline eyes, delicate neck, and rosy lips captivated him in that moment, especially with a few drops of red wine glistening on her lips, enhancing her allure. An uncontainable impulse surged within him. In the next instant, he stood up and leaned down to kiss her. Lin Yue, caught off guard by Song Liang's sudden advance, quickly acclimated, wrapping her arms around his neck and responding passionately. Song Liang took a giant step from one side of the table to the other, arriving beside Lin Yue, whom he embraced and pressed onto the sofa, kissing her fervently without regard. The girl was already clad in Song Liang's oversized clothing, and amidst such fervent actions, her modesty was intermittently revealed, igniting an intense sense of shame that flushed her cheeks and elevated her body temperature. This scene awakened the most primal impulses within Song Liang. He lifted Lin Yue, cradling her, causing her to gasp in surprise. In that moment, their bodies, separated only by thin layers of fabric, were in intimate contact, deepening the crimson hue on her delicate face. With a mischievous grin, Song Liang leaned close to Lin Yue's ear and softly suggested, "I just encouraged you to exercise regularly, and now seems like a splendid opportunity. Let us retreat to your room and try out the mattress I specially selected for you." Lin Yue bit her lip, unable to meet his gaze, and could merely nod shyly in agreement. With a gentle smile, Song Liang supported her and leaned her against his shoulder as he stepped into her room, taking 2 strides in one. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. Several hours later, Song Liang emerged from Lin Yue's room. He could not deny the affection he harbored for her deep within his heart. Nevertheless, he could not place his complete trust in Lin Yue, unwilling to bear the irreversible consequences of any missteps. He first made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower before retreating to his bedroom. Song Liang slept soundly until nearly midday the next day, enveloped in a rare sense of comfort. He found that the previous night had been one of the most fulfilling since the onset of the apocalypse, surpassing even the achievement of conquering a game that had taken him over a month to win. As he had previously contemplated, humans, being social creatures, can easily succumb to illness when deprived of contact with others for too long. He felt that prior to today, he was on the verge of despair. But from this point forward, everything would change. With Lin Yue in his life, he was certain that his existence would become vibrant and colorful. As Song Liang pushed open the door, a brilliant ray of sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face pleasantly. Dressed in slippers and loungewear, he ambled lazily towards the living room. Just as he turned the corner, he caught sight of a woman's silhouette in the adjacent kitchen. She wore simple sleepwear that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her long, flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, and her fair skin shimmered under the sun's rays. "Oh!" Song Liang was taken aback. He expected Lin Yue to be up so early. Normally, after 2 months of restless nights, one would assume she would sleep until the afternoon. Quietly, he approached Lin Yue, wrapping his arms suddenly around her slender waist, bringing his body closer to hers. This action startled Lin Yue momentarily, but she quickly set aside her defenses, for she knew that in this place, The only person who could suddenly embrace her was Song Liang. He tenderly caressed her bare, flat abdomen, his lips gently brushing against her ear. Up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Lin Yue's cheeks flushed, her face alight with a smile as she delicately set down the spatula and grasped his large hands. I woke up early to prepare breakfast for you. Today marks my first day living here. I must make a good impression. Song Liang laughed heartily, withdrawing his hands to stretch and settling into his favorite sofa. Breakfast? It's nearly noon. What breakfast is there to be made? Lin Yue pouted slightly, turning to him with her gem-like eyes sparkling, bashfully stating, "Isn't it because of what happened last night?" Last night? Song Liang raised an eyebrow, reclining more comfortably on the sofa, a meaningful smile emerging on his face. Last night? What about last night? Lin Yue, aware that he was teasing her, felt her face heat up and chose not to respond, playfully sticking out her tongue before turning back to her tasks. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never cohabited with a man, and last night had been her first experience. Although he provided a sense of security, being a woman made it difficult to joke about such matters without losing her composure. Chapter 78. Hot Pot. Song Liang smiled gently, beckoning Lin Yue to come to his side. There's no need to cook. There's no rush this time. You've endured enough hardship outside. You don't have to serve me from the very beginning. He then produced a white bag from his mental space, casually placing a basket of meat and vegetables on the table. These were items he had specially procured from a hot pot restaurant before the apocalypse. And since he hadn't eaten much afterward, plenty remained. Let's cook this. We'll have hot pot for lunch today. Lin Yue's eyes brightened at the sight of such provisions, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, your ability is truly remarkable. I never imagined you could conjure hot pot ingredients." Eagerly, she began to move the ingredients to the kitchen to prepare. Hot pot from this restaurant was similar to typical spicy hot pots, with only slight variations in the base. However, with the base in hand, the cooking process was exceedingly simple. Just boil the solidified hot pot base and clean the vegetables. Then serve them along with the induction cooker. Half an hour later, Lin Yue rubbed her slightly bloated belly, reclining on the sofa opposite Song Liang, smacking her lips contentedly as she let out a satisfied burp. Although Lin Yue often indulged in hot pot before the apocalypse, she has not touched it since the disaster struck. It is not that she lacks the desire, but rather that life has become so arduous that even the most basic need of being full is a challenge, let alone something as indulgent as hot pot. Noticing that Lin Yue had nearly finished her meal, Song Liang displayed a knowing expression. When Lin Yue caught Song Liang's smirk directed at her, her cheeks flushed, prompting her to rise and tidy up the remnants on the table. She had fully accepted her role. Although they were companions, their identities fundamentally differed, as Lin Yue was essentially Song Liang's subordinate. Without him, she felt like nothing. This is why she made a special effort to wake early to prepare breakfast for him, and why she instinctively sought to clean up without waiting for his command. As Lin Yue stood to carry the used bowls and plates back to the kitchen, she was halted by Song Liang's voice. "Wait, there's no rush to clean up." He pulled her back to sit beside him. Lin Yue's face turned crimson as she shyly gazed at him, quietly murmuring, "We just last night, and now you want more?" Song Liang raised an eyebrow, amused by her comment, and shook his head. "No, you misunderstand. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Yue lifted her gaze to meet Song Liang's sincere eyes, feeling a sense of relief. "What is it?" Song Liang wrapped his arm around her slender waist and gently inquired, "Are you full?" She shyly nodded in response. Song Liang acknowledged her with a soft then reached into his pocket for a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he hesitated, realizing Lin Yue was nestled in his embrace, and instead placed the cigarette back on the table. "Do you remember I asked you to send me a photo of Zhao Haoqiang yesterday?" Lin Yue shuddered slightly at the mention of the photo. How could she forget? It was something that would haunt her for a lifetime. She took a slow breath and nodded lightly. "Do you know why I asked you to do that?" Song Liang continued. Lin Yue's gaze flickered momentarily. After a brief hesitation, her lips trembled as she replied, "You want to give me a chance to prove my abilities." Song Liang smiled faintly. "Not only that, there's an even more significant reason. Do you know what it is?" Lin Yue wore a look of surprise. She initially believed that his motive was to test her, and thus felt that complying was justifiable, akin to a declaration of loyalty. However, she had not contemplated any other reasons in depth. Song Liang retrieved his phone from his pocket, and before Lin Yue's eyes, Share the photograph of Zhao Haoqiang's dismembered body in the group chat. Do you understand now? He grinned broadly, particularly radiant under the sunlight. Lin Yue suddenly realized. Are you trying to let all the residents in the building know that you have eliminated Zhao Haoqiang? But what purpose does that serve? Is it merely to establish your authority? Song Liang maintained a smile on his face, his gaze fixed on Lin Yue's delicate features. The proximity made it impossible for him to suppress his wandering thoughts. Furthermore, I must instill fear in them, compel their submission. Only then can I safely exit this room. A resolute glint flickered in Song Liang's eyes. This had been his intention from the outset. With so many people in the building, he could not eliminate them one by one. The most effective strategy was to leverage Zhao Haoqiang's demise to convey a message to all. The Zhao Haoqiang you feared has been personally dealt with by me, Song Liang. I am a more formidable and ruthless figure. Thus aligning oneself with me is the only viable path. The aim of all his actions was to pave the way for his future departure from this room. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue obediently nodded. Although she found it somewhat perplexing that Song Liang, with his secure room and comfortable life, still desired to venture outside. She chose not to voice her confusion. Lin Yue was an astute girl. She recognized that Song Liang must have his reasons. As his woman, her role was to stand resolutely behind him, offering unwavering support for whatever decisions he made. This was also one of the primary reasons Song Liang had chosen her. Leaning languidly on the sofa, Song Liang held his phone in one hand while the other embraced the girl beside him. Meanwhile, Lin Yue curled her slender legs together. Resting her head gently on Song Liang's shoulder, her eyes fixed on the messages in the residence group, awaiting developments. Although they had only spent a day together in their hearts, they felt like a couple deeply in love for ages. Love is often swift and natural, catching one off guard. Despite Lin Yue's demeanor towards Song Liang resembling that of a servant, deep down, she felt an affection for him, believing him to be a man worthy of a lifetime of trust. As for Song Liang, it goes without saying. He had forsaken all other choices to bring Lin Yue into his home, which spoke volumes. It was an infatuation sparked by appearances. But he was indeed gradually becoming entranced by Lin Yue's unpretentious tenderness. Chapter 79. I killed Zhao Haoqiang. For reasons unknown, despite the world grappling with irreparable calamities. The domestic communication system remained uninterrupted, allowing online chats to continue unaffected. Thus, the gruesome photograph of Zhao Haoqiang's dismembered body that Song Liang shared in the residence group was quickly seen by most members. Despite the image's bloody brutality and somewhat blurred quality, the majority instantly recognized the deceased as the demon Zhao Haoqiang, who had instilled fear in everyone during this period. In an instant, the owner's group regained its former lively atmosphere, with a considerable number of individuals feeling an uncontrollable excitement over the demise of Zhao Haoqiang. Is this really the Zhao Haoqiang we all despised? He has finally met his end, they exclaimed. Indeed, it is Zhao Haoqiang. No longer will we have to venture outside in trepidation. Oh dear family, now that this Zhao is gone, you can finally rest in peace. They lamented. He deserved to die, and what a splendid demise it is. Truly, divine justice prevails. I had long wished for him to succumb to illness, yet he persisted in living, and now he has finally departed. The actions of Zhao Haoqiang during his lifetime had left a trail of grievances among the homeowners, who had been voicing their discontent in silence. Now, with his genuine death, their expressions grew bolder. They scarcely noticed the gruesome nature of the photographs. In their eyes, Zhao Haoqiang's demise was a fitting retribution. What a thrilling turn of events. Who is the valiant soul responsible for this? I shall be eternally grateful. At that moment, someone expressed a desire to know who had slain Zhao Haoqiang. And only then did they realize that the photographs had been shared by Song Liang. Seizing the opportunity, Song Liang sent a message to the group. Indeed, I was the one who ended Zhao Haoqiang's life. Lin Yue, nestled in his arms, glanced up at Song Liang. Although his words seemed to imply an attempt to claim her credit, she welcomed it. For this man before her, everything was worth it. Song Liang, you truly killed this Zhao? They questioned. I knew it. The only person capable of eliminating that wicked creature in our building was Song Liang. Thank you immensely for ridding us of such a monstrous individual. Song Liang, you are a true hero. Last time I visited your windowsill, I saw you had plenty of supplies. Could you spare us some? Indeed, I even knelt before you last time, pleading for a bit more for my family. Song Liang, My husband starved to death a few days ago, leaving me alone. If you seek a woman to serve you, consider me. I will comply with any request. Ignore that wretched woman. Her husband perished from her nagging, as she constantly thinks of you. Indeed, I know that woman. She is nearing 40 and looks quite haggard, while my daughter is just 18 and radiant. If you would share some supplies with us, I could arrange for my daughter to attend to you daily. The residents of the owner's group began to chatter, some expressing their gratitude to Song Liang for eliminating a scourge, while the majority sought to solicit resources from him. In their eyes, although Song Liang was formidable, he was still far less menacing than Zhao Haoqiang. A plea for assistance, dressed in a guise of pity, might still yield a chance to procure supplies from him. Some even made demands that left Song Liang feeling quite overwhelmed and incredulous. Song Liang found himself in a quandary. Despite the ruthlessness and bloodshed depicted in the photograph he had shared, it seemed that no one truly feared him, never reaching the level of terror that Zhao Haoqiang once commanded. Lin Yue leaned against Song Liang's shoulder, noticing the gradual furrowing of his brow, as if she grasped his inner turmoil. She gently caressed his chest, her delicate, fair visage brushing against him. Then, in a soft voice, she remarked, "This approach does not suit you. In their eyes, you are not an irredeemable villain. Thus you will never instill the same fear that Zhao Haoqiang did." With a sigh, Song Liang pondered that perhaps Lin Yue was correct. In the presence of these homeowners, he was, at best, a nouveau riche, albeit a benevolent one. Although many had perished at his hands since the calamity struck, he had never actively harmed anyone, a fundamental difference from the deceased Zhao Haoqiang. Song Liang chose to refrain from further conversation in the group chat. It was not long before others began to discern the hidden implications within the photograph. At the time of capturing the image, Lin Yue had inadvertently revealed a portion of her hand, which was now evident in the picture. The slender, fair hand was unmistakably not Song Liang's. "Everyone, look at the hand in the upper right corner of the photo. This cannot possibly belong to Song Liang. It resembles a woman's hand." A woman's hand? But hasn't Song Liang always lived alone? How could a woman be assisting him? Well, interestingly enough, last night, when I was starving and could not go out for food, I happened to run into Dr. Lin Yue from the 7th floor. She mentioned treating Zhao Haoqiang's injuries. And today, Zhao Haoqiang is dead? Could it be true? Is it possible that Dr. Lin, under Song Liang's instructions, eliminated Zhao Haoqiang? Is indeed plausible. I suspected their relationship was inappropriate. Could it be that Dr. Lin Yue is currently residing in Song Liang's home? As the group speculated around the half-exposed hand, their conjectures drew closer to the truth, leaving Song Liang feeling both amused and exasperated. Soon, his social media was inundated with messages, primarily from the women and young girls in the apartment building. "Brother Song Liang, how could you allow Lin Yue to live in your home? I used to know her well. She's unscrupulous and has climbed to her position through dubious means. Why not consider me instead? I could do everything she can, and I assure you I would do it better. Brother Song Liang, I miss you so much. The last time I saw you at your window, I was captivated by your handsome appearance. Could you let me stay at your place? 3 is definitely better than 2. In addition to these, Song Liang received several rather provocative messages. "Song Liang, I've had a crush on you for a long time. If you're willing, I would give you everything. Song Liang, I can no longer endure my wife. Today, I realize that I have always preferred a pure man like you. Please let me stay in your home." Song Liang felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head and hurriedly deleted and blocked everyone who had sent those messages, feeling a slight sense of relief afterward. Chapter 80. The furious suit Lin Yue's eyes nearly bulged out, despite being an exquisite beauty with suitors lining up from here to France. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. A sense of crisis stirred within her. What if, one day, Song Liang truly grew weary of her, or harbored a hidden preference for men? The consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yue tightened her grip around Song Liang's arm, resolutely making a decision. Even though she had never been in a relationship and had little interaction with men, she vowed to learn diligently and cater to Song Liang, ensuring he would always cling to her, never depart. Feeling uncomfortable with the messages, Song Liang, unsure of how to confront the situation, decided to unleash the little demon within him. He pulled Lin Yue close, their heads nearly touching, and snapped a cozy photograph, capturing the backdrop of their recent meal at Heideleo. He then shared it in the homeowners group, declaring, "Look, from now on, Lin Yue is my woman. Only she can come and go freely in my home, indulge in my food, and utilize my resources. As for you, don't even think about it. His proclamation instantly ignited the homeowners group, stirring feelings of envy and jealousy towards Lin Yue that had escalated to animosity, particularly among the women who believed themselves to possess some charm. They were baffled as to why they fell short compared to Lin Yue. Why should one woman be allowed such intimacy with Song Liang, even sharing in the delights of his culinary offerings? Among these enchanting ladies, there were certainly food enthusiasts who recognized that the background of the photograph was not just any hot pot, but Haidaleo. The very thought made their mouths water. Yet, nobody openly expressed their discontent. After all, they still perceived Song Liang as a man of some decency, unlike the notorious Zhao Haoqiang, who left little hope for them. However, one individual was the exception, Su Yujie, who had been locked away in an 8th-floor room by Zhao Haoqiang. Su Yujie was charming and possessed an appealing figure, a woman Zhao Haoqiang had longed to sample. Yet, after enduring prolonged hunger and hardship, her skin had turned sallow, and her figure had withered, no longer reflecting her former beauty. Consequently, Zhao Haoqiang decided to keep her confined, delivering small portions of food and water daily. While it wouldn't restore her former glow, it would suffice for her survival. He bided his time, waiting for the day he could breach Song Liang's door, nourish Su Yujie enough with resources to make her more pliable for his depravity. Indeed, one does not fear the educated rogue, but rather the patient predator. Zhao Haoqiang's patience allowed Su Yujie to endure longer than he did. Throughout this extended period, Su Yujie had been dreaming of a lavish life with Song Liang, and this aspiration had sustained her until now. However, upon seeing Song Liang post a photo with another woman in their group chat, it felt to Su Yujie as if something that belonged to her had been forcibly taken away, igniting a fury within her. She immediately picked up her phone to confront him. "Brother Song Liang, how could you be living with that wretched Lin Yue? Have you been deceived?" Upon reading Su Yujie's message, Song Liang had no desire to engage with this troublesome woman. He glanced at Lin Yue, who appeared visibly jealous, and smiled. At that moment, Lin Yue looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Song Liang chuckled softly, gently caressing her hair and leaning down to plant a tender kiss on her lips. This gesture instantly flushed Lin Yue's cheeks with a rosy hue, dissipating her jealousy as she nestled back into Song Liang's embrace. While Song Liang remained indifferent to Su Yujie, she was growing increasingly anxious. Trapped alone in Zhao Haoqiang's bedroom, surrounded by the foul stench of accumulated waste, she realized that with Zhao Haoqiang's demise, no one would bring her food and water anymore. How could she possibly survive? She could not swallow this bitter pill, and thus she bombarded him with messages. "Brother Song Liang, you cannot treat me this way. You promised to take me to your home once I had the chance to escape. You cannot go back on your word." Now trapped in Zhao Haoqiang's house, with the tyrant finally gone, Song Liang should have no cause for concern. "Will you not come to rescue me? You once spoke of a life of eternal happiness together. Was it all a lie? Why? Why are you treating me like this? You have never acted this way towards me before. No, I refuse. I refuse. I cannot permit you to be with another woman. All that you have belongs to me, including you. What right does that Lin woman have?" Su Yujie was gradually losing her sanity, unable to accept the shattering of her fantasies by the harsh reality. She had once envisioned the delightful meals and exquisite clothing awaiting her at Song Liang's home. But now, not only were those dreams gone, but everything in Song Liang's life had been snatched away by an unfamiliar woman, and her own existence was hanging by a thread. This reality was too cruel. Su Yujie preferred to believe it was all a deception. "Are you deceiving me? You wouldn't treat me this way. Would you, Brother Song Liang? You love me the most, don't you?" Irritated by Su Yujie's self-dramatization, Song Liang furrowed his brow and replied, "Dear, who do you think you are to deserve a place in my home? I had thought you were long gone, but to my dismay, you still cling to life." The news from Song Liang shattered Su Yujie's composure, leading her to weep uncontrollably. "Song Liang, you wretched soul, you have indeed deceived me. Why? You cannot betray me this way. You once cherished me so dearly. Was it too much to ask for you to accept me as your girlfriend?" Song Liang felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the age-old phlegm from the depths of his throat at Su Yujie's face. "Spare me the repulsion. Do take a moment to glance at your own ghastly reflection. Do you truly believe you deserve to be my girlfriend? It matters not if one is not conventionally attractive, but to emerge and instill fear is profoundly inhumane." Su Yujie stared at the message, momentarily dazed, before lifting her gaze to the mirror mounted on her bedside table. The reflection revealed a gaunt figure, with sallow skin and hollow cheeks, a visage utterly ravaged, unrecognizable as a human being, recalling her former self, vibrant and radiant. She had once captivated every man who crossed her path, and now, merely gazing at her reflection, filled Su Yujia with profound disgust. Song Liang's words had undoubtedly obliterated the remnants of her self-esteem. Chapter 81. Despairing Su Yujia. Oh, Song Liang, you cannot treat Yujia this way. Su Yujia lamented helplessly. Devoid of the strength for rage, she turned to plead with Song Liang. He chose not to respond further. In his eyes, Su Yujia was nothing more than a complete buffoon, unworthy of stirring any emotion within him. Lin Yue's lively eyes were fixed on the phone in Song Liang's hand, her growing anxiety urging her to draw closer to him, longing to merge her entire being into his embrace. Song Liang glanced at the beauty nestled in his arms, the warmth radiating from her shoulders and arms igniting a gentle warmth in his heart. Although he was not easily swayed by feminine charms, the solitude of his prolonged existence, especially in such a repressive environment, had left him yearning for tenderness. Lin Yue perfectly filled the void in Song Liang's heart, becoming an indispensable emotional anchor in this apocalyptic world. As he tightened his embrace around her, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. With a subtle smile, he slowly opened his phone's camera and captured a photo of himself with Lin Yue, sending it to Su Yujia without hesitation. Do not send any more messages. I fear Xiao Wei may misconstrue our situation. Su Yujia had initially put her phone down, contemplating her escape and how to confront Song Liang in person. After all, his previous kindness towards her had been so genuine. The sudden shift felt utterly unfathomable. Just as a flicker of hope lingered within her, her phone rang. The chime echoed, instantly filling Su Yujia's heart with renewed hope. Indeed, my initial conjecture was unfounded. Brother Song Liang would never abandon me. His silence was merely a sign that he was devising a means to rescue me. Su Yujia felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she hastily opened the chat window with Song Liang. However, what she encountered was utterly devastating. In the photograph, Song Liang and Lin Yue appeared as a perfect couple, impeccably groomed, starkly contrasting with her own disheveled appearance. They nestled closely together, particularly highlighting Lin Yue's attire, which subtly revealed her flawless skin and striking curves, complemented by her extraordinary beauty, attributes Su Yujia could only envy from afar. From the image alone, it was evident that Song Liang and Lin Yue had become an affectionate couple, leaving no room for anyone else to intrude. A wave of intense jealousy transformed Su Yujia's countenance, spiraling her into hysteria. Song Liang, you cannot do this. You promised me. You swore it. She cried out in anguish. Is all of this merely a deception? Are you lying to me? Song Liang showed no sign of pity for Su Yujia. He perceived that she was beyond redemption. I have not deceived you. You are a good person, but look closely at Xiao Wei. What does she lack compared to you? Do you truly believe you are still suited to be by my side? Do you think you are worthy? His words extinguished any flicker of hope Su Yujia had for her future. Once, Song Liang had been a devoted admirer, ready to leap into the fray at her slightest beckoning. Yet, he had grown resolute, and to Su Yujia, this transformation merely reflected the vanity of a wealthy youth. She clung to the belief that he still harbored feelings for her. Even after enduring several betrayals, she steadfastly clung to this notion. But now, she found herself trapped in a wretched room, devoid of food and water, facing an uncertain fate. Meanwhile, Song Liang and Lin Yue reveled in the comforts of what was once her domain, shamelessly flaunting their affection. The most excruciating aspect was her utter helplessness. Lin Yue's excellence was indisputable, far beyond what a mere castaway like herself could aspire to. The weight of such despair, especially in a world devoid of light, was enough to shatter anyone's spirit. No, you must be lying. Please don't do this. I love you, truly I do. I would do anything for you. Su Yujia poured out her heart, desperately hoping to sway him. Yet, all that met her was a cold, unyielding response. Your message failed to send. Please confirm that the recipient is your friend. Song Liang had blocked her. Su Yujia was gasping for breath, feeling as though the entire world around her was suffused with malice. As darkness enveloped her, she collapsed onto the bed, losing consciousness. Song Liang placed his phone on the table, having completely blocked Su Yujia and deleted all chat records, all to prevent Lin Yue, who was in his arms from overthinking. He turned to look at Lin Yue, only to find her regarding him with a curious gaze. Their eyes met in the air, and Liang found it increasingly difficult to suppress his inner desires. He reached out with his other hand, encircling Lin Yue's waist, lifting her entirely onto his lap. "Do you think I lack humanity?" Lin Yue's face flushed, her body trembling slightly. She could distinctly feel something firm between Song Liang's legs, pressing against her soft thigh. "No, it can't be." Lin Yue bit her lip, extending her delicate hand to caress Song Liang's cheek. "There must be a reason for your actions. I will always support you." Lin Yue understood that the man before her had endured unimaginable suffering, and thus, whatever actions he took were not difficult to comprehend. Song Liang's gaze intensified, recalling the times in his previous life, when Su Yujia and others compelled him to venture out in search of supplies, only to abandon him without hesitation in moments of danger. He remembered the harrowing sensation of being devoured by grotesque creatures. The understanding and compassion Lin Yue displayed were precisely what he needed at that moment. She had truly become his emotional anchor. Song Liang exhaled softly. "If you can think this way, then I am reassured." Indeed, what did it matter if the entire world misunderstood his actions? As long as he had someone like Lin Yue by his side, nothing else mattered. His attention shifted back to Lin Yue as he slowly leaned in, kissing her crimson lips while his hand gently ventured beneath the hem of her skirt. Chapter 82. A leap into despair. Ever since Song Liang and Lin Yue dealt with Zhao Haoqiang, the entire apartment building had grown significantly quieter. Zhao Haoqiang's remnants and remaining supporters, now leaderless due to their chief's demise, could no longer organize any substantial plans for plunder. However, to Song Liang, this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The apocalypse had persisted for 2 months thus far. He understood that those cornered individuals would inevitably devise ways to pursue their own interests, a notion that necessitated a degree of vigilance. During this time, Song Liang inquired about the situation of the Residence Committee vice-chairwoman, Old Lady Wang, who had previously sought Lin Yue's help for her injured grandson. Since that day, she had not been seen again. Lin Yue's expression was complex. According to her, when Old Lady Wang brought her grandson Xiaolong to Lin Yue, the boy's spine had been completely severed, leaving no room for rescue. Lin Yue could only announce the unfortunate news of Xiaolong's demise on the spot. Upon receiving this devastating information, Old Lady Wang was struck by the realization that her grandson's fate had been wrought by her own hand. Overwhelmed by such an immense blow, she leapt from the 7th-floor window of Lin Yue's home, suffering a catastrophic fall that resulted in a gruesome demise. As Lin Yue's residence was directly opposite Song Liang's, he remained oblivious to the tragedy, and the late hour prevented other residents from noticing the incident, leading to its absence from discussions within the community group. Later, Lin Yue wrapped Xiaolong's lifeless body in newspaper and placed it near the stairwell, only to discover the next day that the corpse had vanished. She surmised that it had likely been discovered by Zhao Haoqiang and his associates, who had taken it home to stew, given the tender flesh of a child, which was undoubtedly superior to that of any adult. Upon hearing this, Song Liang could only sigh, feeling a tinge of melancholy. While Old Lady Wang certainly deserved her fate, and her survival in such dire times was nothing short of a miracle, the innocence of the child weighed heavily on his heart. Ultimately, he could not escape the grim fate of being consumed, a fate he had witnessed in a previous life. However, this incident quickly faded from Song Liang's thoughts, as it was not his own family's affair, and he deemed it unnecessary to dwell in sorrow. One morning, around 8 o'clock, he rose with the intention of cooking for Lin Yue, hoping to showcase his culinary skills and treat her for her recent tireless efforts. Yet, upon opening the door and stepping into the living room, he found his daydreams somewhat unrealistic, for Lin Yue was already gracefully bustling about in the kitchen. Leaning against the kitchen window, he watched her with a sweet smile, feeling as though he were living a dream, a surreal existence for someone like him, who had previously been untouched by the intricacies of life. Sunlight cascaded upon Lin Yue's face, rendering the scene almost ethereal. Song Liang wished for time to remain suspended in that perfect moment, devoid of concerns, desires to venture outside, or fears of external dangers. All that existed was a blissful affection. Alas, such bliss could only dwell in fantasy, and with a shake of his head, he dispelled his reverie. Lin Yue soon noticed the movement behind her and turned to see Song Liang, her lips curving into a captivating smile, revealing 2 delightful dimples that made her appear utterly charming. Up so early today. Breakfast won't be ready for a while, she said softly, her voice akin to a gentle breeze caressing a wheat field in early spring, enchanting and irresistible. Standing upright, Song Liang stretched and yawned before settling onto the sofa. I intended for you to sample my cooking today, but I didn't expect you to rise so early, he replied. Lin Yue responded with a sweet smile, pouting her lips playfully as she brandished the spatula in her hand. As long as you have the intention, that's what matters. But I fear your cooking might make me ill, and then I'd have to spend time recovering. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with mirth, devoid of any hint of derision. Song Liang chuckled heartily, acknowledging the truth in Lin Yue's words. He too recognized it. He had attempted to cook several times before, producing dishes that were uniquely colored and flavored, verging on the realm of what could be termed authentic dark cuisine. Ever since Lin Yue had tasted Song Liang's cooking, she had concluded that only scrambled eggs with tomatoes were suitable for him, while other dishes were best left to her own culinary efforts. In the midst of their conversation, across from a unit where Song Liang resided, on approximately the 10th floor, a naked woman stood on a balcony, emitting piercing and harrowing screams that echoed throughout the neighborhood. Song Liang furrowed his brows and glanced over. The woman was completely unclothed, emaciated to the point of resembling little more than skin stretched over bones, her entire being reflecting a state of malnutrition. Lin Yue noticed the direction of Song Liang's gaze and followed it, her eyes landing on the same woman. What was she doing? Song Liang remained silent, awaiting the unfolding of events. Could it be that she intended to take her own life? Lin Yue's pupils constricted, as if she had already foreseen the grim outcome. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the naked woman executed an elegant dive, plummeting towards the asphalt below. With a dull thud, the woman met the ground, adhering to the laws of free fall. The view was obscured by parked cars, preventing Song Liang and Lin Yue from witnessing the aftermath, yet it was easy to imagine that a fall from such a height offered no chance of survival. Lin Yue sighed. This marks the 4th occurrence this month. When will this apocalyptic calamity come to an end? Song Liang shook his head. Even as a reincarnated individual, he found himself entirely at a loss regarding the answer to that question. It could be a year, 100 years, or even 1,000 before things return to normal. From what he knew, the army capable of confronting these monstrosities had essentially been annihilated. Lin Yue turned away, choosing not to continue the conversation with Song Liang. In her eyes, the priority remained in diligently attending to their daily affairs and ensuring that their shared life was imbued with a semblance of happiness. Song Liang languidly reclined against the back of the sofa, casually scrolling through his phone. Soon, a notification chimed, piquing his curiosity. Who at this time would reach out to him? Most of those familiar to him had been blocked, and acquaintances had been met with his cool indifference, leaving little chance for contact in the near future. Upon opening the social app, he discovered a message from Uncle Chun and the typically honest and straightforward neighbor. The message was succinct, containing but a single line. Little Song, do you have any medication or baby supplies at home? Could you lend a bit to your uncle? Chapter 83. An unexpected request based on his experiences from both this life and the last. Song Liang believed he could trust only 3 individuals, the first being Lin Yue, the second Wu Huainan, and the third, the one who had just sent him a message, Uncle Chun. His confidence in Uncle Chun stemmed from the latter's background as a retired soldier, imbued with a strong sense of justice, and the fact that he had been one of the few to assist Song Liang in his previous life, having lost his wife to an accident in his early years. Uncle Chun, now in his 50s, had no children to speak of. He managed to scrape by on the meager salary earned from cleaning services in the neighborhood, living a life that was barely satisfactory. Individuals like him tended to stockpile convenience foods at home, allowing them to subsist on those when life became too hectic to prepare proper meals. This habit had enabled Uncle Chun to survive without ever having to ask anyone for food. Thus, it was quite perplexing that he would suddenly seek Song Liang's assistance in acquiring medical supplies and infant necessities. Song Liang found it odd. What could someone like Uncle Chun possibly need with such items? Uncle Chun, have you encountered some trouble? What do you need those things for? Uncle Chun hesitated, taking a lengthy pause before responding, prompting Song Liang to call him directly. Hello, Uncle Chun? On the other end, Uncle Chen's voice was tinged with embarrassment. Hello? Is this Xiao Song? Yes, it's me. Have you run into some trouble? I'd like to see if I can assist you in any way. Song Liang could sense Uncle Chen's reluctance to explain his situation, yet he felt it necessary to clarify in order to provide meaningful help. In Song Liang's mind, if Uncle Chun sought assistance due to a lack of supplies at home, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. However, the request for medical and infant supplies raised his suspicions. Clearing his throat, Uncle Chun sighed and said, "Ah, I hope you won't laugh at me. You know Wang Lan, who lives on the 6th floor of our building?" Song Liang acknowledged, having gleaned some insight into the situation. He was aware of this woman, who had once created quite a stir in the building while heavily pregnant, embroiled in a tumultuous dispute with her husband over their marriage. In her 30s, she was quite a striking figure, exuding the allure of a mature woman, though Song Liang was not well acquainted with her character. Rumor had it that the quarrel had erupted because the child she carried was not her husband's. Therefore, he had formed a general impression of her character. 6 months prior, Wang Lan had given birth to a daughter, subsequently confirming through a paternity test that the child was indeed not her husband's. In a fit of rage, her husband divorced her, and until the advent of the apocalypse, no news of Wang Lan remarrying had surfaced. Uncle Chun inexplicably requested baby supplies and mentioned Wang Lan, making the outcome quite apparent. It seems a new addition has arrived in Uncle Chen's household. He continued on the phone, saying Sister Wang Lan is currently residing with me to attend to my daily needs. Her daughter has been suffering from a fever for the past few days, and there's been no sign of improvement. I find myself at a loss and must turn to you for assistance. Song Liang smirked, thinking to himself that it was indeed as he suspected. At over 30, Wang Lan had come to serve Uncle Chun in light of his household's needs. Uncle Chun, too, seemed willingly to assume the role of caretaker. Since Song Liang usually spent his time alone at home, he always answered calls on speakerphone, allowing Lin Yue, who was busy in the kitchen, to overhear Uncle Chen's voice. She excitedly jumped out of the kitchen, a spatula in hand, her eyes filled with curiosity, resembling someone who had just witnessed a sensational revelation. Seeing Lin Yue's astonished expression, Song Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Despite Wang Lan just having had a child, her looks and figure had not diminished significantly, posing a considerable allure to a man like Uncle Chun, who had little experience with women throughout his life. Furthermore, ever since his wife's passing, Uncle Chun had remained single, leading a rather frugal life with scant opportunities for enjoyment, naturally leaving him feeling a bit pent up. It was inevitable that the passionate Wang Lan would spark something with a man like Uncle Chun, who had suppressed his desires for the better part of his life. Moreover, Song Liang found himself in the position of an outsider. Their affairs were personal, and he had no intention of meddling. Without hesitation, he replied directly, "Uncle Chun, I do have some fever medication left, though not in large quantities. You may come by later to collect it. I will leave it at my doorstep. However, I must apologize for the lack of baby supplies. I truly do not have any." Song Liang intentionally conveyed to Uncle Chun that he was willing to part with the last of his fever medication, despite it being limited, as a means of extending a favor. This gesture could allow Uncle Chun to demonstrate his worth in front of Wang Lan, potentially fostering gratitude towards him that might prove beneficial in the future. As for baby products, Song Liang genuinely lacked any. Before the apocalypse, he had indeed swept through department stores, but he had never ventured into the baby goods section as he could not foresee any need for such items at that time. Lin Yue leaned in closer, eavesdropping on their conversation. She clearly discerned the underlying meaning of Song Liang's words and playfully made a face at him, giving a thumbs up with her delicate right hand. In that moment, she truly recognized that beneath Song Liang's honest and simple exterior lay a cunning mind, cleverly concealed. On the other end of the line, Uncle Chun reacted with palpable excitement, expressing his heartfelt gratitude profusely. "Dear Xiao Song, I am profoundly grateful to you. Consider it a favor owed by the old man. Whenever you require assistance from me, feel free to ask, and I shall comply without a hint of complaint, provided it lies within my capabilities." Song Liang, with a gentle smile, replied, "Uncle Chun, you are too kind. I have always sensed your strong sense of justice, and I am more than willing to lend a hand with this minor task. Please tidy up and come collect the medicine." Uncle Chun eagerly agreed, and before hanging up, he called out to someone outside the phone with great anticipation, Wang Lan, our child is saved. You need not worry. I am on my way." Song Liang sighed and set his phone aside after ending the call. He harbored genuine goodwill towards Uncle Chun, but as for Wang Lan, he could only hope she treats him well and refrains from causing any trouble for himself, should she harbor any malicious intentions towards him. Song Liang would not hesitate to send her to meet her maker. Chapter 84. The Sixth Sense of Women. After hanging up, Song Liang noticed Lin Yue nestle beside him. Her large, expressive eyes fixed upon him, seemingly deep in thought. Unable to resist, he playfully patted her rear and said, "Silly girl, what are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Shouldn't you be cooking? What if it burns?" Lin Yue chuckled, rubbing her rear where Song Liang had touched, a hint of curiosity crossing her face. "Are you quite familiar with Uncle Chen?" Song Liang shook his head and pulled Lin Yue closer. "Not particularly close, but he is one of the few who have shown me kindness in this apocalyptic world, and I hope to assist him wherever I can." Lin Yue nodded, seemingly grasping his sentiment. He gently ruffled her hair and spoke softly. "He is like you, one of the few people I can trust in this desolate world. You both possess a kind heart, and I wish for those who are filled with goodwill to have a better life." Lin Yue bit her lip, stood up, and shyly kissed Song Liang's cheek before blushing and scurrying back to the kitchen to continue her cooking. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Song Liang instinctively glanced at the surveillance footage displayed on his monitor, revealing the scene at his doorstep. However, the sight caused his brows to furrow tightly. Standing outside was Uncle Chen, looking fatigued yet hopeful as he knocked on the door. Behind him stood an unfamiliar woman, dressed in a light pink sweatshirt and white stockings, adorned with a knitted hat, exuding youthful charm. Yet, it was the infant swaddled in her arms that instantly revealed her identity to Song Liang. She was indeed the famed Wang Lan. Song Liang clicked his tongue, pondering that Wang Lan was no ordinary woman. At over 30, she bore the appearance of an 18-year-old girl, which certainly explained Uncle Chen's infatuation. Based on past experiences, one would expect someone of Uncle Chen's age to favor women who present a more mature demeanor. Thus, it raises questions as to why he would accept Wang Lan, who appears to belong to an entirely different era. Could it be that this attraction, it sends shivers down my spine. Song Liang furrowed his brow, hesitating to open the door. In the kitchen, Lin Yue, having heard the commotion, entered the living room and immediately sensed the complexity of Song Liang's expression. She leaned in to glance at the surveillance monitor. Her intuition as a woman alerted her that something was amiss. She stole a quick glance at Song Liang, but chose to remain silent, for in this household, Song Liang was undeniably the one in charge. What did she possibly want? Song Liang muttered to himself. He prided himself on maintaining goodwill towards Uncle Chen, yet he knew nothing about Wang Lan, only having heard of her in passing. Her presence in his home, alongside the elderly Chen, always left him with an inexplicable discomfort. "In my opinion, she is here to seduce you," Lin Yue remarked, her lips curling with a hint of envy. Song Liang was momentarily taken aback, not immediately grasping Lin Yue's implication. But her endearing expression brought a smile to his face. Just look at it. How could Uncle Chen possibly be attracted to such a girl? Moreover, I have encountered Wang Lan a few times before, and she always dressed in a way that exuded a sensual maturity. Yet now, in preparation to meet you, she appears like this. It's as if she is intentionally trying to captivate your heart, aiming to secure a place in your home for a blissful life. Lin Yue shook her head earnestly, articulating her deduction like a detective piecing together clues. Song Liang chuckled heartily. Hearing Lin Yue's interpretation alleviated some of his concerns. If that were the case, he needn't worry so much. He bent down to kiss Lin Yue's forehead and softly reassured her, "I understand now, rest assured. Your man will not be easily swayed." Lin Yue blushed fiercely at his gesture, quickly turning her head away. Song Liang gazed at her fondly. Despite having lived together for days, Lin Yue still behaved like a child in his presence. He approached the door, but hesitated before opening it. "Is Uncle Chen here?" Song Liang feigned ignorance, unwilling to disclose that he possessed surveillance footage that allowed him to monitor everything within the building, especially with Wang Lan present. Before Uncle Chen could utter a word, Wang Lan, standing behind him, called out, Xiao Song, our child has a high fever that won't subside. Please open the door and help her." Her voice was filled with a haunting desperation, tinged with tears, compelling anyone to take notice, except for Song Liang. He frowned slightly, irritated. He was conversing with Uncle Chen, so who permitted her to interject? "Oh, if it's not Uncle Chen, then you should leave at once. If you don't, I swear I'll make you regret it." Wang Lan was momentarily taken aback by Song Liang's dismissive remark, rendered speechless as she stood there, glancing towards Uncle Chen and beside her. With a wry smile, Uncle Chen gently rapped on the door once more, saying, "Little Song, it's me, Chunin. Just now, it was your sister-in-law Wang Lan speaking." Song Liang, somewhat at a loss for words. Found it amusing that he addressed Chun and as uncle, while Chun insisted he call Wang Lan's sister-in-law. It was a rather peculiar arrangement. He threw out 2 boxes of ibuprofen suspension and 2 boxes of double yellow cold remedy through the gap in the door, then pressed a button to close the aperture in the iron door with a resounding click. Uncle, please take good care of these. They're the last of the infant medications in my home. Don't delay any further, or it could lead to serious troubles. Uncle Chen's face lit up with gratitude as he caught the medications thrown by Song Liang, handing them to Wang Lan behind him, his excitement barely contained. Little Song, thank you so much. You are truly a good person. Wang Lan accepted the boxes of cold medicine from Uncle Chun, her brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her eyes. She had meticulously adorned herself in this manner to gauge Song Liang's preferences, having often seen Lin Yue dressed similarly, believing that Song Liang had an inclination toward such appearances. Living with the elderly Chun was a reluctant choice, prompted by the abundance of supplies in his household. Yet, despite his previous military background, the elder had aged significantly, and his declining health left Wang Lan feeling unfulfilled, leading her to consider alternative paths. If Song Liang were to take an interest in her, it could provide her child with a more comfortable living environment, alleviating concerns over sustenance. However, now, having not even laid eyes on Song Liang, all her preparations seemed futile, a result Wang Lan could not accept. Chapter 85. Intrigued, Wang Lan took a deep breath, as if summoning great resolve. She believed that while she may not possess the same admirable qualities as Lin Yue, having borne a child, with a little effort in her appearance, she could still hold her own. Thus, she felt compelled to voice her request for a meeting today. Little Song, may I ask you for a favor? Uncle Chun was taken aback, glancing curiously at the woman standing before him. Before they arrived, she had merely expressed a desire not to be alone with the child at home, wishing for his company, and had even changed into a nice outfit. However, upon arrival, she seemed to have additional demands. This left Uncle Chun feeling somewhat awkward, as Song Liang was a person he had worked hard to befriend, and he was reluctant to owe anyone favors. Yet, he realized that since Wang Lan was now in his life, and being so young, it was understandable for her to have her own desires. Inside the room, Song Liang raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Lin Yue, who was playfully sticking out her tongue, exuding a sense of pride, as if to say, "See, I told you so." Song Liang gazed at Lin Yue's foolish expression and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He turned away, restoring his cold demeanor. No. Wang Lan, feeling a surge of urgency, disregarded the child in her arms and stepped closer to the door of Song Liang's house, freeing one hand to knock forcefully twice. Little Song, I implore you, could you please allow my baby to stay with you for a while? The conditions outside are deplorable, and, as you can see, the weather has turned quite chilly. Our building has no electricity, and if the child suffered from the cold, it would be a tremendous hassle. I know you have power at home. You can run the air conditioning or heating, ensuring the baby won't be harmed. Please, I beg you to help us by letting the child in. Her words were accompanied by tears and a runny nose, and if one were unaware, they might genuinely believe she was a desperate woman seeking a means of survival. Song Liang sighed. He was most irked by such insatiable, greedy individuals, despite having already shown considerable generosity by providing her with the medicine her sick child required. It was still not enough. Those who are never satisfied, like a snake that swallows an elephant, will never be appeased, no matter the benefits bestowed upon them. Wan Lang, I apologize for the abruptness, but, to speak candidly, it simply cannot be done. You know that with an additional person in my home, our resources are stretched thin. If the child were to come in, there would be nothing for them to eat, and moreover, the generator cannot support such high-powered appliances as air conditioning. The temperature in my house is quite similar to yours. Song Liang would never easily acquiesce to Wang Lan's request. When dealing with such greedy individuals, it is best to refuse promptly. One can never predict how far they might push their demands. While she may extol the virtues of prioritizing the child as comfort, the infant is merely 6 months old and cannot be separated from their mother. In the end, it would only serve as a pretext for her to comfortably reside in Song Liang's home, an eventuality he would never permit. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had nearly finished preparing the meal. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her delicate feet dangled off the edge, swinging gently. She watched Song Liang intently while nibbling on ice cream. The air conditioning set to a comfortable 27 degrees Celsius made her feel a pleasant warmth. prompting her to consume the ice cream to stave off the heat. Outside, Uncle Chun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Song Liang's refusal. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed that Wang Lan's intention to send her child to Song Liang's home was not born of benevolence. Wang Lan, little Song is right. Don't pressure him. His family might be facing difficulties as well. Let us return quickly. It would be troublesome if we delayed the child's medication. Wang Lan shot him an irritated glare, huffed, and wiped her tear-stained eyes. Honestly, this is not your concern. The weather is growing colder by the day, and children are delicate. They absolutely cannot withstand it. She then turned back to the door, her voice quivering with emotion. Little Song, I understand this is difficult for you, but I'm truly out of options. In light of your Uncle Chun An's reputation, I implore you to assist me this once. After all, this child is my own flesh and blood. It pains me deeply to see her suffer, especially since she is but a child. Song Liang curled his lip in a dismissive manner. Indeed, Wang Lan was no ordinary woman. With just a few words, she had maneuvered him into a dilemma. On one hand, there was the esteemed elder Chunin, with whom he had established a rapport. To assist him this time, yet not see it through to the end, would be deemed ungrateful. On the other hand, how could he bear to let such a young child endure hardship in the biting cold when a comfortable environment could be provided? Not extending a helping hand would be a sign of a lack of compassion. This predicament left Song Liang at a crossroads. To help would raise concerns about potential complications. Yet to refrain from helping would mark him as ungracious and unkind. It could even jeopardize his standing in Uncle Chun An's esteem, making his previous goodwill seem futile. In such a difficult situation, an ordinary person might choose to help, willingly inviting their own troubles to alleviate another's. Wang Lan's strategy was indeed cunning. However, her singular miscalculation was that she was contending with Song Liang, a man who had lived through considerable trials and was capable of disregarding his own pride. Sister Wang, please do not put me in a difficult position. It is futile. Although Zhao Haoqiang is deceased, I cannot assure you that anyone outside harbors no ulterior motives. I have grown fearful of being pursued, and hence, I shall not permit anyone into my home. Ask Uncle Chun beside you. Despite our acquaintance being relatively shallow, he understands my reasons for keeping my door closed. Why can't you grasp that? A confident smile adorned Song Liang's face as he maintained his patience in discourse with Wang Lan. This was primarily to honor Uncle Chunin. Had it been anyone else, Song Liang would have dismissed them without a second thought. Uncle Chun, upon hearing Song Liang's words from outside, nodded in agreement, having always supported Song Liang's approach. As long as one did not initiate harm, taking measures for self-preservation was entirely justifiable. Moreover, despite their not being particularly close, the willingness of Song Liang to assist him touched Uncle Chunin. Indeed, Song Liang was correct. Wang Lan, we have already troubled him enough. Let's not further aggravate matters. Now that we have acquired the medicine, please come home with me. Wang Lan's eyes nearly bulged with frustration, internally resenting Uncle Chun for not advocating for her and instead siding against her. Yet outwardly, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. But didn't you invite Dr. Lin Yue to stay at your home? Chapter 86. The gap between couples. At this remark, Song Liang raised an eyebrow, a disdainful smile creeping across his face as he replied, "And what of it? Lin Yue is my girlfriend. Of course, she is welcome to stay at my home. What about you?" Standing nearby, Lin Yue overheard Song Liang's words. Although she was uncertain of his sincerity, her heart was nonetheless filled with warmth. Girls, after all, delight in hearing sweet words from their partners, regardless of their truthfulness. The mere act of uttering them brings joy. However, this exchange did not sit well with Wang Lan, who was outside the door. She had never heard of any romantic involvement between Lin Yue and Song Liang, but the truth of the matter seemed irrelevant now. It was clear that Song Liang had no intention of allowing her child to stay. Old Master Chun felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Despite the fact that Song Liang had already assisted him, it felt rather shameless to demand further help. Therefore, he chose to disregard Wang Lan's resentful expression and forcibly guided her and her child towards the stairwell connecting the first and second floors. With a serious demeanor, he said, "We have already caused enough trouble for Song Liang's family. We are not greedy individuals, so let us not overstep our bounds." Seeing the change in old Master Chen's expression, Wang Lan was reluctant to miss out on the benefits from Song Liang, while also losing the opportunity to exploit Chunin instantly. Her demeanor shifted to one of feigned distress as she lamented, "Oh, I am only concerned for the child. You know how sick the baby is. How could I, as a mother, not suffer?" Old Master Chun continued to ignore her display, shaking his head at Wang Lan with a furrowed brow. Realizing further protest would be futile, Wang Lan sighed and fell silent. Turning to face Song Liang's door, Old Master Chun bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Little Song, I truly appreciate your help this time. I apologize for Wang Lan. She is just anxious for the child. Please do not take it to heart. This kindness will forever be etched in my memory. Should you ever need anything from me, do not hesitate to ask." Song Liang, seeing Old Master Chen plead on Wang Lan's behalf, chose not to dwell on it and replied, "Uncle, rest assured, I understand Wang Lan's actions. You have endured much. If there is anything I can assist with in the future, feel free to reach out." Through the surveillance footage, Song Liang watched as Old Master Chen nodded, sighed, and led Wang Lan and her daughter down the corridor, their figures fading from view. With a sigh, Song Liang reflected on his desire to help Old Master Chun. Yet with the presence of these two burdensome individuals, he could hardly be blamed for his callousness. He returned to the sofa, where Lin Yue had already set the table with an array of sumptuous dishes: steamed soft-shelled turtle, grilled leeks, oysters, and lamb kidneys, all nourishing delicacies. Observing Lin Yue's flushed cheeks as she brought the food to the table, he realized the girl had something on her mind. He pulled her delicate wrist, drawing her into his embrace, and teased, "What's this? Enjoying such delicacies so early in the day? Was last night not satisfying enough?" Lin Yue struggled slightly, gently pushing Song Liang away, her cheeks reddening as she murmured, "Not at all. I was merely thinking of your recent hard work and wanted to treat you." Song Liang shook his head and handed the chopsticks to Lin Yue. "Well, seeing your excellent performance, I shall reward you several times tonight. Get lost." Lin Yue laughed charmingly as she rose from Song Liang's embrace and took a seat across from him. "By the way, how do you intend to deal with Uncle Chun and Sister Wang Lan?" She picked up a piece of tender soft-shelled turtle meat with her chopsticks and placed it in Song Liang's bowl. After a moment of contemplation, Song Liang replied, "I need not worry about Uncle Chun. I will have many uses for him in the future. However, Wang Lan is indeed a bit troublesome." Lin Yue, unfazed, took a bite of her dish and remarked, "Isn't that quite normal? Everyone is eager to build a good relationship with you, hoping to share in your abundant resources later on." Song Liang nodded, acknowledging her point. "That is true, but Uncle Chun is someone who can be of great use to me. I do not wish for Wang Lan to become a hindrance. If she jeopardizes our relationship, it will be detrimental." Lin Yue served him a bowl of turtle soup and gently inquired, "What do you plan to do then? You can't possibly tear the facade, can you?" With a sigh, Song Liang's gaze darkened slightly. "I will give her a chance. However, if she remains obstinate, I would not hesitate to send her to meet the king of hell earlier than expected." After finishing the bowl of soup in one gulp, the fresh flavor eased his mood considerably. Following today's events, Song Liang had a clearer understanding of Uncle Chun An's position. As for Wang Lan, while she certainly warranted caution, he did not believe she posed a significant threat. She merely coveted his family's resources and living conditions. Such individuals he had dealt with countless times before. If she dared to act, he would ensure she faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, at Uncle Chun An's home, he led Wang Lan and her daughter into a room. As he closed the door, his expression darkened. "What were you thinking? They helped us, yet we want to trouble them. What kind of behavior is that?" Wang Lan, seemingly taken aback by Uncle Chun An's sudden confrontation, continued to soothe her child. "How can you say that? Since Song Liang was willing to share the medicine with us without hesitation, it at least shows he is a kind-hearted person. His household is well-stocked. We can feel more at ease with our child living there." Uncle Chun frowned. Does being kind-hearted mean one deserves to be bullied? Noticing that Uncle Chun was genuinely upset, Wang Lan quickly feigned innocence, tears streaming down her face. "How can you speak to me like this? I'm only doing this for our child's sake. And yet, you support an outsider against your own? I am your woman. Why do you not stand by me?" Seeing her tearful demeanor and the way her loose clothing revealed her figure, Uncle Chun An's heart softened at the thought of their child suffering in such an environment, prompting him to adopt a much gentler tone. "Sigh, we must not overreach. If we annoy Xiao Song, or if word gets out, my lifelong reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Tell me, what holds greater significance, your reputation or the life of our child?" As Wang Lan spoke, Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Uncle Chun had never encountered such a scene before, and his anger dissipated in an instant, leaving him with no choice but to gently pat Wang Lan's back. I truly understand your sentiments. However, we are respectable individuals, and the principle of repaying even a small kindness with profound gratitude must be acknowledged. Chapter 87. Undercurrents. Uncle Chun, in reflecting on the earlier phone call regarding the medicine, could not help but express his thoughts. It was entirely reasonable for them not to provide us with the medication. Nonetheless, when I shared my situation with them, they did not question me further and allowed me to collect the medicine. This indicates that they regard me as a friend, and we must not let them down. This immense kindness is something I, Chunin, shall never forget in this lifetime. Wang Lan, observing Uncle Chun's fervent expression, could not help but voice her dissent. I think you may be overthinking this. It appears that Song Liang has never truly regarded you with any respect. Uncle Chun was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his previous sentiments, and passionately retorted, "How can you say such a thing? If that were the case, why did he so readily give us the medicine?" Wang Lan replied thoughtfully, "Consider this carefully. If he truly regarded you as a friend, why did he not lend a hand when you were struggling, offering you some resources? Furthermore, when we were clearly at his doorstep, he did not even show his face. He merely shoved the medicine through a hole in the iron gate. In my view, he may simply wish to bestow upon you a trifling favor, so that when he needs to use you as a pawn in the future, it will be more convenient." Uncle Chun felt a surge of anger, but could not muster a counterargument. After a long pause, he could only assert, "You women tend to overthink." Perhaps he was simply inconvenienced. Wang Lan, undeterred by Uncle Chun's discomfort, pressed on, "I believe I am correct in my assessment. If he were truly a good person, how could he commit murder? Zhao Haoqiang was killed by him, and we all witnessed it. If he genuinely had a good relationship with you and held goodwill in his heart, he would have long since invited us into his home. If he had done so, I might have considered him not to be a villain. However, from the current perspective, enough. Do not say another word." Uncle Chun glared at Wang Lan in anger, raising his voice to silence her. Wang Lan, startled by his demeanor, quickly defended herself. "I'm only looking out for our family. After all, Song Liang is an outsider, and it is better to be cautious." As she spoke, she covered her face and began to sob. Yet, this time, her tactic did not yield the desired effect. Uncle Chun let out a cold snort, completely indifferent to the weeping beauty before him. He said curtly, "Do not let me hear you utter such words again. I, Chunin, have always been grateful and loyal, which has garnered me a wealth of friendships. Xiao Song has already provided us with the necessary medication. There is no need for you to instruct me on what to do. Mind your own affairs." Uncle Chun, a man of integrity and honesty, valued the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. As for Wang Lan's assertions, although Uncle Chun recognized their potential validity, he pondered, so what? After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. In a world ravaged by calamity, encountering someone who genuinely cares for you is already a considerable fortune. Even if their intentions are ulterior, the benefits received are undeniably tangible. As long as one can survive, what does it matter if they're used as a pawn? Seeing that Uncle Chun was genuinely enraged this time, Wang Lan dared not say more, retreating to the bedroom to tend to her child with medicine. However, this did not signify her abandonment of her aspirations for the Song family. The life depicted in photographs exuded such happiness. Regardless, for the sake of herself and her child, she was determined to explore the possibility of aligning herself with Song Liang, devising a way to claim everything he possessed. That night, Song Liang and Lin Yue retired early to sleep. They did not share a bedroom, not due to Song Liang's lingering doubts about Lin Yue's loyalty, but rather because her clinginess significantly disrupted his sleep, thereby affecting his plans for the following day. Thus, he decided to temporarily sleep in separate rooms, allowing each a measure of personal space. Of course, the hidden camera in Lin Yue's room remained, ensuring that Song Liang could maintain uninterrupted surveillance over her. Yet, beneath the facade of this seemingly tranquil night, a lurking malice was gradually approaching. In the adjoining building where Song Liang resided, another structure of similar stature housed a situation not unlike his own, protected by iron gates that kept zombies and monsters at bay. At that moment, illuminated by the faint glow of the moonlight, several men, clad in attire suitable for their grim purpose and wielding crowbars, knives, and axes, stealthily emerged from the ground floor of the neighboring unit, drawing closer to Song Liang's building. Leading them was a man appearing to be in his 30s. Gaunt and with a prominent nose, his cheeks sunken, and his weathered face marked by wrinkles, seemingly etched by the wind. What was most disconcerting, however, were his chilling eyes, which occasionally glimmered with a predatory sharpness. The group traversed the flower bed at the base of the complex, seamlessly entering the corridor of Song Liang's building without making a sound, indicating their skill was far from that of a ragtag bunch. The leading man cleared his throat and beckoned to one of his companions, saying, "Hey, Xiao Dao, bring the tools." A young man stepped forward, opening a toolbox he carried, revealing a glimmering lock-picking tool within. Simultaneously, he switched on a small flashlight. Clenching it between his teeth and without hesitation, inserted the head of a lock-picking tool into the iron door's lock before him. In less than a minute, a crisp click resonated from the lock, and the iron door swung open. The man, known as Xiao Dao, nodded towards the elder standing beside him, whose face illuminated with delight as he patted Xiao Dao's shoulder in encouragement. He then gestured towards the rear, beckoning the others to ascend the staircase. A few individuals entered in succession, ensuring the iron door was closed tightly behind them, as they wished to avoid alarming the troublesome creatures outside during their mission. They approached Song Liang's door, confirming the door number, and gathered around. A man with a somewhat brutish appearance, a scar gracing his profile, ran his hand along the iron gate of Song Liang's residence, his brow furrowing slightly. "Second brother, it seems we have encountered a bit of a predicament. This door appears reinforced and cannot be easily breached with conventional methods." The man referred to as second brother, the initial leader of the group, responded with a grunt. "As I anticipated, however, it matters not, for we never intended to employ standard methods to force entry." As he spoke, he summoned a bespectacled man in his 40s from the back to his side. "Old Four, it's time to act. Blow the door open." The man acquiesced, "Just watch," and promptly retrieved detonators and explosives from his bag, carefully measuring and preparing the mixture before affixing it to the door of Song Liang's home. The group nodded in agreement and hurriedly sought shelter in the vicinity. Chapter 88. Night raid with a thunderous bang. The sound reverberated throughout the entire apartment building, leaving dark scorch marks on the surrounding walls and chunks of plaster cascading down. The deafening explosion roused most of the residents of Song Liang's building, causing them to panic and flee in terror, convinced that calamity had struck. Among them was, of course, Song Liang himself. He had been sleeping soundly until the nearby detonation jolted him awake, the pain in his eardrums pulling him back to reality. Song Liang's reflexes were swift. He immediately realized the noise was amiss, clearly emanating from just outside his door. He rolled out of bed, donning his clothes within seconds, and retrieved the 9mm handgun from his bedside drawer. Simultaneously, he activated a notebook resting on his bedside, which was connected to the hidden cameras throughout the building, serving as a surveillance extension. He first surveyed the living room, noting its eerie silence and the absence of any changes, before glancing into Lin Yue's room. The girl appeared to be in shock from the sudden commotion, huddled beneath her blanket in the corner between the wall and the bed, trembling, but she seemed to be relatively unscathed. With a sigh of relief, Song Liang activated the monitor at his door, revealing the unwelcome intruders outside. Song Liang furrowed his brow as he surveyed the situation outside his door. The marks on his door and the surrounding walls were evidently not caused by any ordinary object. They resembled the aftermath of explosives. Yet, who in his apartment building would possess such materials? If someone did, they would have likely used them against him long ago. Moreover, with the assistance of the pinhole camera's night vision capability, Song Liang was able to discern the faces of the assailants with clarity. But he did not recall having encountered them before. Could it be that they were not residents of his building? Doubts began to surface in his mind. However, it seemed that this question would not yield an answer in the immediate future, compelling him to redirect his focus to the actions of the group outside. As the thick smoke dissipated and the dust settled, the group emerged from their hiding spots in the corridor, returning to stand before Song Liang's door once more. With a furrowed brow, he observed their demeanor. Armed with crowbars, long knives, and a variety of weapons, they had evidently come prepared. Furthermore, despite living on the ground floor, it was unlikely they would resort to using explosives right away. This apparent act of terror seemed singularly aimed at him. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang realized that his greatest fears had materialized. The news of his household's ample supplies had likely reached the outside world. Yet, These intruders, arriving with such audacity, would not be afforded any courtesy from him. A surge of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he gripped his handgun tightly. Outside the door, the group was taken aback at the sight of the iron door, which remained steadfast despite the attempt at demolition. Damn it, Lao Si, what are you doing? Your explosives couldn't even breach a door? The leader, Lao Er, glared at the bespectacled man behind him, unleashing a torrent of frustration. Lao Si scratched his head and stepped closer, uttering a puzzled sound. This doesn't make sense. When we used this stuff on the job, it was always effective. No matter how tall the building, it would come crashing down. Could it be that the explosives were faulty? A bystander suggested to the bespectacled man. It's possible. This batch of explosives hasn't been touched in nearly 2 months and might have absorbed moisture. He nodded, seemingly convinced by his own reasoning. Damn it. Look at you, incapable of doing anything right. Just wait until we get back and see how the boss deals with you. Lao Er sighed, exasperated. He truly could not fathom how Lao Si had ever managed to work as a demolition expert. Failing to dismantle even a mere iron door indicated a severe lack of effectiveness. Song Liang opened the door, traversed through the living room, and approached the front door to inspect it. After confirming that the alloy door had sustained no damage, he finally felt a semblance of relief. Simultaneously, the greedy individuals at the threshold could no longer restrain their impatience and began to strike Song Liang's door with their weapons, producing a cacophony of deafening clangs. The sound was a source of great agitation for Song Liang, and coupled with the irritation of being abruptly awakened from a pleasant dream, he found himself consumed by a surge of anger. Damn it, a bunch of worthless scoundrels. Coming to disturb me is tantamount to courting death. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Song Liang swiftly retrieved a Molotov cocktail from his consciousness space, ignited it, and hurled it through a small gap in the iron gate. This was a type of incendiary device he had previously succeeded in crafting, and now he was able to produce them in bulk. Outside, the group was relentlessly attempting to breach the iron gate of Song Liang's residence, oblivious to the impending peril. They merely observed a fiery object tumbling out from within the gate, and before they could react, a fierce blaze erupted. Moreover, Song Liang extracted a milky white rubber hose from his consciousness space, connecting one end to a barrel of gasoline stored within and inserting the other end into the gap in the iron door. The gasoline had originally been intended for fueling a large contraption he kept in the basement, but now it served a more immediate purpose. Though most of the individuals at the entrance were in close proximity to the gate, the destructive capacity of the Molotov cocktail was limited, allowing several of them, positioned farther away, to evade the flames. However, this was an unacceptable outcome for Song Liang. He desired nothing less than for these uninvited guests to meet their doom. Upon activating the switch, the gasoline erupted through the rubber hose under immense pressure, drenching the unfortunate souls gathered at the doorway. None were spared. In an instant, the flames roared to life, ignited by the sparks from the Molotov cocktail that had come into contact with the gasoline-soaked individuals. Several, driven by instinct, attempted to roll on the ground to extinguish the flames, only to find themselves further engulfed as they picked up more gasoline, intensifying the fire. In that moment, the corridor in front of Song Liang's home transformed into an inferno, a veritable hell on earth, with cries of agony echoing, piercing the heart with terror. Song Liang acted swiftly, without thorough contemplation, catching those outside completely off guard. They had no time to react as they were enveloped by the flames resulting from the gasoline and the incendiary device. Ah, it hurts. Help me, second brother, help me. Damn it, I'm on fire. The shrill cries resonated like the wails of tormented souls from the depths of hell, as they were consumed by flames, enduring a punishment akin to that of demons, experiencing an agonizing demise. Chapter 89. Infernal barbecue fire is a force of nature, bestowing both benefits and a constant reminder of its uncontrollable power over humanity. A mere prick from a furnace can cause excruciating pain to an ordinary person, let alone the current scenario where every inch of skin is engulfed by flames. The agony is beyond the imagination of most. Song Liang stood at one end of the iron gate, seemingly able to feel the heat emanating from the other side, as the air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. He covered his nose and activated the air purifier, then settled onto the sofa, gazing at the laptop before him, awaiting the final moment. Soon, charred and disfigured corpses lay strewn across the corridor. The sudden assailants numbered around 10, inflicting significant losses. Only 2 managed to flee in panic, leaving behind 9 scorched bodies. Song Liang exhaled a sigh of relief. His decision not to eliminate the 2 who escaped was motivated by concerns for his future safety. Furthermore, he wished to convey to the mastermind behind this incident that he was not to be trifled with, rendering any ulterior motives a delusion. This experience only solidified Song Liang's resolve to venture outside, not merely due to the stifling confinement of his home, but for a more pressing reason. The method of using Molotov cocktails in conjunction with gasoline was indeed effective and lethal, yet its range proved somewhat inadequate. Should he encounter another situation like today, relying solely on his 9mm pistol against such numbers would afford them ample time to react, preventing a thorough eradication. However, if Song Liang possessed a submachine gun or a machine gun, or even grenades as instruments of mass destruction, he would ensure that none could escape in similar circumstances. Moreover, this was the first time he had faced a group of thugs utilizing explosives to trouble him. Such occurrences in this apocalyptic world were unlikely to be isolated incidents. What if next time they wielded weapons more formidable than explosives? Uncertain whether his home's defenses could withstand another assault, he concluded after careful consideration that his arsenal was woefully insufficient, lacking in firepower. It was imperative he seize an opportunity to seek out more suitable weapons for self-defense. This was of utmost importance. Song Liang stared intently at his front door, gritting his teeth. This time, I grant you both an opportunity to return and seek assistance. Should a similar situation arise again, I will ensure you leave with no return. He tidied up slightly and entered the room where Lin Yue was resting. Upon entering, he discovered Lin Yue still cowering in the corner, her head covered by a blanket, revealing only her 2 pale legs, trembling slightly from fear. Song Liang approached her and gently stroked her head. It's all right now. There's nothing to fear. I've dealt with them. Hearing Song Liang's voice, Lin Yue lowered the blanket, revealing her small head, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at his face. Truly frightened, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her with Song Liang's presence. She lifted her head to look at him, biting her lip. What just happened? That was such a loud noise. Were people shooting? Song Liang shook his head. Not exactly. It was explosives instead of gunfire. Explosives? Lin Yue's eyes widened in shock as Song Liang gently guided her back to bed. The existence of firearms is already quite unbelievable, but the presence of explosives is even more astonishing. Could it be that the group outside is composed of military personnel? Song Liang shook his head, a composed expression surfacing in his gaze. In my estimation, the explosives they utilized likely belonged to a nearby construction crew, possessing minimal lethality, thus posing no significant threat to our door. Lin Yue felt a twinge of warmth at Song Liang's deliberate mention of our home instead of my home, causing her to blush slightly. With a sigh, Song Liang recounted all that had transpired to Lin Yue. Upon hearing his account, Lin Yue's brow furrowed, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. 2 months into this apocalyptic world, the emergence of explosives was alarming. One could only dread what horrors might follow in due time. I recall that many construction workers reside in the building next door. Could they possibly be involved? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yue voiced her suspicion. Song Liang was momentarily taken aback, sifting through his memories. He indeed remembered that group of construction workers. Previously, they had been trained by professional demolition experts to tunnel through a nearby hill in Tianning City. These workers lived in the adjacent unit to Song Liang's building. Lin Yue's face bore a serious expression, lost in thought. Seeing Song Liang's silence, she continued, I truly believe it could be them. They appear far more ruthless than Zhao Haoqiang and his gang, resorting to explosives to threaten our home. Song Liang nodded thoughtfully. This is undoubtedly true. While Zhao Haoqiang is ruthless, he is merely a figurehead, and his subordinates harbor their own ulterior motives. However, this group is distinctly different. His demeanor was unusually solemn. Since Lin Yue had moved in with him, he had never appeared so serious. From my observations, this group is evidently organized and disciplined, far surpassing the ragtag assembly of Zhao Haoqiang. They toil together, share the confines of the tunnel, and have forged deep bonds, rendering them more united. Coupled with their regular physical training, they possess superior physical capabilities and are indeed formidable due to their numbers. As Lin Yue absorbed Song Liang's words, She felt a growing concern regarding the increasingly precarious situation. However, her anxiety did not stem from the potential breach of the sanctuary she had fought so hard to secure, but rather from a desire to protect Song Liang. She could not bear the thought of anything befalling the man before her. Sitting beside Lin Yue, Song Liang wrapped his arm around her waist, striving to provide her with a sense of security. Rest assured, today I dispatched 9 individuals. It is highly probable that those among them skilled in explosives have already been eliminated, so we should no longer fear any explosives detonating at our doorstep. Lin Yue leaned against Song Liang, feeling a warmth enveloping her heart. What should we do next? Should we seek them out to eradicate them completely? Song Liang shook his head, a hint of a fierce smile gracing his lips. Naturally, but I would prefer they come at us once more. That way, we could eliminate them all at once. Chapter 90. A new strategy if I were to recklessly venture into their buildings seeking vengeance. It would undoubtedly be unwise. In such an environment, encountering an ambush would render us far too vulnerable. Song Liang harbored his own thoughts. Yet to act impulsively in pursuit of revenge was not in alignment with his character. Lin Yue gently tightened her embrace around Song Liang's arm and nodded in agreement. Indeed, entering an unfamiliar building recklessly is perilous. Ensuring our own safety is paramount. Song Liang caressed Lin Yue's hair, placing a tender kiss upon her forehead. Lin Yue narrowed her eyes slightly, silently savoring the sweetness of the moment. In truth, I have a strategy that could yield a win-win outcome, though I am uncertain of its efficacy. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Song Liang's mind as he sat up abruptly, energized as if struck by a surge of adrenaline. Lin Yue looked at him curiously as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened the homeowners group chat, still puzzled about his intentions. The recent explosion at Song Liang's doorstep had startled most of the residents awake, and the homeowners group was buzzing with activity once more. Did you hear that? What on earth was that sound? I have no idea. It seemed to come from downstairs. Is there a monster in our building? Surely not. The first floor has a metal gate. They cannot get in. I thought it originated from the first floor. Are there any residents on the first floor? Please come forward. It's quite terrifying. The residents in the group were all in a state of unease due to the earlier explosion, unable to contain their discussions about the cause of the noise. Observing the commotion, Song Liang promptly sent a message. Good evening, fellow homeowners. I bring you unsettling news. Just now, the neighboring building orchestrated a disciplined raid, intending to invade our building to commit murder and theft, taking away bodies and supplies for their own use. Fortunately, I detected their plans in time, thwarted their efforts, and drove them away. The loud noise you heard was due to their attempt to breach the door with explosives. Upon reading Song Liang's message, the group members grew increasingly anxious. What? Explosives? In this peaceful era, such things still exist? This is terrifying. Murder and theft? Are these beasts not born of human parents, capable of such heinous acts? My goodness, after Zhao Haoqiang's demise, now we are faced with this group seeking violent enforcement. Our lives have become exceedingly difficult. How did that group of people manage to enter? There is indeed an iron gate in our first-floor corridor, a formidable barrier that should keep monsters at bay. Song Liang continued to message in the group. Our corridor's iron gate is indeed robust. However, the lock's design is rather simplistic. While it effectively deters those creatures, it is child's play for someone skilled in lockpicking. Moreover, there's a possibility that a traitor exists within our building, one who secretly unlocked the iron gate to allow those fiends from the neighboring building to enter. This was a reasonable suspicion from Song Liang, for the information regarding the abundance of resources in his household was known solely to the residents of this building. The only way for the marauders next door to acquire such knowledge would be through the lips of the owners residing here. Furthermore, Song Liang's intention in sharing this unsettling notion with everyone was to stir the waters. Only by doing so could he instill a sense of insecurity among the residents, while simultaneously exposing the traitor hidden among them. In that eventuality, his plans would come to fruition. The moment his words were spoken, they ignited a fervent reaction among the neighbors. How could this be? Not only do outsiders wish to kill us, but there's also a traitor amongst us. Are we doomed? It seems we must sleep with one eye open. Who knows when they might strike us down in our dreams? This is simply terrifying. Oh my! Who is this traitor? How foolish can one be to betray their neighbors, whom they have lived alongside, to become a lackey for those brutes next door? Have you lost your humanity? Indeed. Who are you? I urge you to step forward. Otherwise, if we unearth you, you shall face dire consequences. The residents in the owner's group were thoroughly alarmed that night. Although Zhao Haoqiang had been domineering, he had not resorted to daily acts of cruelty, and since his demise, they had enjoyed a few days of decent living off the resources he had amassed. Yet, unexpectedly, just as they began to savor this newfound respite, another wave of malefactors arrived, threatening their very existence. Especially tonight, had it not been for Song Liang's timely discovery of the abnormal situation, they might have found themselves with their throats slit in their sleep, meeting an untimely demise. Such thoughts grew increasingly horrifying, evoking a deep sense of dread. What are we to do? They possess explosives. We cannot possibly contend with them. Indeed, those desperate criminals care for nothing. How can we mere commoners stand against them? It was true. This appeared to be a conflict destined for failure, and hope was dwindling. However, soon enough, some astute residents of the building discovered a potential remedy to their predicament. Wait, we still have Song Liang with us. Yes. Since Song Liang was able to thwart their actions once, he surely possesses the means to prevent them from striking again. Indeed, how could we almost forget about the illustrious Song Liang? Don't you recall? Zhao Haoqiang was vanquished by him, ridding our building of a great menace. After receiving reminders from several individuals, everyone quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, there are explosives in the adjacent building, accompanied by a group of formidable muscle-bound men. But what does that matter? We have Song Liang in our building. Song Liang is an exceptionally strong man, capable of easily dealing with those petty thugs. Therefore, entrusting this matter entirely to Song Liang is the only viable solution. Noticing the shift in sentiment among the majority of the homeowners in the group, who now leaned toward him, Song Liang smiled faintly, feeling that he was nearing the accomplishment of his objective. However, he certainly could not agree to their requests so readily. After all, he was no fool. To acquiesce at this juncture would mean facing the entirety of the neighboring building alone. With a sardonic grin, he sent another message in the group. Neighbors, I sincerely apologize. It is not that I am unwilling to assist in resolving your troubles, but confronting them not only depletes my energy, but also poses a significant risk to my life, which is not advantageous for me. Moreover, I am currently like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, struggling to ensure my own safety. Hence, I advise everyone to seek solace in a cool corner and enjoy what little time remains. Chapter 91. The situation in the adjacent building. His words were not without merit. During these times, every household struggles for self-preservation. If Song Liang had chosen to assist his neighbors immediately, it would have severely hindered his personal ambitions. After delivering this statement, he fell silent in the homeowners group. However, the other residents began to panic, as they perceived Song Liang to be the only one capable of intervening in this dire situation. Not only was he ruthless and decisive, but he also possessed a wealth of resources and weapons to back him. Thus, once Song Liang went silent, they began to plead with him. Little Song, you cannot disregard our lives. We are all neighbors, after all. It is a bond of fate. Exactly. We're like grasshoppers tied together on the same string. If we perish, it will only leave you and Lin Yue behind. How lonely would that be? Perhaps once that group eliminates us, they will turn their attention to you. If you cannot withstand them, it would be disastrous. It is better to stand up now and eliminate future threats. Their ability to find excuses was indeed commendable, although their reasoning was somewhat crude. Currently, there were numerous external parties coveting Song Liang's resources, and the photos he had previously shared in the homeowners group had undoubtedly been disseminated by someone among them. This matter had become a foregone conclusion in Song Liang's mind. The audacity of these individuals to demand his protection was infuriating. Thus, once again, he chose to remain unresponsive. Before long, Uncle Chun sent a comforting message to Song Liang, inquiring if there was any way he could assist. Those old fools next door dare to target our building. They truly must be tired of living. Previously, we had shared meals, enjoyed drinks, and engaged in pleasant conversations. It is quite shocking that they have turned their backs on us so swiftly. Little Song, if there is any way in which my old bones can be of service to you, do not hesitate to speak up. There is no need for hesitation. I have long held a disdain for that group. Uncle Chen's response warmed Song Liang's heart, reinforcing his belief that he had not misjudged the man. Uncle Chun, you mentioned you know those individuals. Are you aware of their general circumstances? Uncle Chen seemed to ponder for a considerable time before responding. I do have a basic understanding. Most of them are members of a nearby tunneling crew, probably numbering around 20 to 30. However, it is likely that their ranks have swelled recently, as they have found the time to trouble us. They must have already established a foothold in the adjacent building. Song Liang nodded and continued to inquire. I overheard them mention second brother and fourth brother. What is their relationship? Uncle Chen explained. Those titles likely stem from their hierarchical system within the crew, which I have heard a bit about. Could you elaborate further? Song Liang pressed. Over the next period, Song Liang gathered substantial information about the gang in the neighboring building from Uncle Chen. Most of the prominent figures were former members of the engineering crew, possibly due to the oldest among them having a penchant for martial arts novels, thus establishing a hierarchy among his subordinates. The foreman, naturally, is the leader. Although Song Liang had not yet encountered him, Uncle Chen described him as a slight, middle-aged man named Sun Yukai. He blends into the crowd, but has now capitalized on the apocalypse, leading a small yet notable organization with his band of followers. They swiftly secured their position in the neighboring building within weeks of the apocalypse, enjoying a relatively smooth existence, only losing a few individuals to the external monsters on occasion. However, after 2 months of relentless consumption, their accumulated resources have nearly been depleted. It was at this juncture that, through the machinations of someone from Song Liang's building, news of his abundant supplies reached them, prompting their ill intentions. This operation, however, was solely aimed at Song Liang. Their supposed targeting of everyone else was unfounded. Little Song, what do you plan to do? Taking on dozens of them alone will undoubtedly be a challenge. If my old bones can be of any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Song Liang acknowledged with a sound, though he had begun to formulate his own thoughts. Firstly, it was impossible to confront and eliminate Sun Yukai and his inexplicable organization directly. After all, he possessed only a handgun, and his greatest reliance was on the impenetrable safety of the sanctuary before him. Secondly, Uncle Chen's insights further solidified Song Liang's resolve. Certainly, Sun Yukai would not easily let go of the incident involving the fire in the corridor of the apartment building. After all, since the advent of the apocalypse, they had enjoyed a smooth journey, only to lose 9 members in this latest operation, including their fourth in command. As a formidable figure, Sun Yukai would undoubtedly seek retribution against Song Liang. Thus, the only feasible course of action would be to, akin to Zhao Haoqiang, gather strength over time before making a resurgence. By that time, Song Liang could effortlessly ensnare them without risking a venture outside. Moreover, Song Liang harbored a personal ambition to establish himself as the leader of this apartment building, thereby ensuring opportunities for safe excursions in the future. Uncle Chen, I am grateful for the invaluable information you have provided. However, I currently have no intention of taking the initiative. Though you are willing to assist, my firepower remains limited. A mere handgun is insufficient to confront 30 or 40 adversaries. Yet, an idea flickered in Song Liang's eyes. Uncle Chen, eager for insight, inquired, what is the idea? Do you need my assistance? Indeed, this notion would greatly benefit from your support. We must unite all remaining residents of our building to stand against that band of outlaws next door. Uncle Chen grasped Song Liang's intent almost instantaneously. You mean to rally everyone in the building under your leadership to confront external threats? Song Liang nodded affirmatively. Precisely that. Uncle Chen furrowed his brow and continued. However, as you observed in the Zhao Haoqiang incident, most of those individuals are ineffectual talkers, with few capable of making a tangible contribution. Song Liang shook his head, assuring Uncle Chen, rest assured, Uncle, we shall always maintain the initiative. We possess resources while they have nearly exhausted theirs. Therefore, our task is to wait. Inevitably, they will seek our aid to survive. Furthermore, given that the outlaws next door have already made one incursion, there's a strong possibility they may attempt another. Should that occur, I might not be able to deter them next time. Once they truly comprehend the significance of aligning with me, achieving this goal will become effortless. Uncle Chen, enlightened by Song Liang's insights, exclaimed, you are absolutely right, Xiao Song. You truly are a master of human nature. Song Liang chuckled modestly. I am unworthy of such praise. In this apocalyptic world, one must possess their own ideas, or else face dire consequences. By the way, Uncle Chen, during this time, you must find ways to protect yourself. If you lack resources, I can share some, but remember to avoid direct encounters with that group of outlaws. Should any unforeseen events arise, I may not be able to rescue you. Uncle Chen nodded in agreement. and the two quickly reached a consensus to temporarily disregard the affairs of the neighboring band of marauders, opting instead to observe from a distance until the opportune moment for action presented itself. Meanwhile, the members of the homeowners group remained oblivious to the intentions of Song Liang and Uncle Chun as they engaged in fervent debate. Some insisted that if Song Liang neglected their plight, it would inevitably lead to his own downfall. Others countered, asserting that Song Liang was inherently good-hearted and would never abandon his neighbors, whom he encountered daily. However, when the topic of enlisting volunteers from each household to assist Song Liang arose, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Most offered excuses, citing their prolonged fasting, lack of exercise, and diminished fighting spirit, while families with women and children expressed a reluctance to lend a hand. This reaction was, of course, anticipated by Song Liang, as a similar scenario had unfolded during their previous united stand against Zhao Haoqiang, prompting him to dismiss their arguments. In the ensuing days, Song Liang entrusted Uncle Chun with a mission to subtly gather information regarding the community's overall situation among the residents of the homeowners group. This task was ill-suited for Song Liang and Lin Yue to undertake, given that their relationship had become publicly recognized as a marital one. Any involvement from either party would likely arouse suspicion among the neighbors, leading to unwanted entanglements. Uncle Chun, however, faced no such dilemma. Although he shared a close bond with Song Liang, only Lin Yue and Wang Lan were privy to this arrangement, leaving the other homeowners unaware of the circumstances. Moreover, Uncle Chun had established a solid network within the apartment complex and was regarded as an honest and straightforward individual, making him the most suitable candidate to discreetly gather intelligence for Song Liang. Over the course of several days, Uncle Chun amassed a wealth of information for Song Liang, which he meticulously organized and summarized. Firstly, it became evident that not all apartment buildings had coalesced into organized factions with shared objectives, as most remained rather disjointed, with several buildings having suffered significant losses in their populations. Secondly, there were few buildings akin to Song Liang's, but one building bore a resemblance to the neighboring gang of ruffians, having formed a substantial force of its own. These two factions emerged as the most formidable threats in Song Liang's perception. The group from the adjacent building, led by Contractor S. Crew, was well known, but intelligence gathered suggested that another faction was considerably more formidable than the disreputable lot next door. Reports indicated that this group consisted of idle individuals from society collaborating with university students residing in the same building. Some were fierce, others astute, and together they demonstrated both intellectual and martial prowess. Like the construction crew next door, they had spontaneously organized in the early days of the apocalyptic disaster and swiftly seized control of their entire building. Two individuals led the group. One was named Hu Bing, a man in his 20s, notorious in the vicinity as a social drifter. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his grandmother. Following her passing, lacking a skill, he resorted to petty thievery to survive. However, the circumstances of life had forged in him a streetwise demeanor, rendering him calm and composed in the face of adversity. Fiercely determined and ruthless in his approach, this made him a quintessential survivor in a post-apocalyptic world. Furthermore, his audacious character attracted a loyal band of followers, whose allegiance far surpassed that of Zhao Haoqiang's subordinates. The other leader was Chun Xiang, of similar age to Hu Bing, yet the two were worlds apart. Chun had moved to Tianning from another city to pursue his studies. Coming from a modest background, he quickly became self-sufficient, financing his education through diligent work each year, successfully completing 3 years of university. Just before graduation, the catastrophic events unfolded, forcing him to ally with Hu Bing to establish a small faction, serving as the indispensable strategist within their ranks. Harbored considerable concerns regarding this burgeoning power. Such individuals possessed a heightened sense of vigilance, and ordinary tactics would likely prove ineffective against them, making them a formidable challenge to contend with. Fortunately, their stronghold was situated far from its location, with a significant number of intervening buildings, allowing him to postpone any strategic planning against them for the time being. The most pressing adversaries were the construction team occupying the neighboring premises. Upon receiving this intelligence, he cautioned Uncle Chun and to treat this faction with utmost seriousness. It was imperative to investigate their composition and, more crucially, ascertain the weaponry at their disposal, specifically firearms, grenades, and other weapons of mass destruction required preemptive measures to prepare for potential future confrontations. S. reasoning was straightforward, although he intended to remain ensconced within the safety of a shelter, where no force could threaten him. He ultimately would need to venture outside. When that time came, avoiding friction with other individuals or creatures would be exceedingly difficult, thus rendering self-defense a paramount concern. Thoroughly understanding the personnel and armaments of the two nearby factions would not only aid in managing potential conflicts, but also serve an essential purpose. If they possessed more formidable weaponry than mere handguns, would need to devise a means to acquire such assets. This would bolster his confidence in navigating the challenges of a post-apocalyptic existence. Chapter 93. Coercion to depart in the ensuing days, and Lin Yue remained within the confines of their safe house, leading a life stripped of comfort, yet devoid of significant concerns. Uncle Chun, similarly, not only assisted Song Liang in gathering intelligence regarding external forces, but also spent quality time at home with Wang Lan and her child, fostering a deepening bond. During this period, Uncle Chun sought out Song Liang once, requesting some supplies. Generously, Song Liang waved his hand and bestowed upon Uncle Chun a considerable amount of flour and rice, along with a large basket of vegetables, sufficient provisions for Uncle Chen's family for an extended period. Witnessing Uncle Chun return from Song Liang's residence with such an abundance of supplies, Wang Lan's resolve to cling to Song Liang grew ever stronger, prompting her to await the opportune moment to act. Meanwhile, the crew from the adjacent unit, after suffering a devastating defeat in their initial assault on Song Liang's home, harbored an intense animosity towards him. Among the two who managed to escape that fateful encounter, one succumbed to severe injuries shortly thereafter, leaving only the second in command, who was barely clinging to life. Although his injuries were not critical, he would require time to recuperate. In the eyes of their leader, Sun Yukai, the loss of a few lackeys was unfortunate, yet the death of their fourth member was particularly grievous, as he was the sole expert in their organization capable of handling explosives. The demise of their demolitions specialist meant that the explosives they relied upon were rendered useless, akin to severing his right arm, a significant blow. Such a defeat was unprecedented for them. Thus, Sun Yukai vowed to find an opportunity for vengeance, determined to personally take Song Liang's head as a tribute to the spirit of their fallen comrade. However, he resolved not to act rashly. The recent incident, despite their heavy losses and seething anger, illuminated the fact that Song Liang was no ordinary adversary. Anyone capable of employing incendiary devices in an attack was undoubtedly formidable. Hence, while his hatred simmered, it was overshadowed by a profound apprehension, not only towards the impenetrable iron door of Song Liang's home, which explosives could not breach, but also regarding Song Liang's swift and ruthless tactics. In Sun Yotsai's estimation, confronting Song Liang head-on was decidedly unwise. It would only lead to further needless casualties among his ranks. Yet, having now discerned a method to access the adjacent unit, he recognized numerous strategies to compel Song Liang to reveal himself. For instance, utilizing the residents of their own building as bait. Although he felt impotent against Song Liang, he believed he could exert influence over the entire building. He envisioned a scenario where Song Liang would be forced to witness the tragic demise of his neighbors. Powerless to intervene, faced with the accusations from the survivors and the horrific fates of his neighbors, he was convinced that Song Liang's composure would falter. One day, he would be unable to withstand the pressure, and when he finally emerged, he would be as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. As this thought crossed his mind, a cruel smile involuntarily crept across Sun Yotsai's lips. He seemed to have already envisioned a life where he resided in Song Liang's home, languishing upon a comfortable mattress, cradling Song Liang's woman in his arms, reveling in a life of indulgence. In the ensuing days, he personally led his subordinates, deliberately circumventing Song Liang's abode, launching surprise attacks on the residents of the upper floors of the apartment building. Moreover, after each heinous act, he brandished the deceased phone in the owner's group, taunting Song Liang. If you continue to cower in your home like a timid turtle, I will eventually eliminate everyone in this building. However, all of Sun Yotsai's machinations proved to be ill-conceived, having no effect on Song Liang whatsoever. At this juncture, Song Liang was no longer the benevolent young man of his past life. Instead, he appeared far more shrewd. His previous experiences had rendered him impervious to any feelings of guilt, even upon witnessing the violent acts committed by Sun Yukai and his ilk. In fact, their actions aligned perfectly with Song Liang's intentions. If such circumstances could instill panic among the other residents of the building, his plans could come to fruition sooner than anticipated. Indeed, as Song Liang had foreseen, after several days of relentless assaults by Sun Yukai, the surviving residents could no longer endure the terror. They had witnessed the brutal scenes of murder and pillaging, fearing they might be the next unfortunate victims, and collectively concluded that only Song Liang could resolve such calamity. In the following days, the remaining inhabitants banded together, pleading within the owner's group for Song Liang to intervene, with many even resorting to direct calls and messages to him. Yet, Song Liang remained unfazed, steadfastly executing his strategy of observing from a distance. Song Liang, you cannot conduct yourself in this manner. Those people next door were incited by you, weren't they? Hiding now is rather humiliating. Indeed, had it not been for your actions in eliminating their initial group, they would not harbor such rage against us. Exactly. Song Liang, you must take responsibility. You are the instigator of this turmoil, and you must step forward to resolve it, or we shall not relent. The leader, surnamed Sun, declared that if you were to show yourself, they would cease their violent actions. You must emerge. What is there to fear? Yes. Ryan, your position. I would have emerged long ago. Watching our neighbors, whom we see daily, being bullied and slaughtered by others while remaining passive. Are you even human? As Song Liang perused the influx of messages, he felt no anger towards their content. Instead, he regarded the antics of these clowns as mere entertainment. He understood the nature of these ingrates all too well. If he did not apply pressure, the desired outcome would remain elusive. Now you're anxious? Had I not intervened when they sent their first wave, would you still be standing here speaking? Moreover, the individuals next door have proclaimed that it is due to their inability to eliminate me that they have turned their ire upon you. Why is that? Is it not simply because of your own lack of capability and inability to safeguard yourselves? Do not lay the blame upon me. His words infuriated the neighbors within the Owner S group, who had hoped for Song Liang to intervene and resolve the issue. Song Liang, you're currently ensconced in your protective shell, while we are left exposed. Truly, you are a harbinger of misfortune. You instigate chaos, yet refuse to face the consequences, leaving us to serve as your shield. You wretched creature, I foresee your eventual demise. Chapter 94. Discussion within the group. As Song Liang perused the vitriolic messages from his neighbors on his phone, he could not suppress a chuckle. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but never had he witnessed such an audacious group. After he selflessly intervened to thwart their initial wave of aggression, they now cast him as the villain. He continued to post in the Owner S group. While I was occupied with significant matters, you were likely cowering in some corner. Now that Zhao Haoqiang has perished, you dare to criticize me? Do you genuinely believe me to be some paragon of virtue? Do not forget how Zhao Haoqiang and his cohort met their end. Do not presume that I would refrain from taking action against you. Upon the utterance of these words, an extraordinary effect ensued. The mere mention of Zhao Haoqiang instilled a sense of trepidation among the neighbors, causing the insults they had on the tip of their tongues to be swallowed back down. They had not forgotten the gruesome manner of Zhao Haoqiang's demise, a fate of dismemberment, one of the most brutal forms of death known to humanity. The recollection of that photograph depicting the separation of Zhao Haoqiang's head from his body sent shivers down their spines, rendering them reluctant to voice anything that might provoke Song Liang further. Having delivered his remarks, Song Liang vanished from the Owner S group, leaving a multitude of bewildered neighbors in his wake. He privately informed Uncle Chun, "Uncle, it is nearly time for your appearance." Uncle Chun promptly grasped Song Liang's implication and assured him with a resolute pat on his chest, "No problem, leave it to me." Once Song Liang departed, the other residents in the Owner S group were left in a state of utter confusion, unsure of how to proceed. They had anticipated that with the demise of the notorious Zhao Haoqiang, life would gradually become more bearable. However, this was evidently not the case. Initially, there was Song Liang, who, thankfully, showed little interest in violence and robbery. Those who did not provoke him were generally safe from harm. Yet soon after, there emerged a band of thugs from the adjacent unit, who engaged in acts of arson, murder, and theft, leaving the community on the brink of neurosis. In their hearts, the only glimmer of hope for resolving this dire situation lay in Song Liang, yet he remained impervious to their pleas. Their attempts at moral coercion proved futile. Even threats and appeals to empathy yielded no results. Without Song Liang's assistance, it seemed they were destined to be at the mercy of the marauding bandits from next door, with a bleak future ahead. Hasten, everyone, to deliberate. We find ourselves in a predicament from which we cannot escape. It appears that Song Liang is unwilling to assist us, and we cannot simply linger in place awaiting our demise. Through the trials of these past few days, it has become apparent that the neighboring band of thugs is far more terrifying than Zhao Haoqiang ever was. Zhao's intention was to establish his own influence within the apartment complex. Hence he refrained from inflicting harm upon most families. In stark contrast, the group from the construction team seeks vengeance, killing for mere, fleeting satisfaction, lacking substantial justification. This grim reality signifies that conciliatory measures are utterly ineffectual. The only recourse left is to present Song Liang before them, as they demand. However, his residence is fortified beyond our capabilities. Even an assault of 20 individuals previously failed to breach that iron door. Now, the neighboring faction's use of explosives has proven futile as well. Thus, we find ourselves utterly bereft of options. Are we truly to remain here, passively awaiting death? It is a lamentable fate for someone of my stature, once the leader of the kindergarten, to perish at the hands of a band of marauders. Is there truly no semblance of order in our society? Who shall intervene on our behalf? Each of us is convinced of our imminent doom, resigned to languish at home, awaiting the inevitable. Just as despair enveloped the group, a figure, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, appeared before them. It was the elderly Chun and who seldom spoke in their gatherings. Neighbors, he proclaimed, let not this minor setback defeat us. Though we are unarmed, we are numerous. I firmly believe that if we unite, no external force can prevail against us on our own turf. Do you not agree? Uncle Chun, a figure of great respect within the building and a veteran, was regarded as a reliable leader by all. His words resonated powerfully, stirring a fervent response from the neighbors. Uncle Chun, it is indeed you. I knew you would stand firm in our time of need. We thought you had perished, given your long absence. In times like these, only you, Uncle Chun, can rally us. Share your thoughts. We shall support you wholeheartedly. Indeed, count me in. In this world, if we do not rise to resist, we shall only suffer passively. I will not permit anyone to harm my family. I shall lend you my utmost moral support. Observing the neighbors' fervent reactions left Uncle Chun momentarily speechless. Yet, he soon grasped the underlying meaning of their words, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. Support? Merely moral? What use is that? With a heavy sigh, Uncle Chun remarked, you are aware of the extreme brutality of that gang next door. Relying solely on my strength is surely insufficient. Moreover, it has been so long since the calamities of the apocalypse occurred, and the supplies in my household have been nearly exhausted. Thus, while I desire to assist everyone, my capacity to do so is regrettably limited. Upon hearing Uncle Chun-An's words, the crowd sensed a hint of despair in his tone and instantly grew anxious. What shall we do, Uncle Chun? They urged. Our circumstances are quite similar to yours. We are equally bereft of resources. Indeed, do share your thoughts. As long as it does not require supplies, we will certainly offer our utmost support. The phrase utmost support caused Uncle Chun to shake his head in disbelief. This group, who had just proclaimed their willingness to assist him, now seemed reluctant to part with even a morsel of their resources, revealing their utter hypocrisy. Uncle Chun continued, in my humble opinion, the only person capable of saving all of us in this building is one individual. Who is it? Please enlighten us. Who possesses such remarkable prowess? After a brief pause, he uttered the name. It must be Song Liang. His household not only boasts abundant supplies, but also possesses ample weaponry, making him perfectly suited for this role. The disorganized crowd next door would mean nothing in Song Liang's eyes. Thus, I firmly believe that only Song Liang is the singular choice to lead us out of this predicament. Chapter 95. A duet. The crowd exchanged glances. For Song Liang was indeed the only figure they deemed capable of assisting them through this crisis. However, they had previously beseeched him for help, and he had resolutely declined. Furthermore, many had openly insulted and threatened Song Liang. Now, turning around to implore him for aid seemed unlikely to yield success. Uncle Chun, I must say, this is mere platitude. Song Liang has clearly stated he will not assist us. Indeed, Uncle Chun, we had all pleaded with him, yet he remained unyielding and indifferent. showing no inclination to help. However, you do have a point. To us, Song Liang is indeed the most suitable candidate to guide us through this perilous situation. If he were to agree, it would be nothing short of ideal. Although the fact that Song Liang is unwilling to help is undeniable, his capabilities are widely acknowledged. The earlier attempt to mobilize the entire building against his home resulted in devastating losses. The once mighty Zhao Haoqiang, who had dominated the building, was ultimately outmaneuvered by Song Liang, resulting in a fate that left him dismembered, with not even a complete body to mourn. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Uncle Chunin continued, "Here's what we shall do. I have maintained a good rapport with Song Liang, and I will take the initiative to approach him and see if I can persuade him to help us. You all wait here." He then felt he might have overstated his confidence and added, "However, I cannot guarantee that Song Liang will unconditionally offer his assistance, given the wrongs we have committed against him. Therefore, I can only endeavor to do my utmost." Upon hearing the glimmer of hope, the crowd expressed their heartfelt gratitude, fervently beseeching Uncle Chun to persuade Song Liang, praying that everything would go smoothly without any mishaps. Naturally, all the contents of the homeowners group fell under Song Liang's scrutiny, and the situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Before long, a message from Uncle Chun arrived. "Xiao Song, how do you see things now? Is the time ripe?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Liang responded, "The time is nearly upon us. I require your assistance. Together, we shall perform a duet, ensuring that this group submits to my governance." "Oh, Xiao Song, do you already have a plan?" Uncle Chin inquired, puzzled. Song Liang chuckled softly, "Indeed, just watch and see." This decision was the result of careful consideration. Although this group had not directly provoked him, achieving safety for the building necessitated a sacrifice. Naturally, that sacrifice could not be Song Liang himself, so it must come from among the homeowners. After discussing with Song Liang, Uncle Chan returned to the homeowners group and messaged to summon him. "Xiao Song, this is the moment our building needs you the most. You must consider the bonds of neighborliness and lend us your hand." Upon seeing Uncle Chin's call to action, the other residents quickly rallied in support. "Yes, Uncle Chun is right. If you can help us resolve this predicament, you can have anything you desire." "Absolutely. From now on, all matters concerning our building will be under your command. You shall be our leader. Song Liang, I implore you to assist us. I have both elderly parents and young children. If you are willing to step forward, I would gladly serve you." Seeing the palpable shift in sentiment within the homeowners group, Song Liang nodded, resolved to proceed with his plan. "I am only willing to engage in this discussion out of respect for Uncle Chun. You all know that. Regardless of how tumultuous the actions of those reckless individuals next door may be, they hold no relevance to me. However, you are in constant peril. Should I choose to intervene on your behalf, the risk to myself would undoubtedly escalate significantly, making your demands quite challenging for me to fulfill." Upon reading this lengthy message from Song Liang, the crowd assumed he was still unwilling to assist, and their hearts sank into despair. "Song Liang, no, Brother Liang, you must not think this way. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. If you are willing to help, we will heed your every command. Indeed, I will follow your lead. Who would dare to disobey? I would compel them to listen. Yes, yes. From now on, you are our leader. Whatever you instruct, we shall comply without hesitation." A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Song Liang's lips. For these individuals were indeed as he had predicted. In their struggle for survival, they would unflinchingly forsake their dignity for the sake of safety. "Are you all truly sincere in your words? Do you truly obey my every command? Is this the result of a consensus among you all, or merely the unilateral notion of a few?" Upon hearing this, the members of the owners group fell silent, recognizing that this was indeed the perspective of a minority, not reflective of the whole. Soon, someone spoke up. "I find this proposal quite agreeable. Since you have assumed the position of leader, as long as you do not lead us to our demise or into futile sacrifices, we shall naturally heed your directives." With a cold smirk, Song Liang retorted, "What if I were to instruct all of you to take up arms and confront those thugs who have tormented us? Would you still follow my lead?" His question plunged most into a state of indecision. To arm oneself against the enemy would significantly heighten the risk of injury, with the unfortunate possibility of facing death. Consequently, his inquiry rendered the group chat utterly silent. No one dared to utter a word, fearing that their comments might implicate them. Song Liang chuckled, revealing their intentions. "You cowardly lot merely wish for me to face the entirety of the occupants from the neighboring building alone. If that is the case, then you may as well distance yourselves as far as possible. I shall not serve such worthless beings. As he spoke, he feigned rage, which only deepened the anxiety of the other members in the owner's group, who remained utterly mute. At that moment, Uncle Chin interjected appropriately. No, young Song, do not rush. I believe our neighbors require some time to deliberate, so let us afford them that courtesy. However, I must state in advance that my life is entrusted to you, Song. Regardless of what transpires, I shall stand by you to the end. Only in this way do we possess a chance of survival. He then redirected the conversation to the others, but do not accuse me of neglecting my warnings. Should we miss this opportunity, you shall merely await the neighboring marauders to hunt you down one by one. Chapter 96. The emergence of leadership. Uncle Chen's words immediately struck a chord, stirring the residents of the owner's group. Indeed, as the elder had articulated, unity in their struggle might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, they would face annihilation at the hands of others. The performance staged by Song Liang and Uncle Chun effectively ignited the collective yearning for life within everyone, simultaneously fulfilling Song Liang's initial objective of seizing control over the entire building. Very well, Song Liang and Uncle Chun, we shall heed your guidance. Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall comply. Indeed, count me in. If it does not entail recklessly wagering my life, I shall join you. Include me as well. I am in. Seeing the plan yield such favorable results, Song Liang couldn't help but smile slightly. Excellent. Since everyone possesses such resolve, I shall temporarily assume command. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you shall all heed my command. Fear not, for I shall not recklessly lead you to your demise. Every action taken will be the result of my careful contemplation. Should anyone harbor treachery during this time and refuse to follow my directives, it shall be deemed a betrayal of all those residing within our building. The consequences of such betrayal need not be explicitly stated, for you are well aware of what awaits. Do not then blame me for being unmerciful. Song Liang casually surveyed the members of the owner's group and noted that fewer than 20 individuals had spoken up, clearly expressing their willingness to follow him. Although the inhabitants of the building had suffered considerable losses, it was hard to believe that not even 30 or 40 could be gathered. Many must surely wish to remain hidden, hoping to reap the rewards of others' triumphs. Let me reiterate, since we have all unanimously agreed to adhere to my arrangements, everyone shall ultimately benefit. However, those who choose to cower behind others, doing nothing while waiting to savor the fruits of victory, shall receive nothing and will be scorned by all. Song Liang's words were clearly pointed, falling within the realm of implication. Thus, most of those who pledged loyalty to him quickly stepped forward, eager to unearth those who would remain hidden. Hey, old Wang, what is your situation? Quit playing dead and step forward. Shaolin, you are utterly lacking in awareness. I saw you just yesterday. Are you truly going to hide away during such a significant matter? All those still alive, come forth. Our building faces grave peril, and only those who stand united can hope to confront the enemy. What do you hide behind for? Cowards? They directly called out names in the owner's group, allowing Song Liang to effortlessly reveal those who sought to remain in the shadows, waiting for victory. After all, human nature is inherently selfish. While these individuals agreed to risk their lives for Song Liang, if someone could escape danger by doing nothing, it would be a great injustice. In the fervor of the moment, those who had been lurking could only feign ignorance, claiming they had not seen their phones until now, and one by one they emerged. Song Liang, uninterested in further deliberation, stated plainly, although I do not wish to be overly cruel, given the existence of those who wish to take advantage without contribution, I must announce one more thing. Should I discover anyone shirking their duty to contribute to the welfare of our building in a bid to save themselves, prepare for me to come personally to address the matter. The consequences will be dire. Those who had previously concealed themselves felt a sudden jolt. They understood the implications of Song Liang's words. It was a matter of life and death, and given his character, he was indeed capable of acting on such threats. The group led by Zhao Haoqiang and those who had perished at Song Liang's doorstep were the most compelling evidence of his resolve. Seeing the effect his words had, Song Liang intended to balance his threats with the promise of rewards. Of course, I am not a miserly ruler. Should you perform commendably in the defense of our building, you shall earn ample rewards. This includes food and daily necessities, and I will personally handle this matter. As long as you obey, we will distribute resources fairly without favoritism. Song Liang's strategy was originally devised for his future endeavors. Hence, he could not possibly take out the supplies from the consciousness space for these homeowners. When the time comes to venture outside, a simple selection of instant noodles or bread will suffice to earn their gratitude for quite some time. Moreover, Song Liang had contemplated a crucial matter. Among the emerging forces, there already existed explosives, a form of weaponry capable of mass destruction. And who knows what more formidable devices may emerge in the future. With only a handgun at his disposal, even if replicated in bulk, it would be futile against such weapons of mass destruction. Therefore, during his upcoming excursions, he must seek out more reliable weaponry to arm himself, thus alleviating the perpetual reliance on his safe house. Furthermore, he could no longer suppress his desire to breathe fresh air, witness the apocalyptic scenery, and clear his mind. Such an outing would be splendid. As for the journey, Song Liang had never harbored concerns. Since the advent of the apocalypse, the modified Mercedes SUV parked in the expansive shelter downstairs had yet to see the light of day. This was an utter waste in his eyes. He pondered whether the vehicle, having been stored for so long, might suffer any issues. However, even in the event of complications, there was no need for alarm. As Wu Huainan had designed the garage with an impeccable repair system, all he needed to do was follow the established procedures. Upon concluding his thoughts, Song Liang ignited a fervent discussion among the homeowners. Is this true? Song Liang, are you willing to venture out for supplies? Yes, Song Liang, it's so dangerous outside. You're not deceiving us, are you? With zombies and monsters lurking, how will you manage to go out? Isn't that akin to courting death? One individual quickly recalled. Have you forgotten? Song Liang possesses a super cool, modified Mercedes SUV. Prior to the apocalypse, Song Liang had driven that vehicle out, drawing significant attention and admiration for its striking design, and though time had passed, some still held vivid memories. Yet, it was merely a vehicle. How sturdy could it truly be? It could easily be surrounded by monsters upon venturing out. Indeed, have you seen Resident Evil? Even that massive truck was eventually overturned by zombies. Exactly. I remember that scene vividly. The man smoked and detonated the entire truck, leaving quite an impression. Chapter 97. Preparations for departure. With a light chuckle, Song Liang replied, You need not worry about this. I have my methods. To procure the resources necessary for your continued survival, I am determined to take risks, regardless of how perilous and harsh the external environment may be. After all, you chose to follow me. Not only that, but I also possess a detailed map of the entire Tianning city, marking every shopping mall and store with clarity, making the search for food an uncomplicated task. Upon hearing Song Liang's words, the homeowners' eyes sparkled with hope, as if they had encountered a savior, radiating the brilliance of humanity. Simultaneously, a thought arose in each of their hearts. He is truly benevolent towards us. Even at the risk of peril, he prioritizes our well-being. At that moment, Song Liang's status among them soared to an unparalleled height. Brother Liang, can you truly procure supplies for us? If so, we may indeed have a chance to survive. Brother Liang, you are correct. The resources accumulated in those malls of Tianning City will certainly suffice for our needs for an extended period. Brother Liang, you are like a rebirth of my parents. Brother Liang, I am profoundly moved. I remember back when many were brought to tears by this sentiment. Their addresses to Song Liang becoming increasingly respectful. Initially, resentment festered within them due to Song Liang's differing living conditions during the apocalypse, with several households even having suffered losses at the hands of Zhao Haoqiang, who was associated with Song Liang. Yet in that moment, there was not a trace of animosity left in their hearts, only boundless gratitude and emotion. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang spoke. Neighbors, there is no need for such reverence. Since I have been esteemed as the leader of this building, it is only fitting that I undertake the responsibilities such a role demands. Moreover, it is crucial to note that my own supplies are nearly depleted, making my personal venture to seek resources the only viable option at present. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of reassurance. In most instances, if one wishes to achieve a goal by means of kindness, it is imperative to emphasize that the beneficiaries of such actions include oneself from the outset. Only then will those receiving the benefits not perceive one as insincere. Furthermore, as nearly 2 months have passed since the onset of the apocalypse, if Song Liang were to maintain an air of unwavering confidence, It would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among outsiders. Should any harbor ulterior motives? Seeking to claim Song Liang's resources for themselves, it would spell trouble. Thus, prior to that, Song Liang needed to feign weakness to dispel any thoughts of targeting him again, thereby reducing the likelihood of encountering danger during his excursions. Only by adopting this strategy could Song Liang better safeguard himself and Lin Yue from potential ambushes. After deliberating everything, the homeowners were filled with gratitude towards Song Liang, showering him with thanks and praise that seemed to elevate him to celestial heights. However, Lin Yue appeared somewhat anxious. Once Song Liang had resolved all matters, she approached him. "Are you truly going out? Is your decision final?" Understanding her concerns, Song Liang explained, "Indeed. I must expand my arsenal, and in this world I do not wish for there to be places I cannot tread." Lin Yue nodded gently, fully aware of Song Liang's ambitions. While life within this sturdy fortress offered safety, it undeniably lacked a sense of joy. She often fantasized about the day when she could venture out with Song Liang, basking in the envious gazes of onlookers as they showcased their affection and received blessings from all. However, the realization of such dreams hinged upon ensuring their personal safety, and Song Liang's exploration was an indispensable step in that direction. "You must prioritize safety. If possible, I wish to accompany you," she implored. Noticing the concern reflected in Lin Yue's eyes, Song Liang smiled softly, ruffling her hair and enveloping her in his embrace. "I'm merely going to procure some weaponry. Nothing untoward will occur. Besides, I possess a hidden card that I haven't disclosed to you. Once you see it, your worries will surely dissipate." Acknowledging that he needed a trustworthy individual to safeguard their home during his absence, he gently insisted, "You must remain here for now, awaiting my return with good news. I promise that one day soon, I will take you out, but first, I must ensure all potential threats are eliminated." With her delicate face nestled against Song Liang's shoulder, she exhaled softly, nodding in agreement. Naturally, she was curious about the hidden card he mentioned, yet being a wise girl, she understood that his reluctance to share it was justified. She refrained from probing further, knowing that doing so might tarnish her image in his eyes. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Song Liang's gaze as he envisioned the near future, driving a military-grade Mercedes through the deserted streets. The thought was exhilarating. Slowly he rose, retrieving enough provisions from his consciousness space to sustain Lin Yue for a week, placing them on the table. "You will keep these and subsist on them for the time being," he instructed. Lin Yue pressed her lips together and nodded gently. Seeing her obedient demeanor stirred something within Song Liang, prompting him to tenderly kiss her soft pink lips before retreating to his room to gather the necessary items for his departure. This marked the first time in 2 months since the apocalypse began that Song Liang had resolved to step beyond the confines of his sanctuary. Previously, he would never have dared such a venture, not out of fear of the fierce individuals outside the building, but rather from the trepidation of being betrayed by the very residents of his own unit. Fortunately, his promise to assist them in sourcing supplies from the outside world had established him as their sole lifeline, alleviating his concerns. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution and in anticipation of potential traitors lurking within the unit, Song Liang felt compelled to arm himself thoroughly. He donned a bulletproof vest retrieved from his consciousness space, a garment that had evolved over the years to offer comprehensive protection. The crafted product aligns impeccably with the physiological structure of the human body, exhibiting remarkable elasticity that does not hinder complex movements while also providing exceptional warmth. In the current frigid temperatures nearing freezing, one could venture outdoors clad solely in a bulletproof vest. While the thermal insulation is certainly beneficial, the pivotal aspect of this attire lies in its defensive capabilities, even when pierced by a military-grade dagger or struck at close range by a large-caliber bullet. One would remain unscathed. Of course, should one be hit by a large-caliber bullet, internal injuries would be inevitable. Chapter 98. First outing nonetheless. This garment instilled a profound sense of security in Song Liang. Subsequently, he donned a winter jacket paired with mountaineering trousers and boots, presenting himself like a seasoned extreme sports athlete. Within his conscious realm, Song Liang selected a reliable military dagger, concealing it on his person for unforeseen circumstances. Should the group outside be deceitful in luring him out, and he were to be ambushed immediately, this dagger would undoubtedly prove invaluable. After considerable effort, he meticulously installed the replicated ammunition into the magazine, followed by duplicating the magazine itself. Having created 5 fully loaded magazines, he secured them on his body, finally feeling a sense of reassurance. This marked his inaugural official outing. Thus, exercising caution was entirely warranted. He then boarded the concealed mechanical elevator at the foot of his bed, descending into the basement. With familiarity, Liang traversed the basement lounge and pressed the button to open the long unopened underground garage door. Crossing the bridge that spanned a small pool, he arrived before his camouflaged, modified, military-grade Mercedes. Tenderly, he brushed his fingers over its dust-laden exterior, chuckling softly, "Old friend, it's been 2 months. Do you long for the days we once fought side by side?" He activated the garage's built-in cleaning system, swiftly restoring both the exterior and interior of the vehicle to a pristine condition, gleaming with brilliance. Taking his seat in the driver's position, a long-lost sensation surged through him. He turned the key, and the roar of the engine filled the air. He pressed the button for the mechanical door, which opened with a series of heavy clanks. At last, Liang beheld the world outside. The air was somewhat cool, yet he felt sheltered by his winter gear and the thermal bulletproof vest. With only a hint of chill on his hands, he placed his handgun aside, pressed the accelerator, and surged out of the underground garage. The once bustling neighborhood now lay in eerie silence, with a few grotesque zombies in the distance drawn by the commotion, shambling toward him. The air was thick with an inexplicable odor, reminiscent of decay and mildew, an unpleasant scent that paled in comparison to the purified atmosphere within his home. Furrowing his brow, Liang opened the window and, through the iron bars, discharged 2 rounds at the heads of the approaching zombies, who fell lifelessly in response. Liang let out a sigh of relief as he sped towards the entrance of his residential community in his beloved vehicle. To his surprise, the number of zombies and monsters in the vicinity seemed rather sparse, and they were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Occasionally, a few oblivious zombies attempted to approach his car, only to be sent flying upon impact, landing in a disheveled heap on the distant lawn. As he drove away from the community, he suddenly noticed shadows flitting through a few nearby apartment buildings. Most of these figures cast glances laden with avarice in his direction. Although this was to be expected, it still left him feeling somewhat uneasy, as if he were under surveillance. His armored off-road vehicle, traversing through the desolate surroundings, naturally attracted considerable attention, and those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly be stirred by greed. A faint smirk appeared on Liang's lips. He was indifferent to the covetous gazes directed towards his modified off-road vehicle, designed for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. He had endured such scrutiny for 2 months now. The desire to harm him had multiplied, but he felt no need to concern himself with a few more. Soon, he acclimated to the predatory stares and chose to disregard them. Upon exiting the community, he realized that the streets bore no signs of human activity, making it nearly impossible to discern direction by mere sight. Fortunately, he had brought a map of Tianing City, a precaution he had prepared beforehand. He had requested this map from Wu Huainan, and now it proved invaluable, sparing him considerable trouble. He couldn't help but wonder how Wu Huainan was faring. Was he still alive? Liang felt a twinge of concern for the man, who had assisted him significantly before the world succumbed to chaos. He had previously attempted to reach Wu Huainan by phone, but his device remained switched off, leaving him with no means to inquire about his whereabouts. As he navigated the urban jungle in his modified Mercedes, he deliberately rolled down the window, relishing the rush of wind against his ears, his exhilaration reaching a crescendo. It felt liberating. He was grateful he hadn't abandoned his intention to venture out during the apocalypse. Otherwise, he would have never experienced such a thrill. Liang's first destination was a large shopping mall not far from his community. Initially, he had contemplated searching the nearby small shops, but upon witnessing the aftermath of vandalism and looting, he surmised that little remained within. Thus, he decided to forego that idea. However, during his journey, a particular building caught his eye. It was the Tianing City police station, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him. His quest for supplies was but a fade. The true objective was to procure weapons to fill the void in his armament. Wasn't the armory within the police station precisely what he desired? Without a moment's hesitation, he alighted from his vehicle, parked it at the entrance of the police station, and armed himself with a handgun and a dagger, gradually approaching the building. This police station, a standalone structure, stood approximately 7 or 8 stories tall. It was first encounter with the police station of Tianing City, prompting him to exclaim, "Truly, it is worthy of being a police station in a major metropolis." The first floor of the station bore signs of violence, with several windows shattered and the surroundings marred by dark, dried bloodstains, hinting at the hellish scenes that had unfolded within these walls. With his handgun drawn and safety disengaged, slipped through one of the broken windows. The interior was relatively well lit, yet devoid of the items he sought, resembling an office cluttered with disheveled folders and papers stained with blood. He traversed the room with utmost caution, careful not to make a sound. In his previous life, it was a careless noise that had attracted the attention of those monstrous beings, leading to his untimely demise. This time, he vowed to exercise extreme caution. Bending low, entered the corridor of the building, where the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the brightly lit room he had just left. The absence of light rendered the corridor pitch dark. However, this did not daunt. With a flick of his wrist, a miner's lamp appeared in his hand. Chapter 99. The police station armory. This lamp, though compact and designed for handheld use, emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the narrow corridor as if it were broad daylight, revealing every detail. Lacking knowledge of the police station's internal layout and without a map to guide him, recognized that locating the armory in a brief span of time was implausible. Thus, he resolved to search each room methodically, remaining vigilant for any zombies or creatures lurking in the shadows. Fortunately, after approximately 20 minutes of searching, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this floor bore no trace of monsters. He wondered where they had all fled. Yet, the unfortunate news was that he had not uncovered any clues regarding the armory's whereabouts. Ascending the staircase at the end of the corridor, he arrived on the second floor, continuing the same search he had conducted on the first, hoping to soon locate the armory. In this eerily silent corridor, only the light from his miner's lamp pierced the darkness, akin to a solitary ship adrift on the ocean. He yearned to vacate this place. Each passing second felt as though his very hairs were standing on end. The second floor presented no immediate concerns, but during his search, he stumbled upon a door that was locked from the inside, obstructed by bookshelves and chairs. This discovery served as a shot of adrenaline for. After all, the more critical a location, the more measures would be taken to fortify its defenses. Beyond this door, even if it is not the arms depot that Song Liang was seeking, it undoubtedly conceals items of significant importance to the police station. Song Liang retrieved a crowbar from his mental space and struck the door lock with great force. The clanging echoed through the desolate corridor, prompting him to halt abruptly and hold his breath, listening intently. Yet, apart from the persistent reverberations, only the sound of the wind could be heard, devoid of any monstrous presence. Shaking his head, Song Liang refocused his attention on the lock. Soon enough, the bolted room yielded to his efforts. He pressed against the door with considerable force, and perhaps due to the limited clutter beyond, it swung open with a resounding creak. As he gazed inside, he inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Crouched behind the door were 4 or 5 officers clad in police uniforms, communicating silently with one another, their bodies draped in a thin layer of clothing, with signs of something having burned nearby. These individuals appeared emaciated, their skin exhibiting an unnaturally dark gray hue, clearly having succumbed to starvation within this confined space, trapped by the looming threat of monsters as the apocalypse unfolded. With a soft sigh, Song Liang observed the corpses, noting their lack of visible injuries or dismemberment. However, the bodies displayed varying degrees of decay, indicating they had not perished simultaneously. In their final moments, these officers had not forsaken their humanity, refraining from turning on their comrades who had succumbed earlier. This, perhaps, is the essence of camaraderie, Song Liang murmured to himself, in stark contrast to the individuals in his own apartment block who had resorted to killing their fellow living beings for sustenance. These officers chose to embrace the brilliance of their humanity, even at the cost of their own lives. The disparity was evident. Song Liang bowed respectfully to the fallen officers and resolved to find a way to give them a proper burial. Recognizing his intrusion upon their resting place and feeling a sense of responsibility to honor them, while inspecting the bodies, he discovered that one officer positioned at the edge did not appear to have died of starvation. A dark gunshot wound marred his temple, and in his hand lay a modified version of the 92-style service pistol. It was evident that this individual had taken his own life. Standing to the side, Song Liang's mind conjured the harrowing events that had transpired within this seemingly inconsequential room. Desperate, the officers had gathered around a pile of flames. the external dangers rendering them incapable of contemplating an escape, while their resources dwindled to almost nothing. In the endless passage of time, only idle conversations with comrades could provide some semblance of solace. Soon, the first officer collapsed, gaunt and listless, a victim of starvation. The others, too preoccupied with the tragedy of his demise, could only embrace him, striving to keep him from the cold, unforgiving ground. After a period of time, the officers began to fall one after another, their mortal forms utterly incapable of resisting the looming threat of death. Ultimately, only 2 officers remained, gasping for breath, evidently on the brink of their demise. Even in such dire circumstances, they never entertained the thought of consuming the bodies of their fallen comrades to prolong their own lives. They made a pact. Should one perish, the other would immediately take his own life, for neither wished to be left alone with the corpses of their friends, waiting in solitude for death to claim them. At last, that moment arrived. The penultimate officer breathed his last, his eyes closing forever. Almost simultaneously, the other comrade pressed the trigger against his own temple. Thus, the scene transformed into the grim tableau that Song Liang now beheld. Song Liang stood in place for a considerable time before he moved to bury the last officer, choosing a spot in the vacant lot adjacent to the police station. He sighed. The deceased had departed, yet those who remained must continue the struggle for survival. This was not a time for sorrow. With hands clasped in prayer, he bowed once more at the burial site of the fallen officers, then departed, ascending to the 2nd floor to resume his quest for the arms cache. He searched diligently for a full hour and a half before finally discovering the arms cache on the 6th floor of the police station. To his astonishment, the door to the cache was ajar, possibly a remnant of previous attempts to retrieve weapons for confronting the monsters. Treading lightly, Song Liang entered and found no sign of creatures within, only an enveloping darkness. Shining his flashlight into the room, he was greeted by a plethora of firearms. Rows upon rows of handguns and rifles. Among them lay a sniper rifle and a grenade launcher, both weapons he had only seen on television. This unexpected bounty thrilled him. Initially, he had only hoped for a reliable rifle, yet here were superior weapons. After a moment of exhilaration, he composed himself. Although these firearms would not be easy to wield, he could not afford to dwell on that now. With a sweeping motion, he collected them all into his consciousness space, planning to explore their capabilities later. Chapter 100. A bountiful harvest, especially the sniper rifle and grenade launcher. These were truly the CR de la CR. With these at his disposal, he would no longer need to fear overwhelming adversaries. Even if he was not intimately familiar with these weapons, their mere presence would serve as a deterrent. Song Liang sensed an innate connection to firearms. His prior training with handguns had been brief, yet now, while he could not claim to be perfect, his accuracy was undeniably commendable. In his previous life, Song Liang had failed to recognize this advantage. Perhaps it was due to the extraordinary circumstances of his rebirth that endowed him with such remarkable attributes. It is conceivable that beyond just the pistol, with a thorough exploration of these new firearms, he would be adept in no time. As he glanced at his own hands, he realized that he had never perceived the distinctiveness of his current sensations until he stepped outside. He harbored a premonition that he could master the use of these weapons in a remarkably short span of time. Subsequently, Song Liang meticulously scoured the armory for a while longer, ultimately discovering several hundred rounds of rifle ammunition and a dozen grenades. The abundance of handgun ammunition was immeasurable, but it was unnecessary for him at this moment, so he left it all behind without a second thought. Furthermore, he stumbled upon several shotguns confiscated by the police, likely acquired from the homes of elderly individuals from the previous generation. However, these shotguns were rusted and had likely been stored away for many years. Their operability was uncertain, and even if they could fire, there was a risk of explosion. Thus, Song Liang treated them similarly to the pistols, storing them in the recesses of his consciousness, intending to disregard them entirely. This outing was nothing short of a treasure hunt for Song Liang. The firearms he had gathered were sufficient to equip a small army. In addition to the weapons and ammunition, he also found a few bulletproof vests and several sets of military-grade explosive tools tucked away in a corner of the armory. Although these items held little value for him at present, they would prove advantageous when he eventually established his own faction, equipping his subordinates with such intriguing gear. Consequently, Song Liang resolved to accept everything, gathering all these items into his possession. With merely the discovery of these armaments, he felt his journey had not been in vain. This expedition not only yielded an abundance of resources, but also enlightened him to the fact that, aside from the surplus supplies at home, there existed a vast reservoir of materials in the outside world, perhaps even surpassing the stockpile he had amassed in his consciousness. This revelation had completely eluded him prior, particularly given the chaos that had erupted in Tian City just days before the impending disaster. During that turmoil, people had poured from their homes, engaging in looting and destruction. Anything of value or any place harboring supplies had been ravaged. Thus, he had originally harbored little hope of successfully locating resources. However, that notion had now been entirely transformed. Liang had finally discovered the firearms he had set out to find, along with a plethora of unexpected treasures, and he departed from the police station in Tian City with a heart full of satisfaction. Outside, the modified Mercedes-Benz shimmered in the golden glow of the setting sun. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been out for most of the day. What had begun as a high noon had now transitioned into the fading light of dusk. It was time to procure some sustenance for his loyal followers. Liang did not forget the task of seeking food for those clownish neighbors, and thus departed from the police station in his vehicle. He circled around the vicinity of the station and finally stumbled upon a supermarket that appeared to be relatively unscathed, tucked away in an inconspicuous location. Employing the method of breaking a window, he entered the supermarket. For reasons unknown, Liang felt an unusual stroke of luck today. Upon entering, he discovered that there were no signs of monsters or zombies within the supermarket. Where had this horde of creatures vanished? He pondered, realizing that anomalies often conceal underlying truths. Yet he had little time to dwell on such mysteries. Once inside the supermarket, disappointment washed over him. The shelves seemed to be almost entirely emptied, devoid of any goods. Save for the rust that suggested these shelves were far from new. Although the shelves were bare, the floor was littered with many decaying cabbage remnants. Standing still, Liang contemplated for a moment and began to understand the reason behind this desolation. The supermarket was situated near a residential area, a fundamental establishment for the community. Consequently, most residents were aware of its presence, inevitably falling victim to the chaos of frenzied looters during the upheaval. Thus, it was only logical that any useful supplies within would have been utterly depleted. However, this did not deter Liang. He quickly realized that the large shopping malls located on the outskirts, far from both the urban center and residential zones, would likely remain unscathed. Yet, the farther he ventured, the greater the risk of encountering danger. He needed to weigh the worth of such an endeavor. Typically, these large malls were constructed in desolate suburban areas, and more accurately, they could hardly be termed supermarkets or markets, but rather warehouses. With a map of Tianning spread before him, he meticulously searched its expanse, circling several locations after a lengthy examination. These circles encompassed all the large shopping malls closest to the police station, marking the most probable destinations for his journey today. Thus, Liang turned the key in the ignition, accelerating his Mercedes to its maximum speed, racing towards the marked circles on the map. According to the map, one of these locations was a newly constructed large mall, established just 2 years prior, nestled in a remote area. The nearest residential zone was several kilometers away, rendering it essentially neglected, save for the occasional delivery vehicles passing through. Given this reasoning, Liang surmised that this place was likely unknown to many, and thus it probably still housed a significant stockpile of untouched supplies, undoubtedly including food. As he drove, he listened to music, swaying in rhythm with the melodies. On this stretch of road, there were no other vehicles racing alongside him, allowing him to traverse without any concern for potential accidents, even if it were to truly occur. Considering the formidable strength of the modified Mercedes that Liang was seated upon, there would be no possibility of any danger. Soon, guided by the map, Liang arrived near the designated location of the shopping mall. Chapter 101. The quest for sustenance. Upon reaching his destination, Liang proceeded with his plan, shattering the first layer of glass before using a crowbar nearby to assist himself in gaining entry. Clad in a state-of-the-art bulletproof vest, he needed only to exercise caution to avoid allowing shards of glass to lacerate his arms. Upon entering this once thriving supermarket, Liang observed faint remnants of its former splendor. The entire supermarket was arranged in a circular manner, spiraling upwards, surrounded by various storefronts. Within these shops, Liang beheld an array of exquisite and dazzling goods. Although time had taken its toll, leaving several layers of dust, the previous opulence was still evident. The merchandise within the stores included not only luxurious clothing and footwear, but also an assortment of everyday necessities, with numerous extravagant items on display. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, these luxuries had become utterly valueless. When compared to a modest snack priced at a few coins, they were mere trinkets, easily absorbed into Song Liang's consciousness space. He sought out stores containing more useful items, eschewing selectiveness in order to save time, and directly collected everything within the shops into his mental repository, preparing to transport it all away. The area within the supermarket with the most abundant stock was located on the highest floor, the 4th level. After casually gathering some useful supplies from the lower levels, he ascended to the 4th floor, for it was there that his goal lay. Indeed, upon reaching the 4th floor of the supermarket, Song Liang found that it had largely escaped the ravages of looting. Most of the merchandise remained intact and undisturbed. It seemed this location was several miles away from the nearest residential area, leading to the assumption that during the chaos, many were unaware that this place held the true treasures. However, Song Liang felt a tinge of disappointment, as the prolonged disaster had taken its toll on most of the remaining supplies. Particularly the food items, many of which had expired, rendered their quality regrettable. The recent sharp drop in temperature, while transforming this space into a natural cold storage, had nevertheless turned many once valuable goods into refuse. Especially the majority of plastic packaged snacks and instant biscuits had developed a thin layer of frost, rendering them unpalatable at first glance. As for the area designated for storing fresh vegetables, although most had not rotted due to prolonged storage, they were severely dehydrated, likely inedible for the average person. Fortunately, Song Liang had no need to consume these provisions, as they were intended for his beloved neighbors. Thus, he was not excessively discerning and gathered them all. The designated area for storing meat was relatively better than that for vegetables, yet was still not in an excellent condition, with a considerable amount already spoiled. However, due to the prior refrigeration, the meat had largely escaped the calamity until the power outage. Following the outage, as temperatures plummeted, the food remained somewhat consumable. After deliberating for a while, Song Liang collected the meat that appeared relatively intact, intending to distribute it among the ravenous neighbors. A commendable choice indeed. As for the other items, options were scarce. To save time, he discarded anything that seemed inedible and gathered the remainder. Once he had organized everything, a sigh of relief escaped him. The food he had procured from the supermarket, which would have been deemed refuse in normal times, now represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Song Liang clapped his hands and stood to survey the empty shelves before him, nodding in satisfaction. This should suffice. Although he would not consume these items, even if they were given freely, they would undoubtedly satisfy the insatiable appetites of those starving neighbors. He felt that what he had gathered was adequate for them, and decided against seeking fresher supplies. After all, he did not lack food for himself, and taking the risk to gather provisions for his neighbors was already a considerable effort. Expecting high quality from him would be rather greedy. Nonetheless, Song Liang remained vigilant. Although the quality of these provisions was subpar, they would be far more gratifying for the residents of the apartment building who had not had a proper meal in quite some time, far superior to dining in upscale restaurants during normal times. Presently, he had not established a particularly strong reputation among his neighbors, but that was sufficient should anyone challenge him. He would not hesitate to employ a show of force to remind these ungrateful souls of their place. In the supermarket, Song Liang casually found 2 large snakeskin bags and filled them with everything except the vegetables and meat he had just placed in his consciousness space. He also packed in many biscuits and bread that had long surpassed their expiration dates. Soon, both bags were filled to capacity. As for the other seemingly useful items, he decided against taking them. They would serve no purpose at this stage, so he left them behind. Perhaps these items could save someone else's life in the future. A small act of kindness he wished to leave for this world. After meticulously packing everything, Song Liang glanced at the watch adorning his wrist, a twinge of concern creeping in as he pondered the potential dangers of returning home too late. This apprehension did not stem from cowardice. Rather, when confronted with the likes of zombies, the advantage of daylight was undeniably significant. He had no desire to face those merciless creatures alone in the oppressive darkness of night. The watch, a mechanical marvel, required no batteries, its accuracy unwavering as long as Song Liang diligently maintained it. The time displayed was already past 4:40 in the afternoon. To return to his residential complex from the supermarket would take over an hour. Thus, he resolved not to squander any more time in search of additional supplies. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future to scavenge for resources, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. He was confident that no one would dare to rob him of his hard-earned provisions. Therefore, he decided to abandon the remaining supplies, planning to explore them leisurely when time permitted. Chapter 102. The hidden crisis. Having secured his gathered provisions, Liang departed the supermarket, accelerating in a modified Mercedes parked outside, heading resolutely towards home. Upon nearing his residential complex, the clock approached 6 in the evening, the sky gradually dimming. Only when he caught sight of the entrance to his community did he allow himself a sigh of relief, thankful that he had not wasted too much time. Otherwise, he could only speculate on the perils that awaited him in the dark. The thunderous roar of the turbocharged engine reverberated hauntingly through the now quiet neighborhood as he returned, drawing the attention of countless greedy eyes peering through the windows of the adjacent apartment buildings, their stares unnervingly invasive. In one of those high-rise windows, Sun Yukai, the foreman of the construction crew from the neighboring unit, squinted his eyes, a malevolent glint flickering within them. He leaned out, fixating his predatory gaze on the modified Mercedes driven by Liang below. A prominent scar marred the right side of his face, a testament to a knife wound that rendered his visage all the more menacing. This scar was a remnant of a confrontation with a local gang during a previous project in a distant town, an altercation that escalated into a violent clash. It was during that encounter that a member of the gang had inflicted the wound upon him. This experience had forged his fierce demeanor and assertive character, allowing him to dominate the entire floor shortly after the apocalypse began, leading a life filled with vigor. The last incident involving Liang had been the only setback he had faced during this time. It is astonishing that someone could create such a contraption. With such formidable defense and armor, there is no longer any need to fear anything in this apocalyptic world. If we could manage to seize such a remarkable asset, we could venture out in search of sustenance, no longer reliant on those repugnant provisions. A lean man beside him followed his gaze out the window and chuckled. "Brother, I've seen that thing before. It's merely a Mercedes. What is the big deal?" Sun Yotsai's cunning eyes were fixed intently on the Mercedes being driven by Liang, and he remarked with a deep, confident laugh, "Regardless of what it is, the fact that it can navigate this apocalypse so effortlessly means we must devise a way to claim it for ourselves. This is the first step towards my conquest of the world." Indeed, upon witnessing the vehicle Liang was piloting, it was not only Sun Yukai who harbored such ambitions. Every onlooker shared this sentiment. The notion that those who behold it have a stake in it had never seemed more valid. Nearly 2 months of confinement had driven many to the brink of madness, and for the remaining survivors, the line between sanity and demise was perilously thin. They were in desperate need of escape, to seek out more food and a more suitable habitat for survival, an urgency that could not be overstated. The only reason they had not acted on these thoughts was due to the harshness of the external environment and the ever-present threat of biological crises, both fraught with lethal risks. However, the modified Mercedes, outfitted with enhancements and full armor, rekindled their hopes and intensified their yearning for the outside world. Liang could acutely sense the greed and overt hostility emanating from the gazes fixed upon him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the pistol at his waist, recalling the plethora of weapons and gear he had painstakingly gathered throughout the day, which gradually assuaged his apprehension. "If any of you wish to test your mettle, feel free. I was just lamenting the lack of a place to practice with my newly acquired equipment." Upon arriving at his apartment building in the Mercedes, Liang parked and, in a moment of distraction, looked up to find numerous residents peering out of their windows. Their eyes filled with excitement as they gazed at him. Their attention was particularly fixated on the 2 large, bulging snakeskin bags he had brought back. With a slight smile, he maneuvered the vehicle to a discreet location where it would go unnoticed, subsequently transferring the Mercedes into his consciousness space. To everyone else, it merely appeared as though he had parked beside the building, an inconspicuous act. He then took his time, carrying the 2 overflowing snakeskin bags back into the apartment complex. Unbeknownst to him, during this journey, he had truly not encountered the presence of monsters or zombies. Were it not for his previous life experiences and encounters with such creatures, Liang might have doubted whether he was living in a dream. During this period, there had been no crises instigated by monsters. Was it all merely his own fanciful thinking? Nevertheless, This was not something Song Liang was eager to ponder at the moment. He needed to haul back the 2 bulging snakeskin bags he clutched in his hands and distribute their contents among his beloved neighbors. The bags were filled to the brim with substantial items, which slowed his pace considerably. This sight exhilarated the residents of the upper floors, some of whom, indifferent to their image, leaned out of their windows in ecstasy, shouting with abandon. Meanwhile, in the adjacent building, Sun Yukai and his companions gazed with envious eyes, their jealousy palpable. "Brother, do you think those 2 snakeskin bags that Song Liang is carrying contain food?" inquired the lean man, frowning as he pointed towards Song Liang. Sun Yukai, his eyes glinting with ferocity, snapped back at the lean man. What a foolish question. He has gone to great lengths and risked himself in this peculiar time. If he isn't searching for food, then pray tell, what else could he be after? The other workers from the same construction team gulped in unison and edged closer to Sun Yukai. "Boss, what's the situation? Is there food?" Sun Yukai shook his head, clarifying. "Not for us, but for him." He gestured towards Song Liang outside. The group followed his gaze, quickly grasping their leader's implication. "So, Song Liang has found food from outside? How splendid. It seems there is still sustenance available outside, not entirely plundered. It appears we are saved." Chapter 103. The return from outing. What are we waiting for? Let us go deal with that scoundrel and seize everything he's brought back, including his flashy vehicle. I want to drive it. The group licked their lips, calling out excitedly. Sun Yukai, however, pondered for a moment before responding with a stern expression. "Hold your horses. This matter requires careful deliberation. Song Liang is not to be trifled with. He caused the demise of many of our brothers last time. We must approach him with caution when seeking retribution. Moreover, I have heard whispers that he possesses a firearm. Albeit a pistol, it is still enough to pose a significant threat. Therefore, if we truly intend to confront him, it must be done with utmost stealth. We cannot afford to reveal our intentions." Sun Yotsai's demeanor was notably cautious. The last encounter had cost him several capable allies, and he was determined not to repeat that mistake. Although the allure of the supplies Song Liang had brought back was undeniable, they refrained from acting rashly. Yet, despite having such a level-headed leader like Sun Yukai, the organization was not devoid of those prone to impulsive actions. After listening to Sun Yotsai's words, several workers at the back seemed rather dissatisfied with his arrangements. These individuals were brought in by Sun Yukai only after he had taken control of the entire apartment building, and their relationship with him was rather tenuous. They believed that Song Liang was merely a brash young lad, not one to be perpetually fearful due to a single setback in an assault. Such behavior was unbecoming of someone of Sun Yotsai's stature. After a brief discussion among themselves, they unanimously concluded that if they did not act swiftly against Song Liang now, once he returned safely to their building, all opportunities to seize his supplies would be lost. Thus, they secretly armed themselves with kitchen knives and iron shovels, and, after a hasty preparation, they descended the stairs with uncontainable eagerness. Meanwhile, Song Liang entered the hallway through the main entrance of the building, carrying 2 heavy bags filled with food. He took out his phone to inform Uncle Chun and that he had returned safely, requesting him to come and assist. For he had no key to the building's iron gate and could not possibly carry these hefty bags upstairs alone. Surprisingly, before Song Liang could send a message, Uncle Chun had already appeared behind the iron gate, a look of joy on his face as he awaited Song Liang's approach. He had spotted Song Liang's figure returning from the upstairs window and had been waiting by the gate long before Song Liang had parked his vehicle. "Wow, Xiao Song, you truly are remarkable. You brought back so much food," Uncle Chun exclaimed as he opened the door, his eyes wide with astonishment and admiration as he beheld the 2 bulging bags in Song Liang's hands. This was something he had never dared to imagine before Song Liang's departure. Outside the building lay countless dangers. One had to be constantly vigilant against monster attacks and wary of other survivors. The living conditions were exceedingly harsh, and finding supplies was a daunting task. If anyone else had ventured out to seek food, they would likely have been too frightened to take another step after just 1 or 2 attempts. Yet, Song Liang had succeeded, clearly demonstrating extraordinary prowess. It was evident that such adventurous endeavors required someone as bold, meticulous, and self-assured as Song Liang. Waving his hand with a smile, Song Liang remarked, "Indeed, the remaining supplies outside are scarce and quite challenging to find. I quickly traversed the nearby supermarkets and shopping malls. However, Most of the supermarkets and malls close to residential areas had already been stripped bare by the crowds during the last riot. Nevertheless, I did not easily give up. I am aware of the responsibility I bear. The residents are all waiting for my return. To ensure everyone has enough to eat, I shall search throughout the entire Tianning city, if necessary, to bring back food for all. In a moment of desperation, I ventured out to the suburban outskirts, wandering aimlessly until, through perseverance, I finally procured a modest supply of provisions from a distant large supermarket. This should suffice for everyone for a while. Song Liang handed the 2 bulging bags he carried to Uncle Chunin, then turned to return to his home on the first floor, contemplating introducing Lin Yue to the others. The thought of her patiently waiting at home brought a sweet smile to his lips. This little girl is truly obedient. Even amidst the commotion outside, she does not come out to greet me. Upon entering the house, he discovered Lin Yue sitting gracefully in the living room, gazing at him with affection, as if she had been waiting for him for quite some time. "Have you been waiting long?" Song Liang hurried over, enveloping her in his embrace, chuckling softly. "I knew you would be safe." Lin Yue nestled her head against his chest, smiling gently, revealing her charming dimples. He affectionately stroked her hair, saying, "Let us go. Everyone is waiting for us." Lin Yue nodded lightly, yet her wrist remained entwined with his arm, reluctant to let go. Once outside, Song Liang sent a message in the homeowners group, summoning everyone to gather on the first floor to distribute supplies. As soon as the message was sent, excitement erupted in the chat. "No problem, boss. I'm on my way." "Boss, you're amazing. You actually managed to bring back food from outside. I admire you greatly." Shortly after, the residents began to descend from their apartments, crowding the first-floor hallway. The stairwell quickly filled with people. The emaciated, ravenous homeowners gazed with eager and greedy eyes at the 2 bulging bags before Song Liang and Lin Yue. Some were restless, saliva dripping from their mouths, even tempted to seize the bags of food. However, Song Liang had anticipated such a scenario, preparing accordingly. He instructed Uncle Chun and to stand beside him with an iron rod, while he gripped his handgun in one hand and held Lin Yue close with the other, ready to protect her at a moment's notice. As the bustling crowd gradually quieted down, he smiled and addressed the neighbors. "Dear residents, I, Song Liang, have gone to great lengths to procure these supplies for you." He exchanged a glance with Uncle Chunin, signaling him to open the 2 bags filled with provisions. Uncle Chunin nodded, stepping forward to comply, untying the ropes binding the bags and emptying their contents onto the ground. With a clatter, a sumptuous array of delectable food materialized before the eager eyes of the crowd. There were enticing vegetables and an abundance of seemingly fresh meats, alongside countless bags of bread and cookies. Although the quality appeared less than pristine, and most would have been deemed spoiled in the past, to these owners, who had long been deprived of sustenance, it felt akin to encountering Michelin-starred cuisine. Uncle Chin's eyes sparkled as he beheld the entranced owners around him. He couldn't help but raise an arm and proclaim, "Song Liang is mighty. Song Liang is our great hero." The surrounding group of owners quickly grasped his sentiment, joining in a fervent chorus, raising their fists in unity, chanting, "Song Liang is mighty. Song Liang is our great hero. Without Song Liang, we are nothing. Song Liang is our undisputed elder brother. Song Liang, Song Liang, I want to marry you and bear your child. I love you, Song Liang." Lin Yue, nestled in Song Liang's embrace, blinked her eyes and turned to observe his expression. Noticing his bemusement, akin to one who had just tasted something unpleasant, she finally relaxed, tightening her hold on his arm. In this apocalyptic era, the allure of food was overpowering. It seemed that even if Song Liang were to breach their prior agreements and lead them to peril, they would unhesitatingly acquiesce. Sensing the growing unrest among the crowd, Uncle Chun swiftly intervened, attempting to soothe their excitement. "Dear neighbors, let us not be overly animated. Song Liang is indeed irreplaceable to us, but we must respect him above all, for he is our leader. Let us first allow him to speak, shall we?" At last, the crowd heeded the shift in Song Liang's demeanor, their underlying fear of him resurfacing, worried he might withhold food from them in a moment of anger. They fell silent. Seeing the calm settle over the group, Song Liang nodded and smiled, stating, "I expended considerable effort in my recent venture to procure these supplies. My intention is to share them with all of you, so there is no need for concern." Suddenly, his tone shifted, his countenance becoming stern. "However, I have previously stated that we are in dire times. If you partake of my provisions, You must undertake tasks that satisfy me. I, Song Liang, shall not support idleness. Thus, if any of you wish to consume this food, you must arm yourselves and follow my command to fend off those who would disturb us. Should anyone among you consider merely feasting without contributing, I advise you to abandon that notion forthwith, for no matter how much you consume, I assure you, you will regurgitate it along with your blood. The onlookers stood frozen, their eyes transfixed as they discreetly swallowed hard, gazing at the glimmering metallic handgun in Song Liang's hand before casting a glance at the delectable spread of food on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, they succumbed to the allure of the feast, nodding vigorously in agreement, wholly surrendering to Song Liang's display of both benevolence and authority. Very well, Song Liang proclaimed. Satisfied with their compliance, let us hasten to distribute this bounty. Fret not, there is enough for everyone. He then signaled Uncle Chun In, who was standing nearby, to assist him in calling out names from the owner's group to ensure that all would receive their share of the provisions. Just as everyone anticipated a harmonious distribution of the food, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Unbeknownst to the crowd, several armed men stealthily approached from behind. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they beheld the abundant spread before them, one of them exclaiming with excitement, "Goodness, so much food. I thought there was little, but now we're in for a windfall." Before Song Liang and his companions could react, another voice emerged from the throng. "Fools, what is there to discuss? Seize it all. Leave none behind." In an instant, 7 or 8 men brandished their weapons, charging towards Song Liang. These men exhibited a ruthless determination. Despite being outnumbered by Song Liang's entourage, they showed no signs of fear, their excitement palpable. Having toiled outside for many years, they could discern that apart from Song Liang at the forefront and the elderly man beside him, there were scarcely any others capable of combat among the throngs, rendering them largely inconsequential despite their numerical advantage. Song Liang swiftly registered their intent, and the sight of their raised weapons sent a jolt through him. Instinctively, he reached for his handgun, prepared to confront them, while simultaneously pulling Lin Yue behind him to shield her from potential harm. However, he soon realized that these intruders were still a distance away. They would first need to breach the crowd surrounding them before reaching the core where he stood. Thus, he halted his action of drawing the weapon, retreating a few steps with Lin Yue in tow, and bellowed to the owners before him. "We are being robbed of our provisions. These resources are limited, and we must unite to thwart them. For anyone who brings down one of these intruders, I, Song Liang, pledge to reward them with double rations. My word is my bond. If any of these items were to be seized by those outsiders, I would not grant you a single portion, for you are unworthy of possessing these resources, which I have painstakingly sought after." At the utterance of these words, the homeowners, who had initially contemplated fleeing upon hearing the commotion behind them, abruptly halted their steps. Chapter 105, The Onset of Chaos. Song Liang's words held undeniable truth. The sustenance he had arduously procured from the perilous outside world was a hard-won prize. Should these provisions fall into the hands of uninvited guests, what would they have to sustain themselves? Without food, would they not be met with the fate of death? Moreover, the homeowners harbored no doubt regarding Song Liang's declaration. If even a single item from this cache were to be taken, they would receive nothing in return. It was entirely plausible that Song Liang would resort to such measures. They could not gamble against him, for he wielded a firearm, and these supplies were rightfully his. Nevertheless, Song Liang had made a compelling promise. Should any among them take a life, he would generously provide enough provisions for 2. This was an exceedingly tempting proposition. After pausing, the group of homeowners turned to survey their surroundings. Opposite them stood 7 or 8 individuals, armed and bearing menacing expressions. Yet, they were emboldened by their own numbers, which exceeded a dozen. What was there to fear? With this resolve, several young men among the crowd gritted their teeth, brandishing steel pipes and iron rods, charging towards the aggressive intruders. They had equipped themselves with weapons for self-defense, making them readily accessible, a marked improvement from the past. Meanwhile, Song Liang retreated behind the throng, aiming his pistol at the assailants while vigilantly watching his neighbors. One must always be wary. Should these seemingly virtuous neighbors desire food and disregard their own safety to seize it, chaos would ensue. Fortunately, the crowd did not harbor such intentions. In truth, if they banded together to claim the resources, they could potentially overwhelm their foes. Song Liang's solitary firearm would not suffice to deter all who reached out. However, no one seemed inclined to be the first to act. While hiding among the masses might afford some safety, those who dared to lead often met grim fates. The unexpected onrush of the young men caught the intruders off guard. They had anticipated that these seemingly timid individuals would flee at the sight of their aggressive approach. Yet inexplicably, the homeowners surged forth as if propelled by a sudden fervor. Thus, a tumultuous melee erupted at Song Liang's doorstep, a chaotic clash of bodies and weapons. As the sounds of clashing metal echoed within the confined space, where 40 to 50 people were jostling together. In pursuit of resources, individuals were willing to wager their very lives. The temperature in the corridor had plummeted significantly. Under such conditions, the throngs of combatants displayed little reaction even when struck by clubs or lacerated by daggers, as if numb to the pain. Consequently, many bore visible injuries, each refusing to yield to the other, resulting in a scene of bloodshed that was truly harrowing. Yet, before any of them succumbed to their wounds, they continued to wield their weapons with fervor. Among them, Uncle Chun stood as a pivotal force for Song Liang's side, brandishing a rusted iron rod with vigor, rallying the spirits of his comrades while delivering heavy blows to the heads of their adversaries. Despite the ferocity of the 7 or 8 individuals from the adjacent unit, they could not withstand the sheer numbers assaulting them simultaneously. Thus, within mere seconds, they were swiftly overrun by Song Liang's group, besieged by clubs and knives alike. The air reverberated with the roars of the crowd, saturated with the metallic scent of blood. After nearly 2 months of living under the specter of death since the onset of the apocalypse, these individuals have been ensnared in a relentless struggle for survival. The prospect of losing their hard-won provisions to the aggression from the neighboring group was an outcome no one could bear. As the battle raged on, it not only served as an outlet for the pent-up grievances of the crowd, but also emboldened their spirits, diminishing their fear of death and intensifying their resolve. Following this astonishing melee, the ground lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of the unwelcome intruders, their features unrecognizable and blood oozing from their orifices. In addition to the fallen assailants, a few members from Song Liang's side bore injuries of their own, some impaled by daggers, their blood flowing profusely. They had sustained grievous wounds, and their survival was all but impossible. Lin Yue, nestled in Song Liang's embrace, turned away from the grim spectacle, biting her lip in distress. As a former chief physician at the Tianjin City Hospital, she felt a familiar sorrow wash over her at the sight. Had these individuals received timely professional medical attention, there might have been a glimmer of hope for them. Yet even in such a scenario, it would necessitate specialized equipment, surgical conditions, and a myriad of medications and blood for transfusions, each element indispensable. However, before long, Lin Yue's expression softened, settling into a state of quiet resignation as she remained nestled in Song Liang's arms. Indeed, there exists an opportunity to save them. However, from Song Liang's perspective, it is utterly inconceivable to expend excessive resources merely to preserve their lives. With a light chuckle, Song Liang surveyed the bloodied neighbors before him and nodded in satisfaction. This opportunity was rare. Only by allowing these Na'vi individuals to experience the grim reality of taking lives could they hope to evolve into competent warriors. For Song Liang, this was where their true value lay. In the future, they could assist him in fending off the sudden assaults from other buildings, thus enhancing his chances of survival in the impending apocalypse. In return for reaping such benefits, Song Liang needed to part with only a fraction of nearly expired or spoiled provisions, which would merely suffice to satiate their hunger and enable him to control their every action. Well done indeed. Do you see? If we unite, the forces outside are but trifles, and there is nothing to fear. Song Liang clapped his hands in delight. Chapter 106. The reward. Song Liang glanced at the group, drenched in sweat from the fierce battle, and stepped forward, beckoning 2 particularly valiant young men. You 2 performed admirably. Come over here. The young men, elated by his words, hastily approached him, disregarding the blood smeared across their faces. With a faint smile, Song Liang patted their shoulders and gestured to Uncle Chunin, who nodded, exhaled deeply, and stepped forward. He gathered a substantial handful of scattered provisions from the ground and promptly thrust them into one young man's arms, to the astonishment of the onlookers. He then filled the other young man's embrace with another generous portion of food. Though the offerings included some stale bread, instant noodles, and slightly waterlogged vegetables, alongside a fair share of somewhat unappetizing meat. To the famished residents, these items were treasures beyond measure. The other residents watched Uncle Chun An's actions with envy, swallowing hard as they fantasized about receiving such gifts from Song Liang. Seeing the bounty bestowed upon the two young men at his behest, Song Liang smiled and gave them a thumbs up. You both did exceptionally well this time. I, Song Liang, shall not be stingy with my rewards for those who fight valiantly. As long as you sustain this fervor, I assure you, you shall not be neglected. Cradling their heaps of food, the young men felt a surge of joy at Song Liang's words, their bodies trembling slightly with excitement. After all, the treasures they embraced were sufficient to sustain them for several days. How could this not evoke tears of joy? As ordinary individuals in a post-apocalyptic world, they had not tasted true sustenance in quite some time, nor had they relished the profound satisfaction that food could bring. Song Liang's actions undoubtedly elevated the gratitude they felt, rendering them oblivious to his underlying intentions. Brother Liang, you are exceedingly generous to us. We vow to follow you diligently from now on. If you direct us eastward, we shall not stray west. Indeed, Brother Liang, in the future, we will be at the forefront, alleviating your burdens. If anyone dares to challenge you, they shall become our adversaries. Upon hearing this, Song Liang nodded. He vaguely remembered these two young men, one named Wang Qi and the other Jiang Fan, both around 20 years of age, perfectly suited to be his right and left hands. At that moment, their eyes brimmed with gratitude, deeply moving him. Meanwhile, the other onlookers, witnessing the scene, felt a spark of hope ignite within them. It was apparent that Song Liang genuinely cared for everyone, suggesting that his earlier statements held truth. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had they exerted a bit more effort during the skirmish, it could have been them standing before Song Liang to receive rewards. This very spectacle was what Song Liang had longed to witness, as it aligned with his intentions. The strategy of combining both kindness and authority had been perfected during the era of centralized power and in the context of a post-apocalyptic reality. Its efficacy was even more pronounced. After rewarding the two young men who had fought most valiantly, Song Liang turned to the other onlookers gathered around him. Smiling as he announced, "Well, it appears we have collectively resolved the crisis, so come forth. It is time to distribute the food." He had keenly observed the performance of each individual during the battle, who had exerted effort and who had slacked off. Those who demonstrated commendable bravery would receive a greater share, while those who performed inadequately would be given less, as per his directive to Uncle Chunin. This was a crucial part of Song Liang's strategy. Only through unequal distribution could the significance of selfless dedication be emphasized. Under Song Liang's deliberate manipulation, most of the owners could expect only a meager piece of bread or a couple of bags of slightly moldy biscuits, enough for just a few bites. This was also part of his strategy. He did not wish to allow these potential ingrates who feigned loyalty to indulge too comfortably each day. If one were to provide them with sufficient sustenance on a daily basis, they would inevitably become indolent and complacent. At that point, their allegiance to Song Liang as their leader might become uncertain. For this reason, Song Liang determined that the best course of action was to supply these homeowners with just enough food to barely survive. However, it was imperative that they never forget the sensation of hunger, remaining in a constant state of want, thus allowing him to maintain control over their actions. The homeowners, clutching the meager portions of food that could be consumed in just a few bites, stared in disbelief at what they held. Although disappointment and discontent brewed within them, they ultimately stifled their grievances, unable to voice a single word. After all, Song Liang had made it clear prior to the distribution that those who excelled in this chaotic struggle would receive greater rewards. Just as Wang Qi and Jiang Fan had earlier benefited from substantial allocation of food through their own efforts, securing provisions that could sustain them for several days, the others merely floated along, contributing little to the overall effort amidst the turmoil. Song Liang aimed to impart the lesson that when one's circumstances fall short of others, one must reflect upon oneself for the reasons, rather than blaming external factors or seeking out trivial matters. "Hey, Zhang Haichao, step forward." As everyone queued for their rations, Song Liang unexpectedly pointed out a relatively young individual in the crowd. The young man, taken aback by Song Liang's sudden attention, was momentarily bewildered as to why he had been singled out. Uncle Chun, noticing the situation, approached and pulled the young man forward. Chapter 107. Punishment. Zhang Haichao stood before Song Liang, a puzzled expression on his face. Song Liang gestured for the homeowners behind him to continue collecting their food, urging them to disregard what was happening in front of them. Zhang Haichao, seeing his neighbors who had been behind him now moving to the front, furrowed his brow. Brother Liang, what do you need me for? I still have to get my food. I haven't eaten in days. I'm starving. Song Liang grimaced slightly, casting a disdainful glance at him before letting out a cold laugh. You need not join them in collecting food. I have prepared a special portion just for you. Upon saying this, Song Liang rummaged through the pile of food on the ground, bending down to retrieve 2 pieces of candy, both of which appeared to be slightly moldy, and handed them to Zhang Haichao. These are what I have set aside for you. You want to be sharing with them. Onlookers in line for food had anticipated that Zhang Haichao would receive something of value, only to turn and discover it was merely 2 insignificant candies, seemingly well past their expiration date. This elicited a chorus of derisive laughter, as the atmosphere filled with mockery and scorn, bringing a sense of balance to the crowd's feelings. Although the food they could obtain was quite limited, compared to the 2 comically spoiled candies in Zhang Haichao's possession, it was an entirely different realm. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Zhang Haichao. He truly was a wretched soul. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled the meager rations received by his neighbors ahead of him, his heart initially swelling with indignation. Yet now, not only had he received nothing substantial, but he was left with 2 candies that appeared on the verge of mold. What use were they? The scant provisions his neighbors had acquired were at least edible, perhaps enough to sustain someone with a smaller appetite for a day. As for Zhang, he doubted he could even consume what he had. Amidst the incessant mockery and derision from those around him, a profound sense of humiliation enveloped Zhang Haichao, igniting a fierce anger within him. He lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fury, and clenched his teeth as he bellowed, Song Liang, are you jesting? I was also part of that chaotic struggle. While I may not have contributed significantly, I certainly endured hardship. Why should I alone receive so little? Is this even considered sustenance? Hearing this, Song Liang let out a cold snort. Zhang Haichao, do you still have the audacity to claim you endured hardship? I distinctly observed you lingering at the back while everyone else was engaged in the fray. You didn't so much as lay a finger on anyone. I graciously offered you 2 candies, which is more than you deserve, and now you're dissatisfied? What were you doing during the struggle? Song Liang showed no leniency towards Zhang Haichao, who had always been a slacker, relying on others and refusing to work even before the apocalypse. Now, in this dire new world, he continued in the same vein. While others fought valiantly for their food, Zhang merely shouted the loudest, brandishing a metal rod in one hand while calling out, "Charge, everyone! We must not let them return alive." Yet he was simultaneously retreating, nearly backing into Song Liang and Lin Yue's position. Such behavior, if left unpunished, would surely incite the wrath of the others. Zhang Haichao, panting heavily and nearly on the verge of tears, fell silent for a moment as Song Liang's accusations rang true. However, he swiftly realized that if he did not argue his case, he would be left with nothing but those 2 candies to sustain him, a prospect he found utterly unacceptable. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath, saying, "You cannot blame me for this. There were only a few of them, and the corridor was quite narrow." When everyone saw those few individuals, they rushed forward and surrounded them. I wanted to join in the fray, but I was simply unable to do so. Song Liang waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "It seems none of this is my fault. I am indifferent to the proceedings. I only trust my own eyes," which revealed a stark reality. Zhang Haichao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration as it became evident that Song Liang was entirely disregarding his defense. He retorted bitterly, "This is unacceptable. Your behavior is blatantly biased and grossly unfair. It is clear you are targeting me alone." Song Liang, upon hearing this, erupted into a derisive laugh. "Targeting you? My friend, while confidence is commendable, let's not venture into the realm of narcissism. Have you not taken a moment to reflect upon yourself? Do you truly believe you merit my attention? I am profoundly disappointed by your actions, as are the other neighbors who exerted effort. Our dissatisfaction warrants your punishment. Is that not the logic at play? Do you grasp my meaning?" A smile remained on Song Liang's face, yet to Zhang Haichao, it appeared more sinister than anything else. Song Liang glanced at Wang Qi and Jiang Fan, who stood beside him. What do you think should be the fate of someone like Zhang Haichao, who disregards my commands and incurs the wrath of the crowd? At that moment, Wang Qi and Jiang Fan had already accepted Song Liang's directive with utmost seriousness and instantly understood the implication. They carefully set down the pile of food they were holding, flexed their wrists, and cracked their knuckles before advancing toward Zhang Haichao. Zhang Haichao, seeing their fierce demeanor, felt a twinge of fear and attempted to plead for mercy. But his efforts were clearly too late. Wang Qi delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, the thunderous impact causing him to double over in pain. Recognizing the futility of verbal exchanges with someone of Zhang Haichao's ilk, the two knew they need only follow Song Liang's orders and let their fists do the talking. It would be much easier to communicate after rendering him incapable of standing. Zhang Haichao endured a relentless beating for approximately 10 minutes until he appeared weak and barely conscious, at which point Song Liang gestured for Wang Qi and Jiang Fan to cease their actions. While it was true that Zhang Haichao was utterly ineffectual, offering him a taste of sweetness afterward might still serve a purpose. Chapter 108, Duty Assignments. Song Liang surveyed the crowd around him, taking in the sight of all present, and then pointed at the crumpled form of Zhang Haichao on the ground. He addressed the onlookers with a stern voice. Do you see this? This is the consequence of defying my orders and incurring the wrath of the people. Do not accuse me of being unreasonable. Rather, I have consistently adhered to the principles of fairness and justice. Of course, should any of you find dissatisfaction with my actions, feel free to set aside your food and depart without hesitation. I, Song Liang, shall not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, the homeowners exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward to leave. After all, in their eyes, the food I had risked my life to procure represented their sole hope for survival. Satisfied, I nodded in approval. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. I approached Zhang Haichao, who lay battered and bruised, and gazed down at him. Despite his face being marred with contusions and blood trickling from his lips, he still clutched the 2 candies I had given him with a fierce grip. In such dire circumstances, possessing 2 candies was certainly better than having nothing at all. A glimmer of malice flickered in my eyes as I raised my foot and stomped down on his tightly clenched hand. The force of my action caused him to cry out in agony. Ah, it hurts. Stop, please. He wailed, his grip on the candies faltering. With a cold demeanor, I kicked the candies from his hand, sending them several meters away, and then, in the face of his despair, I crouched down slowly. I apologize, but your recent behavior was intolerable. I have reconsidered. You're no longer deserving of these 2 candies. The onlookers were struck with trepidation at my ruthless demeanor, grateful that it was not they who lay before me. I then disregarded Zhang Haichao, instructing Uncle Chun and to continue distributing the food. With Zhang Haichao as a cautionary tale, the homeowners complied and stood in line, awaiting their turn for food from Uncle Chun. Though the process was slow, no one dare voice a complaint. Before long, with Uncle Chin's diligent efforts, the food had been largely distributed. Most individuals received their share, though a small number left empty-handed. Well then, dear neighbors, it appears you have all received your provisions. I hope you enjoy your meal, I remarked with a smile, gesturing for Uncle Chun to gather the remaining items into a burlap sack. Meanwhile, Wang Qi and Jiang Fan discreetly lifted the incapacitated Zhang Haichao away, ensuring he did not mar my mood any further. As they departed, I tossed them a bag of biscuits to place in Zhang Haichao's pocket. Initially, I had no intention of exterminating him. This was merely a lesson to others. Moreover, Zhang Haichao still held some utility for me, and allowing him to remain was not a loss. After distributing the remaining provisions, Song Liang turned to Uncle Chun and the young man Wang Qi, saying, "All right, we have nearly concluded our tasks. Next, we must engage in a serious discussion regarding how to effectively counter the group of desperate renegades next door." Wang Lan, who had been standing beside Uncle Chunin, furrowed her brow upon hearing Song Liang's words. She glanced at Chunin, drew him aside, and whispered softly, "Why didn't Song Liang allocate any rations to us? You performed admirably just now, assisting him with so much, yet there is no reward for our efforts." Uncle Chun shook his head in response, signaling her to remain silent. He then replied softly, "Do not fret, my dear. Song Liang would never overlook us. Just be patient, and clarity will come soon." Wang Lan shot him a discontented glance, then turned to observe Song Liang, who appeared resolute. With her head bowed, she murmured a few words, but ultimately acquiesced to Uncle Chun and S reassurances and let the matter rest. After pondering for a moment, Song Liang addressed the group. Our remaining personnel in the building are quite limited, excluding myself, Lin Yue, Uncle Chunin, and his partner Wang Lan. The rest will be evenly divided into teams. These teams will take turns monitoring the iron door on the first floor, with 2 individuals attentively observing the outside, while the others conceal themselves, ready to notify everyone inside at the first sign of trouble. This way, we can ensure that we are always prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Leaning against the wall by the door, Song Liang lit a cigarette and calmly continued. Moreover, I must remind you that everything I mentioned regarding rewards remains in effect, including any kills that occur during your watch. Of course, if you do not achieve success in combat, simply by volunteering for duty, you will still receive a daily ration, which will undoubtedly be more than what you received today. He then turned to Uncle Chun saying, Uncle Chun, I entrust this task to you. I have complete faith in your capabilities. Uncle Chun nodded in response, feeling a surge of excitement at Song Liang's trust. He promptly replied, All right, Xiao Song, you can count on me for this. Once Song Liang had organized everything, he prepared to return home with Lin Yue to rest. Although they had accomplished much today, their prolonged outing had drained considerable energy, and he began to feel fatigued. Tonight, I must ensure to rest well, he thought to himself. At that moment, someone called out to him from behind. Brother Liang, we understand that you and Dr. Lin are not required to stand watch, but why is Uncle Chunin exempt? His combat prowess is the strongest. Song Liang turned to face him, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, and replied, Precisely because Uncle Chun possesses the greatest combat strength. He must conserve his energy. Do you understand? Only when the enemy lowers their guard should he take action, allowing us to achieve unexpected results. While this assertion may appear somewhat forced, considering that the elder does not require such meticulous preparation, the earnest expression on Song Liang's face compelled the onlookers to swallow their words before they could voice any dissent. In truth, Song Liang's genuine intention was to safeguard Uncle Chun's well-being, for the latter held a unique significance in his eyes, distinct from others. Chapter 109. The reward prepared for Uncle. Moreover, Uncle Chun possessed the finest skills among all, and his character was marked by kindness and integrity, making him one of the least likely individuals to betray Song Liang. Given these considerations, it was imperative that Uncle Chun not be placed at the forefront. Instead, strategies had to be devised to ensure his survival, thereby guaranteeing that Song Liang would have someone trustworthy to rely on. As for Wang Lan, she merely sought to take advantage of Uncle Chun's goodwill. Once these troubles were addressed, Song Liang instructed the homeowners to return to their respective residences, keeping only a few individuals on the first-floor corridor to guard the iron door. Should any assailants attempt to infiltrate their building, they would be compelled to navigate this narrow passageway. The notion of tunneling underground or launching an aerial assault from the top floor was, of course, a far-fetched fantasy. The idea of flight was utterly preposterous, and tunneling was equally implausible. After all, beneath this building lay a shelter encased in 5 meters of solid yellow granite, rendering any attempts to breach it futile. Thus, by stationing vigilant guards in the first-floor corridor, they could promptly detect any malicious intentions toward the inhabitants of the building and quash them in their infancy. It was only after the homeowners had ascended with their provisions that Song Liang prepared to accompany Lin Yue home. He would never allow those he did not fully trust any opportunity to undermine him. As the others departed, Wang Lan, who had been standing beside Uncle Chunin, noticed that Song Liang was preparing to leave without distributing their share of food. Summoning her courage, she approached Uncle Chun and, swallowing hard, inquired, Xiao Song, have you forgotten something? Why has our family not received any food? Song Liang turned to glance at Wang Lan, taken aback by her audacity to voice such a question, and let out a light chuckle. Observing this, Uncle Chun swiftly grasped Wang Lan's arm, pulling her closer and admonishing, Wang Lan, what nonsense are you spouting? Matters concerning Xiao Song are not for you to discuss. Wang Lan, sensing Uncle Chun's clear favoritism towards Song Liang, felt a surge of urgency and continued. But you contributed the most during this chaotic battle, yet he offers you nothing. Is that not exceedingly unfair? Seeing Uncle Chun's face grow increasingly strained, Song Liang simply smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively. Sister Wang Lan, you need not worry. The provisions I have brought back extend far beyond what you see here. What I have bestowed upon these homeowners is not the finest selection. The true delicacies have been reserved for your family. Uncle Chunin, you may accompany me to my home to retrieve them now. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan realized that Song Liang had not forgotten either Uncle Chun or herself, and she immediately transformed her demeanor, gazing at him with a beaming smile. I knew that, true to his character, Brother Song would never neglect our family. Uncle Chun shot her an exasperated glance, remarking that he had already told her that Song Liang would certainly remember them, and there was no need for her to comment further. Song Liang chuckled softly, then embraced Lin Yue as they returned home. Once inside, he retrieved an entire box of unexpired, palatable instant noodles and bread from his storage space. Uncle Chun's eyes glistened with tears of joy upon seeing the unopened box of noodles and several bags of delicious bread that Song Liang offered him. Little Song, thank you so much. You truly are a good person. I was not mistaken in my judgment of you. Uncle Chinin, you are too kind, Song Liang replied. This box of noodles should suffice for you and Sister Wang Lan. Even with the child, it should last the three of you quite a while. Should you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me for more. Uncle Chunin nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude as he reflected on the fact that despite his own dwindling supplies, Song Liang had generously given him such a bounty. This act of kindness left Uncle Chun with nothing but profound appreciation. Song Liang smiled slightly, acknowledging that such instant noodles were not abundant in his home, as he did not particularly enjoy consuming such nutritionally deficient fare. Uncle Chun, cradling the box of noodles, expressed his heartfelt thanks, saying, "Well then, little Song, we shall take these noodles. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Sister Wang Lan and the child." Song Liang waved his hand dismissively and replied gently, "Uncle Chun, there is no need for formality. Please return home and enjoy your meal. After such a lengthy confrontation, I am sure you are famished." While Song Liang was indifferent to the fates of others, Uncle Chun was different. He was one of the few individuals he could trust in this apocalyptic world. Song Liang was determined to ensure that he was well fed, so that he could serve as his protector and a role model in the eyes of all the homeowners. Uncle Chun lowered his head and chuckled bashfully, scratching his head in a sheepish manner. "All right then, little Song, thank you sincerely once more. If you ever encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to approach me. I will do my utmost to assist you." Song Liang nodded, smiling as he watched Uncle Chun joyfully gather the food before he felt at ease to depart. Upon returning to his room, Song Liang removed his cold weather gear and bulletproof vest, revealing his muscular physique as he sank into the sofa with a sigh of relief. Lin Yue, her cheeks flushed, gently touched Song Liang's muscles and smiled as she nestled against him. "You must be exhausted. You have truly worked hard this time. The outside world is so perilous. I was quite worried." Song Liang gently ruffled the hair of the beauty in his arms and spoke softly, "Do not worry. The world has yet to give birth to anyone who can harm your man. Their recent expedition had yielded abundant rewards, yet a troubling question lingered in his mind, though he found no time to ponder it deeply." Now, back in the warmth and safety of his room, having shed all defenses, Song Liang finally exhaled in relief. His affection for this home that had protected him for so long overwhelming. Outside, amidst the biting cold of -10 degrees, even clad in thermal gear and body armor, while seated in a hermetically sealed Mercedes, he still felt a chill, continuously on guard against potential dangers lurking at every corner. He could not enjoy his time away from home as comfortably. From his consciousness space, Song Liang retrieved some prepared delicacies and placed them before Lin Yue. Most of the food he had set aside for her required cooking, but these ready-to-eat meats, such as duck necks and pig trotters, had not graced his palate for a day. Chapter 110, Sniper Rifle. To reward the young lady for her commendable performance today, Song Liang decided to treat her to a delightful meal. Lin Yue beamed as she watched Song Liang lay out an array of delicacies on the table, and without hesitation, she picked up a chicken leg and began to gnaw on it eagerly. Song Liang, feeling famished after a day without food, joined her with a duck neck of his own. These provisions were far more delectable than the fare he had provided to the homeowners. Although he had initially contemplated sharing some of these treasures with Uncle Chun, and he ultimately reconsidered and abandoned the idea. While Uncle Chun was indeed a trustworthy individual, the same could not be said for those around him. He could not ascertain whether Wang Lan might divulge the existence of such delicacies to others. Should those who toiled for him discover that he had been providing them with nothing of value, all of Song Liang's efforts would be in vain. As Lin Yue savored her chicken leg, she glanced at Song Liang with curiosity and inquired, "What is the situation like outside? Have any noteworthy developments arisen?" Song Liang smacked his lips and cleared his throat before replying. "Nothing particularly remarkable has occurred, though I have encountered numerous survivors, most of whom regard me with hostility. If this trend continues, it is likely that many of them will not survive for long." Lin Yue nodded thoughtfully, sucking on her fingers, and replied softly, "That is true. Winter is slowly approaching, and temperatures will only drop further. These individuals, lacking sustenance, will inevitably succumb to hunger. However, these matters do not pose significant concerns for us." Song Liang remarked quietly, "In this apocalyptic world, the human heart is more terrifying than the environment and the monsters." Lin Yue nodded. "Indeed, the dangers posed by those outside the apartment buildings remain unknown to us." Song Liang chuckled, gently caressing her cheek as he observed her meticulously devour every morsel of food. Once their meal was finished, Lin Yue leaned closer, snuggling against Song Liang, her face resting against his muscular chest. Song Liang smiled knowingly, feigning ignorance as he glanced at her. "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" At his words, Lin Yue buried her head lower, biting her lip. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, I feel a bit cold. It's so comfortable to lean against you." As she spoke, she lifted her sparkling eyes, gazing affectionately at Song Liang. To Lin Yue, Song Liang was not merely a man she could rely on, but a partner who stirred her heart. Since their intimate encounter, she had clung to him incessantly, and it was fortunate for Song Liang that his youthful vigor prevented him from being easily drained. Observing Lin Yue's enchanting demeanor, Song Liang playfully patted her voluptuous rear. "I have some matters to attend to. You should go take a shower and wait for me in your room." Lin Yue giggled, pecking him lightly on the cheek before obediently rising and heading toward the bathroom. Song Liang left the living room and entered his own room, where he intended to carefully sort through the valuable items he had acquired that day. He selected several pieces of weaponry gathered from the Anning City police station, having spent considerable time with Wu Huainan, thus gaining some knowledge about such equipment. Additionally, his frequent visits to the shooting range with Wu Huainan had familiarized him with common firearms through hearsay. The weapons obtained from the formal police department were vastly superior to the handgun Wu Huainan had previously procured for him, in terms of performance, materials, and firepower, making them irresistible to Song Liang. He replicated thousands of rounds of ammunition, storing them within his consciousness space for immediate use. As for other items, such as bulletproof vests, they paled in comparison to the one he had previously worn, so he decided to let them gather dust in the corner of his space. With great anticipation, Song Liang began to examine the newly acquired sniper rifle, which appeared formidable. He had never handled a genuine sniper rifle during his time at the Tianjing shooting range, making this moment particularly exciting. Song Liang researched the specifications of this type of firearm online, quickly mastering a comprehensive understanding of its basic description, usage, and precautions. Indeed, holding a sniper rifle instilled a profound sense of security. As he marveled at it, he began to play with the rifle, fully engrossed in the experience. With the assistance of various information gathered online, Song Liang quickly grasped the fundamental principles of these firearms, becoming proficient in the operation of the sniper rifle. Strangely, since his rebirth in this life, his learning abilities have been steadily improving day by day. Skills that once seemed difficult to master now come easily with a bit of effort. Now equipped with these tools for self-defense, he felt a newfound confidence when stepping outside. With a gentle smile, Song Liang chambered around in the sniper rifle and disengaged the safety. He raised the weapon to the window ledge and peered through the scope at the building across the street. Through the sniper's sight, he could clearly see everything within the opposite building, even the intricate patterns on the leaves of potted plants on the windowsill. This was indeed a wondrous instrument. No wonder a sniper rifle embodies the true romance for a man. Song Liang licked his lips, a satisfied smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This sniper rifle not only fulfilled his desire for precision, but also allowed him to observe the world outside with keen insight, truly a rare treasure. As he gazed freely through the scope, his expression suddenly shifted. His brow furrowed slightly, and his pupils constricted as he discerned two figures lurking near the garage below, attempting to circumvent the entire building and draw closer to the garage. In an instant, Song Liang understood their intent. Did they truly take the bait? These fools could never guess that the vehicle they sought was quietly resting within my consciousness space, inaccessible to anyone. A mocking smile crept across his face before he stepped away from the window and stored the sniper rifle. Chapter 111. The chaos resumes before long. The commotion in the bathroom subsided, replaced by the soft rustling of clothing. Lin Yue emerged from the bathroom, her damp hair wrapped in a simple towel, the bright white fabric barely concealing her flawless, porcelain-like figure. Her flat abdomen was exposed, and the towel barely covered her slender, elongated legs as she swayed her hips. Slowly approaching Song Liang. Lazily reclining on the sofa, Song Liang stifled a yawn. Let us try something different today. I'm feeling a bit weary. You take the lead. Observing Song Liang stretching on the sofa, Lin Yue bit her lips slightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. With graceful steps, she drew closer to him, her delicate hands unfastening his clothing. That evening, as Song Liang and Lin Yue reveled in the tenderness they shared, the reckless thugs from the neighboring construction crew, having lost several brothers in previous encounters, launched an attack on Song Liang's building. Based on past experiences, the residents within were devoid of fighting spirit, consumed by fear for their lives. Upon encountering the engineering team member wielding a weapon and intent on committing malevolent acts, the assault did not seem to warrant serious concern, as they believed it would be an easy endeavor. However, the outcome of this encounter diverged significantly from their expectations. The residents within Song Liang's building, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, swiftly rallied to mount a counteroffensive. Leading the attack was L1, a trusted subordinate of Sun Yukai, who brimmed with confidence, convinced that they would subdue all within 20 minutes. In the stillness of the early hours, around 2 or 3 o'clock, he and 7 workers stealthily crept into the corridor of Song Liang's building under the cover of darkness. Unbeknownst to them, their approach had already been detected by 2 vigilant guards, who promptly alerted all the residents within the building. As the assailants reached the imposing iron gate on the ground floor, they were met with a barrage of bricks raining down upon them, leaving them disoriented and bewildered. The guards, quick to respond, collaborated with the residents to wield whatever weapons were at hand. In no time, kitchen knives and clubs were raining blows upon the heads of the intruding workers. Yet, the defenders did not act with undue aggression. Their primary aim was to buy time, allowing all residents ample opportunity to react. Once reinforcements arrived, they would be poised to retaliate. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the building were not idle, rushing out with a singular focus to eliminate all intruders, thereby showcasing their prowess before Song Liang and securing more provisions. L1 and his men, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the residents, had resorted to this foolish offensive. Their small contingent was no match for the multitude inhabiting Song Liang's building. Moreover, the residents, fueled by fervor and a desire for glory, were eager to engage in combat, almost leaping from the upper floors to join the fray. As the skirmish unfolded, it became evident that within mere minutes, L1 and his comrades were becoming disoriented and overwhelmed. Realizing the tide had turned against them, L1, who had anticipated no resistance, was taken aback by the ambush. In a moment of desperation, he shouted to his men, "Retreat, brothers, we must flee, quickly." Upon hearing this, the workers bolted for the exit. However, their frantic escape left them vulnerable. During the skirmish, they had some room to fight back, but in their flight, they found themselves in greater peril. The exhilarated residents of Song Liang's building pursued them relentlessly, unperturbed by the possibility of being harmed by those fleeing. One unfortunate worker, isolated and unable to escape the corridor in time, felt a dagger strike his lower back. The blade embedded itself deeply, blood streaming forth. With a piercing scream of agony, he pressed on, clutching his wound, and continued his desperate dash toward freedom. Once the few surviving workers managed to escape, the victorious owners were acutely aware of the adage that one should not pursue a retreating enemy. After all, in the dead of night, an ambush outside could lead to severe losses. The cacophony of fighting outside was so intense that Song Liang and Lin Yue could hardly find rest, awakened by the tumult. He ensured Lin Yue was settled, then opened the door and stepped into the living room, making his way to the window with deliberate calmness. Turning to gaze at the workers desperately fleeing to the neighboring building, a sudden thought struck him. Allowing these individuals to return was hardly prudent. Instead, He decided to test the weaponry he had acquired during the day and see how adept he was with it. A cruel smile crept across Song Liang's lips as he realized that his sniper rifle had finally found a purpose. With a flick of his wrist, the chilling sniper rifle materialized in his hands from his consciousness space. He pressed a button, and the window swung open, providing him with a perfect vantage point. He also retrieved a 3x magnification scope, as the high-powered optics were of little use at this distance. Through the lens, the fleeing workers were vividly clear, even the texture of their skin visible. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, suppressing any exhalation that might fog the scope. The workers, bearing varying degrees of injuries, moved slowly, appearing almost as static targets to Song Liang, a prodigy in marksmanship. Focusing his mind, he aimed for the back of one worker's head through the 3x scope and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. At the moment the trigger was squeezed, an inexplicable warmth surged through his hands and eyes, imparting a strange comfort. Bang! The sound of the gunshot sliced through the night, and the targeted worker's head exploded upon impact, blood blossoming from the wound like a grotesque flower. He fell to the ground, lifeless, with barely a moment's reaction. Indeed, it seemed that his rebirth granted him more than just the abilities of infinite duplication and a consciousness space. That extraordinary sensation was clearly. Joy radiated from Song Liang's eyes as he realized that peculiar feeling had undoubtedly enhanced the accuracy of his shot. However, he had no time to ponder the implications. The remaining fleeing workers, upon hearing the gunfire, turned to witness their comrades' gruesome demise. In a surge of terror, they hastened their flight. Thinking of escaping? It would not be so simple. With a cold snort, Song Liang chambered another round and directed his scope at the next fleeing worker. At the very moment he pulled the trigger, that intense sensation surged once more, intertwining his entire being with the sniper rifle he held. In this union of man and weapon, each was infused within the other. Bang! A gunshot pierced the tranquil night, and the individual targeted by Song Liang collapsed to the ground, meeting the same grim fate as the previous victim. This time, Song Liang was even more convinced of a profound truth. He possessed an extraordinary ability to communicate with firearms, a veritable genius in marksmanship. He found himself murmuring, "The surprises brought by this rebirth are simply multiplying. Though the reasons elude me, it feels exhilarating, ha ha." Previously, when wielding a handgun, he had sensed a peculiar feeling, albeit faintly. Now, with the sniper rifle, the sensation was markedly more pronounced. The contact points of his eyes and hands with the rifle were ablaze with an unmistakable heat, a feeling he had never encountered before. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. In this arduous, post-apocalyptic landscape, possessing an additional skill was tantamount to gaining another life. He chambered another round, aimed the scope at his next target's head, and without hesitation, squeezed the trigger, all the while savoring that extraordinary sensation. Bang! 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 He swiftly cycled the bolt, firing 3 consecutive shots, the sounds reverberating through the air, transforming the heads of his targets into clouds of crimson mist. The remaining fleeing workers, with the exception of L1, met a similar fate, all succumbing to Song Liang's long-range precision. Several bodies lay sprawled in the narrow passage between the 2 apartment buildings, despite being merely 10 meters apart. They formed an insurmountable barrier for everyone present. Blood instantly saturated most of the passage, creating a chilling sight. Song Liang inhaled deeply. The experience of employing the sniper rifle had been utterly exhilarating, not only eliminating those seeking to escape, but also unveiling a doorway to a new world. He pondered the implications. If such capabilities could extend to all firearms, he would undeniably be a true master of weaponry from that moment onward. Just as Song Liang contemplated this, amidst the intervals of gunfire, the homeowners engaged in the chaotic brawl within the building heard the distant gunshots. They turned to witness L-Win's subordinates one by one collapsing, their brains splattered, terror etched across their faces. The ominous gunfire seemed to emanate from Song Liang's room. Song Liang's house. Goodness, it must be him firing. They thought aghast. He's taken them all down. Such precise strikes. Such formidable power. I doubt this could be the work of a handgun. Could be a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle? How could Song Liang possibly possess such a weapon? Ordinary people might never even lay eyes on one in their lifetime. My heavens, so many people perished in an instant, each shot landing perfectly on their heads. What is up with Song Liang? He is nothing short of sharpshooter. His strikes are brutally decisive, truly terrifying. The onlookers swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down their backs, some even trembling with fear. With Song Liang's extraordinary marksmanship and his rare sniper rifle, if he wished to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Such a ruthless disposition, such remarkable shooting skills, paired with such comprehensive weaponry, it seems no one would dare to speak against him in this post-apocalyptic world. Neighbors, I believe we must comply with Song Liang's directives from now on. Otherwise, we may not even realize how we met our demise. Indeed, I concur. Our survival thus far is largely due to Song Liang's protection, the most alarming factor being that he harbors no murderous intent towards us. How foolish we were to once consider challenging him. Reflecting on it now, it was truly a path to self-destruction. I shall never dare to do so again. Yes, as long as we behave well, we will have food and drink, a far superior existence compared to before. Why create unnecessary trouble? Let us heed his guidance and do our best. This group of homeowners is notoriously submissive to the strong. After witnessing Song Liang's impressive capabilities, they are left with an overwhelming sense of reverence for him. However, it is not merely the residents of Song Liang's building who feel this way. The gunfire that shattered the midnight silence instilled fear in the hearts of everyone in the community. When Song Liang discovered and retrieved his sniper rifle, he noted the absence of a silencer, meaning that each shot would pierce the night sky with its thunderous sound. Anyone with even a slight understanding of firearms could discern that this was no ordinary handgun. It possessed a distinctive, deafening resonance unique to sniper rifles. In this world, where a few henchmen wielding sharp knives and baseball bats could control an entire building, possessing handguns could embolden them to extend their control to nearby residences, silencing anyone within. Yet Song Liang, he wielded a weapon far superior to mere handguns. Who knows what more devastating arsenal he may possess? If he does, then all buildings with conflicting interests would undoubtedly find themselves in peril. Such a scenario is simply horrifying. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang finally aimed at Wen's nape. With a resounding crack, a bullet shot forth from the chamber, accompanied by a whoosh as it struck Wen's head. Having dealt with all those who sought to flee, Song Liang caressed his sniper rifle, exhilaration coursing through him. After toying with it for a moment, he returned it to his consciousness space. After all, as much as he cherished it, it could not serve as sustenance. He extended his hand to rub his shoulder, which he had used to support the sniper rifle. The continuous recoil from firing had caused a dull ache in the area. Fortunately, his prior commitment to regular exercise had significantly enhanced his physical fitness, so he did not suffer excessively. He figured that a gentle massage from Lin Yue would suffice to alleviate the discomfort. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, the excitement within Song Liang was palpable. This night was destined to be one of restless anticipation for all those who harbored ulterior motives towards him, and their sense of crisis would undoubtedly be heightened. Chapter 113. Oil poured Noodle's Uncle Chun and promptly sent a message to Song Liang, inquiring whether the gunfire he had just heard originated from his residence. Although Uncle Chun had not participated in the evening's conflict, the deafening gunshots had roused him from his slumber. Drawing upon his prior military experience, he quickly deduced, based on the sound of the gunfire and the scene he glimpsed through his window, that it was indeed the unmistakable report of a genuine sniper rifle. Upon witnessing the event, he immediately arrived at a conclusion regarding its shooter. The only individual he could fathom possessing both the capability and opportunity to wield such a rare weapon was none other than Song Liang. Song Liang, having no intention of concealing the truth from Uncle Chun, casually replied, "It was I who fired the shots. Earlier today, while passing by the police station in Tianning City, I stumbled upon some rather intriguing items." Uncle Chun nodded in acknowledgement, as Song Liang's words confirmed his suspicions. After a moment's contemplation, he continued with a curious inquiry. "Have you often practiced shooting at the range, or did you serve in the military? Your accuracy is not typical of an ordinary person." Song Liang's recent display of proficiency with the sniper rifle was certainly on par with, if not superior, to those seasoned marksmen he had encountered during his time in the military. After all, this was his first experience wielding such a powerful weapon. With a hearty laugh, Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing, uncle. I have never served in the military. You might say I'm simply a prodigy in this regard." Uncle Chun regarded Song Liang's assertion with a measure of skepticism. While he had encountered soldiers with remarkable shooting talents, He had never before met someone of Song Liang's caliber. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further. After all, Song Liang was one of his own, and he wished to avoid any inquiries that might provoke irritation. As long as it was you who fired, that is sufficient. My primary concern lies in the possibility of such a fearsome weapon falling into the wrong hands. That would certainly spell trouble for us. Song Liang nodded in agreement, exchanged a few casual remarks with him, and then ended the call, retreating to his room for some rest. Lin Yue should have already drifted back to sleep by now, and Song Liang was keen to avoid disturbing her. He knew that if she were awakened, he would truly struggle to cope. He slept soundly until after 8 in the evening, rising early the next day to freshen up in the bathroom. Lin Yue, dressed in a simple nightgown, emerged from her room upon hearing the commotion outside. What transpired last night? The noise was rather substantial. She gently tousled her silky hair, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as she gazed at Song Liang, who stood in the bathroom, bare-chested. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Are you all right from last night?" Song Liang waved his hand dismissively, splashing cool water on his handsome face. "It's nothing serious. The rascals next door came by again last night. I gave them a taste of their own medicine, so they should think twice before bothering us again." He stepped out of the bathroom and placed a tender kiss on Lin Yue's forehead. "Could you whip up something for us to eat today? I've been craving oil-splashed noodles. It's been ages since I last savored that delightful flavor." During this period, although the stored gourmet delicacies were exquisite, they had grown tiresome, and he longed for the comfort of home-cooked meals. Lin Yue smiled sweetly, her lips forming 2 delicate dimples. "My noodle-making skills aren't that impressive. You won't mind, will you?" she teased. Song Liang chuckled softly, playfully caressing Lin Yue's softness, eliciting a surprised squeal from her, her cheeks flushing as she cast him a reproachful glance. He grinned and replied gently, "Of course, I would never criticize you. I'll eat as much as you make." With a playful bite of her lip and her eyes sparkling with affection, Lin Yue reached out to touch Song Liang's robust chest. "All right then, I'll get started." After tidying up, she dashed into the kitchen, and before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Moments later, Lin Yue emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of fragrant oil-splashed noodles, placing them on the table in the living room. "It's ready. Come, taste it while it's hot." She expertly mixed the noodles in Song Liang's bowl with chopsticks, pushing it towards him. Song Liang smiled gently, picking up his chopsticks to take a bite. The flavor was delightful, far surpassing any oil-splashed noodles he had tasted at restaurants before. He harbored no concerns that Lin Yue might have ulterior motives like Zhao Haoqiang had done previously, for their relationship had evolved beyond mere association. Moreover, Lin Yue was an astute woman. He had previously informed her that without him, this room and their resources would lose all value. Given the remarkable capabilities he had demonstrated recently, she had come to view him as her sole pillar of support. If anything were to happen to him, her safety would be jeopardized. Seated across from each other at the table, they relished the noodles while engaging in light conversation. Lin Yue recalled the thunderous sound she had heard before sleeping the previous night, and curiously asked, "Was that you firing a gun on the balcony last night?" It sounded so close, yet the noise was much louder than the handgun you used before. Seeing the curious expression on Lin Yue's face, Song Liang could not help but smile knowingly. "Indeed, it was I who fired the gun on the balcony last night." He lowered his head and took a bite of the noodles, handcrafted by Lin Yue, which reminded Song Liang of the enticing flavors from the renowned noodle shop downstairs. Indeed, it was a stark contrast to what she had described regarding the profits. "Yesterday, while I was out during the day, I happened to pass by the police station in Tianing City, where I acquired a sniper rifle. I tested it last night, and it performed quite well." Song Liang spoke in a tone devoid of excitement, as if recounting a trivial matter. As soon as his words fell, excitement sparkled in Lin Yue's beautiful eyes. "A sniper rifle? Such a thing truly exists? How fortunate! Indeed, I tried out last night, and my aim was impeccable, and my hands. That sniper rifle was like hitting a bullseye from 100 paces. Song Liang chuckled softly. "Oh, did you manage to deal with them all last night?" Unfazed, Song Liang gestured toward the window. "Yes, last night 4 or 5 of them attempted to escape, and I took care of them." He felt a sense of pride regarding his actions from the previous night, as it was his first experience with a sniper rifle, yielding unexpectedly successful results. Chapter 114. The intimidation of Song Liang. Lin Yue bit her lip, looking at Song Liang with newfound admiration. In his presence, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, believing that as long as she stayed with him, no danger could ever find her. "You are incredible. I feel so fortunate to be with you." She rested her chin in her hands, gazing at him with wide-eyed admiration. "Oh, aren't you curious about how I came to use such a rare firearm as a sniper rifle?" Song Liang raised an eyebrow, smiling as he posed the question. Lin Yue gently shook her head. "Not curious at all. To me, you will always be the most formidable man, so whatever skills you possess seem perfectly natural." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "After all, I have never been fond of men like you." Song Liang laughed heartily, speaking softly, though this sounds a bit love-struck. "I appreciate your candidness." As he spoke, he rose from his seat and slowly approached the blushing Lin Yue. In the adjacent building, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped all. Sun Yukai had only discovered the long-dead bodies of L1 and several others between the two apartment blocks that morning. When the gunfire erupted last night, he sensed something was amiss. However, paralyzed by fear, he did not dare send his men out to assist L1 and the others in their escape, knowing deep down that those he had dispatched were likely doomed. It was only when daylight broke that they discovered the gruesome remains between the two buildings. A sight so horrifying that it was impossible for anyone to accept the grim reality. Sun Yukai gazed upon the lifeless forms of his fallen subordinates, a profound fury igniting within him, particularly as he recognized the body of his most trusted aide, L1, among them, which intensified his wrath. Nevertheless, he composed himself. After all, he had suffered too many setbacks at the hands of Song Liang, and the ominous gunfire from the previous night had revealed the terrifying arsenal he possessed. This fear eclipsed any anger he harbored in his heart. After several chaotic skirmishes, the effective combat strength within their building had significantly dwindled. Any attempt to rise again would necessitate a gamble of their very lives. In such circumstances, should a large-scale confrontation akin to the one between the apartment blocks erupt once more, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage, with a high likelihood of total annihilation. Song Liang was indeed a formidable adversary, armed not merely with a handgun, but with firearms of a far more formidable caliber, certainly not the ordinary variety, as evidenced by the devastating firepower displayed last night, which had obliterated the heads of his men. Such terror was overwhelming. Sun Yukai pondered whether it would be prudent to avoid further provocation. His expression grew grave, instilling a deep sense of dread in those gathered around him. "Brother Sun, what are we to do now? L1 and the others were slain by that wretched Song Liang last night, and our manpower is sorely lacking." One of his subordinates implored. "But, Brother Sun, if you wish to confront them, we will follow you to the end, without a word of complaint." Sun Yukai swallowed hard, casting a fierce glare towards the neighboring building that housed Song Liang. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "We must bide our time. That man has firearms, more than one. To act recklessly would surely lead to our downfall." Upon hearing Sun Yukai's words, his subordinates grew anxious. "But Brother Sun, our supplies are running dangerously low. The remaining provisions are severely inadequate and will soon be exhausted. What will we do then?" Taking a deep breath, Sun Yukai contemplated for a moment, steeling his resolve, and spoke in a low voice. "Tonight, you will quietly retrieve Elwin's body and bring it back. In these extraordinary times, we have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure." The group exchanged glances, a flicker of inner turmoil evident on their faces. Who among them would willingly partake of their comrades' flesh, especially those who had fought side by side through thick and thin over the years? It was a heart-wrenching thought. Nevertheless, in light of their grim reality, they refrained from voicing any objections. Deep down, they understood that, when faced with the choice between survival and sustenance, the latter paled in significance. After concluding their affairs, Song Liang and Lin Yue gathered their resolve and stood upright. "I must step out for a moment. You stay home and await my return." Lin Yue reclined on the sofa in disarray, gently wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. With a faint smile, she said, "All right, do take care of yourself, and think of me often." Song Liang had once again left behind a considerable amount of provisions for Lin Yue to sustain herself during his absence. His unwavering trust in her precluded any notion of neglecting the girl. Given the opportunity, he would gladly spend a lifetime with her. As Song Liang descended the stairs, the few individuals on duty straightened their postures upon noticing him. "Brother Song Liang, are you heading out? Please be cautious out there." A casual glance from Song Liang revealed genuine fear and respect in their eyes. Clearly, the power he exuded had earned their complete acknowledgement. instilling an unprecedented level of trepidation within them. With a slight nod, he affirmed, "Indeed, I have some matters to attend to. Keep a vigilant watch at the door and ensure no unwelcome visitors enter. Remember, behind you stand our loving neighbors and families." He proceeded down the hallway of the first floor, opened the door, and theatrically circled to the spot where he had parked upon returning the previous day, behind the building. Before long, he emerged driving his modified Mercedes-Benz, racing down the main road. Unbeknownst to him, numerous figures had gathered at various windows of the apartment buildings. Their complex gazes fixed on the departing Song Liang, filled with envy, jealousy, and a greedy malice. In the building closest to the community entrance, two young men stood by the window, watching Song Liang as he drove away, letting out a cold snort. This Song Liang is quite ostentatious. Chapter 115. A new gathering place for supplies? Hu Bing stood upright at the window, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he watched Song Liang depart in his Mercedes. An insidious thought began to take root in his mind. "Brother Bing, have you not heard the saying that a common man is innocent but possesses the guilt of wealth?" remarked a young man beside him, Chun Xiang, the second in command of their building. "By the way, where exactly did that kid park his Mercedes last night? No matter how many people I sent to look, they found nothing." Hu Bing lamented. The individuals who had stealthily approached the back of Song Liang's building the previous night were sent by Hu Bing himself. He gazed at Song Liang's vehicle with envy, longing to claim it for himself. Standing nearby, Chun Xiang chuckled, "Brother Bing, there's truly no need to rush. Although he has hidden that car well, it will eventually reveal itself." Hu Bing grunted in agreement, and after a moment's contemplation, declared, regardless of the circumstances, "That car will be mine. After all, we've nearly exhausted our supplies in this building. Once we acquire this vehicle from Song Liang, we shall embark on a quest to procure essential supplies. The possession of resources signifies capital, and subsequently, we may expand our influence. The residents of this community will inevitably heed our commands, facilitating our aspirations for external development." Chun Xiang observed the receding figure of Song Liang as he sped away in the car, nodding in acknowledgement. Although he harbored a tinge of envy for Song Liang's vehicle, he maintained composure, unlike Hu Bing's frenzied demeanor. "You're absolutely right, Brother Bing," Chun Xiang remarked. "We currently dwell in the shadows while he basks in the light. Countless opportunities lie before us to ensure his demise, and once that transpires, everything he possesses shall belong to us." Hu Bing nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face, though a sudden grimace betrayed his discomfort. "However, I believe we must first devise a plan to procure some cigarettes. Ever since this wretched world transformed, I've scarcely enjoyed a smoke, let alone those fine brands. The mere thought makes my mouth water and my skin itch." Chun Xiang chuckled, fully empathetic to Hu Bing's plight. While his own craving for tobacco was not as intense, the prolonged abstinence was indeed quite trying, especially amid such a tedious existence. Meanwhile, within the other apartment buildings, the surviving individuals engaged in fervent discussions about Song Liang. His sudden emergence represented not merely an insurmountable threat, but also a glimmer of hope for survival. If they could eliminate him, devoid of his arsenal of devastating weaponry, they would effectively seize all the resources he possessed. After all, Song Liang was among the few capable of venturing outside in this apocalyptic era, and it was presumed that he possessed the most abundant supplies. Some harbored intentions to bring about Song Liang's demise to seize his resources, while others contemplated the prospect of collaboration. In this dire world, allying with a figure of Song Liang's caliber would undoubtedly enhance their chances of survival. On this occasion, Song Liang's purpose for venturing out remained ambiguous. He merely sought to alleviate the stifling ennui of confinement. He first visited the nearby supermarket, only to find, as anticipated, that the shops in close proximity to the residential area had been thoroughly looted during the previous chaos, leaving little of value behind. Alas, it appears my previous assessment was accurate. To find a locale nearby offering a steady supply of food is indeed a fanciful dream. Unless an idea sparked in Song Liang's mind as he recalled a location he had passed during a previous stroll near Tianning City. He remembered a large shopping mall that had been under construction in the suburban area, and given that half a year had elapsed, it was likely completed by now. In Song Liang's impression, the specifications of that shopping mall could be deemed the finest in Tianning, if it had not been pillaged. The resources within should be quite abundant. However, Song Liang could not ascertain whether the mall had indeed been completed, nor could he confirm if it had suffered any looting. All of this remained a mystery to him. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further. He might uncover a hidden gem. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed. Given his current predicament, the previous location he visited was far too distant, requiring a considerable amount of time for a round trip, and he could not guarantee his safety on each journey. Thus, he decisively turned his vehicle around, steering towards the direction of the mall as it lingered in his memory. The warehouse was merely a 20-minute drive from Song Liang's residential complex. Traveling at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, he reached the vicinity of his destination in less than 15 minutes. From a distance, he observed that the area surrounding the mall was remarkably vacant, devoid of any residential buildings, and it was evident that the mall had indeed been officially constructed, showing no signs of looting. Although unfamiliar with this route, he felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing such a scene. The absence of any evidence of pillaging suggested that the resources within the mall had likely remained untouched. Should he manage to collect all the supplies from this establishment into his consciousness space, he would find himself in a fortuitous position. Coupled with his skill of infinite replication, even an entire battalion could be sustained for decades. Nevertheless, until Song Liang beheld the dazzling array of resources with his own eyes, he could not confirm with absolute certainty whether they still existed. After all, for a mall of such magnitude, anyone familiar with it would likely rush to scavenge the resources at the first opportunity. Extracting a handgun and a metal rod from his consciousness space, he parked his vehicle near the mall and cautiously approached the warehouse. Armed with a metal rod, he carelessly selected a room on the first floor and shattered the window from the outside. He was indifferent to making a commotion. Should there be any signs of zombies or monsters, he would not hesitate to abandon this place and return home. As he traversed the room he had just entered and stepped into the corridor, he peered inside and was taken aback to find the vast shopping mall utterly barren, devoid of any supplies. No traces of looting, yet nothing remained? Could it be? Chapter 116. The excavation tool prior to his arrival. Song Liang had mentally prepared himself, thus he did not exhibit excessive surprise. He proceeded to investigate other areas of the mall that might harbor resources, but the results were uniformly disheartening. Whether it be food, various daily necessities, or even products and edibles for pets, everything had been completely cleared away, leaving not a single useful item in sight. Song Liang took a deep breath. Indeed, as I had imagined, all the goods here had been surreptitiously relocated. As one of the largest shopping centers in Tianning City, this establishment had drawn the attention of high-ranking government officials since its inception. Naturally, those in positions of power would receive information about this catastrophe far earlier than the common populace. Upon grasping the gravity of the impending disaster, they would, like Song Liang, seek ways to stockpile sufficient supplies to weather the storm, making the goods within this large shopping center their primary target for acquisition. Song Liang had long harbored such thoughts. Hence, on the very first day of his rebirth, he chose to prioritize the accumulation of resources over the construction of safe havens or the procurement of weapons, aiming to preempt the potential transfer of supplies by the elite. He understood that when a global disaster strikes, those wealthy and powerful leaders would undoubtedly prioritize their own survival, disregarding the fate of ordinary individuals. Although he had yet to yield any results during this endeavor, Song Liang remained undeterred in his quest for resources. This shopping center was immense, several times larger than the one he had visited the previous day, composed of numerous rooms and warehouses. Should there be any remaining goods that had not been relocated, it would be akin to striking gold. Soon enough, perseverance bore fruit. Song Liang stumbled upon an unexpected treasure within what appeared to be a garage. This garage was the largest he had encountered during his extensive search, easily the size of a football field. Among the metal racks in the warehouse, brand new vehicles were neatly aligned, each coated with a layer of dust. Among these automobiles were several luxurious cars and sports vehicles that, prior to the apocalypse, could fetch hundreds of millions, stirring immense desire. In a world before the cataclysm, any of these vehicles would have captured attention and fulfilled the vanity of anyone who laid eyes on them. Yet, in the current apocalyptic environment, these once valuable items had devolved into mere scraps, their worth eclipsed by a simple packet of instant noodles or a loaf of bread. Song Liang had never before witnessed such a sight. Even the Mercedes-Benz, valued at a mere few million, paled in comparison to the extravagant cars worth tens of millions that adorn the racks. Though the present value of these items was indeed low, Song Liang remained irresistibly drawn to them. He navigated through the rows of luxury cars, contemplating for a considerable time, ultimately succumbing to the allure of these treasures. He selected a few and, in a moment of impulse, stored them within his consciousness space. In the realm of his consciousness, he remained unaware of the limits of his storage capacity. Leaving it empty seemed wasteful. Thus, he resolved to fill it with various items, which required little effort. In the future, these items could serve as figurines or models, and if nothing else, he could occasionally glance at them or handle them, which would be quite delightful. For the next several hours, Song Liang busied himself in the warehouse area, collecting all the materials that had not yet been relocated. Most of what he gathered consisted of luxury vehicles, machinery, and construction materials. However, he found no consumables such as food or daily necessities, which left him somewhat disappointed. Nonetheless, acquiring such a wealth of resources was advantageous, as he would not return empty-handed. The most astonishing find was a brand new excavator, its bucket robust, and the cabin showing no signs of wear. As Song Liang exited the shopping mall, he vaguely recalled a small warehouse beneath the vacant lot next door, intended for supplying products to nearby convenience stores. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that it had inexplicably collapsed, with rubble blocking the entire entryway and leaving no space for access. He smiled faintly. Although the entrance was obstructed, he remembered the approximate location of the warehouse from when they had excavated the ground. It was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired toy. He retrieved the excavator from his consciousness and fetched a box of diesel, filling the tank. Then, with a few strides, he hopped into the excavator's control cabin, familiarizing himself with the controls before confidently turning the key to start the engine. The roar of the engine reverberated through the earth. As he had anticipated, the excavator was in excellent condition, showing no signs of damage and functioning perfectly. Guided by his memory, Song Liang began to excavate the ground before him, digging downwards. Initially, his pace was somewhat slow, as he had only ever observed others operating such machinery and had never done so himself. However, the operation proved relatively straightforward. Within 20 minutes, he grew more accustomed to it, and his digging speed increased. After approximately 40 minutes, he had excavated a pit about 4 to 5 meters deep in the once empty space before him. Although there were no signs of human construction yet, the progress was significantly faster than he had anticipated. The primary distinction lies in the excavator's tracks rather than wheels, significantly constraining the mobility of this colossal machine. Otherwise, Song Liang might have directly modified an excavator, which would not only be robust, but also equipped with offensive capabilities. Under certain circumstances, this excavator could even serve as a transport vehicle, yielding remarkable results. However, if it were to be transformed into a wheel vehicle, Song Liang might reconsider the necessity of converting it into a transport apparatus. While tracks do sacrifice a considerable degree of speed and agility, their advantages are undeniably apparent. Such a design allows the excavator to traverse any terrain with ease, capable of navigating through thick snow and even treacherous mud. In Chapter 117, returning to the community, Song Liang, relying on his novice and somewhat clumsy techniques, worked tirelessly for approximately 2 hours until the excavator's bucket finally struck the solid concrete at a depth of about 7 or 8 meters. A glimmer of joy flickered in Song Liang's eyes as he deftly maneuvered the excavator to clear the vast concrete dome of the accumulated soil and debris. After considerable effort, the massive concrete surface emerged before him, prompting a sigh of relief as he continued to operate the excavator, digging down along the walls of the underground warehouse. Typically, such warehouses would have passages and several ventilation openings leading to the outside world. Song Liang's objective was to excavate along the walls to locate the entrance to the ventilation shaft. After 3 to 4 more hours of labor, he finally uncovered a buried ventilation opening on one of the walls. Given the enormity of this undertaking, it was fortunate that Song Liang had unexpectedly acquired an excavator in that garage. Otherwise, attempting to dig such a large pit alone would have likely left him exhausted before he could even see the results. With the excavation now complete, the need for the excavator's presence had come to an end. Song Liang leaped from the operator's cabin and effortlessly summoned the machine back into his consciousness. From his mind space, he retrieved a shovel and quickly cleared the soil and debris blocking the ventilation shaft, revealing a passage barely wide enough for a single person. With determination, he squeezed through this opening and found himself inside the small warehouse. Upon entering, a sense of defeat washed over him as he observed that most of the area had been buried under the soil that had fallen through the ventilation shaft, leaving only a small space sufficient for him to navigate. Fortunately, the door leading further into the warehouse remained exposed and was not obstructed by dirt. Steeling himself, Song Liang approached the door at the back, which should lead to the original storage area of the small warehouse. Should he find nothing there, he could only lament the futility of his visit. Song Liang pried open the iron door with a crowbar in his hand and illuminated the space with a miner's lamp he had retrieved from his consciousness. Soon, he followed the path through the door and traversed a pitch-black corridor, arriving in a relatively spacious area that appeared to be a storage room. The sight before him made him gasp in disbelief. The expansive space, comparable to a small football field, was utterly devoid of contents. Although it initially seemed impressive, the emptiness of the warehouse undeniably shattered Song Liang's hopes. He sighed and lowered his head in contemplation, ultimately accepting this harsh reality. After all, the supplies from the large shopping mall above had been completely looted, so it was only logical that this small storage area would yield a similar fate. Song Liang realized that his earlier optimism was somewhat naive. His wishful thinking had led him to spend an inordinate amount of time digging without substantial reward. Fortunately, he had recovered a few vehicles. Otherwise, his excursion today would have been utterly fruitless. He shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had forgotten something crucial. A flash of inspiration ignited in his mind as he recognized the significance of the excavator he had acquired today. If he could utilize it to excavate the soil beside this warehouse, might it not imply that anything buried beneath the debris caused by this disaster could belong to him? If that were the case, would all the resources yet to be discovered by others not be his for the taking? Overwhelmed with joy, Song Liang could not help but burst into laughter. With this realization, he no longer perceived his outing as a meager endeavor. Possessing the excavator felt akin to holding the world in his hands. After all, in recent years, the government had relocated many warehouse structures underground to conserve surface land resources. Beneath the layers of dirt and gravel lay untold treasures. His excitement lingered for quite some time before he reluctantly departed from the plundered storage room. With newfound confidence, he approached tasks with renewed vigor. Retracing his steps to the surface, he disregarded the chaos he had left behind and hopped in the modified Mercedes parked outside the mall. Time was slipping away, and it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Given the circumstances, Song Liang decided to conclude his search in this shopping mall for the day, and he likely would not return. He then spent over an hour making a round trip back to the mall he had visited the previous day, casually filling 2 large bags with expired and spoiled food before heading back towards his community. After a 40-minute drive, the modified Mercedes finally arrived outside Song Liang's neighborhood. Those residents near the entrance of the community leaned eagerly against their windows, fixated on Song Liang. This time, however, Song Liang paid no heed to their gazes. He drove his Mercedes without a glance back, heading directly towards his apartment building. As before, he maneuvered the car to the rear of his building, feigning entry into the underground garage, and then seamlessly returned the Mercedes to his consciousness. Having completed this, Song Liang circumvented the avaricious stares from the other buildings, carrying 2 large bags of provisions back to his residence. Before he could step through the iron gate, a group of homeowners had already gathered in neat rows before him. Song Liang smiled at their eager faces, their enthusiasm eliciting a mixture of surprise and bemusement. Yet, since they had come, it would be remiss to let them leave empty-handed. His outing had been intended as a reward for these residents. Their commendable bravery in confronting the menacing workers from the neighboring building the previous night warranted some form of acknowledgement. Last evening, those ruffians from next door returned, but thanks to your efforts, they were successfully driven off. I, Song Liang, am deeply appreciative of your hard work. So today I have brought back these provisions as a token of recognition for your valiant efforts. Now, please gather around as we proceed with the distribution of food according to the rules we previously established. In the previous allocation, Song Liang had informed them that those who contributed more during the last confrontation would receive a greater share of food, while others would receive less. This regulation had been devised to ignite their fighting spirit, and since the sight of the provisions had stirred their desires, it had been unanimously approved. However, After Song Liang had revealed his possession of a sniper rifle the night before, a palpable fear had settled among them, rendering them hesitant to voice dissent. They were acutely aware that, despite their numbers, Song Liang alone was the undeniable foremost force within their building, having claimed the most lives in the recent conflict. Among them, Wang Qi and Jiang Fan, who had excelled in the previous battle, had not been on guard the night before and had performed only adequately in the ensuing chaos. Consequently, even they received merely a single portion of food. This portion, of course, was insufficient to satiate a hunger, but merely enough to stave off starvation. As they surveyed the meager rations in their hands, disappointment flickered across their faces. The disparity compared to the previous allocation was stark, leaving them with a palpable sense of disillusionment. As Jiang Fan felt a stir of inspiration, he approached Song Liang, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Brother Liang, if we merely wait for them to initiate an attack in order to exchange for food, wouldn't that mean we risk going hungry most of the time? Moreover, your formidable display last night took out so many of them. Surely the group next door is quaking in fear and unlikely to trouble us again in the near future. What, then, shall we rely on to procure more food?" His question struck at the essence of their predicament, prompting Song Liang to reflect, as he had not considered this aspect before. The original intent behind the reward system was to empower them to resist, yet he had not contemplated alternative avenues for incentivizing their efforts. Upon further reflection, it became evident that addressing this matter was indeed necessary. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a situation where those following him would realize that their circumstances were no better than those who chose not to. At that point, Song Liang's allure would undoubtedly diminish. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze and replied with a gentle smile. "Naturally, awaiting their aggression is not the sole pathway for you to earn the rewards I offer. That would indeed limit your opportunities. This matter requires my further deliberation." Wang Qi and Jiang Fan exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly alight with excitement. "Brother Liang, does this imply that if we take the initiative to strike, the adversaries we eliminate would count towards the rewards? For instance, if we were to vanquish them or dismantle their stronghold, might we not receive greater rewards?" The fervor in the two young men was palpable. Their youthful exuberance and pressing need for sustenance drove them to seek favor with their leader, Song Liang. The prospect of proving their combat prowess through forthcoming battles, thereby demonstrating their worth to him, filled them with anticipation. Surely, if they succeeded, Song Liang would not neglect their contributions, and a brighter future would be on the horizon. However, Song Liang furrowed his brow at their enthusiasm, fully aware of the thoughts stirring in their minds, yet hesitating. Thus far, apart from the crew from the adjacent unit that had made their move against them, it did not imply that their enemies were limited to that faction alone. He recalled the disquieting information gleaned from Uncle Chun regarding a rival group controlled by two young men, which weighed heavily on his mind. His modified Mercedes, capable of maneuvering freely in this post-apocalyptic world, had already drawn attention, particularly with the 2 large sacks of provisions it brought back daily. Such visibility could prompt an attack against him in the near future, and even if they did not act immediately, plans for confrontation were likely already in motion. As for the various factions within the other units, they would undoubtedly covet his supplies even more, should they form an alliance. While Song Liang could take refuge with Lin Yue in a secure location, he would still need to tread carefully to avoid harm. However, the other residents within the building seemingly have little room for resistance. Nonetheless, the proposal put forth by Wang Qi and Jiang Fan has indeed piqued Song Liang's interest. Firstly, Song Liang harbors no emotional ties to these homeowners. His daily excursions to procure food for them are merely a means to facilitate his own convenience. If these individuals could venture out to confront the powers that reside in the other buildings, he could merely observe from a distance, watching as the external forces descend into chaos. With Song Liang as a formidable presence, the others would undoubtedly feel threatened, leaving them little opportunity to trouble him. After all, in such an apocalyptic environment, communication between the buildings is likely to be fraught, and the chances of a united front are minimal. The remaining homeowners in Song Liang's building are essentially fodder for his plans. Should they possess any inclination to instigate trouble, he would gladly allow them to do so, as it would serve to further his goal of creating discord in the outside world. As for the rewards they seek, Song Liang has never been concerned. He has never intended to offer the treasures from his consciousness space as incentives. As for the expired and spoiled food, he is indifferent, willing to provide them with as much as they desire. His frequent forays to assist the homeowners in locating food are primarily driven by his own boredom and a desire to find something of value. Each time he returns with provisions, it is merely to silence their complaints, as he wishes to keep his infinite replication ability concealed from them. However, should the demand for such subpar food exceed supply, possessing an infinite replication skill ensures that the issue of lacking reward items will never arise. After careful consideration, Song Liang nodded, a look of approval gracing his features. He gently patted Jiang Fan and Wang Qi on the shoulder and said, "Your willingness to take initiative is commendable, and I will wholeheartedly support you. After all, every force outside our building is, in our eyes, an enemy. If you can help eradicate these threats, you will be safeguarding the safety of our home. Everyone will be grateful to you, myself included." Chapter 119, Sudden Assault. Thus, I have decided to act upon your suggestion. I hereby declare that any force outside of our building, regardless of whether they have offended us, may be eliminated, and their heads brought to me in exchange for rewards. Of course, I must stipulate that this does not include harmless elders, women, or children. Should you disobey this rule, and I come to learn of it, you will have only yourselves to blame. I will personally escort you to meet them, and I hope you do not harbor any illusions. I am far more formidable than you might imagine. Song Liang's remarks stem from the likelihood that these individuals would not venture far, opting instead to target the nearest buildings. Among these, the greatest threat to Song Liang's residence undoubtedly came from the construction team under Sun Yukai next door. Having suffered significant losses in their recent skirmishes with Song Liang's side, they were already on the brink of collapse. In the eyes of Wang Qi and Jiang Fan, they were indeed ripe for the picking. This enticing opportunity was one they felt compelled to seize. Joy radiated from Wang Qi and Jiang Fan's eyes upon hearing this. The surrounding owners exhibited a range of expressions, their true thoughts regarding Song Liang's decision concealed deep within. Yet, it was evident that a majority were tempted, as everyone yearns for more opportunities to secure sustenance and lead a life free from hunger. The food was swiftly distributed, with each person receiving their share. Unlike the previous occasion, there were no disruptive figures like Zhang Haichao to cause trouble. Had such an individual appeared, Song Liang would certainly have shown no mercy this time. Afterward, Song Liang dismissed the crowd that had come for provisions and instructed Jiang Fan and Wang Qi on a few matters before allowing them to depart as well. At some point, Lin Yue emerged from her room, gracefully gliding over to Song Liang's side, linking her arm with his. She softly remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere among the owners in our community seems rather off today." Song Liang responded with a gentle, as he subtly withdrew his arm from her grip, wrapping it around her slender waist instead, and asked with calm curiosity, "What seems amiss?" Feeling the warmth at her waist, Lin Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, especially since the owners who had come to collect supplies had not yet fully dispersed, their curious gazes fixated on her and Song Liang. While she was accustomed to such affection from him at home, being in public made her feel somewhat shy. She bit her lip, leaning into his embrace, and said softly, "I don't know why, but since I stepped outside today, I felt as though many people are looking at you with peculiar eyes. It makes me somewhat uncomfortable." Song Liang nodded thoughtfully, replying gently, "There's no need to worry. This was anticipated. The modified Mercedes I've been driving these past few days is bound to incite envy and jealousy among many. Naturally, they will harbor greedy thoughts regarding our ability to come and go freely. After all, possessing such a vehicle signifies that numerous resources could be within their reach, elevating their standard of living, and it is only natural for anyone to take notice of such a car. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for them to harbor intentions towards me." Lin Yue, feeling somewhat anxious, expressed her concerns, stating, "I am not worried about these matters. Rather, I fear that those formidable forces outside may realize you are not easily dealt with. If they were to unite against you, it would be beyond your capacity to handle alone." Song Liang nodded in agreement, surveying the surroundings and noting that the homeowners who had been secretly observing him and Lin Yue had departed. With a sense of relief, he lowered his voice and reassured Lin Yue, "Fear not, we have many neighbors. If I were to find myself in danger, they would undoubtedly come to my aid at the first opportunity. After all, I have become synonymous with resources in their eyes. That disorganized rabble outside would find it a mere pipe dream to breach their defenses and threaten me." As he spoke, Song Liang reached out to gently ruffle Lin Yue's hair, adding, "Rest assured, your man is quite formidable." In response, Lin Yue chuckled, "I certainly believe in you, but I still worry about your safety. After all, even a cornered rabbit may bite. Those people outside are ruthless if they are pushed to their limits. One cannot predict their actions." Song Liang nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging her point. "Indeed, you have a valid concern. I will remain vigilant, as protecting myself also means safeguarding you." While conversing, Song Liang continued to glance around, acutely aware that they were not in the safety of home. He harbored a sense of unease, knowing that should any eavesdropper overhear their conversation, it could lead to complications. He was determined not to let his previous efforts be in vain. However, during this seemingly casual observation, a menacing gaze emanated from the end of the corridor, piercing through the shadows. The resentment and fury contained within those eyes caused Song Liang's hair to stand on end. The piercing crimson stare belonged to a woman whose disheveled head peeked from the corner of the hallway, fixated on him. "Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself!" Song Liang exclaimed, his muscles tensing with alarm. Despite his usual courage, the sudden appearance of such a chilling scene took him by surprise, prompting him to call out, "Ah, Song Liang, I will kill you." Suddenly, a bloodied woman with unkempt hair rushed out from the corridor, shrieking. In her hand, she wielded a blood-stained dagger, staggering towards Song Liang, thrusting the weapon towards his neck. "Ah!" Lin Yue, cradled in his arms, screamed in terror, instinctively recoiling. Initially frozen by the horrific sight, Song Liang's legs felt heavy, rendering him immobile. However, Lin Yue's scream jolted him back to reality. Furrowing his brow, he quickly embraced Lin Yue and retreated, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yet, the deranged woman continued her relentless assault, lunging at Song Liang with the dagger. The strike was executed at exceedingly close range. For an ordinary individual, evading such an attack would undoubtedly prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 120, Subjugation. Should a blade pierce him, it would be impossible for Song Liang to mount any effective response, sealing his fate in dire certainty. With bated breath and unwavering focus, Song Liang fixated on the trajectory of the dagger, rolling forward just in time to evade the woman's assault. Simultaneously, Lin Yue reacted swiftly, retreating to distance herself from the threat. Upon rising, without a moment's hesitation, Song Liang delivered a powerful kick to the woman's back. The force of the kick was tremendous. Even an adult would surely cry out in pain. The woman was sent crashing against the wall, her senses thoroughly disoriented. And when she regained her footing, she swayed precariously on the verge of collapse. A sense of elation surged within Song Liang, and he prepared to deliver another 2 kicks. However, at that moment, he discerned the true identity of the assailant. Su Yujia, a figure gradually fading from his memory. She was still alive? A jolt of surprise coursed through him, and in that fleeting moment of contemplation, Su Yujia began to recover. Clearly, she had no intention of circumventing Song Liang easily. Brandishing the sharp dagger, her bloodshot eyes fixated on him as she charged once more. "Song Liang, you treacherous fiend, you have deceived me for far too long, and I shall take your life with my own hands," cursed the wretched Su Yujia. Song Liang hastily steadied his resolve. This was no time for such thoughts. With a swift motion, a hefty iron rod appeared in his grasp. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and swung the rod towards Su Yujia's head. Su Yujia, appearing emaciated and frail, lacked the capability to evade Song Liang's resolute strike. The dagger she clutched did not even graze his skin. In a moment of instinctive survival, she tilted her head to the side, narrowly escaping the blow, yet the iron rod still struck her shoulder with a resounding thud. "Ah!" she shrieked, the agony from her shoulder causing her body to curl inward. Song Liang, positioned closely, distinctly heard the sickening crack of bone as the rod connected with her shoulder. Su Yujia was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly incapable of mounting another attack. Nevertheless, despite her defeat, she clung tenaciously to the dagger, her eyes glinting with malevolence as she glared at Song Liang. "I will kill you, Song Liang. You owe me your sincerity, and I shall ensure that those who deceive me meet a miserable end." Observing Su Yujia incapacitated on the ground, Song Liang rose, dusting off his clothes as he coldly regarded her. "You truly possess a remarkable tenacity. I cannot fathom how you still draw breath." Su Yujia swallowed hard and coldly scoffed. If you haven't perished, I certainly won't die so easily. I shall make you pay." Before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed Song Liang raise the iron rod in his hand and mercilessly crush it onto her right hand, which lay on the ground. As winter had nearly set in, the air was frigid and the temperature had plummeted, making even the indoor corridor feel close to freezing. In such conditions, human bones are exceedingly fragile. When Song Liang struck, Su Yujia's right hand instantly contorted, her bones piercing through her flesh. Song Liang deliberately positioned himself between Lin Yue and Su Yujia to shield Lin from the horrific sight, lest it inflict irreversible damage upon her tender psyche. "Ah, it hurts. Song Liang, you want to have a good death." Her anguished screams reverberated through the corridor. Still defiant, Song Liang frowned, intensifying the pressure he applied. The few individuals on duty, having heard the commotion, hurried over to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Upon seeing the furious Song Liang and the wailing Su Yujia, they turned their gaze to the trembling Lin Yue, filled with confusion. "Brother Liang, what happened?" Song Liang, with a stoic expression, coldly gestured towards the crumpled Su Yujia on the ground and replied, "This madwoman attempted to kill me, and I subdued her." The young guards, seemingly of tender years, were taken aback by his words. "Who is this woman? We've never seen her before. How did she get in?" Song Liang shook his head. "She was already in our building, but had been confined until now. Someone has released her." The young men nodded, their expressions growing indifferent as they regarded Su Yujia, crushed beneath Song Liang's boot. "Damn it, a lunatic! Brother Liang is the only hope we have in this entire building, and you wish to kill him? You are simply courting death." Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. "She must be insane. Keeping her alive will only lead to disaster. It is better to let her die." Previously, Su Yujia had claimed to be trapped alone in a room, deprived of sunlight, an environment that would drive anyone to madness. Turning to the young men, Song Liang instructed, "You all return to your posts. I can handle this matter on my own." The young guards nodded, not daring to defy Song Liang, their elder brother, and thus turned to leave the first-floor corridor, resuming their duties. Once the others departed, Lin Yue quietly approached Song Liang's side. She quickly noticed Su Yujia lying before him, and upon seeing her right hand, shattered by the iron rod, she gasped in shock, covering her mouth and gazing at Song Liang with deep concern. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Song Liang shook his head, extending a finger towards Su Yujia's head. With a smile, he reassured Lin Yue, "Do not worry. A person like her could never harm even a single hair on my body." Su Yujia gazed at Song Liang and Lin Yue with a look of deep resentment. Their actions were, to her, a more profound betrayal. "Song Liang, you truly deserve the worst. You deceived me, transforming me into this wretched state. Meanwhile, you live so well. How can you still hold your head high?" Su Yujia tilted her head back, her breathing ragged, clearly enduring immense pain. Song Liang took a deep breath, recognizing that her current plight was indeed a consequence of his actions. Yet what of it? Had he not treated her so, it would have been he, Song Liang, who lay lifeless before others, devoid of any hope for a better day. Chapter 121. A heartless kill. Song Liang inhaled deeply and calmly inquired, "The matters between us are quite complex. Why is it that you feel compelled to kill me?" Su Yujia's timing for this assault was remarkably astute, evidently premeditated. She must have learned of Song Liang's return at this hour, having concealed herself in the corridor, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Caught off guard while conversing with Lin Yue, Song Liang had not anticipated such peril lurking within this building, granting Su Yujia the chance to ambush him. Had it not been for this distraction, given Song Liang's typically cautious nature, he would never have found himself in such a predicament, nearly harmed by a seemingly frail woman. Nevertheless, Song Liang was puzzled. Logically, she had been confined within a room, deprived of sunlight, and following Zhao Haoqiang's demise. No one had provided her with sustenance. How then could she emerge to target him? This conundrum eluded his understanding. Su Yujia continued to glare fiercely at Song Liang, her gaze filled with venom as she looked up at him. Through gritted teeth, she declared, "You despicable creature. The depths of your betrayal have turned me into this abomination. All thanks to you. You deserve nothing less than 1,000 deaths. As long as I draw breath, I shall one day exact my vengeance upon you, and that wretched woman by your side will ensure that neither of you finds peace." Song Liang's expression remained as calm as ever, though a slight furrow appeared on his brow at the mention of Lin Yue. "Do not forget, We were the ones who dispatched Zhao Haoqiang ourselves. Otherwise, how could you even stand before me today? Shouldn't you be grateful for the chance to see the light again? Instead, you come to blame me. Does that not seem rather excessive? Su Yujia paused at Song Liang's words, momentarily taken aback, perhaps due to her famished mind clouding her judgment, compounded by her physical weakness. To her astonishment, she sensed a modicum of truth in his statement. Nevertheless, she could never concede to acknowledge her faults, for she had resolutely resolved to kill Song Liang herself from the very beginning. Moreover, she has consistently been an unreasonable woman, her obstinacy exemplifying her character. Therefore, how could she ever concede that she was at fault? You wretched creature, cease your pretense of virtue. If it were not for your deceitful lure, enticing both me and Kai Yingjia with promises of delightful sustenance at your abode, would we have ever ventured here? Would we have found ourselves trapped in this alien and unfamiliar place? You had countless opportunities to save us, yet you chose to deceive me. First instilling hope only to shatter it with your own hands. This is not solely your fault. Who else is to blame? Su Juli Sautet Vementin, her eyes reddening with fury, resembling a sinister demon from the depths of hell, fixated on its prey. Song Liang sighed, acknowledging the truth in her words. The betrayal he endured in his past life had compelled him to embark on a path of vengeance in this one. He had already subjected Su Yujia to unimaginable torment. He nodded, yet queried, "Do you believe that my decision not to bring you back to my home is entirely my fault?" He gazed at Su Yujia with cold indifference, unfazed by the bloodshot glare emanating from her eyes. Slowly, he crouched down, lowering his voice as he stated solemnly, "Do you remember? You and Kai Yingjia are the first examples of inhumanity I encountered since this calamity befell us. Do not think for a moment that I, Song Liang, am oblivious to your actions at Zhou Qinghui's residence. Do you truly think I would allow two beings who have utterly lost their humanity, akin to the monsters outside, to enter my home?" Su Yujia's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that her and Kai Yingjia's secret was known to Song Liang. "You do not speak such nonsense. Damn it, Song Liang, go die." Song Liang observed as Su Yujia struggled to rise, her injuries rendering her powerless. And he let out a soft sigh. "Have you forgotten, Su Yujia? Do you need my assistance to recall? Do you not remember that besides you, there is another who knows the entirety of this matter?" A hint of pity glimmered in Song Liang's gaze. Su Yujia shook her head violently, tears brimming in her eyes, on the verge of breaking into sobs. No, it's impossible. Kai Yingjia would never divulge this." Song Liang patiently awaited her response, exhaling a sigh. "You took a living being's life and turned it into sustenance. Do you truly believe this can be concealed from others? Let me inform you. It does not require Kai Yingjia's confession. The remains of Zhou Qinghui, devoured by you, have been witnessed by most in this building. What more can you say?" Song Liang's gaze hardened, his tone chilling and devoid of warmth. During this harrowing period, Su Yujia had lived in a darkened room, suffering daily from physical hunger and the torment of her memories. For quite some time, her mental state had been precarious. At this moment, upon hearing Song Liang's remarks, her thoughts became even more disordered. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and her expression turned somewhat bewildered. Although she had been tormented to the brink of madness, she could never forget the days she spent with Kai Yingjia in Zhou Qinghui's home, those hellish days. No, I did not kill Zhou Qinghui. It was Kai Yingjia. Yes, she is the one who murdered him, stabbing him to death, with no connection to me whatsoever." Seeing Su Yujia teetering on the edge of a breakdown from his words, Song Liang pressed on, "Is that so? Then tell me, why, despite Zhou Qinghui's certain demise, did you both resort to feasting upon him? Explain why. Do you still possess any shred of humanity? If I were to take you into my home, what if I were to meet the same fate as Zhou Qinghui?" Su Yujia gazed vacantly toward the corner of the wall, as if genuinely attempting to recollect the circumstances of that time. Soon, terror etched itself onto her face, clearly indicating she had recalled the reasons behind those events. Lin Yue observed the stark contrast in expressions between Song Liang and Su Yujia, a sense of fear creeping into her heart. It became evident why Song Liang, after being attacked by Su Yujia, had not immediately dealt with her, but had instead engaged her in conversation for so long, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at her very soul. Chapter 112, The Target of All. Lin Yue could not help but swallow hard. Feeling grateful she had aligned herself with the right person. Becoming an enemy of Song Liang would be a truly terrifying prospect. Su Yujia's expression had twisted into one of anguish as she desperately raised her hands, shaking them incessantly, seemingly striving to deny Song Liang's assertions. No, no, no. It's not like that. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we would never have killed Zhou Qingwei, nor would we have consumed him. And Kaingjia, she is to blame as well. That wretched woman, she is the one who killed Zhou Qingwei and seduced me into eating his flesh. Where is she? Where is she? I must kill her. I must kill her. As for Kaingjia's whereabouts, Song Liang was unaware. However, having heard Su Yujia's words, he had resolved to find her, regardless of where she might be, and eliminate her. Otherwise, while moving about the apartment building in the future, he would need to remain ever vigilant, prepared for her to strike. As for Su Yujia, it was truly pathetic that she was still seeking excuses at the brink of death. Regardless of the circumstances, you and Kaingjia are responsible for murdering Zhou Qingwei, the very person who saved your lives, demonstrating not only ingratitude, but also the grotesque act of feasting upon his remains. This is an undeniable truth. You have no grounds for justification. Su Yujia's gaze grew vacant, clutching her head as she emitted a pained wail. No, it's not like this, not like this. No, the truth remains. Zhou Qingwei could never fathom why the two vulnerable women he had personally rescued ultimately wielded the knife against his own throat. Song Liang had not ceased his verbal assault on Su Yujia. You have so utterly lost your humanity, yet you expect me to sustain you? Are you not afraid that those you have wronged will one day seek you out? When that time comes, it will surely lead to your utter demise. No, please. This cannot be. I did not mean to. In the midst of Song Liang's tirade, Su Yujia suddenly screamed, abandoning him to violently collide with the nearby wall, causing blood to flow profusely from her forehead. At this moment, she was completely shattered by Song Liang's torment, having lost all will to live. With no means to exact revenge on him, death appeared to be her only liberation. Witnessing this scene, Song Liang made no attempt to intervene. He had already inflicted enough suffering on Su Yujia in this life, and the grievances of the past had been avenged to a significant extent. It seemed that, indeed, death was the most fitting refuge for her. However, those who had gathered nearby to observe the commotion held a different perspective. Su Yujia's desire to harm Song Liang had transgressed the unspoken boundaries in their hearts. As they watched her crash into the wall beneath Song Liang's feet, blood splattering onto his trousers, they felt an opportunity had arisen. A young man swiftly approached Song Liang's side and kicked Su Yujia away from the wall. Su Yujia cried out in agony, her body twisting in midair before crashing into the opposite wall of the corridor, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The young man snorted disdainfully, barking, "Damn it, you vile woman, go die far away. Spare us the disgust in front of our leader. You're repulsive. I truly wonder how you have survived this long. People like you deserve to perish sooner. Just get lost and stop revolting us." At this moment, blood froth bubbled from Su Yujia's lips. She was rendered speechless, unable to defend herself. Her gaze turned towards Song Liang, filled with a plea. In her eyes, he discerned that her desire was not merely for survival, but rather a wish to avoid hearing any further discourse concerning Zhou Qinghui's demise. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having observed for some time, remained bewildered about the unfolding events. Noticing this, the young man beside Song Liang pointed at Su Yujia and loudly proclaimed to the surrounding crowd, "Everyone, come over and judge for yourselves. Should Su Yujia live or die?" In her desperate struggle for survival, she conspired with her close friend to murder a man who had once saved her life, subsequently resorting to cannibalism. Such an ingrate deserves to be condemned by all. Moreover, she has placed the blame on our valiant Liang and even plotted to bring about his demise today. Fortunately, Liang's exceptional prowess allowed him to avert the crisis. The onlookers, residents who had gathered around, displayed indifference upon hearing of Su Yujia's heinous act against Zhou Qingwei, as the brutality of humanity in this apocalyptic world was not an unfamiliar sight. However, their expressions morphed into fury upon learning of Su Yujia's intent to harm Song Liang. Their eyes brimmed with profound hatred, longing to see her meet a gruesome end. After all, to them, Song Liang represented their singular hope for survival. Should anything befall him, the entire building's residents would face dire consequences. plunging back into a life of starvation and uncertainty amidst the threats from rival factions. This context, combined with the earlier mention of her betrayal, solidified Su Yujia's image as morally reprehensible in the minds of the crowd. Perceiving the shift in their gazes, Su Yujia's already fragile mental state crumbled entirely. Blood frothing from her mouth, her eyes reflected a struggle and suffering that rendered life an unbearable torment. "Let me die," she gasped, collapsing weakly against the wall. I could see her time was limited. Her injuries were severe, and she harbored no desire to survive. Lin Yue walked softly to Song Liang's side, speaking gently. Song Liang, understanding the gravity of the situation without needing her prompt, realized that Su Yujia was beyond salvation. The kick delivered by that young man had been devastating, enough to fracture ribs even in a healthy individual, let alone someone like Su Yujia, who was severely malnourished due to starvation. This blow was likely fatal. With a sigh of relief, Song Liang was resolute. He had no intention of allowing Su Yujia to remain a lingering threat, despite her imminent demise. He believed in the principle that one must eradicate the roots of danger to prevent future repercussions. In Chapter 123, Burning Weeds, Su Yujia had previously uttered words that ignited Song Liang's ire, claiming that if she survived, not only would she seek revenge on herself, but she would also target Lin Yue. This was something Song Liang could never accept. He waved his hand dismissively and lit a cigarette. "Let it be. However, I do not wish for her to perish from a cold." Song Liang glanced at the young man beside him and continued, "My friend, you performed admirably just now. This woman is entrusted to you. Ensure that her presence never darkens my doorstep again." The surrounding homeowners stared at Song Liang in astonishment, perplexed by his intentions. The young man who had just assisted Song Liang wore an expression of exhilaration, nodding eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "No problem, Brother Liang, leave it to me." Song Liang acknowledged with a grunt. Lin Yue, standing nearby, furrowed her delicate brows and cast a gentle glance at Song Liang's expression, softly inquiring, "Are you sparing her?" Song Liang sighed softly, shaking his head. There was a chance to spare her life. But her recent remark about how my existence would be detrimental to you if she survived is something I cannot allow. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue pressed her lips together, gazing affectionately at Song Liang, feeling an unprecedented sense of security from his words. She nodded lightly, tacitly accepting his decision. Song Liang exchanged a knowing look with the young man, discreetly retrieving a bottle of alcohol from his clothing, which he discreetly manifested from his consciousness. He signaled for the young man to proceed without delay. The young man, understanding the unspoken command, accepted the bottle and approached the barely conscious Su Yujia, grinning widely. "In this cold weather, let us allow you to experience warmth before your end." With swift efficiency, he unscrewed the cap and poured the entire contents of the bottle over Su Yujia, drenching her completely. Witnessing this scene, the gathered homeowners finally comprehended Song Liang's intentions towards Su Yujia. Yet, they were not surprised. After all, this was the ruthless Song Liang, who had never shown unwarranted mercy to others. Such actions were entirely consistent with his character. No one deemed this behavior excessively cruel, considering Su Yujia had nearly obliterated their hopes for survival. In their hearts, Su Yujia deserved no less than a gruesome fate, and Song Liang's treatment of her was, by comparison, merciful. The young man poured the entire bottle of alcohol over Su Yujia, then retreated to a safe distance. Throughout this ordeal, Su Yujia displayed no desire to resist, lying motionless on the ground as the alcohol enveloped her. Song Liang took a deep breath, pulling Lin Yue back a couple of steps, and flicked the remaining stub of his cigarette with his middle finger. The glowing ember traced a graceful arc through the air before landing on the prostrate Su Yujia. With a resounding explosion, chaos ensued. Su Yujia found herself enveloped in flames, the fire consuming her entire being with an intensity that was both fierce and terrifying. Soon, the dark corridor was illuminated by the blazing inferno, echoing with her heart-rending screams, reminiscent of a wail from the underworld. Song Liang sighed softly, guiding Lin Yue away, turning his back on the scene, unwilling to cast another glance at Su Yujia. The onlookers, the neighbors gathered nearby, felt their awe of Song Liang intensify into a deeper fear. Upon returning to his home with Lin Yue, a sense of relief washed over him. He shed his clothing and bulletproof vest, carelessly tossing them onto the back of the sofa. before reclining on the couch with a deep exhale. He pulled Lin Yue close, gently caressing her back. How was that? Were you frightened? Lin Yue smiled sweetly, enchanted by his demeanor. The tenderness he exhibited was a stark contrast to the man who had just moments ago incinerated Su Yujia, leaving her to question whether they were indeed the same person. Not at all. With you by my side, I feel completely at ease, she replied, revealing her signature dimples as she nestled against his chest. Wait for me a moment. Rising gracefully, she glided into the bathroom. After a considerable time, she emerged with a basin of warm water, placing it before Song Liang. You must be exhausted today. Let me help you wash your feet, she giggled. She knelt before him, skillfully removing his shoes and socks, placing them into the basin. A sweet sensation filled Song Liang's heart as he allowed Lin Yue's delicate hands to caress his feet, a feeling that brought him immense comfort. While tending to his feet, Lin Yue looked up, her voice soft and tender. Today was far too dangerous. You nearly got hurt. You must be more cautious in the future. Song Liang ran his fingers through Lin Yue's long, silky hair, relishing its smoothness, which always brought him profound tranquility. It wasn't as perilous as you imagine. Each time I venture out, I wear ample protective gear. Someone like Su Yujia poses no threat to me whatsoever. Since the onset of this apocalyptic calamity, I have witnessed countless horrors and faced death numerous times. Such experiences no longer shock me. Indeed, in this chaotic era, we must remain vigilant against any potential danger that lurks in the shadows. He touched the bulletproof vest draped over the sofa. It was no ordinary armor, impervious even to the sharpest blades. Of course, unless the assailant were an extraordinarily skilled martial artist capable of targeting his neck in an instant, Song Liang would always have the means to defend himself. Moreover, Song Liang is no ordinary individual. After extensive training, he has developed his own techniques for evading harm, rendering the likelihood of an ordinary person inflicting injury upon his neck virtually non-existent. By the way, Wei, during my absence, have there been any noteworthy occurrences within our community? Chapter 124. Li Yutong from Building 13. For instance, have there been any activities from the group of desperate individuals in the neighboring unit or from other factions in the complex? Song Liang's gaze reflected a certain complexity. He was aware that his previous actions had been rather conspicuous, inevitably attracting the covetous attention of other factions within the community. While they may hesitate to target him directly, they would feel emboldened to act against others in the building. Lin Yue nodded slowly upon hearing this. You are quite astute. I had just stepped out to inform you of this matter. Stretching lazily, Song Liang sat up, recognizing the importance of this information. Only by understanding both himself and his adversaries could he adequately prepare for what lay ahead. With sincere eyes, he softly inquired, Please tell me, what has transpired during this time? Lin Yue gently wiped Song Liang's feet with a cloth and softly replied, Earlier today, in Building 13, there was a woman named Li Yutong, who I had previously encountered at the Tianning City Hospital. She is now the supervisor of Building 13 and seems to have recently heard of your reputation. Therefore, she sought me out today to request that I relay a message to you, suggesting that you add her as a friend, as she wishes to discuss something of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Song Liang responded with a thoughtful Li Yutong, the supervisor of Building 13? This name was unfamiliar to him, as he had seemingly never heard it before. Although they resided in the same community, Song Liang's building was quite expansive, with considerable distance separating each unit. As he resided in Building 3, while Li Yutong was in Building 13, a full 10 units apart, it was understandable that he did not know her, as he had no opportunity for interaction. Did she mention what she wished to discuss with me? Song Liang pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. Lin Yue gently shook her head. She did not disclose any specifics, merely indicating that the matter is of great significance and pertains to a potential collaboration. It would require the involvement of our supervisor from Building 3 to ascertain the details. Song Liang lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. By then, Lin Yue had finished cleaning his feet, and he sat cross-legged on the sofa. After a while, he shook his head. The collaboration they propose clearly does not align with our interests. A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Yue's eyes as she awaited him to continue. Our current position is evidently much stronger than theirs. Everyone in our building lacks for nothing, whereas what do they have? Unable to venture outside in search of resources, they're capable of confronting the forces of other buildings. What basis do we have for collaboration without any capital? Lin Yue nodded in agreement with Song Liang's viewpoint. Rising from her seat, she positioned herself beside him, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she gently inquired, "So, according to your perspective, we have little to discuss with her? Should I then advise her to abandon all hope?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. "I believe we need not be so hasty in rejecting her. The fact that this woman has proposed the idea of collaboration indicates she possesses some confidence. Perhaps she truly has something to offer us. Share with me what you know about her character and whether she is worthy of our cooperation, as well as some details regarding her building. I shall then deliberate further." Lin Yue nodded and recounted the general information she had gleaned from Li Yutong. This Li Yutong, it seemed, held a significant background. Prior to the onset of this global catastrophe, she was a shareholder in a multinational corporation, controlling nearly 50% of its shares. This company was not only renowned throughout Tianning City, but also wielded considerable influence on an international scale. Li Yutong, in her 30s, bore the marks of time with subtlety, retaining an air of elegance. Her personality was assertive, and her methods were ruthless, enabling her to swiftly seize control of her building amidst the apocalyptic turmoil, thereby becoming the de facto administrator of Building Number 3. The residents of Building Number 3 were quite loyal to her, which had spared her from encountering insurmountable difficulties thus far. She and Lin Yue had met at Tianning City Hospital when she was accompanying a friend for a medical appointment. Their acquaintance was merely superficial. However, she was aware that Lin Yue resided in Building Number 13. Upon learning of the well-organized state of Building No. 13 under Song Liang's management, she thought of Lin Yue, hoping she could facilitate a discussion regarding potential collaboration. From Lin Yue's understanding, Li Yutong had managed her building quite effectively, with no major conflicts arising. At the onset of the disaster, she had efficiently consolidated resources, ensuring equitable distribution while minimizing consumption. Consequently, although many residents of other buildings faced dire casualties, only a few had perished in Building Number 13, with the majority surviving unscathed. After listening to Lin Yue's account, Song Liang nodded thoughtfully. He crossed his arms over his chest and mused. It appears they possess considerable capability under such harsh conditions. The survival of so many is indeed commendable. It is no wonder they feel justified in seeking a partnership with us. Lin Yue nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Li Yutong's substantial shares in such a prominent international company undoubtedly indicated her capabilities. Therefore, I believe this matter warrants careful consideration. Song Liang responded with a hum and a nod. However, it is essential to remain cautious. While we should not harbor ill intentions, we must also be vigilant. Should we truly decide to collaborate with them, it is imperative to ensure that the residents of our building do not suffer any losses. Naturally, the foremost priority is to safeguard our own interests. Song Liang chuckled, exuding an air of confidence. Observing his demeanor, Lin Yue felt reassured, since he had contemplated all aspects. There was no need for her to fret. As for Li Yutong, my acquaintance with her is almost non-existent. Aside from a brief encounter at the hospital, we had not been in touch since. Her sudden approach raises questions about her intentions, especially in this era where interactions with individuals and factions require prudence. Chapter 125. Unequal Negotiations. Song Liang nodded, having naturally considered these factors. Nonetheless, it is understandable that Li Yutong would choose to seek him out at this juncture. I find nothing peculiar about this situation. After all, my recent high-profile actions, driving that modified Mercedes and publicly searching for supplies, have become widely known. Within our community, everyone is aware that I, Song Liang, am not to be trifled with, and astute individuals have likely begun contemplating alliances with me. After all, to obtain what I possess, one must either eliminate me or collaborate with me. Given the difficulty of the former, partnership seems a more pragmatic option. Lin Yue nodded slightly, likely surmising the motivations of those who had approached her. Were she in my position, she would undoubtedly be more eager to collaborate with Song Liang. Since you suggest this, should I inform her that you wish to discuss matters with her? Song Liang pondered for a moment, gently caressing Lin Yue's delicate face, feeling the warmth akin to jade. What do you think? I think perhaps we should have a conversation. Lin Yue replied with a playful smile, finding comfort in Song Liang's touch. Song Liang nodded, indeed sharing the same sentiment. I'm also curious about the thoughts of the factions within these buildings, particularly as they grapple with the futility of opposing me. Currently, we lack the strength to dominate all the forces within the other buildings, so a temporary alliance might prove beneficial for us. This decision was made after careful deliberation. After all, he is no longer alone and cannot continuously hide in his sanctuary. The allure of the outside world presented a formidable temptation for Song Liang, as everything he desired lay beyond its confines. It was only by venturing outside that he could attain what he sought. Thus, he felt compelled to step out. Yet such an endeavor inevitably carried the risk of encountering the influences of other buildings. If he could forge alliances with a few of them, it would undoubtedly be advantageous in navigating future conflicts. Hence, it was imperative that he did not fall into discord with the other units within his community. Song Liang found himself momentarily lost in thought, holding Lin Yue close, before he opened his smartphone to check the messages on his social media. Upon logging in, he was greeted by an overwhelming number of friend requests, with a multitude of red notification alerts cluttering his screen. However, these were of little concern to him, as most were from individuals seeking to befriend him for resources or protection, and thus warranted no response. As he perused the list of friend requests, one particular note caught his eye. "Hello, I am Li Yutong from Building 13, and I would like to discuss something with you." Just as he was about to accept her request, he noticed another peculiar individual who had also sent a message. Curiosity piqued, he delved into the details, discovering that this person, Jiang Chong, the supervisor from Building 11, had a similar motive. "Greetings, Mr. Song Liang. I am Jiang Chong from Building 11. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Please grant me the opportunity." Though unfamiliar with Jiang Chong, Song Liang felt an inexplicable connection between him and Li Yutong, leading him to approve both friend requests. He noted the timestamps of their messages, which coincided with his departure from the community that morning. This strengthened his conviction that both Jiang Chong and Li Yutong sought him for the same purpose. He wondered what conditions they might propose to entice him, hoping they wouldn't compel him to engage in meaningless endeavors. Song Liang resolved to observe the situation further before contemplating any collaboration with these factions. If they were unable to provide him with what he desired, he would not hesitate to reject any partnership, even at the risk of conflict. Almost immediately after accepting the friend requests, a message from Li Yutong arrived, indicating she had been waiting for quite some time. "Hello, Mr. Song Liang. I am Li Yutong from Building 13. I'm currently managing our unit and would like to discuss a matter with you." Barely a moment passed before Jiang Chong's message followed suit. "Good day, Mr. Song Liang. I am Jiang Chong, the head of Building 11. Thank you for accepting my friend request. I have a collaborative matter I wish to discuss with you." Song Liang chose not to respond to Jiang Chong, finding Li Yutong's situation to be comparatively more credible. He first responded to Li Yutong's message. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Li Yutong's reply came swiftly, within 3 seconds. "This matter is rather complex and difficult to articulate through text. May I request a video or voice chat?" Without hesitation, Song Liang promptly declined the suggestion. "I apologize, but my wife is nearby and does not permit me to engage in voice or video chats with other women. Let us communicate via text. I have ample time." He understood that individuals entrenched in the business world are often eloquent. Simply granting her the opportunity to speak made him wary of losing his own footing in the conversation. Lin Yue, lying in Song Liang's embrace, smiled knowingly upon seeing his message, her heart swelling with sweetness. This matter cannot be succinctly conveyed in just a few words. As a man and the supervisor of Building 3, you should be able to decide on this trivial matter of a video chat. Song Liang furrowed his brow. Li Yutong's words unmistakably carried an air of intimidation. Thus, he chose to be forthright. "If you have something to say, please express it in writing. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. You're the one seeking to discuss collaboration. Though my time is plentiful, I see no reason to waste it in such a manner. If you have nothing further to say, you may leave. Many others are waiting, and my desire to continue this conversation is waning." His remarks served not only to retort Li Yutong, but also to clarify his position. Song Liang held the advantage. He lacked for nothing and could thrive without collaboration, whereas Li Yutong was desperately eager to align herself with him. The dynamics of their negotiation were inherently unequal. Chapter 126, Collaboration. Inside Building 13, Li Yutong paced back and forth, clutching her phone, deeply contemplating how to persuade Song Liang to collaborate with her. She noted the coldness of his message, devoid of empathy, revealing his lack of regard for their discussion. Undoubtedly, she found herself at a disadvantage in this conversation. She exhaled warm breath onto her hands, the chill of the room causing them to tingle. This man was indeed formidable. This collaboration was crucial for them, necessitating utmost caution. Facing Song Liang, Li Yutong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, bordering on fear. After all, the tale surrounding him had circulated widely within the community in recent times. He had single-handedly vanquished the original crime lord of their building and severely weakened his subordinates. Armed with an arsenal that was beyond count, he had even brandished a sniper rifle, a rarity for most to witness. Consequently, he had rightfully become the undisputed authority of Building 3. In light of these rumors, any faction from other buildings that had heard of Song Liang's recent exploits harbored a genuine and profound fear of him. This naturally includes Li Yutong. Li Yutong took several deep breaths, pacing back and forth to warm her body slightly and calm her emotions. She contemplated how to discuss a potential collaboration with Song Liang, carefully considering how to broach the subject. Esteemed Mr. Song Liang, your illustrious name has resonated throughout my building and among my colleagues, and we have long anticipated the opportunity to meet you. Regrettably, such an opportunity has eluded us until now. We have recently learned of your uniquely modified Mercedes-Benz, which could defy all external risks and withstand the assaults of those terrifying monsters while venturing out to procure supplies. After extensive deliberation, we believe that a partnership with you could yield a mutually beneficial outcome. Song Liang glanced at his phone screen, his expression non-committal regarding Li Yutong's message. Mutual benefit? Collaboration? Pray tell, what conditions can you offer that would pique my interest in collaborating with you? As you are aware, I, Song Liang, currently lack for nothing in this entire building. Li Yutong had anticipated Song Liang's query and swiftly devised a response. Mr. Song, you must have heard that the management of Building 13 has always been orderly, with no large-scale conflicts to date, resulting in minimal casualties. Therefore, we can offer formidable personnel support, which would greatly aid you in achieving your objectives. Furthermore, with your modified Mercedes-Benz, which is impervious to external dangers, you can venture out to gather supplies, inevitably attracting the avarice of outsiders. Thus, you require the manpower we can provide to enhance your labor force and combat effectiveness, thereby ensuring sustainable development. Having conveyed her thoughts, Li Yutong felt she had laid a solid foundation for persuasion and needed only to add a few more points to stir Song Liang's interest. As the temperature continues to plummet outside, coupled with the presence of numerous monsters, it is virtually impossible for ordinary individuals to risk venturing out in search of supplies. The biting cold has left the residents of our building in a state of hunger, which is untenable. You possess a means of transportation capable of navigating this post-apocalyptic world, along with weapons for self-defense. I can command all the residents of our building to act. If we unite our efforts, our labor, resources, and financial capital can reach their zenith, enabling you to realize all that you desire. Leaning back on the sofa, Song Liang casually touched Lin Yue's figure, pondering for a moment before responding. What you propose indeed appears enticing, and I find myself in need of such resources. However, merely listening to your grand claims leaves me unable to fully extend my trust, as they sound somewhat fantastical. Moreover, there is one matter I must inquire. While you assert that your building is populous, the consumption of resources will undoubtedly escalate, likely leading to significant losses in due time. What leverage do you possess to negotiate with me? Li Yutong took a deep breath, contemplating the matter that Song Liang had just mentioned, which had long been on her mind. This urgency to seek collaboration with Song Liang was a significant motivator for her. Mr. Song, you must comprehend my intentions. My request for your assistance is to help us gather essential supplies for our survival, thereby ensuring our safety. Under this premise, everyone in our building is willing to help you realize any dreams you wish to achieve, no matter how fantastical they may seem. As long as we unite, anything is possible. Song Liang sighed, glancing at Lin Yue, whose complexion had turned flushed. He had completely lost interest in the collaboration proposed by Li Yutong. It was evident that she aimed to take advantage of him, a testament to her background as a high-ranking executive in a multinational corporation, embellishing the notion of working for him. In the end, her condition was that Song Liang must first procure sufficient resources to sustain them, which seemed excessively burdensome. Even if he wished to assist those in need, his enthusiasm had waned. He decided against typing and sent a voice message to Li Yutong instead. I'm sorry, Miss Li Yutong, but I'm not interested in this matter. I have other pressing concerns. Let us discuss it another day. Subsequently, Song Liang prepared to disrobe and reward Lin Yue for her company. However, upon hearing his voice message, Li Yutong grew anxious. Collaborating with Song Liang represented the only hope for survival for all the residents of their building. Without his support, they would endure hunger and cold, leading to certain demise. Mr. Song, please do not rush to a decision. Allow me to finish. You have already revealed many of your cards, including that modified Mercedes and the 2 bulging bags of food you bring back daily. You have undoubtedly become the object of desire for everyone in our community. If you could agree to this collaboration, simply bringing back some life-sustaining food on your outings, I, Li Yutong, personally guarantee that I will not ally with other buildings against you. This alone establishes a foundation for our partnership. Chapter 127. Li Yutong's conditions. While you possess a multitude of weapons, I doubt you wish to become an enemy to all the buildings in the community. Our building offers you precisely this opportunity. Song Liang's phone buzzed incessantly, diminishing his interest, compelling him to prioritize essential matters over personal indulgences. Lin Yue nodded, unperturbed by the interruption, and with a playful smile said, "I'll wait for you in my room." She then sashayed away, her long, alluring legs leading her into her quarters. Once Lin Yue had retreated, Song Liang opened his phone to read the lengthy message from Li Yutong. Upon receiving these messages, Song Liang's heart stirred with a tumult of emotions. Undoubtedly, everything Li Yutong articulated echoed his deepest concerns. After all, no matter how formidable he may be, he ultimately stands alone against overwhelming odds. Even with the presence of a grenade launcher within his mental space, antagonizing too many individuals inevitably invites unforeseen repercussions. What Li Yutong conveyed was precisely what he longed to hear. The preceding trivialities held no value for him and were merely a waste of time. Perhaps the tendency to speak in flattering terms is a habitual behavior ingrained in those who have navigated the corporate realm for years. Despite the tumult within him, Song Liang cautiously inquired, "Are you implying that the forces from other units are prepared to confront me?" Yet, I find this hard to believe. For our unit undeniably possesses the strongest combat capability, and I am faring well. Who would seek to bring upon themselves such humiliation? As a high-ranking executive in a multinational corporation, Li Yutong had long mastered the art of manipulating human emotions. She quickly discerned that her words had struck a chord with Song Liang. He was now testing her resolve. However, to her chagrin, Song Liang indeed held the upper hand in this negotiation. Hence, to secure a collaboration with him, she felt compelled to divulge critical information, thereby demonstrating her sincerity. "Mr. Song Liang," she began, "I believe that your ascension to your current position within your unit signifies your intelligence. You are undoubtedly aware of the adage that a man of virtue may attract envy. In this current climate, thousands in our community are suffering from cold and hunger, all while remaining wary of betrayal from former compatriots. Only you have the luxury of driving that modified Mercedes to seek resources and enjoy a semblance of a fulfilling life. Consider this. If you were in their position, would you not feel compelled to seize such opportunities? The reason those lurking in the shadows have yet to act is merely due to their fear of your capabilities, as they weigh the potential rewards against the risks of confronting you. However, in my view, it is only a matter of time before they can no longer restrain themselves from launching an assault on you and your unit. When that day arrives, your strength and defense will undoubtedly be put to the test. Conversely, our unit has always favored peace. If you can meet our basic needs for food and supplies, not only will we refrain from hostility, but we will also aid you in critical moments, fostering a genuine partnership." Upon reflecting on Li Yutong's words, Song Liang found himself deep in thought. Although her statements could be perceived as a veiled threat, they resonated with his own intentions. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not relinquish control over the negotiation. "Miss Li Yutong, if I understand your implication correctly, are you suggesting that if I refuse to acquiesce to your request for a photograph, you would conspire with those from other buildings who harbor intentions towards us and unite against me?" Mr. Song Liang's words left no room for leniency for Li Yutong. His sentiment was straightforward. "Should you threaten me, I am compelled to retaliate." Thus, his utterance was imbued with palpable indignation. Even someone as seasoned in high-stakes environments as Li Yutong found herself momentarily trembling. However, she quickly regained her composure. Aligning her thoughts with Song Liang's, she could not show weakness in their discourse and must strive to maintain the upper hand in negotiation. Moreover, Her perception that Song Liang's threat was not particularly daunting stemmed from another consideration. There existed a full 10 building units between Building 3 and Building 13, accompanied by substantial open spaces between each structure. Consequently, the likelihood of Song Liang leading his subordinates to mount an attack was almost negligible. Such an endeavor would ensnare him in a predicament, necessitating vigilance against potential assaults from other factions, despite his possession of formidable weaponry. Taking a deep breath, Li Yutong continued. Mr. Song Liang, after our conversation, based on my experience, I believe you are not inherently malevolent. Rather, you are a person of discernment. Therefore, I have reason to trust my judgment that you would not choose to oppose us, for even if you were to emerge victorious in future conflicts, the outcome would likely be far from favorable. Mr. Song Liang, I hope you comprehend that our building has always cherished peace and refrains from engaging in conflict. Our pursuit of collaboration with you is solely predicated on a basic need for sustenance, devoid of any excessive demands. Furthermore, with the manpower from our building, coupled with my leadership and your influence, we would undoubtedly constitute a formidable force even beyond the confines of our community. This prospect, I trust, holds some allure for you. Li Yutong's emotions surged, her fervor evident in her communication. Song Liang, clearly amused by her demeanor, could not resist a quip, noting her eloquence even in the context of seeking assistance, a testament to her experience in the corporate sphere. Upon reading his message, Li Yutong felt a surge of indignation, perceiving his words as disrespectful. Nonetheless, being well-versed in the ways of the world, she quickly composed herself. Mr. Song Liang, I implore you to show some decorum. This is a legitimate partnership, and I am earnest in my intentions. I hope you will treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Chapter 128. Temporary suspension of negotiations. Song Liang emitted a sound of acknowledgement, pausing for a moment to contemplate before responding. Very well, let it be so. I require time to deliberate over this matter thoroughly. I will inform you once I reach a conclusion. After sending this message, Song Liang felt no inclination to further discuss the issue with Li Yutong. He promptly turned off his phone screen and placed the device face down upon the table before him. This situation undoubtedly held a certain allure for Song Liang. Given his current predicament, it was impossible for him to claim indifference to Li Yutong's words. Although he had initially dismissed the individuals residing in Building 13, considering that no matter how many there were, he possessed an arsenal of formidable weapons, he knew that should they dare to attack, they must be prepared to face the consequences. If all else failed, Song Liang could relinquish everything associated with the building and retreat into a safe haven with Lin Yue, free from worry. However, this course of action contradicted Song Liang's original intentions. He had aspired to navigate the apocalyptic landscape with minimal disruption, at the very least, not losing the opportunity to venture outside. Furthermore, the crux of the matter did not lie solely with Li Yutong and her representation of Building 13, but rather with the broader community of the entire complex. After all, seeing Song Liang live so freely would undoubtedly incite greed among many, not just Li Yutong. The other factions within the complex would surely desire a share of his resources, as the current circumstances were dire for them. Should delays persist, there would come a time when supplies were entirely depleted, leaving no chance to confront Song Liang. Such a scenario was precisely what these factions dreaded. Moreover, if all the residents of the complex united against him, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Even with the aid of other owners from the building, they would merely be a group of ineffectual pawns, while the true combat capability rested solely with him. Consequently, merely overcoming the united front of these individuals would demand substantial effort, all while he needed to remain vigilant to protect himself from harm during the ensuing conflict. With a sigh, Song Liang surveyed his home, this sanctuary encased in a shell of steel, resilient enough to withstand explosive assaults. It was the most reliable asset in his arsenal. Even if the entire community turned against him, their methods would be insufficient to breach this haven. Yet, for someone like Song Liang, who yearned to roam freely in a world undone, remaining hidden within the confines of safe house was clearly not the life he desired. Should he push those outside to desperation, retreating to a place where he could not act, the chances of safely venturing out again would be severely diminished. After much contemplation, Song Liang ultimately concluded that there was no viable solution to his dilemma. Should the entire community unite against him, it would undoubtedly be feasible to prevent Song Liang from leaving his abode. However, collaborating with individuals outside who have not undergone experiences to earn Song Liang's trust does not seem particularly advantageous. One cannot ascertain whether, upon collaboration, these nominal colleagues might betray him, as he has endured treachery in his past life, and thus is unlikely to make such a perilous decision lightly. Consequently, Song Liang finds himself once again ensnared in a dilemma, unable to reach a conclusion. After much contemplation, he finally arrived at a resolution that greatly satisfied him. This ultimate decision was to adopt a stance of cautious observation, refraining from expressing his intentions to those he found difficult to trust. After all, within the confines of his safe haven, even if the entire community were to conspire against him, they would pose no threat, nor could they inflict harm upon him. Even if he chose to remain indoors, he could bide his time, waiting for the outside forces to exhaust themselves, thereby regaining his freedom of movement. However, he remained uncertain as to how long this waiting period would last, perhaps months or even years. Nonetheless, Song Liang felt assured, the individuals outside, grappling with a severe scarcity of food and resources while enduring increasingly frigid temperatures, would find it increasingly challenging to venture out, let alone expend considerable effort to breach his impregnable sanctuary. For them, such an endeavor was virtually impossible. At least for the time being, he would not have to worry about the safety of himself and Wei Wei. If necessary, he could abandon the safe house and attempt to escape in a Mercedes, accepting the high probability of not returning home, but at least ensuring the preservation of other resources. In that case, he could utilize his consciousness space to vacate everything from the safe house, rendering it uninhabitable for them, regardless of its fortitude. Song Liang murmured to himself, yet he quickly dismissed this notion. It would mean positioning himself against the entire community comprising thousands. The uncertainty of how long such a confrontation would last or whether he could prevail weighed heavily on him. With a sigh, he acknowledged that the ultimate decision held significant consequences and thus required meticulous consideration until he identified the path most suitable for him. Before Song Liang lay two paths. One required him to expend considerable time and energy to dismantle the threatening forces within the community, leaving them with no means of resistance. The other involved contemplating alternative strategies that might allow him to resolve his dilemmas effortlessly. Alas, it appeared that he would not be able to discover the most advantageous route in the immediate future. Song Liang glanced at his phone once more, recalling that, aside from Li Yutong, there was another individual patiently awaiting his response. He deemed it prudent to engage in conversation with this person first, to gauge their sentiments before deliberating on how to proceed with the matter at hand. After all, he was curious to ascertain whether the other representatives of the apartment buildings shared similar thoughts. He opened his social media and noticed that, although he had not communicated with Jiang Chong, the supervisor of Building 11, he seemed undeterred, having already sent several messages to convey his sincerity. Chapter 129, Jiang Chong, Mr. Song Liang. It is a fortunate opportunity to discuss the shared future of our two apartment buildings. Our approach in seeking collaboration with you is driven by genuine intent. We aspire to build a harmonious and safe community devoid of violence and conflict, ensuring the safety of the residents in both buildings. To provide context, I can confidently assert that since the onset of this apocalyptic calamity, Building 11 has experienced the lowest mortality rate. Only a handful of elderly individuals succumbed to hunger and cold, but aside from that, no one else has perished during this disaster. Furthermore, there's been no friction or disputes among the residents. Everyone promptly engaged in the equitable distribution of the scarce resources available, fostering a particularly harmonious coexistence amidst the protracted hardships. Our philosophy is rooted in the belief that only through mutual cooperation during these dire times can we minimize conflict and survive to witness a glimmer of hope for humanity, thereby contributing to the arduous task of rebuilding in the aftermath of this catastrophe. After sending this message, Jiang Chong paused for 3 or 4 minutes before continuing with another message. Mr. Song Liang, I believe you understand that our greatest challenge lies in securing sufficient food and resources for our survival. This is why I've taken it upon myself to represent the residents of Building 11 and extend a sincere invitation for cooperation. Should you agree to provide us with adequate sustenance and supplies, we can offer you ample manpower, placing all residents under your command to fulfill your every need. Moreover, I will utilize my expertise to mediate relations between Building 3 and the other buildings, preventing any large-scale conflicts. Ultimately, our collective objective is singular: survival. What do you think of my proposal, Mr. Song Liang? Song Liang pondered carefully over Jiang Chang's words, recognizing the validity in his reasoning. This man appeared to possess significantly more sincerity than Li Yutong. At the very least, his tone was neither aggressive nor overly submissive. Moreover, he succinctly articulated his thoughts to Song Liang, instilling within him a glimmer of hope. Among the statements he made, the one that resonated most profoundly with Song Liang was the notion of collaboratively constructing a harmonious community. What struck him as almost incredulous was the fact that this global cataclysm had persisted for 2 months. Yet, as he mentioned, no significant conflict had erupted within Building 11. The few casualties resulting from this disaster were predominantly frail, elderly individuals. Those of typical working age appear to have been largely unaffected, merely experiencing a slight reduction in their daily sustenance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Liang discerned a promising aspect in this Jiang Chang's character. Such information was previously unknown to Uncle Chun-in, representing hidden intelligence. Still, he remained cautious and messaged Jiang Chang, expressing his willingness to consider the proposal, but first inquiring about how he managed Building 11. Without hesitation, Jiang Chang promptly replied, evidently having awaited the message for some time. Indeed, Mr. Song Liang, I previously held a minor leadership position within the neighborhood committee of our building, which grants me a degree of influence among the residents. In response to the prevailing demands, during this apocalyptic crisis, I united the majority of tenants in Building 11, collecting all available resources and implementing a daily equitable distribution system, ensuring that our residents have enough to eat each day. This approach has allowed everyone to survive thus far while maintaining sufficient strength and productivity. Upon reading his message, Song Liang nodded lightly, reflecting upon the abundance of capable individuals in this world. As a reincarnate, he possessed an informational advantage over these ordinary talents, which had enabled him to exert control over all the residents of Building 3. However, the methods of benevolence and intimidation he employed were undoubtedly less honorable than Jiang Chang's more rational strategy of comprehensive coordination. Within the entire community, the number of buildings capable of averting large-scale conflict amidst the threats of disaster and death was likely minimal. Even Song Liang's building was a result of gradual effort. Yet, such a situation inevitably led to perpetual internal strife, resulting not only in the untimely demise of many residents, but also in substantial waste of food and resources, unavoidable occurrences in the absence of sufficient governance. Therefore, Jiang Chang's idea was not only superior to Song Liang's, but also potentially commendable compared to any other faction. Jiang Chang undoubtedly possesses remarkable skills, far surpassing that woman who merely engages in empty rhetoric. This is a sentiment genuinely held by Song Liang. However, he soon perceives the limitations inherent in Jiang Chang's approach. In a post-apocalyptic world characterized by a severe scarcity of resources, while they may ensure their immediate survival and alleviate the persistent hunger afflicting the group, what will they do when the day comes that all supplies and food are utterly depleted? In such dire circumstances, apart from Song Liang, it seems that no one can guarantee a consistently ample and stable source of sustenance. Are they to resort to pillaging resources from other buildings? Yet, how could those who have lived in an ideal utopia ever hope to overcome individuals who have long endured violence and conflict? Furthermore, even in the short term, their hoarding of supplies may incite jealousy from external forces. When these individuals, accustomed to a life of comfort, face those who thrive on the edge of danger, their ability to protect themselves may be non-existent, leaving them vulnerable to annihilation, rendering any talk of the future moot. Chapter 130. Jiang Chang's thoughts. In the absence of sufficient combat capabilities for protection, any semblance of harmony and stability is merely superficial, with numerous flaws lurking beneath the surface. However, this realization has already led Song Liang to recognize the potential for collaboration with Jiang Chang, prompting him not to treat Jiang Chang as he did with Li Yutong. He promptly responded to Jiang Chang's message, inquiring, "What will you do if I do not intend to cooperate with any faction?" Jiang Chang appeared momentarily taken aback by Song Liang's message, taking a considerable pause before slowly replying, "We are very sincere about this collaboration, All the residents of Building 11 eagerly anticipate this partnership. However, if you do not wish to collaborate with any faction, we will not insist. We would merely find it regrettable, but this will not alter our perspective. Should you reconsider your stance in the future, we welcome you to reach out to us again. The residents of Building 11 eagerly await your return and look forward to the opportunity for future collaboration. Upon reading Jiang Chang's official response, Song Liang found it somewhat amusing. Nonetheless, it was certainly more pleasant than his previous exchanges with Li Yutong. Would you not consider uniting with other factions harboring designs on our building to confront us? Wouldn't that allow you to acquire the resources I possess? Song Liang continued to probe. Jiang Chang's reply was resolute, exhibiting no trace of hesitation. This is something we would never contemplate. Everything we pursue within our building regarding the development of power is solely for self-preservation, to safeguard the ember of human society. We would never proactively provoke others. After all, whenever conflict arises, casualties are inevitable. As the representative of Building 11, I have long contemplated this matter. We must avert unnecessary sacrifices. Upon receiving this message from Jiang Chang, Song Liang nodded slightly. As he stated, senseless strife only leads to mutual destruction. This sentiment had been Song Liang's initial thought as well. Aside from seeking vengeance, he had no desire to provoke anyone. However, while he would never instigate trouble, he would also not shy away from it. Moreover, the inhabitants of Building 11, under Jiang Chang's leadership, had peacefully endured 2 months amidst the apocalypse without any inclination to engage in conflict, knowing full well their combat prowess could not rival that of the ruthless brigands from other buildings. This was undoubtedly a sagacious decision on Jiang Chang's part. Thus, even if the other buildings were to unite against Song Liang one day, the meager fighting capacity of his own building would render any attempt to wrest a portion from those nefarious individuals utterly futile. Therefore, he could afford to remain on the sidelines. Should Song Liang emerge victorious, he would lose nothing and would have left a favorable impression on him, potentially facilitating future collaborations. Conversely, if Song Liang's adversaries were to prevail, he would still bear no losses. Once Song Liang's modified Mercedes-Benz fell into the hands of others, he could seek collaboration with them, leading to a similar outcome. In Jiang Chang's eyes, Song Liang's persona was far more formidable than that of the other representatives from the surrounding buildings. Well, I need to ponder this matter thoroughly before I can respond, he concluded, as Song Liang was momentarily indecisive and chose to end the conversation. He began to sift through the friend requests he had received, eager to discover how many individuals within the community sought to collaborate with him. Previously, Song Liang had observed that most of these requests were from those hoping to obtain supplies from him. He had little interest in engaging with these requests and thus chose to disregard them, redirecting his attention to others who wished to partner with him. Before long, Song Liang identified several individuals among the crowd, primarily those in supervisory roles across various buildings. He accepted their friend requests one by one. Their expressed desires were largely in alignment with those of Li Yutong and Jiang Chang, seeking Song Liang's protection in exchange for certain concessions. They also requested his assistance in providing sufficient supplies and food to sustain all residents of their respective buildings, enabling their survival. However, the resources they could offer in return for collaboration were exceedingly limited, verging on inconsequential to Song Liang, either akin to Li Yutong and Jiang Chang, providing Song Liang with a certain amount of labor and combat capability, or pledging to him that when other factions from different buildings unite to assault him, they shall not sever the bridge after crossing it or strike him while he is down. Some building managers even promised that should Song Liang agree to cooperate, they would supply him with an endless stream of women, a blatant allure of beauty that holds no sway over him. The distinction lies in the fact that some of these managers beseech Song Liang for collaboration, while others threaten him, vowing that should he refuse, they will personally bring about his demise one day. Naturally, Song Liang pays little heed to such trivial matters. If they were truly prepared to attack him, why would they come scurrying to him seeking favors? Reclining on the sofa, he stared vacantly at the ceiling. His mind was leaning towards a decision, albeit not yet conclusive. The perennial dilemma remained. One option was to eliminate all those who posed a threat to him. This choice, however, was fraught with peril and exceedingly time-consuming, considering the sheer number of adversaries and the unreliability of his own allies. Moreover, if those adversaries set traps for him while he was out seeking vengeance or merely hid away like turtles in their shells, Song Liang had little confidence in his ability to resolve matters unscathed. Furthermore, he found himself lacking any inclination towards taking lives. Most residents of this community bore him no ill will. To condemn them all to death for the sake of his own notions left him questioning the soundness of his mind. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the myriad problems associated with this choice, problems that seemed insurmountable in the short term. It was all too troublesome. Song Liang closed his eyes and let out a long, anguished cry. Chapter 131. Discussions at that moment. Lin Yue, noticing Song Liang had not entered his room for quite some time, assumed he had encountered a challenging predicament and thus stepped outside. Coincidentally, she overheard him murmuring to himself while lying on the sofa, and upon hearing his words, a chill ran down her spine, evoking a profound fear of his thoughts. At that instant, none in the entire community could fathom that their lives hinged solely on Song Liang's decision. Should he choose to eradicate all those who threatened him, Lin Yue would unhesitatingly believe it would spell catastrophe for everyone in the neighborhood. Grateful for her prudence in aligning with him, she reflected that had she become his adversary, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing movements, Song Liang noticed Lin Yue emerging in a simple lace nightgown. A flicker of warmth surged within him as he smiled and patted the vacant spot beside him on the sofa. Wei, come sit. Lin Yue smiled sweetly, gracefully gliding over to sit beside Song Liang, leaning her body against his chest. At that moment, Song Liang was bare-chested, and the soft contact of Lin Yue's skin against him was quite pleasurable. She gently rested her head on his shoulder, her softness pressing closely against his arm, a sensation that stirred deep emotions within him. Song Liang reached out, tenderly wrapping his arm around her slender waist, planting a gentle kiss on her crimson lips. This action instantly flushed Lin Yue's cheeks with a rosy hue, her breath quickening as her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly in enjoyment, letting out a soft sound of delight. Vivi, you must have heard everything I just said. Do you have any suggestions for me? Seeing Lin Yue in such a blissful state made Song Liang chuckle softly. He leaned back slightly, choosing not to continue the intoxicating intimacy. Lin Yue's cheeks remained flushed. Noticing Song Liang's reluctance to proceed, she shot him a playful glare. Yet, despite a tinge of regret, she felt a surge of happiness from his inquiry about her opinion. He indeed regarded her as a girlfriend rather than a mere subordinate, a distinction that brought her great comfort. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yue delicately traced her fingers across Song Liang's chest, her eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. If you choose to confront them, how confident are you in withstanding the assault of the entire community? Without hesitation, Song Liang responded with unwavering confidence. Dealing with that unruly mob outside poses no challenge for me. They know I'm not someone to be trifled with. In truth, Song Liang had never been overly concerned about this matter. Repelling the attacks of these individuals was trivial for him, especially since he possessed a secure refuge capable of withstanding their onslaught. As long as that sanctuary was available, everything would be manageable, if necessary. He could simply remain inside without venturing out. However, Song Liang harbored concerns that if he antagonized all factions within the community, his future outings might become problematic. If those individuals were to lurk at his doorstep, waiting to ambush him as he left, the situation could quickly spiral out of control. Furthermore, he could not guarantee that hidden powers within the community did not possess weaponry more powerful than the explosives of the neighboring construction teams. Although the likelihood of such a scenario was slim, the mere thought of it left Song Liang apprehensive regarding the potential consequences. What if a secure haven proved inadequate against such devastating weaponry? The uncertainty gnawed at him, prompting him to avoid taking any risks. Nevertheless, the probability of such an occurrence was approaching zero, so he resolved to set aside those concerns for the time being. Upon hearing Song Liang's words, Lin Yue was taken aback. She had initially anticipated that he would claim it was impossible to withstand the attacks of the entire community. However, she did not anticipate his unwavering confidence as he boldly asserted his capabilities. Song Liang possessed a frighteningly vast array of resources, a fact known to Lin Yue. Yet mere supplies could not be wielded as weapons. Lin Yue had little understanding of the weaponry Song Liang commanded. The only arms she was aware of were a 9mm handgun and a chilling sniper rifle. Even in her limited knowledge of firearms, she recognized that these two weapons would prove invaluable in skirmishes and ambushes. However, In the face of a large-scale assault, their utility would be significantly diminished. Especially in a scenario where one would stand against 1,000, they would be quickly overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Yet, upon further reflection, Lin Yue reconsidered. Song Liang was no ordinary individual. He was a man of numerous secrets. Thus, the assurances he provided might indeed hold truth. Deep down, Lin Yue found herself inclined to trust Song Liang. She exhaled softly, gently squeezed the muscle of his arm, and continued to inquire. If you were to choose an alternative path and collaborate with all factions within the community, would it necessitate providing supplies and sustenance to sustain them? A gentle smile graced Song Liang's lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. According to what those wishing to collaborate with me have indicated, your line of thought is indeed accurate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before responding. That simply won't do. If you were to align with those factions, your daily excursions would be significantly prolonged, considering the community comprises at least 1,000 individuals. Meeting the daily needs of each household seems utterly implausible. Given the current scarcity of resources, finding them will require extensive searching, and there may be days spent outside yielding nothing. How can we hope to fulfill their demands under such circumstances? Moreover, in today's perilous times, every additional second spent outside increases the risk. One must not gamble with their life. Song Liang waved his hand dismissively. It is not so dire. Their demands are indeed somewhat elevated, but ultimately, the authority to decide rests with me, and thus the final terms will be determined by my discretion, largely irrelevant to them. Even if I were to acquiesce to their requests, it would not entail supplying sustenance to thousands of homeowners, as many buildings are in similar plight to ours, suffering extensive casualties. In fact, some buildings are entirely abandoned, so there is no obligation for me to provide resources and food for them. Chapter 132. A lack of options in light of these circumstances, considering the hidden motives of those individuals, once they receive supplies and food from me. Their primary concern will undoubtedly be ensuring their own trusted allies are well fed, while the fate of others will be of little consequence to them. Perhaps within many of the apartment buildings, the reason those in power sustain all the residents is merely to ensure that when the day comes when food is scarce, there will still be a morsel to consume. Song Liang sighed. What he articulated was indeed a reflection of human nature, a thought easily conceived. Listening to his words, Lin Yue pondered their implications, and an unsettling chill coursed through her. Yet, upon further reflection, she acknowledged the validity of Song Liang's statements and nodded in silent agreement. Nevertheless, the remaining inhabitants of the entire community would certainly not be few, and shouldering the responsibility of their sustenance alone would indeed impose considerable strain upon us. Song Liang chuckled softly, drawing Lin Yue closer. You are right. It is precisely for this reason that I must devise a way to extricate myself from this predicament. My energy is limited, and I ought to carve out more leisure time to be with you. However, as you well know, the only way to thoroughly eliminate this trouble is to eradicate those forces that pose a threat to me. He sighed, continuing, yet, this is undoubtedly a complex and exceedingly exhausting endeavor, fraught with significant peril. From a moment, I declare enmity with them. I must remain vigilant against the dangers lurking in the shadows whenever I step outside this safe haven. Song Liang grimaced, rubbing his temples. This matter left him in a quandary, for wishing to act solely in his favor necessitated prolonged contemplation. Wei, tell me, is there a way to achieve a solution that pleases both sides? Is there a means to eliminate these threatening forces without expending energy or facing risks? Or perhaps a way to live in comfort without preparing resources for them? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue nodded, her beautiful eyes shimmering with earnest contemplation as she lowered her gaze in thought. Meanwhile, Song Liang leaned back, striving to remain silent so as not to disrupt her train of thought. After a considerable pause, Lin Yue shook her head, her expression tinged with resignation. Given the current state of affairs, this problem appears nearly insurmountable. After all, to them, you're their sole hope for survival. Should you choose not to assist them, they will undoubtedly unite in an effort to vanquish you, leading to an inevitable bloodbath. However, I do have another idea, though its danger is comparable to the daily quest for sustenance. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it. Song Liang raised his head slightly, intrigued. What idea do you have? Please share it. I shall consider it. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment, then smiled and replied, to be frank, this idea may be a bit of a burden for you. It entails relinquishing everything you have built within this community and departing from this place. Only in doing so can you avoid friction with the external forces while also evading the constant obligation of providing resources and food for their survival. However, the prerequisite is that you are willing to relinquish the order established within this apartment building, as well as the sanctuary capable of withstanding all threats. Upon hearing this, Song Liang furrowed his brows and cast a glance at Lin Yue. For Song Liang, such a notion seemed utterly far-fetched. How could he possibly forsake the dominion he had invested so much effort to build? Most importantly, how could he abandon this fortress that could repel any attack? Leaving the community would mean placing himself in an irretrievable predicament, devoid of any guarantees for his protection. Departing from the underground refuge would signify an existence filled with monotony that would permeate all aspects of his life thereafter. Yet, a more astonishing thought suddenly crossed his mind. If his conscious realm could perpetually align with his desires, might it be feasible to embed the intricate safety net he had painstakingly constructed within his consciousness, thereby taking it with him? In that case, he would no longer need to fear the absence of shelter. Previously, Song Liang had attempted to draw various seemingly incredible objects into his conscious space, especially larger items, with undeniable success. However, he had also come to recognize a serious limitation. Only independent, transportable items could be extracted from reality. The sanctuary, however, was intrinsically linked to the apartment building itself. Removing it would necessitate dismantling the entire structure, a notion Song Liang found untenable. Taking the whole building would mean that everything and everyone within it would also be drawn in. His experiments with the conscious space revealed that it could not accommodate living entities. Anything with life entering would perish, an outcome Song Liang was unwilling to witness. Therefore, if he wished to transport this sanctuary, it would require a method to detach it from a building. But how could that be accomplished? After all, Song Liang resided on the ground floor. If it could indeed be dismantled, the entire building would face collapse. Even if he were not on the ground floor, the fortitude of his sanctuary rendered it practically indestructible. If it were dismantleable, the other residents would have long since breached their own homes, leaving no room for him to engage in such mental deliberation. Nonetheless, despite the absurdity of the idea Lin Yue proposed, which seemed entirely unfeasible, it nonetheless sparked a line of thought for him. If there ever came a day when this idea could be realized, Song Liang would certainly be willing to explore it. After all, he could not remain in this community indefinitely. Achieving great endeavors beyond these confines was his original aspiration. However, at present, this course of action evidently was not the most viable choice and could only be deferred for the time being. Lin Yue observed Song Liang's expression of embarrassment and couldn't help but chuckle, waving her hand dismissively. There's no need to feel awkward. I was merely speaking casually. After all, once we relinquish this safe haven, where else can we go? Song Liang nodded, acknowledging that he had no immediate answers to the predicament at hand, thus choosing to refrain from further contemplation on the matter. Alas, this situation is indeed quite challenging for us. Is there truly any way to resolve all these issues satisfactorily? Chapter 133. Bulletproof duo Lin Yue pursed her lips and gently shook her head. I am equally at a loss as to what to do. The solutions might not differ greatly from what you have in mind. With a soft sigh, Song Liang replied, then let us not rush to find solutions. Instead, let us observe the unfolding situation. After all, we currently lack for nothing. The urgency lies with those outside who wish to collaborate with us, not with us. We can afford to take our time. We are not in peril. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue nodded, continuing to rest her head on Song Liang's chest, silently listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Song Liang exhaled in relief, turning his gaze to the ceiling. The only circumstance that truly troubled Song Liang was the potential alliance of the other units in the complex banding together to attack his. However, upon further reflection, he realized there was no need for excessive concern. In this apocalyptic scenario, everyone harbored a selfish streak, and even in unity, one could not escape the intricacies of treachery. At that point, the complexities of managing a large group would likely lead to chaos and conflict. After all, the survival strategies employed by Li Yutong and Jiang Chang in their unit were certainly in the minority. Most, like Song Liang's unit, resorted to forceful domination over the residents. Among these smaller factions, the disparities in ideology and morality were vast, ensuring that conflicts would arise. Under the pretense of unity, They would not only strategize against Song Liang, but also remain vigilant against their own. Such a seemingly formidable force posed little cause for fear. They might very well disintegrate before Song Liang even needed to intervene. Thus, Song Liang resolved to bide his time, observing how these factions would evolve. For now, he and his unit were not lacking in sustenance or resources, nor did they lack the weaponry and secure shelter to ensure their safety. Compared to the disarray outside, their advantages were significant. Ultimately, Song Liang was determined to remain watchful, waiting for the external factions to make their move. Nevertheless, he understood that during this period, he must remain vigilant while venturing out, as certain factions may not be able to contain their aggression before he made his intentions known. Especially the group, led by Sun Yukai next door, they have lost too many men under Song Liang as command, and they could strike at any moment. However, Song Liang was well prepared for any sudden attacks from these individuals. With a bulletproof vest that enveloped his entire body, he felt reassured against potential harm. Yet, the head protection appeared somewhat inadequate in comparison to the rest of the body. Last time at the Tianning police station, he had failed to find a helmet for head protection, leaving his head exposed, which made him feel somewhat insecure. Upon mentioning the bulletproof vest, Song Liang suddenly recalled something he seemed to have overlooked. He waved his hand and carefully selected a pristine bulletproof vest from the pile stored in his consciousness space. He then handed it to Lin Yue, who looked at the vest in his hands with a glimmer of joy in her beautiful eyes. "Is this for me?" she asked, and Song Liang nodded, placing the vest into her hands. "The neighborhood may not be safe for a while. If you plan to go out to greet me like today, you must wear this vest so that I can feel a bit more at ease." Lin Yue bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Song Liang's image in her heart undoubtedly grew taller and more imposing. Blushing, she accepted the vest from his hands, stood up, and tried it on, finding it to fit perfectly. She revealed a cheerful smile, showing her little tiger teeth. "This is fantastic. It fits my figure just right. With this on, I don't have to fear those bad guys outside anymore." "Hee, thank you." As she spoke, she gently pecked Song Liang's face. Song Liang smiled slightly, yet he advised, "I still wouldn't recommend you going out too often. Even with this vest, your head and legs lack proper defense, so you could still be at risk." Lin Yue nodded, feeling warm from his concern. "Oh, by the way, I have an idea." Song Liang's mind stirred, and he quickly retrieved another police bulletproof vest from his consciousness space, placing it on his thigh. Wei, could you bring me a pair of scissors? I'll make you some bulletproof pants." Lin Yue paused for a moment, unsure of his intent, but she quickly dashed to the nearby bathroom cabinet to fetch a pair of scissors and handed them to Song Liang. Taking the scissors, Song Liang intended to cut the stitching of the bulletproof vest, aiming to fashion it into a protective covering for Lin Yue's legs. The stitching on the vest was sturdy, as expected from police-grade equipment. After a considerable amount of time, he finally managed to cut all the threads, laying the vest on the table. Looking at the vest transformed into two separate pieces as he envisioned, Song Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He placed the two pieces of bulletproof fabric over Lin Yue's slender legs for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. "This will do," he said. "I will help you sew it later, and when you go out, you won't need to worry about your legs being harmed. After all, the legs harbor major arteries that must not be neglected." While folding the bulletproof vest, Song Liang pointed to his own head, continuing, "Currently, I cannot protect my head, so we must devise a plan for that later. You must take good care of yourself and refrain from venturing out. I do not wish to see you injured." Lin Yue, observing Song Liang's concerned expression, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Before coming to Song Liang's home, she had contemplated every possible scenario, yet never anticipated that he would treat her with such devotion. This realization filled her heart with joy. After preparing all the necessary equipment, Song Liang reclined on the sofa, while Lin Yue cheerfully swayed her body, humming a tune as she massaged his arms. Earlier, the effort to sever the threads of the bulletproof vest had left his arms somewhat sore. Chapter 134. A Mutual Decision. Lin Yue's massage was greatly appreciated by Song Liang at that moment. After a brief period of contemplation, he suddenly conceived an idea. He could not allow the residents of his apartment building to live too comfortably. It was imperative to instill a sense of crisis among them. Otherwise, they might become complacent like the followers of Li Yutong and Jiang Chong, losing their fighting spirit, which would be disastrous. After all, Song Liang had united these individuals not to create trouble for himself, but to ensure they received the training they required. With other buildings eyeing his with predatory intent, it was only a matter of time before someone seized the opportunity to strike, necessitating a response from him. With this resolve, Liang picked up his phone and sent a message to the residents group, informing them of the precarious situation they all faced. Dear neighbors, I have received some troubling news. Recently, as I have been venturing out daily to gather supplies and food for everyone, I have attracted the envy of certain factions within our community. They intend to unite on a future day to seize our scarce food and resources, threatening that if we do not willingly distribute our gathered provisions, they will turn against us and leave us with nothing. What do you all think we should do now? Upon sending this message to the residents group, the members promptly emerged from their previous silence. Having endured hunger for so long, they were relieved to see Liang personally take action to procure the essential supplies for their survival. After enduring countless hardships, hope for survival finally blossomed. Yet, the forces residing in the neighboring apartment complex audaciously aspired to seize the limited resources we barely possess, envisioning a complete plunder. How could we possibly acquiesce to such demands? What? This shameless rabble believes they can simply take what little we have left? Even our meager allocation barely suffices for us. There is certainly no surplus to relinquish to them. We stand resolute in our refusal to yield. What is rightfully ours shall remain ours. Should they dare to attempt a theft, we shall confront them fiercely, ensuring they meet their demise here with no chance of return. If they truly have the audacity to come at us, we shall fight to the last breath, staunchly defending our scant provisions. No crumb, not even a morsel of bread, shall be surrendered. Indeed, we are no longer the same as before. United in our resolve, we are fortified under the leadership of Brother Liang. Even if they come in numbers, we shall not cower. However, amid this fervor, a few homeowners expressed their apprehensions. Neighbors, let's not act impulsively. Have we considered that if the inhabitants of those apartment blocks unite, their numbers could easily exceed 1,000? We, on the other hand, number only in the dozens. If a conflict arises, can we truly prevail? Indeed, neighbors, confronting the might of an entire complex with our limited strength seems perilously daunting. Should we lose, our lives would be at stake. Brother Liang, would you consider negotiating with them? Perhaps we can convince them to refrain from attacking us. The food and supplies we have gathered are simply insufficient to share. Precisely. If Brother Liang steps forward, they might accord us some respect. Why not give it a try? Their suggestions drew immediate rebuttals from another faction of dissenters. Are you out of your mind? Those desperate marauders would kill their own neighbors for a mere meal. Who would heed Brother Liang's counsel or engage in reasoned discourse with us? Exactly. The outcome remains unchanged. Either we fight or we surrender. There is no room for negotiation. What are we to do then? Can we truly contend against the entire community with our meager strength? Damn it, we might as well fight to the death. If they manage to overpower us and seize our food, we are doomed regardless. It's better to take a chance. Perhaps victory is still within our grasp. Indeed, I too believe that fighting is far preferable to capitulation. No, I maintain that we must deliberate this matter carefully. Haste is unwise. Damn it, you cowards in no time. The homeowners group erupted into a cacophony of discord, each fervently defending their perceived truths. Some displayed righteous indignation and a sense of moral duty, while others sought to navigate a path of cautious victory, reluctant to sever ties with the neighboring forces. However, beneath the surface, a substantial number of individuals harbor a sense of trepidation. After all, should a confrontation truly arise, it would entail a meager group of dozens standing against thousands, an endeavor akin to striking a stone with an egg, with the odds of victory undeniably minimal, verging on the infinitesimal, essentially a pursuit of demise. Liang had been observing the homeowners' discussions from behind his phone, and as he sensed the opportune moment had arrived, he proceeded to convey a message within the homeowners group. Dear neighbors, our current predicament is now quite apparent to everyone. The majority of supermarkets and shopping centers have been ravaged by the catastrophic upheaval that preceded this calamity, leaving scant supplies and food in their wake. Thus, you should be aware of the considerable effort I, Liang, have expended to ensure that the provisions from outside reach you. However, if those outside seek to seize our meager stock of food, we shall be left with nothing. It is crucial to remember that among them are thousands who are as ferocious as wolves. Surrendering would inevitably lead to us being completely plundered. I do not wish to unilaterally bear the weight of such a monumental decision. My household's remaining supplies can sustain me for several more days. So I choose to relinquish the final decision to all of you, whether we shall fight or capitulate, whether to retain food and supplies for our own sustenance or to relinquish them for a fleeting peace. This outcome shall be determined collectively. Once Song Liang articulated these words, he effectively distanced himself from the fate of the entire building, instead intertwining the survival of the structure with that of the homeowners. Most could discern the implications of his statements, recognizing that retreat was no longer an option. Chapter 135. Annihilation without remorse. There existed a sliver of hope for survival should they choose to fight, yet surrender would surely mean relinquishing their remaining resources, ultimately leading to a dead end. To live or perish, to battle or yield. This decision appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Damn it, I understand now. If we triumph, we shall seize their women and provisions. Indeed, we shall never hand over what rightfully belongs to us. We will fight them to the bitter end. Absolutely, let them perish. Anyone attempting to take anything from us shall return empty-handed. When dealing with such scoundrels, we must exhibit ferocity. Otherwise, we risk becoming victims ourselves. Indeed, we must not fall into their trap. If we surrender and hand over our supplies, they might turn on us without hesitation, eliminating us altogether. Have you considered that? Upon witnessing the shift in sentiment among the members of the homeowners group, Song Liang, emboldened, declared, "Well, I see your thoughts have changed, which brings me great solace. We must not allow them to bully us easily. Even if the outcome is unfavorable, we must ensure they suffer losses, making them understand that we are not to be trifled with. Since we have collectively decided to fight, I shall take charge of all arrangements. Wang Qi and Jiang Fan, you two are responsible for leading a charge into the neighboring building tonight, eliminating those frail and vulnerable members of the construction team. The reason for targeting them is clear to you. They were the first to provoke us, having taken the lives of several of our neighbors. We must avenge our fallen brothers and sisters. Furthermore, this act will serve as a warning to others, demonstrating that we are not without our temper, allowing them to reconsider their stance against us." Wang Qi and Jiang Fan promptly responded, "Understood, boss. We will ensure the mission is accomplished." Song Liang continued in the homeowners group. "As for me, I spent the entire day outside and have returned to deal with numerous matters, leaving me utterly drained. Thus, you two will act on my behalf this time. I promise to lead you in the next charge." Upon reading Song Liang's message, Wang Qi and Jiang Fan harbored no doubts, promptly replying, "Brother Liang, we understand your intent. You've worked hard these days. Allow us to share the burden." "Indeed, Brother Liang. You can rest easy and entrust this matter to us." Pleased with their response, Song Liang chuckled softly and replied, "Very well then. Off you go. I await your good news." After engaging in heartfelt discourse with the homeowners, Song Liang felt a weight lift from his chest, exhaling deeply. Turning, he noticed Lin Yue gazing at him with sparkling eyes, prompting him to embrace her delicately, lifting her into a princess hold. Lin Yue laughed softly, offering no resistance as Song Liang's hands roamed over her form. "Wei, I've been waiting," he murmured as he carried her towards the room. Approximately an hour later, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Song Liang returned to the living room, his demeanor relaxed as he sank into the sofa. Having forgotten his phone upon entering the room, he stealthily stepped out when Lin Yue lay exhausted on the bed. He picked up his phone from the coffee table and discovered several messages from Wang Qi. "Brother Liang, it seems the old-timers from the neighboring construction team are proving to be more formidable than we anticipated." Song Liang furrowed his brow slightly. While he had considered the possibility of such a scenario, he had deemed its likelihood minimal, almost improbable. Yet, the very situation he dreaded appeared to be unfolding before him. The construction crew from a neighboring unit, though diminished in number and lacking in strength, possesses a certain resilience forged from years of toil on construction sites. Their physical prowess and endurance are complemented by their familiarity with the terrain of their own building, making it exceedingly difficult for any ordinary individual to subdue them effortlessly. Given the preparations made by the remaining members of the crew, it would indeed be a formidable challenge for Jiang Fan and Wang Qi to launch an assault. A minor misstep could lead to significant repercussions. However, Song Liang did not harbor any particular concern for these individuals. The fates of Jiang Fan and Wang Qi held little significance for him. Rather, it was the prolonged inability to eradicate the influence of the neighboring crew that irked him. After a moment of contemplation, Song Liang sent a message to Wang Qi inquiring about the current situation. He asked whether their losses were severe and at what stage their objective stood. Wang Qi quickly responded, his tone tinged with remorse. "Ah, Brother Liang, it's my fault. We were unfamiliar with the personnel layout of their unit and managed to eliminate only 2 of them while suffering the loss of 6 of our own brothers." Song Liang nodded, this outcome falling within the realm of his expectations. Nonetheless, this was a commendable achievement. The construction crew had already been significantly reduced after numerous skirmishes. The remaining members were undoubtedly formidable, and with the loss of 2 more in this encounter, their strength had surely been diminished. It was likely that only Sun Yukai, that solitary figure, remained. The complete annihilation of this faction seemed to be a matter of time. Feigning concern, Song Liang inquired, "Good brother, well done. But you weren't injured, were you?" Wang Qi appeared surprised that Song Liang, as the elder, would take the time to ask after his well-being. He quickly replied, "It's nothing, Brother Liang. Rest assured, I merely sustained a scrape. As long as I can alleviate your burdens, this minor injury is inconsequential." Song Liang acknowledged with a sound of approval. "That is good to hear. You must take care of yourself. It would be a pity to sustain injuries over such a trivial skirmish. Here's what you'll do. Inform Jiang Fan that you both should take a break from guard duty for a week. You've certainly earned it. Tonight, I will prepare better provisions as a reward for you. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unappreciated." Chapter 136. A new departure subsequently. Song Liang also sent a message in the owners group, stating, "Due to the commendable performances exhibited this evening, I have decided that tomorrow we will tally the participants in the assault against the neighboring construction crew. Those involved will be rewarded with sufficient provisions for 2 days, and those who performed exceptionally well will receive additional supplies." Due to the valiant efforts and strategic command displayed by Wang Qi and Jiang Fan during the battle this evening, both of whom sustained injuries, I have decided to grant them a week's respite. During this period, they shall refrain from participating in any guard duties and will receive provisions sufficient for 3 individuals each day. Furthermore, I will provide the families of our fallen comrades with enough sustenance and supplies to last 2 weeks, as a tribute to those brave souls who have departed. May they find peace. Song Liang's pronouncement regarding commendations and penalties was a testament to his humane leadership, evoking profound emotions among the owners who were moved and exhilarated by his words. Although several brothers had perished in this conflict, diminishing their ranks, Song Liang's compassion toward his subordinates was commendable. In the aftermath of a global cataclysm, the loss of a few lives had become a grim norm, and they had grown desensitized to such tragedies. Nonetheless, they felt no sense of loss in exchange for the substantial provisions gained from these sacrifices. Notably, Wang Qi and Jiang Fan were the most envied, as they would not expend energy on guard duties for an entire week and would receive ample food to satisfy their hunger, an unparalleled luxury in these dire times. To attain a state of food security amidst such scarcity was a remarkable fortune. Furthermore, the meals they would receive were delicacies that many had never encountered since the onset of the disaster. Their current existence largely depended on instant noodles and expired biscuits, or they would eagerly pounce on whatever edible morsels they could find, reluctant to expend resources on cooking. It is worth noting that the food Song Liang referred to likely included savory treats, such as duck necks and feet, delicacies that would leave anyone in a state of longing. Truly, Song Liang has proven himself as our leader. We are all in awe of his capabilities. I had always asserted that only with Brother Liang at the helm could we hope to survive. This decision was indeed the culmination of collective hopes. Regrettably, I lamented my missed opportunity to earn merit in this endeavor. Next time, I shall strive earnestly to procure my own share of delicacies, for it has been far too long since I savored such pleasures. Song Liang's actions have ignited a renewed determination among many, vowing to fight harder and improve their quality of life through their own efforts. A positive cycle is on the verge of unfolding. The night passed without incident, and by noon the following day, after finishing his lunch, Song Liang donned protective gear that covered him entirely, feeling reassured as he departed the safe house. Currently, he was unable to find headgear for protection. However, he knew he could not forsake his duty to venture outside. Thus, he resolved to take a risk, hoping to avoid encountering a sharpshooter with uncanny precision. Most importantly, Song Liang would resolutely refrain from exiting his modified Mercedes before leaving the community gate. The vehicle's bulletproof glass provided him with a profound sense of security, which was one of the paramount reasons he felt emboldened to venture outside. This time, Liang intended to search the nearby vicinity once more, hoping to locate some of the previously well-known large shopping malls and hotels. Such places typically harbored substantial stockpiles of goods, thus it was unlikely they would be entirely stripped bare. It was conceivable that some resources and food remained untouched. Acquiring them would undoubtedly constitute a significant gain. Upon departing from his apartment building, Liang was confronted by a large expanse of ground before him, marred by numerous bloodstains and dismembered limbs, particularly in the area between Building 3 and the adjacent Building 4. The blood had stained much of the ground, and even Liang found the scene somewhat nauseating. However, this was within his expectations. Given the violent raid on the neighboring construction team the previous night was indeed a grim affair. They had undoubtedly met with fierce resistance, and the bodies littering the ground were not solely those of the attackers. Many likely belonged to individuals from his own building. With a sigh, Liang felt a pang of remorse, yet he steadied himself. They had initiated aggression against him first, and thus their fate was to be annihilated. Such was the law of survival in the apocalypse. Momentarily lost in thought, he then gathered his wits, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. He found a secluded spot, retrieved his modified Mercedes from his mental space, and proceeded toward the community exit. Once ensconced in the customized vehicle, a wave of tranquility washed over him, akin to returning home, albeit with the absence of Lin Yue's company. As he started the engine, the roar reverberated throughout the community, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. However, this feeling was short-lived, as the sensation of being watched returned with alarming clarity. Liang was acutely aware that, although he could not discern the whereabouts of those coveting his supplies and vehicle, they were undoubtedly lurking behind the buildings, poised to strike. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze, casting a cold, indifferent glance at the apartment buildings as he passed. To claim that he was entirely unconcerned by their threat would be a fabrication. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he still possessed numerous hidden advantages that he had yet to reveal to these overconfident individuals. Should these people indeed become his adversaries in the near future, they would find themselves regretting their choices. He would ensure their demise was excruciating, leaving no trace behind. Shaking his head to dispel the tumultuous thoughts, he gradually withdrew his indifferent gaze and focused intently on driving. As Liang drove past a particular apartment building in his modified Mercedes, an inexplicable chill surged from his heart, instilling a sense of nausea within him. Turning his gaze, he noticed that he was positioned adjacent to Building 19. The sight of the two digits, 19, framed in blue at the building's entrance caused his brow to furrow in unease. Within this structure, he could almost perceive the thick scent of blood, reminiscent of a hellish graveyard, where crimson blood and lifeless bodies lay before him, evoking a spine-chilling dread. Building 19, the very stronghold controlled by those two young men, certainly held something sinister. It dawned on Liang that he had a clear recollection of the previous day. During discussions with representatives from other buildings in the community regarding potential collaborations, he had not once sensed any hints of activity emanating from Building 19. To this day, he remained oblivious to the sentiments that this building harbored towards his own, even if they were acutely aware of the boundless supplies and provisions he possessed. Along with the modified Mercedes that ensured safe excursions to gather more resources, they had yet to take any action. Surely, they would reveal their fangs, even if they chose not to collaborate with him, a notion that perplexed Liang immensely. Initially, he had presumed these individuals were simply timid, deterred by his formidable arsenal and abundant supplies. However, it seemed reasonable that they would at least seek to negotiate a partnership. In retrospect, the entire situation felt exceedingly peculiar. The two leaders of this building were markedly different from those in other complexes. Had they been individuals like Jiang Chong, fear might have stifled their initiative. Yet, these were merely two young men in their 20s, seemingly unmoved by the life-sustaining resources and the striking vehicle he wielded. Under any circumstances, this indifference seemed bizarre. Moreover, they had never once reached out to him, nor had they engaged in any indirect communications. This behavior was undoubtedly strange and atypical. In Liang's understanding, such conduct could only be interpreted in one way. The current tranquility was but a prelude to an impending storm. Their silence suggested a brewing scheme, crafted to catch him off guard and ensure his utter defeat. Chapter 137. An unexpected assault. Liang retrieved the handgun from his mental space. placing it securely within the recess beside him, ensuring that he would have ample opportunity to retaliate should danger arise. He then touched the sniper rifles and assault weapons, also prepared for immediate combat within his mental space, which alleviated his anxiety considerably. Regardless of the multitude of weapons at his disposal, he felt unthreatened by any scale of assault. Song Liang swiftly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, promptly sending messages to Uncle Chun and Lin Yue, who were stationed in the residential building, to ensure they remained vigilant against potential sneak attacks from other residents and to prepare adequately for a counteroffensive. He then reignited the modified Mercedes-Benz, steering it towards the exit of the community. However, just as Song Liang felt reassured that everything was proceeding normally and that he would be free from any attacks upon leaving the premises, an utterly unforeseen event transpired. The Mercedes sped through the central thoroughfare of the community when suddenly a tremor erupted from beneath the ground. The earth before his vehicle was violently ruptured by an inexplicable force, creating a shockwave that abruptly halted Song Liang's advance. Thankfully, his reflexes were sharp. He promptly slammed on the brakes, preventing the car from careening directly into the epicenter of the explosion and mitigating the impact. A resounding bang echoed as the front of the Mercedes collided with the upheaved soil, jostling him and forcing him to stop the vehicle. In the next moment, 7 or 8 armed individuals emerged from concealed positions within the adjacent building, advancing towards him in a menacing formation. Damn it, explosives! The realization struck him with alarming clarity. He had fallen into an ambush. Fortunately, his quick decision to break in the face of danger had thwarted their initial assault. The presence of explosives in the hands of these assailants, reminiscent of the construction crew next door, caught him off guard. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. As he observed the menacing figures encroaching from the shadows, Song Liang took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure and devise a strategy. At this juncture, the encircling assailants were mere meters away from his Mercedes. With peril looming, and almost instinctively, Song Liang retrieved his handgun from a nearby recess, chambering around and disengaging the safety with remarkable speed, aiming at his attackers and firing without hesitation. Bang! 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 He discharged several rounds in rapid succession. Given the proximity and the overwhelming number of assailants, even as he managed to steady himself, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. For an ordinary person, being confronted at such close quarters by these ruthless figures would surely induce panic, potentially causing them to miss their shots despite being armed. However, Song Liang was no ordinary individual. He was, to his knowledge, the sole person in this world endowed with supernatural abilities. The searing sensation radiated once more from the firearm in Song Liang's grasp, enveloping his entire being. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had become one with a 9mm pistol in his hand. The possibility of missing the target was utterly inconceivable. 3 9mm bullets erupted from the chamber, striking the 3 nearest adversaries with unerring precision, each shot finding its mark in a fatal location, toppling one enemy after another. Instantly, crimson blood gushed forth, blooming on the ground like a sinister red flower. However, before he could aim at others, an assailant approached the Mercedes with alarming speed, wielding a gleaming machete poised to strike at Song Liang's head. Fortunately, the vehicle's window was fortified with a steel mesh grille, rendering the blow ineffective. The machete was knocked from the assailant's grasp and fell to the ground. With a cold snort, Song Liang swiftly redirected the barrel of his weapon, aiming it directly at the man's head, the muzzle nearly piercing through his skull. Startled, the assailant stood frozen, his weapon lost, unable to mount any form of defense, merely gaping and pleading for mercy. Yet, Song Liang offered no reprieve. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The sharp report of the gun echoed, and in an instant, the man's skull was penetrated by the searing bullet, blood spraying forth onto the earth. The assailant's eyes dulled, pupils dilating, as he collapsed outside the door of the Mercedes. This striking tableau left those who were rushing towards Song Liang momentarily paralyzed, unable to advance another step. Even having witnessed scenes far more gruesome, they had never encountered such ruthless skill. The ability to eliminate 4 of their comrades in such a brief span with a mere handgun was nothing short of demonic. Yet, Song Liang had no intention of granting them a moment's respite. He thrust the barrel of his pistol through the iron bars of the window and, after a moment of careful aim, pulled the trigger again, dispatching the stunned adversaries with precision. The remaining individuals, witnessing this harrowing spectacle, realized the futility of attempting to breach the steel barriers of the Mercedes. Fear gripped them, and in an instant, they turned to flee, abandoning all hope. Observing their panicked retreat, Liang initially prepared to continue firing, ready to extinguish their lives, but an epiphany struck him, prompting a shift in his intentions. He set aside the 9mm pistol, started the engine, and pivoted the vehicle to pursue their fleeing figures. The survivors, clearly paralyzed by fear, found their legs weak and offered no resistance, unable to quicken their pace. Thus, under Liang's deft control, the Mercedes swiftly closed the distance between them. The individuals who fled initially believed they would swiftly escape into the apartment building, evading the relentless pursuit of the Grim Reaper, Liang. However, they were abruptly startled by the thunderous roar of a Mercedes engine behind them. In their panic, they stumbled, their feet betraying them. With a cold smirk, Liang drove the Mercedes with unwavering resolve towards the nearest group. Before they could fathom the impending doom, the massive vehicle collided with one of them, sending him sprawling several meters away. Seated within the car, a cruel smile adorned Liang's face as he callously drove the Mercedes over the fallen figure. A chilling, heart-wrenching scream erupted from beneath the vehicle, the weight of the car contorting the man's body, his bones cracking under the immense pressure. As the wheel of the Mercedes crushed his head, it exploded under the force, brains and blood splattering gruesomely in all directions. The fleeing individuals, upon hearing the harrowing wail reminiscent of slaughterhouse, could not suppress the urge to glance back, their scalps prickling and stomachs churning as nausea threatened to overwhelm them. Their faces turned an ashen hue. They fled desperately towards the building S corridor, as if falling behind would consign them to the depths of hell. With a disdainful grunt, Liang, having run over the unfortunate soul, showed no interest in admiring his handiwork and continued his leisurely pursuit of the fleeing figures. This time, he intended to make it abundantly clear to everyone in the community that crossing him would result only in a tragic demise. Moreover, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the identities of those who had dared to attack him. Discovering the malevolent forces behind this ambush would provide valuable insight for his future defensive measures. Liang trailed the group at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, as though he were an amused spectator to the desperate struggle for survival unfolding before him. Soon, he discerned the general direction of their escape, which fortuitously led to Building 19, the very place that had recently made him uneasy, controlled by two young men in their 20s. At that moment, by a window on one of the floors of Building 19 stood the two young men, one with a fierce countenance, teeth clenched in anger, and the other, cold and composed, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of premature wisdom. As they observed the brutal scene below, a sense of dread mingled with their predominant emotion of fury. These two were none other than Hu Bing, the leader of Building 19, and Chun Xiang, his second-in-command. They had conspired for days to orchestrate this sudden assault on Liang. Under the collective deliberation of the crowd, the daily route and timing of Liang's outings had been thoroughly investigated. They even resorted to utilizing explosives, which had previously been reserved, in an effort to enhance their chances of triumph in this endeavor. With such extensive preparations in place, several of the most formidable individuals from their unit were dispatched to execute the surprise attack. However, contrary to their expectations of a one-sided confrontation, they were taken aback at the moment of execution, realizing that they had underestimated Liang's combat prowess. They could never have envisioned that, caught off guard, he could single-handedly thwart their assault with nothing but a modest handgun and a Mercedes, effectively neutralizing the advance of more than a dozen assailants. This was accomplished without even resorting to his hidden weapons, such as a sniper rifle, sending their forces into disarray and retreat. They had initially believed that in close-quarters combat, a sniper rifle would be ineffectual, and that Liang would be limited to retaliating with his handgun. As an ordinary individual, they presumed his ammunition would be scarce, and that with sufficient numbers, they could deplete his supply. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the frailty of their own personnel, who faltered before Liang's counteroffensive, which was executed without him even exhausting his handgun's ammunition. Even if Liang had remained concealed within his Mercedes, firing outward with his handgun, he would have never run out of bullets. In their minds, he was merely a ruthless common man. In reality, he was far from ordinary. His mind was filled with an abundance of ammunition, allowing him to engage in combat with an inexhaustible supply of bullets. Not only did his subordinates escape unscathed, but they also incited him to pursue them, escalating the situation to a perilous level. Who could predict what dreadful decisions this harbinger of death would make upon discovering that they had orchestrated the ambush? Hu Bing's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and addressed Chen Xiang beside him. Chen Xiang, quickly gather all combat-capable personnel from our unit to assemble in the first-floor corridor and prepare for battle. Damn it, I never expected that Song Liang would be this formidable. Chen Xiang maintained a stoic demeanor, patting Hu Bing on the shoulder before nodding. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements. We have set several traps in the first-floor corridor, and there are a dozen brothers stationed to oversee the area. If Song Liang dares to enter, I will ensure he does not leave alive. Regardless of where he meets his end, the outcome remains the same. Though their words were resolute, betraying no intention of sparing Song Liang, they instinctively took a few steps back, unable to muster the courage to remain at the window and look outside, because they were aware that Song Liang possessed a firearm. It was entirely possible that the renowned sniper rifle lay within his Mercedes, ready to be unleashed. To expose themselves recklessly under the threat of such weaponry would be tantamount to courting death. Inside the 19th building, chaos had already erupted. The crowd had gathered, their eyes fixated on the entrance of the first-floor corridor, not daring to blink. They had heard of Song Liang's notorious reputation, but to witness him, akin to a deity of death, dispatching their strongest warriors with the ease of slaughtering chickens, sent chills down their spines. They fervently prayed that he would not breach their sanctuary, for if he did, their fates would be grim indeed. Outside the 19th building, Song Liang continued his pursuit with a leisurely demeanor, methodically hunting down the remaining scoundrels fleeing towards the building. He had discerned that this ambush was orchestrated by the forces within the 19th unit, and countless opportunities lay before him to eradicate these fleeing individuals. Yet, he refrained from striking. Song Liang intended for them to experience the terror of death and the despair of helplessness before he systematically eliminated them. Thus, he drove his Mercedes, shooting those whom he deemed aesthetically displeasing, their lives extinguished in an instant. As the last survivor neared the entrance of the building, poised to escape into the confines of the 19th unit, where survival seemed possible, the ominous roar of an engine erupted behind him. The final requiem of death reverberated as a bullet, representing his demise, burst forth from Song Liang's firearm. The projectile sliced through the air with a chilling whine, striking the man in the back of the head. Blood erupted like a crimson rose, and before he could utter a sound, his legs buckled, collapsing before the corridor of the 19th unit, lifeless. Song Liang cast a glance at the darkened corridor, sensing the myriad of vengeful gazes within, eventually halting before the entrance. The ambushers hidden in the corridor beheld Song Liang as a harbinger from the depths of hell, chills coursing down their spines, heartbeats quickening. All of the brothers they had sent to ambush him lay dead at his hands, none surviving. This grim reality profoundly shook their spirits. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang descended from his Mercedes, the 9mm pistol in hand, and slowly approached the body of the last victim, placing his foot upon the lifeless head. The man's head was abruptly buried in the earth, blood gushing from the wound and pooling on the ground. The onlookers in the corridor were paralyzed with fear, rendered utterly silent, terrified that even the slightest sound might provoke the wrath of Song Liang, the harbinger of death. They understood all too well that if Song Liang decided to wield his firearm within the confines of Unit 19, they would inevitably confront a brutal confrontation. Even if fortune favored them in the end, the toll would be devastating, with countless lives likely lost. However, they need not worry, for Song Liang had no intention of entering the unit to engage in a life-and-death struggle with them. After all, such an incursion would thrust him into an unfamiliar environment, where even the mightiest weapon would offer little protection. The darkened corridor, shrouded in obscurity, concealed countless traps and ambushes that could easily claim his life. Should he recklessly venture forth alone, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Song Liang was not inclined to shoulder such immense risks. A miscalculation could cost him everything he had gained thus far, a reality he could not accept. Yet, the thought of allowing those who had ambushed him, nearly costing him his life, to escape unpunished was equally intolerable. If only there were a method to ensnare them all while ensuring his own safety, it would be ideal. Thus, Song Liang found himself in a stalemate with the occupants of Unit 19, neither side willing to make the first move. At that moment, the sound of Song Liang's gunfire reverberated throughout the community, stirring the attention of many, particularly Uncle Chun and Jiang Fan and Wang Qi. They were acutely aware that Song Liang was the sole individual in the area armed with a firearm. No one else possessed such equipment. Consequently, the one to discharge a weapon at this hour could only be Song Liang, prompting them to rush to his aid without hesitation. Upon reaching his side, they were taken aback by the chaos surrounding them, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What transpired, Song Liang? Who dared to attack you so boldly? They must have no intention of remaining in this community. Uncle Chun and glared at Unit 19, seething with indignation. Are you unharmed, Brother Liang? Jiang Fan chimed in, concern etched across his face. Song Liang shook his head. I am unscathed, he replied, gesturing towards Unit 19 with a cold demeanor. However, those individuals are in dire straits. They lay in wait, attempting to eliminate me while my guard was down. Thankfully, my reflexes were swift, and I managed to trap them all. Song Liang's words may have sounded somewhat arrogant, yet Uncle Chun and Jiang Fan, among others, believed them wholeheartedly. After all, behind Song Liang lay a multitude of bloodied corpses, each bearing fatal wounds, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Uncle Chun turned to glance back, seething with anger as he exclaimed, Damn it, these reckless fools actually dare to strike. If they have the guts, let them confront us head-on. What kind of men resort to ambushes? Immediately, he called out to the young men accompanying him. Brothers, did you see that? They're truly encroaching upon us. Song Liang expends considerable effort daily to secure supplies and food for us. If anything were to happen to him, our chances of survival would vanish. The young men behind him quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their anger igniting. Although Song Liang's life was not directly tied to theirs, his connection to food and resources was undeniably crucial. Should he perish, their hopes for survival would be extinguished, and the consequences would be dire. Song Liang raised his hand, harboring a perplexity that he could not shake off. He called out, Brothers, hear us the plan. You all return and summon everyone remaining in our building, except for Lin Yue. Tell them I, Song Liang, have something to say. While the others were uncertain of Song Liang's intentions, they remained silent out of respect for their leader, and together they returned to Building 3. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the surviving residents of Building 3 emerged, gathering around Song Liang. Though they felt uneasy, they understood that this was a directive from Song Liang. Disobedience could very well result in the deprivation of food and resources. Thus, they gritted their teeth, braving the cold and the ever-looming danger, and approached him. Song Liang's mood was grim. This marked the first time he felt such despair since the onset of the global catastrophe. The reason was simple. He felt as though he had been betrayed once more, a sensation of humiliation and fury enveloping his entire being. In truth, Song Liang was not afraid of being ambushed by the forces from other buildings. Even if death were to come, it would merely reflect a moment of oversight in his planning. In these desperate times where survival was paramount, people would go to any lengths, even in the face of death. Thus, he exerted every effort to safeguard his own security, donning body armor and protective gear, brandishing a 9mm handgun, and storing a sniper rifle and grenade launcher in his mental arsenal. With such comprehensive equipment, he believed he could hold his ground, even if the entirety of the community were to converge upon him. But what of the present? The individuals behind the sudden ambush astonishingly possessed knowledge of both the timing and the route of his departure, a revelation that completely took Song Liang by surprise. He understood that there must be a traitor within Building 3, someone who had leaked his travel times and movements. Only with such insider information could the group from Building 19 have preemptively set their trap along his inevitable path, awaiting his unwitting descent into their snare. Betrayal, reminiscent of his past life, was a bitter pill. It was the treachery of those he had trusted. Aware that his recent experiences would not be tranquil, Song Liang had, for the sake of safety, made his daily outings unpredictable, varying both the times and routes he took. The prospect of ambush along his usual path was nearly impossible. Moreover, the vicinity of Building 19 was uncharted territory for him. Yet today, such a serendipitous occurrence had transpired. Song Liang refused to believe this was mere coincidence. Had fate truly favored him with such a multitude of coincidences, he would likely have met an untimely demise long ago, rather than enjoying the comfortable life he currently led. The sole explanation was that someone in Building 3 had observed his departure time and had informed the group in Building 19. It was only under such circumstances that today's events could have unfolded. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Although he recognized that the neighbors in Building 3, with whom he interacted daily, were not of noble character, he had no desire to experience the sting of betrayal once more, especially in the midst of his current affluence. Nevertheless, Song Liang knew he had to act decisively to unearth the hidden traitor lurking among them. Only by doing so could he ensure a semblance of safety in his future outings, freeing himself from the constant anxiety that had become burdensome. If he could expose and eliminate this traitor, he would teach a valuable lesson to these individuals, not only making them aware of the consequences of betraying him, but also sending a warning to the inhabitants of Building 19, dissuading them from future aggression. Yet, despite his firm belief that a betrayer resided among the residents of Building 3, he was at a loss as to how to reveal this individual, as any one of them could potentially turn against him. Thus, he contemplated allowing those under his command to engage in a test of strength against the brutish denizens of Building 19, even if both sides suffered. He would not lament the outcome. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang surveyed the crowd, discerning fear and helplessness etched upon their faces, emotions that aligned perfectly with his intentions. Since he was now facing a threat to his life, he resolved to allow them a taste of the same fear. Looking at the assembly, he spoke softly, addressing the homeowners. You have all witnessed that the residents of Building 19, unable to withstand their own impatience, have begun to act against me under the guidance of their leader. Moreover, you are well aware of the gravity of this situation. Should I perish in this ambush, you would sever the supply and sustenance for all of us. Thus, to extinguish my life would be to obliterate the means by which we all survive. I implore you to articulate, in your own words, whether those residing in the apartment building who would selfishly obstruct the livelihood of others deserve to face complete annihilation. Chapter 139. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in fury, directing their shouts towards Song Liang, exclaiming their dissent. Song Liang nodded in satisfaction, observing the throng of owners he had successfully swayed, realizing that his previous efforts were not in vain. Very well. I have decided that Uncle Chun and will accompany me in the quest for supplies and sustenance, while the remainder shall be led by Jiang Fan and Wang Qi. As we officially launch an assault on Unit 19, during this operation, I shall dispatch my trusted confidants to document each of your combat performances. For every individual you eliminate, you shall receive provisions sufficient to sustain you for 3 days. Should you slay 10, you will be rewarded with enough cooked food to last an entire week. I, Song Liang, will provide everything you need. Upon hearing the rewards articulated by Song Liang, the crowd could not help but feel a stirring within. Many regretted not seizing more opportunities to distinguish themselves during last night's skirmish, missing out on the chance to secure additional food. Was this not precisely the opportunity they had longed for? Though penetrating Unit 19 was akin to engaging in enemy territory, fraught with peril, the allure of Song Liang's rewards rendered the potential loss of life seem less significant. However, a few voices in the crowd dared to raise objections to Song Liang's plan. Brother Song Liang, I fear that making our move now would be unwise. Striding boldly into their domain, they will undoubtedly be on high alert for our sudden attack. Furthermore, we are but a small contingent. Entering would be tantamount to courting death. I propose we bide our time until nightfall, when they are at rest and unprepared, allowing us to execute a surprise attack that would yield the greatest results with minimal cost. Song Liang scanned the crowd, identifying the speaker as a man in his 20s. With an unconventional long hairstyle and an effeminate demeanor, he recognized that the man was displaying cowardice, yet acknowledged that his reasoning held some merit. Thus he chose not to engage in argument. The effeminate man, noticing Song Liang's silence, gestured towards Uncle Chun and continued. Furthermore, I believe Uncle Chun and should not depart. He possesses the finest skills and is an indispensable asset to our combat strength. Should he leave, we would lose our cornerstone. Upon hearing this, the crowd, much like Song Liang, found his reasoning compelling, and dissatisfaction with Song Liang's earlier arrangements began to surface. He is not wrong. I too believe that our reckless incursion into their territory is misguided. Would it not be wiser to deliberate further? Indeed, even if they intend to make a move against Brother Liang, it would be prudent to wait until nightfall when their guard is down. Why the rush? It feels as though Brother Liang does not value our lives. Does he secretly wish for our demise? I share the same sentiment. Furthermore, Although Uncle Chun is advanced in years, he remains one of the most formidable among us. If we exclude him from participation, I fear our chances of success will be significantly diminished. Certainly, we could launch an attack now, but it is imperative that Uncle Chun remains to lead us. Song Liang took a deep breath, acknowledging the validity of the effeminate man's observations. However, the objective of this assault was not to seize Building 19, but rather to incite chaos among them, ultimately flushing out the traitor concealed within the crowd. Thus, upon hearing such murmurs from the assembly, he could not suppress a disdainful snort. "Everyone, have I been too lenient with you lately? Have you lost sight of your roles? How dare you publicly defy my decisions? Have you become emboldened?" As Song Liang's words hung in the air, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze eventually settling on the effeminate man. The man, sensing the murderous intent in Song Liang's eyes, swallowed nervously, yet he stammered, "Brother Liang, I mean well. I merely wish to prevent our demise, as you are aware." Before he could finish, Song Liang interrupted him. "Do you remember when you elected me as the leader of Building 3? It was made clear then that in exchange for the food and resources necessary for survival, you must unconditionally obey my decisions." And now, a cruel expression crossed Song Liang's face. "After days of relative comfort, have you all forgotten why you are still alive? Such ingratitude for the one who provides is typically met with a singular outcome." As he spoke, he advanced toward the long-haired, effeminate man. "That outcome is death." Suddenly, he drew his firearm and aimed it at the man's head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A loud bang resounded, and before the man could continue his defense, the bullet pierced his skull, a spurt of crimson erupting from the back of his head, causing his body to crumple to the ground. The majority of the female residents accompanying him trembled at the sight, while the male witnesses bore grim expressions, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. No one had anticipated that Song Liang would resort to such an extreme measure against a subordinate whose reasoning was indeed sound. "Do you see? Should anyone dare to defy my orders again, this is the fate that awaits you." Song Liang extended his finger, coldly pointing at the corpse of the man lying on the ground, addressing everyone with a chilling tone. His ruthless demeanor suddenly reminded all present that Song Liang was not merely the benevolent elder brother who selflessly provided them with sustenance. His previous amiability had been merely a facade, maintained until the moment of crisis. Now that adversity had truly struck, his methods were sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of all. After all, Song Liang had single-handedly annihilated Zhao Haoqiang's entire faction, numbering 20 to 30 individuals, without sparing a single soul, exhibiting utmost cruelty. The crowd fell silent, their eyes wide in shock as they awaited his command. Song Liang scanned the faces before him once more, showing no sign of remorse for his earlier actions. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated with a chilling detachment. "Thus, I shall reiterate my query. I require you to eliminate everyone within Building 19. Are you willing?" A few seconds passed in silence, with no one daring to respond. He repeated his question, "Are you willing?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Qi and Zhang Fan promptly raised their hands, declaring, "We are willing. Brother Liang has shown us kindness, and we must repay that debt. Indeed, we shall lead the charge against those wretches from Building 19 who dare to provoke our brother Liang. They are simply courting death. We must avenge him." With the initiative taken by these two, the others hesitantly raised their hands in agreement, murmuring, "Yes, we are also willing to heed Song Liang's words." Song Liang surveyed the group again, noticing their shift in attitude, and nodded, a smile returning to his face. "Exactly. If only you had agreed sooner. This man's life would not have been in vain." He gestured towards the delicate man's corpse beneath his feet, shrugging his shoulders. "Many may believe I am leading you into a trap, but how could I possibly do so? Prior to your arrival, I had already dealt with their main forces. What remains are likely just the weak and infirm. Handing these over to you is merely an opportunity for you to achieve merit. Therefore, all I ask is that you perform diligently. Once I venture out with Uncle Chun and to procure supplies and sustenance for you, rest assured that during the subsequent reward distribution, you shall not be shortchanged. If you excel, each of you will certainly be able to enjoy fine provisions." Indeed, upon hearing his words, the impact was immediate. He resembled the ruling class of a feudal society, delivering a slap and then offering a treat, garnering the admiration of all. Initially, the owners had deemed Song Liang excessively cruel for dispatching the delicate man without a second thought. But the prospect of food awaiting them after the battle diminished their grievances. Thus, their anger and dissatisfaction waned significantly. As long as there were rewards of sustenance to be gained, they were willing to brave any peril, even if it meant traversing through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Under the watchful gaze of Song Liang, armed with a handgun, and the leadership of Jiang Fan and Wang Qi, the crowd, whether genuinely willing or merely feigning enthusiasm, seized their weapons and surged into the corridor of Building 19. Soon, the cacophony of battle and furious curses echoed throughout the unit, suggesting a fierce struggle ensued. Song Liang observed their retreating figures and nodded in satisfaction. He then checked the time on his phone. Having emerged around noon, the unfolding events had consumed a considerable amount of time. It was now nearing 2 o'clock, and if they did not set off soon, they would likely miss the opportunity to gather supplies. He glanced at Uncle Chunin, who stood nearby, and called out, "Uncle Chun, we must hurry and set off. Otherwise, we risk losing today's supplies." Uncle Chun nodded in agreement and promptly joined Song Liang in the luxury Mercedes parked not far away. After a moment's contemplation, Song Liang decided it would be prudent for Uncle Chun to take the wheel. Should an unforeseen situation arise while he was driving, it would be challenging to respond effectively. Even without considering potential external threats, he needed to remain vigilant regarding Uncle Chun. While Song Liang had great faith in him, today's experiences compelled him to maintain heightened caution, leaving no room for potential threats. "Uncle Chun, please drive. I'm feeling a bit unwell." Possibly due to the scuffle with that group earlier, Song Liang remarked. Uncle Chun, with a smile, nodded and took his place behind the wheel of the Mercedes. "Wow, this Mercedes is truly exceptional. The moment I sit in, I can feel it. I might drive rather quickly," Uncle Chun exclaimed. In response, Song Liang chuckled, thinking that no man, regardless of age, could resist the allure of a fine automobile. "That's why they say men remain youthful at heart until the end," he mused. "No problem. Once we hit the main road, you can drive at 120 km/h without issue. There's not a single car outside," Song Liang assured him with a grin. Uncle Chin laughed heartily and pressed the accelerator, igniting the car's engine. The two of them sped away from the community in the modified Mercedes at an exhilarating pace. Chapter 140. Uncle S thought Uncle Chun was not clad in a warm bulletproof vest, thus enduring the chill and biting wind. However, he seemed undeterred, mirroring Song Liang's choice to roll down the windows. The exhilarating speed brought him immense joy as the icy wind lashed against his face like a blade. In Song Liang's company, there was no need to contemplate anything. All that mattered was flooring the accelerator and savoring the thrill of speed. Uncle Chun relished this momentary respite, wishing time could remain suspended in this very instant. It had been quite some time since he had ventured beyond the confines of the community. In fact, today marked his first emergence from the SEAL building. This period had felt like an eternity in hell for him. Wow, I have never felt that a leisurely drive could be so enjoyable. I shall certainly venture out more often in the future. By the way, Xiao Song, what is our destination this time? Song Liang hesitated for a moment before replying that when he previously ventured out alone, he had not encountered many places with abundant supplies. So this time, they would explore a different location. I recall that the central district of Tianning boasts a commercial area where many established vendors have their shops. Let us visit there. Perhaps we shall stumble upon unexpected treasures. Song Liang produced a map of Tianning from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Chunin. Let us proceed according to this map. Uncle Chunin nodded, accepting the map from Song Liang's hands. He examined it closely before following the indicated route. After approximately half an hour, the duo arrived near what was once the most prosperous commercial district of Tianning. At this moment, the central commercial area appeared unchanged from the time before the calamity struck, seemingly untouched by the devastation. Cautiously, Song Liang and Uncle Chun disembarked from the vehicle, weapons in hand, stealthily making their way toward the largest edifice in the commercial district. Uncle Chun, having not ventured out for an extended period, was visibly exhilarated. As they passed various shops brimming with an array of goods, his eyes sparkled with wonder. Notably, the high-end luxury items remained largely unscathed by the previous upheaval, with an abundance of designer handbags, gold and silver jewelry, and cosmetics on display. All were meticulously arranged within transparent showcases, awaiting their rightful owners. These luxuries, which Song Liang had scarcely encountered before, were now readily accessible, especially for Uncle Chun, who had never before come into contact with such opulence. Once inside the mall, Uncle Chun lost his patience, abandoning his vigilance for potential dangers, and hastily grabbed a plastic bag from a counter before rushing into one of the stores. Song Liang felt a twinge of helplessness but chose not to intervene. Based on his previous excursions, the likelihood of encountering zombies or monsters in such venues was relatively low. Nonetheless, it was prudent to remain alert, so Song Liang kept his 9mm pistol at the ready, cautiously surveying their surroundings to preempt any unforeseen events. During this time, Song Liang glanced back at Uncle Chun and S activities and discovered that the store he eagerly entered to gather supplies was selling maternity and baby products. Clearly, he was selecting items for Sister Wang Lan and their child. Song Liang couldn't help but shake his head. Uncle Chun remained as kind-hearted as ever, always thinking of his wife and child, even at the expense of his own desires. As Song Liang wandered nearby, he noted with disappointment that the supplies he sought, such as food and daily necessities, were conspicuously absent. He returned to the side of Uncle Chun and, taking a seat nearby and observing him bustling about, he cleared his throat softly and remarked, "Uncle Chun, I just took a brief stroll around here, and it appears there are neither food supplies nor essential living items. It seems we have come to a place devoid of what we seek." Upon hearing this, Song Liang expected Uncle Chun to share in his disappointment. Yet he seemed unaffected. Instead, with a large bag of maternal and infant products in hand and a broad smile gracing his face, he replied, "Indeed, I suspected as much. However, we are not returning empty-handed." He lifted the plastic bag, waving it before Song Liang. "These items are quite useful. The child is growing rapidly. In less than half a month, new clothes will be necessary. His mother is also unprepared, having encountered this global catastrophe. Thankfully, with these supplies, I believe we can manage to get by for a while." Song Liang sighed softly, remaining in the chair he had just found, and gently inquired, "Uncle Chun, it seems that your relationship with Sister Wang Lan is rather pleasant. The things you brought are all for her and the child. You truly are a good man." Uncle Chun chuckled shyly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, it's not about having a good or bad relationship. In this era, it's simply about two people sharing life together. I am a bachelor, and Sister Wang Lan happens to be a single mother. Staying together is beneficial for both of us." Song Liang chuckled lightly at this and jestingly remarked, "But you needn't feel that way. Since you've chosen to associate with me, I, Song Liang, would never let you suffer. If you wish, I can introduce you to women who are even more attractive than Sister Wang Lan, young, with splendid figures, and without children. Wouldn't spending time with those girls be far superior to your current situation?" As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Chun appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, though it quickly vanished. "Ah, Xiao Song, I know you mean well, but I already have Sister Wang Lan and a child now. Life seems to hold promise, and I certainly cannot engage in frivolous affairs. After all, you know I am not that kind of person." Song Liang crossed his legs and nodded gently, understanding that Uncle Chun had always been honest and sincere. He had remained devoted during his previous marriage. Now that he was with Sister Wang Lan, it was unlikely that he would indulge in any reckless behavior. However, based on his prior knowledge of Uncle Chun, he was aware that after his partner's passing, he occasionally sought the company of younger women at a nearby salon to address his physical needs. Thus, it was not that he had no interest in youth. Rather, it was a matter of conscience now that he was with Sister Wang Lan. Although he generally acted with a reliable demeanor, he would still find himself flustered in the presence of young girls. It was precisely this vulnerability that rendered him utterly captivated by the enchanting Sister Wang Lan. "Ha, I comprehend your thoughts, yet to speak candidly, Sister Wang Lan is burdened with a child, which will inevitably become a liability for you in the future. When the opportunity arises, I shall, as previously mentioned, introduce you to several young and beautiful women. Should you feel a spark, rest assured that I, Song Liang, will ensure the matter is handled with utmost care." Song Liang chuckled heartily, observing the bewildered expression of Uncle Chun. From the glimmer in his eyes, Song Liang discerned a hint of concealed desire. Nevertheless, Uncle Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, Xiao Song, I appreciate your good intentions. Just being able to rely on you for my sustenance fills me with gratitude. How could I possibly desire more? This arrangement is quite satisfactory as it stands." Song Liang nodded, having formed a judgment regarding the relationship between Uncle Chun and Sister Wang Lan. Indeed, there was an emotional connection, albeit a modest one. insufficient to compel Uncle Chun and to wholeheartedly take on the responsibility of raising her child. His words stemmed merely from a sense of pride. Should anything untoward happen to Wang Lan, Uncle Chun and would likely abandon any lingering affections. With this understanding, Song Liang gradually set his mind at ease. His impression of Sister Wang Lan had always been peculiar. She was certainly not someone to underestimate. If given the chance, he hoped to silence her forever, thereby averting any potential troubles she might cause. His probing of Uncle Chun was merely to ascertain the true nature of his feelings for Sister Wang Lan. Should their relationship prove to be genuinely strong, Song Liang would have to tread carefully regarding his intentions towards Wang Lan, particularly considering his bond with Uncle Chun. He had no desire for this troublesome woman to jeopardize the trust he had painstakingly built with Uncle Chun. That would be an unwelcome loss. Conversely, if their connection was tenuous, resolving the issue of Sister Wang Lan would be considerably more straightforward. When the moment inevitably arrived to deal with her, he could act without hesitation. Once the matter was settled, he would, in accordance with Uncle Chun-An's wishes, find him a partner who surpassed Sister Wang Lan in terms of qualities. Younger, more beautiful, and more attentive. Even if that girl were reluctant, such concerns would no longer be his to bear, for he believed that the resources at his disposal would eliminate any potential obstacles. Chapter 141. A military base? Thus, Song Liang and Uncle Chun engaged in casual conversation, simultaneously scavenging for useful supplies amidst the remnants of the great upheaval. As their discussion meandered, they soon found themselves recounting the ambush incident that had transpired earlier that afternoon in front of Unit 19. Uncle Chun crouched on the ground, organizing the supplies he had gathered, and looked up at Song Liang, inquiring, "It seems that those individuals in the community can no longer contain themselves and have begun to make their move against you. Alas, this is an inevitable circumstance, for we possess far too many items that incite their envy. It appears that in the near future, they may escalate their attempts against you. What do you intend to do?" Song Liang took a deep breath, genuinely at a loss for a solution to this predicament. Such a level of ambush would pose a considerable challenge for anyone, even for him, a rare reincarnate. Hearing Uncle Chen's words, Song Liang gently shook his head and replied resignedly, "I currently have no optimal strategy to address this issue. After all, the Mercedes-Benz at my disposal, capable of traversing the apocalypse, along with the vast amounts of supplies I've been acquiring daily, are all coveted by these individuals. They understand that obtaining just one of these items from me could lead to their prosperity. Thus, it is evident that numerous factions are eyeing what I possess. In light of this situation, my only recourse is to protect myself as best as I can while venturing outside, avoiding being taken down by their sudden assaults. If I am truly pushed to my limits, I may have no choice but to collaborate with those outside." Uncle Chen's expression turned grave, and he nodded stiffly, clearly concerned for Song Liang's well-being. "You are right, Xiao Song. Given our current predicament, merely safeguarding the lives of the residents in Unit 3 has proven to be quite arduous. To protect the entire community would be nearly impossible." Song Liang nodded, continuing, "To put it plainly, the only faction I can confirm as adversarial to us is the one from Building 19. When I sent the brothers to attack at noon, I too have my doubts. Thus, I can only proceed step by step and contemplate alternative strategies, hoping for a solution that benefits all." After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Chen glanced at Song Liang's expression and spoke. "Earlier this morning, Sun Yukai from the neighboring building approached me to discuss certain matters." Song Liang raised an eyebrow. "He is still alive? What does he want with you?" Seeing that Song Liang did not display the anticipated anger, Uncle Chun breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Well, he knows that I had some prior acquaintance with the engineering team next door, which is why they chose not to disturb you directly this time, and instead sought me out to convey their intentions regarding their unit. After the recent skirmishes, Sun Yukai has lost all fighting spirit and merely wishes to discuss a collaboration, seeking a chance for survival." What kind of collaboration?" Song Liang inquired. He provided us with some information. "According to the news obtained by Sun Yukai, several factions within the community are now preparing to unite against us at Building Number 3. If their plan is executed, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Oh, how does Sun Yukai know so much?" Song Liang continued to inquire. "It is said that someone was aware of his long-standing animosity with you and their previous confrontations, thus inviting him to join the coalition. However, Sun Yukai implied that he could easily refuse to align with those individuals and not share any useful information with them. Instead, he would prefer to collaborate with you. In return, you would need to provide food and supplies to help the remaining residents of the entire building endure the winter. Otherwise, he would fight you to the bitter end. Song Liang nodded upon hearing this. It became clear that Sun Yukai was quite shrewd, knowing well of Song Liang's capabilities. Perhaps he believed that even with several factions uniting, they might still not stand a chance against Song Liang. Thus, he sought to curry favor without betraying his allies, hoping to exchange for resources in this manner. Such demands were nothing new to Song Liang. He had heard countless similar requests in recent days, and naturally, this did not surprise him. Alas, the innocent suffer for possessing something precious. I initially aimed to secure control over my building, but now I must contend with these bothersome matters, he sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. Yet, internally, he felt no fear, but rather a surge of excitement. His arsenal was more than sufficient, and should circumstances become irretrievable, he could easily arm his subordinates with the weaponry acquired from the realm of consciousness. However, unless absolutely necessary, Song Liang would never resort to such measures, for he had yet to establish sufficient trust with those within the building. If someone were to betray him at that critical moment, it would surely backfire. I believe Sun Yukai lacked sincerity. Only after I had defeated him did he think of collaborating with me. If I were to agree, it would be too lenient, Song Liang stated, shaking his head. Furthermore, since Sun Yukai and all the residents of their building dare to strike first against us, I, Song Liang, must personally deal with him. There can be no future repercussions. His voice exuded a chilling indifference, sending shivers down Uncle Chun and spine. Clearly, he sensed the raw anger and murderous intent behind Song Liang's words. Song Liang was correct. Now, building number 3 had become the target of the entire community, with the culprits being the workers led by Sun Yukai. They had initiated the assault against Song Liang, and for this reason alone, the vengeful Song Liang would not let them escape unscathed. Moreover, this faction has been lingering near Song Liang, posing an inevitable threat to him. If this lingering danger is not eradicated thoroughly, Song Liang may never find peace of mind. Uncle Chin nodded in agreement, supporting Song Liang's assertion, stating that indeed, from a humanitarian perspective, they deserve the gravest punishment. After all, if they had not initiated the attack, our building would not have suffered such significant losses. You cannot imagine the days you spent at home while Sun Yotsai's group resorted to eliminating several individuals to compel you to emerge. Had they not encountered the incident with Sun Yukai and survived until now, our faction could have potentially become the most formidable force in the entire community. He paused for a moment, his expression tinged with concern, and asked, however, if our building's residents were to mobilize and confront this united faction, do you think the weaponry at your disposal, Song, would suffice? Since his initial venture, when he raided the Tianning Police Department's armory, Song Liang had indeed acquired a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition. The specifics of his haul remained unknown to Uncle Chun. Moreover, regardless of the quantity, ammunition would eventually be depleted. In recent days, apart from frequently bringing back 2 large bags of food, Song Liang had not retrieved any weaponry or equipment. He even suspected that the weapons he possessed were nearing exhaustion, and if that were the case, a subsequent large-scale conflict would leave him at a significant disadvantage. Waving his hand, Song Liang reassured, "You need not worry about this, Uncle. I have my own methods. However, it is true that the consumption of weaponry has been somewhat excessive lately. Nevertheless, I remain confident in my ability to manage any situation, provided we do not encounter an exceptionally large-scale battle." Uncle Chin nodded, acknowledging that is certainly the best scenario. However, I still hope you will take care of yourself, as I truly am uncertain whether we can protect you from the collective onslaught of so many adversaries. Not to mention your modified Mercedes, which you park in the underground garage every day. Upon hearing this, Song Liang nodded, understanding that this was a matter requiring consideration before events unfolded. However, I do have an idea, though I am unsure if it will be of assistance to you. Song Liang inquired, intrigued, what is this idea? Please share. I believe I have a way for you to acquire more weapons and ammunition. This unexpected revelation caused Song Liang's eyes to widen in shock. What? Uncle Chun, you mean you have a method for me to obtain more weaponry and ammunition? While Song Liang indeed possessed a considerable amount of ammunition, the quantity of weapons was regrettably insufficient. Aside from the sniper rifle and the grenade launcher, in situations of attack, one could only rely on that 9mm handgun for defense. How fervently Song Liang wished he could possess a couple of machine guns or rifles to play with. If that were the case, he would have no fear, regardless of how many assailants approached. Uncle Chun, noticing Song Liang's astonishment, chuckled heartily and said with an air of superiority, "Xiao Song, have you forgotten what I used to do?" "Well, I know you were a soldier, but I recall you retired long ago," Song Liang replied. Uncle Chun waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Not at all. I actually served for a full decade, and upon my discharge, I was already a sergeant. Subsequently, I attended several military exercises organized by the troops." Could it be that Uncle Chun observed military drills at the garrison in Tianning? Song Liang's heart leaped with joy. If Uncle Chun had indeed witnessed the military exercises of the Tianning garrison, he would surely know of some secret military bases. Acquiring suitable weaponry would then be a matter of ease. Uncle Chun nodded gently. "Indeed, I observed military exercises on the hills near Tianning, and I have visited the military base there. Once we locate that place, procuring any desired weaponry will be a simple task." "Do you recall the exact location of that military base in Tianning?" Song Liang inquired impatiently. Uncle Chun patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured with that map of yours. I can guide you there, no matter where it is." His eyes gleamed with admiration as he focused intently on Song Liang, who felt a bit bashful under his gaze. "Xiao Song, a talent like yours, with such remarkable shooting skills, cannot be limited to the firearms issued by the police department. To advance further, one must procure weapons from the military. Moreover, there are countless bullets stored there. If we could obtain them all, they would certainly last you for an extended period." Since witnessing Song Liang's exceptional marksmanship, Uncle Chun had developed a deep appreciation for him, a sentiment stemming from the older generation of soldiers towards the new. Especially for someone like Song Liang, who had never had the chance to handle firearms, yet could shoot so accurately on his very first attempt, he surpassed many seasoned veterans. Upon hearing this, Song Liang's heart swelled with joy. He had not anticipated such unexpected rewards from bringing Uncle Chun along this time. If he could indeed clear out the entire stockpile of the military base he mentioned, he would never again need to worry about lacking weapons for self-defense. Nor would he have to grapple with the dilemma of whether to fight or yield regarding the community issues. "Then, Uncle Chun, let us hasten to the location you mentioned. Time is of the essence, and acquiring those suitable weapons is of utmost importance." Song Liang eagerly urged Uncle Chun to set off early, as he could hardly contain his excitement to see what the military base looked like. The term military base certainly conjured up images far superior to a mere police armory or low-level storage facility. Just imagine if they were to encounter armored vehicles, rocket launchers, tanks, or aircraft within its confines. Wouldn't that be a stroke of fortune? At that moment, Song Liang was keen to see who would dare challenge him thereafter. Chapter 142. The Search for the Armory. Uncle Chun, you are truly my benefactor. Song Liang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Uncle Chun. If he could acquire those weapons and equipment, his future days would likely be filled with ease and prosperity. Uncle Chun chuckled, feeling a hint of embarrassment at seeing Song Liang so excited. "However, young Song, do not rejoice too soon. From my memory, the military base is located on the outskirts of Tianning City. If we drive from here, it will likely take at least 2 to 3 hours to reach, and the journey is long and fraught with uncertainties. Moreover, while I am certain there is indeed a military base, given the recent events, I cannot say whether the military has evacuated its supplies. So do temper your hopes." Song Liang nodded, recognizing the validity of Uncle Chun's words. The previously discovered warehouse had served as a cautionary tale. High-ranking government officials would surely have relocated all valuable supplies before disaster struck. It would be entirely typical for a facility like the military base, which presumably housed a vast array of equipment and arms, to have been emptied. Additionally, they faced another dilemma. The map of Tianning City depicted the urban layout in great detail. It was likely they would struggle to pinpoint the exact location of the military base outside the city. In such a case, no matter how jubilant they felt, obtaining the weapons and equipment from the military base would remain uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang forced himself to calm down and looked earnestly at Uncle Chun, saying, "If we take a bit more time, can we ascertain the exact location of the military base? Regardless of how much material remains inside, determining its precise location is paramount." Uncle Chun unfurled the map before them, pondering for a moment before softly replying, "I am quite familiar with the vicinity of that military base. If we indeed reach that area, I am confident I can locate the military base. However, my only concern is that the armory is likely situated about 10 meters underground. If this global calamity has caused any collapses, we may find ourselves unable to access the supplies inside. Alas, we haven't even brought a shovel, and even with one, digging down 10 meters could take months." Upon hearing this, Song Liang smiled faintly, realizing that Uncle Chun was concerned about this matter. However, the task of excavation posed no challenge for him, as he had an excavator quietly poised in his consciousness, ready for deployment at any moment. "Uncle Chun, you need not worry too much about this. Leave it to me. Our immediate priority is to locate the precise position of the military base. What follows can be addressed in due course." After stating this, Song Liang's expression grew serious. He patted Uncle Chun on the shoulder and continued, "You are well aware of our predicament. It is far from something we can simply endure. Therefore, we must ensure that the weapons and equipment we possess are sufficient to protect ourselves and safeguard all our acquired resources. Otherwise, lacking strength will leave us with nothing but the prospect of suffering blows." Uncle Chin nodded in agreement, acknowledging Song Liang's words. "Indeed, there is no time to waste. Let us hasten our departure. Any delay may result in the onset of darkness." With that, he eagerly pulled Song Liang along, exiting the confines of the shopping center and braving the biting cold wind towards Song Liang's Mercedes. Song Liang followed closely behind, entering the rear seat of the car, and together they started the engine, driving towards the outskirts of Tianning City. Although it was nearing 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the temperature remained low, and the chilling wind stung their faces like a blade. Consequently, Uncle Chun refrained from opening the windows to enjoy the fresh air, instead sealing them tightly. This way, even if the Mercedes sped up, they need not worry about frostbite on their faces. Uncle Chun drove swiftly, laying the map open beside him, glancing at the route whenever necessary. After approximately 3.5 hours, they finally arrived near the military base, as indicated by Uncle Chun. The area was entirely desolate, devoid of any signs of modern urban life, with only a few village houses scattered atop the nearby hills. In such a barren landscape, relying solely on the map provided little sense of direction. Instead, they depended on Uncle Chin's vague recollections of the vicinity to ascertain their bearings. Following the dirt roads that meandered between the rural settlements, Uncle Chun eventually halted the vehicle by the roadside, stepping out with a map in hand to scrutinize their direction. Song Liang also exited the car to inhale the fresh air, the prolonged sitting having left his backside somewhat sore. It was now close to 5 in the afternoon, and the sun had lost its brilliance. Remaining in this pastoral setting, with the cool breeze blowing, was quite pleasant. Shortly thereafter, after surveying the surroundings, Uncle Chun finally determined the general direction in which they needed to proceed. He furrowed his brow and gestured towards a small hillock situated several kilometers away, which, upon a cursory glance, appeared to be an ordinary mound. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this hillock was distinct from the surrounding elevations, its contours markedly more rounded, bearing unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship. Fortunately, when the military base was established, measures were taken to differentiate the hilltop from its neighbors, including the alteration of the vegetation and the smoothing of its edges. Otherwise, locating this place might have proven quite challenging. The distance was approximately 10 kilometers, and they could reach it in about 10 minutes. Following Uncle Chen's, Song Liang quickly spotted the distinctly shaped summit. He nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips, filled with anticipation for the unfolding events. With Uncle Chun at the wheel once more, their newfound target propelled him to drive with greater urgency. And soon they found themselves at the foot of the hill they had previously observed. From their vantage point, they could see several military green structures atop the hill, accompanied by intermittent iron fences, clearly indicating that this was no ordinary locale. Standing beside Song Liang, Uncle Chun gazed up at the small incline, nodding as he remarked, "There is no doubt now. The military base should be nearby. As for its precise location, we must search more thoroughly, but it should not take long. Do not fret." Xiao Song. In response, Song Liang nodded, affirming, "No problem, let us search diligently. If it gets too late, we shall return to rest upon finding it. The night brings uncertainties." They parked the modified Mercedes nearby and exited the vehicle to begin their quest for the military base's exact position. Navigating through several lines of iron fencing, Song Liang and Uncle Chen ventured into the confines of the military base. The primary structure of the base lay beneath ground level in a bomb shelter, yet above ground, numerous military barracks and dormitories, each 2 or 3 stories, served as living quarters for the soldiers. Most of these edifices were constructed from tents, now battered and in disrepair from the biting cold winds. Nevertheless, they could still ascertain a general location. However, the base itself occupied a vast expanse, nearly enveloping the entire hill, significantly complicating their search. Fortunately, despite his advancing years, Uncle Chen's mind remained sharp, and he retained a vague recollection of the military base, enabling him to swiftly guide Song Liang to the approximate location of the underground bomb shelter. Observing Uncle Chen's diligent efforts, Song Liang felt a sense of gratitude swell within him, if not for the purpose of safeguarding Uncle Chen's safety, and thus choosing to keep him close while searching for supplies, even with Song Liang bringing along a dozen individuals. It is likely that they would not find the entrance to the military base's air raid shelter within the next couple of days. After all, the abundance of resources within is crucial, particularly for an organized team, prompting the military to prioritize the confidentiality of such locations. "Ah, it seems I found it," Uncle Chen exclaimed with unexpected delight, calling out to Song Liang. "Have you located the military camp's position? Where is it?" Song Liang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and hurried over, trailing behind Uncle Chen, gazing at the ground, only to discover that this area appeared quite similar to others. "Are you certain it's beneath here?" Uncle Chen chuckled heartily, then shook his head. "What I refer to is not this place, but rather look over there." He raised his gaze towards the northwest direction of the military base, pointing to a specific area, his face illuminated with excitement. "Do you see that? The watchtower over there is not far from us. You should be able to see it." Following Uncle Chen's, Song Liang squinted intently in that direction and eventually spotted a vague, elongated black structure in the distance, with a slender top that widened towards the base, an unmistakable military watchtower. "I see the watchtower. It's south indeed, quite close," he exclaimed. Uncle Chen laughed heartily, his hands still raised in the air, indicating the direction of the watchtower, and softly remarked, "Exactly. It is reassuring to see that watchtower. The location of the air raid shelter we seek lies right beneath it." Chapter 143. The unpredictability of human nature joy was evident in Song Liang's eyes as he turned to glance at Uncle Chen, grinning widely. "So, if we locate the underground air raid shelter, the weapons and equipment we are after must be within, correct? At the very least, we should be able to find the armory." Uncle Chen gestured reassuringly, patting his chest as he vowed, "Rest assured, I'm 100% certain that beneath the air raid shelter lies the place we wish to discover. Not only is the armory contained within, but I have also heard rumors of many large-scale destructive weapons." However, he added with caution, "That said, it has been several years. I am uncertain what changes might have occurred during this time. After all, the sudden outbreak of this disaster has introduced significant uncertainties." Song Liang nodded with a smile, urging Uncle Chen, "All right, then it's settled. Whether or not there are any useful items inside, we shall see together." What Song Liang envisioned was to grasp the approximate location of the air raid shelter during this expedition, so that when he returns alone in the future, he could directly excavate the entire shelter with the excavator stored in his consciousness space. As the hour grew late, it became evident that if they were to locate the air raid shelter and then excavate it, their return might not occur until at least 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise on the way, it could prove disastrous. After deliberation, Song Liang and Uncle Chen made their decision and climbed into the modified Mercedes, speeding towards the general direction of the lookout tower they had previously spotted. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Chen called out, bringing the vehicle to a halt, and pointed toward a vast expanse of open land outside the window. "Here it is," he said. "Do you see that arched entrance ahead? That is the entrance to the underground shelter." Following his indication, Song Liang glanced in that direction and indeed spotted a massive arched door constructed of dark gray bricks. However, the interior was shrouded in darkness, with numerous bricks having fallen and scattered at the entrance. It appeared, just as I had surmised, that the entrance had indeed collapsed, rendering entry unlikely. Uncle Chen's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. He had harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps the shelter had not succumbed to the recent calamity. If that had been the case, he would have achieved a significant contribution for Song Liang. However, the realization that the entrance was obstructed confirmed that his earlier thoughts had been overly optimistic, and they had ultimately made the trip in vain. Ah, Xiao Song. I'm truly sorry, Uncle Chen lamented. I had underestimated the situation. It seems the entrance has indeed collapsed, and now we cannot search for supplies inside. Song Liang feigned disappointment, nodding and sighing. Yet inwardly he committed the location of the shelter to memory. After all, he would seek an opportunity to return alone, and surely there would be a way to gain entry then. The military base's weapons and equipment would ultimately belong to him. With this thought, a smile crept onto Song Liang's face. Uncle Chun, do not blame yourself. You were only considering the welfare of our entire building. It was well-intentioned. Should we ever possess a means to address the collapse, we can return to procure supplies at that time. Uncle Chun scratched his head, a touch embarrassed, and nodded in agreement. Well, it appears we must accept the situation as it stands. Song Liang stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Uncle Chen's shoulder. The day is waning, and we must make haste to return. If we delay any longer, we risk being out after dark. The time was now around 6 in the evening, and dusk was steadily settling in. With several hours of travel ahead, they could not afford to squander any more time. Uncle Chun nodded in acknowledgement and hurried to start the car, awaiting Song Liang's entry before they set off in the direction they had come. Meanwhile, within the confines of the community, Run, brothers, run! Wang Qi and Jiang Fan led a group of homeowners from Building 3, retreating in panic from the territory dominated by a group of young individuals in Unit 19. This skirmish appeared to catch everyone off guard. Despite successfully eliminating 4 or 5 of their adversaries, they failed to advance even a step further and instead suffered the loss of over 10 of their own. For the already dwindling numbers of Building 3, this was a devastating blow. Indeed, it proved that launching an impulsive attack in unfamiliar terrain was unlikely to yield satisfactory outcomes, with the disadvantages being overwhelmingly apparent. Although Wang Qi and Jiang Fan's strategic oversight provided their group with a notable advantage in both numbers and morale compared to their opponents, the ruckus caused by Song Liang had adequately prepared Unit 19 for confrontation. Coupled with their intimate knowledge of their own building, they had set numerous traps along the anticipated paths of Wang Qi and Jiang Fan's group. Consequently, the balance of power had tilted heavily in favor of the opposition. Under such circumstances, managing to take down 3 or 4 of the enemy was, in fact, a commendable achievement. As the momentum shifted between the two sides, Wang Qi and Jiang Fan quickly recognized that victory was unattainable. Furthermore, after enduring the mental and physical toll of battle, most of their companions had lost the will to fight. Given these factors, they decided to abandon the assault on Unit 19 and led their group in a retreat towards Building 3. On their way back, Wang Qi and Jiang Fan remained silent. Yet their expressions did not betray any signs of despair. In truth, they had little grasp of the gravity of their losses. Instead, they were preoccupied with thoughts of the potential rewards and supplies that Song Liang might bring back from his recent foraging expedition. Thus, the deaths of a few individuals seemed inconsequential to them. After all, Song Liang typically returned with 2 large bags filled with food and supplies from his solo ventures. And with Uncle Chun accompanying him this time, they expected an even greater haul. However, among the throng following them, most were consumed by thoughts of the recent battle. Their spirits dampened and faces filled with indignation, clearly dissatisfied with Song Liang's earlier arrangements. Why was this happening? What was the purpose of this battle? Why had so many brothers died in vain? It felt eerily similar to the previous encounter at the neighboring unit. It made no sense. They had not provoked the conflict. So why they willingly entered the enemy's territory? Was this not a sign of folly? Alas, if this continues, after just 2 more instances, we shall be utterly decimated, leaving us with no opportunity for resurgence. At that point, we would be at the mercy of anyone, surrendering our food and resources without hesitation. The recent altercation with the occupants of Building 19 was instigated by none other than Song Liang. It was merely to assuage his grievances that we suffered the loss of so many brothers. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? I was nearly killed myself. A mere hair's breadth away. It is utterly terrifying. Indeed, even if he is our leader, our lives cannot be treated as expendable. If this continues, who would still be willing to heed his call? Undoubtedly, Song Liang has gone too far on these occasions. He claims vengeance, yet flees the scene with the strongest fighter. Uncle Chunin, is this not a blatant attempt to cast us as mere cannon fodder? Do they truly believe we lack the spirit to resist? Such audacity. Voices of dissent echoed among the crowd, with many expressing agreement, as if Song Liang were their sworn enemy. Most of the instigators were cunning middle-aged men, lacking in combat prowess themselves, masquerading as supporters of Song Liang, yet contributing nothing of value. Nevertheless, they fancied themselves as sagacious philosophers, playing the role of disillusioned youth, employing their misguided rhetoric to sway the masses. Such sentiments, when voiced, resonated with the others, who found them convincing. After all, the adversaries they faced were the vigorous young men from Building 19, possessing not only strength and combat skills, but also strategic minds. An overwhelming force against which they could not contend. Consequently, they suffered the loss of numerous comrades, and several survivors bore injuries, having narrowly escaped death within Building 19. Thus, although they did not voice their discontent, deep within, they were profoundly dissatisfied with Song Liang's decisions, particularly those who had narrowly avoided demise, wishing fervently to see him meet a grisly end, disregarding his prior efforts to procure sustenance for them. Leading the group, Jiang Fan overheard the incessant discussions among the crowd, and as one of Song Liang's closest allies, he could hardly contain his indignation. He furrowed his brow and bellowed, "What nonsense are you all spouting? Do you think you have the right to discuss Brother Liang in such a manner? Moreover, consider this. Were it not for Song Liang risking his life daily to procure our supplies, we would have perished long ago, and would not even have the luxury of standing here to complain. If Brother Liang were to learn of your sentiments, do you comprehend the consequences? Is this truly how you wish to proceed?" Chapter 144. Threats and compromises. Jiang Fan's impassioned outburst exuded authority, yet it failed to silence the ringleaders of dissent. Rather, it seemed to embolden them further. Before long, a rather stout man emerged from the crowd, sneering as he spoke. "Damn it, Jiang Fan. Has your brain been flushed down the toilet? What Song Liang said sounds as if he were your father. Yet all he has done these days is send us to our doom, and you were complicit in this. Do you not comprehend? He cares not for us. His only concern lies with Uncle Chun and his wretched wife, Lin Yue. Do you truly believe yourselves to hold any significance?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those nearby immediately shifted, for while the sentiments expressed were difficult to accept, they undeniably resonated with the experiences of the recent battles. After all, life is singular, and Song Liang's behavior, sending others forth as cannon fodder while he hides in the shadows, was utterly disgraceful. We were indeed mere pawns. This thought took root in the hearts of all present, becoming increasingly clear and resolute, threatening to solidify into an unwavering truth. After all, in the past few days, they had lost dozens of brothers they had shared their days and nights with, and the number of injured and maimed was incalculable. The chilling thought that their fate could mirror that of their fallen comrades sent shivers down their spines, leaving them drenched in sweat. Such is the nature of humanity. When faced with the prospect of sudden death, one may feel little psychological burden, but to be forewarned of impending demise is an unbearable strain. Jiang Fan felt a surge of indignation rise within him upon hearing the man's words. He glared at the rotund figure and, through gritted teeth, retorted, "You wretched fool. Are you intent on inciting chaos? Have you forgotten that our sustenance is provided by Brother Liang? Without him, you have perished long ago." The corpulent man chuckled derisively, a scornful smile gracing his lips. "Ah, how endearing your affection for Brother Liang is," he mocked. "Indeed, Song Liang has granted us the means to survive, and I do not deny this. I had vowed to repay him in due course. But tell me, are you truly so blind to the reality? Song Liang does not regard us as human beings. He leverages his status to coerce us into risking our lives. Starvation leads to death, as does fighting those ruffians. Why should I heed his command? Furthermore, we have managed to stockpile some provisions, and for the time being, we do not require his assistance in procuring food. Why should I continue to acknowledge him as my elder?" At this declaration, several individuals nearby quickly echoed their agreement. "Indeed, I believe this man speaks the truth. We are entirely capable of self-sufficiency now. We need only remain within the safety of our own building. Why should we venture forth to provoke the powers of other factions? Indeed, if he had not provoked the individuals from Unit 19, how could they have launched such an inexplicable ambush upon him? To put it plainly, the blame lies squarely on his shoulders, and it is he who has placed us in this precarious predicament. It is precisely under the assurance of our safety that he should be tasked with procuring sustenance to sustain us. That would be the most prudent course of action. Who could have foreseen his swift retreat after stirring up trouble, leaving us to endure the consequences? Undoubtedly, he has consistently antagonized the forces from other units. What if those residents were to unite against us? The entire community would pose an insurmountable challenge to our meager strength. If we were to be vanquished by them, what would become of us? Would we meet our demise, or would they, reminiscent of ancient times, spare the women for their pleasure and enslave the men? The ramifications of such a scenario are truly unimaginable. Upon hearing these words, the female homeowners nearby were visibly gripped by fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The stout young man, witnessing the solidarity among the homeowners, felt invigorated by their shared sentiments. Furthermore, I must draw your attention to a significant detail that you have overlooked. Each time Song Liang returned with the 2 large bags of provisions and supplies, he never partook of them himself, nor did he consume a single morsel. As you are aware, the items allocated to us are scarcely palatable. I am nearly on the verge of retching from their taste, and my complexion is deteriorating as a result. Yet, Song Liang appears to be thriving daily, his complexion radiant and robust. It is evident that he is offloading the refuse upon us, while reserving the good provisions for himself and that Lin Yue. Hence, he looks considerably healthier than the rest of us. The crowd erupted in disbelief, and among them, a corpulent woman remarked with disdain, "No wonder I spotted a box of intact instant noodles at Wang Lan's home last time." It seems Song Liang had deliberately set it aside for that old mansion, and her conviction in this assertion only deepened the audience's suspicions. The stout young man inhaled deeply and continued, "Have you not considered that there are numerous supermarkets and shopping centers outside the community? Surely, they cannot all have been completely looted during that recent upheaval." Yet, Song Liang insists on exaggerating the risks he faces daily in his quest for food on our behalf. Do you truly believe such an implausible tale? This deception is a blatant affront to our dignity. This proclamation evidently resonated with the majority. Initially, the crowd believed it sufficient to remain within Building 3, awaiting Song Liang to deliver provisions and supplies, requiring no further concerns or responsibilities. Yet now, this Song Liang has audaciously compelled them to confront other factions within the community, engaging in a perilous struggle where death looms at every turn. Such cruelty is unfathomable. In their hearts, they perceive Song Liang's actions as mere self-serving indulgence, devoid of any regard for their well-being. For him to thrust these powerless individuals into the front lines while he cowers in the rear, fleeing at the first sign of conflict, is utterly unjust. No one desires to perish. When faced with danger, the instinct for survival inevitably awakens. Why should they be coerced into sacrificing their lives? Amidst the assembly of homeowners, a few voices soon emerged, rallying together to denounce Song Liang's behavior. While it is true that he has once rendered them great kindness, his recent insistence on sending them to their deaths is undeniably excessive. It seems they can no longer tolerate his demands. Several others began to voice their discontent as well. Indeed, I too feel that Song Liang has gone too far. We toil relentlessly outside, risking our lives for his selfish desires, while he remains ensconced in the safety of his refuge. His every need is met, and all he has to do is venture out for provisions. Does he truly believe himself to be exceptional, that we should be grateful to serve as his cannon fodder? His ability to venture out is merely the result of fortuitous circumstances, having acquired a modified Mercedes-Benz. How could his contribution to our building possibly surpass ours, when we risk our very lives? Exactly. If that Song Liang had the audacity to relinquish that Mercedes to any one of us, we could all procure food and supplies without him. Who needs him? He genuinely thinks he is something special, aspiring to be our leader? What utter foolishness! One among them remarked, "That individual spoke truthfully. From the outset, Song Liang has never acted in our best interest. Deep down, he desires to use us as expendable pawns to fulfill his own selfish whims, revealing his true nature as anything but a good person." Standing before the crowd, Jiang Fan felt a stir of conflict within, yet upon recalling the rewards promised by Song Liang, he steeled himself, raising his machete. "Silence. Do you truly wish to court death? Should these treasonous words reach Brother Liang's ears, beware of the consequences. He would not hesitate to eliminate you all. He is fully capable of such acts." The murmurs of dissent swiftly faded as the crowd, gripped by fear, fell silent. At that moment, a rotund man pushed through the throng, confronting Jiang Fan with a fierce glare, his voice thick with malice. A grotesque smile twisted his lips as he spoke in a low tone. "So, you intend to betray us all, do you? Planning to inform your dear Song Liang of today's events, so he can deal with us?" As soon as the words were uttered, all eyes fixated on Jiang Fan, who stood at the forefront. Should Jiang Fan dare to express even a hint of intention to report the matter to Song Liang, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Even though the young man had committed no fault throughout, if he were to undertake any action detrimental to the collective, sacrificing him to save the many would be deemed worthwhile. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from the crowd, Jiang Fan found himself at a loss. Instinctively retreating a couple of steps, he positioned the machete in front of him, ever vigilant for a potential ambush. "Everyone," he declared, "I, Jiang Fan, certainly do not harbor such intentions. After all, we have fought side by side for so long. We are brothers who have braved life and death together. I would never commit an act that betrays your trust. Think carefully. If you were truly to face demise at the hands of Brother Liang, what purpose would there be in leaving me alive? Thus, I assure you, I will not disclose today as events to Brother Liang, so rest easy." Upon hearing this, the corpulent man visibly relaxed, a long-lost smile gracing his face. "Those who understand the times are wise. I also recognize that Brother Jiang Fan would never betray us." He continued, "Moreover, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish for the well-being of all. Sacrificing ourselves for others is uncomfortable for anyone. After all, we have no ulterior motives. We are merely discussing the recent occurrences, certainly not plotting against Song Liang." The others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Song Liang is our hope for survival. We could never act against him, rest assured." They reminisced about their days as mere office workers, often gossiping about their boss. A natural human inclination that Jiang Fan should understand. A smile crept upon their faces as they scrutinized Jiang Fan, their expressions tinged with a hint of amusement. This sight sent shivers down Jiang Fan's spine, reminiscent of the grim smile of death itself. Observing the group, he noted that while their faces bore faint smiles, their eyes were rife with resentment and fury. He understood that this animosity was not directed at him, but rather at Song Liang, their gazes seemingly wishing to see him torn asunder. Indeed, for them, the two recent battles had exacted a heavy toll, with casualties far too numerous, undoubtedly altering the collective psyche. What thoughts lingered in each individual's mind remained their secret. After several hours, Song Liang and Uncle Chun finally returned, having taken a leisurely stroll through the previously visited marketplace, which still held remnants of supplies. They returned with 2 large burlap sacks filled with expired and spoiled provisions. Upon learning of the midday skirmish at Unit 19, Song Liang exhibited a demeanor of satisfaction. After all, his initial intention was never to send everyone to their demise at that location. Rather, he sought to provide them with an opportunity for fortitude, preventing their inevitable decline into lethargy. He expressed profound sorrow for the homeowners who perished in the conflict, publicly distributing provisions in accordance with the quantities he had previously designated. Consequently, all received a greater share of sustenance and resources than before, with some fortunate individuals acquiring as many as a dozen portions, while the least received 2 or 3. Even if no further supplies were forthcoming, a judicious conservation of these provisions would sustain them for a considerable duration. However, as Song Liang allocated the food, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Their emotions seemed far from the anticipated exhilaration. Instead, there was a palpable aversion toward the very sustenance and resources being handed to them. He, too, felt a hint of disdain reflected in their gazes. A cold snort escaped him. His lingering apprehensions had indeed materialized. Chapter 145, Return. Yet, what could be done? What troubles could these neighbors possibly bring upon him? He knew them all too well, possessing the heart of a thief, but lacking the courage of one. When they had previously conspired to confront Zhao Haoqiang, they had displayed the same timorous disposition. Without steadfast figures like Song Liang and Uncle Chun, they would never have dared to act. Even if they now questioned Song Liang's sincerity, and even if they uncovered irrefutable evidence, it would not alter the stark reality of their acute scarcity of supplies. When their provisions dwindled significantly, Song Liang would merely need to toss them a few expired loaves of bread or some spoiled instant noodles, and they would still prostrate themselves before him like dogs. loyal to the last. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding their disloyalty. As long as he possessed ample resources, he would always maintain a position of strength. A modicum of vigilance against any potential ambush from this self-serving lot sufficed. Such wretched beings, whose sole focus lay on material gain, warranted little regard. Should they dare to strike first, Song Liang would not hesitate to let them perish right there. Uncle Chunin, oblivious to the subtle discontent rippling through the crowd, promptly bid farewell to Song Liang upon his return and stealthily approached Sister Wang Lan, who awaited behind the throng. Upon seeing the garments and infant products Uncle Chun had selected for her child, her face lit up with joy. These items were of a quality and style rarely seen in their daily lives. Lacking familiarity with such goods, Uncle Chun had sought Song Liang's assistance in choosing them. Though Song Liang was not an expert, he had encountered numerous brands and could discern which offered superior quality and which fell short. Thus, I selected a few garments suitable for the younger generation, which fit Sister Wang Lan perfectly. Before the onset of this global calamity, Sister Wang Lan had endured a life of considerable hardship, raising her child alone after her husband's infidelity, rendering her a figure of sympathy. She subsisted on a meager salary to support her household and had never possessed the luxury to adorn herself, never having worn those world-renowned designer clothes. Nevertheless, being a woman, she often perused social media to admire the outfits of various influencers, thereby acquiring some knowledge about these brands. Furthermore, following the outbreak of the disaster, she had not stepped outside for an extended period, leaving her with no opportunity to procure new attire. Thus, upon receiving these valuable new garments from Uncle Chonin, her delight was palpable, as she embraced Uncle Chonin, unable to restrain her joy at no longer needing to worry about new clothes for herself and her child. She rewarded him with a tender kiss. "Brother Chun, you are truly kind. I cannot thank you enough. I love these clothes." Her heartfelt expression drew the attention of the homeowners nearby, who, upon seeing the designer garments in Sister Wang Lan's hands, felt a pang of envy. Most of them, like Sister Wang Lan, had not worn new clothes in quite some time, and with the increasingly cold weather, were left to rely on their scant supply of worn winter garments to survive. The rotund man, who had previously instigated mischief on the way back to Unit 3, with a mischievous glint in his eye, parted the crowd and stood before Song Liang, summoning the courage to speak. "Song? Brother Liang, would you be able to bring back some new winter clothes for us the next time you go out? The weather has been growing colder, and the few winter garments we have left at home are rather tattered and ineffective against the chill. With no electricity or heating, it's quite frigid even when we stay indoors." Song Liang cast a glance at him, recognizing the man as a former resident of the 7th floor, whose name seemed to be Wang Daqiang, an individual who appeared rather straightforward. Noticing that Song Liang had not responded, Wang Daqiang licked his lips, glanced at the warm outerwear enveloping Song Liang's form, swallowed hard, and continued, "If only we could have down jackets or similar clothing, that would be splendid. Just like the one you're wearing, it looks quite nice." It was evident to these astute individuals that the outerwear Song Liang donned was exceptionally warm, especially considering the nearly minus 10 degrees Celsius temperature, causing others in thermal underwear to shiver in the corridor. Yet, Song Liang stood confidently with his outerwear unbuttoned, revealing a black thermal undershirt beneath, showing no signs of being cold. The outer garment he wore was recognizable as standard cold weather attire, suggesting that the thermal undershirt underneath was of extraordinary quality, indeed a miraculous source of warmth. Upon hearing Wang Daqiang's words, the crowd turned their attention to Song Liang, who was wearing a particular garment, stirring a sense of longing within them. "Indeed, young Song, look at Uncle Chun, who has managed to bring back so many clothes from outside. Surely you can do the same for us. So next time, could you kindly procure some warm clothing for us?" "Absolutely, Song Liang. While we need not worry excessively about food at present, warm clothing is indeed in short supply. Without proper attire, it could potentially hinder our fighting capability. Just think, if this continues, how shall we confront the other factions in the apartment buildings when conflict arises?" Song Liang, upon hearing this, scoffed inwardly, displeased by their moral coercion. This group, devoid of any sense of shame, was insatiably greedy. Providing you with ample food to stave off starvation is already a tremendous act of kindness. Now you wish for warm clothing as well? Are you unaware of the countless souls in every corner of the world who face death due to insufficient sustenance? Naturally, Song Liang would not easily acquiesce to their demands. Yet he could not outright refuse them either. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled softly and replied, "Rest assured, my brothers, should I have the opportunity to venture out in the future, I shall certainly bring back some warm clothing for everyone. However, as you know, my current excursions in search of food consume an excessive amount of time. Each outing lasts an entire day. It is only through this diligent effort that I can secure enough provisions for you all. How about this?" Song Liang patted Wang Daqiang on the shoulder and continued, "I will specifically allocate time to seek warm garments, and during that period, I shall refrain from bringing back food. You may have to endure a few days of hunger, but perhaps with warm clothing, you might not feel as famished." Upon hearing Song Liang's proposal, the crowd immediately voiced their objections. "No, that simply will not do. While warm clothing is indeed important, it pales in comparison to the necessity of food. Yes, we can manage with the old clothes we have stored at home. They will suffice to prevent us from freezing, but without food, the situation becomes unbearable. Indeed, I cannot bear the sensation of hunger any longer. Brother Song Liang, you must not go through with this." Seeing the shift in their sentiments, Song Liang nodded slowly. "Very well, since that is the case. I shall continue to gather food and supplies for everyone. As for the clothing, we can set that matter aside for now. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall certainly bring back warm garments and distribute them among you. Rest assured, each person will receive sufficient warm clothing, so even as the temperatures drop further, you should no longer feel the chill." The crowd, hearing Song Liang's assurance, nodded in satisfaction. After Song Liang handed over the clothes to Sister Wang Lan, he and Uncle Chun and spent approximately half an hour distributing today's food. Initially, this task would have required more time. However, due to the loss of several proprietors in the two recent battles, the process of food distribution was considerably expedited. Many familiar figures that Song Liang once recognized had vanished from the crowd, leaving him to ponder whether they had perished in some obscure corner unknown to anyone. Notably, Su Yujia's close friend, Kai Yingjia, had been the one he suspected of instigating Su Yujia's ambush against him. Thus, he had been particularly vigilant regarding her movements. Yet, it seemed he had not seen her for several days, leaving him uncertain whether she had stealthily escaped or succumbed to hunger and cold in some corner of the building. After all, Song Liang had never provided Kai Yingjia with food, and after dismissing the possibility of her being secretly supported by someone, her fate likely did not bode well. Nevertheless, this was somewhat favorable, as it spared Song Liang the trouble of seeking her out for retribution. Upon bidding farewell to Uncle Chun and returning home, he found Lin Yui clad in a pink pajama set, adorned with an apron as she emerged from the kitchen. With a gentle smile, she greeted him, "Hee, you're finally back, Liang." The endearment stirred a delightful sensation within him. He increasingly felt that inviting Lin Yui to stay at his home had been a wise choice. Not only did she obediently remain at home, awaiting his return, but she had also prepared dinner. In the presence of such a gentle and virtuous Lin Yui, the frustrations he had endured outside dissipated significantly. Having spent considerable time together, they had gradually acclimated to their romantic relationship, with their affections intensifying to the point of profound attachment. This evolution diverged from Song Liang's initial intentions. He had merely sought a beautiful woman to warm his bed and tend to his wounds during his moments of vulnerability. Yet now, he found Lin Yui irresistibly enchanting. Chapter 146. Contemplation. Lin Yui, too, was an astute woman. Her ability to win Song Liang's favor through her culinary skills was an enviable position that many would covet. Initially, her intention was to meet all of Song Liang's demands, even those he had not explicitly stated, in her efforts to ensure her survival, adopting the role of a servant before him. However, the reality of her situation had deviated significantly from her expectations. Lin Yui had undeniably become an indispensable presence by Song Liang's side, the sole mistress of their home. "What shall we have for dinner today?" Song Liang approached Lin Yui, reaching out to caress her delicate face, the softness of her skin providing a comforting sensation to his hand. "Today, I prepared spicy fish and roasted leg of lamb, both of which are your favorites. It was my first attempt at making them, and I am curious about how they turn out." As Song Liang removed his cold weather gear, revealing his well-defined muscles, he let out a sigh of relief and sank onto the sofa, feeling utterly exhausted from a day's search. "It has been a long time since I last enjoyed these dishes. Today is the perfect opportunity to try them. Thank you for your hard work, Wei Wei." Lin Yue smiled with satisfaction and fetched a pair of slippers for Song Liang from the shoe rack behind the door, helping him change into them. That's wonderful. Dinner will be ready soon. The spicy fish is still simmering. Let me prepare a basin of warm water for you to soak your feet. After such a long day, you must be quite fatigued. Song Liang nodded, realizing he needed the warmth for his chilled feet, as the temperature had plummeted to nearly -10 degrees. After a day spent outdoors, his feet had become numb from the cold. He settled on the sofa, waiting for Lin Yue to return from the bathroom with a steaming basin of foot-soaking water. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang gently placed his feet into the warm water, instantly feeling a wave of comfort and relaxation wash over his previously tense body. A genuine sigh of contentment escaped him. This was far more pleasant than spending the day outside. After running around in sub-zero temperatures, not only did he have to focus on finding food and supplies, but he also had to remain vigilant against potential dangers. Despite being bundled in multiple layers of cold weather gear, the biting wind was still quite unbearable. In such moments, one truly appreciates the warmth and comfort of home, as well as the gentle care of a devoted partner, which is invaluable for a man who toils outside all day. Although he had spent the entire day out and only returned with 2 bags filled with provisions, he had not found anything else that could assist him. However, overall, the day was fruitful. He had acquired unexpected information that lifted his spirits. With the help of Uncle Chunin, he learned about the existence of a military base located in the outskirts of Tianing City and even acquired its precise location. When he ventures out alone again in search of supplies, he can seize the opportunity to investigate. He is aware that the excavator is stored within his conscious space, so he need not worry about the potential dangers of entering the bunker, regardless of its state of collapse. After all, before the sturdy bucket of the excavator, any static obstruction is negligible, particularly soil and bricks, which are its preferred adversaries. If Song Liang truly has the chance to enter that bunker and locate the military base's armory, it would indeed be a remarkable stroke of fortune. After all, being a military base, the arsenal within is undoubtedly far more luxurious than that of the Tianing City Police Department. Not only are the firearms and equipment superior, but one might also encounter various large-scale weaponry, such as tanks and armored vehicles. However, dreaming of combat aircraft and missiles is an unrealistic aspiration, as such armaments are not typically possessed by ordinary military forces. If an opportunity arises to gather intelligence on Air Force bases or missile units, such aspirations may yet become attainable. Nonetheless, one can reasonably expect to find an ample supply of grenades and explosives. Possessing such formidable weaponry instills in Song Liang a confidence that even if he were to confront an entire community single-handedly, he would pose no threat to him. Taking a deep breath, Song Liang savored the comfort emanating from beneath his feet, a sense of ease that nearly invited slumber. Yet, this drowsiness was swiftly dispelled as his mind wandered to both joyous and troublesome thoughts. One of the most pressing concerns was the ambush he faced today from the forces of Building 19, who had blocked his path as he attempted to exit the community. Indeed, this was among the most exasperating predicaments he encountered. After all, no matter how skilled one may be, one must still fear the butcher's knife. Despite his arsenal of weaponry, he must remain vigilant against the treacherous individuals lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Today had proven fortunate. Armed with the weapons he had acquired and facing fewer adversaries, Song Liang managed to navigate the situation with some success. But what of the future? What if, on some fateful day, he neglected to don his protective gear and faced a greater number of opponents? Stripped of his weaponry, confronting an overwhelming force would leave him reliant solely on dwindling luck to escape unscathed. In such a scenario, he would inevitably confront the harrowing challenge of close-quarters combat, where he would be no match for seasoned adversaries, likely leading to a grim demise. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Song Liang inhaled deeply. His gaze ignited with fierce determination. No matter the cost, he vowed that the individuals from Building 19 would meet a fate devoid of burial. He could not allow them another opportunity to ambush him. However, they did not seem easily dispatched. Upon realizing he sought retribution, they had retreated into their own quarters, refusing to show themselves. A hasty confrontation would yield dire consequences. How could he eliminate this threat? These adversaries displayed no willingness to negotiate, clearly intent on opposing him to the bitter end. Thus, the only resolution lay in their eradication. With a sigh, Song Liang found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. How does one besiege a high-rise fortress? Song Liang reminisced about the ancient texts he had perused, such as the Art of War and records of the Three Kingdoms. Envisioning himself as Sun Wu and Zhuge Liang, pondering how they would navigate such a predicament, he concluded that a direct assault would be a most imprudent choice. After all, attempting to infiltrate their apartment building would be akin to battling in hostile territory, providing ample opportunities for ambush and swift retreat, compounded by the intricate interior layout that would render the objective of annihilating all occupants exceedingly arduous. Should they, like him, possess a modicum of cleverness, employing incendiary devices in conjunction with Diesel to launch an offensive against his potential positions would yield dire consequences. Song Liang vividly recalled the harrowing scenes of those who perished in flames before his very door and window. He was resolute in avoiding a similar fate. However, an epiphany struck him, a flash of inspiration. Indeed, he could devise a method to set the apartment building ablaze, patiently awaiting the panicked occupants as they fled, each to be dispatched with precision by his sniper rifle. This approach would eliminate the need for perilous entry into the building. Instead, he could remain outside, waiting for them to be compelled into the open, ready to be picked off. Yet, a frown creased Song Liang's brow. How could he possibly ignite such a vast structure in its entirety? He slumped back onto the sofa, realizing that the notion of incinerating the whole building was, without doubt, excessively fanciful. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him, recalling a news segment he had once viewed. He remembered that most casualties in fires are not directly due to flames, but rather from asphyxiation caused by inhaling toxic gases, leading to death before the bodies are consumed by the fire. This nugget of knowledge had left a profound impression on him, as he distinctly recalled the footage illustrating a building where a fire had broken out under specific circumstances, though the entire structure did not succumb to flames. Thick smoke had infiltrated upper floors through vents and crevices, resulting in fatalities primarily from harmful gases rather than direct exposure to fire. Excitedly, Song Liang sat up, increasingly convinced that this plan had a considerable likelihood of success. While it would indeed be impossible for him to enter the building and emerge unscathed, the smoke generated by the inferno was an entirely different matter. It would not be hindered by safety considerations and would ascend toward the heavens. Consequently, the inhabitants of Unit 19, even if they attempted to evade to higher floors, would find such an escape exceedingly difficult, leaving them with but one avenue of survival: fleeing the building. In this manner, would he not flawlessly execute his strategy without the loss of a single soldier? Moreover, the temperature outside has plummeted to nearly -10 degrees. In their daily lives, they certainly keep their doors and windows tightly shut for warmth. When a crisis truly befalls them, their reaction time will be severely limited, undoubtedly allowing them to succumb to the choking smoke more swiftly. Even if a fortunate few manage to survive, once they exit their building, won't they be utterly vulnerable? Song Liang chuckled. Although such a method is rather inhumane, it is fitting for those hypocrites in Building 19 who prefer ambushes over direct confrontation. He believed this approach would grant them a semblance of dignity, serving as the most effective strategy against those cowardly turtles. Chapter 147. Sweetness at Home. Song Liang recalled that Zhao Haoqiang had previously conceived a similar strategy and even employed it against himself. Fortunately, he had the foresight to equip his safe house with specialized ventilation and ensure it was sealed tightly, thus avoiding Zhao's trap. Reflecting on it, Zhao Haoqiang's tactics were indeed quite innovative, nearly mirroring his own thoughts. He was truly a rare talent. However, the moment he chose to oppose Song Liang, his fate was sealed. Death was the only comfortable escape for him. Being poisoned would merely be a demonstration of Song Liang's mercy. Yet, to implement such a plan, several significant challenges remained. Song Liang found himself in a quandary once more. To create a smoke that would envelop the entire building, a sufficiently large fire would be necessary. Yet the combustible materials within reach had nearly been exhausted. After all, in the wake of disaster, everyone relied on burning wood for daily sustenance, not only for cooking but also for warmth, so the usable timber had long since been depleted. However, a solution soon dawned upon Song Liang. Were there not many trees in our community? How foolish of me. Those are all natural combustible materials. He chuckled heartily, recalling that it had been raining lightly outside for several days, rendering the wood outside damp, which suited his plans perfectly. Damp wood would burn less efficiently, resulting in inadequate carbonization and consequently producing more smoke. If it could also procure some diesel or gasoline stored in the conscious space, then both the fire intensity and smoke production would be ensured. A surge of joy filled Song Liang as he finally grasped the method required to deal with those cowering in Building 19, unwilling to emerge. The mere thought of soon resolving a rival force with his own hands made him burst in a hearty laughter. At that moment, Lin Yue emerged from the kitchen, her hands raised in offering, presenting the sumptuous dinner she had prepared for the evening. True to her word, there lay a spicy fish dish and a roasted leg of lamb, both exuding an enticing and rich aroma. Song Liang, already in high spirits, could not help but feel his appetite awaken at the delightful scent and the sight of those dishes, particularly the roasted lamb, which glistened with dripping fat. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and savored a bite, smacking his lips in delight, and raised his thumb in genuine praise towards Lin Yue, exclaiming, "Wow, this tastes absolutely wonderful. It's a feast for the senses." Upon hearing Song Liang's compliment, Lin Yue beamed, revealing two adorable dimples, and leaned in to plant a gentle peck on his cheek. "Really? This is my first attempt at these two dishes, and I was quite unsure about the process. I was worried you might not enjoy them. If you do like them, I could make them for you every day." She giggled. Song Liang laughed heartily, affectionately ruffling Lin Yue's hair as he softly replied, "It's truly delicious. Perhaps it's a natural talent of yours. If you were to cook like this every day, I would certainly devour every last bite." Lin Yue smiled sweetly at his words, settling beside him and taking a bite herself, unable to suppress her satisfied grin. As they dined, however, Song Liang's mind was preoccupied with how to address the issues plaguing their entire community, concerns that had weighed heavily on him for quite some time. He had begun to formulate a tentative strategy to avoid an outright confrontation with the residents for the time being, opting instead for a more conciliatory approach before planning further actions. Even if a confrontation became unavoidable, it would be prudent to first resolve the troubles posed by the residents of Building 19, and to acquire a sufficient stock of weapons of mass destruction from the military base mentioned by Uncle Chun. Only then would he feel entirely confident in his ability to contend with those who opposed him and safeguard both his and Lin Yue's safety, an imperative concern. Throughout their meal, Song Liang wrestled with these uncertainties, aware that if those with ill intentions acted before he was adequately prepared, it could spell disaster. Suddenly, noticing a peculiar expression on Song Liang's face, Lin Yue gently initiated conversation. "It seems that our neighbors have suffered significant casualties due to the recent events." At her words, Song Liang paused, momentarily setting aside his inner turmoil. Acknowledging the truth in her statement, he nodded and leaned back on the sofa with a sigh. "Indeed, our losses have been considerable lately, but it is of little consequence as long as we and Uncle Chun remain unharmed." Lin Yue nodded, a flicker of concern passing across her delicate face as she continued, "While it is not entirely incorrect to say they deserve their fate, I must express my apprehension regarding their proximity to you. You ought to be wary of their potential for infighting and treachery. The act of betrayal is intolerable to anyone." Song Liang pondered for a moment, clearly sensing the genuine concern reflected in Lin Yue's eyes. Perhaps this is the unique sixth sense of women. Even the seasoned shonen, who had served in the military, had failed to detect the unusual atmosphere among the unit's homeowners upon his return today. Yet, Lin Yue remained indoors, articulating her worries, which were undoubtedly warranted. Song Liang acknowledged her sentiments and gently tousled her hair, relishing the softness of her locks slipping through his fingers, feeling a surge of sweetness and reassurance within. "Do not worry. These matters are of a masculine nature, and you need not involve yourself. Regardless of what unfolds, I will ensure the safety of both our lives, so you need not fret over this." Lin Yue smiled sweetly. "I certainly trust in your abilities, but the events of recent days have been overwhelming. While these individuals may not pose a significant threat, I fear their potential for treachery should they harbor ulterior motives." She paused, observing Song Liang's slightly puzzled expression before continuing. "If they were to ally with hostile forces from other units, would you still possess sufficient confidence to resolve the situation?" Song Liang comprehended the implications of her words, yet he remained unconcerned about the matter. "There is no need for worry here. I have never placed my trust in any of them. To put it plainly, aside from Uncle Chun, and they will inevitably meet their end. Regardless of the manner of their demise, I assure you, none shall remain." He added, "Moreover, those who are solely driven by self-interest and devoid of humanity. Should they ever betray me, it would hardly be surprising. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue smiled brightly, her heart finally at ease at Song Liang's confident demeanor. Indeed, you are the man I have chosen. I was previously concerned that you had not contemplated this issue, only to realize my worries were unfounded. Nevertheless, caution is still advisable. I truly wish not to lose you, for you are immensely important to me. Song Liang chuckled heartily. Naturally, if I were the sort devoid of empathy and depth, I would have undoubtedly perished countless times by now. Lin Yue nodded in agreement, feeling a deep sense of security with such a reliable man by her side, convinced that her future would be exceedingly bright. However, she suddenly became aware of a significant issue arising from Song Liang's earlier words. Just moments ago, he expressed his distrust towards everyone in the building, except for Uncle Chun. Did that sentiment extend to her as well? Lin Yue rarely entertained such thoughts. After all, she had never intended to demand too much. A man's heart is not easily won. Furthermore, she had always felt deeply the affection that Song Liang displayed, never once doubting his sincerity in this matter. However, after spending such a length of time living together, Lin Yue had entrusted her whole being to Song Liang, nurturing the resolute desire to remain by his side for a lifetime, unwavering and devoted. Yet, if Song Liang had merely been playing with her emotions from the very beginning, it would be profoundly heartbreaking. Being a woman, Lin Yue, regardless of the circumstances, wished for the man she loved to hold her in his heart. The overwhelming sense of crisis left her feeling intensely uncomfortable. She yearned to be distinct in Song Liang's heart, transcending even Uncle Chun. Lin Yue bit her lip, her face adorned with a captivating expression, a blend of yearning and anticipation, as she softly inquired then, Liang, if you distrust those outside, what about me? Am I worthy of your trust? Song Liang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yue's unexpected question, but he quickly grasped the essence of her inquiry. He then embraced her tightly, leaning down to kiss her passionately. Lin Yue, like a startled little rabbit, found herself enveloped in Song Liang's warm and tender kiss, leaving her momentarily bewildered, her cheeks flushing visibly. After the kiss, Song Liang lifted his head, gazing intently at Lin Yue, and gently brushed her nose with his fingertip. Silly girl, if I didn't trust you, how could I possibly keep you by my side alone? Why would you even ask such a question? Lin Yue swallowed nervously. The kiss had left her throat parched, yet Song Liang's words filled her with an overwhelming joy that spread across her face. She pouted playfully, wearing a smug expression, and teased, you sly man, you must be lying to make me happy. I want to fall for that. Song Liang's gaze remained unchanged, captivated by Lin Yue's adorable demeanor, as he resolutely declared, Wei, you are a unique presence in my life. The one person I would go to great lengths to protect. No one else deserves such devotion but you. His eyes shone with sincerity and determination, a realization dawning upon him that from some moment onward, he could never envision a life apart from Lin Yue. Thus, their lives became intricately intertwined, forever bound together. Originally, Lin Yue did not harbor high expectations for Song Liang's response. She maintained her usual carefree demeanor and wished to avoid a heavy discussion. Thus, she made a light-hearted joke, hoping to enliven the atmosphere. However, she was taken aback by the sincerity and firmness of Song Liang's reply. Observing his earnest expression made her heart melt. Her eyes became slightly misty, and she unreservedly believed every word he spoke at that moment, feeling that her decision to rely on Song Liang was indeed a pivotal turning point in her life. As the saying goes, wise men do not fall in love, a belief she had steadfastly held prior to the outbreak of calamity. Yet, during their intimate days together, that notion had quietly transformed. To encounter someone as devoted as Song Liang in a world where life could abruptly cease at any moment was nothing short of a fortunate blessing. Song Liang, noticing Lin Yue's expression, smiled gently, affectionately ruffled her hair, and tenderly wiped the tears from her eyes. All right, let's not make that pretty face all teary, he softly urged. Let us eat before it gets cold. With that, he added a piece of fish to her plate. At that moment, Lin Yue felt as though she were surrounded by pink bubbles. For the first time, despite her prior affection for Song Liang, she heard such romantic words flow from his lips. This was far more vivid than any unspoken love, and her sense of happiness surged exponentially. Chapter 148. Hidden Crisis. Seeing Lin Yue with her loving gaze, Song Liang felt a sweet sensation in his heart as he gently embraced her slender waist. However, a twinge of guilt lingered within him. Song Liang professed that his affection for Lin Yue was absolute. Yet, this love came with a vital condition: his ability to protect her. This love bore a heavy price, particularly in a world where each day was uncertain, and the next sunrise was a hopeful yet distant dream. Song Liang grappled with the dilemma of what he would choose if the dire situation arose in which only one of them could survive. Would he willingly sacrifice himself to save Lin Yue, or would he resolutely abandon her? Perhaps only when faced with that moment would he truly know. Nevertheless, for now, he must ensure that Lin Yue believed in the depth of his unwavering love, promising to place her above all else, regardless of what the future held. In this world, the sole means to forge an everlasting bond with another is through genuine affection. At least in Lin Yue's case, Song Liang possessed such sincerity. Thus it could not be deemed deceit. The betrayal of friends from his past had sown a seed of guilt in Song Liang's heart, and he feared stumbling over the emotional threshold once more. What if Lin Yue were to betray him at the most critical moment? What recourse would he have then? Could one truly anticipate a rebirth? Song Liang was neither willing nor daring to gamble. All he could do was maintain a certain level of vigilance towards everyone except himself, which naturally included Lin Yue and Uncle Chun. However, there was no need to elucidate this caution to Lin Yue. Only when she held no doubts in her heart could Song Liang venture out with peace of mind, ensuring his own backyard remained unscathed. After finishing dinner, Song Liang rose from the sofa, intending to take a shower and then enjoy a restful slumber. The fatigue from a full day of busyness weighed heavily upon him, and his arms ached slightly. Observing this, Lin Yue bit her lip, her cheeks flushed as she stood up timidly alongside him, nervously inquiring, "Are you sure you can manage alone? If not, may I assist you with your shower?" Seeing Lin Yue's bashful demeanor brought a smile to Song Liang's heart. He could distinctly sense that her gaze held an abundance of trust and affection for him, nearly overflowing. He nodded gently, pinching her cheek playfully, and replied softly, "Of course. I would appreciate it. I sustained a minor muscle strain in my arm while gathering supplies today, making it inconvenient for me to scrub myself. So, I would be grateful for your help." "Great. If you happen to slip in the bathroom, I can rescue you right away." Lin Yue beamed sweetly at his acquiescence. A hint of playful amusement flickered across Song Liang's lips as he approached her, carefully removing her clothing piece by piece, and then lifting her like a princess. Bare and delicate, Lin Yue squinted her eyes as she allowed Song Liang to carry her into the bathroom. Meanwhile, within Unit 3, the residents clutched the items Song Liang had scavenged from outside, enduring the biting cold and low temperatures as they nestled under blankets to have their dinner. Most of these individuals had not bathed in over 2 months due to water and electricity outages, making it nearly impossible to find a source of water for bathing. Even when water was available, securing enough hot water was a challenge, and they dared not use cold water for a wash. In such frigid conditions, coupled with a severe shortage of medication, falling ill could lead to nothing but the torment of death. Consequently, they had become host to bacteria, with countless microorganisms flourishing upon their skin, leading some to develop skin diseases. Jiang Fan and Wang Qi, 2 co-runners, had previously studied together in the same class at university and maintained a cordial relationship. After graduation, though they did not work together, both found suitable employment in Tianning and continued their roommate arrangement, sharing everything. This evening, having performed commendably in the battle against Unit 19, Song Liang rewarded each of them with a portion of cooked food. Although these marinated delicacies, such as chicken feet and duck necks, have been preserved for quite some time and are still pleasantly cool to the palate, they undoubtedly surpass the mundane bread and instant noodles consumed daily in terms of flavor. When preparing to indulge, one can pour hot water over these meat products, allowing for not only a warm meal, but also a delightful broth to savor. Truly a win-win situation. The days without electricity are destined to be arduous. Jiang Fan and Wang Qi have now moved into the same room, not for any other reason than to provide warmth to one another during critical moments. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they can react swiftly, ensuring mutual support. On the grand bed in their bedroom, Jiang Fan and Wang Qi are cocooned under thick blankets, clad in down jackets, padded coats, and thermal underwear, with only their heads and hands peeking out. They have placed the 2 cans of cooked food, a reward from Song Liang, beside them. Breathing heavily, Their exhalations quickly condense into mist in the frigid air. Trembling, they retrieve a piece of duck neck from the plastic container and pop it into their mouths. Upon tasting, the rich aroma of the marinated meat fills their senses, rendering them happier than they could ever imagine. This is an exquisite feast compared to the expired bread and spoiled instant noodles they had endured recently. Akin to a Michelin star dining experience. Without uttering a word, they continue eating until they feel sufficiently satisfied, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. This is absolutely delicious. Thank goodness we allied with Brother Liang back then. Otherwise, when would we ever have the chance to enjoy such treats? Wang Qi remarked, waving the duck neck in front of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, though he heard Wang Qi's words, merely rubbed his hands together, intent on continuing his quiet feast of chicken feet, not inclined to respond. Wang Qi, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Fan's silence, braved the cold to gently pat his shoulder and softly inquired, "What is going on with you? Why are you ignoring me?" Jiang Fan turned his head and responded with a simple "Hmm." Wang Qi grinned, saying, "We were fortunate to have allied with Song Liang. Otherwise, we would never have had the opportunity to savor these delectable chicken feet and duck necks." That decision was truly astute. A mysterious glimmer shone in Jiang Fan's eyes as he pondered for a moment, ultimately sighing without a word. Observing this, Wang Qi decided to let it be, instead muttering to himself, "Buddy, you should see Lin Yue. She grows more beautiful by the day. Her figure remains impeccable. She wears designer clothes daily, and when she occasionally greets Brother Liang, she even dons light makeup. Her life seems so luxurious. Would I be most isn't just that? But it seems her family never runs out of hot water. She can bathe whenever she pleases." Wang Qi smacked his lips, seemingly relishing the fantasy of such days. After all, the only means he had to cleanse his body was to wipe it down with a damp towel. Beyond that, he dared not use even a drop more water. Once the temperature dropped again, he ceased even that from moistening his body could easily invite viral intrusion. And should he fall ill, it would spell disaster. Jiang Fan silently observed Wang Qi, and upon hearing his enthusiastic musings, could not help but speak in a low voice. "What does it matter to you that others live so well? Our family lacks the means. Such comparisons will only deepen your discomfort." Wang Qi pondered Jiang Fan's words and sighed. "You have a point. Those things Lin Yue possesses are all provided by our Brother Liang. Her sole contribution is her beauty. If I were a woman, and even more beautiful and shapely than Lin Yue, do you think Brother Liang would take me in his home?" Jiang Fan imagined that scenario and grimaced, "Please, spare me the nausea. If you were a woman, given your current circumstances, you'd be at best on par with a flower. I doubt Brother Liang is the type to collect art pieces, so you might as well abandon that hope." Wang Qi clearly disagreed with Jiang Fan's assessment. He pretended to flirt, tousling his greasy hair with a coy expression. "Impossible. I feel that if I truly became a woman, I would undoubtedly be of Shi-Shi's caliber." "Shut up. You're making me lose my appetite." "Shi-Shi? Ridiculous." Jiang Fan retorted. "Go to hell with your nonsense." The two continued their playful banter, each refusing to concede. After what felt like an eternity, they fell silent, neither speaking. Wang Qi busied himself with his meal, while Jiang Fan stared blankly at the corner of the room, lost in thought. After a moment of quiet, Jiang Fan suddenly turned to Wang Qi and said earnestly, "Wang Qi, I have a serious question for you. Do you think Brother Liang provides us with so much to eat simply to treat us as pawns, as expendables? Is it possible he never intended for us to survive?" Wang Qi's face displayed incredulity at this notion. What do you mean by that? Did something happen today? No wonder I sensed something was off when you returned." He had accompanied Jiang Fan to assist Song Liang, but had turned back midway due to a sudden stomach ache, thus unaware of the events they encountered upon their return. Jiang Fan nodded, sighed, and proceeded to recount to Wang Qi the discussions among the homeowners they had overheard on their way back. After listening, Wang Qi fell into deep contemplation. I find myself at a loss on how to evaluate this situation. In truth, such musings are futile, as we cannot dictate the actions of Brother Liang. When Zhao Haoqiang wielded his influence within our apartment building, we did assist him for a time, and we certainly contemplated ways to trouble him. Previously, in the fierce competition for the property belonging to Brother Liang and the supplies in his possession, countless lives were lost, and we nearly fell into the trap. Ultimately, even Zhao Haoqiang met his demise at the hands of Liang and Lin Yue, against a formidable figure like Brother Liang. who possesses ample weapons, equipment, and resources, we find ourselves bereft of any means to resist. What are your thoughts? Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Just as both were engaged in their contemplations, Jiang Fan's phone suddenly rang. He furrowed his brow and retrieved the device from his warm embrace. A mere glance at the incoming message shifted his expression to one of solemnity, tinged with an elusive excitement and tension. No one knew what he had seen, not even Wang Qi, while the thoughts of those nearby subtly began to shift. Chapter 149. The Collapsing Air Raid Shelter After a Night of Silence. The following morning, Song Liang rose early. Without disturbing anyone, he departed the community in the Mercedes parked within his consciousness space, leaving in a cloud of dust. Having been ambushed by the petty individuals from Building 19 upon his previous exit, he remained unaware of the traitor among them. Thus, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution, deliberately taking an unfamiliar route that circled the community before exiting from another direction. Only Lin Yue was privy to his departure, for he planned to visit the military base that Uncle Chun had shown him the previous day, intending to procure all the weaponry and useful supplies for his own use. Additionally, he sought to gather combustible materials nearby to implement his plan to eradicate the troublesome individuals from Building 19. This course of action was necessary, as acquiring wood within the community posed significant risks. If the occupants of Building 19 were to discover his intentions, they would be forewarned, which could lead to disastrous consequences. This strategy was predicated on the assumption that he could securely collect sufficient wood. Should they orchestrate an ambush while he was gathering, the repercussions would be unimaginable. In the early hours of the previous night, Jiang Chong and Li Yutong from Building 13 and Building 11, respectively, along with several leaders from other buildings, approached him once again to inquire whether Song Liang had given further thought to their collaborative proposal. In regard to this matter, Song Liang's attitude remained ambiguous, primarily because he had yet to reach a decision that would satisfy all parties involved. He intended to thoroughly contemplate the prospect of collaboration only after securing a sufficient amount of weapons and supplies from the military base. Consequently, when faced with inquiries from others, Song Liang merely offered a casual response, indicating that he required additional time for careful consideration and urged them not to rush him. However, this very indecisiveness led him to perceive a palpable loss of patience from Jiang Chong, Li Yutong, and the other stakeholders in the surrounding buildings, who seemed poised to abandon discussions of cooperation with him. Nevertheless, Song Liang was not particularly concerned about their shifting attitudes. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the timing of their potential actions. After all, with over 1,000 residents in the community, it would likely take a considerable amount of time for them to reach a consensus to act against him. For this reason, Song Liang was not worried about any imminent large-scale surprise attacks. The intervening time was ample for him to prepare, and today's visit to the military base was an indispensable step in his comprehensive preparations. Yesterday, on the return journey, Uncle Chun was driving, and Song Liang took the opportunity to sit in the back seat, meticulously marking the exact location of the military base on a map of Tianning City. After spending more than 3 hours, Song Liang, following the annotations made on the map, finally located the military base. Thanks to the presence of a prominent watchtower within the military compound, he did not expend excessive effort and successfully found the collapsed air raid shelter. Estimating the position, he ascended to the top of the shelter, which was remarkably open and desolate. It seemed that, aside from himself and Uncle Chun, no one else was aware of the invaluable treasures hidden beneath the barren ground. Song Liang retrieved the excavator that had been gathering dust in his consciousness space, identified a general location, and commenced the excavation. This marked the second time he had operated the excavator, and having amassed some driving experience, his maneuvers were significantly more adept, undoubtedly saving him considerable time. After a flurry of activity, he excavated a height of earth comparable to his own and placed it beside the pit, finally uncovering signs of human construction beneath. While he was uncertain as to where the arms depot for storing weapons and equipment lay beneath the air raid shelter, the discovery of such enduring human handiwork was a considerable advantage. Given that the area had collapsed for reasons unknown, Song Liang did not need to deliberate on how to breach the concrete walls. Entry into the structure would pose no challenge. He followed the traces of the excavation, gliding down along the wall, and upon closer inspection of the ground beneath his feet, he realized that this area was not the arms depot he had anticipated. but rather a space designed to accommodate soldiers. Although Song Liang was aware that he had ventured to the wrong place, he at least found himself within the concrete confines of an underground air raid shelter. According to the design of such shelters, the munitions depot where weaponry was stored should be situated in close proximity to the accommodation quarters. This arrangement would ensure that soldiers could respond swiftly in emergencies, readying their equipment for combat at a moment's notice. However, as he traversed the soldiers' dormitory, Song Liang encountered an anomaly that piqued his curiosity. Logically, if this air raid shelter had collapsed only after a catastrophe had erupted, the soldiers within would scarcely have had the time to react, implying that many would have been trapped and unable to evacuate. Yet, after passing through the sleeping quarters, he found no trace of a single soldier's corpse, rendering the situation peculiar. Moreover, the accommodation area bore an uncanny resemblance to a place untouched by human presence. Even the bedding appeared meticulously arranged. Despite his efforts to procure some military bedding supplies, he found not a single set. Furrowing his brow, Song Liang, steeped in suspicion, scoured the entire lodging area, yet ultimately uncovered no evidence of human habitation. This was exceedingly strange. Why was there not a soul here, not even a fallen soldier? He struggled to comprehend this enigma. For under any circumstances, there should be some remnants of human existence. Could it be that they, like the higher-ups, had foreseen the impending disaster and managed to evacuate in time? His mind swirled with doubts, yet recalling the desolation he had witnessed in the deserted malls and supermarkets, he began to grasp the potential rationale behind this phenomenon. Soldiers, being the most formidable force in times of calamity, would undoubtedly have had their leaders swiftly devising strategies to safeguard their military might. This would be their greatest asset for survival in the face of apocalyptic adversity. Thus, upon realizing the inevitability of the disaster, the higher-ups must have orchestrated the timely relocation of their troops, bringing them closer to assist in transporting essential supplies while ensuring the safety of all. This, Song Liang surmised, was the most plausible explanation. With this perspective, the situation became less perplexing. Those in positions of authority, having received forewarning of the impending disaster, likely prioritized the discreet transfer of valuable resources and personnel. Meanwhile, ordinary individuals, like Song Liang, would only come to know the truth of the situation on the very day the catastrophe unfolded, grasping for any chance of survival, a chance that was undeniably exceedingly slim. There is little that can be done, for in the eyes of those powerful leaders, the lives of ordinary individuals hold no significance. If their existence can serve to attract the attention of monsters and zombies, it would be all the more advantageous for them, aligning perfectly with their intentions. Perhaps these individuals are currently concealed in some exceedingly hidden and secure corner of the world, biding their time until this global calamity subsides. Once the tempest of chaos lessens and danger is gradually quelled, they will emerge to reconstruct the order of the world. Song Liang took a deep breath, his heart weighed down by concerns about the uncertain path ahead. He realized that if he wished to live comfortably and peacefully in this world, he would inevitably draw the attention of many. The individuals he would attract would not merely be the homeowners of this community, nor the likes of Zhao Haoqiang or Sun Yukai. They might very well be accompanied by armed factions under their command. Should Song Liang reveal his numerous hidden cards to such figures, it would undoubtedly incite feelings of jealousy and greed within them, an outcome nearly unavoidable. The emergence of these armed subordinates would pose a significant threat to Song Liang's safety, and even those in his company might fall under their sway or coercion. This indeed presents a daunting predicament. However, this was not an immediate concern for Song Liang, as he did not intend to leave the community in the near future. He planned to wait until the situation was calmer and he had more cards to play before contemplating any excursions, standing still in contemplation for a considerable time without resolution. He ultimately abandoned his thoughts, recognizing that such musings were premature. His current task remained unfinished. The armory within the air raid shelter had yet to be located. Any further delay could prove detrimental, as winter had already set in, bringing shorter days and longer nights, with darkness descending rapidly by around 6 o'clock. Once night fell, it would undoubtedly introduce unforeseen dangers for Song Liang. Nonetheless, he felt reassured that since he had discovered the military dormitory within the air raid shelter today, future visits would not require as much time spent digging and searching for locations. Even if he failed to locate the armory this time, he would not mind returning the next day, as he had little to occupy his time at home. It would be far more enjoyable to venture out, perhaps even taking Lin Yue for a leisurely drive. It was somewhat regrettable for Song Liang that the passage leading from the dormitory to the outside world had also collapsed, preventing him from searching for the armory from the underground quarters. He would have to climb back out of the pit and determine the next excavation site to continue his work. Chapter 150. The armory of the military base. Fortunately, there was still time. Song Liang had arrived at the military base by 10 o'clock, and he had begun excavating the dormitory around 1 in the afternoon. After such a lengthy search, it was now just before 3 in the afternoon. With over 3 hours left until dusk, there seemed to be ample time. Song Liang retraced his steps back to the surface, where he reaffirmed the location for his subsequent excavation work. He had gleaned some information from Uncle Chun the previous day regarding the specifications of the air raid shelter, which included a general idea of where the armory was situated in relation to the soldiers' dormitory. Within 10 minutes, Song Liang had pinpointed the site for his next endeavor. He retrieved the excavator from his consciousness space and resumed digging in the predetermined direction. For reasons unknown, he found the operation of the excavator unusually smooth, and before long, he successfully located the armory within the air raid shelter. Sliding into the excavated pit, he noted that the exterior defenses of the armory appeared remarkably robust. Due to collapses in the surrounding area, he could not discern the full structure. Only a massive iron door came into view. Song Liang produced a mining lamp from his consciousness space and activated it, the gentle light instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. After acclimating to the sudden brightness, he approached the imposing iron door. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a heavy metallic lock hanging from it. The lock, seemingly aged, puzzled him. Why would such an antiquated object be found in a modern military facility? However, he had little time to ponder this anomaly. Dismissing the question, he retrieved a crowbar and, with the aid of a handgun, exerted considerable effort to finally break the lock. As the heavy lock fell away, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that despite its peculiar presence, it had inadvertently assisted him. Had it been a contemporary lock, he doubted he could have breached it with mere tools like a crowbar and a handgun. Leaning against the door, he attempted to push it open, but despite exerting all his strength, the iron door remained immovable. Frustrated, he exclaimed to himself that this door was even more challenging to open than the lock, rendering the lock's presence somewhat redundant. Panting heavily before the door, he felt a moment of helplessness. Such a formidable barrier was indeed daunting for a mere human. Taking a deep breath, just as he was about to sit and rest, a sudden realization struck him. Had he forgotten how he had managed to exit? A grin spread across his face as he scrambled back to retrieve the excavator from where it had been parked, returning to the iron door once more. He summoned the excavator from his consciousness space again, determined to test its might against the door. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Song Liang patted the excavator he had just retrieved, then climbed into the cabin and charged towards the iron gate with maximum power. With a thunderous crash, the heavy iron door collapsed. A surge of joy filled Song Liang's heart as he quickly exited the excavator and returned it to his consciousness space, eagerly entering the armory. Upon stepping through the armory's entrance, he encountered a steel barrier gate, which had been partially crushed by the fallen iron door. Through the bars, he beheld the entire armory, a sight that would send any military enthusiast into a frenzy. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the exhilaration swelling within him, relishing the warmth emanating from his core. This was the first time in his life that he had witnessed a genuine armory meant for military use, and its appearance was somewhat different from his expectations. Previously, in television dramas and films, armories were depicted as mountains of ammunition and countless firearms, all neatly stacked, making it nearly impossible to distinguish the various models. However, the armory before him was a stark contrast to those portrayals. Before Song Liang stood numerous large iron racks against the walls, upon which gleamed an array of firearms, their metallic sheen captivating his gaze. Scrutinizing the display, he was certain that the dim lighting was not deceiving him. The weapons arranged on the racks were distinctly assault rifles, submachine guns, and even a few sniper rifles. Beside the iron racks were several dark gray wooden boxes that exuded an air of solemnity and depth, leading Song Liang to speculate that they contained ammunition and grenades for the weaponry. On the cement wall adjacent to the racks hung various military camouflage uniforms, training gear, and helmets. The sight of these items ignited a genuine excitement within him. as the presence of the helmets assured him that he would no longer need to worry about head protection. Taking another deep breath, he slipped through the bent metal barrier beside the collapsed gate and, disregarding all caution, began to gather every assault rifle, submachine gun, and the few sniper rifles from the racks into his consciousness space. After completing this task, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The armory was overflowing with an abundance of firearms, an overwhelming variety that seemed inexhaustible. These weapons were like the bedrock of his confidence. With such armaments at his disposal, there was little to fear, although it was likely that he would have no opportunity to utilize these weapons in the future, perhaps leaving them to gather dust in his consciousness space for the rest of his life. Yet, should Song Liang alter his intentions in the future, aspiring to forge his own formidable army in the impending apocalypse, much like those high-ranking leaders who had begun preparations long before, the weapons and equipment before him would indeed prove invaluable. Among the vast array of firearms, his keen interest was particularly piqued by the dark gray wooden crates situated beside the iron racks, for they might conceal numerous treasures. With utmost caution, Song Liang delicately opened the crates one by one, his movements meticulous, fearful that any misstep could inadvertently trigger a catastrophic incident within the armory, from which escape would be impossible. Upon prying open the boxes, he discovered that most contained precisely what he had anticipated, an assortment of ammunition for rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. While ammunition was not in short supply for him, the opportunity presented itself, and he saw no reason to relinquish it. Hence, he collected all of it into his consciousness space. During this process, Song Liang made a rough estimate, concluding that the entire armory held approximately 1,000 rounds of various ammunition, a formidable force even without the ability to replicate indefinitely. Moreover, to his delight, among the firearms on the wall-mounted racks, he found several military-grade sniper rifles, a rare and valuable find. The sniper rifle he had previously discovered at the Tianning police station was merely a police model, significantly inferior in performance and precision to these military counterparts. Regardless of the combat environment or adverse conditions he might face in the future, these weapons would be adaptable, far surpassing the capabilities of the one he had obtained earlier. In addition, within one of the dark gray wooden crates, he stumbled upon a complete box of military grenades, totaling around 30, an impressive asset indeed. Although Song Liang could have opted to take just one grenade and subsequently utilized his replicative abilities to produce more, the ample space within his consciousness realm alleviated any concerns of scarcity. Thus, he decided to seize the entire box of grenades, leaving nothing to chance. With a hearty laugh, he reveled in his newfound fortune, envisioning the trepidation of anyone who dared to cross him upon his return. This expedition had yielded an unexpectedly bountiful harvest for Song Liang. He felt confident that even those formidable leaders with their military forces would be left in awe at the sight of his arsenal, perhaps even fleeing in disarray. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, a curious sensation began to wash over him. If the soldiers who originally resided here had indeed been relocated by their superiors prior to the outbreak of disaster, then how could so many weapons and equipment remain? Song Liang found himself utterly perplexed by this conundrum. Could it be that they did not leave due to relocation at all? Soon, he realized that the arsenal he had absorbed into his consciousness seemed rather scant. This thought surfaced, and another possibility flooded his mind. Indeed, if the armory contained only such a meager amount of equipment, it could hardly be deemed a military base. From this perspective, it was plausible that they had merely ventured out to execute a mission, taking most of the arsenal with them, which would explain the absence of any soldiers' remains in the resting quarters of the bomb shelter. However, why were the beds all tidied up? Song Liang felt as though today's brainstorming session was overwhelming, impeding his normal thought processes, so he sighed and relinquished his inquiry into the matter. Perhaps they needed to prepare supplies for life outside, thus taking all the usable items with them. Oh, what does it matter? For Song Liang, the origins of the current state of affairs were hardly his concern. He was more inclined to relish the exquisite weapons and equipment he had acquired. For him alone, these items were invaluable. Yet wait, I recall Uncle Chun and mentioning that this military base housed over 1,000 troops. How could such a meager supply suffice for such a multitude? Could it be that beneath this bomb shelter, there exists another storage for weapons and equipment that I have yet to discover? As Song Liang gazed at the armory he had thoroughly emptied, he gradually fell into contemplation. Chapter 151. What to do without food. This vast military base could hardly consist solely of the small armory before him. Otherwise, it would be insufficient to arm nearly 1,000 soldiers. Once this thought crossed his mind, Liang resolved to tidy up the armory and then retrieve the excavator from his consciousness, beginning to dig along the concrete walls of the armory. Before long, as he had anticipated, he discovered another armory merely a wall away, comparable in size to the first, though the weapons and equipment arrayed against the wall were noticeably fewer. Nonetheless, he still uncovered several hundred rounds of ammunition for rifles and sniper rifles, as well as a substantial number of grenades, which left him feeling quite satisfied. He exhaled softly. With these weapons in his possession, many of his worries had diminished significantly. With such armaments at hand, he no longer needed to fret about sudden assaults from the residents of the other units in the complex. A long-lost smile of genuine satisfaction graced Liang's face, a reflection of his heartfelt joy. With the acquisition of these formidable weapons, it was conceivable that within the entirety of Tianning City, no potential threat could arise to challenge him. In this environment, these armaments positioned Liang in an almost invincible stance. He had previously familiarized himself with the operation of most firearms through online resources, grasping their intricacies with relative ease. Coupled with his remarkable aptitude for handling firearms, he could master these tools almost instantaneously upon contact. However, he had never before utilized grenades, nor had he had the opportunity to train with them at the shooting range. Yet, he felt little trepidation regarding this matter, for with the internet and Uncle Chun, a living encyclopedia of firearms, at his disposal, mastering the use of grenades was virtually a certainty. Nevertheless, a tinge of disappointment washed over Liang as he discovered that the military base's armory lacked the heavy weaponry he had anticipated, such as tanks or howitzers. Not even a heavy machine gun or an armored vehicle was in sight. Upon reflection, he speculated that the base's modest specifications might explain the absence of such heavy armaments. Or perhaps most of the equipment had been pilfered by soldiers who had deserted, leaving only the items that were too cumbersome to carry away. Nonetheless, the remaining arsenal sufficiently met Liang's current needs, especially as he was primarily contending with unarmed community residents. The deterrent effect of handguns was already maximized, let alone the presence of rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. Those homeowners wielding only baseball bats and machetes would likely be paralyzed with fear at the sight of such weapons, which they had rarely encountered in their lives, leaving them with little courage to oppose him. Liang exhaled, his eyes sparkling with determination. This will suffice, he mused. These weapons are undoubtedly adequate for my purposes. Should I encounter another military base in the future, I might procure even more devastating weaponry. After all, aside from myself, who could venture forth with such untroubled ease? He envisioned the vast reserves and treasures buried beneath the earth, destined to belong to him alone. Liang understood that they were in a coastal city, with several nearby urban centers situated close to the national border, thus hosting numerous military bases and possible station forces. Should the opportunity arise to seize another military base or the position of a stationed unit, he could once again venture forth alone and claim everything within as his own. The quest for more suitable and effective weaponry was merely a matter of time, and he harbored no doubts that such opportunities would ultimately present themselves. After tidying everything up, Liang returned to the surface, feeling that he had already acquired enough from the military base, and it would be best to let it remain sealed forever. He searched the vicinity, hoping to discover more valuable items, but to his disappointment, he found nothing of interest. Content with his findings, he left the area around the military base. However, instead of driving home, he began to explore the nearby hill. The greenery on this hill was exceptional, even in peacetime, with a variety of trees flourishing in the area. The recent heavy rain and snow had rendered the timber nearby damp, perfectly aligning with the criteria he had previously established for the trees he sought. Thus, he immediately commenced his work. With the presence of an excavator, Liang swiftly and efficiently cut down trees in the vicinity and collected ample moist timber, which he subsequently stored within his conscious space. However, having started his work rather late and spending too much time excavating the air raid shelter, he found himself occupied until after 6:30, nearing 7 o'clock, when the sun had completely set and darkness enveloped the land. Without hesitation, he abandoned the idea of continuing his search for food. His life was of utmost importance. Remaining outdoors in such conditions could lead to unforeseen dangers, and should something occur that threatened his existence, he would have no time for regret. By the time Song Liang drove his Mercedes back to the community, it was already past 8 in the evening. This time, he had spent longer outside than before. Yet he returned empty-handed. The residents of Unit 3 eagerly awaited his return with food to distribute, only to be met with disappointment. Song Liang offered little explanation. He had intended to stop by the mall he had visited previously on his way back to procure some food for the hungry residents of Unit 3. Ultimately, he chose not to bring anything, for he understood the nature of human greed. Even after addressing their basic needs, many more issues would arise awaiting his attention, even if those problems were not his responsibility. Just yesterday, he had toiled throughout the day, bringing back 2 large bags of food for them, only to find that instead of gratitude, the residents felt entitled and demanded more supplies. This outcome was unacceptable to Song Liang. Thus, he had resolved before leaving that day not to return with any goods or provisions, allowing these ungrateful individuals to endure a day of hunger before addressing the matter further. Upon returning to the apartment building, Song Liang was met with a throng of homeowners who gazed at him with an insatiable hunger for answers. He simply raised his hands in exasperation, lacking the inclination to elucidate what had transpired, and stated, "Today, I exerted considerable effort, yet failed to locate a source of sustenance. Therefore, there is no food for everyone today. Bear with it, and we shall address this matter tomorrow." Having said this, Song Liang intended to retreat to his abode, opting not to further engage with the situation, allowing them to grapple with the stark reality of their hunger. To his surprise, the crowd began to voice their grievances upon learning that he had returned empty-handed. "What do you mean there's no food? How is that possible? Did you even search thoroughly?" They clamored. "Indeed, there are so many places outside. Couldn't you have looked a bit more carefully? You have that modified Mercedes. You needn't fear any dangers. So why return so early?" "Exactly, Song Liang. If we have no food, we won't survive the night in this frigid weather. This is simply intolerable," another added. "Song Liang, this is rather dishonest of you. You promised us you would bring food every day. How could you let us down now?" "Hey, Song Liang, if you can't manage to find food, perhaps you should lend us your Mercedes, and we can go search for it ourselves," someone suggested. "Yes, if you can't procure food, just hand over the car. It's of no use in your hands. Don't hog the resources without contributing." Song Liang halted his stride, slowly pivoting to face the chattering crowd, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Your tongues are rather ungrateful, are they not? Have you finished your tirade?" The crowd, taken aback by his demeanor, collectively inhaled sharply, yet their simmering resentment remained unquenched. Reluctant to provoke him further, they fell silent, aware of his influence. "I sense that you have all lost sight of your positions recently. Have you forgotten that it was you who pleaded earnestly for my assistance to survive?" He continued, "For this duration, I have been bringing you provisions daily. Do you truly believe this is your entitlement? Have you looked in the mirror and contemplated whether you deserve such kindness? If you're dissatisfied with my actions, then simply part ways with me. Go wherever you please. Do not expect further sustenance from me. Your survival or demise thereafter shall bear no relation to me, Song Liang." With that, he turned to enter his room, his hand instinctively reaching for the firearm at his waist, bracing for any potential retaliation from the agitated crowd. Chapter 152. Difficult to manage? Then do not manage it, however. His concerns appeared to be unwarranted. Upon hearing Song Liang's words, most individuals did not contemplate harming him or seizing resources. Rather, they were engulfed by a profound fear, apprehensive that he might indeed abandon them to their fates. Reflecting on the days devoid of Song Liang's assistance, the experience of enduring relentless darkness, coupled with hunger and thirst, was indeed excruciating. Although Song Liang occasionally assigns perilous tasks to them, the promise of food rewards renders their situation somewhat more bearable. The assurance of not starving is, for them, of paramount importance. Observing this, Jiang Fan hastily took a few steps to catch up with Song Liang, who was about to enter the room. A chill ran through Song Liang. Had Jiang Fan not spoken, the gun at his waist would likely have been aimed at his head. "Brother Liang, please do not be angered. We assure you that our intentions are not as you might perceive. We understand the immense challenges you face daily in your relentless pursuit of sustenance and supplies, which is indeed quite taxing. Therefore, we implore you to show us some leniency." Song Liang paused momentarily before turning his head to nod, his right hand never straying far from the 9mm pistol at his waist. "Very well. You may all return for now. Tomorrow, I shall venture out once more." I cannot guarantee that luck will favor me daily in procuring supplies for you, but I shall certainly exert myself. With that, Song Liang gestured for everyone to leave first, as he intended to return home to rest. Just as Jiang Fan was about to urge Song Liang to take a proper rest, the rotund figure of Wang Daqiang emerged from behind the crowd, parting them with ease. Song Liang, he chuckled, being a few years your senior. I consider myself your elder brother. We comprehend your difficulties. Why not invite a few residents from our building to accompany you on your next supply run? After all, many hands make light work. The more people, the greater our chances of locating resources. Together, we might discover enough provisions to sustain us for an extended period. The crowd, upon hearing this, subtly nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in Wang Daqiang's suggestion. After all, the last time Song Liang had ventured out, he had taken Uncle Chen along, and their expedition had yielded substantial rewards, even providing Wang Lan and her child with warm winter clothing. If they could accompany Song Liang, would it not mean that the supplies outside could be theirs for the taking? Thus, they turned in unison to face Song Liang anew, their gazes imbued with both entreaty and an undercurrent of intimidation. Indeed, Song Liang, we believe we could assist you in your search for supplies, alleviating some of your burdens. Exactly, Song Liang. Should you truly require assistance, we are all more than willing to join you, ready to confront whatever dangers may lie ahead. Noticing that Song Liang's expression remained unchanged, they gathered their collective courage to press on. Song Liang, after a moment of contemplation, regarded the avaricious glints in the eyes of the residents before him and allowed a hint of a sardonic smile to grace his lips. Oh, do you truly possess any value? I cannot help but feel that you all, much like those outside, covet the vehicle I possess, which holds the potential for survival in this apocalyptic world. If that is truly the case, I strongly advise you to abandon such thoughts. As I previously stated, if you wish to leave, do so swiftly. Let's part ways amicably and in good spirits. Upon witnessing Song Liang's rising fury, the crowd tensed, their gazes shifting towards the instigator, Wang Daqiang. Caught under their scrutiny, Wang Daqiang felt a pang of anxiety and hastily sought to clarify his earlier intentions. However, Song Liang was not inclined to grant him any opportunity for explanation. He drew forth a gleaming 9mm pistol, its metallic sheen indicative of meticulous maintenance, and aimed its dark muzzle directly at Wang Daqiang's head. With a swift motion, Song Liang expertly disengaged the safety, his finger poised on the trigger. A mere twitch would result in catastrophic consequences for Wang Daqiang. The sight of the firearm rendered the onlookers speechless, their earlier bravado evaporating as they raised their hands in surrender and retreated several paces, leaving Wang Daqiang paralyzed in fear. Hey, Song Liang, please don't act recklessly. Drawing a weapon is far too extreme. Let us not escalate things. One voice pleaded. Indeed, Brother Liang. We merely sought to express our concerns and engage in dialogue, without any ulterior motives. Please don't act impulsively. Another echoed. Yes, Brother Liang. Consider our previous words mere folly. If you disagree with our proposal, we harbor no grievances. We will heed your wishes without question. Yet another voice chimed in, Brother Liang. Our intentions were rooted in goodwill. You expend so much energy searching for sustenance for us. We only wish to alleviate your burden. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. Listening to their frantic justifications, Song Liang let out a cold scoff. You are aware that I, Song Liang, pride myself on fairness and am open to the opinions of others, but I also possess the power of veto. I refuse to allow anyone to accompany me in the search for supplies, so refrain from bringing it up again. What I cherish most is harmony among us, a united family. Therefore, I cannot tolerate actions that undermine our cohesion. Those who disrupt this unity must face the consequences. Before his words could fade into silence, Song Liang decisively pulled the trigger. The deafening report of the gun echoed through the corridor. Wang Daqiang, standing before them, was offered no opportunity for defense. The bullet struck him at close range, shattering his skull and splattering the remnants of his brain upon several individuals behind him. The crowd was rendered immobile by the gruesome scene, with a few unable to contain their nausea, succumbing to the overwhelming horror. No one had anticipated that Song Liang would so readily resort to lethal violence against one of their own. Originally, they believed in their hearts that Song Liang was not a cruel person. They thought that with a bit of time and patience to discuss reason with him, and then leveraging their numerical advantage to leave him speechless, they could secure their own salvation. Perhaps, after yielding, Song Liang might even agree to accompany them in their quest for supplies. However, it was evident that they had not truly understood Song Liang's character. In his eyes, he and these homeowners existed on fundamentally different levels. Moreover, recent events had already sown seeds of doubt within him, leading Song Liang to disregard the potential of eliminating a few homeowners. Perhaps their fear would alleviate his own troubles significantly. The crowd stood momentarily stunned, hesitant to flee, for they recognized that such an action could provoke Song Liang. If he were to recklessly open fire, the consequences would be dire. As Song Liang reholstered his pistol, he stared impassively at the terrified homeowners, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan swallowed hard, trembling as he glanced at Song Liang. Summoning his courage, he stepped on the already lifeless body of Wang Daqiang and muttered, "This damned Wang Daqiang, always benefiting from our brother Liang. Has he truly forgotten who he is? Good riddance." Song Liang cast a curious glance at Jiang Fan, the coldness in his gaze sending a chill down Jiang Fan's spine. He then awkwardly laughed and said, "Brother Liang, please don't be too upset. It's not worth your ire over such a person. The others still respect you." Song Liang curled his lip, chuckling lightly as he pointed at Wang Daqiang's corpse, saying softly, "Rest assured, I am solely targeting this individual who disrupted neighborhood harmony. The rest are not involved." He then ignored the crowd, turning to leave, but just as his hand touched the doorknob, he pivoted back, revealing a chilling expression. "I want to dwell on what you just said, but do not mistake me for someone easily trifled with. The fate of the deceased serves as a warning. Should anyone be greedy and defy my orders, that'll be your outcome." His grim demeanor vanished abruptly, replaced by a warm, sunlit smile. Shrugging nonchalantly, Song Liang remarked, "That has settled then. You all may return. I too must rest. Until tomorrow." He turned away, disregarding everything behind him as he stepped into his room. After all, he was no longer the same person he had been that morning. With an arsenal of weaponry at his disposal, even if the entire community turned against him, he felt confident in his ability to defend himself, let alone these homeowners who lacked understanding of the situation. As for Wang Daqiang, Song Liang had long been aware of him. He had previously challenged him directly and had nearly incited a riot among the crowd. By virtue of these 2 points alone, Song Liang had long since marked him for elimination in the near future. Today merely provided an opportunity for swift justice. Furthermore, Song Liang had adequately prepared for the ensuing conflicts with other factions within the community. These individuals would play no decisive role, rendering any potential fallout inconsequential, as their time was limited. In all subsequent battles, even if they survived the skirmishes, Song Liang would not extend his aid to prolong their existence. He harbored aspirations of his own and would not entertain even a modicum of sympathy for those who could betray him at any moment. Ultimately, he would abandon them and depart from his community. Once he left, the only fate awaiting them would be death. Thus he felt no need to concern himself with their survival. He would let events unfold naturally. Chapter 153. The Indecisive Homeowners as anticipated by Song Liang. Following his decisive actions, the homeowners of Unit 3 were undeniably intimidated by his resolute character and swift conduct. Upon his return home, they hastily retreated to their residences, barricading their doors with an array of belongings, fearful that Song Liang might reconsider and turn against them, treating them as he had treated Wang Daqiang. In that moment, they seemed to recall their days of precarious survival under Zhao Haoqiang, when their lives were fraught with anxiety, dreading the day Zhao might invade their homes and ruthlessly end their lives. Although circumstances had changed, food was no longer a daily concern. Their sense of dread was even more intensified, rendering Zhao Haoqiang nearly insignificant in comparison to Song Liang. The residents of Building 3 united, reminiscent of their earlier discussions on how to confront Zhao Haoqiang, and privately established a new group chat. However, they consciously excluded Song Liang, Lin Yue, Uncle Chun, and Sister Wang Lan from this conversation. While it was understandable to exclude Song Liang, the decision to omit Uncle Chun stemmed from the overly amicable rapport they had displayed publicly. Should any significant decisions be discussed, it would be disastrous if Uncle Chun were to inform Song Liang prematurely. Since the onset of this global cataclysm, the homeowners of Unit 3 had privately created over 10 group chats, all aimed at addressing a particular individual. Even while maintaining a facade of respect towards Song Liang in public, they felt compelled to deliberate in private, For the matters raised by Wang Daqiang had become an irksome thorn in everyone's minds. Initially aimed at Zhao Haoqiang, their focus had now shifted to Song Liang. Oh dear neighbors, what are we to do now? Song Liang appears to have lost all patience with our actions, having even killed Wang Daqiang today. What shall we do moving forward? Indeed, he possesses an abundance of weapons and supplies, and we still rely on him to venture out in search of food. Are we to comply with his every demand from now on? What if he sends us to our demise? With so few of us left, we cannot afford any more losses. In the group chat, the crowd unabashedly expressed their innermost fears, as Song Liang's recent actions had undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of crisis within them. After engaging in lengthy discussions about their concerns, they soon realized that their panic served no purpose. Only by uniting in resistance did they have a sliver of hope for survival. Song Liang had truly overstepped this time. He displayed an utter disregard for their humanity. Indeed, we merely sought to discuss matters with him. Yet he erupted in anger and gruesomely ended Wang Daqiang's life. The scene was utterly horrifying. I am particularly troubled by the extent of Song Liang's arsenal. We witness him wielding that handgun daily, mercilessly taking lives, and just previously, he had eliminated numerous individuals from Unit 19. Yet he appears entirely unconcerned about the dwindling ammunition. How terrifying. Moreover, that is not even the most alarming aspect. It is known that he possesses a sniper rifle, a truly fearsome weapon. Who knows what other armaments he may be concealing? Should he choose to unleash them, any one of them could spell our doom. I have heard whispers that Song Liang has always presented himself as an ordinary individual. Yet he is not merely a wealthy heir. He has a background as a mercenary abroad, a figure of elite status within mercenary ranks, far beyond what we ordinary folk can contend with. At this moment, a reclusive individual, accustomed to spending his days engrossed in television dramas and novels, remarked that he had no intention of opposing Song Liang. On the contrary, he idolized him. Although his idol may not hold him in high regard, this does not diminish his admiration. Damn it, what was the purpose of inviting you into this group? To elevate others while diminishing our own stature? Silence. Indeed, we need not concern ourselves with such matters, regardless of his identity or hidden affiliations. We must convey our resolve to him. Precisely, we should never have harbored any hopes for this individual. To think we relied on him to help us procure food for our survival. How blind we were. In recent days, I have come to realize that Song Liang is not a selfless benefactor. He is a selfish and petty individual, unworthy of our trust. The earlier claims of his benevolent assistance in seeking supplies were nothing but deceit, leading us to mistakenly believe he was a good person. He merely seeks to use us as cannon fodder, urging us to clash with the occupants of other buildings, thereby weakening their influence while he reaps the rewards and seizes all that he desires. It is utterly inhumane. Are our lives not valuable? Damn it. When a fight breaks out, he is the first to flee. It's revolting. In the chat group, people unleashed a torrent of vitriol against Song Liang, as if he were the embodiment of their deepest vendetta. Even those closest to him, like Lin Yue and Uncle Chun, could not escape the onslaught of insults. Since Song Liang could not see the words exchanged in the group chat, they seized this opportunity to voice their pent-up frustrations, seeking not only a measure of relief, but also to reclaim the dignity they had long lost. Although they were acutely aware of the vast chasm between themselves and Song Liang, leaving them with little room for resistance, they continued to vent their accumulated grievances for an extended period, finally releasing the frustrations born from their past humiliations at his hands in an unexpected manner. Yet, this self-soothing sense of victory could not resolve any tangible issues, plunging them back into contemplation. While they all deemed Song Liang excessively selfish, they recognized that his willingness to provide them with food was merely a means to ensure they served as his expendable pawns. However, have you considered that he could easily choose to withhold food, watching them perish one by one? Yet, despite this, he opted to sustain them, a conundrum that perplexed many. Upon hearing this perspective, the group fell silent in thought. Indeed, it was a challenging dilemma to comprehend. This notion sparked concern among them. If they truly severed ties with Song Liang, who would provide their sustenance in the future? Without this stable source of food, their lives would inevitably regress to a state of deprivation. The only remnants of their household goods were the supplies earned from the recent skirmishes. Everything else had been exhausted. If they were to return to their previous standard of living now, the consequences would be dire. Clearly, Each individual could foresee the repercussions of a fallout with Song Liang. And the most unbearable thought was the possibility of squandering their chance for survival through their own actions. They had previously experienced the harrowing transition from hope to utter despair, an ordeal they were reluctant to face again. At present, Song Liang had shown mercy, aiding them in emerging from days devoid of hope. However, should they truly clash with him, a return to a life of hunger and despair would be inevitable, a fate none of them considered bearable. Indeed, such a life would be even more disheartening than serving him. After a moment of solitary contemplation, someone in the group chat finally reiterated a message. Dear neighbors, upon reflection, although Song Liang has assigned us numerous perilous individuals and his character leaves much to be desired, he has nonetheless provided us with considerable rewards. Moreover, he harbors no intent to harm us. Those he has dealt with were the ones who provoked him. Therefore, I believe it is wiser to maintain the status quo rather than antagonize him over food and resources. Do you not find my reasoning sound? Chapter 154. A new group chat confronted with the impending specter of death. The group reminisced about the time spent fostering good relations with Song Liang. Despite its apparent hazards, that period did not guarantee fatal outcomes. After all, there remained a chance of survival in battle, whereas the absence of sustenance assured only demise. Thus, once one person entertained this notion and expressed it aloud, it resonated profoundly with the others, for in these chaotic times, thoughts are easily swayed. Furthermore, Song Liang had failed to bring back food today, leaving most of the group still hungry. The prospect of facing such a reality daily after a fallout with him was simply intolerable. Reflecting on the meals provided by Song Liang, though many had spoiled, they at least filled their stomachs, alleviating their current discomfort. In light of this, one might argue that their demands of Song Liang were somewhat excessive. He risked his life daily to procure food for them, yet they still insisted on more, perhaps lacking in gratitude. Indeed, it was only today that he had failed to deliver sustenance, and to escalate the matter felt rather unethical. One day without food would not lead to starvation. They recalled times of enduring over a week without a morsel. Additionally, the incident involving Wang Daqiang today was undeniably excessive. While others remained silent, he sought attention. Essentiellement courting danger. Had they been in Song Liang's position, they too would have taken decisive action against him. Absolutely. I had always found Wang Daqiang irksome, his lack of ability matched only by his swift tongue. He was nothing, yet he dared to oppose Song Liang, oblivious to his own inadequacies. Targeting Song Liang's modified Mercedes was an act of folly. If not him, then who else would meet such a fate? Indeed, this incident was entirely instigated by Wang Daqiang. Had he not uttered such audacious words, they would not have been so easily swayed, contemplating enmity with Song Liang, which could have led to dire consequences. Alas, in light of this revelation, it is evident that this individual truly deserves his fate. His demise would have been a resolution in itself. However, he nearly jeopardized our well-being. Fortunately, Song Liang is not a malevolent person. Otherwise, we might not have survived to see another day. Neighbors, it is indeed rather late to deliberate on this matter. Yet we must devise a means to cultivate a cordial relationship with Song Liang, ensuring that he does not harbor resentment over today's events. If he were to withhold sustenance from us, how would we endure? You are absolutely correct. Song Liang is now our sole hope for survival. And we cannot afford to lose this vital lifeline, lest we invite disaster upon ourselves. Indeed, one must consider that his provision of food stems from genuine goodwill. Attempts to oppose him have proven futile in the past. As we have learned, there is no viable path forward. Absolutely, dear neighbors, we must remain vigilant. Let us not be swayed by nefarious whispers, for if we allow ourselves to be misled, we may find ourselves bereft of food, facing starvation. These events transpired swiftly, even catching Song Liang off guard, as he had not anticipated the homeowners would so rapidly shift from two diametrically opposed opinions. He had previously contemplated that if he displayed kindness and humility towards these homeowners, it might lead to ingratitude. Conversely, if he were to be forthright about his intentions, making them aware that their continued existence hinged upon his generosity, they might come to accept his guidance, relinquishing any further rebellious thoughts. Thus, upon returning home, it was not long before those homeowners who had previously spoken so boldly began to send messages in the main group chat, primarily expressing their apologies and contrition, which took Song Liang by surprise. Brother Liang, We acted today out of concern for your well-being, not with the intent of opposing you. We sincerely apologize, one message read. Indeed, Brother Liang, we have been neighbors in this building for quite some time. Please do not hold this against us. We ask for your forgiveness. Brother Liang, the events of today were instigated by that troublemaker Wang Daqiang and have nothing to do with us. You must see our true intentions, which are aligned with yours. Yes, Brother Liang, we shall heed your words from now on. We will defer to your decisions without complaint. Brother Liang, we implore you to overlook our transgressions and bring back some food tomorrow. We are truly at our wits' end. A person is made of flesh, and a meal is essential. We cannot endure a single day without sustenance. Song Liang gazed at these messages with a hint of astonishment, only to be met with a cold smirk as he chose to disregard their entreaties. He resolved to withhold a definitive answer, allowing their anticipation to linger, which would likely render them far more compliant in the future. Song Liang pondered for a moment. His own situation was rather ordinary. Thus he truly wished to refrain from dedicating the majority of his energy to these individuals. It would suffice for him to focus on his own affairs. Perhaps he should contemplate allowing them to confront the external forces later on. If they emerged victorious, he would reap the benefits, and if they faltered, it would not inflict any harm upon him. As Song Liang reflected, he indeed harbored intentions of sending them to their demise. This would eliminate any uncertainty when it came time to deal with them. This matter did not require excessive contemplation on his part. In the presence of this group, a few pieces of stale bread and some expired instant noodles would surely persuade them, without hesitation, to plunge into peril for him. At that moment, his phone abruptly vibrated in his hand, piquing his curiosity, for he had previously silenced all notification sounds. How could there be a message that he could still hear? Frowning, Song Liang opened his social media app to discern the source of the message. Upon glancing at it, he realized the nature of the situation. It turned out that Li Yutong from Unit 13 and Jiang Chong from Unit 11 had added him to a new group chat. Most of the individuals in this group were unfamiliar to him, but he could infer its significance based on the few he recognized. So that was it. Bored. Song Liang fiddled with his phone, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. It became evident that this group chat comprised the leaders from the various units who had previously sought him out. Their reasons for including him were unmistakable. Clearly, these individuals had grown impatient and were intent on clarifying matters with him. Very well, he thought, let us see what they have to say. Song Liang was well aware that these people would eventually come to him, so he had anticipated today's developments. After all, aside from himself, the residents of the other units were devoid of sufficient food and supplies to sustain themselves. In the absence of resources, the burden of providing for so many within their units would weigh heavily on anyone, especially these prominent figures, whose pressures were undoubtedly immense. Li Yutong, the head of Unit 13 and the executive with whom Song Liang had previously engaged the most, welcomed him into the group chat at once. Dear neighbors, the representative of Unit 3, Song Liang, has now joined our community. Let us extend a warm welcome. However, her words were met with silence, as no one was willing to take the lead at this stage, preferring to remain in the background and await others to speak first. Seeing this, Li Yutong could only continue. All right, there's no need for such formalities. Now that Song Liang has joined the group, let's clarify matters. Let us discuss the issue we just talked about with him. Song Liang remained silent, as he had anticipated. Clearly, these individuals had engaged in discussions prior to his entry into the group chat, and he was quite curious about the conclusions they had reached. So he decided to wait for their comments. Hu Bing, the head of Unit 19, could hardly contain his anger upon seeing Song Liang. He bluntly remarked, Song Liang, you could have lived your life peacefully, so why flaunt your wealth? We all know that the residents of Unit 3 live quite comfortably, with ample food every day. But have you considered that your dear neighbors are still going hungry? Song Liang scoffed, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. However, if the others were as thoughtless as Hu Bing, he saw little reason to remain in the group chat any longer. Oh, is that so? But if your intention in adding me to this group was merely to say such things, then I shall take my leave. I have no time for your idle chatter. Song Liang understood that these individuals had gone to great lengths to include him in this conversation, not for trivialities, but because they sought something from him. Otherwise, they would have already launched an attack on Unit 3. Hearing this, Hu Bing hastily replied, Song Liang, don't be so hasty. Why get upset over a single remark? You should be aware of what might transpire if you choose to leave now. Song Liang replied with a cold laugh. Do you really think that just because your last encounter with my subordinates ended without a clear victor, your unit as combat prowess is comparable to ours? The only reason your unit escaped unscathed was that I chose not to engage. You should be grateful. Otherwise, your head would be displayed atop your building. Therefore, if you dare to threaten me again, I would be more than willing to show you the fate that befalls those who attempt to intimidate me. At that moment, Hu Bing, in one of the rooms of Unit 19, felt a surge of anger upon reading this message and was about to retort impulsively, only to be restrained by Chun Xiang beside him. Chun Xiang gently shook his head, signaling Hu Bing to calm down before responding. Typically, Hu Bing trusted Chun Xiang's judgment, so he took a deep breath and composed himself. All right, stop trying to intimidate me. The leaders of the other units in our community have already united against you. If you dare to make a move against any of our families, you will be finished. You will face the wrath of all the homeowners in this entire community. You, Song Liang, are indeed formidable, not an ordinary individual. However, can you truly contend with the multitude of people in our entire community, considering you and your subordinates are frail and ailing?